Blood spread across the cold ground, and Chun Mo was in so much pain that he was losing consciousness and could barely stand. The three people he had once trusted looked at him coldly and without remorse. Betrayal pierced his heart like a sharp blade, and his former trust turned into a fatal wound. Chun Mo was burning with rage, but unable to stand up. Just when he thought it was all over, a cold, mechanical voice sounded. Time-space obsession detected. Reboot conditions met. Doomsday reset system activated. Chun Mo was both surprised and delighted. Just as he was about to fall into darkness, he was transported back to the past by a time-space jump. He suddenly sat up in bed, drenched in cold sweat, and the wound and excruciating pain in his abdomen had completely disappeared. Everything in the familiar room was normal, but the phone showed 8:23 a.m. on September 12, 2045, 72 hours before the apocalypse. He had truly returned to before the end of the world. This is not a dream. In the countdown to the apocalypse, Chun Mo stands atop a crumbling city, his gaze resolute and calm. In the past, he was at the mercy of others, but now, with the system activated, he has finally ushered in an opportunity to turn the tables. After the system was activated, Chun Mo's body, senses, and mind became extremely sharp. He was no longer a loser who could be manipulated by others, and he calmly planned ahead, with his primary task being to prepare supplies. Knowing that resources are most precious in the apocalypse, Chun Mo immediately went to the sewers of the old city to find a bag of undiscovered jewelry in order to raise enough startup capital. Using his memories from his past life, Chun Mo found the jewelry and sold it for 300,000 yuan. He then rented a warehouse and purchased a large quantity of canned goods, water, medicine, and tools. The warehouse was full of survival supplies, but he knew that weapons were the key, so he went to the black market and picked out a Tang sword. This Tang sword was essential for survival in the apocalypse, and combat knowledge flooded into his mind along with the system, giving Chun Mo confidence. After leaving the black market, he was attacked by robbers, and the system notified him that the robbers possessed a speed talent. Chun Mo took the initiative and easily subdued the robbers. He knew that these kinds of people might become powerful figures in the apocalypse, so he planned to train them as his helpers. As sirens blared, Qin Shui, the future A-level war goddess, appeared. At this moment, she was still an ordinary police officer. Chun Mo wanted to recruit her, but didn't reveal his intentions, leaving a warning before turning and leaving. Night fell. The city remained bustling, yet the apocalypse was quietly approaching. Chun Mo stood on the rooftop, gazing at the collapsing city, unwavering and prepared. Chun Mo not only has to deal with the apocalyptic disaster, but also gather potential allies. His first priority is to contact his former adversary, Zhang Hao, and he needs to do so secretly without revealing his identity. Under the cover of night, Chun Mo quietly arrived at the alley behind the detention room and confirmed that Zhang Hao was still inside. However, time was of the essence, and if Zhang Hao were transferred, the plan would be disrupted. Without further hesitation, Chun Mo used a pebble to test and wake Zhang Hao. The other party had already been overwhelmed by the successive blows, and the initiative had completely fallen into Chun Mo's hands. Chun Mo directly provoked the conflict, forcing Zhang Hao to choose between fleeing and seeking revenge. Zhang Hao had no choice but to cooperate, and his emotional outburst was within Chun Mo's expectations. Chun Mo gave Zhang Hao no chance to breathe, revealing all his secrets. His precise attack turned Zhang Hao's anger into fear, causing him to completely break down. The situation has turned around, and Chun Mo has played a crucial card. The world will undergo a dramatic change in 3 days. This will sow the seeds of trust, and the truth will be proven in the future. As Zhang Hao walked out of the detention room, the situation entered a new phase. He could choose his own fate, but he remained wary of Chun Mo and questioned his motives. Chun Mo didn't say much, but directly gave Zhang Hao 50,000 yuan in cash. This was an investment of resources intended to strengthen control. Zhang Hao took the money, his initial suspicion turning into hesitation. This was precisely the breakthrough point for winning him over. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chun Mo led Zhang Hao away, subtly revealing key information about the apocalypse and the awakening of abilities along the way. gradually lowering his guard. Zhang Hao denied it verbally, but clutched his money bag tightly, his heart already wavering. Chen Mo seized the opportunity to point out his talent for speed, giving it value and changing his self-perception. Zhang Hao's initial wariness turned to shock, and he began to doubt whether he was a special being. Chen Mo then brought up the topic of potential awakening, forcing him to weigh the realities and the unknown. Zhang Hao finally spoke up, proposing his mother's transfer to another hospital and advance payment as conditions, which was essentially an offer to cooperate. Chen Mo immediately agreed, using this to secure his loyalty. The system indicated that the task progress had reached 50%. Chen Mo not only gained a helper, but also a potential awakener, and triggered a subsequent task chain. Chen Mo immediately led Zhang Hao to the warehouse, where a full warehouse of supplies was on display, demonstrating strength and completely overturning Zhang Hao's understanding. From cash to supplies, Chen Mo's thorough preparations made his story more credible. He provided Zhang Hao with protective clothing and a dagger, marking his official participation in the plan. Chen Mo then issued a special training order to test Zhang Hao's physical limits with a surprise attack. Zhang Hao's eyes were full of anticipation for the unknown. Zhang Hao instinctively dodges at speeds far exceeding those of ordinary people, but his abilities remain at the instinctive level and are far from sufficient to cope with the apocalyptic crisis. Chen Mo used this opportunity to emphasize to Zhang Hao that the end of the world comes without warning, making him deeply aware of the crisis and increasing his acceptance of future dangers. When the situation stabilized, Qin Shui called, indicating the intervention of external forces. Just as Chen Mo had predicted, the spread of information brought both opportunities and risks. Chen Mo concealed the details and arranged to meet Qin Shui in person, actually using the opportunity to win over this future top combatant. Zhang Hao realized Chen Mo's grand scheme, and his attitude changed accordingly. Chen Mo helped him adapt to his new identity and prepare for future actions. Chen Mo opened the system and locked onto the core ability, Mental Link, which was the key to controlling the team's information in the future. He spent a lot of points to exchange for this ability, and successfully sensed Zhang Hao's emotional fluctuations, allowing him to intervene in advance and avoid risks. The next morning, Chen Mo took Zhang Hao to the hospital to fulfill his promise. On the way, Zhang Hao once again questioned the uncertainty of the apocalypse. Chen Mo responded with a win-win approach, dispelling his concerns. His mother was successfully transferred to another hospital, deeply moving Zhang Hao, and his loyalty increased significantly. The system has confirmed Zhang Hao as a follower, and the reward, an awakening potion, has been credited to his account. This potion can skip the natural awakening process, saving precious time during the doomsday countdown. Chen Mo immediately gave Zhang Hao the medicine, and Zhang Hao's body reacted violently. This was the screening mechanism for awakening. A few minutes later, Zhang Hao successfully awakened. His speed talent was finalized, and he became a true ability user, while Chen Mo remained calm. Chen Mo was aware of the risks of exposing his abilities. Since he was still in ordinary society, he had to hide his power, otherwise the entire plan would be disrupted. He ordered Zhang Hao to restrict the use of his abilities, and Zhang Hao understood that power was a double-edged sword, promising to carefully conceal his abnormality. As time progressed, Chen Mo initiated the second key strategic line of action, contacting Qin Shui. He dispatched Zhang Hao back to the warehouse to carry out the mission. This move served both as a test of Zhang Hao's execution capabilities and as a way to delegate authority appropriately. Zhang Hao proactively recognized the risks, began to consider the overall picture, and thus achieved personal growth. At noon, Chen Mo met Qin Shui at Starbucks on time. This meeting was crucial in the competition for top combat power. Qin Shui took the initiative to ask questions, giving Chen Mo the upper hand. Chen Mo used a solar flare warning to test Qin Shui's intelligence network. Her shocked reaction proved that she was not fully informed and that there was room for exploitation. Chen Mo bluntly stated the impending mutated disaster. Although Qin Shui wanted to rationally deny it, she kept asking questions and had already fallen into Chen Mo's rhythm. Chen Mo told Qin Shui that humanity would be divided into monsters and ability users. Qin Shui said it was a fantasy, but her body language betrayed her wariness, and she had already tacitly accepted it. Chun Imo stopped arguing and used the rapidly passing shadows outside the window to verify his statement. The airflow rattled the wind chimes. The atmosphere changed abruptly, and Qin Shui instantly became alert, her cognitive defenses completely collapsing. Chun Imo calmly stabilized the situation, urging Qin Shui to sit down and accept reality rather than panic. He had taken the initiative and awaited Qin Shui's choice. Qin Shui then pressed him for his true identity. Qin Shui confessed that she knew some of the inside story, and Chun Imo immediately pointed out that she possessed a special ability. Qin Shui instantly lost control, shocked, and completely unable to understand Chun Imo. Chun Imo did not exert pressure, but instead offered assistance as a collaborator, providing the warehouse address. Qin Shui did not immediately accept, nor did she refuse, her heart already wavering. Chun Imo instructed Qin Shui to prepare supplies, weapons, and communication equipment to enhance the realism of the apocalypse, then got up and left, leaving the final choice to her to verify herself. Stepping out of the coffee shop, Chun Imo realized that time was running out. The system mission had been updated, requiring simultaneous progress on 3 fronts: team building, supplies, and weapons. There were less than 2 days left. Chun Imo analyzed the current situation. Zhang Hao's combat strength is unstable. Qin Shui has not fully joined, and a third member is still missing. This gap may affect the success or failure of the mission, and disaster is quietly approaching. Still gripped by the despair of his past life, Chun Imo resolved to rewrite the ending. Back in the warehouse, he discovered that the rapidly moving figure was Zhang Hao, whose abilities were already showing side effects. Zhang Hao excitedly showed off his speed, but Chun Imo calmly reminded him that overusing his abilities would deplete his body and cause him to lose his combat power. Only then did Zhang Hao realize the danger. Zhang Hao composed himself, controlled his strength, and handed over the supply list. His efficiency surprised Chun Imo. Chun Imo tested the composite crossbow, instructed him to familiarize himself with the weapon, and then went to find a technical expert. Zhang Hao wondered why they didn't seek out powerful combat forces. Chun Imo pointed out that the apocalypse was also a war of information and resources, and that lacking technological support was like being deaf and blind, making Zhang Hao realize the gap in thinking. Chun Imo recalled Li Jun, a genius engineer from his previous life, whose abilities were extremely strong but difficult to manage, and whose recruitment was also requested by the system. After finding that Li Jun was in the science park, the two immediately set off for him. Upon arriving at the science park, Chun Imo instructed Zhang how to wait outside for support while he entered the building alone, using investment-coded language to precisely connect with Li Jun's secret project. The front desk's reaction confirmed the judgment. When Chun Imo met Li Jun, who was obsessed with research, in the laboratory, he directly revealed the core secrets of Li Jun's fusion energy research. Li Jun panicked instantly, and Chun Imo seized the initiative, offering him a choice: either be destroyed or follow him to secure the future. Li Jun pulled out a USB drive containing data as his last resort. Li Jun's attempt to seize the USB drive failed, plunging him into anxiety and panic. Chun Imo told him that the world would undergo a dramatic change in 3 days, and that he could be the one to rewrite it, causing a fierce conflict between his rationality and ambition. Li Jun demanded proof, unwilling to readily believe the claims. Chun Imo set a meeting time and place, instructing him to bring key documents and leave if he was not satisfied. This confidence significantly increased the credibility of the meeting. Chun Imo was certain that Li Jun would keep the appointment. A genius never misses an opportunity to defy fate. Back in the car, he told Zhang Hao that the negotiation was half successful, but one crucial bargaining chip was still missing. Chun Imo went to a gold shop to buy a large number of gold bars. Before the end of the world, gold was the most crucial capital for winning people's hearts and building trust. The two headed straight to the electronics market, racing against time to keep up with the countdown to the apocalypse. Chun Imo strived to make every preparation perfect, determined not to repeat the mistakes of his previous life. Chun Imo walked into the small shop and directly selected top-of-the-line electronic devices and components. He paid without haggling, and the shop owner's attitude instantly changed from probing to respectful. High-end equipment such as spectrum analyzers and high-temperature superconducting materials were quickly packaged up. In Chunmo's eyes, these exorbitantly priced devices were merely the basic core supplies for survival in the apocalypse. At 4:50 p.m., the two returned to the warehouse, the atmosphere heavy. Zhang Hao paced anxiously, worried that Li Jun wouldn't come, and also afraid that he would cause trouble. Chun Mo calmly wiped his Tang sword, certain that Li Jun would keep the appointment. A genius lacking resources simply cannot resist the temptation of unlimited resources. At 5 o'clock sharp, the sound of an engine came from outside the warehouse, and the atmosphere became tense. Zhang Hao gripped his weapon tightly, but Chun Mo remained calm and composed, as if everything was within his expectations. Li Jun carried the metal crate into the warehouse, both wary and exhausted. Seeing the warehouse overflowing with supplies and weapons, his expression changed drastically. He finally realized that Chun Mo was no ordinary person. Li Jun awkwardly inquired about Chun Mo's sincerity, attempting to take control of the situation, unaware that the initiative had already been firmly in Chun Mo's hands. Chun Mo pointed to the gold bars and equipment on the table, saying that this was just the beginning, and that as long as Li Jun joined, there would be an unlimited supply of resources, precisely hitting his desires. After verifying that the gold and equipment were genuine, Li Jun's breathing became rapid, his hands trembled, and his steadfast rationality completely collapsed. He found it difficult to refuse the opportunity before him. Li Jun repeatedly confirmed whether the resources were unlimited, his tone revealing his eagerness. Chun Mo said no more, took out a silver reagent, and the situation took a crucial turn. Chun Mo told Li Jun that the reagent could give him the special ability to understand mechanics and communicate with equipment, which was the miracle that Li Jun, who was obsessed with mechanics, had been pursuing all his life. While questioning the authenticity of the reagents, Li Jun couldn't look away, torn between reason and his desire for power, caught in a difficult choice about his fate. Chun Mo handed him a broken tool, which Li Jun asserted was beyond repair. Chun Mo told him to drink the reagent and try again, his tone carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. Li Jun ultimately took a gamble and drank the reagent, thus rewriting his fate. He was unaware of the price he would have to pay for this ability. The reagent took effect, and Li Jun's eyes became glazed. When he touched the tools, he could even sense their internal structure. The world was completely reconstructed in his eyes. Li Jun exclaimed in astonishment at the ability to sense circuit faults and hear equipment problems. This extraordinary ability shocked him, and there was no turning back. He repaired tools with instinctive ease, making complex machinery simple in his hands, and his repair efficiency far exceeded ordinary people's understanding. 10 minutes later, the tool successfully restarted. Li Jun's worldview was turned upside down. He stared blankly at his hands, his eyes filled with crazy excitement, completely convinced of this power. Li Jun excitedly claimed that he could understand the machine's language and completely submitted to Chun Mo. The system notified him that recruitment was complete, and Li Jun became the second follower. Chun Mo calmly accepted the situation, and the team's key pieces were now complete. He assigned the core tasks, modifying equipment, establishing communication lines, and repairing the generator. Li Jun enthusiastically agreed, proactively addressing Chun Mo as such, and promising to quickly complete the equipment upgrade, as the new generation was willing to follow him. The phone rang suddenly. It was Qin Shui calling. She informed him that a solar flare was imminent, and that global power and communications would completely collapse within 72 hours, officially marking the start of the countdown to the apocalypse. Chun Mo appeared calm on the surface, but his mind was racing. Time had been drastically compressed, and the plan had to be brought forward. Qin Shui admitted that she had made preparations, but she was isolated because her father didn't believe in the mutation, and she was facing a difficult choice. Chun Mo only sent the warehouse address to Qin Shui, which was both an invitation and a test. After hanging up the phone, he looked at the blood-red sunset and silently counted down to the end of the world. 36 hours, 11 minutes, and 33 seconds. Chun Mo swiftly issued an unquestionable task. Zhang Hao was to purchase food and medicine from multiple stores to avoid exposure. Li Jun was to compile a list of electronic devices and be responsible for purchasing them. The three of them were to meet in the south of the city. The two acted immediately, and the warehouse went into wartime mode. After distributing the cash, Chun Mo drove straight to the electronics market to precisely search for the necessary supplies. He prioritizes survival efficiency above all else, selecting only stable and durable core components, avoiding unnecessary comparisons, and focusing solely on materials that truly support survival. The procurement was completed by evening, and the SUV was filled with equipment. Chun Mo immediately went to the fuel warehouse in the south of the city. The chaotic scene there perfectly captured the atmosphere of the impending apocalypse. Zhang Hao was already waiting there. After making the purchase at full speed, he was covered in sweat. He reported that the operation had been discreet and had not attracted attention, and the three of them were safe for the time being. Soon after, Li Jun arrived in a van loaded with components. His eyes were bloodshot, but he was highly alert, his condition having changed drastically since awakening his abilities. The three of them met up and immediately entered the fuel depot. The administrator tried to stop them, but Chun Mo simply took out cash to buy diesel fuel and batteries. Money worked. The administrator, his face showing greed, led them to select high-quality goods. The group quickly loaded 500 liters of diesel fuel and 20 sets of batteries. These were their lifelines in the apocalypse. Looking at the full tank of fuel, Chun Mo conceived the idea of taking control of the area. These resources would become his power capital in the post-apocalyptic world. As night fell, the three returned to the warehouse laden with supplies. While the basic necessities were in place, the real test was just beginning. Li Jun immediately began modifying the equipment, his movements becoming increasingly precise. As if he were one with the machine, his abilities continuously strengthening. Under Chun Mo's guidance, Zhang Hao practiced dagger fighting, his attacks becoming increasingly crisp and clean, combining speed and lethality, gradually transforming him into a combatant. During training breaks, he couldn't help but ask Qin Shui if she would join him, his anticipation mixed with unease. Chun Mo did not give a definite answer, only saying that Qin Shui was a key ally and that her abilities were crucial to future battles. But whether or not she would ultimately join was entirely up to Qin Shui herself. Suddenly, the sound of screeching brakes came from outside the warehouse, followed by a series of loud crashes. Danger was imminent. Chun Mo immediately signaled the two to be quiet, and they quietly checked the doorway, instantly entering combat mode. The atmosphere became extremely tense. 3 black SUVs were parked outside. More than 10 men dressed in black, armed with clubs and machetes, got out of the cars. The bald stall owner was leading them. Zhang Hao whispered a warning that it was the Black Tiger Gang. They were clearly here to seize resources, and both sides had no way out but to confront each other directly. Chun Mo's eyes were cold. He actually felt this was a good opportunity to test his combat skills and make the opponent pay the price. He quickly assigned tasks. Li Jun would cut off the power to create darkness. Zhang Hao would harass them at high speed, and he would face the enemy head-on. The two responded, both nervous and excited. This was their first time facing a life-or-death battle, a transformative experience. Immediately, the warehouse door was flung open, and men in black swarmed in, the bald man demanding all the resources. Chun Mo slowly drew his Tang sword, letting the other party try to take it by their own ability, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The bald man roared and charged forward, followed by the men in black, and the battle for survival officially began. The lights suddenly went out, plunging the warehouse into darkness. Enemies screamed and cursed, and the chaos intensified. Zhang Hao moved like a shadow, precisely attacking the enemy's limbs, using his speed to prevent them from locking onto him. Chun Mo guarded the entrance to the passage, his Tang sword strikes deadly, steadily controlling the situation and gradually annihilating the enemy. Li Jun repeatedly switched power and activated equipment to disrupt the enemy, demonstrating the team's technical value. The 5-minute battle ended, the lights came back on, and all the intruders lay on the ground, howling in pain, unable to resist. Zhang Hao, breathing heavily but unable to hide his excitement, remarked that the enemy moved as slowly as puppets. Despite his injuries, Chen Mo remained vigilant, knowing that his future opponents would only grow stronger. This was just the beginning. He ordered the scene to be cleaned up completely, and Zhang Hao and Li Jun swiftly carried it out. The system notified that the task was complete. The warehouse defenses had been upgraded, a light blue energy barrier appeared, and the security level had been greatly improved. Zhang Hao touched the barrier in amazement, feeling a real sense of security, but this security was ultimately fleeting. Li Jun looked at the data with a serious expression, stating bluntly that the technology far surpassed contemporary levels, and looked at Chen Mo with suspicion. Chen Mo calmly replied that there was no need for explanation at the moment. Survival was the most important thing. Night fell, the reddish moonlight casting an eerie glow. The countdown to the apocalypse ended in 24 hours, 11 minutes, and 33 seconds. Li Jun stood at the monitoring console, rapidly operating the system to bring the entire warehouse area under surveillance. He suddenly pointed to the screen with a tense expression. 3 military trucks sped past, accompanied by armed soldiers, and an armed helicopter flew low overhead. The military had taken action, and the situation was escalating. Chen Mo coldly assessed that this was the military's final defensive deployment. The solar storm had been officially confirmed, and the time was entering its final stage. Just then, his phone vibrated violently. The incoming call made the atmosphere even more tense. Qin Shue's voice was full of unease as she informed the city that it was in chaos. The police were mobilized, the military had intervened, the observatory had issued the highest level of alert. Supermarkets were experiencing panic buying, gas stations were congested, and social order was rapidly collapsing. As Chen Mo listened, he checked the supplies. Once everything was ready, he calmly inquired about Qin Shue's location to assess her situation. Qin Shue said she needed to go home to retrieve some items, but didn't know where to go, her heart filled with doubt and wavering. Chen Mo gazed at the strange phenomenon in the sky and asked Qin Shue if she believed him. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, but Qin Shue ultimately chose to believe him. Chen Mo immediately ordered Qin Shue to take the equipment and head to the warehouse, as this was the only way to survive. Qin Shue agreed, promising to arrive within an hour, making a decision from which there was no turning back. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo immediately redeployed his resources, racing against time. He instructed Zhang how to clean the room to prepare accommodations for Qin Shue, check the ventilation and electrical circuits, and eliminate any security vulnerabilities. Zhang Hao acted swiftly, having already adapted to the wartime rhythm, constantly transforming into a true fighter. Chen Mo then instructed Li Jun to check the defense system, ensuring the electric grid and traps were foolproof. Li Jun immediately grabbed his tools and rushed to the equipment area. His mastery of the defense system was almost instinctive, and he grew into a core technical pillar of the team. Inside the warehouse, only the sounds of construction and equipment operation remained. The three of them performed their duties in perfect unison. The screech of brakes shattered the silence, and Chen Mo immediately gripped the hilt of his knife. In the surveillance footage, Qin Shue emerged from the police car, fully armed and carrying a first aid kit, cautiously surveying her surroundings, already in a state of readiness. After confirming it was safe, she typed the agreed-upon code, her attitude resolute. Chen Mo opened the door to let her in, then closed it, shutting out the chaos from the outside world. Qin Shue was stunned as soon as she stepped into the warehouse. The reinforced walls, ample supplies, and sophisticated weapons far exceeded her expectations, and she truly realized the severity of the situation. She looked at Zhang Hao and Li Jun, her vigilance increasing as she realized that the two were not ordinary people, and she also began to re-examine Chen Mo's identity. Chen Mo didn't offer any further explanation and went straight to introducing the team's division of labor. Zhang Hao was responsible for reconnaissance and advance, and Li Jun was responsible for technical support. Finally, Chen Mo pointed out that Qin Shue would become an ice-type ability user in the future, and the atmosphere changed. Qin Shue wanted to refute it, but her past unusual experiences made it impossible for her to deny it, and her heart wavered once again. She finally accepted reality, shook hands with the two men, and officially joined Chen Mo's team. But doubts remained. and she pressed Chen Mo with sharp eyes, wanting to know the truth behind the solar storm and mutation. Chen Mo took a deep breath and explained to the three of them. When the midnight solar storm reaches Earth, it will bring microbial spores from the Kuiper Belt, which will become sources of mutation through radiation catalysis. He looked out the window at the dark sky and the scattered lights of the city, and said that the spores would invade the human body. 1 in 10 people would become bloodthirsty monsters, and 3 in 1,000 people would awaken superpowers. Chen Mo gestured to Zhang Hao, who immediately used his speed ability to instantly leap from one end of the warehouse to the other, also grabbing a bottle of water along the way. Qin Shui was shocked and instinctively reached for her sidearm. Chen Mo explained that this was a speed-based ability, and Zhang Hao was the first teammate he had found a week ago. Chen Mo then pointed out the signs that Qin Shui's body would cool down and frost over when she was excited, saying that her ice-type superpowers would be fully awakened after the solar storm arrived. Qin Shui looked at her palm, a mixture of confusion and anticipation in her eyes, wondering why she and those around her had become special cases. Chen Mo solemnly declared that in the apocalypse, only life and death mattered, and formally invited Qin Shui to fight alongside him and survive the apocalypse. Qin Shui looked around the warehouse, recalling the chaos and warnings outside, and finally agreed to join, only proposing to rescue innocent survivors on the condition that they do so. Chen Mo smiled and agreed, while reminding her that the prerequisite was to ensure her own survival first. System notification: you have acquired your third follower, Qin Shui. The main quest, team building, is now complete. Rewards include 1,000 points, a system upgrade, and 1 chance to draw a special skill. A mechanical voice echoed in Chun Mo's mind. The system has added follower management and team task modules, and can also display Qin Shui's loyalty. He immediately drew upon his skill, gaining basic danger perception, which allows him to foresee deadly dangers within 10 seconds and generate warning images. Chen Mo felt relieved. This skill would give the team a better chance of survival in the event of a sudden danger. Night fell over the city. The warehouse emergency lights were dimmed, and 4 people sat around eating compressed biscuits, intently watching for any movement outside. At 10 a.m. sharp, Chen Mo put down his Tang sword and assigned tasks, putting Li Jun in charge of the generator and backup power to deal with the power grid interruption following the solar storm. Li Jun responded that he had prepared 3 spare fuel tanks and solar panels to ensure power supply. Chen Mo then instructed Zhang how to check all entrances, including the main gate and ventilation openings, to reinforce the steel plates without leaving any gaps, and to report any abnormalities immediately, and not to act alone. Zhang Hao readily agreed and finished the biscuit in a few bites. Chen Mo then instructed Qin Shui and himself to organize medical supplies and weapons, packing hemostatic agents into tactical backpacks, and ensuring sufficient ammunition for pistols and shotguns, placing them within easy reach. Qin Shui followed Chen Mo to the shelves. Looking at the full shelves of supplies, she felt at ease, thinking that following him might really help her survive the apocalypse. At 10 p.m., the main lights in the warehouse suddenly went out, and darkness instantly enveloped the warehouse. Li Jun just cried out in surprise when the backup generator roared to life. A few seconds later, the emergency lights came on, and the dim yellow light made everyone breathe a sigh of relief, easing the tense atmosphere slightly. Chen Mo said in a deep voice, "It's starting." He walked to the observation post and looked out. The entire city was plunged into darkness, with only a few scattered flashlight beams flickering like will-o'-the-wisps. Li Jun operated the control panel, but the monitoring screen flickered and the signal was severely interfered with, only covering a radius of 500 meters around the warehouse. The radio was filled with static. After troubleshooting, he discovered that all communications and satellite signals were interrupted, with occasional muffled cries for help mixed in with the static. Qin Shui tried using the police walkie-talkie, but received no response. She frowned, put the walkie-talkie away, and worried about the safety of her colleagues at the police station. Li Jun suddenly pointed at the monitor and cried out for Chen Mo. Everyone immediately rushed forward to check this strange phenomenon in the sky. Countless tiny blue specks of light drifted down from the clouds, covering the entire city like fireflies, giving the scene a pale blue halo. Zhang Hao stared wide-eyed, asking about the origin of the light spot. He reached out to touch the screen, but Li Jun stopped him in time. Chun Mo told everyone with a grave expression that these were mutated spores brought by a solar storm, and the first batch of mutants would appear in an hour. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a mournful howl, neither human nor beast, came from afar, followed by a chorus of screams and cries. Qin Shue's face turned pale. She drew her gun, cocked it, and asked, her hands trembling, "What was that sound?" Chun Mo picked up the binoculars and told everyone that it was a mutant. The first batch of infected people had begun to mutate, and danger had officially arrived. Through the telescope, a food delivery worker 3 blocks away was curled up on the ground. His body twisted violently, his skin turned gray, and his fingers turned into black claws. His body rapidly expanded, bursting through his clothes, and in less than a minute, he transformed from a normal person into a monster. The monster, with its red, eyeless eyes, howled as it lunged at the fleeing woman. The scream abruptly stopped, leaving only the sound of chewing. Qin Shui witnessed this scene and suddenly stepped back, feeling nauseous. She looked at Chun Mo with trembling eyes, unable to believe what she was seeing. Chun Mo pressed her shoulder to calm her down and instructed her that the mutant's weakness was in its head and that she should aim for the eyes or jaw to attack. Suddenly, the warehouse door was violently slammed open and plaster fell off the walls. Everyone tensed up instantly, and Zhang Hao ducked behind the door to check the situation. Zhang Hao shouted that there were 3 mutants outside the door. They had grown bone blades and were frantically ramming the door with their heads. The situation was critical. In the surveillance footage, the 3 mutants were tall with grayish-white skin, their bone blades gleaming coldly, and each impact dented the steel plate. Chun Mo stared at the screen and asked Li Jun how long the gate could hold out. Li Jun immediately pulled up the structural drawings to check. Li Jun stated that the reinforced steel plate can only withstand an impact force of 500 kilograms, while the impact force of the mutant reaches 800 kilograms, and the door can only last for a maximum of 10 minutes. Chun Mo immediately made arrangements. Zhang Hao went around through the side door, lured the 2 mutants to the western electric grid trap, and kept their distance. Qin Shui went to the second floor to snipe, aiming her silenced pistol at the jaw of the remaining mutants. Li Jun activated the electric grid and turned on the strobe lights for interference. The 3 men responded to the order and quickly acted according to instructions to deal with the approaching threat. Zhang Hao fastened his short knife, darted towards the side door, and disappeared into the darkness. Qin Shui carried her gun and went up to the second-floor sniper position, aiming at the mutant in front of the door. Li Jun activated the high-voltage power grid on the west side, the current hissing as he waited for his prey to fall into the net. Zhang Hao threw stones at the mutants from behind, which enraged the 2 monsters, who then turned and chased after him. Only 1 dog remained, still ramming against the door. The perfect opportunity had arrived. Chun Mo gave the order to fire, and Qin Shui held her breath and pulled the trigger. The bullet accurately hit the mutant's jaw. The mutant froze, collapsed, convulsed for a moment, and then died completely. Using his speed, Zhang Hao led the other 2 mutants closer and closer to the power grid area. He swerved sharply and skidded away, and the 2 mutants, unable to stop in time, crashed straight into the high-voltage power grid. The electric current exploded, and the mutants screamed and convulsed. A few seconds later, it was charred and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Standing at a safe distance, Zhang Hao dusted himself off and laughed into the walkie-talkie. Done. This electric fence really works. Chun Mo breathed a sigh of relief, walked to the control panel, and looked at the mutated corpses lying on the ground on the screen, but his brows did not relax. Don't be careless. This is only the first batch of mutated creatures. There will definitely be more and even stronger ones later. Li Jun, check the damage to the power grid and add another layer of reinforcement to the gate steel plates. Use the scrap steel bars from the warehouse. The more the better. All right. Li Jun immediately got up, dragged a bundle of scrap steel bars from the corner of the warehouse, and ran towards the gate with it on his back. Qin Shui came down from the second floor, her face still a little pale, but her eyes had stabilized considerably. She put the silenced pistol back into its holster, walked to Chun Mo's side, and looked at the faint blue light flickering in the darkness in the distance, asking softly, "These spores, will they keep floating around? Will we get infected while we're in the warehouse?" Chun Mo shook his head and pulled out several homemade gas masks from his pocket. The masks were lined with multiple layers of filter cotton and coated with a layer of silver chemical-resistant paint. "These are what I prepared beforehand. The filter cotton can block spores, so we're safe for now. But if cracks appear in the warehouse, or if we have to go out, we'll have to wear these." He handed the masks to Qin Shui and Zhang Hao, who had just returned. "I've already kept one for Li Jun. Try them on first, and see if you feel any discomfort." Qin Shui took the mask, put it on, and took a few breaths. Although the filter was a bit stuffy, she could clearly smell the air. There was nothing unusual. "It's all right, it doesn't affect my breathing." Just then, Li Jun suddenly ran back from the direction of the gate, holding a steel plate covered with blue spores in his hand, his face serious. "Brother Mo, these spores seem to be able to corrode metal. Look at this steel plate. The surface has already been corroded with small pits." Chun Mo took the steel plate, his fingertips touching the surface, feeling the rough indentations. He scratched it with his fingernail, and powder fell off in a flurry. It seems the spores can infect not only living organisms, but also destroy inorganic matter. "Li Jun, check the warehouse's ventilation system again. Add filters to all the air inlets to prevent the spores from getting in. Also, apply rust preventive oil to all the metal weapons to minimize spore contact." "Understood." Li Jun took the steel plate and turned to check the ventilation system. The screams and howls outside the warehouse continued, occasionally punctuated by loud explosions. It was unclear whether they were from gas cylinders or something else. Chun Mo walked to the observation post, picked up his binoculars, and looked towards the city center, where he could vaguely see flames and hear dense gunfire. Clearly, the military was already engaged in combat with the mutants. Although the military's firepower is strong, the number of mutants is definitely increasing. Qin Shui walked to Chun Mo's side and said in a low voice, "My dad works in the military region. He said before that although the military region has sufficient ammunition reserves, it probably won't last long against the mutants in the whole city." Chun Mo put down his binoculars, his eyes deep. "What we can do now is guard the warehouse and wait for an opportunity. Once the spore concentration decreases and the number of mutants stabilizes, we can consider going out to find other survivors or heading to the military's safe zone." Just then, Li Jun suddenly looked up from the control panel, his voice trembling slightly. "Brother Mo, I received an encrypted broadcast from the military. The signal is weak, but I can hear the content clearly." Everyone crowded around. Li Jun pressed play, and a series of static-filled sounds came through, followed by a cold, mechanical voice. "Urgent notification. A large-scale mutation has occurred globally. According to incomplete statistics, the global death toll has exceeded 1 billion. Military forces of various countries have activated emergency plans and established safe zones. The Dongwang Military Region's safe zone is located at the Shishan base on the outskirts of the city, at coordinates 39 degrees 54 minutes north, 116 degrees 23 minutes east. All survivors are requested to bring their identification and proceed to the safe zone. Repeat, proceed to the safe zone." The broadcast paused briefly, then the mechanical voice suddenly became heavy. "In addition, Operation Crimson Dawn has officially commenced. To control the spread of mutants, the military will conduct indiscriminate cleanup of high-risk areas, including the use of tactical nuclear weapons. The cleanup is scheduled to begin at 6 a.m. tomorrow. All non-essential personnel are requested to evacuate high-risk areas immediately. Repeat, evacuate high-risk areas immediately." The broadcast ended, and a deathly silence fell over the control panel. Everyone's face turned pale. The words tactical nuclear weapons weighed on their hearts like a boulder. 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Qin Shui murmured to herself, her eyes filled with fear. "Is the area we are in now a high-risk area?" Chun Mo didn't speak. He took out a map, spread it on the table, and traced its surface with his finger. "We're in the suburban warehouse district, 10 kilometers from the city center. There aren't many mutants here right now, but if the military deems this a high-risk area..." He didn't continue, but everyone understood his meaning. If they were designated as a high-risk area, they would face annihilation by tactical nuclear weapons. We must leave here. Zhang Hao suddenly spoke, his voice firm. To Shishan base. That's a military safe zone, definitely safer than here. Qin Xuan nodded in agreement. Yes, let's go to Shishan base. My dad's in the military region, maybe we can find him there. Shun Imo looked at the two of them. Then at Li Jun adjusted his glasses and hesitated before saying, but if we go out now, it'll be full of mutants and blue spores. It'll definitely be very dangerous on the way. Besides, we don't know the specific situation of the Shishan base. What if it has already been breached by the mutants? Shun Imo took a deep breath and tapped his finger on the map. Now we have two choices. One is to stay in the warehouse and gamble that this is not a high-risk area, and that the military will not use nuclear weapons. The other is to set off now and head to the Shishan base. We may encounter mutants or even other survivors on the way, but at least there is a glimmer of hope. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the three of them. What's your choice? Zhang Hao immediately raised his hand. I choose to go to the Shishan base. Staying here to wait for death is not as good as going out and taking a chance. Qin Xuan nodded. I'll also go to the Shishan base. Even if I can't find my dad, at least I can rendezvous with the military, which will be safer. Li Jun hesitated for a few seconds, then finally nodded. I'll listen to everyone and go to the Shishan base. I can remove the surveillance equipment and put it in the car. We can use it for reconnaissance on the way. Chen Imo looked at the three of them and smiled slightly. All right, it's decided then. Let's get ready to go. Li Jun, you're in charge of dismantling the surveillance equipment and generator. Try to bring as much usable equipment as possible. Zhang Hao, you go and organize the supplies. Load the compressed biscuits, water, medicine, and weapons onto the vehicle, prioritizing lightweight and easy-to-carry items. Qin Shui, you go and check the vehicles. Fill up the police jeep with gas, and then check the tires and brakes to ensure the vehicle can run normally. Receive. The three immediately sprang into action, and the warehouse instantly sprang into action. Wearing insulated gloves, Li Jun quickly disassembled the monitoring equipment, packing the cameras, monitors, and wires into a large box. Zhang Hao carried supplies back and forth between the warehouse and the jeep, his clothes soaked with sweat, but he didn't stop at all. Qin Shui opened the jeep's hood, inspected the engine, and held a wrench in her hand, turning it a few times from time to time. Chen Imo was in charge of organizing the weapons. He tucked his Tang sword into his waistband, slung a shotgun over his shoulder, hung 2 pistols on his waist, and also packed a dozen shotgun shells and dozens of pistol bullets in his tactical backpack. He walked to the supply shelf, picked up the last few boxes of compressed biscuits, stuffed them into his backpack, and checked the gas masks again to make sure everyone had spare filter cotton. Half an hour later, all preparations were complete. The jeep's trunk was filled with supplies and equipment, and weapons and medicines were placed on the front and back seats. The 4 men, wearing gas masks, stood beside the jeep, looking at the warehouse they had defended all night, their eyes filled with reluctance yet also with anticipation for the future. Let's go. Chen Imo opened the driver's side door and got in. Qin Shui sat in the passenger seat, while Zhang Hao and Li Jun sat in the back. The jeep started, its engine emitting a low rumble, and slowly drove out of the warehouse. Outside the window, blue spores were still floating, and the ground was littered with the corpses of many mutants, along with some abandoned vehicles and scattered items. The entire city resembled a silent tomb. Qin Shui turned on the car radio, but all she heard was static and occasional faint cries for help, but no useful information. She turned it off, leaned back in her seat, looked out the window, and said softly, I can't believe it. It was fine here yesterday, and today it's like this. Chen Imo gripped the steering wheel, his eyes warily fixed on the road ahead. This is the end of the world. We can only adapt. Just then, Zhang Hao suddenly pointed out the window, his voice tinged with tension. There are mutants ahead. Lots of them. Everyone looked ahead on the road ahead. A dozen mutants were surrounding an abandoned bus, frantically pounding on the doors. Hearing the jeep's engine, they turned their heads, their blood-red eyes locking onto the jeep, letting out shrill howls, and then charged towards it. Hold on tight. Chen Imo slammed on the gas, and the jeep's speed increased instantly, rushing towards the mutants. At the same time, he grabbed the shotgun from the passenger seat, rolled down the window, aimed at the mutant charging at the front, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The roar of the shotgun echoed through the silent street. The mutant at the forefront was hit by the shotgun shells, his body instantly riddled with bullets, and he fell to the ground. Qin Shui also drew her sidearm and fired at the mutants. The bullet accurately hit the mutant's jaws, and one mutant after another fell to the ground. Zhang Hao then opened the rear window, picked up a short knife, and, seizing the opportunity, threw it out. The knife, like a bolt of lightning, pierced the eye of a mutant, who screamed and fell to the ground. Li Jun quickly operated the monitoring device on his lap. The screen displayed the surrounding environment. 3 mutants are coming around from the left, and 2 more from the right. Chun Mo immediately turned the steering wheel, and the jeep swerved sharply to the right, dodging the mutant rushing from the left. At the same time, he fired at the mutant on the right, and the shotgun bullets knocked down 2 more mutants. After a fierce battle, all of the dozen or so mutants were finally eliminated. The jeep was covered in scratches and the tires were stained with the mutants' blood, but fortunately, it was not seriously damaged. All 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Hao wiped the sweat from his face and laughed. Luckily we ran fast, otherwise we would have been done for today. Chun Mo remained vigilant, his brow furrowed as he looked at the road ahead. The city center is just ahead. There will definitely be more mutants there. We need to be careful. The jeep continued onward, heading towards the West Mountain base. The scenery outside the window grew increasingly desolate, with more and more mutated corpses appearing, and occasionally the bodies of survivors could be seen, casting a heavy shadow over the driver's heart. Suddenly, Shen Mo's danger perception skill was triggered. Almost instinctively, he jerked the steering wheel, and the jeep veered sharply to the right. At the same time, a flash of light shot out from the building on the left. It was a rocket. The rocket grazed the jeep's body and struck the ground in front of it, creating a huge explosion. The shockwave made the jeep shake. Someone is attacking us. Qin Shui immediately drew her sidearm and looked at the building on her left. Chun Mo stopped the car, picked up his shotgun, and looked around warily. They must be other survivors who probably think we are the enemy. Just then, a head popped out of a window of the building on the left, holding a rifle, and shouted at the jeep. "Who are you? Are you from the military?" Chun Mo put down his shotgun and shouted out the window. "We are survivors. We're going to the West Mountain base." "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" The person inside the window hesitated for a moment, then said, "We are doctors and nurses from the city hospital. There are many wounded here, and we thought you were accomplices of the mutants." Chun Mo breathed a sigh of relief and shouted towards the window. "We're not accomplices. We're survivors from the Shishan base. How many of you are here? Do you need help?" The person inside the window replied, "We have more than 20 people, including more than a dozen wounded. Our medicine and food are almost gone, and we don't know what to do." Qin Shui looked at Chun Mo with a pleading look in her eyes. "Let's help them. They are doctors and nurses, and maybe they can help us in the future." Chun Mo hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, we'll help them. But we can't stay here for too long. We must leave as soon as possible." He shouted out the window. "Pack your essentials, take the wounded, and we'll take you to the Shishan base." Hearing this, the people inside the window cheered immediately. "Great. Thank you. We'll get ready right away." A dozen minutes later, more than 20 people came out of the building, including a dozen or so injured people who were being helped by others. When they saw the jeep, their faces lit up with hopeful smiles. Chun Mo instructed them to place the wounded in the trunk and back seats of the jeep, while the others followed on foot behind the vehicle. Looking at the survivors, his eyes were resolute. "All right, let's go to Shishan base." The jeep started, carrying more than 20 survivors, and headed towards the West Mountain base. Although the road ahead was unknown and fraught with danger, everyone's eyes were filled with hope. As long as they were alive, there was a chance. The first night of the apocalypse has passed, and new challenges await them. But Chun Mo knows that as long as they unite, they will surely survive and welcome the dawn. Chapter 5: Crimson Dawn, Stronghold. The moment the missile tore through the heavy night, its orange-red tail flames left a ferocious trail across the inky sky. The deathly shriek, like a roar from the abyss, swooped down from 10,000 meters in the air itself slightly distorted by the scorching exhaust. Chun Mo's heart pounded wildly in his chest, each beat carrying a sense of impending death. With all his might, he braced his shoulder against the half-foot-thick alloy iron door of the underground storage room, his muscular arms unleashing astonishing strength. With a deafening clang, the iron door slammed shut. Immediately afterward, his hands moved with lightning speed, rapidly tightening the pressure valve on the door's edge. The clicking of the metal gears was exceptionally clear in the silence. In the final moment before the door completely closed, he glimpsed a blinding beam of deathly light, like a falling meteor, hurtling towards the warehouse with destructive force. The ground even began to tremble slightly. "Everyone lie down. Cover your ears. Open your mouths," he roared at the other three, his voice trembling slightly from extreme tension, cold sweat trickling down his face and dripping onto the dusty ground. The next second, a deafening roar instantly tore the heavens and the earth apart. Even at a depth of over 10 meters underground, the terrifying shockwave slammed into the outer wall of the storage room like an invisible, destructive hammer. The entire underground space shook violently, dust and concrete debris raining down from the ceiling like a dense gray downpour, clattering against helmets and shoulders. A piercing metallic groan echoed, the mournful cry of steel being violently torn apart, sending shivers down one's spine. Then, in the distance, the continuous sounds of collapsing buildings echoed, a series of muffled rumbles rising and falling, as if the entire world was crumbling and shattering. The violent tremors lasted for nearly a minute before gradually subsiding like a receding tide. In the darkness, the emergency light on the wall flickered a few times, its dim yellow light flashing intermittently before finally stabilizing. The faint light illuminated the four still shaken faces of the group, each covered in dust, their hair disheveled like dry straw, their eyes still etched with the fear of surviving a close call, their chests heaving with rapid breathing. Damn it, have these soldiers gone mad? Zhang Hao was the first to get up from the ground, coughing violently. Each cough aggravated the pain in his chest. He spat out a mouthful of dust, his voice hoarse. "This is a residential area. They just drop missiles like that? Don't they care about the lives of us civilians?" Chun Mo had already stood up, dusted himself off, and reached out to inspect the damage to the sealed door. His fingers traced the deformed metal texture on the door, the cold touch sending a shiver down his spine. He frowned slightly. The missile's yield wasn't high. Judging from the intensity of the shockwave, it was likely a tactical cluster munition, mainly used to clear small, densely packed targets. The military is only concerned with controlling the spread of the mutants right now. In their eyes, everyone in the out-of-control area is a potential source of infection. They don't consider civilian casualties at all. Qin Shui's face was as pale as paper, devoid of any color. Leaning against the cold wall, her body trembled slightly, her voice carrying a barely perceptible fear. "Operation Blood Dawn, they really carried out this plan. My father once mentioned that this was an extreme contingency plan formulated by the authorities for the worst-case scenario. Once activated, it would mean completely abandoning all life in the out-of-control area." Li Jun quickly pulled a palm-sized portable testing device from his backpack, his fingers rapidly manipulating the screen, which displayed various complex data and waveforms. He stared at the screen, his brow furrowed. The external environmental test results are terrible. The oxygen content has plummeted to 18%, below normal levels, and the carbon monoxide and dust concentrations are more than 3 times the safety threshold. The structural sensors show that the main warehouse on the ground has completely collapsed, but this underground storage room we're in is relatively intact due to the 3 layers of reinforced steel plates, and there's no immediate risk of collapse. Chun Mo tried pushing the sealed door, but the hinges were severely deformed from the violent vibrations, and the door panel didn't budge. "Zhang Hao, come help me." The 2 men stood side by side in front of the door, their feet braced against the ground, pushing off simultaneously. The muscles in their arms were taut like iron, veins bulging. With their combined effort, the deformed iron door finally creaked open with a piercing, metallic scraping sound, sending chills down one's spine. The door slowly opened a narrow gap, just wide enough for one person to squeeze through sideways. Looking through this gap, the passage that had once led to the ground was now completely buried under thick layers of rubble. Bricks, steel bars, and concrete blocks were piled up like a small mountain, with no trace of an exit visible. The main exit is blocked. Chun Mo calmly assessed the situation, without a trace of panic in his eyes. Li Jun immediately checked the status of the backup exit and see if there are any other passages leading to the ground, such as maintenance passages or emergency escape ladders. Li Jun strode to the control panel and tapped the dusty buttons repeatedly. The screen quickly displayed a diagram of the underground space. His expression grew increasingly grave as he slid his fingers across the screen, finally shaking his head helplessly. The backup passage is also blocked by the collapsed rubble. According to the pressure sensor data, there is at least 6 meters of rubble and concrete pressing down on it, and the internal structure is unstable. With our current entrenching tools and crowbars, we simply cannot break through. Forcing an excavation could even trigger a secondary collapse. So we're trapped here? Zhang Hao's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible panic. He looked around at the enclosed space, his eyes filled with unease, and his hands unconsciously tightened around the dagger at his waist. It's only temporary. Chun Mo walked to the emergency supplies cabinet by the wall, pulled open the door, and inside were neatly arranged compressed biscuits, bottled water, oxygen cylinders, and several packets of emergency medical supplies. He pointed to the supplies and said, "The supplies stored here, calculated based on the minimum daily consumption per person, are enough for the 4 of us to survive for a week. Li Jun, check the ventilation system to make sure we have enough fresh air. This is the most critical thing right now." The main ventilation duct is damaged, but the emergency ventilation system is still working normally. Li Jun quickly came to the conclusion. He took the testing equipment close to the ventilation opening, and the data on the screen gradually stabilized. The air filtration system is also fine. It can filter out most of the harmful substances and dust in the air. There is no need to worry about the risk of poisoning for the time being, but we should still try to talk less and reduce oxygen consumption. Qin Shui suddenly stood up, her eyes resolute, her previous fear replaced by determination. She adjusted her equipment and said, "We can't just sit here and wait to die. If the military has indeed implemented Operation Crimson Dawn, it means they've decided this area is completely out of control. There will likely be follow-up cleanup operations, and perhaps more missiles or ground troops will arrive. We must leave here as soon as possible and find a safer place." Chun Mo nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping over the 3 of them. His tone was calm. "Zhang Hao, use your speed ability to carefully examine every corner of this underground space, including the cracks in the walls and floor, to see if there are any other possible exits, such as abandoned pipes or ventilation shafts. But be sure to pay attention to the stability of the structure. Do not rush blindly to avoid causing a secondary collapse. Safety first." Zhang Hao immediately sprang into action. He took a deep breath, and a faint afterimage seemed to emanate from his body. The next second, his figure transformed into a blurry afterimage, moving swiftly through the narrow underground storage room, his footsteps so light they were almost silent, carefully examining every wall and floor. A few minutes later, his figure solidified again, returning to Chun Mo's side, shaking his head helplessly. "All possible passages are blocked. The walls and floor are solid, with only a few small cracks, but they're far too small for a person to pass through. Unless we dig directly from above, there's no way out." "Then let's start digging." Chun Mo made the decision without hesitation, his tone firm and unwavering. "But we can't dig blindly. We must make a plan. Li Jun, use your mechanical senses to detect the surrounding building structures and find the weakest point that is closest to the ground. This will save energy and reduce the risk." Li Jun closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and pressed his hands firmly against the basement wall. His brows furrowed slightly, and his face showed a focused expression, as if listening to the voices deep within the walls. His mechanical senses were operating at full capacity, and the structure of the surrounding building gradually became clear in his mind. After a moment, he opened his eyes and pointed to the northwest corner. "There. If we dig from here, the wall is only about 3 meters thick, and it's mainly made of lightweight building materials, primarily hollow bricks and insulation layers, making excavation relatively easy. More importantly, I can sense a natural cavity on the other side of the wall, quite large in area. It might have been a previous underground parking lot or air raid shelter, and there might be an exit leading to the surface there. The four immediately sprang into action, each with a clear division of labor. Chun Mo and Qin Shui, wielding entrenching tools, forcefully pried open the concrete blocks on the wall. Each swing of the shovel required immense effort, and their clothes were quickly soaked with sweat. Zhang Hao, utilizing his speed advantage, quickly moved the excavated rubble and bricks to a corner to prevent them from piling up and affecting the excavation progress. His figure constantly shuttled between the excavation point and the storage point, displaying remarkable efficiency. Li Jun stood guard nearby, closely monitoring the structural changes in the wall. His testing equipment constantly monitored the data, and he would occasionally remind the three. The wall on the left is relatively weak. Be careful, don't use too much force, and this piece of concrete is hollow underneath. Pry it slowly to avoid the whole thing collapsing. Time ticked by, sweat trickling down their faces, dripping onto the ground and kicking up fine dust. 2 hours later, a narrow passage, barely wide enough for one person to squeeze through, was finally cleared, the air still fresh with the scent of earth. Zhang Hao volunteered to be the first to crawl in and scout the area. He moved nimbly through the passage, quickly disappearing into the darkness. A few minutes later, he emerged from the other end, a broad smile on his face, his voice trembling with excitement. "Brother Mo, we made it. It really is part of an underground parking garage. Although there's some collapse, the overall structure is still intact. And I found the exit to the surface and emergency escape ladder. It's a bit blocked, but we can clear it, and it'll be usable." Through the narrow passage, the four finally reached the underground parking garage. It was clearly also affected by the missile's shockwave. Several sections of the ceiling had collapsed, and scattered stones and abandoned cars blocked parts of the passageway. The cars were covered in scratches and dents, and shards of glass were strewn everywhere. Fortunately, the main structure of the parking garage was relatively stable and not completely buried. The air was filled with the smell of dust and engine oil. Looking out through the gap at the parking lot exit, the four were utterly shocked by what they saw. The once familiar warehouse district was now a scene of utter devastation, with wisps of smoke rising from the broken walls and rubble, black smoke slowly ascending into the air. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and burning, along with a faint, almost imperceptible stench of blood, making one feel nauseous. On the distant city skyline, multiple locations were ablaze, thick black smoke billowing into the sky, obscuring half the heavens and making the already gloomy sky even more somber. The eerie blue spores that had fallen from the sky were gone. Instead, thick, grayish-black dust, like a black snowfall, drifted down slowly, leaving a rough, unpleasant touch on the face. Most unsettling of all, a blood-red moon hung high in the sky, emitting an eerie red glow that stained the entire earth with an ominous crimson hue. Even the air itself seemed to be filled with a faint, bloody scent. Blood moon. Chun Mo murmured to himself, a hint of solemnity flashing in his eyes, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the tang sword at his waist. It actually appeared ahead of schedule. In his past life, the blood moon was an anomaly that appeared on the third day after the apocalypse. But in this life, the blood moon descended as early as the very first day of the apocalypse. This subtle change set off alarm bells in Chun Mo's mind. It meant that the world was changing much faster than in his previous life, and the future would be even more unpredictable. His previous plans might need to be readjusted. System notification. Phase 1 of the apocalypse is complete. Survival reward. 2,000 points have been credited to your system account. New mission. Establish a safe outpost. Requirement. Find or establish a new safe haven within 72 hours and recruit at least 10 survivors to join. Reward. Outpost management system unlocked. Special building blueprint X1, random. A cold system notification sounded in Chun Mo's mind, interrupting his thoughts. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and refocused his attention on the current situation. The most urgent task was to find a safe base and complete the system mission. Suddenly, a sharp, monstrous roar echoed from afar. Its sound as grating as metal scraping, filled with violence and bloodlust. Immediately following, a barrage of gunfire erupted like popping beans, the rapid fire of automatic rifles rising and falling, interspersed with shouts from soldiers and explosions. Clearly, the military's cleanup operation was still ongoing. The military is still conducting a cleanup operation in this area. Their targets are not only the mutants, but they may also see us survivors as a potential threat. Qin Shue's eyes instantly became alert. She subconsciously gripped her sidearm, her finger on the trigger guard. It's too dangerous here. We must leave as soon as possible and head towards the outskirts of the city. It might be safer there. Chun Imo nodded in agreement and quickly made arrangements. Zhang Hao, you go ahead and scout the route, avoiding areas with high concentrations of military personnel and mutants. Be careful to conceal your movements, and return immediately to report if you spot any danger. Li Jun, use your equipment to jam any surveillance devices that may be present in the area, including the military's thermal imagers and cameras, to prevent them from detecting our movements. Qin Shui, you and I will cover the flanks and check the surrounding environment. If we encounter any danger, we will immediately counterattack to protect everyone's safety. The four moved cautiously through the ruins, their footsteps barely making a sound. Scattered limbs and dried blood were everywhere. The dark red blood had congealed into clumps, sticking to the ground and emitting a pungent odor. Abandoned cars lay overturned by the roadside, some burned beyond recognition, only charred frames remaining, shards of glass strewn across the ground, threatening cuts with the slightest carelessness. An indescribable stench permeated the air, a mixture of rotting mutants and human corpses, making their stomachs churn. Occasionally, a few mutants wandered through the ruins, their bodies twisted and deformed, their skin a strange grayish purple, thick saliva dripping from their mouths, their forms appearing particularly grotesque under the blood moonlight. Fortunately, these mutants were slow, and Zhang Hao, who had scouted ahead, spotted them. The four cleverly circled around to the back of the ruins, avoiding these dangers. After walking 2 blocks, they arrived at a relatively intact commercial area. Most of the buildings here only had broken glass. The main structures were not greatly damaged. Shop signs hung crookedly. Some had fallen off and were scattered on the ground. Suddenly, Qin Shui stopped and raised her hand to signal everyone to be quiet. She listened carefully to the sounds around her, her brows furrowing slightly. Listen, there's crying, very faint, like a woman's voice. Everyone held their breath and listened intently. Sure enough, faint sobbing could be heard coming from a partially collapsed shopping mall building not far away. It was intermittent, filled with despair and fear, and was particularly clear in the quiet night. Chun Mo's danger perception skill did not trigger, indicating that there was no immediate and fatal threat nearby. He winked at Zhang Hao, signaling him to go and scout ahead, but to be discreet and avoid alerting the enemy. Zhang Hao nodded, instantly entering stealth mode. His figure vanished into the darkness like a ghost, his footsteps so light they made no sound. A few minutes later, he quietly returned and reported to Chun Imo in a low voice. There are a few survivors inside, hiding in a clothing store on the 2nd floor. The roller shutter door is half closed, probably to conceal themselves. They don't seem injured, but they're all terrified. There's a woman crying constantly, and the sounds of 2 children. They're very frightened. How many people are there? What are their identities? Chun Imo asked, his eyes fixed on the mall entrance, observing the surrounding environment to make sure no mutants were lurking. There were 5 in total, 3 adults and 2 children. They all looked like ordinary citizens. They weren't carrying any weapons and only had some simple luggage. They must have taken refuge there when the disaster happened, Zhang Hao replied with certainty. Qin Shui immediately said, we can't abandon them. They are unarmed and have no ability to protect themselves. If they stay here, they will eventually become food for the mutants or be affected by the military's cleanup operation. Since we have encountered them, we should take them with us. Chun Imo pondered for a moment, quickly weighing the pros and cons. Rescuing these survivors would increase the team's burden, requiring them to share their own food and water, slowing their movement, and potentially introducing unknown risks, such as injuries or hindering the team. However, The system mission required recruiting at least 10 survivors. Bringing them along now would bring them one step closer to the mission objective. Moreover, in the apocalypse, every extra person meant extra strength, and these individuals might possess special skills that could play an unexpected role in the future. More importantly, rescuing innocent people also built trust and cohesion within the team, allowing everyone to retain a glimmer of humanity in the brutal apocalypse. Approach cautiously. He finally made his decision, his eyes resolute. Zhang Hao, first confirm the safety of the mall's interior and surroundings, including the stairwells and elevator shafts, to ensure there are no mutants lurking. Then we'll go in to meet them. Be quick and avoid lingering here too long. Zhang Hao set off again, sneaking into the mall like a nimble cheetah. He carefully explored every corner of the mall, including the shops on the first floor, the corridors and stairwells on the second floor. After confirming that there were no traces of mutants, he gave Chun Mo and the others a safe gesture. The four quietly entered the mall. The ground was littered with various goods and debris, requiring extra caution as they walked. They descended the broken staircase to the second floor. The handrail was broken, and some steps were cracked. The roller shutter of a clothing store was half drawn, and suppressed sobs and a child's whimper could be heard from inside. Chun Mo stepped forward and gently knocked on the shutter, his voice gentle yet firm. Listen up, you inside. We are survivors, here to rescue you. It's safe outside now. There are no mutants and no military personnel. There was a moment of silence behind the roller shutter, followed by a man's wary voice, trembling slightly. Who are you? How can you prove you're not bad people? It's so chaotic outside. We can't just trust strangers. Qin Shui stepped forward, took out her police badge from her pocket, and showed it to the people inside through the gap in the roller shutter door. Her voice was calm and steady. I am Qin Shui, a police officer from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. This is my colleague. We are going to take you to a relatively safe place now. It is too dangerous to stay here any longer. There may be mutants coming at any time, and the military's cleanup operation will soon affect this area. After a while, the roller shutter door was slowly pulled open, and 5 survivors emerged. The 3 adults had faces full of fear and exhaustion, their eyes red-rimmed, and their clothes covered in dust. The 2 children, about 5 or 6 years old, huddled tightly behind the adults, their little faces streaked with tears, their eyes filled with unease, their small hands clutching the adults' clothes. Thank you for saving us, a middle-aged woman said, her voice trembling and tears still streaming down her face. We've been hiding here for a whole day, too scared to go out. Those monsters outside are terrifying. She held a 5 or 6-year-old boy tightly in her arms. The child was so frightened that he shrank into her arms, burying his head in her neck, with only his wet eyes showing as he timidly looked at Chun Mo and the other 3. We're all right, but those monsters outside were terrifying, a middle-aged man said, trembling. There was a shallow scratch on his left forearm, still oozing blood, clearly from extreme shock. His teeth chattered slightly as he spoke. Yesterday, we were hiding in the mall's warehouse and witnessed a security guard being torn to pieces by those monsters. It was horrifying. It's safe for now, but we can't stay here any longer. Chun Mo looked around cautiously, his eyes scanning the broken windows and the dimly lit corridor, his ears listening carefully to the sounds around him. The military is implementing Operation Blood Dawn, and there may be missile bombings or ground troop clearing operations next. Do you have anywhere you want to go? Or do you know anyone elsewhere who can provide safe shelter? Everyone shook their heads, their faces filled with despair. A middle-aged woman wiped away her tears, her voice trembling with sobs. My husband works in the suburbs. We haven't been able to contact him since the disaster broke out yesterday. I don't know if he's alive or dead. We have nowhere else to go. Another young girl, her eyes also red, added, my home is nearby. I wanted to go back this morning, but as soon as I got to the entrance of the community, I saw a lot of monsters, so I had to run back to the mall to hide. The apocalypse struck suddenly, and everyone lost contact with their family and friends. In this ruin, they were like rootless duckweed, with no idea where to go. Come with us. Qin Shui looked at Chun Mo with a pleading look in her eyes. She reached out and gently stroked the boy's head in the woman's arms, her voice gentle. We found a temporarily safe base with food and water, and we can guarantee your safety. Chun Imo nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping seriously over the 5 survivors. Okay, but you must strictly follow our instructions. You cannot act on your own, and you absolutely cannot make any noise. In the apocalypse, any small mistake such as knocking something over and making a noise, or leaving the group without permission could attract mutants and kill everyone. Can you do that? Everyone nodded hastily, their faces lighting up with a glimmer of hope as if they had grasped at a lifeline. The middle-aged man clenched his fist tightly. We'll do whatever you say? We'll do anything to survive. At this point, they had no other choice but to place all their hopes on Chun Imo and his companions. Just then, Li Jun suddenly lowered his body, brought the thermal imager close to his eyes, frowned, and whispered a warning. Not good. My thermal imager has detected multiple high-temperature heat sources rapidly approaching us. Their speed is at least 1.5 times that of ordinary mutants. They should be evolved predators. They are less than 50 meters away from us. Almost simultaneously, Chun Mo's danger perception skill was also triggered violently. 3 blurry black shadows instantly appeared in his mind. They had streamlined bodies and sharp claws, rushing towards the second floor of the mall at an extremely fast speed, carrying intense killing intent. Prepare for battle, he immediately ordered, his voice steady yet carrying undeniable power. Zhang Hao, you're responsible for leading the survivors to the fitting rooms in the clothing store, blocking the doorway with the shelves, and protecting them. Qin Shui, go to the escalator platform over there, take up the high ground, and provide remote support, prioritizing attacks on the mutants' eyes. Li Jun, use the steel cable and buckles in your backpack to set up tripwires in the corridor to slow down the mutants. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 3 sharp roars came from different directions in the mall. 3 enormous predators pounced out. They were stronger than the mutants they had encountered before, with dark gray skin covered in fine scales, muscular limbs, and sharp claws that left deep marks on the ground, clearly having evolved through constant killing. Qin Shui reacted quickly, immediately running to the escalator platform, raising the pistol at her waist, and aiming at the head of one of the predators. She took a deep breath, pulled the trigger, and 3 shots rang out, the bullets whistling out and accurately hitting the predator's left eye. Black blood gushed out instantly. The mutant let out a shrill scream, crashed heavily to the ground, twitched a few times, and then lay still. But the other 2 predators were more cunning. Seeing their companion fall, they did not retreat. Instead, they skillfully avoided Qin Shui's follow-up shots. One pounced towards the escalator platform, trying to attack Qin Shui, while the other lunged at Chun Imo, its claws whistling as if it wanted to tear him apart. Chun Imo was prepared. He swiftly drew his Tang sword from his back, the anti-slip texture of the hilt fitting snugly against his palm. The blade gleamed coldly in the red light streaming through the blood moonlight through the glass window. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his steps as light as a cheetah, charging towards the onrushing predator. Less than 2 meters from the mutant, Chun Imo suddenly sidestepped, dodging its claws, while his Tang sword traced a perfect arc, and with a thud, precisely severed the predator's head. Black blood splattered onto his arm, carrying a pungent, fishy stench. Another predator that pounced on Qin Shui had only climbed halfway up when it was struck in the front leg by Qin Shui's bullet. In pain, it fell off the ladder. Chun Imo seized the opportunity, rushing forward. Before the mutant could even get up, his Tang sword pierced its eye socket, straight through its brain. The predator's body trembled violently, then fell completely still. The battle ended quickly, lasting less than 30 seconds. The survivors hiding in the fitting room watched Chun Imo and Qin Shui's clean and efficient movements through the gaps in the shelves, then looked at the 2 hideous mutant corpses on the ground, their eyes filled with a mixture of deep fear and awe. They had never seen anyone kill such terrifying monsters so easily. The middle-aged man cautiously emerged from the fitting room, his voice trembling with doubt. Who are you people? Why are you so powerful? Are you also monsters? It's evolution, Chun Imo answered for Qin Shui, wiping the blood off his Tang sword with the back of the blade. His gaze swept over the crowd. After this disaster, some humans will awaken special abilities due to the effects of the solar storm spores, for example. I'm good at close combat. Qin Shui can manipulate ice and snow. Zhang Hao is extremely fast, and Li Jun can sense machinery. We're not monsters. We're survivors just like you, only with a few more abilities to protect ourselves. He paused, his tone becoming urgent. Now is not the time to ask these questions. The screams of the mutants might attract more of our kind. We must leave here immediately. The group dared not ask any more questions and quickly followed Chinemo and his companions down the mall's emergency exit. With Qin Shue's ice-based abilities, she could create thin ice on the ground to slow down the mutants, and Shunmo's formidable combat strength, the team's fighting power was greatly enhanced. The group cautiously moved towards the city's outskirts, encountering two more trapped survivors along the way. One was Dr. Li, a surgeon from the city hospital, who was hiding in a pharmacy warehouse, carrying a scalpel for self-defense. The other was Mr. Wang, a construction worker trapped in an unfinished building, surviving on compressed biscuits he carried with him. After verifying their identities and confirming they were not in danger, Chunemo added them to the team. Based on his memories from his previous life, Chunemo knew that the hillside villa area in the north of the city was an excellent safe haven. It was situated on higher ground with a wide field of vision, allowing him to spot distant dangers in a timely manner. Moreover, most of the buildings in the villa area were detached villas with reinforced concrete walls that were sturdy and durable, and they were surrounded by walls more than 2 meters high, making them easy to defend and difficult to attack. The hillside villa area is just ahead. That white 3-story villa will be our temporary safe haven, Chunemo said, pointing to an intact villa in the distance. He scanned the surroundings to confirm there were no signs of mutants. Zhang Hao, go and clean up the villa, paying special attention to the basement and attic to make sure there are no mutants or other dangers. Li Jun, you come with me and check the villa's water, electricity, and communication systems to see if they can be repaired. Qin Shui, you lead the others to wait at the villa entrance and keep watch. Zhang Hao and Li Jun immediately sprang into action. Zhang Hao rushed into the villa like a blur, and a few minutes later, he poked his head out and gave everyone a safe sign. There's no one in the villa, and no mutants. There's a living room, kitchen, and 2 bedrooms on the first floor, 4 rooms on the second floor, and an attic on the 3rd floor. All the furniture and household items are still there, and there's even some unexpired food in the refrigerator. Li Jun followed Chunemo to inspect the villa's water and electricity systems. He opened the basement electrical room and used his multimeter to test the wiring, saying, the water and electricity systems are paralyzed. The water pipes were probably cracked by the shockwave and are temporarily unusable. However, I have foldable solar panels and storage batteries in my backpack, which we can modify to power the villa's emergency lights and communication equipment. The communication system cannot be repaired for the time being, so we can only maintain contact using the walkie-talkies we brought. Once inside the villa, the group finally had a temporary safe haven. Their tense nerves relaxed, and tired smiles appeared on their faces. Dr. Li began treating those with wounds, while Master Wang volunteered to clean the dust in the living room, and the women went to the kitchen to check the food supplies. Chunemo instructed Zhang Hao and Li Jun to set up a perimeter security system around the villa. They strung steel cables around the perimeter wall, attached bells, and installed a simple infrared sensor at the villa entrance. It would sound an alarm if any mutants approached. Qin Shui was responsible for reassuring the survivors and recording everyone's name, age, and skills in a notebook for later task assignments. Chunemo went up to the 2nd floor balcony, opened the system interface, and check the task progress. Mission progress. Establishing a safe outpost, completed. Reward distribution. Outpost management system unlocked. Receives sentry cannon blueprint X1. Can be built within an outpost. Deals area damage to mutants. New mission. Consolidate outpost. Requirements. 1. Fortify the villa's defenses to withstand simultaneous attacks from at least 10 mutants. 2. Stockpile enough food and water to sustain 15 people for 1 month. 3. Establish a sustainable energy system, such as solar power or generators. Reward, 1,000 points. Water Purifier Blueprint X1 can purify wastewater and convert it into drinking water. Just then, Zhang Hao, who was on guard duty, suddenly rushed in from outside the door, his face showing a hint of anxiety. He spoke very quickly. Brother Mo, there's a situation. In a small red building about 300 meters to the west, there are survivors being surrounded by mutants. I looked through my binoculars, and there are about 7 or 8 predators frantically attacking the doors and windows of that building. The window glass is already shattered, and the people inside are screaming for help. The situation is very critical. Chun Mo immediately stood up, his expression turning serious. He quickly made a decision. Qin Shui, you stay here and are responsible for protecting the people in the villa. At the same time, organize Master Wang and Dr. Li to reinforce the doors and windows. Have Master Wang board up the first-floor windows, and Dr. Li prepare first aid supplies in case anyone gets injured. Zhang Hao, Li Jun, you two come with me to the rescue. Be quick, and try to get there before the mutants break down the doors. The three quickly left the villa and ran in the direction Zhang Hao had indicated. They kept their bodies low to the ground, using roadside bushes and abandoned cars as cover. When they were still dozens of meters away from their target house, they stopped and hid behind a collapsed wall to observe the situation. Sure enough, around a 2-story red building, 7 or 8 large predators were swarming around it. Some were ramming the door with their bodies. Others were scratching at the windows with their claws. The wooden door was already warped and covered with deep claw marks, and it looked like it was about to be breached. From the second-floor windows, the cries of a woman and a child, and the roars of a man, could be heard, clearly indicating a desperate resistance. There are too many mutants. It's too dangerous to charge in head first. We could easily get surrounded. Chun Mo observed for a moment and calmly analyzed. Li Jun, do you have any way to make some noise and lure some of the mutants away? If we can reduce their numbers by half, we can quickly deal with the rest. Li Jun nodded, his eyes quickly scanning the surroundings. He soon spotted his target. There's an abandoned SUV over there. I can short-circuit its ignition system to make the horn keep blaring and then turn on the hazard lights. That should attract some of the mutants' attention. Mutants are very sensitive to bright light and loud noises, so they'll definitely be drawn there. He quietly circled around to the abandoned SUV, opened the hood, took out pliers and wires from his backpack, and quickly fiddled with the wiring inside. A few minutes later, a piercing horn blared, and the car's hazard lights began flashing, the red and yellow lights standing out starkly in the darkness. Sure enough, predators were attracted by the car's horn and lights. They stopped attacking, hissed a few times in the direction of the SUV, and then trudged after it, quickly disappearing into the darkness. But 4 mutants remained unmoved. They seemed to sense that the door was about to be breached, and they pounded on the door panel even more frantically. Their claws carved deep marks into the wooden door, splintering wood and creating a chilling crunching sound. Now, Chun Mo ordered in a low voice, his right hand gripping the hilt of the Tang sword tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Zhang Hao, you take care of the 2 on the left, then use your speed to get behind them and attack their nape. That's their weak point. Their scales are thinner there. I'll take care of the 2 on the right, quick and decisive. Don't let the people inside get scared. Understood, Zhang Hao responded, his body instantly entering high-speed mode, a faint afterimage emanating from his body, transforming into a blurry black shadow as he charged towards the 2 mutants on the left. Chun Mo also rushed out from behind the wall at the same time, his steps light and swift, pouncing like a cheetah towards the 2 mutants on the right. He didn't choose to attack head-on, but instead circled around to the side of the mutants. Before they could react, his Tang sword was instantly drawn, drawing a cold arc and accurately slashing at the neck of the predator on the far right. With a thud, the head full of fangs fell to the ground, black blood spurting out and making a sizzling sound on the ground. The mutant beside him reacted just in time and tried to turn and attack Chun Mo, but Chun Mo dodged it. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Mo stabbed the mutant in the eye socket with his Tang sword, the mutant's most vulnerable spot, unprotected by scales. The Tang sword pierced deep into its brain, and the mutant let out a short roar, crashing heavily to the ground. It twitched a few times and then went still. On the other side, Zhang Hao's speed was at its peak. The military dagger in his hand was like the scythe of death, swiftly weaving between the 2 mutants. Before the first mutant could even see its enemy's location, a long gash was slashed open on the back of its neck, black blood gushing out. It staggered a few steps and collapsed to the ground. The second mutant had just raised its claws, intending to attack Zhang Hao, but Zhang Hao circled behind it and plunged the dagger deep into its heart, instantly rendering it incapacitated. In just over 10 seconds, all 4 mutants collapsed to the ground, motionless. Chun Mo stepped forward, gently pushed open the broken door, and called out, "It's safe now. We've dealt with the mutants. You can come out now." 3 figures slowly emerged from behind the door, a tall man carrying a little girl, accompanied by an elderly man with gray hair. When Chun Mo recognized the tall man in the middle, his pupils constricted sharply, and he nearly dropped his tang sword. The man was none other than Lei Ming, the one who had betrayed him in the Blood Moon ruins in his previous life. Lei Ming quickly recognized Chun Mo. His eyes widened in surprise, an expression of disbelief on his face, and his voice trembled slightly. "Xiao Mo? How is it you? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be working at the factory in the south of the city?" Chun Mo's fingers tightened around the knife hilt instantly, memories of his past life flooding back. On the 7th day after the Blood Moon appeared, he and Lei Ming went to search for the gene serum. In the ruins, Lei Ming, wanting the serum for himself, pierced his heart with a laser blade and stole all the supplies he had collected. The chilling betrayal of his most trusted brother remained vividly clear, even after a lifetime. But he quickly forced himself to calm down. In this life, Lei Ming hadn't betrayed him. Xiaoyu was still alive, and everything could still be changed. "Brother Lei Ming, I didn't expect to run into you here." Chun Mo suppressed the turmoil in his heart and tried to keep his tone calm. His gaze fell on the little girl in Lei Ming's arms. "Where's Xiaoyu? Why isn't your daughter with you?" He clearly remembered that in his previous life, Lei Ming had become greedy in despair and ultimately betrayed him because his daughter Xiaoyu died of a high fever. Mentioning his daughter, Lei Ming's eyes instantly dimmed, his face filled with anxiety and self-blame, and his voice became hoarse. "Xiaoyu. She's in my arms. She's been running a fever and unconscious since yesterday. Her temperature is almost 40 degrees Celsius, and she doesn't respond no matter how I call her. I can't find any fever reducers. My dad and I hid here with her, thinking we were safe for the time being, but we didn't expect these monsters to find us. If anything happens to Xiaoyu, I really don't know what I'll do." Chun Mo followed Lei Ming's gaze and saw that he was holding a little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old. She was wearing a pink dress, her cheeks were flushed an unnatural red, her breathing was weak, her lips were chapped, and her brows were tightly furrowed, as if she was in great pain. The old man next to him had gray hair, his face full of exhaustion and fear, and he was clutching Lei Ming's clothes tightly, his body still trembling slightly. Just then, a system notification sounded in Chun Mo's mind. "Special infection state detected. Genetic instability phase. Status analysis. The target, Xiaoyu, has a high concentration of solar storm spores in her body and is currently in a genetic recombination phase. The spores are modifying the target's gene sequence, which may trigger mutations or awaken talents. Probability prediction, 67% chance of mutating into a low-level predator. No independent consciousness, highly aggressive. 33% chance of awakening electromagnetic talent, can manipulate weak currents, has development potential." Chun Mo's heart skipped a beat. In his previous life, Lei Ming's daughter, Xiaoyu, neither awakened any talent nor mutated. Instead, she succumbed to a persistent high fever and lack of medicine and food during the first week after the apocalypse. In this life, thanks to his early intervention, they found a safe haven ahead of time, and even saved Dr. Li. Things seemed to be developing in a different direction. "Come with us." Chun Mo made the decision without hesitation. Regardless of his past life, Lei Ming in this life was just a father worried about his daughter, and Xiaoyu was just an innocent child. He couldn't let his hatred from the past life prevent him from helping her. "We found a safe haven in the villa area up ahead. There's a doctor, fever reducers, clean water, and food there. Maybe we can help Xiaoyu." Chapter 6 Crimson Dawn, Rebirth. A glimmer of hope, almost extinguished but then rekindled, flashed in Lei Ming's eyes, filled with urgency and gratitude. He nodded vigorously, carefully hoisted the unconscious Xiaoyu onto his back, gently secured her with a strip of cloth, then reached out to support his father, who was staggering beside him, and followed closely behind Chinemo, each step taken with extraordinary urgency, afraid of delaying his daughter's treatment. Back at the villa on the hillside, Chinemo immediately had Qin Shui arrange for someone to retrieve warm water, compressed biscuits, and fever reducers from the supply cabinet. When Qin Shui handed the items to Lei Ming, she also gave him a clean towel. Wipe your face first. Before giving Xiaoyu her medicine, it's best to give her some warm water to soothe her throat. Lei Ming thanked her repeatedly, hurriedly feeding his daughter the medicine and water. He then had his father sit on the sofa to rest, while he stayed by his daughter's side, never daring to take his eyes off her for a moment. After settling Lei Ming's family in, Chun Imo went to the second-floor balcony alone. The blood moon still hung high in the sky, its eerie red light casting a chilling crimson glow on the distant ruins, turning the entire desolate city a blood-red hue. A faint smell of gunpowder and acrid smoke filled the air, occasionally punctuated by the howls of mutated creatures, like whales from hell, constantly reminding him of the cruelty and unpredictability of the apocalypse. He leaned against the balcony railing, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the cold metal, his mind flashing back to scenes from his past life: Lei Ming's betrayal, Lei Ming's despair when Xiaoyu died, and his own resentment before death. "What are you thinking about?" Qin Shui's voice came from behind, gentle. She carried a glass of warm water, walked to Chun Mo's side, and handed him the glass. "It's windy outside. Drink some warm water to warm yourself up. Don't catch a cold." Chun Imo took the water glass, feeling the warmth of the water on his fingertips. He took a small sip and replied casually, "It's nothing. I was just looking at the night view." Qin Shui didn't press the matter. Instead, she walked to the balcony and gazed at the distant ruins with Chun Imo. After a moment of silence, she suddenly spoke. "You know that guy named Lei Ming, right?" Seeing that Chun Imo didn't refute her, she continued, "You two sounded very familiar with each other, which suggests a close relationship. But I can sense that you don't completely trust him just now. When he approached Xiaoyu, you instinctively tensed up, and your eyes became wary." Chun Imo didn't deny it. He turned to look at Qin Shui, his eyes filled with complex emotions: helplessness, wariness, and a barely perceptible pain. "We're childhood friends, growing up in the same courtyard. We climbed trees together to raid bird nests, skipped school to fish in the river. We were the best of brothers." He paused, his voice lowering slightly. "But in the apocalypse, trust is the most expensive luxury. It can bring warmth, or it can lead to utter ruin. The lessons of my past life make me hesitant to easily place my trust in others." He would never forget the chilling coldness of being betrayed by his most trusted brother in his past life. Qin Shui was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised her head and looked earnestly into Chun Mo's eyes, her gaze clear and firm. "But I trust you." Her voice was not loud, but it carried enough strength. "Although I still don't fully understand why you were able to know in advance that the apocalypse would come, why you were able to prepare supplies and weapons in advance, and why you know so much about the weaknesses of the mutants, I know that you are not a bad person. You could have easily taken the supplies and found a safe place to hide, only caring about your own survival. But instead you chose to risk everything to help those complete strangers who were survivors. You clearly possessed enough resources and knowledge to ensure your own safety, yet you were willing to share them with us, helping us establish safe havens and teaching us how to deal with mutants. These are things a selfish person wouldn't do." Qin Shui's words, like a ray of warm sunshine, pierced through the ice wall Chun Imo had built in his heart due to the betrayal in his past life, illuminating his long frozen heart. Just then, a terrified scream suddenly came from the first floor of the villa, followed by Lei Ming's heart-wrenching cries. "Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Wake up! Don't scare your dad." Chun Imo and Qin Shui exchanged a glance, a sense of foreboding rising within them. They immediately rushed towards Lei Ming's room. The moment they pushed open the door, the scene before them stunned everyone. Lei Ming's daughter, Xiaoyu, was suspended in mid-air, a full meter above the ground. Pale blue lightning crackled around her, like countless tiny bolts of lightning dancing within her. Her hair stood on end, like dandelions attracted by static electricity. Her eyes were completely silver white, without any pupils, making her look eerie and terrifying. System notification: Talent awakening detected electromagnetic control, beginner. Warning. The energy within the awakened one's body is extremely unstable, with an electrical disturbance level of 78%. Prolonging this state will cause cell rupture and may lead to self-destruction. Xiaoyu cried out in agony, her voice hoarse, her body convulsing. Sparks flew around her, and the crackling of electricity echoed like firecrackers exploding in her ears. Suddenly, the light bulb in the room shattered with a bang, scattering shards of glass. Blue sparks flew from the wall socket, crackling and hissing. The wooden chair next to her was struck by the current, instantly turning charred black and emitting wisps of smoke. Xiaoyu, seeing his daughter in pain, Lei Ming completely lost his mind and desperately tried to rush over and hug her. But he had only taken one step when a thick arc of electricity shot out from beside Xiaoyu and struck him hard in the chest. Lei Ming let out a muffled groan and crashed to the ground like a kite with a broken string, leaving a charred mark on his chest and arm, emitting a pungent smell of burning. Don't go over there. It's too dangerous to get close to her now. Chen Imo immediately rushed forward, firmly stopping Lei Ming, who was about to charge again. At the same time, he quickly made arrangements, his voice steady and powerful. Qin Shui, use your ice-type ability to create a sealed, insulating barrier to firmly surround Xiaoyu and prevent the current from spreading and harming others. Li Jun, immediately go to the basement and cut off all power to the villa, including the backup generator. External current may interfere with the energy within her body. Zhang Hao, go to the medical kit and get the electrocardiogram monitor and first aid kit to prepare for any emergencies. Without delay, everyone sprang into action. Qin Shui took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and concentrated all her energy to control the ice-type energy within her body. She slowly drew a circular arc with her hands in front of her, and the moisture in the air quickly condensed, forming a semi-transparent ice barrier that rose from the ground like a giant glass dome, firmly trapping Xiaoyu inside. The streaking bolts of lightning collided with the ice barrier, emitting a sizzling sound, but they could not break through the barrier and could only wander within it. Li Jun grabbed his tool bag and rushed to the basement. He skillfully located the electrical room, cut the main power line with pliers, and switched off the backup generator. The villa was instantly plunged into darkness, with only the pale blue electric light within the ice barrier flickering like fireflies in the dark, casting a somber shadow on everyone's faces. Without the interference of the external power source, the electric current in Xiaoyu's body weakened slightly, but her face remained pale, and the frequency of her convulsions did not decrease. No, the energy in her body is still surging. Li Jun, carrying a portable testing device, rushed back to the room. Looking at the rapidly increasing data on the screen, he exclaimed gravely, according to the energy fluctuation curve, the current intensity in her body is still rising. If this continues, her body simply cannot withstand it. She will die from excessive cell damage within 5 minutes at most. We must find a way to stabilize the current in her body. Without the slightest hesitation, Chun Imo immediately opened the system shop in his mind, his fingers swiping rapidly across the virtual interface, typing energy stabilizer into the search bar. Soon, a syringe filled with a pale blue liquid appeared on the screen. The liquid swirled gently within the syringe, emitting a faint fluorescence, and its price was listed next to it 500 points. This was currently the only item capable of quickly stabilizing the energy within an awakened individual. Although the price was not low, Chen Imo didn't hesitate for the sake of saving Xiaoyu and changing Lei Ming's fate. Exchange for energy stabilizers. Chen Imo silently recited in his mind. System notification, redemption successful. 500 points deducted. Item has been stored in system space. He immediately retrieved a syringe from his system space and rushed towards the ice barrier. The syringe was icy cold to the touch, and the pale blue liquid looked exceptionally crystalline under the light. Danger. Her condition is very unstable right now. You'll get an electric shock if you get close. Qin Shui exclaimed when she saw Chun Mo's actions, trying to rush forward to stop him. Although the ice barrier could block the spread of electricity, if Chun Imo deliberately broke through the barrier, he would still be attacked by the current. But Chun Imo had already made his decision. He didn't stop. Instead, He sped up, bursting through the ice barrier and scooping Xiaoyu, who was suspended in midair, into his arms. A chilling current instantly coursed through his body, like countless needles piercing his skin, or like being burned by a scorching hot iron. The intense pain made him wince and his body tremble uncontrollably. But he didn't let go. Instead, he steadied his arm with all his might, aimed the syringe needle at Xiaoyu's jugular vein, and quickly injected all the pale blue liquid inside. A miracle occurred at that moment. As the potion was injected, the pale blue lightning on Xiaoyu's body gradually weakened, like smoke being blown away by the wind, slowly thinning out. Her silvery white pupils also began to return to their normal black color, and her suspended body slowly descended, finally landing in Chunmo's arms. A few seconds later, all the lightning completely disappeared. Xiaoyu weakly groaned, her chapped lips moving slightly, uttering a faint sound, "Daddy." Then she fell into a deep sleep, her breathing becoming steady. Lei Ming immediately scrambled to his feet, ignoring his own pain, and rushed to Chunmo's side. He carefully took his daughter, holding her tightly in his arms. Tears streamed down his face like a broken string of pearls, dripping onto Xiaoyu's cheeks. He raised his head and bowed deeply to Chunmo, his back almost touching the ground, his voice choked with emotion. "Xiaomo, thank you for saving Xiaoyu's life. Lei Ming, will never forget this kindness. From now on, whatever you ask me to do, I will go through fire and water without hesitation." Chunmo simply nodded, remaining silent. His arm was still numb from the electric shock, and his fingertips were even trembling slightly. But his heart was in turmoil. He had not only changed Xiaoyu's fate, but perhaps also Lei Ming's future. Would Lei Ming, who had gone mad after his daughter's death in his past life, and ultimately betrayed his brothers, walk the same path in this life? Just then, the system notification sounded in Chunmo's mind again. System notification. Target Lei Ming's favorability towards the host has significantly increased. Lei Ming's loyalty, 85, excellent. Special relationship, life-saving grace, permanent effect, greatly increases loyalty, reduces the probability of betrayal, unlocks the sworn to follow hidden attribute. Seeing the system notification, Chunmo's tense nerves relaxed slightly. A loyalty score of 85 was already excellent, and coupled with the special relationship of being saved, Lei Ming shouldn't betray him, at least not in the short term. Moreover, the hidden attribute of sworn to follow to the death meant that Lei Ming would be more willing to sacrifice for the team in the future. He turned to look at Lei Ming, who was holding his daughter, his wariness lessening and replaced by a hint of expectation. Perhaps in this life, they could be brothers again and survive the apocalypse together. As night deepened, the hillside villa finally shed the tension and hustle and bustle of the day, falling into silence. Most of the survivors had fallen asleep, exhausted, their breathing rising and falling from the rooms, carrying the peaceful relief of surviving a catastrophe. Only Zhang Hao and Lei Ming, responsible for night watch, were still patrolling around the villa with weapons, their flashlight beams flickering in the darkness as they vigilantly scanned every corner where danger might lurk. Chunmo climbed the wooden stairs alone to the rooftop. The evening breeze, carrying the chill of night, rustled the dust from the corner of his clothes. He leaned against the rusty railing, his gaze fixed on the blood-red moon in the sky. Its crimson light shrouded the earth like a thin veil, outlining the grotesque silhouette of the distant ruined city. Occasionally, a few scattered lights flickered among the ruins, only to be quickly swallowed by darkness. His fingertips unconsciously traced the hilt of his Tang sword, his mind replaying the day's events, the destruction of the missile bombing, the touching rescue of survivors, the crisis when Xiaoyu awakened, and Lei Ming's choked, "Thank you." The loneliness and pain of struggling to survive alone in his past life contrasted sharply with the warmth of his team beside him now, filling him with a complex mix of emotions. "It's windy tonight. Why didn't you wear more clothes?" Qin Shue's voice came from behind, soft yet clear. She walked silently to Chunmo's side, holding a black windbreaker in her hand, and handed it to him. "I saw you coming upstairs just now. I guessed you didn't have time to put on more clothes." Chunmo took the windbreaker and put it on. The warmth of the fabric instantly enveloped his body, dispelling the chill of the night. He didn't speak, but continued to gaze at the blood moon in the distance. Qin Shui leaned against the railing, following his gaze, and said softly, "When you broke through the ice barrier to save Xiaoyu today, I stood beside you, and suddenly I felt perhaps the apocalypse isn't all darkness." She paused, her voice tinged with emotion. "Although there are cannibalistic mutants, malevolent thoughts like those who betrayed you in your past life, and the ever-present threat of death, there are also people like you who are willing to risk their lives for strangers. And teams like ours that support each other for survival. Dr. Li's meticulous care when treating everyone's wounds, Master Wang's hard work in reinforcing the doors and windows, and Lei Ming's diligence during his patrols, these are all lights in the darkness." Chen Imo turned to look at Qin Shui. In the blood-red moonlight, her profile was soft, but her eyes were clear and resolute, much like the unpolluted stream he had once seen amidst the ruins in his past life. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he only nodded slightly. But he could clearly feel that the ice built up in his heart by the betrayal of his past life had quietly melted a little at this moment. A faint but warm ray of light was shining through that melting crack. Perhaps in this life, he wouldn't have to struggle for survival and loneliness and vigilance every day, like in his previous life. He wouldn't have to immediately think about how to hide after finding supplies, nor would he have to guess whether other survivors harbored ill intentions. Perhaps he could try to trust those around him, trust Qin Shui's calmness and kindness, trust Li Jun's skills and reliability, trust Zhang Hao's loyalty and bravery, and even trust Lei Ming, his childhood friend who had betrayed him but now swore to follow him to the death because of his life-saving grace. Perhaps he could build a true team, a team that not only survived but also trusted and protected each other, not only for his own survival, but also to protect more innocent people like Xiaoyu and the other survivors from the mall. Wah! A piercing, monstrous howl suddenly echoed from afar, its sharp sound tearing through the night and shattering the brief tranquility. The sound was far more ferocious than the predators they had encountered before, seemingly carrying a hint of evolved savagery that sent chills down their spines. Chen Imo subconsciously gripped the Tang sword in his hand, the anti-slip texture on the hilt deeply embedded in his palm. His eyes instantly sharpened and hardened, suppressing his previous contemplation and reflections, replaced by vigilance against danger and a determination to deal with it. He knew that the cruelty of the apocalypse would never cease with a moment of calm. The mutants continued to evolve, the military's cleanup operations continued, and unknown dangers might lurk in every ruin, in every dark corner. Their current safety was only temporary. Countless challenges awaited them, including fortifying their stronghold, stockpiling supplies, and finding more resources. This time, however, Chen Imo felt none of the confusion and fear he had felt in his previous life. He turned to look downstairs. A small light was still on in the living room window, left by Qin Shui to illuminate the way back for the patrolling personnel. In the room on the second floor, Dr. Li was still organizing the few remaining medicines by the light of the emergency light. In the basement, Li Jun was adjusting the solar panels, preparing for tomorrow's energy supply. These people and these events are his current backbone. Chen Imo took a deep breath and turned his gaze back to the darkness in the distance. The Tang sword gleamed coldly in the moonlight, and his figure stood out exceptionally tall on the rooftop. The balance between light and darkness has only just begun to tilt. Their path to survival in the apocalypse is still very long. But this time, he is no longer alone. Chapter 7: Outpost Crisis and the Night Before the Zombie Horde. A blood moon hung in the deathly still city sky, its crimson light like an ominous veil, shrouding the Seventh Day's Villa outpost in an eerie atmosphere. The villa, originally a detached mansion on the outskirts of the city, had been transformed by Li Jun, shedding its former luxury and now exuding a practical and cautious approach to post-apocalyptic survival. The outer barbed wire fence was wrapped with sharp blades, and every 5 meters there was a fluorescent marker that gleamed coldly in the dim light of the blood moon. This was reflective paint that Li Jun had specially applied to facilitate the identification of anomalies at night. Inside the fence, the warning traps buried in the ground were even more ingenious, Trigger-activated aluminum cans strung together with thin wires would make a crisp clanging sound when stepped on by a heavy object. Even more concealed were pressure-sensitive landmine models, which, although without live ammunition, could emit a piercing sound through a connected alarm, serving both a deterrent and a warning function. The 3 strategic sniping points were set up in the villa's attic, garage roof, and backyard gazebo, respectively. Each point was equipped with simple cover, laid with non-slip rubber mats, and next to it were piles of night vision scopes that Li Jun had calibrated and spare ammunition boxes. Qin Shui stood by the fence, directing several survivors to reinforce the barbed wire section. She wore a black windbreaker for ease of movement, her hair tied up high, and her face was slightly dusty, but her efficiency remained undiminished. Raise the wire here another 10 centimeters, and secure it firmly with clips. Don't give the mutants any chance to slip through, she said, gesturing with her hands, a wisp of icy coldness occasionally flashing from her fingertips for the past few days. She had been trying to control her ice-based abilities, progressing from initially only being able to condense ice particles the size of a fingertip to now easily creating half-meter-long ice spikes of visible improvement. Not far away, Lei Ming's roar pierced the tranquility of the stronghold. Bare-chested, his bronze muscles glistening with sweat, he was instructing several survivors on how to wield a steel pipe. Punch quickly, retract steadily. Against mutants, don't try to fight head-on, aim for their joints, Lei Ming said, throwing a powerful punch. The steel pipe slammed into a nearby sandbag with a loud thud, sending dust flying. His daughter, Xiaoyu, sat on the nearby steps, cradling a stray cat she had picked up. Her large eyes occasionally glanced towards the distant city, her brows slightly furrowed. Whenever a mutant approached within a kilometer of the stronghold, Xiaoyu would suddenly cover her ears, whispering, "The buzzing is so noisy." In the past few days, her warnings had never failed her, making her the most reliable living radar in the stronghold than any other equipment. Zhang Hao, carrying a backpack, strode into the villa through the gate. His down jacket was zipped up, revealing bulging supply bags inside. His face showed fatigue, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. As soon as he entered, he waved a map and shouted, "Brother Mo, Sister Qin, we found 2 boxes of compressed biscuits at the convenience store in the East District today, and we also rescued 3 survivors, one of whom is a doctor." He was much faster than a few days ago. A reconnaissance trip that used to take half an hour could now be completed in 20 minutes. The wind he created while running even blew the wire mesh on the fence. Chun Imo stood on the villa rooftop, his tang sword slung diagonally in its sheath at his back, his sharp gaze sweeping across the distant city skyline. The crimson light of the blood moon illuminated his face, making his already resolute features appear even more cold and stern. In the past few days, the number of survivors had increased from the initial 5 to 23, and the villa's rooms were gradually filling up, the air thick with the complex smells of food, sweat, and disinfectant. He glanced down at the supplies list in his hand, his brows furrowing deeper. Only 3 boxes of compressed biscuits remained. Less than 50 bottles of bottled water and cold medicine and tourniquets were almost gone. What unsettled him even more was that during his reconnaissance yesterday, he discovered bony protrusions on the corpses of several predator mutants. The mutants seemed to be evolving towards greater power. "Brother Mo, there's something going on in the West District." Zhang Hao's voice suddenly came from behind. He had just climbed onto the roof and eagerly handed over the binoculars in his hand. "I saw a group of survivors trapped inside a large supermarket in the West District, but the mutants around them are strange. They're not the predators from before." Chun Imo took the binoculars, adjusted the focus, and looked towards the west area. Although the distance was considerable, he could still see several tall figures loitering at the supermarket entrance. They were nearly twice the size of ordinary predators, yet their movements appeared much more composed. He put down the binoculars and said in a deep voice, "Summon the core team members for a meeting in the living room." 5 minutes later, in the villa's living room, the 5-person core team sat around a worn-out solid wood table. On the table lay a city map drawn by Li Jun, marked with different colored markers indicating areas of mutant activity, supply points, and survivor locations. "What new type of mutant?" Qin Shui spoke first, lightly tapping the location of the West District supermarket on the map. The ice spike that condensed at her fingertips gently poked the table, leaving a small ice hole before instantly dissipating. She was still habitually practicing her ability control. Zhang Hao leaned forward, his tone grave. They're much bigger than predators, about 2.5 meters tall. Their arms aren't claws, but bone armor like hammers. The strangest thing is that they're not just wandering around, but patrolling the supermarket. I just saw one of the mutants spot the survivors in the supermarket window. Instead of rushing in, it circled around to the back door, as if it were flanking them. Li Jun immediately opened his tablet and pulled up the footage from the drone. On the screen, several grotesque mutants were clearly visible. Thick exoskeletons covered their entire bodies. Their heads were flat with no obvious eyes. Their arms were as thick as pillars, and their ends were irregular bone hammers. With each step, they left shallow footprints on the ground. I compared the data with the previous mutants. The exoskeleton of this new mutant is 3 times harder than that of the predators. They are slightly slower, but their strength is significantly greater. Hammerers. Chun Imo suddenly spoke, his voice certain. I've seen this kind of mutant in my past life. It's a strength-type evolved form. Its exoskeleton is hard enough to stop ordinary bullets, and it can smash a concrete wall with a single punch. However, they have a weakness. Their eyesight and hearing are severely deteriorated, and they mainly rely on vibrations to perceive their surroundings. Lei Meng frowned, his knuckles turning white from the force. How many survivors are there in the supermarket? What's the situation? There were about 10 people. I checked with binoculars. They were on the 2nd floor of the supermarket. The entrance was blocked by shelves, so they're safe for now. There should be a lot of food in the supermarket. I saw cardboard boxes piled up in the window, which looked like snacks and instant noodles, Zhang Hao replied. Qin Shui said without hesitation, we must save them. Every survivor is precious now, and besides, there are supplies in the supermarket. We can't give up. Chun Imo nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. A direct assault is definitely not an option. The Hammerers' defenses are too strong. A head-on confrontation would result in too many casualties. Li Jun, could you create a sonic device? They sense vibrations. Perhaps we could use sound waves to lure them away. Li Jun quickly swiped his finger across the tablet, bringing up several circuit diagrams. I can modify the fire alarm and adjust the frequency of the alarm sound to a range that the Hammerer can perceive. However, this kind of temporary modification may only have an effective range of 50 meters and a maximum duration of 10 minutes. That's enough. Chun Mo's finger traced across the map as he began to deploy the plan. Zhang Hao, you're the fastest. You're responsible for installing the modified alarm at the street corner on the east side of the supermarket. It's a certain distance from the supermarket, which will lure the Hammerers there. Qin Shui, you create ice on the road between the alarm and the supermarket. The Hammerers are heavy, and the ice will definitely make them slip and slow them down. Lei Meng, you take 3 trained survivors, armed with steel pipes and homemade shields, and go in through the back door of the supermarket to meet the survivors. I'll hold them off from the front and try to buy them as much time as possible so you can get them out. He paused, his gaze shifting to Xiaoyu, who had been sitting quietly in the corner. The little girl was hugging a cat, her eyes filled with unease as she looked out at the blood moon. Xiaoyu, can you sense the Hammerer's electromagnetic waves? Like you sensed the predator before. Xiaoyu looked up, blinked her big eyes, and whispered, yes, the buzzing in their heads is louder and more chaotic than that of the predators, like a bunch of sounds piled up together. Chun Imo had a sudden idea. Could you try to interfere with that buzzing sound? Like when we tune a radio to another channel, making the original sound messy. Xiaoyu bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and nodded gently. I can try. I tried making the nearby radio noisier before. With the plan finalized, everyone immediately sprang into action. Li Jun rummaged through the garage and found 3 fire alarms. He disassembled them, quickly soldered the wiring, and in less than 10 minutes, he had modified them into 3 simple sonic devices. Zhang Hao took the devices, stuffed them into his backpack, checked the steel pipes on his body one last time, turned and rushed out of the villa, his figure quickly disappearing into the blood moon night. Qin Shui took a deep breath, walked to the villa's entrance, and stretched out her hands, palms down. With her will, a thin layer of ice gradually formed on the ground, extending along the street and quickly covering the area from the supermarket's back door to the east side of the street. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Clearly, maintaining such a large area of ice was no easy task. Lei Ming selected 3 of the most agile survivors and gave each of them a steel pipe covered with sheet metal and a simple shield made of wooden planks and sheet metal. He whispered, "Don't panic once you're inside. First, check the condition of the survivors. Prioritize protecting the elderly and children. Follow me and don't fall behind." Chun Imo drew his Tang's sword from his back, the blade gleaming coldly in the blood moonlight. He walked to Xiaoyu's side and gently patted her head. "Don't be afraid. Just follow your instincts." Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, closed her eyes, and gripped the hem of her clothes tightly with her little hands. A few minutes later, a piercing alarm sounded in the distance. Zhang Hao had successfully activated the sonic device. Through his binoculars, Chun Imo saw that the 5 hammerers outside the supermarket had indeed reacted. They stopped patrolling, turned their heads slightly, and moved towards the direction of the alarm. The heavy footsteps were particularly clear on the quiet street. "Now!" Chun Imo shouted, gripping his Tang's sword tightly, and charged towards the hammer wielder. Qin Shui continued to maintain the ice surface, ensuring the road was slippery. Lei Ming, leading 3 survivors, quickly rushed to the supermarket's back door and used a steel pipe to pry open the door, which was blocked by shelves. The hammerers had reached the edge of the ice, and the 2 in the lead stepped onto it without hesitation. With a loud whoosh, the ice slipped, and the 2 hammerers lost their balance, their massive bodies crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. But the remaining 3 hammerers didn't continue on the ice. Instead, they bypassed it and hurried towards the direction of the alarm. They had somehow developed a rudimentary ability to judge. Chun Imo immediately accelerated, rushing behind one of the hammerers. His Tang's sword whistled as it slashed down, a crisp clang echoing as the blade struck the hammerer's exoskeleton, leaving only a shallow scratch. The hammerer whirled around, its bone hammer hurtling towards Chun Imo, the force of the blow sending shivers down his spine. Chun Imo swiftly dodged, the bone hammer slamming into the ground with a loud thud, creating a small crater. "The sides of the head are a weak point," Chun Imo shouted, dodging the hammerer's attacks while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. He noticed that the exoskeleton on the sides of the hammerer's head was relatively thin, with obvious gaps. At that moment, Xiaoyu on the roof suddenly trembled, her brows furrowing even more. Her small hands waved lightly in the air, as if adjusting some knob. Suddenly, one of the hammerers walking towards the alarm stopped. Its head began to shake from side to side, and then it abruptly turned around, smashing its bone hammer at its companion. The hammerer that was attacked was clearly not expected by its companion's sudden attack, and was hit in the shoulder, letting out a low growl. "Success!" Li Jun shouted excitedly from the rooftop, quickly capturing the moment with his camera. This was the first time in the apocalypse that a method capable of interfering with mutants had been discovered. Lei Ming had already led the survivors out of the supermarket. Most of the rescued survivors looked terrified. Among them were elderly people, women, and 2 children. Lei Ming walked at the back, holding a steel pipe in one hand and protecting a little girl with the other, cautiously observing his surroundings. Seeing that everyone was safe, Chun Imo began to fight and retreat. He seized an opportunity, slashing his Tang's sword at the side of one of the hammerer's heads again. This time, the blade finally pierced the exoskeleton, and green blood gushed out. The hammerer let out a painful roar, fell heavily to the ground, and lay motionless. The remaining 2 hammerers, seeing their companion fall and drawn by the alarm, did not continue the pursuit, but turned and walked towards the direction of the alarm. The group quickly regrouped and retreated towards the villa base. The rescued survivors, though exhausted, wore expressions of relief at surviving the ordeal and stayed close to the middle of the group. Just as the group was about to reach the street where the villa was located, a sudden change occurred. A dark figure suddenly leaped from the rooftop of a nearby high-rise building, moving so fast that only a blur remained. Zhang Hao reacted the fastest, immediately raising his steel pipe to intercept, but he only felt a gust of cold wind and a sharp pain in his arm. His windbreaker sleeve had been ripped open, revealing a deep, bleeding wound that exposed bone. The cutter. Chunmo's voice carried a hint of solemnity. He had a deep impression of this mutant from his previous life, smaller than ordinary predators, but its limbs had evolved into blade-like bone blades. It was extremely fast, and one of the most troublesome mutants in the early days of the apocalypse. Be careful of its bone blades. It's too fast. Don't let it get close. Before the words were even finished, the cutter launched another attack. It transformed into a black streak, sweeping past the two survivors at the back of the group. With two sharp splatter sounds, the two survivors didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were sliced into pieces, blood and internal organs splattering on the ground, a gruesome scene. Qin Shui immediately conjured several ice spikes and fired them towards the cutter. However, the cutter was too fast, and all the ice spikes missed their mark, shattering into ice shards upon hitting the ground. Lei Ming raised his rifle, pulled the trigger, and the bullet whistled out, only grazing the edge of the cutter before striking the wall beside him, leaving bullet holes. The cutter's red compound eyes swept across the ranks, finally locking onto the woman holding the child. It accelerated abruptly, lunging at her, its sharp bone blades gleaming coldly. The woman trembled with terror, clutching her child and closing her eyes, awaiting death in despair. At this critical moment, a clear premonition suddenly flashed through Chunmo's mind, not the vague sense of danger he had sensed before, but a scene like slow motion. He saw the cutter's movement trajectory over the next 3 seconds, first shifting half a meter to the left to avoid Lei Ming's bullet, then suddenly accelerating and pouncing from the woman's right side, the bone blade slicing towards the child's arm first. Combat prediction, beginner. Chunmo's mind raced, his body acting before his brain. He sidestepped the survivor beside him, took a step forward, and thrust his tang sword at an incredible angle, not towards the cutter's current location, but towards the empty space it was about to pass through. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The cutter pounced along the trajectory Chunmo had seen, and just as the sharp bone blade was about to touch the child's clothes, its body suddenly collided with the tip of the tang sword. The blade pierced the cutter's head and went through its body. Green blood splattered on Chunmo's face. The cutter's body twitched a few times, then stopped moving and fell heavily to the ground. Everyone was stunned, including Chunmo himself. That momentary, clear prediction gave him a feeling of being in control of everything. Danger perception upgraded to combat prediction, beginner. Can predict the enemy's actions within the next 3 seconds. A system notification sounded in his mind, and Chunmo finally understood what had just happened. He gripped his tang sword tightly, suppressing his joy, and said in a deep voice, "Return to the base quickly. It's not safe here. There might be other mutants." The team quickened their pace and soon returned to the villa base. Lei Ming immediately arranged for people to treat the wounded and the dead, while Qin Shui took out spare medicine and bandaged Zhang Hao's wounds. Li Jun was in charge of counting the newly rescued survivors. When he walked up to a young man wearing glasses, he couldn't help but take a second look during the chaotic evacuation. This man had remained calm throughout, even quickly helping an elderly person up when they fell, and helping Lei Ming carry the injured survivors. Chunmo also noticed the man. He walked up to the man and extended his hand. "Thank you for your help earlier. My name is Chunmo, and I am the person in charge of this base." The man adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, extended his hand, and gently shook hands with Chunmo. His voice was calm. "Chu Xian, you were a neuroscience researcher before the apocalypse. Mutual help is essential for survival in the apocalypse. Your base is very professionally organized, with well-organized defenses and teamwork, as if you have a military background. It's just a grassroots, spontaneously organized group. Everyone figured it out together." Chunmo sized up Chu Xian. The man was wearing a clean white shirt and jeans, a little wrinkled, but much neater than the other survivors. His face showed no panic, and his eyes shone with rationality. Just then, his detective eye ability activated automatically, and Chu Xian's information appeared before him. Chu Xian, male, 26 years old. Status, calm, observing. Potential talent, telepathy, unawakened. Threat level, low. Telepathy. Chunmo was overjoyed. This talent was extremely rare. Not only could one sense the emotions of others, But upon awakening to a higher level, one could also communicate telepathically and even interfere with the thoughts of others, which was crucial for teamwork and intelligence gathering. He calmly withdrew his gaze and said sincerely, Chu Xian, our team needs all kinds of talent. You are a neuroscience researcher, so you must have research on the development of human potential. Would you be interested in joining our core team? Chu Xian thought for a moment, then adjusted his glasses. Okay, but I have one condition. I need a laboratory, as well as much experimental equipment and data as possible. Before the apocalypse, I was researching the connection between human brain potential and external stimuli. Now, the apocalyptic environment is special, and perhaps we can make new discoveries. No problem. Chen Mo immediately agreed. Li Jun is our technical lead. He'll be in charge of modifying the equipment at the base. Leave the lab work to us. We'll give you a satisfactory answer within 3 days. That evening, in the villa's attic, the core team held another meeting. The original 5-person team now included Chu Xian, and the 6 of them sat around a small table with hot tea and the last half-pack of biscuits on it. The situation is changing, and we can no longer remain passively defensive. Chen Mo got straight to the point, tracing the map with his finger. The hammerers and cutters we encountered today prove that the mutants have begun to evolve on a large scale. According to Li Jun's drone reconnaissance, at least 4 new types of mutants have appeared in the city. In addition to the 2 we encountered, there are also the throwers that can throw stones and the screamers that emit mental noise. Li Jun opened his tablet and pulled up several blurry videos. These are the throwers we filmed in the North District yesterday. They can lift half-ton rocks and throw them more than 50 meters away. The shrieks are even more troublesome. The sound waves they emit can interfere with people's minds and cause hallucinations. There was a small stronghold that was destroyed because it encountered shrieks and then turned on each other. Blood Moon, the scavenger project, and the horde of zombies. The light in the attic flickered. Qin Shui placed the hot tea she was holding on the table, the lingering chill on her fingertips causing a thin layer of frost to form on the cup. She looked at everyone, her tone heavy. These past few days, I've had the survivors gather information about the surrounding area, and we've discovered that there are fewer and fewer survivors in the city. What's even more troublesome is that small groups of raiders have started appearing. They're armed and robbing weak strongholds. Yesterday, the convenience store stronghold to the west that sheltered 7 people was completely looted, and even the bodies were dragged away by the mutants. No one survived. Lei Ming slammed his fist on the table leg, the solid wood table groaning gratingly. These bastards. Instead of sticking together in the apocalypse, they're taking advantage of the chaos. Where's the military? They have guns and tanks. Can't they come out and maintain order? The military itself is in dire straits. Chu Xian, who had been silently recording, suddenly raised his head, pushed up his glasses, and the lenses reflected the light. Before I was rescued, I received an encrypted military communication through a modified radio. After cracking it, I learned that on the 3rd day after the blood moon appeared, the military experienced a large-scale mutation. At least 1/3 of the soldiers became mutants, and the rest were scattered in several safe zones on the outskirts of the city. The communication signal was intermittent, and they could barely defend themselves, let alone take care of other survivors. Chen Mo tapped his fingertips on the table, his gaze sweeping across the safe zones marked on the map. So, don't count on anyone. We can only rely on ourselves. I propose 3 things. First, strengthen the defenses of the outpost. Li Jun should install an electric fence outside the perimeter and dig a 3-meter deep trench around it. Second, proactively eliminate the mutants within a 5-kilometer radius to keep the threat outside the safe zone. Third, expand the search area to find more survivors and resources, especially medicine and weapon materials. I agree. Qin Shui was the first to raise her hand, her eyes firm. But we can't just be content with surviving. We need to start rebuilding order. For example, we need to establish rules for the distribution of supplies, let capable people participate in defense and search, and let the elderly, women, and children be responsible for logistics in the strongholds. Only in this way can we last. Lei Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully. I can select physically fit survivors from the new ones and train them for 2 hours every day, teaching them combat and weapon handling. But the problem is, we only have 3 guns now, and the steel pipes aren't enough either. We need more weapons. Li Jun immediately pulled up the blueprints on his tablet, which displayed designs for a simple crossbow, a flamethrower, and homemade grenades. I can make these simple weapons. The crossbow shaft can be made by cutting steel bars, and the arrowhead can be made by polishing iron sheets. The flamethrower requires gasoline and steel pipes, and the grenades require gunpowder and glass bottles. But all of these require materials, especially steel bars and gunpowder, which I have to find at construction sites or armories. Zhang Hao clenched his fist excitedly, his eyes shining. Leave the reconnaissance and treasure hunting to me. I'm fast and familiar with the surrounding terrain. For tomorrow's scavenger project, I can scout ahead, mark the locations of mutants and supply points, and make sure there are no mistakes. Chu Xian closed his notebook and added, I can try to activate my telepathic abilities and establish a simple telepathic communication network. This way, even if the team is scattered, messages can be transmitted in real time without relying on walkie-talkies. Walkie-talkies are not only noisy, but also easily intercepted by raiders. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Chun Mo felt a surge of warmth in his heart. In his previous life, he had struggled to survive alone and had never had a team like this. He nodded and said, All right, everyone do your part. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, the cleaner project will officially begin. Everyone should get some rest tonight and be well rested. The next morning, before the blood moon had completely disappeared and a faint glimmer of dawn appeared on the horizon, the combat team had assembled at the entrance of the villa stronghold. Chun Mo wore a black tactical uniform with a tang sword slung across his back. Qin Shui had changed into a lightweight windbreaker with a homemade ice pick at her waist. Lei Meng carried a rifle and a heavy iron shield. The 5 trained survivors were also equipped with steel pipes and makeshift protective gear. Zhang Hao, go ahead and scout ahead. Be careful to avoid areas where mutants live. Contact us with a signal flare in half an hour, Chun Mo instructed. Zhang Hao gave an OK sign, and in a flash, he disappeared around the street corner. He ran faster and faster, his footsteps almost inaudible, like a nimble shadow. Li Jun set up a makeshift command post in the attic of the base, with 3 monitors in front of him, connected to the drone and surveillance cameras on the street. Brother Mo, the drone has taken off, with a coverage area of 5 kilometers. I will notify you immediately if any mutants are detected. Chu Xian stood beside Chun Mo, closed his eyes, and gently pressed his hands to his temples. After a moment, he opened his eyes. There are 3 predators wandering about 800 meters to the northeast. No new mutants have been detected. Chun Mo nodded and waved, saying, Let's go. Our target is the residential building in the northeast. We'll clear out the mutants there first, then search for supplies. The group moved along the street, their steps light and quiet. Qin Shui walked in the middle, occasionally raising her hand to conjure thin ice on the ground to reduce the sound of their footsteps. Lei Meng led the way with his shield held high, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Chen Mo brought up the rear, his combat prediction abilities constantly activated, sensing any potential dangers. Just as he reached the entrance of the residential building, Chu Xian suddenly stopped. Be careful. There are mutants inside, quite a few. Chen Mo immediately raised his hand to signal the team to stop and listened intently. Sure enough, a low growl came from inside the building, along with the sound of heavy objects being dragged. He took out his night vision goggles, put them on, and looked through the window into the corridor inside the building, where 5 predators were swarming around and gnawing on a corpse. Qin Shui, use ice spikes to block the stairwell and prevent them from escaping. Lei Meng, you take 2 people and rush in through the front door to draw their attention. The rest of you follow me and go around to the 2nd floor through the side door to attack from both sides. Chun Mo quickly made the arrangements. Qin Shui nodded, raised her hand and conjured 3 half-meter-long ice spikes, precisely inserting them into the ground at the stairwell entrance to form a barrier. Lei Meng raised his shield, shouted, and kicked open the front door, hurling the steel pipe at the foremost predator. With a bang, the predator was knocked back 2 steps, roaring as it pounced. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chun Mo led the other 2 through the side door and quickly climbed the stairs to the 2nd floor. There were no mutants in the 2nd floor corridor, only scattered furniture and bloodstains. He signaled the two to guard the stairwell, while he walked to the end of the corridor and saw through the window that Lei Ming was already locked in combat with the predator. Although he had the upper hand, he was having difficulty resolving the situation. Shen Mo took a deep breath and leaped out of the second-floor window. His tang sword whistled through the air as he slashed at the neck of a predator. With his splat, green blood gushed out, and the predator collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the remaining 4 predators immediately turned to Chen Mo, roaring as they pounced. Well done. Chen Mo advanced instead of retreating, his combat prediction ability activated, clearly seeing the predator's attack trajectories. He dodged one predator's claws to the side, and with a backhand thrust of his tang sword, pierced the abdomen of another predator. Qin Shui also seized the opportunity to rush in, firing ice spikes one after another, accurately hitting the predator's eyes. In less than 10 minutes, all 5 predators were dealt with. Lei Ming wiped the sweat from his face and said breathlessly, "This scavenger plan went quite smoothly, simpler than I expected." "Don't be careless," Chen Mo warned. "This is just an ordinary predator. If we encounter a new type of mutant, it won't be so easy. Quickly search for supplies, and then head to the next target location." The group dispersed and searched the residential building. Soon, they found several useful items: 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, several bottles of water, a box of cold medicine, and a rusty kitchen knife. Although not many, each item added up to a significant supplement to their base. The following day, the team proceeded with their plan to eliminate mutants and search for supplies. Chu Xian's mental perception became increasingly proficient, allowing him to sense mutants within a kilometer in advance. Qin Shui's ice-based abilities became more precise, even enabling her to conjure ice shields to protect her teammates. Lei Ming and the survivors' teamwork became increasingly seamless, allowing them to easily deal with predators. By evening, the team had cleared out more than 30 mutants, rescued 14 survivors, and filled 3 wheelbarrows with collected supplies. As the sun set, the blood moon rose again, staining half the sky crimson. Return to base. Chen Mo smiled as he looked at the load of supplies and survivors. Today's harvest far exceeded expectations. The scavenger project had been a preliminary success. The team retraced their steps, the survivors exhausted but with hopeful smiles on their faces. Just a kilometer from the stronghold, Chu Xian suddenly pressed his temple, his face turning pale. "Wait. Something's wrong. Something's moving underground, very fast, and heading this way." Almost simultaneously, Shun Mo's combat prediction ability was suddenly triggered, and a terrifying image appeared in his mind. The ground suddenly exploded, and a huge mutant emerged from the ground, swallowing the survivor at the end of the group hole. "Scatter! Get out of the way!" Chun Mo shouted sharply, rushing towards the back of the group. Before anyone could react, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled violently. With a deafening roar, a 2-meter-wide crack appeared in the ground, and an unprecedented mutant emerged from the ground. It resembled a giant worm, nearly 2 meters in diameter, covered in thick scales. Its head had no eyes, only a massive mouth full of sharp teeth that opened and closed repeatedly like a shredder. A burrowing demon. Chen Mo's expression turned serious. This is an elite mutant, fast, strong, and can traverse underground. Attack the inside of its mouth parts. That's its weak point. Lei Ming immediately raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. The bullet flew towards the burrowing demon's mouth, but was deflected by its sharp teeth and bounced away. Qin Shui conjured the largest ice spike she could muster and hurled it with force. The ice spike pierced the gap in the burrowing demon's scales, but only left a small wound, from which green blood slowly seeped out. The burrowing monster let out a piercing shriek and suddenly retreated underground. The ground shook again, and it emerged from the middle of the group, its enormous mandibles snapping open to swallow a survivor who had no time to dodge. Damn it! Lei Ming's eyes were bloodshot as he frantically pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the scales of the burrowing demon, making a clanging sound, but they could not cause fatal damage. Qin Shui took a deep breath and pressed her hands to the ground, trying to freeze it and stop the burrowing demon from traversing underground. However, the ground area was too large, and her ability could only freeze a 2-meter radius around it. The The burrowing demon easily burrowed through the frozen area. The burrowing demon emerged from the ground again, this time targeting Xiaoyu at the back of the group. Lei Ming had kept Xiaoyu at the back of the group to be cared for by a survivor in order to protect his daughter. Xiaoyu. Lei Ming's eyes widened in fury. He threw down his rifle and rushed towards Xiaoyu. But he was still 10 meters away from Xiaoyu, and there was no time to rescue her. At that critical moment, Chun Mo's figure darted out like lightning. He gripped his Tang sword and thrust it towards the burrowing demon's maw. Just then, his combat prediction ability triggered again, and he clearly saw the burrowing demon's next move. It would suddenly change direction, its maw turning towards him and swallow him whole. Chun Mo didn't retreat. Instead, he accelerated forward. The instant the burrowing demon changed direction, he sidestepped, dodging its massive maw, while simultaneously plunging his Tang sword deep into the soft palate of the burrowing demon's maw. Uft! Green blood gushed out, splattering all over Chun Mo. The burrowing demon let out a painful shriek, its body twisting wildly, trying to shake Chun Mo off. Now, attack the wound. Chun Mo gripped the Tang sword tightly and shouted. Qin Shui immediately conjured several ice spikes and hurled them all at the burrowing demon's wound. Lei Ming picked up a steel pipe from the ground and smashed it into the wound. The surviving team members also picked up their weapons and attacked the burrowing demon's wound. Zhang Hao returned at some point, carrying a homemade explosive charge. Taking advantage of a moment when the burrowing demon was writhing, he threw the explosive charge into the wound. Get out of the way, Zhang Hao shouted, pulling the people around him back. With a deafening roar, the explosive charge detonated inside the burrowing demon's body. Green blood and bits of flesh splattered everywhere. The burrowing demon's body convulsed violently a few times before crashing heavily to the ground, where it lay still. The battle ended, and everyone collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The survivors looked at the burrowing demon's corpse, their faces showing relief at surviving the ordeal. Lei Ming walked over to Chun Mo and patted him on the shoulder. Brother Mo, thanks to you this time. Otherwise, Xiao, you would have been in danger. Chun Mo shook his head, his gaze fixed on the burrowing demon's corpse, his brow furrowed. Qin Shui noticed his unusual expression and came over to ask, What's wrong? The burrowing demon is dead. Is there any other problem? The burrowing monsters usually don't act alone, Chun Mo said in a deep voice. They are social mutants and are often the vanguard of zombie hordes. They clear threats in their path in advance, paving the way for the zombie hordes that follow. Before he could finish speaking, a continuous roar suddenly came from afar, as if thousands of mutated creatures were howling simultaneously. Chun Mo immediately took out his night vision binoculars and looked in the direction from which the sound came. Upon seeing what was coming, his face instantly turned pale. Through the telescope, countless dark figures surged from the direction of the city, moving towards the stronghold like a tide. Among them were not only ordinary predators, but also hammerers, cutters, throwers, and shriekers, and even a few elite mutants like the burrowing demons. A horde of zombies. Chun Mo's voice trembled slightly. They were attracted by the commotion of the burrowing demons. There are at least tens of thousands of them. Everyone stood up and looked towards the city. Although the distance was great, the dense, dark shadows and deafening roars filled everyone with deep fear. The current stronghold, with only a barbed wire fence and a few makeshift traps, was utterly incapable of withstanding such a massive horde of zombies. Withdraw from the stronghold. High alert. Chun Mo immediately ordered, his voice firm. Li Jun, activate all defensive measures immediately. Power on the electric fence, fill the trenches with gasoline, and prepare the flamethrowers. Chu Xian, use your telepathic abilities to disrupt the zombie horde and slow them down as much as possible. Lei Ming, organize all survivors to move the supplies to the basement. The elderly, women, and children should hide there first. Zhang Hao, you are responsible for setting up traps around the stronghold. The more the better. Yes. Everyone responded in unison and immediately sprang into action. Although the survivors were frightened, under the leadership of the core team, they retreated quickly and orderly towards the stronghold. Chun Mo stood still, watching the surging tide of corpses, yet his heart was unusually calm. In his previous life, He had died in such a horde of corpses, and he would never forget the despair and helplessness he felt. But in this life, he was no longer alone. He had Qin Shui's ice-based abilities, Lei Ming's bravery, Li Jun's skills, Zhang Hao's speed, Chu Xian's wisdom, and a group of partners willing to fight alongside him. Come on. Chun Mo gripped his Tang sword tightly, his eyes resolute. In this life, I will not lose again. The horde of zombies drew ever closer, their roars deafening, and the shadowy figures were now clearly visible. Chun Mo turned and ran towards the stronghold. He knew the real test had only just begun. In the apocalypse, it was survival or extinction. There was no third way. And he chose survival, chose to lead his team to carve a path to survival under this blood moon of the apocalypse. Chapter 8: The Research Institute's Perfect Creation. The horde of zombies swept in like a black torrent, their roars shaking the villa's windows and distorting the very air with their malevolent aura. Chun Mo stood on the villa's rooftop, his Tang sword held diagonally in his hand. The crimson moonlight shone on his face, yet it did nothing to diminish the calmness in his eyes. He quickly scanned the horde, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. The number of mutants far exceeded expectations, at least 1,000. Among them, the heavy figures of the hammerers and the razor-sharp limbs of the slicers stood out, along with many other mutants he had never seen before. Some had 2 pairs of wings, hovering low and searching for an opening. Others secreted mucus, making the ground slippery and difficult to traverse. Most strangely, they no longer charged haphazardly as before, but advanced in echelons. The front rank of mutants used their bodies to block traps, while the rear ranks took the opportunity to break through the defenses clearly in organized attack. They are being commanded. Chu Xian suddenly walked to Chun Mo's side, his face as pale as paper, his hands pressed tightly to his temples, and fine beads of cold sweat seeping from his forehead. I can feel an extremely powerful consciousness, like an invisible net, enveloping all the mutants and guiding their actions. It is mocking us. Chun Mo's heart sank as a terrifying name surfaced in his mind. The Overlord? In his previous life, he had heard of this terrifying being from survivors' rumors, a mutant that had evolved to an extremely high stage, possessing intelligence far exceeding that of ordinary mutants, capable of controlling lower mutants through mental power to form tactical attacks. But according to the timeline of his previous life, the Overlord would not appear until at least 3 months after the apocalypse. It was only the 7th day now. How could it be so fast? This abnormal speed of evolution made Chun Mo feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. Li Jun, activate the defense system to maximum power. Activate the electric grid and flamethrowers. Chun Mo had no time to think and issued orders in quick succession, his voice as cold as iron. Qin Shui, concentrate all your efforts to build an arc-shaped ice wall outside the perimeter wall. The slope should be steep to slow down the zombie horde as much as possible. Lei Ming, take everyone to the basement for refuge and guard the entrance. Absolutely do not let the mutants break in. Zhang Hao, use your speed to scout and find out the exact location of the commander and the guard configuration. The faster the better. Received. Everyone responded in unison and immediately took action. Around the villa, the electric fence that Li Jun had already set up instantly went live. Blue current crackled on the barbed wire like enraged electric snakes. The mutants charging at the front, upon contact, immediately convulsed and collapsed, their bodies charred black, green blood flowing down the wire and emitting a pungent, burnt stench. But the mutants behind showed no sign of retreat. They even used the corpses of their fallen comrades as stepping stones, attempting to overwhelm the electric fence. Qin Shui stood by the wall, her hands raised high, concentrating a large amount of icy air in her palms. The air temperature plummeted, and a 3-meter-high, 10-meter-long arc-shaped ice wall quickly formed, its surface smooth as a mirror and studded with sharp ice spikes. Mutants that collided with it either slipped or were pierced by the ice spikes. However, the ice wall was soon covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and several hammerers roared as they rushed to the door, their heavy bone hammers pounding the reinforced metal gate like pile drivers. Bang! 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 Each impact caused the door to deform violently. The metallic groaning was ear-piercing, and bricks and stones from the doorframe fell off in a rustling sound. "Brother Imo, it's no use." Li Jun's voice came through the walkie-talkie, filled with barely suppressed anxiety. "The power grid is overloaded and will burn out in 3 minutes at most. The flamethrower is also running out of fuel. The gate won't withstand the next onslaught." At this critical moment, Zhang Hao appeared like a ghost at the edge of the rooftop. He was covered in sweat, his bodysuit torn in several places and stained with sticky green blood, and there was a noticeable abrasion on his left arm, clearly indicating that his reconnaissance had been extremely dangerous. "Brother Imo, found it. On the rooftop of that abandoned bank building, 500 meters to the northwest. There's a particularly strange mutant, as thin as a bamboo pole, with a disproportionately large head and red, seemingly glowing eyes. It's guarded by 4 elite hammerers, like iron towers, and several other flying mutants are circling and keeping watch on the rooftop." Chen Imo immediately raised his military-grade high-powered night vision binoculars and adjusted the focus. Under the moonlight, the view from the top of the bank building became clear. The mutant known as the Overlord stood silently, about 2 meters tall, its limbs slender to the point of being fragile, but its unusually large head exuded an unsettling sense of oppression. Its red compound eyes did not flash randomly, but rather flickered rhythmically, as if sending some kind of command. For elite hammerers, clearly taller and with thicker bone armor than ordinary hammerers, guarded the 4 corners like sculptures. In addition, 3 winged creatures, with 2 pairs of wings hovered low in the air, forming a 3-dimensional defensive network. "That's it. Decapitation strike." Chen Imo lowered his binoculars, his eyes sharp as knives, and made a decision instantly. "Zhang Hao, Qin Shui, come with me. Li Jun, you stay and command the defense. Hold them off for another 10 minutes at all costs. Lei Meng, the basement is the last line of defense. It's yours. Don't worry. Unless I die, they won't be able to take a single step." Li Jun gritted his teeth, turned around, and rushed towards the control panel. Chen Imo said no more, threw a rope down from the roof, and quickly slid down to the inside of the wall with Qin Shui and Zhang Hao. The 3 of them did not go through the main gate, but quietly slipped out through a relatively hidden gap on the side, and used the ruins and shadows as cover to rush towards the bank building. Chen Imo took the lead, his tang sword drawing cold arcs under the blood moon. His swordsmanship was ruthless and precise. Each strike aimed directly at the vulnerable points of the ordinary mutants, such as their eye sockets or necks, striving to end the battle as quickly as possible and minimize the disturbance. Qin Shui followed closely behind, her face growing increasingly pale and her breathing rapid, but her eyes remained resolute. Her hands occasionally conjured sharp ice spikes, knocking down mutants attempting to pounce from the side or above. Zhang Hao fully utilized his speed advantage, weaving through the surrounding area like a shadow, swiftly eliminating scattered enemies who might try to encircle them with his bayonet steel pipe, clearing a path for the team. However, the closer they got to the bank building, the greater the resistance became. The mutants no longer attacked blindly, but began to display alarming tactical coordination. Strength-type mutants actively pressed forward to encroach on their space, while ranged throwers took cover behind cover, hurling rocks and sharp metal fragments at them. A huge, sharp-edged shard of glass whistled towards Qin Shui's face. Chen Imo reacted swiftly, pulling her sharply to the side and back. The shard grazed her hair and embedded itself deeply in the wall behind her. "They're deliberately protecting that commander. Our intentions have been discovered." Qin Shui gasped for breath, her physical and mental strength nearly exhausted from using her abilities repeatedly, her forehead covered in cold sweat. "We can't just charge in like this. We'll be worn down to death." Chen Imo looked around, his gaze settling on a convenience store with broken doors and windows on the roadside. "Go inside," he growled, and the 3 of them quickly retreated into the relatively enclosed space of the convenience store. Qin Shui immediately turned around, placed her hands on the doorway, and released her icy aura with all her might. A thick ice wall instantly sealed the entrance, temporarily blocking out the roars and crashing sounds from outside. "The ice wall won't last long." Qin Shui slid down against the shelf, her voice weak. "Time is of the essence. We must find another way." Chun Mo closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the system interface. He still had 2,700 points left. He had to be very careful with his spending. He quickly browsed through the information and made a decision in an instant. Exchange: 3 miniature high explosives, 300 points, used for creating chaos and launching a strong attack. Exchange: stealth cloak X1, 500 points, key stealth equipment. Exchange: ability enhancer, speed, ×1, 800 points, improves Zhang Hao's mobility. The exchange is complete. You have 1,100 points remaining for emergencies. Chun Mo tossed the speed enhancer, which was emitting a faint glow, to Zhang Hao. Drink it quickly. Your mission is to lure and restrain, which requires extreme speed. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao tilted his head back and poured the potion down his throat. A surge of heat instantly flowed through his limbs and bones, making him feel exceptionally light and improving his dynamic vision. Then, Chun Mo handed the stealth cloak to Qin Shui. Your ice-type abilities are suitable for control and defense. Here, take this cloak. Zhang Hao and I will make some noise later. You can use the cloak to hide and approach the building, and act according to the situation. Finally, he picked up 3 miniature high explosives, each about the size of a coin, but containing astonishing energy, and handed 2 of them to Zhang Hao. Listen to my instructions. Use one to lure the enemy away, and keep the other as a backup. These explosives are extremely powerful, so be very careful. Understood. Zhang Hao and Qin Shui replied in unison, their fighting spirit rekindled in their eyes. Just then, the ice wall blocking the doorway cracked under the weight, and the cracks spread rapidly. Action! Chun Mo shouted, a resolute glint in his eyes. Zhang Hao took a deep breath, pushed his speed to the limit, and like an arrow released from a bow, he flashed out of the window on the side of the ice wall. He deliberately exposed his whereabouts, attracting the attention of a large number of mutants, and with a series of roars, he rushed in the opposite direction from the bank building. At the same time, Chun Mo kicked the already crumbling ice wall, shattering it with a mighty kick. His Tang sword flashed, and he charged out like a god of death, instantly killing several mutants at the entrance, creating an opportunity for Qin Shui. Qin Shui quickly donned her stealth cloak, her figure blurring as she almost blended into the surrounding shadows, silently flanking the bank building along her planned concealed route. The decapitation strike has officially begun. The success or failure of the entire battle hinges on this lightning-fast attack. Chun Mo knows they only have one chance. Okay, let's continue this suspenseful story. Chun Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. The intelligence Gao Yuan brought was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up a storm. The military's secret experiments, artificially induced mutations, and even the silencing of those in the know all of this was far darker and more complex than the natural disasters they had previously imagined. Super Soldier. Crimson Dawn. Li Jun muttered to himself, his face grim. I knew it. How could an ordinary virus leak cause such a large-scale mutation and such an organized attack in just 7 days? This is clearly a premeditated, out-of-control biological war. Qin Shui swayed slightly, almost unable to stand, and Lei Ming quickly steadied her. The image of her father flashed through her mind, that soldier who always valued discipline and honor. Could he really be involved in such an inhumane plan? Or was he merely a pawn kept in the dark in this vast conspiracy? Or perhaps he had already met with certain death? A profound fear and worry gripped her heart. Chu Xian's fingertips gently touched the cold, silver device. The complex patterns on the surface of the mental amplifier seemed to carry an ominous meaning. If this device can enhance control, does that mean that the so-called rulers may not have evolved naturally, but rather be manufactured or selected hosts? The military's experiments may have already screened out individuals with high mental potential, whether human or initial mutants. This speculation sent chills down everyone's spine. If the mutation wave was driven by human selection and catalysis, then they were no longer facing a natural disaster, but a terrifying adversary with vast resources and cutting-edge technology, whose motives were unclear. Chun Mo forced himself to calm down, his mind racing as he compared Gao Yuan's intelligence with fragments of memories from his past life. In his previous life, he was too low-level to access such core secrets, But there were indeed some clues indicating that the evolution speed and behavioral patterns of mutants in certain areas during the early apocalypse were extremely unnatural, as if an unseen hand was driving them. Now, that hand seemed to be leaving its mark. Lieutenant Gao Yuan. Chun Mo's voice was deep and serious, his gaze fixed intently on him. The intelligence you brought is extremely important, but also incredibly dangerous. How can you prove that everything you've said is true? And did you come to us simply to tell us the truth, or do you have another purpose? Gao Yuan faced Chun Mo's scrutiny with composure. He tore open the collar of his tattered military uniform, revealing a scabbed circular scar below his collarbone, as if branded by some kind of instrument. This is an internal identification for researchers. It contains a microchip for access control and location. When I escaped, I dug it out with a knife, but the mark is still there. He then pulled a miniature memory device wrapped in a waterproof cloth from his inner pocket. This is a portion of my experimental log and fragments of initial instructions from Operation Crimson Dawn, which I copied during the chaos. The data inside can partially verify my words. As for my purpose, he took a deep breath, his eyes burning with hatred and a desperate determination. I want to live, but I want to expose this conspiracy even more. Those arrogant bastards, for the sake of so-called power and control, are willing to let the whole world perish. My comrades, those deceived volunteers, have all become victims. I must do something, even if it's just to give a warning to people like you who are still resisting. I know the approximate defenses and internal structure of that research institute. If you want to find out the truth or find clues to turn the tide, I can lead the way. Just then, Zhang Hao, who was on guard duty, flashed into the room like a wisp of smoke, his voice urgent. Brother Imo, that black helicopter circled about 2 kilometers to the northwest for a while, then flew away to the east. But it flew very low, as if it was searching for something. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. To the east was the direction Gao Yuan had come from, and also the general area where that secret research institute was likely located. They're looking for me, or confirming the elimination of the overlord. Gao Yuan's expression changed. With the mental amplifier taken away and the overlord dead, they must have sensed something was wrong. This place is no longer safe. They will soon conduct a more thorough search. The atmosphere instantly became even more tense. The brief sense of victory from just repelling the horde of zombies vanished, and a larger, more hidden threat had already bared its fangs. Chun Mo remained silent for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping over the tense yet determined faces of the team. Qin Shue's worry, Li Jun's anger, Chu Xian's contemplation, Lei Meng's resolve, Zhang Hao's vigilance, and Xiao Yu's dependent gaze. He knew that from the moment they obtained this mental amplifier, they had been drawn into a deeper vortex. Li Jun, Chun Mo quickly ordered, immediately inspect all the defensive facilities at the outpost, repair any damaged parts, and especially strengthen air surveillance. Lei Meng, take inventory of our weapons, food, and medicine reserves. Zhang Hao, expand the reconnaissance area, paying close attention to any unfamiliar personnel or vehicles approaching. Chu Xian, this mental amplifier is your responsibility to study, but be extremely cautious, safety first. Lieutenant Gao Yuan. Chun Mo looked at the battered deserter. You need treatment and rest. But we don't have much time. Once you've recovered a bit, we need you to provide more detailed intelligence, especially regarding the Research Institute's defenses, internal structure, and potential weaknesses. I understand. Gao Yuan nodded emphatically. Chun Mo walked to the window, gazing at the blood-red moon with sharp eyes. The truth must be uncovered. But if the military, or rather, the forces controlling this project, truly see the survivors as worthless, or even as targets for our elimination, then we will face an enemy far more terrifying than the zombie horde. He turned around, his voice firm and conveying an unwavering determination. From now on, our primary task is not only survival, but also to uncover the truth behind this apocalypse. We must become stronger, not only to fight the mutants, but also to have the power to face the potential threats from humanity. Rest and recuperate for 6 hours, and then we will formulate our next action plan. As night deepened, the blood moon's light seemed to take on an eerie quality. The villa outpost temporarily returned to calm, but everyone knew in their hearts that a far greater storm was brewing. They had obtained more than just a device and a deserter. They had acquired a key to open Pandora's box, and the road ahead would undoubtedly be filled with more unknowns and dangers. Chapter 9: The Key to Pandora. Chun Mo's pupils contracted sharply, as if gripped by an invisible hand, and even his breath caught in his throat. The intelligence Gao Yuan brought was no ordinary news. It was a thunderbolt carrying a chilling aura. The military's secret experiments were hidden in an unknown underground research institute, where artificially injected mutation drugs could transform ordinary people into mindless monsters within 72 hours. Furthermore, there were cleaner teams specifically targeting those in the know, physically destroying even surveillance footage wherever they went. This layered darkness far exceeded the scope of a natural disaster, more like someone deliberately toppling a domino effect on the world's chessboard, disrupting the very fabric of order. Super Soldier Project. Operation Crimson Dawn Code. Li Jun clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, his voice filled with suppressed rage. I knew something was wrong. A leak of a normal virus would at most cause a regional infection. How could it allow mutants to learn hunting tactics within 7 days, and even know how to avoid weak points in firepower? This is not an accident at all. It is an out-of-control biological war. Those people never cared about the lives of ordinary people from the very beginning. Qin Shui swayed violently, the tactical dagger clattering to the floor. Lei Meng reacted quickly, catching her arm to prevent her from falling. The image of her father in his military uniform flashed repeatedly in her mind, the man who always said at the dinner table, "A soldier's mission is to protect." The father who would lift her above his head to watch the military parade. Could he really be involved in such a plan that treated life as worthless? Or had he already discovered the conspiracy but was silenced when he tried to expose it? Or was he merely an unwitting cog in a massive experimental machine, now a sample in the Research Institute's freezer? Countless speculations coiled around her heart like venomous snakes, making even breathing feel like being pricked by needles. Chu Xian squatted on the ground, his fingertips lightly brushing the surface of the silver device. The cool metallic touch carried a strange warmth. The patterns on the mental amplifier weren't randomly carved, but arranged according to a certain distribution of neural synapses. Under the emergency light, faint red traces seemed to remain in the gaps between the patterns. If this thing can enhance mental control, he suddenly looked up, his glasses reflecting a cold light. Then the so-called dominator might not be a lucky product of natural evolution, but rather a container that has been pre-selected and selectively cultivated. The military may have already established a database, selecting individuals with high mental strength thresholds from newborns, whether human or the earliest mutants. These words were like a bucket of ice water poured over everyone's heads and toes. If there truly was a mastermind behind the mutation wave, they were no longer facing monsters that could only bite and tear, but a terrorist organization with cutting-edge technology, armed forces, and unclear motives. Even more terrifying was the possibility that this organization might be hiding under the guise of officialdom, using the pretext of saving the world to actually destroy it. Chun Mo closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down. Fragments of memories from his past life flooded back like a tide in the 3rd year of the apocalypse. In an abandoned military base, he had seen a charred document with the words screening, fitting, and second batch of experimental subjects vaguely visible. Another time, at a survivor base in the north, he heard that the mutants in a certain area were evolving at an abnormally fast pace, as if guided by a commander. At the time, he thought it was a rumor, but now, combined with Gao Yuan's intelligence, all the fragments suddenly pieced together a hideous face. Lieutenant Gao Yuan. Chun Mo opened his eyes, his voice low and icy, his gaze fixed firmly on the other man. The intelligence you bring is enough to change the fate of the survivors, but it's also enough to kill us all. I need you to prove that every word you say is true. Also, did you come to us to deliver the truth, or do you have other purposes? Gao Yuan didn't avoid his gaze. Instead, he reached out and ripped open the collar of his tattered military uniform. Below his collarbone, a coin-sized circular scar was particularly conspicuous, with black scabs still remaining at the edges, as if branded by a high-temperature instrument. This is the identification badge for researchers. It contains a microchip that can unlock the lab door and track your location in real time. The day I escaped, I dug it out with a bayonet, almost bleeding to death in the woods. As he spoke, he pulled something wrapped in layers of waterproof cloth from his breast pocket. Opening it, he found a black storage device the size of a fingernail. Inside are my copied experimental logs and some instructions from Operation Crimson Dawn. Although most of the data is encrypted, it proves I'm not lying. He took a deep breath, the movement causing a sharp pain in the scar on his chest, but his eyes blazed with fire. My goal is simple: to survive, and then make those bastards pay the price. I've seen my comrades used as experimental materials, seen those deceived volunteers turn into monsters after being injected with the drug, and seen the Institute's director say, sacrificing hundreds of millions of people is nothing for the sake of human evolution. I can't let their blood be shed in vain, even if it's just to warn you. Even if it means leading the way to the Institute to my death, I'll accept it. Just then, Zhang Hao, who was in charge of perimeter security, suddenly rushed in like a gust of wind, his tactical boots making a rapid sound on the floor. Brother Mo, there's a black helicopter circling 2 kilometers to the northwest. It has no markings and just flew east. It was flying very low, its wings almost scraping the treetops, like it was searching for something. Everyone's face turned deathly pale instantly. To the east was the direction Gao Yuan had fled from, and also the approximate location of the secret research institute he had mentioned. They're looking for me, or they're confirming the overlord's body. Gao Yuan's voice trembled, not from fear, but from anger. We took the mental amplifier, and the overlord is dead. The research institute's alarms must have gone off. They're just testing the waters now. It won't be long before they send ground troops to search the mountains. Then, not a single person will be left alive. The air seemed to freeze. The joy of repelling the horde of zombies vanished, replaced by an even heavier sense of oppression. The helicopter was like a signal, indicating that a larger, more hidden threat had already set its sights on this small villa outpost. Chun Imo silently walked to the window, gazing at the blood-red moon outside. Moonlight streamed through the glass, casting dappled shadows on his face, making his expression appear exceptionally cold and stern. He scanned each member of the team. Qin Shui was still struggling to hold back her tears. Li Jun's fists were still clenched. Chu Xian was engrossed in studying the memory device. Lei Ming had his hand on the shotgun at his waist. Zhang Hao leaned against the door, listening vigilantly to the sounds outside. And in the corner, Xiaoyu was tightly clutching a rag doll, her eyes filled with dependence. He knew that from the moment they received the mental amplifier, there was no going back. They had been drawn into a deeper vortex, where they would either uncover the truth or be swallowed by it. Li Jun. Chun Imo suddenly spoke, his voice clear and firm. Immediately lead men to inspect all the fortifications, repair the damaged barbed wire, install air surveillance sentries on the rooftops, and immediately use signal flares to warn of any helicopters spotted. Lei Ming, go and take stock of the supplies. Sort out the ammunition, food, and medicine, especially the antibiotics, which need to be stored separately. Also, check the fuel gauges of the vehicles to make sure we can evacuate at any time. Zhang Hao, expand the search area to a radius of 5 kilometers. Pay special attention to anyone wearing camouflage or any unlicensed SUVs. If you find anything unusual, do not engage in a direct confrontation. Return immediately to report back. Chu Xian, this mental amplifier and memory are for you. Be careful while you are researching them. If there is any abnormal reaction, destroy them immediately without hesitation. Finally, he looked at Gao Yuan. Go and treat your wound first. I'll have Xiaoyu get you some food. Once you've recovered, we need to know the Research Institute's defense layout, how many sentries there are, what weapons they use, the location of the ventilation ducts, and the specific coordinates of the core experimental area. I understand. Gao Yuan nodded emphatically, his eyes burning even brighter. Chun Imo turned around, his gaze sweeping over everyone again. From now on, our goal is not just to survive, but also to uncover the truth behind this apocalypse. We must fight to the very end against those who use us as pawns, those who treat life as worthless. I'll give you 6 hours to rest and prepare. After 6 hours, we'll come here to formulate our next plan. Night deepened, and the blood moon's light streamed through the windows, casting an eerie red glow on the floor. A temporary calm returned to the villa, broken only by the occasional footsteps and the sounds of weapons checks. But everyone knew this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. They held not only a mental amplifier and a memory device, but also the key to Pandora's box. And inside that box lay the truth, danger, and a war destined to change the fate of the world. The road ahead would be far more difficult and bloodier than fighting the zombie horde. The 6-hour rest period slipped away like sand through their fingers. The emergency lights in the villa remained on all night, and tense lines were etched on everyone's faces. No one could truly relax. Weapon parts and compressed biscuit wrappers were scattered in the living room, and the air was filled with a mixture of engine oil, disinfectant, and a faint smell of blood. Every breath felt like swallowing an invisible pressure. Li Jun, along with 2 young survivors, knelt before the metal gate, sparks from their welding torches flickering in the darkness. The dents left by the hammer blows had been patched with thick steel plates. He had also found several sturdy steel bars and welded a crisscrossing reinforcement frame behind the gate, ensuring it could hold for a little longer even if another giant mutant appeared. "Move those big iron barrels over here," he said, wiping the sweat from his brow, his voice hoarse. "Fix the contact microphones to the barrel walls. Run the leads to the rooftop sentry post. The roar of the helicopter will be amplified by the metal resonance, giving us at least a 3-minute warning." The survivors immediately sprang into action, and the rudimentary yet effective warning device was quickly set up. The iron barrels gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Lei Ming squatted in front of the basement supply depot, 3 tarpaulins laid out before him, piled with ammunition, food, and medicine. He counted them one by one, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. Less than 300 rifle bullets left, even fewer shotgun shells, only 42. The compressed biscuits, based on the current number of people, will last at most 5 days, and drinking water will barely last a week. He picked up the last few boxes of antibiotics, his fingers tracing the packaging. Medical supplies are the most strained. Iodine and gauze are almost gone, and there are only 3 boxes of antibiotics left. If someone gets injured and infected, it won't be enough. He stood up, took the list, and walked towards Chun Mo, his tone heavy. "Brother Mo, we must find a new supply point as soon as possible. Otherwise, before the military arrives, we'll run out of food ourselves." In another corner of the basement, Chu Xin stood alone at a makeshift workbench. The mental amplifier was fixed to a stand, connected to a portable energy detector modified by Li Jun, its screen displaying complex waveforms. Wearing homemade goggles, he carefully touched the textured surface of the device, a thin needle between his fingers. With each touch, the detector's beeping grew sharper, his face paling, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks and soaking his collar. "There are residual mental fluctuations," he murmured, his voice weary, not from the overlord, but more like a larger, colder consciousness, like it's monitoring me. Suddenly, the detector's screen flickered, displaying a string of garbled characters. Chu Xian immediately unplugged it. His eyes graved. This thing was more dangerous than he'd imagined. The slightest mistake could trigger unknown signals. Qin Shui carried a basin of warm water, gently wiping the wounds of the injured survivor, her movements gentle but her mind elsewhere. Her gaze kept drifting to the window. The dark mountains to the east resembled a lurking beast in the night, and her father's image repeatedly surfaced in her mind. Was he also trapped in the research institute? Had he already become a victim of the experiments? These thoughts entwined her like vines, making even breathing feel heavy. Occasionally, she would touch the military tag hanging around her neck, a coming-of-age gift from her father. The cold metallic touch brought her a little calmer. Zhang Hao darted through the ruins surrounding the villa. The speed-enhancing agent was still working, making his senses exceptionally sharp. He could hear the roars of mutants 100 meters away and distinguish the sound of wind whistling through broken walls from footsteps. He had set up makeshift trigger flares at key intersections, ready to sound an alarm immediately if strangers or large numbers of mutants approached. 3 kilometers to the east, there are 2 lickers wandering around. We've lured them in another direction, He reported to Chun Mo over the walkie-talkie, his voice steady. The northwest is temporarily safe. No unusual activity has been detected. In Chun Mo's room, a desk lamp cast a dim, yellowish light. He and Gao Yuan sat at the table, on which lay a yellowed, old map. Gao Yuan, holding a pencil, circled an area on the map. The main body of the research institute is underground, the entrance disguised as an abandoned mine, located in the middle of this mountain range. There are 3 layers of defense. The outermost layer is a high-voltage electric fence. The middle layer is an automatic machine gun turret, and patrols circle the perimeter every hour, equipped with assault rifles and grenades. His pencil paused, his eyes becoming complex. I'm not very familiar with the internal structure. I've only been to the outer supply depot. I've heard that the core experimental area requires the highest level of authorization to enter, and inside strange noises are often heard. Life signal shielding technology. Chen Mo pointed to the mine entrance on the map and pressed for details. Gao Yuan nodded, his expression grave. Yes, I heard from the technicians that there is a special magnetic field around the research institute. Conventional life detectors will fail at a distance of 1 kilometer, and they have to get very close to detect any activity inside. Moreover, they have specialized counter-surveillance equipment, and drones that get too close will be jammed and crash. As dawn broke, the blood moon's crimson glow finally faded, but the sky was shrouded in thick, dark clouds, so gloomy it looked as if rain was imminent. The core team members gathered in the living room, the atmosphere so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Now we have 2 options. Chun Mo stood in front of everyone, his gaze sweeping over each face. First, abandon this stronghold and move to the more remote west to avoid the military's sweep. But supplies will be scarce during the move, and we will never know the enemy's next move, so we can only passively evade. I disagree with the relocation, Li Jun said first, his tone firm. Our current stronghold has fortifications, and we are familiar with the surrounding terrain. The risks of encountering mutants or military patrols during the relocation are much greater, and the supply problem will be impossible to solve. Lei Meng frowned and objected. Going to the research institute is too risky. We're facing well-trained soldiers and unknown mutated experimental subjects. If we walk right into their trap, everyone will die. But the research institute might have everything we need. Chu Xian raised his head, his eyes bloodshot but shining brightly. I have done a preliminary analysis of the mental amplifier. Its core frequency is fixed. As long as we can get the data from the research institute, we can find a way to interfere with this frequency. Moreover, the instructions for Operation Crimson Dawn mentioned an antidote and countermeasures. If we can find these, we can not only protect ourselves, but also help more survivors. Qin Shui took a deep breath, gripped the military tag in her hand tightly, and said in a slightly trembling but unusually firm voice, I choose to go to the research institute. My father might be inside. Whether he was a participant or a victim, I need to know the truth. Zhang Hao licked his lips, his eyes sharp. Hiding isn't the solution. Proactive reconnaissance is the only way to gain the upper hand. My speed is suitable for infiltration, and I can help everyone find out what's going on inside. Gao Yuan looked at everyone, a glimmer of hope burning in his eyes. I'll lead the way. I know a shortcut that can bypass the outer machine gun turrets and patrols and go directly to the hillside near the mine entrance. There's a dense forest there that can be used as a hiding spot. All eyes were on Chun Mo, awaiting his decision. Chun Mo paused for a moment, then slowly spoke. Risk and opportunity coexist. Passive avoidance will only make us weaker. The objective is reconnaissance. Prioritize intelligence gathering. Avoid unnecessary combat. If the situation becomes unfavorable, retreat immediately. He began to deploy the mission, his tone decisive. The action team consists of myself, Zhang Hao, Qin Shui, and Gao Yuan. Zhang Hao is responsible for preliminary reconnaissance and obstacle removal. I am responsible for the assault and command. Qin Shui carries environmental control equipment and is responsible for interfering with the enemy's communications and vision, and Gao Yuan serves as the guide, providing detailed intelligence on the research institute. The remaining team consists of Li Jun, Lei Meng, and Chu Xian. Li Jun is responsible for the defense command of the stronghold, reinforcing the fortifications, and trying to use modified equipment to monitor the communication signals in the Research Institute area. Lei Ming is responsible for internal security, managing supplies, and taking care of the injured survivors. Chu Xian continues to research the mental amplifier, focusing on finding ways to shield or interfere with its signals, which may be our lifeline. The action team will travel light, with each person carrying only an assault rifle, a pistol, 2 days' worth of compressed biscuits, and a basic medical kit. Zhang Hao will set off an hour early to scout along the route indicated by Gao Yuan and leave markers in safe locations. We will set off an hour later. An hour later, the sky was fully bright, but the dark clouds hung even lower, and the air was filled with a dampness. Chun Mo and his 3 companions bid farewell to their remaining companions and silently slipped into the city ruins. They avoided the main roads, moving among the rubble and abandoned vehicles, the soft creaking of the gravel under their feet standing out sharply in the silent ruins. Zhang Hao moved with incredible speed, like a shadow darting through the ruins. When he encountered scattered mutants, he would use a silenced pistol to fire accurately or quickly eliminate them with a dagger, ensuring that he wouldn't make too much noise. There are 3 ordinary mutants 500 meters ahead. They've been lured to the factory to the north, he reported through the walkie-talkie, his voice steady. The route is safe, we can continue. The closer they got to the mountains, the more desolate the environment became. The buildings along the roadside had turned into low bungalows and abandoned warehouses. Occasionally, overturned military vehicles and scattered shell casings could be seen, the casings still bearing the fresh copper color, indicating that a fierce battle had taken place here not long ago. These military vehicles were left behind by the Research Institute's patrol team, Gao Yuan said, pointing to an overturned SUV and lowering his voice. I recognize this type of vehicle. It's unique to the Research Institute and is used for perimeter patrols. As evening fell, the 4 finally reached the edge of the mountain range. Zhang Hao emerged from behind a boulder, his face serious. Brother Mo, the mine entrance is 3 kilometers ahead. It is indeed camouflaged, but there are fresh footprints and tire tracks nearby. They must have been left today, and they are not from mutants, but from humans. Gao Yuan's expression changed instantly. They must have increased their vigilance. We took the mental amplifier, and the overlord is dead. They must have guessed that someone would come here. Chun Mo raised his binoculars, carefully observing the mountain wall ahead. In the middle of the steep wall, there was a seemingly natural cave entrance, surrounded by weeds and vines. However, closer inspection revealed that the weeds were arranged with remarkable neatness. The vines appeared deliberately groomed, and the rocks on either side of the entrance were placed too symmetrically, forming concealed firing positions. More importantly, 3 meters above the entrance, on a seemingly ordinary rock, was a tiny red at the lens of a camera, disguised as the rock's texture. There are surveillance cameras. We can't approach directly. Chun Mo put down his binoculars, his brow furrowed. Gao Yuan, besides this mine entrance, does the Research Institute have any other entrances? For example, ventilation shafts, flood discharge channels, or emergency backup exits. Gao Yuan closed his eyes, trying hard to recall, and after a while opened them again, his tone uncertain. There is an emergency backup exit on the other side of the mountain, near a dry riverbed. But that exit is very well hidden and locked from the inside, so it can only be opened from the inside. I've only heard my colleagues mention the approximate location. I've never been there, and I don't know the specific defenses. Let's go to the backup exit. Chun Mo made a decisive decision. Since it's a backup exit, the defenses will definitely be weaker than the main entrance, and there will be less surveillance. Zhang Hao, you'll have to go and scout ahead first. Confirm the location of the backup exit and the surrounding situation. Be careful, and retreat immediately if you find anything unusual. Zhang Hao nodded, took a dagger from his backpack and tucked it into his waistband, checked the ammunition in his pistol, and then disappeared into the twilight. Chun Mo, Qin Shui, and Gao Yuan, using the bushes on the hillside for cover, made their way to the other side of the mountain. More than an hour later, the 3 met up with Zhang Hao deep in the dried-up riverbed. The riverbed was filled with pebbles of all sizes, and the mountain walls on both sides were steep, covered with vines and low shrubs. Zhang Hao pointed to a section of mountain wall covered by vines. The backup exit should be behind the vines. I can hear a faint sound of wind and machinery running inside, and there's a metallic sheen under the vines, which should be the exit door. He paused, then pointed to the top of the mountain wall. About 10 meters to the side and above, there's a crack, big enough for one person to squeeze through. I looked at it, and it should be a ventilation shaft. There's camouflage netting outside, but no surveillance. Chun Mo walked to the cliff face, parted the vines, and sure enough, saw a metal plate embedded in the rock. The plate was unmarked and almost identical in color to the surrounding rocks, making it virtually invisible without close inspection. The ventilation shaft is an opportunity, he said, looking up at the crack above. Zhang Hao, once you're inside, first confirm the direction of the ventilation ducts. Prioritize finding a way to open the backup exit or a path to the core area. Remember, don't act rashly. If you discover any danger, immediately return the way you came. Safety first. Understood. Zhang Hao took a deep breath and climbed the steep mountain wall with both hands and feet, his movements as nimble as a monkey. He carefully parted the camouflage netting outside the ventilation shaft, then curled up into a ball and squeezed little by little into the narrow crevice, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Time ticked by, the only sounds on the riverbed the whistling of the wind rustling through the pebbles and the suppressed breathing of the three men. Chun Mo leaned against a boulder, his fingers unconsciously stroking the trigger of his rifle, his eyes fixed on the ventilation shaft and the backup exit. Qin Shui gripped a pistol, her palms clammy with sweat. Her father's image flashed through her mind again, and she didn't know whether she would face hope or despair next. Gao Yuan clutched his only pistol, his eyes scanning his surroundings warily, his heart pounding at the slightest sound. About half an hour later, Zhang Hao's extremely low voice came through the walkie-talkie, tinged with urgency. Brother Mo, I'm in. It's a ventilation duct inside, all metal, extremely complicated, with many branching paths. I found a main downward duct, and I can hear the reflection of lights below, and people talking. They said, sample activity is stable. Number 734 is ready to proceed to the next stage of the fusion experiment. And there were screams, not just from one person. It was horrific. A fusion experiment? Screams? Chun Mo's heart sank, a chill running from his feet to the top of his head. This research institute hadn't stopped its activities. On the contrary, it was conducting even more terrifying experiments. Those so-called samples were very likely captured survivors, or modified mutants. Zhang Hao, don't be impulsive. First, find the switch to open the backup exit, or confirm the location of the core data room. Don't expose yourself. Before Chun Mo could finish speaking, a sharp alarm suddenly came from the walkie-talkie, the piercing sound almost shattering eardrums. Immediately following was Zhang Hao's exclamation, "Damn it! There's a motion sensor in the ventilation duct." I triggered the alarm. They're coming towards this duct. There are a lot of footsteps. Chun Mo's eyes sharpened instantly, and he immediately ordered into the walkie-talkie. Zhang Hao, immediately return the way you came. Don't linger. Get out as soon as possible. Almost simultaneously, a low mechanical hum suddenly came from the vine-covered mountain wall behind them. The metal plate beneath the vines slowly retracted inward, revealing an entrance 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, a backup exit, which was opening from the inside. Chun Mo, Qin Shui, and Gao Yuan instantly raised their weapons, pointing their guns directly at the opening exit, their fingers on the triggers, their breaths catching in their throats. Behind the door was complete darkness, with only a faint outline of a passageway visible. A faint smell of disinfectant and a barely perceptible odor of blood filled the air. Was it a clue to the truth, or a death trap awaiting them? No one knew the answer, but everyone knew that a fierce battle was inevitable. Chapter 10: The Empty City Stratagem. The heavy hum of machinery was particularly jarring in the silent riverbed. Vines covering the mountainside rustled and trembled. A massive rock, seemingly integrated seamlessly with the mountain, slowly caved inward, then smoothly slid sideways, revealing a passageway entrance, about 2 people high, gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen. The interior was dimly lit. Only a few meters ahead were visible cold alloy walls, with faint, dried, dark red stains visible on them. Chun Mo, Qin Shui, and Gao Yuan immediately slipped behind the rocks on either side of the entrance, their guns pointed directly at the doorway, their hearts pounding in their throats. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant and a strange, indescribable, sweet-smelling odor emanating from inside the doorway. The smell was like a mixture of chemicals and decaying organic matter, utterly nauseating. The anticipated hail of bullets or monster attack did not occur. The room was quiet, save for the low hum of the ventilation system and the faint sound of dripping water in the distance. What's going on? An empty city ploy? Gao Yuan lowered his voice, his face full of disbelief, his finger tightly gripping the trigger, warily scanning every shadow in the doorway. Chun Mo's eyes were sharp as an eagle's, his combat prediction abilities pushed to the limit, but the space behind the door seemed to be interfered with by some kind of energy field. His vision was blurred, and he could only sense a chaotic and dangerous aura, as if countless eyes were watching from the darkness. Something's wrong. It's too quiet. Quiet like a tomb. Zhang Hao. He immediately called through the walkie-talkie, but all he heard was a jumble of static and faint sounds of running and shouting. Then the communication was completely cut off, leaving only a deathly silence. Zhang Hao is in trouble. Qin Shue's face turned pale, and her fingers gripping the gun turned white from the force. She could clearly hear her own rapid heartbeat. Just then, a figure staggered out of the shadows inside the door. It was Zhang Hao. He was incredibly fast, like a startled rabbit, but he looked rather disheveled. His tactical vest was ripped open, revealing a bleeding wound inside, and his face was covered in dust and sweat. Hurry! There's an ambush inside. They deliberately opened the door to lure us in. Zhang Hao's voice was hoarse and urgent before he could finish speaking. Whoosh! A soft gunshot rang out, accompanied by the muffled thud of a silencer. Zhang Hao groaned, a spray of blood erupting from his thigh, instantly staining his trouser leg crimson. He collapsed forward, crashing heavily onto the cold sand. Zhang Hao, Qin Shui exclaimed, almost rushing out, but Chun Mo held her shoulder firmly. Chun Mo's hand was cold and strong, instantly calming her down a bit. Almost at the same time the gunshot rang out, Chun Mo had already moved. Instead of rushing towards the door, he suddenly threw a military smoke grenade he had brought from Li Jun into the room. With a bang, thick gray smoke instantly spread out, like a mushroom cloud obscuring the view at the doorway and shrouding the entire entrance to the passage in chaos. Gao Yuan, suppress the entrance with firepower. Qin Shui, freeze the ground and create a slippery area. Then rescue people. Chun Mo gave the orders in a very fast voice. His voice was frighteningly calm. At the same time, the Tang sword at his waist was drawn with a clang, its cold light flashing. His eyes were coldly staring into the depths of the smoke, ready to deal with any sudden situation at any time. As expected of a special forces soldier, Gao Yuan's well-trained instincts allowed him to immediately take cover behind the rocks and fire a series of pistol shots in the direction where people might be hiding in the smoke. Bang! 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 The bullets struck the metal wall, scattering sparks and making crisp impact sounds, effectively suppressing the enemy inside the door and buying them precious time. Suppressing her anxiety, Qin Shui pressed her hands onto the cold, sandy ground of the riverbed, her body surging with chilling energy. A smooth, thin layer of ice visibly formed on the ground in front of her, rapidly spreading to the entrance area and forming a 10-meter-long ice surface, shimmering with a sharp, cold light. A few curses and the sound of slipping and falling came from the smoke, mixed with the crisp sound of weapons falling. Taking advantage of this gap, Chun Mo darted out like a cheetah, not charging in a straight line, but quickly approaching the fallen Zhang Hao in a zigzag pattern. His movements were swift and agile, each step placed in the safest position, avoiding possible firing angles. He grabbed Zhang Hao by the collar of his tactical vest and dragged him backward sharply. Bang! Bang! 2 more bullets struck the spot where Chun Mo had just been standing, sending sand and gravel flying and grazing his clothes. It was a close call. Retreat! Chun Mo roared, his voice carrying an unquestionable command. He and Gao Yuan supported the injured Zhang Hao on either side, with Qin Shui following closely behind. The 4 of them quickly retreated behind the rocky cover. Qin Shui immediately crouched down to examine Zhang Hao's injuries, while simultaneously conjuring several sharp ice crystals with her hands and precisely inserting them into the acupoints around the wound on Zhang Hao's leg, temporarily sealing the blood vessels to stop the bleeding. They knew we were here all along, Zhang Hao said urgently, enduring the excruciating pain, a fine layer of cold sweat beading on his forehead. There are motion sensors installed in the ventilation ducts. The moment I entered, the alarm was triggered, and they instantly located me. I tried to go back the way I came, but suddenly the isolation gate inside the ventilation shaft lowered. I had no choice but to run deeper, and then I bumped into several people in white protective suits. They seemed to be escorting something towards this exit. They opened the door on purpose, as if they had anticipated we would be here. Was the door opened intentionally to lure the victim into a trap? Chun Mo's mind raced, and he instantly understood the other party's intentions. Their location had been exposed. Instead of ambushing Zhang Hao within the complex ventilation ducts, the enemy had used this backup exit to lure their team into their control. This indicated that the enemy had extreme confidence in their control, or there was a deadly trap they had set up near this exit. We can't go in. This is definitely a trap. Gao Yuan realized this too, his face turning grim. He had seen this tactic in similar military exercises before, and the consequences of stepping into the enemy's preset position would be unimaginable. Just then, the smoke inside seemed to be quickly sucked away by the powerful ventilation system, and visibility returned. 4 fully armed soldiers, dressed in black combat uniforms and wearing gas masks, appeared at the doorway. Their 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles, equipped with silencers and tactical flashlights, were pointed steadily outwards. Their tactical movements were precise and fluid. The leader gave a hand signal, and the soldiers quickly dispersed, taking positions on the rocks on either side of the doorway and along the edge of the passageway, forming a crossfire network, clearly a highly trained elite force. Even more chilling, 2 figures slowly emerged from the shadows behind the soldiers. They had the general outline of humans, but their skin was an unhealthy grayish white, like that of patients who hadn't seen sunlight for a long time. Their arms were distorted into sharp, grotesque, bone-like blades, their eyes flashing with a murky yellow light, and they emitted threatening, gurgling growls from their throats. They wore no protective gear and seemed completely unaffected by the complex environment inside the door. Their exposed skin was covered with twisted, blue veins. It's the scavengers, the mutants used for security inside the research institute, Gao Yuan exclaimed, his voice filled with barely concealed fear. I've seen them in previous intelligence reports. They're modified from prisoners, more obedient and more dangerous than wild mutants outside. They're fast, strong, and impervious to bullets and blades. The lead soldier spoke in a cold, emotionless voice through a megaphone beneath his mask. Intruders, lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. Repeat, lay down your weapons and surrender. This is your only way out. Surrender? Enter that hellish research institute. The consequences are predictable. Chen Mo took a deep breath, knowing there was no way out but to fight to the death. He lowered his voice and said to his companion, I'll count to 3. Qin Shui, use your strongest power to create an ice wall to block the entrance. Make it as thick as possible. Then we'll retreat with all our might, using the riverbed's terrain to get rid of them. Gao Yuan, prepare the grenades. Gao Yuan understood and immediately pulled out the last offensive grenade from his tactical vest, his fingers gripping the safety pin tightly, his eyes serious. 1. The soldiers seemed to sense their intentions, raising their guns slightly and focusing the beams of their tactical flashlights on the rocks where they were hiding, instantly creating an extremely tense atmosphere. 2. The 2 cleaners crouched low, poised to pounce, their muscles taut, their bony arms trembling slightly, and the yellow light in their eyes growing ever stronger. 3. Just as Chun Mo shouted 3, Qin Shui let out a sharp cry and thrust her hands forward with all her might. This time, she almost exhausted all the remaining spiritual power in her body. Instantly, a curved ice wall 1/2 meter thick and 2 meters high rose from the ground, blocking the gate like a natural barrier. It even froze the two soldiers at the gate and a scavenger that didn't have time to react into the ice, leaving only their blurry outlines. Retreat! Chun Mo roared, his voice deafening. At the same time, Gao Yuan pulled the pin on the grenade, and after a 2-second delay, accurately threw the grenade into the ice wall from the top. The grenade drew an arc in the air and disappeared into the depths of the passage. Boom! A violent explosion resounded inside the door, the shockwave causing countless cracks to spread across the thick ice wall like a spiderweb. Piercing screams and chaotic crashes echoed from within, clearly indicating that someone had been injured in the blast. Chun Mo and Gao Yuan supported the injured Zhang Hao on either side, while Qin Shui, pale from exhaustion, staggered behind them. The four of them frantically retreated downstream along the dry riverbed. Behind them, the cracking sounds of ice walls breaking, dense gunfire, and the angry roars of monsters mingled together, clearly indicating that the enemy had quickly broken through the barrier and was in pursuit. They're catching up. There are at least 3. Gao Yuan glanced back quickly and saw 2 soldiers and the remaining scavenger rush out of the doorway, gliding across the ice in pursuit at incredible speed. Worse still, the roar of a helicopter echoed through the air again. The black helicopter had returned, swooping down from the other side of the mountain, its massive searchlight beams like the eyes of a demon, scanning the riverbed for their trail. With pursuers ahead, helicopters above, teammates injured, and ammunition running low, the situation was extremely critical. Chun Mo's mind raced as he scanned the surroundings on both sides of the riverbed. To the left was a steep, insurmountable mountain wall. To the right was a rocky area formed by a landslide, with jagged boulders, numerous crevices, and complex terrain an ideal hiding place. Get into the pile of rocks. Use the complex terrain to get rid of them. Chun Mo made the right decision without hesitation. The 4 men plunged into the boulders, the massive rocks providing excellent natural cover. The helicopter's searchlight swept across the rocks, but the obstruction made it difficult to pinpoint their exact location. The ground pursuers were also slowed by the complex terrain, forced to advance cautiously to avoid tripping over the rocks. Split up. Disperse their forces. Qin Shui, you take Zhang Hao to the left, retreat along the edge of the rubble, and find a hidden cave to hide in. Gao Yuan, you stay with me to cover the rear and draw their attention. Remember, meet up at the abandoned water tower downstream in 1 hour. Chun Mo quickly gave the order. At this moment, a choice had to be made. Only by breaking up the group into smaller units could they have a chance of survival. Qin Shui glanced at Chun Mo, her eyes filled with worry and reluctance. But she knew this was the only way at the moment. She gritted her teeth, nodded forcefully, grabbed Zhang Hao's arm, and, using the rocks for cover, carefully crept towards the left flank. Chun Mo and Gao Yuan chose a relatively open crevice in the rocks as cover and engaged in a fierce gunfight with the pursuing soldiers and scavengers. Gao Yuan was wounded in the shoulder and could only shoot with one hand, but his marksmanship remained accurate, and every bullet forced the pursuers to hesitate to advance. Chun Mo, holding a Tang sword, vigilantly watched ahead, ready to deal with any surprise attack from the scavengers. The scavenger was exceptionally agile, leaping and darting through the pile of rocks as if walking on flat ground, its speed astonishing, and it quickly closed the distance. Suddenly, it leaped, its bony, blade-like arms stabbing fiercely at Gao Yuan. Watch out! Chun Mo's eyes turned cold. The moment the cleaner pounced, he flashed out from behind cover, his Tang sword drawing a cold arc, slashing towards the cleaner's neck with a whooshing sound. Uft! The sharp blade sliced precisely across the cleaner's neck, and a murky head flew off instantly, yellowish-green blood gushing out like a fountain, emitting a nauseating stench. But at the same time, a soldier seized the moment Chun Mo was exposed and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet whistled through the air. Watch out! Gao Yuan shoved Chun Mo aside, but the movement aggravated his shoulder wound, causing him to groan in pain and drop his gun to the ground. The bullet grazed Chun Mo's ribs, striking the rocks behind him and sending up a spray of gravel. Chun Mo's heart tightened. He immediately crouched down, picked up Gao Yuan's dropped pistol, and hoisted the unconscious Gao Yuan onto his back, whispering, "Go." The helicopter hovered overhead, its searchlight beams drawing ever closer, illuminating the surrounding rocks. More footsteps approached from the front and sides. Clearly, the pursuers had closed in. They were completely surrounded. Chun Mo leaned against the cold rock, looking at the unconscious Gao Yuan in his arms, listening to the approaching footsteps and the roar of the helicopter overhead, and gripped his tang sword tightly. Was he really going to die here today? Just when all hope seemed lost, another unexpected event occurred. A woo! A loud, wild, and violent roar suddenly came from the depths of the mountains. The roar contained great power, even drowning out the noise of the helicopter, causing the entire riverbed to tremble slightly, and making everyone's eardrums buzz and their heads spin. Immediately afterwards, a barrage of gunfire and explosions erupted from afar, along with the thuds of some massive object moving and the rumble of collapsing buildings. The source of the sounds was none other than the main entrance of that secret research institute. The soldiers who were about to surround Chun Mo visibly faltered, stopping in their tracks and looking in the direction from which the sound came. Urgent and chaotic shouts came through their communication channels, as if some emergency had occurred. The helicopter overhead also received orders. Its searchlights snapped to life, heading towards the main entrance and quickly disappearing into the night. What's going on? Chun Mo was filled with doubt and suspicion. He seized this rare opportunity to cautiously observe his surroundings. This is the only chance. Taking advantage of the brief moment when the enemy's attention was completely drawn, Chun Mo unhesitatingly hoisted the unconscious Gao Yuan onto his back, increased his speed to the maximum, and like a nimble ape, weaved through the pile of rocks, sprinting in the opposite direction from Qin Shui and the others. He had to use this sudden turn of events to completely shake off his pursuers, and then find a way to reunite with Qin Shui and Zhang Hao. What was that terrifying roar? What attacked the main entrance of the research institute? Was it a new, more powerful mutant? Or did other forces intervene? The ever-growing mysteries and unknown dangers made this blood-red night even more enigmatic. Chun Mo knew that his escape had only just begun. The road ahead was long and fraught with peril. He had to survive, not only for himself, but also for his companions, and to uncover the shocking secret hidden behind this research institute. Chapter 11: Escape. Carrying the unconscious Gao Yuan on his back, Chun Mo squeezed the last bit of potential from his body to the limit. He precisely avoided the sharp edges of every pebble, his feet landing almost silently, only the veins on his arms bulging slightly when his muscles were taut to the extreme. In the dimly lit area of rocks, his figure was like a shadow shrouded in night, each movement perfectly wedged between two boulders, his speed even faster than the wind. The gunshots behind him were like the relentless drumbeats of a pursuer. But after that soul-rending roar exploded, everything fell apart. The footsteps became hesitant. The gunshots scattered, as if the pursuer had suddenly been tripped up by something far more terrifying. This brief respite was too precious for Chun Mo to waste even a second. He deliberately avoided the open riverbed and walked close to the shadows of the steep riverbank. The recessed rock walls became his temporary cover, and the huge rocks blocked the view from behind. He was like a cheetah stalking in the dark, with only his sharp eyes fixed on the front. Blood was still seeping from Gao Yuan's shoulder, warm droplets trickling down the fabric, forming a small, sticky welt on Chun Mo's lower back, carrying a slightly burning heat in the cold night. Chun Mo could clearly feel the person on his back breathing shallower and shallower, his heart clenching. He had to treat the wound quickly. Any longer, and Gao Yuan's body heat would drain away with the blood. His mind raced, the route they had taken unfolding in his mind like a map. About a kilometer away, on the east side of the riverbed, there was a grove of dead trees, the branches intertwined like a net, a thick layer of decaying leaves, each step only producing a soft rustling sound, perfectly masking any movement. Chun Mo took a deep breath, adjusting his breathing rhythm, letting the remaining strength in his body spread evenly with each breath, his steps becoming increasingly light, even the hem of his clothes brushing against the low bushes only stirring up a barely visible leaf. A dozen minutes later, he finally made his way deep into the deadwood forest. The ravine he found was surrounded on three sides by waist-high rocks, with only a narrow exit in front, perfectly blocking the view. Chun Mo crouched down, his movements as gentle as if he were afraid of breaking something fragile. He first supported Gao Yuan's legs, slowly placing them on the ground covered with dry grass, then carefully helped his upper body lie down. When he untied Gao Yuan's blood-stained combat uniform, his fingers paused. The wound was deeper than he had imagined, the bullet hole clearly visible. The flesh at the edges rolled back, still oozing dark red blood. He didn't dare delay, taking out hemostatic powder from his medical kit. The sound of tearing open the paper packet was as soft as a whisper. He pinched the powder between his fingers and sprinkled it evenly on the wound. Even though Gao Yuan was unconscious, his brow furrowed sharply, clearly in great pain. Next came the sterile bandage, which he wrapped around Gao Yuan's shoulder again and again, each wrap with just the right tightness, neither too loose nor too tight, to affect blood circulation. After treating his wounds, Chun Mo stood up and walked from one end of the ravine to the other, carefully stepping on the thick layer of fallen leaves to make sure he hadn't left any footprints. He then broke off a few dry branches to block the exit before leaning against the cold tree trunk. His back was soaked with sweat and blood, and the cold wind was biting, but his nerves remained taut. His ears perked up, not even missing the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves in the distance. At this moment, the images of Qin Shui and Zhang Hao kept flashing through his mind. Zhang Hao's leg injury was already severe. He had been grazed by a stray bullet in the research institute, and he needed Qin Shui's support to walk. Although Qin Shui was an ability user, she would get dizzy from using her mental energy too much. How could she possibly outrun the pursuers while carrying an injured person? That roar was strange. It shook the entire valley, and the explosion at the main entrance, with its muffled thud, even made the ground tremble slightly. Was it a coincidence? Or was someone deliberately causing trouble? Chun Mo took out his walkie-talkie and pressed the call button. There was only a hissing sound in the earpiece, like countless tiny insects crawling. The signal was completely blocked. It might be that the research institute's shielding hadn't been turned off, or it might be that the mountainous terrain was too complex. He gripped the walkie-talkie, his knuckles turning white. We must find them as soon as possible. His voice was low, but it carried an undeniable determination. He couldn't let any of his companions fall behind, especially in this cannibalistic apocalypse. After resting for about half an hour, Gao Yuan suddenly groaned softly, his eyelids trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. He blinked twice in confusion, his gaze shifting from Chun Mo's face to the withered trees around him. He stared blankly for several seconds before speaking in a hoarse voice, his tone as if it had been sanded, each word accompanied by a sharp gasp. We escaped? Where are Qin Shui and Zhang Hao? He's safe for now. He got separated from them, but he should be all right. Chun Mo said succinctly, reaching out to feel Gao Yuan's forehead. His temperature was normal. How are you feeling? Can you walk? Gao Yuan tried to move his arm, but he gasped in pain as soon as he raised it halfway, his face turning pale instantly. But he gritted his teeth and slowly propped himself up. It's okay, I won't die. This little injury, it's nothing. Chun Mo took out a water bottle from his backpack, shook it to make sure there was still a little over half left, unscrewed the cap, and handed it over. He then broke the compressed biscuits into small pieces and placed them in Gao Yuan's hand. Have something to eat first and replenish your energy. We need to go to the forest ranger station, remember? The meeting point we agreed on when we came is at the foot of the mountain before we enter the riverbed. Gao Yuan took a sip of water to moisten his throat, chewed the biscuit slowly, and his eyes gradually cleared. I remember the wooden house at the forest ranger station. The door was crooked. He raised his finger and pointed northeast, his fingertip trembling slightly. It takes about an hour to walk from here. There is a grove of low pine trees along the way, so you have to go around it to avoid leaving a trail. Chun Mo helped Gao Yuan to his feet, letting him drape his arm over his shoulder to share most of the weight. The two supported each other, slowly pushing aside the withered branches and leaves in front of them. The twigs rustling against their clothes were particularly noticeable in the silent forest. Every 30 steps, Gao Yuan would raise his hand to signal a stop, listening intently to the surrounding sounds, not missing a single abnormality, even as cold sweat beaded on his forehead from the pain. The distant gunfire continued intermittently, like dull knives grinding against the ears, occasionally punctuated by indistinct roars, whether from mutants or something else. It was unclear. A faint smell of gunpowder mingled with the stench of rotting leaves, making their chests feel heavy. More than an hour later, the night grew darker, the moonlight completely obscured by dark clouds, with only a few stars twinkling faintly on the horizon. They finally saw the forest ranger station. The wooden door of the cabin hung crookedly on its hinges, creaking in the wind. A hole in the roof revealed the gray night sky, and a few dry leaves clung to the haystack. Chun Mo helped Gao Yuan sit on the haystack, checking his wounds again to make sure the bandages weren't bleeding before he was relieved. Then, pressed against the shadow of the door frame, only half an eye visible, the pupil contracted to a point in the darkness, his gaze fixed intently on every inch of the path they had come from, not even missing a passing wild rabbit, afraid of missing Qin Shui and Zhang Hao. Time ticked by, and a cold wind blew in through the hole in the roof, making his bones ache. Chun Mo's legs were numb, but he didn't dare move, just stiffening and staring ahead. Just as his heart sank lower and lower, and he even began to wonder if he should go back to look for them. Two staggering figures suddenly appeared on the path. In the distance, Qin Shui's hair was disheveled like dry grass, and her forehead was stained with blood. Whether hers or Zhang Hao's, he didn't know. She was holding on to Zhang Hao's arm, almost half carrying him, each step a stumble, her trouser legs torn in several places by tree branches, the exposed skin bleeding. Zhang Hao's face was ashen, his head resting on Qin Shui's shoulder, his eyes half open, looking like he might faint at any moment. Chun Mo's heart tightened. He immediately lowered his body and rushed over quickly, his voice very low. Qin Shui, Zhang Hao. Qin Shui was stunned for 2 seconds. Then her eyes suddenly lit up, and tears welled up in her eyes. But she bit her lip to keep from crying out loud. She swayed Zhang Hao's arm, almost causing him to fall, and Chun Mo quickly stepped forward, took Zhang Hao's other arm, and the three of them helped him into the forest ranger station. The inner room was small, just enough for 4 people. Chun Mo placed Zhang Hao on the haystack, and as soon as he untied Zhang Hao's trouser leg, he saw that the wound was bleeding again, and the bandage was soaked with blood. He quickly took out the first aid kit, and Qin Shui helped hand him the items, her fingers still trembling slightly. "Thank goodness, you're all right. I was just thinking, what if I couldn't find you?" Her voice was so weak that it was like a mosquito's hum, and she had to catch her breath after each sentence, clearly exhausted. "How's the situation on your end? What exactly was that roar?" Chun Mo asked anxiously as he cleaned Zhang Hao's wound with iodine. Qin Shui took a sip of water, composed herself, and her eyes still held lingering fear. "After we split up, we ran to the left flank. Most of the pursuers followed you, but there was still one soldier and a cleaner with us. That cleaner was incredibly fast, and just when we were about to catch up, that roar suddenly rang out. I felt like my head had been hit by a heavy hammer, my ears were ringing, and even my vision went black. Zhang Hao's legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground." She paused, swallowed. Then that cleaner went berserk, suddenly turned around, roared, and pounced on the soldier, his claws scratching the soldier's chest, and blood gushed out immediately. We took the opportunity to run in the opposite direction, not daring to look back, and ran for almost an hour before we dared to stop and catch our breath. A mental shock? Chun Mo and Gao Yuan exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. That roar wasn't just loud. It could actually affect the cleaner? The cleaner was controlled by the Research Institute's mental amplifier. To disrupt that control meant that the unknown entity's mental power was even stronger than the overlords. The explosion at the main entrance of the Research Institute is also strange. Gao Yuan frowned, his voice still hoarse. "I used to work in the military. In a normal defensive battle, the gunshots and explosions would be very regular. But what I heard just now sounded more like someone rushing in from the outside. The sound of the door exploding was particularly loud, and there were also the roars of mutants mixed together. It was very chaotic." Chun Mo remained silent, fragments of memories from his past life swirling in his mind. He seemed to have seen a similar mental roar somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it. Artificial mutation experiments, mental amplifiers that could control mutants, and this suddenly appearing unknown entity. It was all like a net, trapping them in the middle, and they hadn't even grasped the edges of the net. We can't stay here any longer. Chinemo stood up and looked at the sky outside. It was completely dark. We need to get back to the base as soon as possible. Gao Yuan's wound needs to be treated again, and Zhang Hao needs to rest. He paused, then added, traveling through the mountains at night is dangerous, but if we stay here and the pursuers find us, we won't even have anywhere to hide. We'll rest for half an hour, then set off, taking a longer route to avoid areas where there might be patrols. Half an hour later, the four set off again. Chen Mo carried Zhang Hao on his back, while Gao Yuan supported Qin Shui, their pace much slower than on the way there. The mountain path was rugged, with loose, slippery rocks. Chen Mo had to check the stability of each step he took. Zhang Hao, clinging to his back, breathed softly, occasionally letting out a low groan, clearly still in pain. Qin Shui walked behind, her face pale with exhaustion, but she still glanced back every now and then to make sure no one was following. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any patrols along the way. Around dawn, as the sky began to lighten, the outline of the villa's stronghold finally appeared in the distance. Li Jun and Lei Ming, who had stayed behind, were already waiting at the door. Li Jun was still clutching half a compressed biscuit in his hand. When he saw them return, the biscuit fell to the ground with a thud, and he rushed over. Finally back, Chu Xian had already prepared the medicine. Lei Ming then simply hoisted Gao Yuan's other arm, moving so quickly that Gao Yuan didn't have to exert any extra force. Upon entering the villa, Chu Xian immediately led Gao Yuan and Zhang Hao to the room. He tested the temperature of the iodine wipes on his own wrist before applying them to the wound, ensuring they weren't cold. The bandage was wrapped with just the right tightness, and he even placed a soft pillow under Gao Yuan's shoulder to reduce pressure. Xiao Yu brought over hot water and warmed canned food, distributing them to everyone with worried eyes. Are you all right? Li Jun and I didn't sleep all night, afraid of hearing bad news. After arranging for the wounded to rest, Chen Mo, Qin Shui, Li Jun, Lei Ming, and Chu Xian gathered in the living room. Chen Mo recounted the entire incident of infiltrating the research institute, from the intelligence provided by Gao Yuan to the attack on the institute and the mental roar, explaining everything clearly, word for word. The living room was so quiet you could hear someone breathing. Lei Ming swallowed hard, his voice a little hoarse. So, we not only have to deal with the mutants, but also those scientists, and that thing that can unleash mental roars. Chu Xian adjusted his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses unusually serious. The mental power of that unknown entity may have already exceeded the control range of the mental amplifier. If it wants to attack us, our current defenses are simply not enough. Li Jun sat in front of the computer and pulled up a chaotic signal log. I've been listening all night. The signal from the Research Institute's direction got more and more erratic, and then it disappeared completely. Either the communication equipment was destroyed, or the Research Institute is gone. Gone. This word struck everyone like a stone. How terrifying must an entity be to be able to breach a research institute head-on? Chen Mo walked to the window and looked towards the mountains to the east. The first rays of dawn slowly illuminated the sky, filtering through the window and falling on the floor. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over everyone's tired yet determined faces, his voice low but powerful. No matter what the enemy is, we must survive. From today onward, strengthen our defenses, train our physical fitness, and gather supplies. We must survive in this apocalypse and uncover the whole truth, no matter how dark that truth may be. In the morning light, everyone's eyes lit up. Although the future was still full of dangers, as long as they were together, this small flame of hope would not be extinguished. Chapter 12: The Calm Before the Storm. For the next few days, the villa hideout operated like a tightly wound gear, running at high speed every second. The air was thick with the pungent smell of engine oil, the salty tang of sweat, and a barely perceptible tension, the external threat hanging overhead like an invisible whip, lashing at everyone, leaving no room for complacency. Even the old locust tree in the yard seemed to be infected by the atmosphere. Its leaves drooped listlessly, and when the wind blew, they carried not life, but a heavy sense of oppression. Li Jun became the most out-of-touch person in the outpost. He and two teammates with some electrical knowledge turned the makeshift monitoring room into a metal wreck. Old circuit boards and soldering torches were piled on the table, cut wires were scattered on the floor, and even gloves covered in solder were draped over the chairs. When repairing the power grid, he squatted against the villa's outer wall, sparks from the soldering torch flying in the twilight, burning his hands and causing several small blisters. He simply wiped them with his sleeve and continued watching the solder joints. The power grid had to extend 50 meters into the bushes, a blind spot and the easiest place for someone to hide. To set up a backup power system, he scoured nearby abandoned cars, removed 3 old batteries, connected them in series with wires, and nailed solar panels to the garage roof. When fixing the wires, he cut his hands, blood dripping onto the batteries, but he just gritted his teeth and taped the wound. At night, he barely slept, his ears plugged with worn-out earphones, his fingers flying across the keyboard of an old military walkie-talkie, black grime embedded in his fingernails. The screen was filled with noisy electromagnetic waveforms, yet he could discern the slightest anomaly from that cacophony. For example, a faint signal noise coming from the eastern mountains at 3 in the morning. He immediately took a screenshot, saved it, enlarged it, and listened to it repeatedly, his brow furrowed so deeply it could trap a mosquito. This sound is wrong. It sounds like the tail end of an encrypted communication. Lei Ming moved the training ground to the woods surrounding the villa. He wore faded camouflage, a signal pistol tucked into his waistband, and his voice was loud enough to shake the leaves. When designing a training plan for Zhang Hao, he specially tied more than a dozen red ropes in the woods, with soda cans hanging from them. Your speed is an advantage, but you can't just rush around blindly. You need to learn to run around obstacles, so you can dodge bullets and find opportunities to ambush. Zhang Hao, shirtless, his bronze skin covered in sweat, shuffled between the red ropes, the soda cans jingling as he ran. Occasionally, he would knock one over, and Lei Ming would whistle. Try again. You're touching soda cans now, but on the battlefield, that's bullets. When Xin Shui was practicing her ice-type abilities, Lei Ming had her freeze tree trunks at first. She could only form a thin layer of frost on the trunks, but after 5 tries, she was finally able to condense a half-foot-thick ice shell. But she was so tired that she leaned against a tree, panting, her fingertips still trembling slightly. Lei Ming handed over a bottle of water, his tone softening slightly. Don't try to tough it out. Defense isn't about holding out. You need to learn to conserve energy. For example, freeze the path the enemy is charging towards, making them trip and fall. It's much less strenuous than building an ice wall. He also organized a simulated combat exercise. One group acted as the enemy, sneaking in from the woods. The other group was responsible for defense. Once, the enemy reached the base of the wall, and Chun Mo, as the attack corps, climbed over using the human ladder Lei Ming had built, drew his Tang sword, and instantly knocked away the opponent's weapon, a wooden stick. Lei Ming clapped his hands and shouted, "That's it. Be quick and accurate. Don't give the enemy a chance to react." Chu Xian locked himself in the basement. It was so damp you could wring water out of it. Water droplets seeped from the walls, and moldy cardboard boxes piled up in the corner. He placed the mental amplifier on an old table, surrounded by a coil of wires connected to a monitor. The screen displayed a dense array of waveforms, tangled together like a jumble of hemp. His face was as white as paper, his eyes sunken, and the dark circles under his eyes were as heavy as if they had been smeared with ink. Only his eyes shone with a frightening light, an almost fanatical light, like that of an explorer who had discovered a treasure. Once, he tried to resonate with the amplifier using his mental power, and a deep hum suddenly emanated from the basement. The sound didn't enter through the ears but drilled directly into the bones, making one's temples throb. The team member guarding the door felt dizzy and almost fell while leaning against the wall. He called out, "Brother Chu Xian," but there was no response from inside. Chu Xian was staring at the screen, his fingers flying across the keyboard, a slight smile even playing on his lips. The frequency is right, adjusted a little more. Only when the buzzing grew louder did he abruptly unplug the power cord, lean back in his chair, and gasp for breath. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't care. He wiped it with the back of his hand and continued studying the waveform. When Chun Mo went to see him, the basement was filled with a faint smell of ozone, like the smell after a thunderstorm. Chu Xian was facing the screen, his finger pointing at a sharp waveform. Brother Mo, look, this is the waveform of the amplifier amplifying the command signal. If I adjust the parameters in reverse, I might be able to create a repulsion wave. Low-level mutants are very sensitive to this kind of wave and will instinctively avoid it. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing against wood, and he coughed occasionally while speaking, clearly due to excessive mental exertion. Chunemo looked at the bloodshot eyes and reached out to pat his shoulder. He could feel the outline of his shoulder blade. He had lost a lot of weight in the past few days. Do what you can. Chunmo's voice was deep. We can find new equipment if we lose it, but if you collapse, we'll lose an important trump card. Chu Xian pushed up his glasses. The light behind the lenses dimmed, but he still nodded. I know, I'll be careful. Qin Shui became the logistics minister. She wore a light blue coat with the sleeves rolled up to her forearms, revealing an old watch on her wrist, a heirloom from her father. While caring for Zhang Hao, she changed his dressing twice a day. The iodine used for disinfecting the wound was very cold, so she would warm the cotton swab in her hands before gently applying it to the wound. Bear with it. Disinfection will help it heal faster. Zhang Hao's recovery speed was indeed astonishing. In just 3 days, the deep, bone-revealing wound on his leg had scabbed over with a light pink scab. He tried to get out of bed and take a few steps, and Qin Shui quickly supported him, her eyes full of worry. Don't push yourself. It'll be troublesome if it reopens. Gao Yuan's shoulder also needed a dressing change. As a soldier, he didn't complain of pain during the dressing change, but Qin Shui noticed that he would always grip the bedsheet tightly. So, after changing the dressing, she would hand him a compressed biscuit. Replenish your energy. The wound will heal faster. Gao Yuan took the biscuit and nodded. Later, during training, he volunteered to help Lei Ming instruct the team members on shooting, teaching them how to aim. 3 points in a line, steady breathing. Don't panic when pulling the trigger. However, this tense calm, like thin ice, is fragile and could shatter at the slightest touch. That evening, the setting sun dyed the sky an eerie orange-red, like a basin of blood had been spilled. Li Jun suddenly rushed out of the monitoring room, clutching a piece of printed paper, its edges crumpled, his face darker than the bottom of a pot. Brother Amo, something's up. His voice trembled slightly, not from fear, but from tension. He handed over the paper, which contained several lines of deciphered text, the handwriting slightly crooked from his trembling hand. I intercepted an encrypted communication, and it took me 2 hours to decipher a bit. Observation point confirmed. Residual energy matches the hive, signal characteristics, high-value survivor, close reconnaissance. The hive. Chun Mo took the paper, his fingertip tracing the words hive, his brows instantly furrowing. He had never heard of this code name before, yet it exuded a dangerous aura, like a poisonous bee lurking in the darkness, ready to sting at any moment. Gao Yuan immediately leaned closer, his eyes suddenly turning wary as he stared at the words, close reconnaissance, on the paper. He had served in the military and knew all too well the weight of those 4 words. This is the terminology of a special reconnaissance team. They're not here to loiter. They're here to find out our strengths and weaknesses. Our numbers, equipment, and defensive vulnerabilities could all be their targets. He paused, then added, the communication source is in the southeast, where it's mountainous and densely forested, perfect for hiding reconnaissance soldiers. No sooner had he finished speaking than a series of hurried footsteps echoed through the courtyard. Zhang Hao burst in, dressed in a dark training uniform, his trousers stained with grass clippings, his forehead beaded with sweat, and his breathing rapid as if he had just run 5 kilometers. Brother Amo, there's some kind of smoke in the woods 2 kilometers to the southeast. It's not cooking smoke, it's a pale gray, like a signal smoke. I even saw a reflection in the lens. Someone's watching us with high-powered binoculars, he said, pointing southeast, his hand still trembling slightly, not from fear, but from a mixture of excitement and nervousness. Everyone's hearts clenched instantly, as if gripped by an invisible hand. They'd only had a few days of peace, and trouble had struck again. Qin Shui's fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of her clothes. Her eyes filled with complex emotions. She both hoped it was someone from the military, someone who could bring some order, and feared it was someone carrying out the Bloody Dawn plan. After all, her father had died in that plan. Don't take any chances. Prepare for the worst. Chun Mo's eyes sharpened instantly, like a drawn sword. He turned to Li Jun. Continue listening. Use triangulation to pinpoint their exact location. Be careful to jam our signals. Don't let them detect us. He then looked at Lei Ming. Level 1 combat readiness. Double the manpower at all defensive posts. Place snipers on the rooftops. Check all the traps under the walls. Ensure they're ready to fire at any moment. Next was Zhang Hao. Go scout again. Don't get too close. Use binoculars to see their numbers and equipment. Do they have heavy weapons? Do they have communication equipment? Gao Yuan was assigned to analyze tactics. You're familiar with military reconnaissance tactics. What might they do next? Will they continue observing, or send someone in to infiltrate? Finally, he looked at Chu Xian, his tone softening. Can your jamming field be used now? Chu Xian pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses showing some hesitation. He bit his lip. Theoretically, it's possible, but the coverage area is only a few dozen meters, and if I use it continuously, my mental strength won't last long. I might feel dizzy, or even temporarily lose consciousness. Get ready. Chen Mo patted his shoulder. Don't keep it on all the time. Activate it when they get close. This is our trump card. We won't use it unless absolutely necessary, but we must be able to use it at any time. The entire outpost sprang into action the moment the order was given. Lei Ming blew a whistle, and the team members immediately rushed out of their rooms. Some carried rifles to the rooftops, while others crouched under the walls checking for tripwire traps. Their movements were as fast as if they had practiced 1,000 times. Li Jun ran back to the monitoring room, put on his headset, and typed even faster on the keyboard. The waveform on the screen kept refreshing as he muttered, "Closer, let me get the signal again." Zhang Hao changed into more concealing dark clothes, smeared some soot on his face, and silently slipped out the back door, like a shadow blending into the night. Gao Yuan held a simple map and gestured on the table. If they want to sneak in, they'll most likely come around from the woods to the east. There's a patch of low bushes there that can hide people. We can set up an ambush there. Qin Shui returned to her room, conjured an ice blade, and placed it beside her. Her ice blade was sharper than before, reflecting a cold light in the sunlight. Night fell, and the orange-red sky was swallowed by indigo. The woods to the southeast were eerily quiet. Even the chirping of insects had ceased. Only the sound of the wind whistling through the leaves, like the wailing of ghosts, sending chills down one's spine. Not long after, Zhang Hao returned, his voice low and rapid. 3 targets, all wearing black combat uniforms, no badges, well-equipped, one carrying a sniper rifle, one with binoculars, and another operating what looks like a communicator. They've set up makeshift shelters in the woods, lying motionless inside, like stones. No one spoke. The living room was so quiet you could hear each other breathing. The other side neither made contact nor launched an attack, simply lying there like 3 patient wolves, watching their prey, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. This silent pressure was the most agonizing. You didn't know when they would move, or what their next move would be. Li Jun stared at the screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping the table, making a jarring tap-tap sound in the silence. What are they waiting for? Are they waiting for reinforcements? Or are they waiting for us to let our guard down? Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from the basement. Chu Xian rushed up, his face deathly pale, his lips bloodless, and his hair a complete mess. He grabbed Chen Mo's arm, his hand icy cold, his voice trembling. "Brother Mo." The amplifier had started moving by itself. I didn't operate it. It generated its own energy fluctuations. What? Chen Mo's pupils suddenly contracted. I checked the wiring. It's not broken. It was triggered by an external signal. Chu Xian pointed towards the basement, his voice urgent, as if he were about to cry. The frequency of the fluctuation is very similar to the control signal from the Overlord before, and the amplifier's antenna has always been pointed southeast, the direction the scouts are in. These words exploded like a thunderbolt in the living room. Everyone's face turned pale. An external signal? A control signal similar to that of the Overlord? Could it be that among those scouts, There were people who could manipulate mental energy? Or did they carry devices similar to mental amplifiers? Chun Mo suddenly recalled the terrifying roar from the hive. Earlier, could the hive be related to the overlord? Or even, could the hive be the force behind the overlord? We can't wait any longer. Chun Mo stood up abruptly, his hand on the Tang's sword at his waist, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve, no longer hesitant. Passive defense is too dangerous. They have mind control devices. If they use that against us, we won't even have a chance to fight back. Zhang Hao, Gao Yuan, come with me. We'll go and meet them, and hopefully capture one alive to find out exactly what the hive is. It's too dangerous. Qin Shui quickly grabbed him, her eyes filled with worry. They have snipers, and they might even have mind control devices. It's too risky for the three of you to go. It's precisely because it's dangerous that we have to go. Chun Mo pried her hands away, his tone firm. If we don't figure out their background now, our entire stronghold will be finished once their reinforcements arrive. Don't worry, we'll be careful if we can't capture them alive. At least we'll destroy their equipment so they can't transmit intelligence. Having said that, he didn't hesitate any longer. He picked up a silenced rifle from the weapon rack, checked the magazine, and then tucked his Tang's sword into his belt. Gao Yuan took a pistol and a few grenades just in case. Zhang Hao carried a dagger. He was fast and suitable for close-quarters ambushes. The three of them changed into dark clothes, smeared their faces with soot, and silently slipped out the back door. The night was as dark as ink. The three men moved hunched over, their steps as light as cats. Chun Mo led the way, using his knife to push aside obstructing branches. The blade sliced through the bark without a sound. Zhang Hao followed in the middle, his eyes warily scanning their surroundings, his ears pricked up, ready to catch any unusual noise. Gao Yuan brought up the rear, glancing back every now and then to guard against a sneak attack. A breeze blew from the southeast, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood. Chun Mo's brow furrowed even more. There might be more than three of them. There might be an ambush. After walking for about 10 minutes, three dark figures could be vaguely seen lying on the ground ahead, like three stones. The sniper rifle barrel flashed coldly in the moonlight. Chun Mo made a hand gesture. Zhang Hao would circle around to the left to draw attention. Gao Yuan would provide suppressing fire with his pistol from the right, and he would rush in from the middle, targeting the person operating the equipment. Zhang Hao nodded, quickening his pace and darting to the left like a gust of wind. He deliberately snapped a tree branch, making a crack sound. The sniper on the other side immediately became alert, turning his gun to the left. Just then, Gao Yuan pulled the trigger. 2 bangs, the bullets struck the ground beside the sniper, kicking up dirt. The sniper quickly ducked back, no longer daring to peek out. Now, Chun Mo charged out like an arrow, his Tang sword drawn, a flash of cold light, straight at the person operating the equipment. The man reacted quickly, immediately trying to grab the equipment and run, but Chun Mo was faster. He grabbed the man's wrist, the Tang sword pressed against his neck. Don't move. However, a sudden change occurred. The man suddenly laughed, a laugh that sounded eerily mechanical. He abruptly pressed a button on his chest with a bang. A plume of black smoke billowed out, and the man's body slumped to the ground, black blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Self-destruct device, Gao Yuan exclaimed. On the other side, the sniper and the man with the binoculars also began to retreat. They threw a smoke grenade, and thick smoke instantly filled the air. Zhang Hao wanted to give chase, but Chun Mo stopped him. Don't chase. There might be a trap in the smoke. The three stood outside the smoke, watching it gradually dissipate. Only a corpse remained on the ground, along with the wreckage of destroyed equipment. Chun Mo crouched down and examined the body. There were no markings, only a black metal tag around its neck with no words, just a strange symbol resembling an eye. Let's retreat first. Chun Mo put away the metal plaque and picked up a piece of equipment debris. Let's go back and have Chu Xian take a look. See if we can find any clues from the wreckage. As night fell, three dark figures disappeared into the woods once more. The wind continued to blow, and the rustling of the leaves seemed to conceal even greater danger. The threat from the hive had only just begun. Chapter 13, Deadly Sniper. The night was as dark as ink, so thick it seemed to swallow the light. The forest was filled with the damp scent of earth and the stench of decaying plants. Every breath carried a chilling coldness that pierced the lungs. Chun Mo, Zhang Hao, and Gao Yuan moved like ghosts through the shadows of the trees, their footsteps so light they were almost inaudible, save for the occasional soft crack of a broken branch, quickly drowned out by the howling wind in the forest. Zhang Hao, aided by the astonishing speed and heightened senses granted by the enhancement potion, served as the scout at the front. His pupils dilated slightly in the darkness, allowing him to detect subtle glimmers of light and movement imperceptible to ordinary people. Every turn and pause was precise, like a cheetah hunting its prey in the night. Gao Yuan followed closely behind, utilizing his years of military service and professional reconnaissance skills to carefully observe the ground-trampled grass, freshly turned soil, and signs of disturbance to the surrounding vegetation, cautiously eliminating potential traps and sentries. Chun Mo provided support from the center, his tang sword gripped tightly, the anti-slip texture on the hilt damp with the sweat of his palms. His mind was highly focused. His innate combat anticipation ability acted like an invisible radar, constantly scanning the darkness ahead, capturing any hint of danger. Not even the slightest rustle of wind could escape his perception. About 500 meters from the observation point Zhang Hao had previously discovered, the three of them stopped simultaneously, using a dense thicket of bushes to conceal themselves. The intertwined branches and leaves of the bushes in the night acted as a natural barrier, completely obscuring their figures, leaving only three wary eyes watching ahead. At the 11 o'clock direction ahead, about 150 meters away, there are faint points of light flickering. The frequency is very stable, unlike fireflies. It could be the indicator light of night vision goggles, or it could be emitted by their equipment. Zhang Hao lowered his voice, almost speaking in a breath, afraid of alerting the other party. His voice had been enhanced by an enhancer, making it deeper and with a very short range of propagation. Gao Yuan immediately took out his low-light binoculars from his backpack, skillfully adjusted the focus, and aimed the lens at the direction Zhang Hao pointed. He observed carefully for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly. He slowly lowered the binoculars and whispered, 3 targets confirmed, deployed in a standard triangular defensive formation, about 10 meters apart. They've all built simple individual bunkers, camouflaged with branches and mud. The guy on the left is lying on the ground, observing our direction through binoculars. He's probably an observer. The one on the right is also lying on the ground, his gun pointed at the open area in our direction. His posture is steady, and his breathing is even. He's probably a sniper or marksman, responsible for vigilance and fire support. The one in the middle is crouching behind a bunker, with a square device in front of him, rapidly operating it with both hands. He looks like a technician. Their equipment consists of standard field uniforms and tactical helmets, but all identifying marks such as rank insignia and unit badges have been deliberately removed, making it impossible to confirm which unit they belong to. Professional, calm, and with extremely high tactical skills. This was no ordinary group of survivors, much less roaming bandits. Chun Mo's gaze grew even more serious. He could sense a chilling killing intent emanating from these 3 men, a testament to their long and arduous battles. Can you tell what kind of equipment that technician is operating? Chun Mo asked, his gaze fixed on the darkness ahead, his fingers unconsciously stroking the hilt of his tang sword. Gao Yuan raised his binoculars again, adjusted them to maximum focus, and carefully observed the device. After a while, he frowned. I can't see very clearly. The size and shape of the device are somewhat like a portable radio for individual soldiers, but it has additional antennas connected to it, at least 3, each pointing in a different direction, and several indicator lights are flashing, each a different color weight. The technician placed the device on the edge of the bunker. He was wearing gloves and operating it very carefully, only touching specific buttons with his fingers. Look, there's a small red indicator light on the side of the device, flashing at a specific frequency on for 3 seconds, off for 1 second, then on for 3 seconds again. That flashing pattern, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Gao Yuan's breathing suddenly became rapid, his tone filled with disbelief. It's a beacon, or some kind of small-range signal transmitter. I've seen similar things in classified military documents, specifically used for close-range signal calibration or scanning. They're not just observing, but trying to perform a close-range scan of our base to obtain our location parameters or sending some kind of signal to an unknown target for calibration. Almost as soon as Gao Yuan finished speaking, Chen Mo suddenly felt an extremely subtle, yet incredibly unsettling fluctuation sweep across his body. The fluctuation was invisible and intangible, yet carried a cold, probing quality, as if he were being watched by an invisible eye, making his hair stand on end and giving him goosebumps. This feeling stemmed from his combat experience in his previous life and the powerful mental strength he had awakened in this life, giving him an almost instinctive intuition for danger. Zhang Hao and Gao Yuan, standing nearby, seemed unaware of it, indicating that the fluctuation was extremely subtle, detectable only by those with sufficiently strong mental power. "We've been scanned," Chen Mo said in a low voice, a hint of coldness in his tone. Chu Xian's senses were correct. They are indeed carrying some kind of device that can detect mental fluctuations or energy signatures. Almost the instant Chen Mo uttered his warning, "Call out," a faint yet incredibly sharp whooshing sound ripped through the silence of the night. It was the distinctive sound of a bullet being silenced, short and sharp, like the whisper of death. It was a silenced sniper rifle. "Get down." Gao Yuan reacted extremely quickly, almost instinctively, and tackled Chen Mo and Zhang Hao to the ground. Thud! The bullet grazed Gao Yuan's back, embedding itself deeply in the trunk of a thick tree behind them with a dull thud, sending splinters flying and landing on them. A bullet hole about 2 inches deep instantly appeared in the tree trunk. They'd been spotted, and they opened fire without hesitation. No warning, no probing, just a deadly sniper shot. "We've been exposed. Counterattack. The target is that technician. Capture him alive." Chen Mo made a split-second decision. The enemy had a sniper. Staying put was tantamount to waiting to die. They had to take the initiative, disrupt their plans, and seize the advantage. Zhang Hao leaped to his feet like an enraged cheetah, his internal enhancement agent surging, his muscles bulging, and his speed reaching its peak. He weaved and circled the left side of the observation point in an irregular zigzag pattern, sending pebbles flying under his feet as he flashed through the woods, leaving almost afterimages, all to draw enemy fire. Gao Yuan, meanwhile, swiftly rolled behind another large tree, drew a pistol fitted with a makeshift silencer from his waist, and fired repeatedly in the general direction of the sniper's location. Bang! 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 Several muffled shots rang out as bullets struck the dirt and tree trunks around the sniper. Although accuracy was lacking in the darkness, the dense gunfire was enough to effectively disrupt the sniper's aiming rhythm, preventing him from concentrating on locking onto the target. Chen Mo, like a ghost, used the trees and terrain for cover and rushed towards the technician operating the equipment at top speed. His goal was very clear: to seize or destroy the device that might be emitting scanning signals, and to capture the technician alive if possible to extract information about the hive from him. His steps were light and swift, each step landing in the most concealed place, his body blending into the darkness, like a black panther pouncing on its prey. The 3 observers at the observation post were clearly caught off guard by their target's decisive and swift action. His reaction speed far exceeded their expectations. The sniper, temporarily pinned down by the high-range suppressive fire, could only occasionally return fire a shot or two, but all his bullets missed. Just as the observer managed to raise his assault rifle to aim at Zhang Hao, who was flanking him, Zhang Hao had already closed in on him like a phantom, less than 10 meters away. Startled, the observer had no choice but to turn his weapon and fire hastily. Rat-a-tat-tat. A burst of bullets flew towards Zhang Hao, but he was too fast, easily dodging the bullets and using the opportunity to close the distance. Chen Mo, at this moment, had descended upon the technician like the Grim Reaper. A look of shock flashed across the technician's face, his eyes filled with disbelief. He clearly hadn't expected anyone to break through the sniper and spotter's lines and reach him so quickly. He instinctively reached for the equipment on the cover, as if trying to activate some kind of self-destruct mechanism. But Chen Mo was faster. The Tang sword drew a cold arc, its gleam flashing, and instead of slashing at the technician's body, it precisely aimed at the antenna connected to the device. Snap! The antenna broke off and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. At the same time, Chunmo's left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the technician's wrist with such force that it almost crushed his bones, attempting to subdue him. "Don't move," Chunmo growled, his voice icy and chilling. However, a sudden change occurred. The moment the antenna snapped, the technician's body jerked violently, a look of extreme pain and confusion flashing in his eyes, and a hoarse, inhuman sound escaping his throat. He didn't struggle or beg for mercy. Instead, he slammed his free left hand against an inconspicuous black button on his chest. The button was hidden in the lining of his tactical vest, practically invisible without close inspection. Sizzle bang. With a soft pop, a plume of black smoke billowed from the device on the technician's chest, accompanied by a pungent, acrid smell. His body slumped to the ground, his eyes quickly losing focus, lifelessness draining from his face, black blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Self-destruct device? Chunmo's heart skipped a beat. He immediately released his grip and checked the technician's breath. He was no longer breathing. What a ruthless tactic. To keep the secret, he chose suicide without hesitation. Target cleared. Equipment destroyed. Evacuate immediately. The sniper's calm, almost cold voice came from the observation point, clearly an order issued through an internal encrypted communicator. His voice was devoid of emotion, as if the one who had just died was not his own comrade. The other observer didn't hesitate either, quickly retreating while throwing a smoke grenade from his waist. Bang! The smoke grenade landed and exploded, and thick white smoke instantly spread through the forest, obscuring visibility and forming a smoke screen barrier. Trying to run? Zhang Hao sneered, his speed increasing again as he prepared to give chase. Don't chase. Be careful of ambushes. Chunmo immediately shouted to stop them. The other side was well-trained, coordinated perfectly, and ruthless in their actions. They were even capable of killing their own people. There was no guarantee that there weren't other ambushes in the forest, such as booby traps or more reinforcements. He understood the principle of not pursuing a cornered enemy very well. Gao Yuan quickly moved closer, watching the direction of the billowing smoke warily, his gun always pointed there, finger on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. They're suicide squads. If their mission fails, they'll immediately eliminate all traces, leaving no clues. This style is far more extreme than that of ordinary special forces. They're likely a special unit directly under the jurisdiction of some top-secret project, such as the Direct Action Team of the Hive. Chunmo remained silent, quickly examining the damaged device. The main body of the device had been partially burned by the technician's self-destruct mechanism. The circuit boards were exposed, emitting smoke and a burnt smell. However, the remaining components and the broken antenna still revealed its sophisticated craftsmanship and complex structure. Unlike ordinary communication equipment, he noticed some strange symbols on the device, neither common electronic component markings nor any known writing system. Take this equipment wreckage and this person's ID tag, and we're retreating to the base immediately. Chunmo stuffed the burnt equipment wreckage into his backpack, then quickly retrieved a metal ID tag from the technician's body, a plain black alloy tag with a smooth surface, devoid of any patterns or engravings. He gave Gao Yuan and Zhang Hao a wink, and the three of them immediately turned and retreated towards the base. Throughout the journey, they remained on high alert, prepared to respond to any potential pursuit. Strangely, however, the expected pursuit did not materialize. The enemy seemed to have a clear objective, to conduct reconnaissance and signal marking. If exposed and unable to complete their mission, they would immediately withdraw, showing no lingering interest in combat. Their actions were chillingly decisive. This further convinced Chunmo that a powerful and mysterious organization, the Hive, was directing this force. Back at the villa, the atmosphere in the living room had become unusually tense. Li Jun, Qin Shui, and Chu Xian were already waiting there, and immediately surrounded them upon their return. Worry and anxiety were etched on everyone's faces. How is it? Who are they? Have you captured any prisoners? Qin Shui asked anxiously, her face filled with worry. Her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, clearly very concerned for their safety. Chun Mo briefly recounted what had happened in the forest, then placed the burnt equipment wreckage and metal identification tag on the table. The other side was a professional reconnaissance team, well-equipped and ruthless. One of the technicians committed suicide before being captured alive, using the self-destruct device on his chest. Upon seeing the equipment wreckage, Chu Xian's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. He immediately pounced on it, carefully picking up the wreckage and examining every detail with a magnifying glass. His eyes were fervent, and his fingers trembled slightly. It's it. It's definitely it. The residual traces of this signal fluctuation are completely identical to what the mental amplifier sensed before. Look here, he pointed to a charred chip on the equipment wreckage. The structure of this chip is very special, a type I've never seen before. It must contain core information about the hive. He picked up the broken antenna, brought it to his nose to smell it, and then rubbed the metal with his finger. This is a military-grade directional signal transmitter, and it's been specially modified to send and receive mental signals of a specific frequency, or rather a receiver for some kind of mental wave, specifically used to detect and locate individuals with powerful mental abilities. Gao Yuan picked up the metal identification tag and examined it several times, his expression growing increasingly grim. There's no number, no unit code, and no personal information. This is the identification tag for Black Label personnel. I heard about it when I served in the military. They are directly under top secret projects, and their identities are completely blank in any official system. Once exposed, they are immediately abandoned or even silenced, just like that technician from earlier. Li Jun immediately took the wreckage of the device to the computer, connected the data cable, and attempted data recovery. His fingers flew across the keyboard, displaying a series of complex codes and waveforms on the screen. But soon, he shook his head and sighed. The self-destruct program is very thorough. The chip has suffered physical damage, and the internal data has been completely erased, making it impossible to recover any useful information. However, I extracted a very brief, repetitive low-level signal code from the device's power module. He typed a few times on the computer, and an extremely complex, regular waveform appeared. Chu Xian leaned closer and took a look. His pupils suddenly contracted, and the fervor on his face was instantly replaced by shock and fear. This coding structure is a hive. Although it's just the most basic handshake protocol signal, it's definitely a hive system. They're using this device to try to establish a connection with a hive node, or they're sending some kind of beacon signal to the airspace near us, guiding something here. Guiding? A chill instantly ran down everyone's spine, as if a cold, venomous snake had crawled up their backs. They're not spying on us. Chen Mo's voice was icy cold as he voiced the most terrifying speculation. Their purpose isn't reconnaissance at all, but marking, providing us with precise coordinates for some more powerful being, or for the next precision strike. Just then, the device responsible for monitoring external electromagnetic signals suddenly emitted a series of rapid beeps. Li Jun immediately turned around, stared at the screen, and his expression changed drastically. Oh no! We've detected an abnormally strong signal noise from an extremely distant location, lasting for about 3 seconds, and then it disappeared. The direction of the signal's source is clearly southeast. It perfectly matches the area where the hive project might exist. Chu Xian abruptly raised his head, his face ashen white, his eyes filled with uncontrollable fear. He trembled as he looked at Chun Mo, his voice trembling with tears. Brother Mo, they might not be here for reconnaissance. That signal was more like a target-confirmed feedback signal. We've been locked down by the hive. Outside the window, the night grew even darker, like ink that couldn't be dissolved. It was as if countless unseen eyes were coldly watching this villa stronghold, its lights dimly lit from the southeastern darkness. The air was thick with the scent of death. An unprecedented crisis was quietly approaching. The debate in Chapter 14 is pointless. Chu Xian's words were like a bolt from the blue, causing a huge uproar in the living room. The previously relaxed and pleasant atmosphere was instantly enveloped in tension and fear, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over everyone's head, sending chills down their spines. The people in the living room looked at each other, speechless with shock at the sudden news. The deathly silence lasted only a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity. Finally, someone broke the silence, and the suppressed panic burst forth like a flood. People began to whisper and discuss among themselves, their voices growing louder and their emotions becoming increasingly agitated. How could this happen? What is a beehive? What should we do? Could it be that Chu Xian made a mistake? Perhaps it was just a false alarm? No, we can't just sit here and wait to die. We have to find a way to deal with this. A cacophony of voices erupted, creating a chaotic debate. Some advocated for an immediate escape. Others suggested calling the police for help, while still others believed that people should calm down, analyze the situation, and then make a decision. Locked on. What does that mean? Does it mean they're really going to send bombers to flatten us? Lei Ming's voice trembled slightly, as if he had already foreseen that terrible scene. His fists were clenched tightly, and his knuckles turned white from the pressure of the blood. More likely than that is, Gao Yuan's voice was slightly low, as if he was suppressing his inner unease. They will send a more elite and more bizarre cleanup team than the last giant monster. His face was as gloomy as a dark cloud, which made people feel a chill. His eyes held an unprecedented solemnity, as if he had already foreseen the horrific scene that might follow. The core of Project Hive is to create super soldiers, he continued. God knows what monsters they've created. That kind of mental scanning and beacon technology is definitely not something that conventional forces can possess. His words revealed a deep fear of the unknown enemy. This enemy not only possessed formidable strength, but also advanced technology, which undoubtedly posed a tremendous threat to their survival. Qin Shui bit her lip so hard it almost bled. Her father's image kept flashing through her mind, intertwined with the sinister shadow of the Bloody Dawn plan, like a persistent nightmare. Isn't there any other possibility? Her heart cried out in anguish, her voice tinged with a desperate glimmer of hope. What if they've come to rescue us? This thought flashed through her mind like a ray of dawn in the darkness, bringing her a faint glimmer of hope. What if they just want to check on the condition of the survivors here? She continued to reassure herself, as if that would give her some peace of mind. However, this wishful thinking seemed so pale and powerless in the face of that cruel reality. Sister Qin Shui, Zhang Hao finally couldn't suppress his inner impulse and blurted out. His voice trembled slightly, not only because of the pain from the wound on his leg, but more so because of the anger and resentment he felt towards the current situation. He stared intently at Qin Shui, his gaze revealing an indescribable determination, as if trying to forcefully convey his thoughts to her. Although the wound on his leg was still throbbing, and each heartbeat was accompanied by a sharp pain, his tone was unusually firm, showing no sign of backing down. Have you forgotten how they fired without hesitation? Zhang Hao's voice rose 8 octaves involuntarily, his emotions growing increasingly agitated. And that technician, he actually chose to commit suicide without hesitation. Does all of this really seem like a normal rescue operation? His questioning was like a sharp sword, piercing straight at Qin Shui, causing her to pause in surprise. Zhang Hao's words were like a series of heavy hammer blows, striking Qin Shui's heart hard and making her begin to re-evaluate the situation before her. They didn't treat us like human beings at all. Zhang Hao's voice echoed in the air, tinged with despair and helplessness. His words were like a fire, igniting the doubts and unease that already existed in Qin Shui's heart. Frustrated, Li Jun scratched his hair violently, as if trying to ease his agitation. His eyes were fixed on the computer screen in front of him, which displayed the strange signal waveform. The signal waveform was like a puzzle, leaving everyone baffled. Li Jun frowned, pondering to himself, what exactly does this crucial signal mean? We know nothing about the information it's sending back. What should we do? And what level of action will the Hive take based on this information? Thinking about all this, Li Jun felt a surge of anxiety. He felt like he had been kept in the dark, completely on the defensive, and being attacked. This feeling was absolutely terrible. Chen Mo did not participate in the argument. He stood quietly by the window, his figure shrouded in the darkness outside, as if he had merged with that endless darkness. His gaze pierced through the darkness, staring at a certain direction in the southeast, where the darkness was as deep as a bottomless pit, seemingly capable of swallowing everything. Memories of his past life surged through his mind like a tidal wave, those blurry, fragmented pieces flashing before his eyes. He saw the apocalyptic scene, the ruins of the city, the despair and fear of the people. And deep within these memories, a name flickered in and out of existence, the Hive. This name only became known to people in the later stages of the apocalypse in his previous life. It was a terrifying code name, representing an irresistible force. However, to Chunmo's shock, this code name had already intervened in his fate with such force in the early stages of the apocalypse. He recalled all the perils he had experienced in his life, the sudden dangers and conspiracies, all of which seemed to be inextricably linked to the Hive. He realized that he had been drawn into a massive vortex, and the Hive was at its center. Chun-Mo knew that facing such a powerful enemy, passive defense would only lead him into a desperate situation. He had to take the initiative, uncover the true nature of the Hive, and find a way to fight it. Otherwise, he would never be able to escape this terrifying shadow, and might even lose his life. He slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over the arguing crowd in the living room. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable decisiveness that instantly silenced all the noise. "There's no point in arguing," Chun-Mo said, his tone chillingly calm. "Whether the Hive has locked onto us or not will soon be clear. Right now, we only have one path: become stronger than they anticipate and gain more initiative before their next attack arrives." He walked to the table, picked up the remains of the mental amplifier he had brought back from the research institute, and then picked up the burned equipment he had seized from the scout, and put the two together. "Chu Xian," Chun-Mo's gaze sharpened as he looked at him. "This is currently our only possible window into the core technology of the Hive. I need you to take a risk, but not to blindly connect to it. Li Jun, you work with Chu Xian to immediately build a physical isolation layer in the basement, using metal mesh and insulating materials to shield as much as possible from any potential mental backlash or remote control signals. Chu Xian, your task is not to control it, but to read it, like a hacker trying to extract key information about the Hive from its underlying code, residual energy, and hardware structure, their technological weaknesses, communication frequencies, and even their possible internal organizational structure." Chu Xian took a deep breath, pushed up his glasses, and his eyes behind the lenses gleamed with a fervent desire to challenge cutting-edge, unknown technology, mixed with a hint of awe for the unknown risks. "I understand what you mean. I will try to establish a one-way information extraction channel, like installing a read-only interface on it. But this will take time, and the success rate cannot be guaranteed. If it fails, I may suffer a severe mental shock." "How much time do you need?" Chun-Mo asked, his tone without the slightest hesitation. "At least 24 hours, and during that time, I cannot be disturbed by anything," Chu Xian replied firmly. "All right, Li Jun, immediately prepare the isolation room and use all available materials. Chu Xian, you have absolute priority for the next 24 hours, and everyone must cooperate with you." Chun-Mo gave the order decisively, then turned his gaze to the others. "Lei Meng, Gao Yuan. Starting tomorrow, the intensity of all personnel's defensive drills will be doubled. You must assume that we will be facing an elite squad with special abilities, excellent equipment, and perfect teamwork, or even inhuman beings. Immediately design targeted tactical plans, including counter-sniping, counter-psychological interference, and rapid concentrated fire strategies." Qin Shui, Zhang Hao. Chun-Mo's gaze fell on them. "You are the core of our squad's mobile warfare. Qin Shui, you need to push your limits and try to develop new applications for ice-based abilities. Don't just limit yourself to defense and creating ice walls. You also need to have offensive and control flexibility, such as condensing high-speed ice spears for ranged attacks, or creating localized ice mist to interfere with the enemy's vision. Zhang Hao, your injuries are almost healed. Your enhanced speed is our trump card. I want you to become the most unpredictable assassin and scout on the battlefield. Learn to use speed to create illusions and kill with a single blow. Li Jun, In addition to assisting Chu Xian in setting up the isolation room, you also need to continue monitoring all possible communication channels, especially suspicious signals from the southeast. At the same time, I need you to develop a simple remote early warning system as soon as possible. Even if it can only detect the enemy's tracks 30 seconds in advance, it will be a precious chance of survival. Finally, everyone, immediately inspect, maintain, and familiarize yourselves with every weapon, every bullet, and every piece of equipment. We may not have a second chance. Chun Mo's instructions were clear and swift, like a shot of adrenaline, instantly transforming the panic that permeated everyone's hearts into urgent action. Everyone knew that this was no longer a simple matter of survival, but a final juncture of life and death. Over the next 24 hours, the villa outpost was transformed into a high-speed, operational war fortress. The previous silence was replaced by the sounds of hammering, clanging metal, training commands, and the hum of running equipment. The air was thick with the scent of engine oil, sweat, and a desperate, all-or-nothing atmosphere. Chu Xian and Li Jun were busy in the basement, using collected metal mesh, insulating boards, and scrap iron to build a makeshift, but as airtight as possible Faraday cage-like isolation chamber. Chu Xian locked himself inside, along with the remains of the mental amplifier and the burned-out reconnaissance equipment, immersing himself completely in the task of deciphering the mysterious underlying code. Outside the isolation chamber, Li Jun nervously monitored the various connected instruments. Complex data streams flickered on the screens, and he was ready to sever all connections at any moment should an abnormal energy fluctuation occur. Qin Shui underwent arduous training in the courtyard, repeatedly exhausting her mental energy to condense increasingly sharp ice spears, attempting to control them for precise long-range throws. She was also diligently learning to create denser, more widespread ice mists, even experimenting with instantly condensing moisture in the air within a tiny area to create a brief freezing effect, used to disrupt the enemy's movements. The dizziness and pain after each exhaustion of her mental energy only made her more resilient. Zhang Hao, dragging his still-healing leg, was conducting extremely intensive agility and explosive power training in the woods surrounding the villa. His figure darted between the trees, so fast that he almost left afterimages. He practiced accurate shooting while moving at high speed, changing direction while jumping, and finding the best cover and ambush routes in the complex terrain. Sweat soaked his clothes, and the pain from his wound came from time to time, but he did not stop for a moment. Lei Ming and Gao Yuan organized simulated combat training for the other team members. They set up various possible encounter scenarios, teaching everyone how to quickly find cover, how to stay alert when under psychological interference, and how to quickly identify and focus fire to eliminate the most threatening targets in team coordination. Everyone gave it their all, as if the simulated enemies in front of them were real, hive killers. Chen Imo wasn't idle either. He honed his swordsmanship in the villa's open space, his tang sword wielding with ferocious power, each strike accompanied by a sharp, whistling sound. He pushed his combat predictive abilities to the limit, closing his eyes and relying solely on his hearing and instinct for danger to accurately dodge simulated arrows fired from the shadows by Gao Yuan. Simultaneously, he was processing his experiences fighting the giant monster and the scouts, contemplating strategies for dealing with the super soldiers the Hive might send. He vaguely sensed that with each life or death struggle, a dormant power within him was slowly awakening, and his intuition for danger was becoming increasingly acute. Time ticked by in a tense atmosphere. As the 24-hour deadline approached, everyone gathered at the basement entrance, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Anxiety and anticipation were etched on every face, and the air seemed to freeze. With a soft click, the door to the isolation room was slowly pushed open from the inside. Chu Xian stepped out, his face as pale as a sheet, his eyes sunken, his lips chapped and peeling, looking extremely exhausted. But his eyes shone with a frightening light, filled with excitement born of extreme fatigue, and a hint of barely concealed horror. "Well, Chu Xian, have you found anything?" Chen Imo spoke first, his voice low and urgent. Chu Xian took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited emotions. His voice was hoarse but exceptionally clear. I saw some fragments, some terrible truths about the hive. He walked to the table, picked up the notebook he had been using in the isolation room, which was filled with complex symbols, formulas, and fragmented sentences. First, we can confirm that the hive is not a single place, at least not entirely. It's more like a massive distributed network of consciousness, a collaborative system composed of multiple nodes. Each node could be an individual with powerful mental strength, an enhanced mutant like the previous overlord, or even some kind of highly intelligent machine. They are connected through special mental waves or encrypted signals, sharing information and coordinating their actions, like a giant, decentralized brain. This news exploded like a bombshell in everyone's minds. A distributed consciousness network? This is far more terrifying than a single research institute or military base. It means that the hive has no fixed core, making it virtually impossible to completely destroy. Secondly, Xu Xian pointed to a piece of code repeatedly circled on his notebook, his tone becoming even more serious. I captured a periodically appearing, high-priority instruction fragment in the device's underlying instructions. Based on my interpretation and speculation, the gist is search for highly adaptable psionic carriers, assess potential assimilation value, mark and monitor target development. A highly adaptable psionic carrier? Potential assimilation value? Shun Mo's heart sank, and a terrifying suspicion formed in his mind. They had previously thought that the hive's purpose was to eliminate those who knew the truth or the products of failed experiments. But now it seemed that its purpose might be far more complex and terrifying. They weren't simply killing people, but screening, like panning for gold, searching among the vast number of survivors for those carriers with special mental potential or adaptive abilities. Finally, and most importantly, Xu Xian's voice trembled slightly as he pointed to a blurry, pencil-drawn symbol on the edge of the notebook, resembling an open eye. I found this symbol in an extremely well-hidden, multi-layered encrypted set of low-level commands. Next to this symbol were strong commands for alert, observation, and non-direct contact. And the identifier that triggered these commands bears a striking resemblance to the mental signal emitted by the overlord we encountered before and the scanning signal emitted by the reconnaissance device last night. Xu Xian raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Chun Mo, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Brother Mo, the hive may have noticed us a long time ago, perhaps even ever since we killed that overlord and obtained this mental amplifier. Their previous attacks on the research institute, including the scouts they sent last night, may not have been just about eliminating us. They're more like testing us. Testing whether we abnormal individuals are qualified to become highly adaptable psionic carriers. Our counterattack last night, especially the fighting spirit and uniqueness we displayed, may have allowed us to pass some kind of initial screening. Xu Xian's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's minds. It turns out that they had always believed they were actively resisting and struggling to survive, unaware that they had fallen under the watchful eye of a vast, cold, and selective process that viewed humans as experimental subjects. Their struggles and battles, in the eyes of the hive, might simply be a test to select qualified materials. The threat posed by the hive goes far beyond mere military destruction. The chilling feeling of being regarded as potential material by a higher being is far more terrifying than facing an army of thousands. Chun Mo remained silent, processing this horrifying information. His gaze returned to the window, but this time he felt as if the endless darkness had come alive, transforming into a gigantic, merciless eye that was scrutinizing them. Test, qualification. Chun Mo repeated these two words in a low voice, a cold and resolute smile suddenly curving his lips. Very good. Then let them have a good look. Let's see if we, these materials, have the ability to dismantle their hive. Turn it upside down. An unprecedented chilling fighting spirit, mixed with immense pressure, permeated the survivor squad. Everyone knew that from this moment on, they would face a completely different war, a war against being used as material, a war for true freedom and survival. Has Chapter 15 been exposed? Xu Xian's deduction was like a red-hot branding iron, searing into everyone's hearts. The air in the living room instantly froze. Even breathing became heavy. They thought they were hunters struggling to survive in the apocalypse, but they never imagined that from the very beginning they were lab rats in someone else's cage. Every battle, every escape, could be recorded by those unseen eyes, becoming the basis for selection. This feeling of being spied on, of being objectified, was more suffocating than facing the howling mutants directly. Lei slammed his fist against the wall, sending dust flying from the concrete surface. The dull thud was particularly jarring in the silence. To hell with the test, he cursed gruffly, his knuckles white from the force. They want to see? I'll show them something amazing. Even if it means a fight to the death, it's better than sitting here waiting to die. Li Jun scratched his head in frustration, dust from the monitoring room still clinging to his fingers. He stared at the signal waveform on the table, his voice tinged with barely concealed anxiety. But we don't even know where the enemy is. Are they hiding in the mountains, or in some base? Will the next one be a squad with mind control devices, or an even more terrifying monster? We know nothing. Qin Shui clenched the hem of her dress, the light blue fabric wrinkling deeply. She thought of the old watch her father had left behind, the hand still flickering faintly on the dial. Her father had died because of the Bloody Dawn plan, and now another hive had appeared. Were they destined to be forever entangled in these insane plans? She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found her throat tight, unable to utter a single word. Chun Imo stood by the window, the blood moonlight streaming through the glass, casting a cold, hard line of light and shadow on his face. The wind outside swirled fallen leaves against the glass, making a soft, rustling sound, like some kind of ominous premonition. He didn't turn around, but spoke slowly, his voice low, yet like a sharp knife, cleaving through the oppressive atmosphere of the living room. If they want to see, we'll let them see. But what they see is up to us. He turned around, his gaze sharp, sweeping over everyone's tense faces. Chu Xian said that the hive is a distributed network that operates through information and signals, so let's start from there. Among the fragments you cracked, can we reverse engineer the characteristics of nodes and psychic carriers? Chu Xian was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up, like a torch suddenly lit in the darkness. He pushed up his glasses, the light behind the lenses trembling with excitement. Brother Imo, you mean we're deliberately sending them false signals? Misleading their judgment. It's more than just misleading. Chun Imo walked to the table, pressed his finger heavily on the paper covered with symbols, and traced the words highly adaptable psionic carrier with his fingertip. Don't they want to test and scream? We'll give them a surprise, an anomaly that will distract them enough. He reached for the map on the wall, his finger darting across it until it stopped at the abandoned chemical plant marker on the other side of the city. It was circled in red, with the note, complex terrain, numerous metal structures, next to it. This used to be a fertilizer production site. It's crisscrossed with pipes, and still has a lot of residual chemicals that can interfere with signal detection. If we send an abnormal signal here, the hive will most likely send forces to investigate. That's our opportunity. This audacious plan left everyone looking at each other in dismay, a glimmer of hope gradually appearing on their previously tense faces. Passively taking the beating would only lead to certain death, while taking the initiative offered at least a chance of survival. It's feasible. Chu Xian was the first to react. He grabbed a pen and quickly drew the signal waveform on the paper. I can extract the base frequency of the handshake signal from the remains of the mental amplifier, and then mix in a little bit of the fluctuation characteristics of psychic runaway, like simulating a carrier suddenly bursting with mental power. Li Jun will be in charge of making the signal amplification device. We don't need it to last long, just 10 seconds of high-intensity pulse, enough for the hive network to detect. Zhang Hao perked up, forgetting the lingering pain in his leg, and leaned forward. I've been to that chemical plant. The reactors and pipes inside are like a maze, perfect for setting traps. If the hive really sends people, we can plant some homemade explosives beforehand. Even if we don't kill them, we can buy them some time. Gao Yuan then took out a small notebook he carried with him, which was filled with various terrain and tactical notes. He turned to one page and pointed to the sketch on it. We need to develop 2 plans after the signal is sent, regardless of whether it is successful or not. We must immediately dismantle the launching device without leaving any trace. Then we will split into 2 teams to withdraw, one team to the cave hiding place and the other team to the backup stronghold, so that if one of them is exposed, we will still have a way to retreat. The plan quickly took shape amidst heated discussions, with everyone fulfilling their responsibilities, and the previous anxiety replaced by a determination to fight back. The living room was no longer filled with oppressive silence, but rather with a tense and dynamic atmosphere. For the next few hours, the outpost was brightly lit, and everyone was racing against time. In the basement, Li Jun and Chu Xian were incredibly busy. Li Jun squatted on the floor, a pile of salvaged parts spread out in front of him, circuit boards from a car radio, antennas from a discarded walkie-talkie, and several batteries strung together. He bit down on wires, his hands rapidly peeling away the insulation, sparks flying from the soldering torch tip, burning his hand and causing a small blister, which he simply blew on and continued soldering. Chu Xian, meanwhile, stared at the waveforms on the monitor, his fingers tapping on the keyboard. Occasionally, he would pause to adjust a wire on the remains of a mental amplifier with tweezers, sweat streaming down his face and dripping onto the table, but he didn't have time to wipe it away. Turn the frequency up a bit more. Yes, that's the fluctuation. Chu Xian pointed to a sharp peak on the screen, his voice hoarse. That's what makes it look like out of control, chaotic enough, and captivating enough. Li Jun nodded and soldered a thick wire to the antenna interface. The amplifier is done. It's powered by a battery and can last for 10 seconds before it overloads and burns out perfect, saves us from leaving any traces. Upstairs, Qin Shui and Lei Meng were organizing supplies. Qin Shui sorted the medicines into waterproof bags, placing antibiotics, hemostatic powder, and bandages in proportion, and included a compressed biscuit and a small bottle of water in each emergency kit. She was meticulous, even tying the bags neatly, afraid they would come apart on the way. Lei Meng, on the other hand, was packing weapons, placing rifles, pistols, and grenades into different backpacks, and even sewing a dagger onto the outside of each backpack, a lifesaver in a pinch. Gao Yuan lay on the map and marked 3 escape routes with a red pen. He marked each route with an X and added warnings such as possible mutants and open area, easy to expose. He also circled the location of the cave hiding spot and wrote next to it, water source, easy to defend, difficult to attack. Chen Mo and Zhang Hao were practicing tactics in the courtyard. Although Zhang Hao's leg injury hadn't healed, he insisted on simulating movement routes within the chemical plant. Limping, he moved among the trees in the courtyard, demonstrating how to use pipes to avoid sight and how to launch a surprise attack from behind. Chen Mo took notes, occasionally offering suggestions for improvement. We need to be quick here. Don't give the enemy time to react. If we encounter psychological interference, we should hide near metal pipes to weaken the signal. Night fell again, and the blood moon hung in the sky, casting an eerie red glow. Everything was ready. The crude signal transmitter was installed behind the water tank on the roof, concealed yet allowing the antenna to be pointed directly towards the chemical plant. The transmitter itself was a circuit board soldered with wires, connected to 3 batteries. The antenna was made of several thick copper wires twisted together, crooked yet exuding a resolute air. One last check. Li Jun squatted down and used a multimeter to check the voltage. The voltage is stable. It will automatically cut off the power and burn out in 10 seconds. Chu Xian took a deep breath. His face was still a little pale, but his eyes were unusually firm. He placed his right hand on a temporary red button, his left hand tightly gripping the hem of his clothes. He needed to use his mental power to guide the signal and ensure that the psychic energy fluctuations were realistic enough. I'm ready, Brother Imo. Chen Imo looked around at everyone. Tension was written on each face, but even more so, a resolute determination to burn one's bridges. He nodded. Begin. Chu Xian closed his eyes and concentrated all his energy. He imagined a chaotic, violent, and uncontrollable mental force erupting in the chemical plant, surging like a volcanic eruption. At the same time, his fingers pressed the button hard. Buzz. An invisible wave suddenly spread outwards from the transmitter. The sound was inaudible to the human ear, but Chen Mo, Qin Shui, and Chu Xian all felt a sudden pang of fear, their ears exploding with a ringing in their heads, like countless bees buzzing. The indicator lights on the transmitter flashed wildly red, green, yellow, a chaotic mess. Then with a pop, a plume of black smoke billowed from the circuit board. The indicator lights went out completely, and the equipment malfunctioned. The signal has been sent. Quick, tear it down. Chen Mo immediately gave the order. Everyone sprang into action. Li Jun used pliers to cut the wires. Chu Xian broke the circuit board into pieces, and Zhang Hao and Lei Ming carried the battery downstairs, dumped it into a pit in the yard, and covered it with soil. Everything related to the transmitter was disassembled and buried. Even the soldering torch was cleaned and put into a backpack. Then, following the pre-arranged plan, they split into two teams. Chen Mo, Chu Xian, and Li Jun took the first route, while Qin Shui, Lei Ming, and Zhang Hao took the second route, heading towards the cave hiding place on the back mountain. The darkness provided them with the best cover. Everyone hunched over, their footsteps as light as cats, the only sound the soft rustling of their shoes on the fallen leaves. The cave was pitch black, with only a faint sliver of moonlight filtering through the entrance. Once everyone had gathered, they immediately blocked the entrance with stones, leaving only a small crack to observe the outside. The cave was so quiet they could hear each other breathing. Everyone was on edge, listening intently for any sound from the outside world. 10 minutes passed, half an hour passed. The southeast direction remained completely silent, not even the chirping of insects. Zhang Hao couldn't help but rub his hands together, then lowered his voice and asked, "Did it fail? The hive isn't responding." "Don't rush." Gao Yuan leaned against the rock wall, his eyes calm. The hive is a distributed network. It takes time for the signal to be captured, analyzed, and then for action commands to be issued. Moreover, they will definitely confirm remotely first and will not act rashly. He had barely finished speaking. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the portable signal monitor in Li Jun's hand emitted a sharp alarm. On the screen, a red dot was moving rapidly from the southeast, its speed astonishing, leaving a red line across the screen. A target is approaching. It's moving too fast. It's not a helicopter. Helicopters don't go this fast. Li Jun's voice changed, and his hands were trembling. Its trajectory is heading towards the chemical plant. Just then, Chen Mo and Chu Xian simultaneously raised their heads, their faces turning deathly pale. An indescribable, overwhelmingly powerful mental scan, like icy mercury, suddenly poured down, covering the entire area. This scan was more than 10 times stronger than the scan by the reconnaissance equipment last night. It was not a simple spying, but rather carried an overwhelming force, as if it wanted to turn every corner of this land upside down. Even those in the cave could clearly feel it. It was an inhuman, cold scrutiny, like a scalpel dissecting all disguises. The scan initially focused on the deserted villa stronghold, lingering for a few seconds, seemingly wondering why the source of the abnormal signal wasn't there. Then, the invisible scanning wave abruptly shifted, precisely locking onto the chemical plant, like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. "They've taken the bait," Chu Xian exclaimed, suppressing his excitement, though his lips twitched slightly from the aftershocks of the mental shock. However, before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the mental scan, after lingering in the chemical plant area for a moment, suddenly expanded rapidly. It was no longer confined to the chemical plant, but rather spread like a giant net, quickly sweeping across the entire suburbs of the city, even covering the caves in the back mountains. Even more terrifying, this scan contained a hint of cold anger, like revenge after being mocked. "Oh no!" Chen Mo's heart sank to the bottom, and his hair stood on end. "They've discovered the signal is fake, or they've realized we're misleading them. Look at the sky." Zhang Hao, who was in charge of observing with high-powered binoculars, suddenly gasped, his voice filled with disbelief and horror. His hands were trembling, and he almost dropped the binoculars. "Brother Mo, there's something in the sky." Chen Mo snatched the binoculars, pointing the lens at the southeastern sky beneath the blood moon. A blurry, spindle-shaped object hovered silently thousands of meters in the air, emitting a faint, dark red glow, like an ominous meteorite. Even more chilling was the sight of a black slit slowly opening beneath the spindle-shaped object, like some kind of hatch, concealing something terrifying. At the same time, Chu Xian suddenly clutched his head, letting out a painful groan, his body sliding down the rock wall to the ground. His face was deathly pale, large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and a trace of blood even trickled from the corner of his mouth. Mental impact so strong. He managed to say, his voice broken. They're forcibly searching for the deceitful ones, which is us. The hive's reaction was far faster and more ruthless than they had imagined. They not only saw through the deception, but also directly dispatched unknown aircraft to launch an indiscriminate, large-scale mental search. The air in the cave seemed to freeze instantly. The shadow of death, like a cold, gigantic hand, gripped everyone's throats. Had their location been exposed? What kind of monster would be unleashed from that spindle-shaped object? No one spoke. Only heavy breathing and Chu Xian's suppressed groans echoed in the cave. The blood moonlight shone through a small crack in the cave entrance, casting a long, thin shadow on the ground, like a death warrant. Chapter 16. What the hell is that? The air inside the cave seemed to have turned into a viscous gel, each breath carrying a rusty, terrifying smell. Chu Xian's painful groan was the only sound, like a taut string, tugging at everyone's nerves. Can you block it? Or interfere with it? Chun Mo's voice was extremely low, almost a whisper. He grabbed the nearly exhausted Chu Xian and looked sharply at Li Jun. Li Jun's fingers flew across the portable monitoring device, his face paler than the cold light emanating from the screen. No. The intensity of this scan is on a completely different level from what we've encountered before. It's like it's directly reading the background psionic fluctuations. Our signal camouflage is as flimsy as paper in front of it. Just then, the icy scanning wave intensified again like a tide, and clearly and purposefully began to shrink and focus towards the back mountain area. Several small stones at the cave entrance began to tremble slightly due to the pressure of the invisible force. They've locked onto this area. Gao Yuan's voice trembled slightly as he grabbed the rifle beside him. We can't stay at the entrance. Retreat deeper. Almost as soon as Gao Yuan finished speaking, several points of eerie blue light suddenly shone from the open black slit beneath the shuttle-shaped flying object hovering high in the sky. The next second, those points of light, like falling stars, silently detached from the aircraft and plummeted towards the back mountain, more precisely, towards the cave area where they were hiding. They're here, Zhang Hao exclaimed as he saw the rapidly enlarging blue lights through the cracks in the rocks. There was no roar, no blast of air, only a sickeningly high frequency, faint vibration that approached from afar. That was no ordinary airdrop. Not a physical shell. Is it a psionic strike? Or an airdropped unit? The worst possible guess flashed through Chun Mo's mind. He shoved Chu Xian to Qin Shui beside him. Take him deeper into the cave. Lei Ming, Gao Yuan, guard the narrow passage at the cave entrance. Li Jun, find a way to record their data. Any data might be useful. The command was short and clear. The instinct for survival overcame fear, and everyone acted immediately. Lei Ming and Gao Yuan quickly took up a naturally formed stone bunker inside the cave entrance, aiming their guns at the only person entering. Qin Shui and Zhang Hao, who had difficulty walking, helped the almost unconscious Chu Xian, staggering back into the dark depths of the cave. Chen Mo didn't retreat. He pressed himself against the cave wall, his gaze fixed on the night sky stained crimson by the blood moon at the cave entrance. His heart sank. The plan had completely failed, and had attracted a far more terrifying presence than anticipated. Now it wasn't a matter of mutual destruction, but rather how to tear a path to survival from this desperate situation. The few points of eerie blue light suddenly slowed down as they approached the ground, hovering lightly a few meters above the ground. In the dim light, Chen Mo could make out that they were three streamlined metallic objects, each about the height of a person. They had no obvious propulsion systems, were smooth to the touch, and emitted a cold blue light. Their shapes resembled enlarged water droplets, or perhaps eyes without pupils. What the hell is this thing? Lei Ming lowered his voice, his finger on the trigger, his knuckles turning white from the force. The three metallic droplets hovered for a moment, seemingly scanning their surroundings. Then, the blue light on their surfaces fluctuated, emitting a strange sound, similar to the flapping of bees' wings yet mixed with the hissing of electricity, echoing each other. Next, they began to move, not flying in a straight line, but drifting towards the cave entrance like ghosts in a physics-defying, erratic trajectory. Fire! Chun Mo shouted the order the instant the first metal droplet entered the narrow opening's firing range. Da-da-da! Bang! Bang! The flashes of rifles and pistols instantly illuminated the entrance. Bullets struck the smooth surface of the metallic droplets, scattering blinding sparks and producing dull clanging sounds. Yet, bullets strong enough to pierce steel plates were completely deflected, leaving only faint white marks on their metal casings. Damn it! It won't go through. Lei roared as he changed to a new magazine. Gao Yuan remained calm, aiming at the head of one of them if it could be considered a head, and firing in short bursts, with the same result. These units possessed astonishing defensive capabilities. Seemingly enraged by the attack, the blue light emanating from the three metallic droplets suddenly became blinding. A small hole simultaneously opened in front of them, and three visible, pale blue ripples, distorting the air, lashed out like whips at the cover inside the opening. Watch out! Chun Mo suddenly ducked down. Boom! Ripples swept across the stone wall, and the hard rock appeared as if it had been melted by high temperature, instantly developing corroded dents, and fragments of rock flew everywhere. The powerful shockwave sent Lei Meng and Gao Yuan tumbling backward, and the rifle in Gao Yuan's hand flew out of his grasp. A psychic weapon, and a materialized psychic weapon with physical destructive power. Chun Mo was deeply shocked. This was completely beyond their understanding of the Hive armed forces. These were not ordinary soldiers or monsters. They were highly advanced killing machines. The cave entrance is about to fall. Once these three creatures get in, they'll be lambs to the slaughter in the narrow cave. Brother Mo, their energy fluctuations are regular. Just then, Li Jun, who was curled up deep in the cave, despite a severe headache and tinnitus, stared intently at the monitoring screen and shouted hoarsely. The scanning and attack are not continuous. After each attack, the blue light will have a very short decay fluctuation, like a charging interval. Even the most powerful weapons have gaps in their attack range. This discovery was like a lightning bolt flashing in the darkness. Chun Mo grasped the key point instantly. On my command, Chun Mo's voice drowned out the roar at the cave entrance and Chu Xian's painful groans. Lei Meng, Gao Yuan, smoke grenades. Cover the cave entrance. Li Jun, give the time. Without hesitation, Lei Meng pulled out a smoke grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it forcefully towards the cave entrance. Thick, grayish-white smoke instantly filled the air, temporarily obscuring the view. Attack now, Li Jun shouted, staring at the peak of the energy waveform on the screen. Almost at the same time he shouted, three pale blue ripples pierced through the smoke again, lashing the cave and stirring up more pebbles. But this time, obscured by the smoke, his aim was greatly diminished. Attenuation begins. Li Jun shouted immediately afterward. Now, focus fire on the one on the far left. Shoot at the attack port it just opened. Chun Mo roared, his pistol already spitting fire. He could clearly see that the pale blue ripples were coming from that small hole. Lei Meng and Gao Yuan instantly understood the intention. All firepower was instantly concentrated on the small hole at the front of the leftmost metallic droplet. Bullets rained down on that point. Clang, 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 puffed. A strange sound. A bullet, by sheer luck, or rather, a precise shot under extreme pressure, pierced the closing hole. The leftmost metallic droplet shuddered violently, the blue light flowing across its surface flashing wildly like a short circuit, emitting a piercing, buzzing sound, before the light quickly dimmed, and it fell to the hole with a clang like a piece of scrap metal. Efficient. A surge of fighting spirit, a mixture of hope and an even stronger fear, welled up in everyone's hearts. Hope because they had found a way to hurt each other. Fear because the other two metal droplets were clearly thoroughly enraged. They ceased to hover and suddenly accelerated, like two blue lightning bolts, directly breaking through the smoke and plunging into the cave. At the same time, A mental pressure several times stronger than before swept through the entire cave like a tsunami. Ugh! The already weakened Chu Xian let out a scream and completely lost consciousness. Qin Shui and Zhang Hao also felt as if their brains had been hit by a heavy hammer. Their vision went black, and they could barely stand. The monitor screen in Li Jun's hand exploded with sparks and went completely black. Even Chun Mo felt a sudden, intense dizziness. The metallic droplet at the front had already rushed in front of Lei Meng. The small hole at the front opened again, and deadly blue ripples began to condense, aiming directly at Lei Meng, who had not had time to dodge due to the concentrated fire earlier. Lei Meng was about to be hit. Mengzi, Gao Yuan's eyes widened in horror, but it was too late to help. At the critical moment, bang! A dull, loud thud, not from a gun, rang out. It was Chun Mo. In the instant when everyone was restrained by the mental pressure and their movements were slowed down, he relied on his amazing willpower to turn sideways and slam his shoulder hard into a huge, protruding rock on the cave wall. The rock was already a bit loose, and with his full force, it rolled down with a clatter of dust, hitting the metal droplet that was trying to attack Lei Meng squarely. The immense impact caused the metallic droplet to veer off course, its condensed blue ripples deflecting and grazing Lei Meng's body as it slammed into the side of the cave wall, creating a large crater. This sudden physical disruption created a fleeting opportunity. Get it? Lei Meng, having narrowly escaped death, went berserk and charged forward recklessly, smashing the attack port of the metal droplet that had been thrown off balance by the boulder. Gao Yuan also endured the discomfort, picked up the rifle on the ground, and joined in the firing. Chun Mo turned and cast his final gaze upon the last metallic droplet, which hovered in the center of the cave, seemingly conducting a more precise scan. The droplet's blue light locked onto the depths of the cave, the unconscious Chu Xian. Its target is Chu Xian? Is it because he previously directed a false signal? Or is it because he is a highly adaptable psionic carrier? We can't let them get Chu Xian. The thought pierced Chen Mo's brain like an ice pick. He was out of bullets. His rifle had been lost somewhere in the earlier collision. He abruptly pulled out the military dagger that had been strapped to his leg. The dagger reflected the eerie light filtering through the cave entrance, tinged with the colors of the blood moon and blue. The last metal droplet seemed to sense Chun Mo's resolute will to die. It slowly turned towards Chun Mo, and the attack port at the front opened again. The dark blue light began to gather, and the energy level was far greater than before. An eerie silence fell over the cave, broken only by the faint hum of gathering energy. Meanwhile, Lei Meng and Gao Yuan were locked in a fierce battle with another water droplet. Chun Mo crouched low, like a leopard pouncing on its prey, his eyes fixed on the attack hole. He was calculating the brief recharge interval, calculating the path he would take to pounce. He knew the chances of success were extremely slim. It was practically suicide. But there was no turning back. In that frozen moment between life and death, buzz, a completely different, deeper, and seemingly earth-shaking sound came from afar outside the cave, without warning. The sound carried a primal, powerful force, even overpowering the energetic hum of the metallic droplet. Then, something strange happened. All the metallic droplets inside the cave, including the one attacking Lei Meng and the one locked onto Chun Mo, experienced violent and chaotic flashes of blue light on their surfaces, as if subjected to some powerful interference. The energy gathered at the attack hole of the droplet aimed at Chun Mo flickered unstably a few times before suddenly dissipating. As if they had received some kind of urgent command, they stopped their attack, hovered in place, and communicated by emitting rapid, unintelligible buzzing sounds. A second later, to the astonishment of Chun Mo and the others, the three metal droplets, including the one that was damaged but not completely destroyed, activated simultaneously, rushing out of the cave at an even faster speed than when they arrived, turning into three streaks of blue light and speeding toward the shuttle-shaped aircraft in the sky. Almost simultaneously, the suffocating mental scanning wave that had enveloped the entire area also receded rapidly like a tide, disappearing without a trace. The sudden escape from death plunged the cave into a deathly silence. The only sounds were the tumbling of gravel, the heavy bellows like breathing, and the faint groans of the unconscious Chu Xian. The blood moon's light still shone through the smoke-filled cave entrance, but the cold, locked feeling had disappeared. Chun Mo's hand, gripping the dagger, trembled slightly as he slowly lowered it. He gazed at the deep night sky outside the cave. The dark red outline of the shuttle-shaped flying object was fading, seemingly moving away. What happened? What was that buzzing sound coming from the depths of the earth? Why did the hive units suddenly retreat? Was it because of that buzzing sound? Or because they had obtained the data they wanted? Or perhaps a more important goal had emerged? Countless questions filled Chun Mo's mind. They survived, but at a heavy price, and were plunged into an even deeper fog of mystery. Chu Xian was seriously injured, their equipment was destroyed, their base was exposed, and their understanding of the hive seemed to have only just begun to unfold. More importantly, what exactly did that whistling sound signify? Was it friendly reinforcements? Or an enemy ploy? Or perhaps some other, far more terrifying, unknown entity? Chun Mo slowly walked to the cave entrance, gazing at the distant horizon. The red dot of light gradually shrank in his field of vision, eventually disappearing completely, as if it had never existed. However, the cold dagger he gripped tightly reminded him that what had just happened was not an illusion. Chun Mo looked down at the dagger. Its gleaming blade seemed to silently recount the bloodshed and carnage it had endured. His gaze was as deep as the night, making it impossible to discern his true thoughts. The battle is far from over. Like a never-ending nightmare, it has quietly entered the next round in a more cruel and bizarre way. Chapter 17: The Joy of Surviving a Catastrophe. The smoke and dust from the cave entrance slowly settled, like a lingering gloom in everyone's hearts. Fine pebbles continued to fall, striking the bullet-riddled ground with a soft, rustling sound. The blood moon's light once again pierced through the sparse smoke, draping everything inside the cave in an ominous dark red veil, even staining the blood and exhaustion on everyone's faces with an eerie hue. The deathly silence did not last long. Cough, cough, damn. Lei Ming was the first to break the silence, his hoarse voice echoing in the empty cave. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and struggled to his feet from behind the half-destroyed rock bunker. His left arm was cut with several deep, bone-revealing gashes from the flying debris, blood soaked through his tattered tactical uniform, dripping from his fingertips and forming a small, dark red puddle on the ground. But he seemed oblivious, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the now silent night sky above the cave entrance. Those sons of bitches, they just ran away like that. Gao Yuan's situation was worse. To cover the others, he took the brunt of a mental shockwave from the metallic droplet. Although his experience allowed him to dodge the direct hit in time, the aftershock still caused blood to seep from his ears and nose, his temples to throb, and his vision to blur. Leaning against the cold cave wall, he struggled to regulate his disordered breathing, trembling as he picked up his badly deformed rifle from the ground, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping. Not run, it's a retreat. They received higher priority orders. Chun Mo didn't turn around. He remained in a half-crouched, alert posture, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, scanning the dark forest outside the cave. The deep, seemingly earth-shaking sound had only lasted a moment, now completely vanished, but its shock and decisive impact were etched into everyone's hearts. He slowly sheathed the blood-stained military dagger at his waist and strode to Chu Xian's side, who lay unconscious on the ground. Qin Shui was kneeling on the ground, deftly using bandages and hemostatic cotton from the first aid kit to treat Chu Xian's condition. Chu Xian's face was ashen, his breathing was so weak it was almost imperceptible, his chest rose and fell slightly, and his body was intermittently twitching slightly, as if two forces were tearing and colliding wildly within him. How is he? Chun Mo's voice was low, with a hint of tension that was barely perceptible. As the core of the team, Chu Xian's safety was directly related to the success or failure of the entire mission, and even the life or death of everyone involved. This is very bad. Qin Shui spoke rapidly, a fine layer of cold sweat beading on her forehead, her fingers gripping Chu Xian's carotid artery tightly. His vital signs are extremely weak, His heart rate and blood pressure are both dropping continuously. Moreover, his brainwave activity is abnormally intense. My portable monitor was damaged by the shock wave and cannot be measured accurately, but I can clearly feel an extremely fierce struggle taking place deep within his consciousness. That scan and the final mental attack were definitely targeting him. Not far away, Zhang Hao slumped to the ground, clutching his right leg, which had been injured by falling rocks. His face was deathly pale, and veins bulged on his forehead. He stared at Chu Xian's lifeless face and muttered to himself. They came for Chu Xian? Just because of that false signal he sent? Not entirely. Li Jun struggled to his feet, holding the portable monitor with its shattered screen and black smoke rising from its edges. He frantically pressed the malfunctioning buttons, trying to restart it, but the screen remained completely black. He slumped down, putting the device down and looking up at Chen Mo, his eyes filled with barely concealed horror. Brother Mo, that last moment. Although I didn't record the complete data, when that buzzing sound rang out, I clearly felt a completely unfamiliar fluctuation. It wasn't psionic energy, not any energy spectrum we know of. It was more like the Earth itself was breathing, warning something. The Earth itself. Lei Ming wiped the blood and dust from his face, leaned closer, his face filled with disbelief. You mean, this mountain saved us just now? I don't know. Li Jun shook his head vigorously, his face a mixture of confusion, awe, and a hint of fear. But the units in the hive reacted extremely violently, as if they had encountered a natural enemy, or as if they had been forcibly overridden by a higher level of authority. They retreated in a very hasty manner, without even having time to retrieve the remains of their companions. He pointed to the destroyed metal droplet, wreckage not far from the cave entrance, which was emitting tiny sparks, his tone filled with the relief of surviving a disaster. Chen Mo walked to the wreckage and crouched down to examine it closely. The object was entirely composed of an unknown silver metal. Its streamlined outer shell was now dull and lifeless, having lost its previous cold metallic luster. Near the attack port was a clear bullet hole, surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks, with occasional faint sparks of electricity flashing within. He carefully pried at the outer shell with his dagger, finding the metal exceptionally hard. Even the sharp tip of the dagger could only leave a shallow mark. The technological level of this thing far surpassed any hive unit they had encountered before, even exceeding the current comprehension of human technology. The hive is more terrifying than we imagined. Chen Mo stood up, his tone heavy, his gaze sweeping over everyone. And what could make them so wary, even to the point of fleeing in panic, is something even more terrifying. His gaze returned to the deep darkness outside the cave. Was that sudden, piercing buzz a stroke of good fortune, or the prelude to another disaster? No one knew, but at least they had gained a temporary respite. We must move immediately. Chen Mo turned around, his tone leaving no room for doubt. This place is completely exposed. Staying here is just waiting to die. Lei Ming, treat your wounds first. Don't let the blood drain your strength. Gao Yuan, can you still move? Check our remaining equipment and supplies. Li Jun, try to salvage some core components from that wreckage. Even just a chip or a circuit will do. Qin Shui, Zhang Hao, you two prepare a makeshift stretcher. We must take Chu Xian with us. We can't leave him here. The order was given, and the instinct for survival instantly overwhelmed their physical exhaustion and pain, driving everyone to take immediate action. Each person knew that in this perilous mountain forest, even a second's delay could cost them their lives. Lei Ming rummaged through his backpack for a first aid kit, gritted his teeth, and wrapped a thick bandage tightly around his left arm, trying to stop the gushing blood. Gao Yuan, enduring the excruciating pain in his head, began to inventory the weapons and ammunition piled in the corner. The result was disheartening. Rifle ammunition was almost exhausted, with only a few magazines of pistol rounds and 2 grenades remaining, and the explosives were all used up. Li Jun found a multifunctional entrenching tool and a crowbar, squatted beside the wreckage of the metal droplet, trying to find a way to dismantle it. But the thing's structure was exceptionally precise. The outer shell was a single piece, and the seams were tightly sealed, making it impossible to start in a short time. Qin Shui and Zhang Hao quickly found some sturdy tree branches and backpack straps, and deftly made a makeshift stretcher. Qin Shui even laid a layer of soft clothing on the stretcher to make Chu Xian as comfortable as possible. Chun Imo walked alone to the outermost edge of the cave entrance, leaning against the cold rock, carefully observing the outside world. The forest was eerily silent. Even the occasional chirping of insects and birds had vanished without a trace. Only the rustling of the cold wind through the leaves added to the eeriness and oppression. The blood moonlight filtered through the sparse branches, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The distant mountain outlines were blurred, as if countless unknown dangers lurked within. The intense unease in his heart grew stronger. The hive's retreat was too abnormal, and the mysterious hum from the earth was even more shrouded in uncertainty. They were like a small boat in a raging storm, having just narrowly avoided an iceberg, but perhaps heading towards an even deeper, more unfathomable whirlpool. "Brother Imo, are you ready?" Gao Yuan's voice came from behind. His complexion was better than before, but the fatigue and seriousness in his eyes were not diminished at all. Chun Imo nodded slowly, taking one last look at the metallic droplet, remnant emitting a faint, burnt smell. This thing was undoubtedly an important clue to understanding the latest technology of Hive, but right now, they neither had the time nor the resources to study it in depth. "Let's go." Chun Imo waved his hand decisively. "Abandon all non-essential supplies and travel light. We'll head northwest. The terrain there is more complex and might be able to interfere with their detection signals." The team members immediately sprang into action, lifting Chu Xian on a stretcher in pairs, while the others helped each other, picked up the remaining weapons and necessities, and quickly and silently disappeared into the darkness deep within the cave, leaving this temporary refuge that had almost wiped them out. About half an hour after they left, a faint ripple suddenly appeared in the air at the cave entrance, as if a calm surface of water had been gently disturbed. Then, a nearly transparent, blurry outline, blending seamlessly into the surrounding rocks and darkness, silently slid into the cave. Its form was indescribable, sometimes resembling a flowing liquid, sometimes coalescing into an irregular solid, all without making a sound. The transparent silhouette hovered beside the destroyed metallic droplet wreckage, its surface flashing with faint, almost imperceptible blue light, as if rapidly analyzing and scanning the debris. After a moment, it slowly turned towards the depths of the cave where Chun Imo and the others had left, pausing for a few seconds, as if locking onto a target. Then, like a ghost, it vanished back into the darkness, disappearing instantly without leaving a trace. Only the blood moon, hanging high in the night sky, remained indifferent and eerie, silently watching over the forest that had suddenly fallen into a deathly silence, yet was now teeming with undercurrents. Chun Mo's premonition was correct. The battle with the hive was far from over. They had just escaped a deadly trap, but might have already stepped into another, larger, and more intriguing game. And that humming sound from the depths of the earth, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, was only just beginning to spread, foreshadowing an even greater storm to come. Chapter 18: Blood Forest Shadows. Every step the team took deep into the forest felt like walking on a slippery sponge. The humus layer was so thick it reached above their ankles, and the constant cracking of snapping branches carried a pungent stench of rotting leaves and earth that filled their nostrils. Even more pungent was the faint, almost imperceptible smell of blood. At first, they mistook it for the carcasses of prey, but the longer they walked, the clearer the odor became, like a thin veil wrapped around their throats, impossible to swallow or cough up. The blood moon hung overhead, its crimson light filtering through the layers of tree canopy, slicing into countless tiny spots that fell to the ground like congealed drops of blood. The shadows around these spots were even darker, twisting and elongating, some resembling huddled figures, others like outstretched claws, swaying gently in the wind, as if about to pounce. No one spoke. Only heavy breathing echoed through the forest. Lei Meng's breathing was the loudest, like a broken bellows, each exhale carrying a scorching white mist. Zhang Hao, though younger, also breathed erratically, his bangs clinging to his skin with sweat, dripping down his jawline into the humus layer, splashing up small clumps of mud. The stretcher's canvas straps dug deep into their shoulders, leaving 2 red marks. Chu Xian lay on it, his face paler than before, his lips an unnatural bluish purple. His brows were furrowed, the veins on his forehead bulging like dark red snakes crawling under his skin. Suddenly, a low groan escaped his throat, not a painful moan, but more like a suppressed roar. His teeth clenched, his fingers curled into claws, his nails almost tearing through the stretcher fabric. Qin Shui followed closely beside the stretcher, her white medical gloves already wrinkled with sweat. Every few seconds, she reached out to check Chu Xian's pulse. The skin her fingertips touched grew increasingly hot, his pulse pounding like a drum, each beat striking her fingertips, making her heart sink. She reached for the cooling patch in her pocket, but her fingertips trembled slightly. Even the strength to tear open the seal seemed to have been drained away. Stop! Chun Mo's low shout was like a pebble thrown into the silence, freezing everyone in place. Lei Ming and Zhang Hao stopped in mid-air, the stretcher swayed, and Qin Shui immediately reached out to support Chu Xian's head to prevent him from hitting it. The next second, everyone had taken cover against the thick tree trunks and rocks, their gun barrels pointing in unison in all directions. Gao Yuan's gun barrels were pointed at the bushes to his left, his fingers on the triggers. The throbbing pain in his temples still lingering, but he forcibly suppressed it. Li Jun, on the other hand, was pressed against a bluish-gray rock, his right hand gripping his gun tightly, his left hand quickly reaching for the detector at his waist. Chun Mo half squatted on the ground, his body almost parallel to the ground, his ears twitching slightly. The wind rustled through the leaves, and the insects chirped softly, but just a moment ago, he heard a different sound, a rustling sound, like countless fine needles scraping the ground, or like damp silk dragging across decaying leaves. The sound was very soft, yet it carried a heart-stopping rhythm, as if something was moving rapidly along the humus layer. But when he held his breath to listen, the sound disappeared, leaving only the sounds of the wind and insects, as if the previous commotion had been merely his imagination. "What's wrong, Brother Mo?" Gao Yuan lowered his voice, his lips barely moving, his breath escaping through his teeth. His gaze swept across the swaying shadows ahead, every tremor of a leaf making his nerves tense. It was the same when he encountered the bone-rotting worms in the ruins last time. At first there were only faint sounds, and by the time he could see the enemy clearly, it was too late. "Something is following us." Chun Mo's voice was even lower than Gao Yuan's, almost a whisper. His gaze swept across the surrounding shadows like a hawk's, from the bushes on the left to the rock crevices on the right, not missing a single movement. "It's close, but it's hiding. I can't pinpoint its location." Li Jun's fingers slid rapidly across the detector, the screen riddled with cracks, green dots jumping erratically, unable to form a stable waveform. "The energy readings are all messed up," he said, his voice tinged with panic, his fingertips turning white from the pressure. "The ambient background radiation is 3 times higher than before. The interference is too severe. We can't even pinpoint the approximate range." The detector emitted a short, piercing alarm, jarringly loud in the silent forest. Just then, Chu Xian on the stretcher suddenly convulsed. Qin Shui instinctively reached out to press his shoulder, but the sudden burst of strength from him made her hand go numb. She looked up, her heart clenching instantly. Chu Xian's eyes were open, but they were unfocused, just a chaotic dark red, like 2 burning clouds of blood mist. Those weren't his usual eyes. Normally, Chu Xian's eyes were sharp and calm, like a knife tempered with ice. But now, those eyes held only madness and chaos, devoid of even a trace of human clarity. Fate Omicron Rho Beta Omicron Upsilon. Pi Lambda Tau Alpha. Mu Tau Iota Alpha Alpha Nu Omicron Gamma Omicron Upsilon Nu. Strange syllables were squeezed from his throat, hoarse and distorted, completely unlike a human voice. Each sound seemed to carry the smell of rust, swirling around in his throat before being exhaled, sending chills down one's spine. Qin Shui couldn't understand what language it was, but she could feel an extreme fear from that eerie tone, as if Chu Xian was describing something terrifying beyond human comprehension. "Chu Xian, you're awake." Qin Shui tried calling his name, gently placing her hand on his cheek. His skin was frighteningly hot, like a red-hot iron block pressed against it. She wanted to give him a sedative, but the moment her finger touched the syringe, Chu Xian's head suddenly jerked to the left, towards the depths of the dense forest. That was the darkest part of the entire forest, the canopy layered upon layer, so thick that even the blood moon's light couldn't penetrate. Only an impenetrable darkness remained. The dark red in Chu Xian's pupils instantly intensified, as if about to burst into flames. He opened his mouth and let out a series of sharp roars, his voice a mixture of warning and despair. It's awake. The earth is breathing. Avoid the shadow. The shadow is alive. What nonsense is he spouting? Lei Ming frowned, his grip on the gun tightening. He looked in the direction Chu Xian was staring at, but there was nothing there except a dark shadow. How could a shadow be alive? This sounded even more absurd than the guardians in the hive. Chen Mo, however, didn't find it absurd. He followed Chu Xian's gaze to the shadows, and his heart sank. The dappled light and shadow that had been still just moments before were now subtly undulating. At the edges of the spots of light cast by the blood moon through the branches, the black shadows rippled like water, not swaying in the wind, but writhing autonomously and slowly, like the skin of some creature breathing. Even more terrifying, several previously scattered shadows were quietly converging, forming a larger, denser patch of black. Watch out for shadows on the ground. Chun Mo's voice suddenly rose, carrying an undeniable urgency. Before the words had even finished, a sudden change occurred. The shadows that had gathered on the left suddenly surged like boiling ink. The black liquid rolled on the ground and instantly condensed into several arms' thick tentacles. They had no fixed shape. Their edges were blurred like smoke, yet they were as black as asphalt, and they shot out silently from the shadows with the speed of lightning, heading straight for the stretcher in the center of the group. The target is all too clear. It's Chu Xian. Fire! Chun Mo reacted with lightning speed, his rifle spitting fire instantly as bullets whizzed towards the tentacles. Gao Yuan and Lei Ming also pulled their triggers almost simultaneously, the gunshots echoing through the forest and startling the surrounding birds into flight. The bullet struck the tentacle as if it had entered a viscous gel. There was no sound of impact, only a muffled plop as the bullet embedded itself in the tentacle. Black liquid seeped from the bullet hole, dripping onto the humus layer. The liquid evaporated with a sizzle as soon as it hit the ground, leaving only small black pits. The surrounding weeds withered instantly, turning grayish-yellow. The tentacle's movements paused only slightly before it continued to coil around the stretcher. Damn it! Lei Ming roared. His magazine was empty. He threw his rifle on the ground and drew his military machete from his waist with his right hand. The blade gleamed coldly in the blood moonlight. He lunged forward and slashed down hard at the nearest tentacle with a thud. The moment the blade struck the tentacle, Lei Ming felt as if he had struck a lump of tough, wet mud. The resistance was astonishing. But the tentacle was clearly enraged. It suddenly changed direction and lashed out at Lei Ming's chest like a whip. Lei Ming couldn't dodge in time. With a rip, his tactical vest was instantly torn apart, and the ceramic protective gear inside was deformed. A chilling, bone-deep force seeped into his chest through the protective gear. Lei Ming groaned, his body staggering backward as if struck by a heavy hammer, a trickle of blood instantly spilling from the corner of his mouth. He clutched his chest, feeling as if an ice pick had pierced it. Even breathing was excruciatingly painful. Taking advantage of this opening, Chun Mo and Gao Yuan concentrated their fire, their bullets accurately striking the tentacles that were wrapping around the stretcher. Although they couldn't cause fatal damage, they managed to slow them down. Qin Shui held Chu Xian's upper body, trying to move him away from the shadows. But the stretcher was too heavy, and she simply didn't have the strength. She could only watch helplessly as one of the tentacles got closer and closer to Chu Xian's ankle. These things are afraid of light, or they're afraid of high energy. Li Jun suddenly shouted, his voice trembling with emotion, yet unusually loud. When he saw the bullets were ineffective, the data he'd seen during his research flashed through his mind. Dark energy creatures generally fear strong light. He abruptly pulled a military flare from his backpack, his fingers trembling with tension, almost dropping it. He snapped it open with force, and with a crack, a blinding white light burst forth. Hiss! The cold light, like a sharp sword, instantly dispelled the small patch of darkness. The tentacles directly exposed to the light suddenly twisted violently, like plastic being scorched by a raging fire, wisps of black smoke rising from their surface and emitting a piercing sizzle. They contracted at a visible speed, quickly retreating back into the dense shadow. Even the black liquid dripping onto the ground was evaporated by the light. However, the flare's beam was too limited, only protecting an area a few meters around the squad. In the shadows further away, countless rustling sounds could still be heard. The black liquid writhed at the boundary between light and shadow, like a pack of hungry beasts, staring intently at the squad, searching for their next opportunity to attack. Don't stay? Move. Chun Mo made a decisive decision. While continuing to fire and suppress the lurking shadows around them, he shouted to the others, "Charge towards the moonlight. Get out of this forest." The will to survive instantly unleashed everyone's last remaining potential. Lei Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, clutched his chest with his left hand, and grabbed his rifle again with his right. Together with Gao Yuan, they lifted the stretcher. This time, they ran even faster. The stretcher occasionally bumped into tree trunks, causing Chu Xian's body to sway. Qin Shui held onto the stretcher with one hand and protected Chu Xian's head with the other to prevent him from hitting anything. Zhang Hao supported Li Jun, who still held the flare stick in his hand. The cold light cast long shadows of them on the ground, making them look like swaying ghosts. Chun Mo brought up the rear, his gaze fixed on the shadows behind him. Those black liquids were flowing and converging in the woods, like a black river, closely following them. They seemed genuinely afraid of light, unwilling to be directly exposed to the blood moon's glow, yet they constantly writhed at the boundary between light and shadow. Occasionally, a few tiny tentacles would extend from the shadows, attempting to grab the ankles of the team members, but they were all driven back by Chun Mo's bullets. Chu Xian fell into a coma again, but his condition was worse than before. His face was flushed an unnatural red, as if he had a high fever. His body was frighteningly hot, and his breathing was rapid and weak. Qin Shui felt his pulse. It was still abnormally fast. Her heart sank to the bottom. Chu Xian's inhuman eyes, and the words "the shadow is alive" were like a thorn stuck in her heart, impossible to shake off. The group continued running towards the edge of the forest. The blood moonlight grew brighter, and the surrounding trees became increasingly sparse. No one dared to let their guard down. The shadows behind them were still in pursuit, and the stench of blood in the forest grew stronger. Chun Mo glanced back and suddenly noticed that the flowing shadows, under the moonlight, had coalesced into a gigantic outline like a colossal beast lying on the ground, its head, torso, and limbs vaguely visible, but entirely composed of black shadows, obscuring its specific form. Is the land breathing? Chun Mo suddenly remembered Chu Xian's words. He looked down at the humus layer beneath his feet. While running, he seemed to feel the ground undulating slightly, like the chest of some creature breathing. A chill ran down his spine. The threat of the hive was not far off, and this seemingly ordinary mountain forest was actually a living forbidden zone, awakened and filled with malice. He touched the last grenade at his waist, then looked at Lei Ming and Gao Yuan carrying the stretcher in front of him, as well as Zhang Hao supporting Li Jun and Qin Shui protecting Chu Xian. Everyone was exhausted and had very little ammunition left. Chun Mo's heart sank. He knew that the battle just now was merely an appetizer. The real test might have only just begun. Chapter 19: The Sleeping Gatekeeper. The darkness deep within the hall was as thick as ink, impenetrable even to the eerie red light of the blood moon. Chun Mo could sense that something enormous was lurking in that darkness, slowly awakening as the purple light emanating from Chu Xian flickered and the earth trembled. Chu Xian hovered above the stretcher, his body twitching slightly. Deep purple light seeped from the net like patterns beneath his skin, growing brighter and brighter, staining the air around him with an eerie hue. His lips began to uncontrollably grin, revealing a twisted and unfamiliar smile, and a strange hoarse sound came from his throat, as if something was trying to crawl out from within. He's laughing? Zhang Hao was so frightened that he took a step back, almost dropping the gun in his hand. Qin Shui's face also turned deathly pale. She tried to reach out and touch Chu Xian's forehead, but just as her fingertips were about to touch his skin, she was repelled by an invisible force. That force was icy cold and carried an evil aura that did not belong to this world. "Don't touch him," Chun Imo shouted sharply. He could clearly feel that Chu Xian's aura was changing rapidly, gradually transforming from a dying human into some indescribable being. Just then, the darkness deep within the hall suddenly surged, like a black sea stirred up by a gale. 2 points of red light, deeper and colder than a blood moon, slowly lit up in the deepest part of the darkness. They were not the eyes of a living being, but rather 2 burning, congealed spheres of blood, sweeping across the entire hall with an all-knowing indifference. When the 2 points of red light landed on Chu Xian, the entire hall suddenly trembled violently. Pebbles on the ground leaped up, and stone chips fell from the walls. The previously restless mutated rats instantly fell into a deathly silence. They all lay prostrate on the ground, their bodies trembling violently, as if they were bowing in worship to some supreme being. Outsiders have disturbed the slumbering gatekeeper. An aged, hoarse voice, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell, resounded directly in everyone's minds, making their eardrums buzz. This voice had no specific source, yet it was omnipresent, carrying a weariness and majesty that transcended 1,000 years. Chun Imo gripped his gun tightly, staring warily at the 2 red lights. "Who are you? Where's this place?" The voice didn't answer his question, but continued to echo in everyone's minds. "But you brought the key." There was a hint of barely perceptible excitement in its tone. "The chosen vessel has finally awakened." "Key. Container," Qin Shui murmured to herself, then suddenly looked at Chu Xian. "You mean Chu Xian?" As soon as he finished speaking, the purple light around Chu Xian suddenly surged. A thick beam of purple light shot out from his body, heading straight for the 2 red lights deep within the hall. Wherever the beam passed, the air scorched and hissed, and the cracks in the ground widened, releasing more white mist with a sulfurous smell. The red light deep within the hall suddenly contracted, then burst forth with an even more intense radiance. A similarly thick black beam of light shot out from the darkness, colliding with the purple beam of light emitted by Chu Xian in the center of the hall. Boom! A deafening roar shook the entire hall, as if it were being torn apart. The shockwave swept across, sending Chun Mo and the others flying, crashing heavily against the stone wall, coughing up blood. The mutated rats lying on the ground were instantly reduced to ashes by the shockwave, not even having time to utter a scream. At the center of the collision of the beams of light, space began to distort and shatter, forming a black vortex. From within the vortex came chilling howls, as if countless wronged souls were struggling within. "The door is about to open," the aged voice said with fanaticism. "Forbidden power is about to reappear in the world." Chun Imo struggled to his feet and saw Chu Xian's body being pulled by the purple beam of light, flying towards the vortex. His face was expressionless. Only his eyes, filled with purple light, were fixed on the center of the vortex, as if expecting something. "Stop him! Don't let the door open!" Chun Imo roared, pulling out the last grenade from his waist, removing the safety pin, and throwing it towards the vortex. The grenade traced an arc through the air and landed precisely in the vortex. But just as it was about to explode, the vortex suddenly contracted, swallowing the grenade completely without a trace, without even a sound. "It's no use," the voice said mockingly. "You can't stop fate from coming." In this moment of despair, Chun Mo's gaze fell upon the emergency signal transmitter at his waist. He remembered what the captain had told him before they set off. This transmitter must never be used unless absolutely necessary. The signal it emits may not only attract rescue, but it may also attract something even more terrifying. Now, it's a last resort. Chun Mo pressed the button on the transmitter without hesitation. Beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm sounded in the hall, and a beam of intense white light shot out from the transmitter, heading straight for the black vortex. This light was pure and dazzling, forming a stark contrast with Chu Xian's purple light and the red light in the darkness. The moment the white light touched the vortex, the previously turbulent vortex suddenly stopped. The red light deep within the hall let out a shrill scream, as if it had encountered a natural enemy, and quickly retreated, disappearing back into the darkness. The purple light on Chu Xian's body also dimmed, and his body lost its support, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. The black vortex gradually dissipated, and the hall returned to calm, leaving only the rubble on the walls and the bloodstains on the ground as evidence of the thrilling battle that had just taken place. Just then, the roar of propellers came from outside the hall, growing ever closer. A beam of searchlight pierced through the archway, illuminating the entire hall. "This is the rescue team. Please respond if you hear me." A clear voice came through the loudspeaker. Chun Imo breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed to the ground. They were saved. But looking at Chu Xian, who lay unconscious on the ground, and then at the darkness deep within the hall that had returned to calm, he felt no joy, only a deeper unease. Was the arrival of the rescue team truly a salvation, or did they simply open an even bigger Pandora's box? What exactly was that white light? Why was it able to repel the being in the darkness? And then there's Chu Xian. The secrets surrounding him are far from over. Chun Imo knew that this nightmare had only just begun, and they had already been drawn into a conspiracy far more terrifying than they had imagined. Chapter 20: The Unlucky Explorer Who Accidentally Entered Forbidden Land. The footsteps of the rescue team echoed in the empty hall, each step like a hammer blow to everyone's taut nerves. The sound was exceptionally clear, even carrying a deliberate, mechanical rhythm, something a hastily assembled rescue team would never produce. Several beams of powerful flashlights pierced the darkness like swords, precisely targeting Chun Imo, who was slumped on the ground, Qin Shui, supporting the weakened Zhang Hao, and Chu Xian, who lay motionless on the ground. A squad of about 7 or 8 soldiers entered, dressed in uniform black combat uniforms, with an unfamiliar silver badge embroidered on their shoulders and chests, an image of a claw grasping lightning. They were well equipped, their tactical helmets obscuring most of their faces, revealing only pairs of eyes as sharp as hawks in the darkness. As they scanned the scene, their gaze held no concern for the survivors, only a cold indifference, as if scrutinizing experimental subjects. The leader, whose shoulder insignia were more elaborate than the others, crouched down to examine Chu Xian, who was closest to him. He didn't immediately offer aid, but instead took a palm-sized silver scanner from his tactical vest and slowly moved it above Chu Xian's body. The screen flickered with complex data streams and pulsating energy waveforms. When he saw the faint, lingering purple network of markings beneath the skin of Chu Xian's neck and wrists, his movements paused almost imperceptibly, a faint hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Vitality signs are weak, but temporarily stable. Strong residual unknown energy detected. Type matches record 734 in the abnormal fluctuation database. He reported without turning his head, his voice coming through the helmet's built-in communicator, cold and emotionless. The other 2 team members approached Chun Imo, Qin Shui, and Zhang Hao. Their movements were precise and professional. They quickly checked the 3's injuries and used their first aid kit to apply basic first aid and stop the bleeding. However, they remained silent throughout the process, and their physical contact carried a bureaucratic distance, as if they were handling an object rather than rescuing fellow human beings. This caused the already shaken Qin Shui to instinctively pull her hands back, holding Zhang Hao even tighter. "Which department are you from?" Chun Imo asked hoarsely, enduring the sharp pain in his ribs, his eyes fixed on the leader, trying to catch a trace of emotion through the gaps in the other's helmet. The leader stood up, put away the scanner, and his gaze immediately fell on the signal transmitter clipped to Chun Mo's waist, which was still emitting a faint warmth. "Special Affairs Bureau, 7th Action Team. I am the captain, codename Black Falcon." His answer was concise and formulaic, without any unnecessary pleasantries. "Was it you who sent out the distress signal?" "Yes." Chun Imo nodded with difficulty, his mind filled with doubt. "We've encountered an incomprehensible situation. My teammate, Chu Xian. The specific details will be recorded by a specialist upon returning to base." Black Falcon interrupted him bluntly, his tone leaving no room for argument. "This place is not safe to stay any longer. The energy readings remain extremely unstable and could trigger spatial fluctuations at any time. Prepare to evacuate. Two team members immediately stepped forward, skillfully unfolding the folding stretcher they were carrying, preparing to lift Chu Xian. However, just as their hands were about to touch the edge of the stretcher, Chu Xian's body suddenly convulsed. It wasn't a painful spasm, but more like a forced, suppressed rejection reaction, small in amplitude, yet incredibly powerful. Immediately afterwards, the purple light that had been fading under his skin suddenly flashed. Although it was not strong, it carried an invisible repulsive force, causing the two team members to pull their hands back as if they had been electrocuted, and a look of astonishment and solemnity flashed across their faces at the same time. Black Falcon immediately raised his hand to stop the further actions, his eyes sharpening. He stepped forward personally and took out a non-metallic, handcuff-like device with intricate patterns engraved on its surface from his tactical belt. He carefully bound Chu Xian's wrists together. The handcuffs emitted a slight hum as they closed, and a faint blue halo flowed across their surface, forming a visible energy barrier. The faint light emanating from Chu Xian's body seemed to be completely suppressed by this barrier, and he returned to calm, as if he had fallen into a deep coma. Chen Mo's heart sank. That kind of energy device specifically designed for restraint was definitely not something an ordinary rescue team would be equipped with. They seemed to have anticipated the unusual situation happening to Chu Xian, or even come prepared. What he needs is emergency medical care, not this kind of restraint. Qin Shui couldn't help but shout, her voice trembling with fear and anger. Black Falcon slowly turned to her, his synthesized voice devoid of any emotion. Madam, please calm down. This is a necessary safety measure. His condition is very special. He has a highly unstable energy source within him. We must ensure that no accidents occur during the transfer, neither for him nor for any of us. He waved his hand, his tone becoming stern. Take all survivors and collect all suspicious items at the scene, especially. His gaze swept across the abnormally calm darkness deep within the hall, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes, any residue showing abnormal energy reactions, even a pinch of ash. Quickly, evacuate within 5 minutes. The team members sprang into action immediately, their training frighteningly efficient. 2 people carefully lifted and secured Chu Xian on the stretcher, while the others retrieved various portable instruments and began a thorough scan of the floor and walls. They even meticulously sampled and sealed the black ash from the mutated rats in specially made sealed bags. They seemed particularly wary of the darkness deep within the hall. The scanning beams swept across that area several times, but always maintained a safe distance, with no one attempting to probe further. Chen Mo was half supported, half helped to his feet by a teammate, and walked towards the exit of the main hall. As he passed the archway, he couldn't help but look back. Under the powerful beams of the rescue team's lights, the darkness deep within the hall seemed even more intense than before, like an inkstone that had absorbed all light, as if silently brewing something. The 2 chilling crimson lights that had appeared earlier had vanished, but a chill inexplicably ran down Chen Mo's spine. He had a feeling that something was watching them leave from behind that patch of darkness with cold, malicious eyes. Outside the palace, the night was deep, and the blood moon cast an eerie, pale light. What was parked there was not an ordinary rescue helicopter, but a sleek, muscular, all-black vertical takeoff and landing (VTOL) aircraft. It was quite large, with no discernible markings on its surface, and its engines emitted only a very low hum, exuding a strong sense of technology. Upon boarding, the cabin was a cold, metallic color, filled with a faint smell of disinfectant and engine oil. It was filled with various fluorescent displays and complex instruments, resembling more of a high-tech mobile laboratory or command center than a medical rescue unit. Chu Xian was quickly placed in a separate, transparent isolation chamber, with additional monitoring probes attached to his body, displaying real-time data on a nearby screen. Qin Shui and Zhang Hao were instructed to sit in designated seats, fasten their seatbelts, and each was watched by a team member, their eyes alert, to prevent any unusual movements. Captain Black Falcon sat at the control panel in the front cockpit, conducting encrypted communications with an unknown ground headquarters. His voice was low, and Chun Mo could only make out a few indistinct words. Target confirmed recovered key activation level 17% strong energy interference in the area, requesting highest security clearance activate, Pandora contingency plan. Chun Mo leaned against the cold bulkhead, looking down through the narrow porthole. Under the light of the blood moon, the ancient and evil ruins were rapidly shrinking, eventually being completely swallowed up by the thick, seemingly alive mist on the ground. We're saved? Looking at Chu Xian's pale and lifeless face in the isolation pod, and then at the indifferent, professional, and even slightly hostile rescue personnel in the cabin, Chun Mo felt no relief at surviving the ordeal, but rather a strong sense of unease. What exactly was that eerie white light emitted by the signal transmitter? Why was it able to suppress that terrifying being so instantly? These people from the so-called Special Affairs Bureau were clearly well aware of the ruins and Chu Xian's unusual condition. Their goal from the beginning was not rescue, but Chu Xian, or rather, the thing inside Chu Xian's body that they called the key. They weren't unfortunate explorers who stumbled into forbidden territory. They were more like carefully chosen sacrifices, led here, or rather, pawns inadvertently activated in some grand and terrifying plan. At this moment, this chess piece is being moved without hesitation by an unseen hand to a deeper, darker chessboard. The roar of the aircraft engines continued in his ears, accelerating towards the unknown distance. Chun Mo closed his eyes, feeling a chill creeping up his spine. Captain Li Jiangwo's final warning echoed clearly in his mind. That thing might attract an even more terrifying being. He was wrong. What they attracted might not just be an even more terrifying being. The nightmare has indeed only just begun, and they have no way out. Chapter 21 The Real Nightmare has just begun. The aircraft glided silently through the thick clouds, its fuselage cutting through the humid air, leaving only a fleeting ripple. The cabin walls were made of dark gray alloy, the cold, hard metallic texture seeping into the skin through the thin clothing. The low hum of the instruments, like a constant background noise, mingled with the suppressed breathing of the passengers, creating a suffocating silence. Chun Mo leaned against the bulkhead, trying to alleviate the dull pain in his ribs with the cold touch. It was an old wound from being hit by rubble in the ruins, now sharpened by the turmoil in his heart. His gaze swept across the cabin. 5 soldiers in black combat uniforms stood guard, their helmets obscuring their faces, revealing only pairs of unusually focused eyes. These men were like meticulously programmed individuals. Only when adjusting instrument knobs, or quickly glancing at the central isolation chamber, did they reveal a trace of humanity, a complex emotion mixed with vigilance and scrutiny. Qin Shui huddled in the corner of the cabin, her hands tightly gripping Zhang Hao's wrists. His face was ashen, cold sweat soaking his hair. He was in a deep coma due to blood loss and exhaustion, his breathing barely perceptible. Qin Shui's gaze, however, was fixed on the transparent isolation chamber not far away, as if trying to pierce through the solid resin glass with her eyes. Chu Xian lay inside, his limbs restrained by soft straps, 7 or 8 tubes of varying thicknesses inserted into his body, connecting him to the vital signs monitor and energy stabilization device outside the chamber. On the screen beside him, the green electrocardiogram waveform pulsed weakly, while the energy readings on another screen resembled a erratic electrocardiogram, repeatedly teetering on the edge of a dangerous red threshold. The handcuffs, the same specially made handcuffs Chun Mo had seen before, emitting blue light patterns that suppressed energy fluctuations, were still firmly locked on Chu Xian's wrists, their eerie blue light, like a cold curse, branded onto his pale skin. Black Falcon ended the encrypted communication with the outside world and turned away from the control panel. His movements were fluid and precise, without a single wasted movement. The tactical equipment on his combat suit clinked softly with each turn, producing a faint metallic sound. His gaze swept over everyone in the cabin like a scanner, finally settling on Chun Mo's face. A preliminary situation record is needed. The synthesized electronic voice broke the silence emotionlessly. Regarding the encounter inside the ruins, the focus is on the changes in Chu Xian. Not a single detail can be overlooked. Chun Mo took a deep breath, the sharp pain in his chest causing him to groan involuntarily, forcing down the metallic taste rising in his throat. He adjusted his posture and began to recount from stepping into the grand hall inscribed with eerie runes, to the terrifying swarm of mutated rats, to the moment Chu Xian, in order to cover the others, was entangled and invaded by the purplish-black tentacles that rose from the ground. He deliberately used a calm tone, trying to conceal the shock in his heart, but when he spoke of the spiderweb-like black patterns appearing under Chu Xian's skin, the chilling purple light emanating from his eyes, and the final whisper mixed with the roars of inhuman creatures, his voice inevitably trembled slightly. He concealed the chaotic whispers that echoed in his own mind, only vaguely saying that he had felt a strong mental shock and almost lost consciousness. Black Falcon remained silent throughout, not interrupting, only nodding slightly to signal him to continue. It wasn't until Chun Mo mentioned Chu Xian's final struggle as he looked into the depths of the hall, uttering the words, "He has awakened," in a voice that didn't belong to him, an old and hollow voice, that Chun Mo keenly noticed Black Falcon's fingers, resting on his knees, tightened suddenly, causing deep wrinkles to appear in the fabric of his combat suit. That signal transmitter. Black Falcon suddenly changed the subject, pointing to Chun Mo's waist where a transparent evidence bag hung, containing the palm-sized black device covered in complex circuitry. Where did it originate? It's our Captain Li Jiangwo's belongings, Chun Mo answered truthfully. Before he went missing, he said that this thing might save his life in a critical moment. Li Jiangwo. Black Falcon repeated the name, his expression hidden beneath his helmet, but Chun Mo could clearly feel a sharp scrutiny locking onto him. What else did he say? About the purpose of this thing, or the possible consequences? He said, it might attract an even more terrifying being. Chun Mo said slowly, his gaze fixed on the Black Falcon, trying to find a clue in its cold mask. Black Falcon paused for a moment. Then his electronic voice seemed to fluctuate subtly, as if the signal had been slightly interfered with. He's right. This thing is called a beacon, and it actively sends location signals to specific frequency bands to attract attention, whether benevolent or malicious. Fortunately, this time it was us who responded to the signal. Beacon? Qin Shui suddenly raised her head, her swollen eyes filled with confusion and unease. Who are you? What happened to Chu Xian? Where are you taking us? Black Falcon stood up, walked to the isolation pod, and looked down at the unconscious Chu Xian inside. His identity has been revealed. Special Incident Emergency Response Team. As for him, he pointed to a red highlighted, rapidly fluctuating energy indicator on the screen labeled Symbiotic Stability, 37%. He is currently a key carrier, in an extremely unstable early symbiotic stage. Our destination is the only facility capable of controlling this situation and ensuring he doesn't cause devastating damage to the surrounding area of the Prism base. The key. Symbiosis. Qin Shui's voice trembled with tears as she gripped the edge of the isolation pod tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. I don't understand. He's just a college student. He needs doctors from a regular hospital, not you these people in strange clothes. We brought with us the top expert team in the country and even the world on this kind of abnormal symbiotic phenomenon. Black Falcon's tone was devoid of any comforting tone, only the coldness of stating facts. As for the key, it can be understood as an extremely ancient access interface. That ruin is both a cage and a seal. And Chu Xian, by some coincidence, became the temporary host of the key that unlocks the seal. Chun Mo's heart sank to the bottom. Black Falcon's words confirmed his worst fears. They weren't accidentally drawn in, but passively triggered a crisis far beyond their comprehension. Chu Xian had become the key, and in a sense, a prisoner. What exactly is inside the seal? Chun Mo asked hoarsely, his voice dry with tension. Black Falcon turned his head, his gaze, seemingly piercing through the thick bulkhead, fixed on the deep night sky behind the spacecraft. Ancient deities? Deep space contamination? The ultimate weapon of prehistoric civilizations? Many definitions, but no definitive conclusion. We only know that it represents ultimate chaos, enough to completely collapse the existing social order. For the first time, A barely perceptible hint of weariness crept into his electronic voice. Our duty is to ensure the seal remains intact, or, if cracks appear in the seal, to deal with them promptly. Deal with? Shin Imo chewed on the word, a chill running from his feet to the top of his head. He looked at the lifeless Chu Xian in the isolation pod, a terrifying thought surfacing in his mind. Could the so-called deal with be? Just then, the aircraft suddenly lurched slightly, and a soft electronic alert sounded inside the cabin. Approaching Prism airspace, activating stealth mode, preparing for landing. The pilot's voice came through the communicator, carrying a hint of professional calm. Chun Imo and Qin Shui simultaneously rushed to the porthole, eagerly peering outside. The thick, inky clouds below gradually dispersed, revealing not the military base or bustling city they had imagined, but a vast, desolate mountain range with exceptionally dense vegetation. At the heart of the mountain range, a massive lake gleamed an eerie dark red in the fading light of the blood moon, its surface calm and still, like a block of congealed blood. The aircraft began its slow descent, gradually decreasing in altitude and speed. Just as it was about to reach the lake's surface, a strange thing happened. Instead of turning towards the shore, the aircraft flew straight towards the center of the lake. We're going to fall into the lake. Qin Shui cried out in terror, gripping the windowsill tightly with both hands. However, the next second, just as the nose of the aircraft was about to touch the water, the scene ahead suddenly distorted, rippling like water rippled after a pebble was thrown in. The aircraft passed through the lake without hindrance, but what lay outside was not cold lake water, but a huge, brightly lit, futuristic metal tunnel. The tunnel's walls were smooth, mirror-like alloy, with long, strip-shaped white fluorescent lights embedded in the ceiling, casting a soft yet bright glow that illuminated the tracks stretching into the darkness ahead. A vast underground airport came into view, with several black, unmarked aircraft, identical to the ones they were aboard, neatly parked on the tarmac. Armed personnel in black combat uniforms and researchers in white research coats busily moved about, moving equipment and inspecting the aircraft, their movements orderly and efficient. The aircraft glided smoothly along the track and finally came to a stop at the designated parking position. The cabin doors slowly opened, and a rush of cold air, carrying the metallic coolness and the smell of disinfectant, rushed into the cabin, instantly dispelling the stuffiness inside. Welcome to Prism. Black Falcon stood up, his tone returning to its previous programmed coldness. From now on, please cooperate with the staff's arrangements. Remember, everything here is top secret, and you must never divulge what you see or hear. Several staff members dressed in white protective suits and wearing transparent face shields were already waiting at the bottom of the gangway. They quickly pushed a mobile medical bed and various sophisticated instruments forward. The team member who had previously checked Chu Xian's condition in the ruins went up to him, exchanged a few words in hushed tones with the leader in the white coat, and then handed him a thick recording board. Chu Xian was carefully transferred from the isolation pod to a medical bed, where staff immediately connected him to a more complex life support system in addition to routine electrocardiogram monitoring. There was a special instrument that could display energy fluctuations in real time. The red curve on the screen was still pulsating violently in the danger zone. The handcuffs remained firmly locked on his wrists, and the blue light seemed to have dimmed slightly compared to before. Chen Imo, Qin Shui, and Zhang Hao were also asked to disembark. Zhang Hao, still unconscious, was placed on another medical bed and pushed by two staff members into a passageway deep inside the airport. Qin Shui wanted to follow, but was politely but firmly stopped by a team member in black combat uniform. Madam, he needs to undergo a full physical examination and trauma treatment, so you cannot accompany him at this time. Please rest assured that we will arrange for professional medical staff to take care of him. The team member's voice was also electronically processed, devoid of any emotion. Qin Shui looked helplessly at Chun Imo, and tears finally welled up in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks onto the cold floor. Chun Imo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He surveyed the vast, cold underground space. The towering dome was constructed of countless metal supports, and intricate pipes crisscrossed it like a spider web. Blue indicator lights flashed at the distant entrances to the passageways, and occasionally, A hovercraft would swiftly pass by, leaving a faint afterimage. Everything here exuded an inhuman sense of technology, cold and precise, making one feel small and powerless. He watched Chu Xian and Zhang Hao being rapidly pushed in different directions, finally fixing his gaze on Black Falcon's unchanging helmet. This is not a refuge, but another, more hidden and fortified cage. The so-called examination and treatment likely conceal far more complex motives than they imagine. They escaped from an ancient ruin filled with unknown terrors, only to step into a colder, modern labyrinth built by humankind. Chun Imo clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. He knew the real nightmare had only just begun, and they were merely pawns in this grand game, helpless pawns. The chessboard had changed, and they didn't even know who their opponents were. Chapter 22: Dangerous Balance. The air outside carried a unique smell, a mixture of ozone, metallic coolant, and some indescribable sterilizing agent. It was cold and dry when inhaled, a stark contrast to the damp, decaying air inside the ruins. Chun Imo leaned against the cabin wall, the dull pain in his ribs becoming more pronounced in the cold, but he forced himself to stand upright, his sharp gaze sweeping across the vast underground spaceport. The medical bed containing Chu Xian was quickly pushed into a dark corridor marked Quarantine and Assessment High-Risk Channel. The corridor was lit by an eerie, ghostly blue light, starkly different from the bright white light of the main airport building. Several medical professionals in white coats and 2 members of the Black Falcon team followed closely behind, the atmosphere heavy. Qin Shui wanted to follow, but was stopped again by one of the team members. "Madam, your friend needs to be immediately placed in deep isolation and undergo a full evaluation. This is standard procedure for everyone's safety." The team member's voice came through the mask, leaving no room for argument. "Standard procedure? What standard? What exactly are you going to do to him?" Qin Shui's voice was hoarse with sobs as she desperately grabbed Chen Mo's arm, as if he were her only lifeline. Chun Imo gently patted the back of her hand, his gaze fixed on the direction Chu Xian had disappeared in. He saw the heavy alloy gate at the entrance of the blue passage slowly close the moment Chu Xian was pushed into it, emitting a muffled hum, completely cutting off all sight between the inside and outside. A strong sense of unease gripped him. At this moment, another group of staff approached them. The leader was a young woman in a gray uniform who looked like an office worker. She was holding an electronic recorder and had a programmed calm expression. "Mr. Chen Imo, Ms. Qin Shui, please come with me. You will need to undergo basic medical checks and disinfection procedures first, and then we will arrange a temporary rest area." Her tone was polite but distant. "Where's Zhang Hao? Where did you take him?" Qin Shui asked anxiously. "Mr. Zhang Hao's injuries are quite serious, and he has been sent to the medical center for emergency treatment. You may be able to visit him later, but you will need to get permission," the woman replied, while gesturing for him to enter through a regular passageway marked Reception and Transit Area. Chun Imo knew that resistance or questioning was pointless at this moment. The base's operational system was clearly highly sophisticated and brooked no challenge. He supported the nearly exhausted Qin Shui and followed the woman in the gray uniform towards the passageway. The passageway was a monotonous silver white, the walls so smooth they reflected images, broken only by the faint sound of airflow and the low hum of unknown equipment in the distance. They were taken to a room resembling a quarantine station, where they underwent simple body scans and wound disinfection. The bruises on Chen Mo's ribs were retreated by a nurse and covered with a biogel patch, and changed into gray bodysuits provided by the base. The fabric was soft but lacked personality, like another form of prison uniform. The entire process was efficient and indifferent. The staff rarely spoke, simply mechanically completing the procedures. After initial treatment, they were led to a lounge. The room was small, with simple beds, a table and chairs, and a separate bathroom. The furnishings were sparse, almost rudimentary, and the only light source came from soft LED strips embedded in the ceiling. One wall was a huge one-way glass wall, leading to the corridor outside, but from inside, one could only see a blurry reflection of oneself. Qin Shui slumped into a chair, her hands covering her face, her shoulders trembling slightly, her suppressed sobs ringing out clearly in the quiet room. Chun Imo walked to the one-way mirror, looking at his own pale face and weary eyes in the mirror, and at the helpless Qin Shui behind him. A profound sense of powerlessness almost overwhelmed him. They had escaped from that hellish ruin, only to fall into this seemingly orderly, yet far more suffocating, cage. Chun Imo, what should we do? Chu Xian he. Qin Shui raised her head, her eyes filled with tears. Chun Imo turned around, knelt down in front of her, and tried to make his voice sound calm. What we can do now is survive and stay conscious. Chu Xian is still alive, and that's hope. This base, Prism, they obviously know what happened to Chu Xian, and they might even know the truth about the key and the seal. We need information. We need to figure out their true purpose. But what Black Falcon said about dealing with. Qin Shui's voice was filled with fear. Chen Mo's gaze darkened. He certainly remembered that word. Handling has many meanings. We can't give up until we figure it out. Qin Shui, cheer up, Zhang Hao needs us too. He had to find a reason for her, and for himself, to keep going. Just then, the door to the lounge slid open silently. Black Falcon stood in the doorway, having removed his helmet to reveal a face of about 35 or 36 years old, with strong features, a taut jaw, and sharp, eagle-like eyes, revealing a coldness and weariness honed by long-term exposure to high-pressure environments. He had changed into a dark blue combat uniform, with no insignia on his shoulder straps. Chun Imo, Black Falcon's gaze locked onto him directly. Professor Yang wants to see you. Professor Yang? Chun Imo stood up, his mind on guard. He's the chief research director of the Prism base and also the head of the Key Carrier Research Project. He Ku explained succinctly. He wants to know firsthand about the situation inside the ruins, especially the details about Chu Xian's state of consciousness. Chun Imo glanced at the nervous Qin Shui and asked Black Falcon, "Where is she?" "Ms. Qin Shui needs to stay here and rest. Don't worry, this area is safe." Black Falcon's tone left no room for negotiation. "You came alone." Chun Imo knew he had no other choice. He took a deep breath and gave Qin Shui a reassuring look, though he himself was filled with uncertainty. "Wait for me to come back." He followed Black Falcon out of the lounge and back into the cold, silver corridor. Black Falcon walked quickly, and Chun Imo, enduring the dull pain in his ribs, followed closely behind. The corridor was intricate and maze-like. Occasionally, personnel in different uniforms, research white, technical blue, security black, would hurry by, nodding to Black Falcon and casting inquiring glances at Chun Imo. They boarded an elevator that required authentication and descended a considerable distance, the numbers on the elevator display fluctuating alarmingly. Finally, the elevator doors opened, revealing a quieter, dimmer corridor lined with heavy metal doors on either side, each bearing only a number and small status indicator lights. The Black Falcon stopped in front of a door marked A01 Professor Yang Yongxin and underwent iris and palm print verification. The door slid open silently. Behind the door was a spacious, circular observation room. One wall was made of completely transparent reinforced glass, behind which was an even larger space filled with all sorts of unprecedented precision instruments. At the center was a cylindrical, transparent container that emitted a soft white glow. Chu Xian was suspended in the center of that cylindrical object. He remained unconscious, his body gently supported by a pale blue energy field, the special handcuffs on his wrists still in place. Countless thin, transparent tubes extended from various parts of his body, connecting to the surrounding instruments. On the enormous screen outside the container, a waterfall of data flowed rapidly, with the value representing symbiotic stability fluctuating wildly between 40% and 45%, while the energy reading curve beside it continued to surge like a raging swarm of bees. An elderly man in a white lab coat, with gray hair and a slightly thin frame, was standing with his back to them, intently watching the data on the screen. Hearing the door open, he slowly turned around. The elderly man was around 60 years old, wearing frameless glasses. Behind the lenses, his eyes were deep and full of wisdom, yet also possessed a calm that seemed to see through everything, a trait honed by long-term research into the supernatural, and even a hint of barely perceptible fanaticism. He was Professor Yang. "Captain Black Falcon, Thank you for your hard work. Professor Yang's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. His gaze then fell upon Chun Mo, scrutinizing him from head to toe, a subtle, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Mr. Chun Mo, welcome to Prismed. Professor Yang walked towards him with a composed gait. I am Yang Yongxin. Thank you for bringing Chu Xian and the keys safely here. Chun Mo ignored his welcome and asked directly, How is Chu Xian? What did you do to him? Professor Yang walked to the observation window, looking at Chu Xian in the container with a complex expression. We are stabilizing him. The symbiotic process between the key and the host is extremely dangerous, especially in the early stages. The host's own consciousness and vitality will violently conflict with the ancient information and energy carried by the key. What we are doing now is to balance this conflict as much as possible, protect Chu Xian's consciousness from being completely devoured, and at the same time suppress the premature outbreak of the key's power. He pointed to the data on the screen. If the stability is below 30%, the energy in the host's body will get out of control, and the result will be catastrophic. Only if it is above 60% can we attempt to conduct more in-depth interactions and research. Currently, we are just maintaining a dangerous balance. Research. Chun Mo seized on the word, his tone questioning. Is your goal to save him, or to research the key on him? Professor Yang turned around to face Chun Mo directly, his gaze sharp. Young man, these two things are not contradictory. The only way to save Chu Xian is to fully understand the key within him. Only by understanding it can we find a way to safely separate it, or find a way to control it. Otherwise, not only will Chu Xian die, but what lies behind that touched seal may bring a fate more terrible than death to the entire world. He paused, his tone turning somber. Black Falcon should have already told you. He has awakened. This is not a metaphor, but a statement. We don't have much time left. Professor Yang walked to the control panel and pulled up a blurry video. It was the surveillance footage inside the main hall of the ruins. Obviously, the base had the capability to remotely monitor certain locations. The video froze on the moment when Chu Xian was entangled by purplish-black tentacles, and his eyes emitted purple light. Mr. Chun Mo, Professor Yang's voice carried an urgent desire to investigate. Now, please recall carefully, before Chu Xian was entangled by the tentacles, and when he last said he has awakened. Did you notice any unusual details? For example, subtle changes in the surrounding environment? Or did you yourself feel anything special? Professor Yang's gaze seemed to penetrate Chun Mo's soul as he stared intently into Chun Mo's eyes. For example, he asked slowly, emphasizing each word. Did you hear anything? Chun Mo's heart clenched, and the chaotic, frenzied whispers and roars that seemed to come from an ancient abyss instantly echoed in his mind. He forced himself to maintain a calm expression, but his back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. This Professor Yang seems to know far more than he appears. Was his question a test, or had he already sensed something? Chun Mo felt as if he were standing on the edge of an even more dangerous cliff. Chapter 23 Sample 0. Chun Mo felt his throat go dry. Professor Yang's question was like a cold probe, precisely piercing the secret he was trying to bury deep within. Those whispers, roars, fragments of madness, they weren't hallucinations. He was increasingly certain of that. But to acknowledge them, in this place, with this person, would be tantamount to placing himself in the same perilous situation as Chu Xian. He forced himself to meet Professor Yang's probing gaze, trying to make his voice sound only confused and tired. Sounds? Besides the collapsing rocks, the squeaking of rats, and Chu Xian's inhuman roar at the end, I can't remember anything else. The situation was too chaotic at the time, and my head was hit a few times. He raised his hand to rub his temples at just the right moment, pretending to recall the pain. Professor Yang narrowed his eyes slightly behind his glasses, his scrutinizing gaze lingering on Chun Mo's face for a few seconds, as if assessing the veracity of his words. The air seemed to freeze, with only the faint hum of the instruments operating outside the observation window continuing incessantly. Finally, Professor Yang slowly nodded, his face regaining its scholarly calmness, but Chun Mo caught a faint smile that didn't reach his eyes, as if he saw through something but didn't point it out for the time being. Memory loss and distortion are common in shocking environments. Professor Yang turned to face Chu Xian in the observation window, his tone becoming calm. I understand. If you recall any details later, no matter how small or bizarre, please inform me or Captain Black Falcon immediately. This is crucial. I will. Chen Mo replied cautiously, his inner alarm bells ringing at their highest. This old man was definitely not simple. Black Falcon. Professor Yang ordered without turning his head. Take Mr. Chen Mo to the temporary accommodation area to rest. He also needs to recover. Proceed with the Level 2 observation procedure. Understood. Black Falcon responded, gesturing to Chen Mo. Please. Chen Mo took one last look at Chu Xian, who was suspended in the pillar of light. That familiar figure now seemed so distant and unfamiliar. He followed Black Falcon out of the observation room and back into the cold metal tunnel. This time, Black Falcon didn't take him back to the previous rest area, but instead led him deeper into the tunnel. They arrived at a living area. The rooms here appeared slightly larger than the previous lounge, but remained austerely simple. Black Falcon stopped in front of a door and swiped its access card to open it. This is your room. 3 meals a day will be delivered on time. Some areas of the base are open to you. Your specific access has been recorded on your temporary identity wristband. Black Falcon handed him a gray wristband. The non-open areas are strictly guarded. Please do not attempt to enter, or you will be responsible for the consequences. Ms. Qin Shui is in the next room. Chen Mo took the bracelet and found it to be very light, with a smooth surface and only a faint indicator light flashing slowly. Level 2 observation procedure, what does that mean? He asked directly. Black Falcon looked at him, his metallic gray eyes devoid of any emotion. It means that until we confirm you are completely harmless and stable, your activities will be subject to necessary restrictions and monitoring. This is standard procedure for the security of the base and for your own safety. Chen Mo didn't refute, knowing any objection would be futile at this moment. He entered the room, the door closing silently behind him. The room contained a bed, table and chairs, a private bathroom, and even a small e-reader, but no device for communication with the outside world. One wall was also a one-way window, but this time, he didn't know whether it led to a corridor or another observation point. He sat on the bed, feeling an unprecedented exhaustion and isolation. The wound under his ribs throbbed, but the pain was even greater, the fear of the unknown and the worry for his companions. Chu Xian had become a test subject. Zhang Hao was seriously injured and isolated. Qin Shui was on the verge of collapse, and he himself was under close surveillance. Over the next few days, Chen Mo tried to gather information within his limited area of activity. He could move around in designated corridors, a small lounge, and the canteen. He encountered other people in gray uniforms, most of whom had blank expressions, hurried about, and rarely interacted with each other, as if each lived on their own isolated island. He also met more members of the Black Falcon squad and researchers, but they all maintained a polite but distant distance from him, the newcomer. Qin Shui was in very poor condition, spending most of her time locked in her room. When Chen Mo visited her, she just kept crying and repeatedly asked about Chu Xian and Zhang Hao's condition, but Chen Mo could only offer weak words of comfort. The base informed them that Zhang Hao was out of danger but still needed to be observed at the medical center, and visits were not allowed for the time being. On the 4th day, while Chen Mo was eating alone in the cafeteria, a somewhat timid-looking young researcher sat down opposite him. He was wearing a white junior researcher uniform and thick glasses. You came in with that key carrier, right? The young man asked in a low voice, his eyes flickering. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained impassive. You mean Chu Xian? Yes, Chu Xian. The young man nodded and quickly glanced around. My name is Li Wan, an intern researcher in the bioenergetics department. Chen Mo. He introduced himself briefly, waiting for the other party to continue. Li Wan seemed to have mustered his courage, and his voice lowered even further. I participated in some of the preliminary data analysis. His case is very special. The energy signature is extremely ancient and frighteningly unstable. Professor Yang and the others are very excited. Excited. Chen Mo noticed the unusual nature of this word. Li Wan licked his lips. This level of symbiotic sample is rare, especially with such obvious residual consciousness. It seems the professor and his team are trying a new anchoring protocol, trying to stabilize the host's consciousness so they can better study the key itself. He paused, his voice almost inaudible. But I always feel it's a bit too radical. There have been a few cases before where, after trying deep connection, the carrier. He didn't finish his sentence, but Chun Imo already understood those vessels were probably in grave danger. His heart sank. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Lee 1, intern researcher, your break time is over. The data analysis report for Laboratory 3 in Area D should have been submitted half an hour ago. Black Falcon appeared beside him at some point, staring at Lee 1 expressionlessly. Lee 1 turned pale with fright, practically leaping up, and stammered, Yes, Captain, before quickly scurrying away. Black Falcon turned his gaze to Chun Imo. Avoid unnecessary communication with researchers, Mr. Chun Imo. It will hinder your observation period assessment. Chun Imo didn't argue, but calmly finished his food. However, Li Wen's warning had sounded an alarm in his mind. Professor Yang's goal was indeed not just to stabilize Chu Xian. He was conducting a dangerous experiment, and Chu Xian's consciousness was becoming a bargaining chip in the experiment. That night, Chun Imo lay in bed, wide awake. The indicator light on his identity bracelet flashed rhythmically. He recalled every detail of the ruins, Chu Xian's empty gaze at the end, and the words, he has awakened. He also repeatedly pondered Professor Yang's question about voice and Li Wen's unfinished words. He couldn't just sit and wait to die. He needed to know the truth about Chu Xian, and he needed to know what this Prism, Base, and Professor Yang were really up to. He remembered the beacon left behind by Li Jianguo. Black Falcon said it had attracted them, but Li Jianguo had also said it might attract an even more terrifying being. Was there some other connection behind this? In the dead of night, the base was deathly silent, save for the low hum of the ventilation system. Chun Imo quietly got up and walked to the door. He knew there were surveillance cameras outside, and possibly even inside his room. But he had to take the risk. He gently grasped the doorknob, and unexpectedly, the door slid open a crack without a sound. He didn't open it. Did someone unlock the door from the outside? Chun Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he cautiously peeked out. The corridor was deserted, save for the eerie green glow of the emergency indicator lights. Was it a trap? Or was someone secretly helping him? He remembered the panicked Li Wen. There was no time to hesitate. He took a deep breath, slipped out of the room, and, relying on his memory, made his way towards the passage he had glimpsed during the day that led to a deeper area, where there was more stringent guard. He needed information, and information was often stored in the most central and heavily guarded places. His figure moved like a ghost, swiftly navigating the intricate metal corridors, carefully avoiding the overhead surveillance cameras. Fortunately, there was very little activity at the base late at night. At one corner, he nearly bumped into a patrolling security team, but luckily managed to slip into a gap in an equipment room. Just as he approached the entrance marked Core Research Area Level S Access, he witnessed an unexpected scene. Professor Yang and Black Falcon were standing outside the airtight gate. Professor Yang, dressed in casual clothes, appeared to be about to enter, while Black Falcon was giving a report. Due to the distance and angle, Chun Imo could only vaguely hear fragmented words. The anchoring agreement has taken initial effect. Stability has increased to 51%, but resistance from consciousness is strong. What about the reaction of Sample 0? This was Professor Yang's voice. A faint resonance, confirmation that part of the key sequence is activated. Very good. Keep the pressure on. The initial alignment of the Crimson Protocol must be completed within the window of opportunity. Crimson Protocol? Sample 0? Window of opportunity? These unfamiliar terms sent a chill down Chun Mo's spine. They were indeed conducting an experiment far exceeding the task of saving Chu Xian. Just then, Professor Yang seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping across the shadowy area where Chun Imo was hiding. Chun Imo immediately held his breath and pressed his body tightly against the cold metal wall. Professor Yang stared for a few seconds, his brow furrowing slightly, then whispered something to Black Falcon. Black Falcon immediately pressed the button on its headset and gave the command. Oh no, we've been discovered. Without further hesitation, Chunamo turned around and retreated rapidly along the way he had come. Behind him came the sound of hurried footsteps and the pre-activation beeping of the alarm system. He had to get back to his room before he was caught. His mind raced, trying to figure out how to explain his presence there so late at night. At the same time, a deeper fear gripped him. Did Professor Yang's mention of Sample Zero and the Crimson Protocol mean that Chu Xian's crisis was far more terrifying than he imagined? Was Chu Xian perhaps not the only key imprisoned in this prism base? His escape had only just begun, while the shadow of the truth had already pressed down heavily, like the dome of this massive underground base. Chapter 24 Crimson is the Abyss. His heart pounded wildly in his chest as Chun Mo ran desperately along the route he had come from. The cold metal walls distorted into an endless tunnel under the eerie green light of the emergency lights. The footsteps and shouts behind him grew closer, mixed with the shrill whistling of some high-frequency sound wave device activating, making his eardrums ache. He couldn't go back to his room. That would be walking into a trap. Professor Yang's all-seeing eyes had already shown that any excuse was futile at this moment. He had to find a temporary hiding place, or find some breakthrough. As he rounded a corner, he glimpsed a half-open hatch labeled Abandoned Pipeline Maintenance Room. Without a second thought, he squeezed in sideways and gently pushed the hatch back into place, leaving only a crack. The maintenance room was filled with old tools and parts, and the air was thick with the smell of machine oil and dust. He huddled behind a huge metal box, holding his breath, listening to the chaotic footsteps outside and the cold commands coming from the communicator. Target lost in the C7 passageway. Initiate regional biosignal scanning. He can't have gone far. Block the connecting passage between adjacent areas B and D. Chun Mo's heart sank. Biosignal scanning his identity bracelet on his wrist. It wasn't just an access marker, it was a tracker. He tried to pull it off, but found the bracelet was tightly sealed, with no obvious interfaces or clasps. Pulling it would only cause his wrist to ache. Just then, the door to the maintenance room where he was hiding was suddenly pushed open, and a beam of powerful flashlight beams swept in. Chun Mo pressed himself tightly against the cold box, his heart almost stopping. The beam of light moved across the cluttered equipment, finally settling on a few oily footprints he might have touched when he squeezed in. Footsteps drew closer. It's over. Countless thoughts flashed through Chun Mo's mind, and he even thought about fighting, but he was unarmed and had zero chance of winning against the fully armed base guards. Suddenly, from deep within the maintenance room, a faint, metallic clicking sound rang out. The powerful flashlight immediately turned towards the source of the sound. "What's that sound?" a guard whispered. "It could be rats. Or it could be due to thermal expansion and contraction in old pipes," another guard replied, his voice tinged with impatience. "Prioritize searching the main passageways. Leave these corners to the automated detectors." The flashlight beam shone for a moment, then moved away. Footsteps faded from the maintenance room, and the door was closed again. But immediately, the electronic voice announcing the setting of temporary warning signs came from outside. Chun Mo breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately became alert again. Where did that click sound come from? He cautiously peered into the depths of the maintenance room, where it was darker and contained larger pieces of equipment covered with pipes. A faint point of light flashed before his eyes. It was an extremely tiny LED indicator light, emanating from what appeared to be an abandoned pipe joint. The screws on the joint seemed to have been recently loosened. Is someone helping him? Is it Li Wen? Or is there someone else in the base with ulterior motives? There was no time to investigate further. He had to seize this brief respite. He quickly checked his identification bracelet, trying to find a way to disable it, but to no avail. He remembered Black Falcon saying that some areas were open to him, and his permissions were recorded. This abandoned maintenance room was clearly not among those open areas, yet he had entered. Was it a permission loophole or? His gaze fell on the faintly glowing pipe joint. He reached out and discovered that the pipe seemed movable. With a push, a section of what appeared to be a thick metal pipe silently slid open, revealing a narrow passageway just wide enough for one person to pass through. Inside, there was even deeper darkness, filled with a stronger smell of dust and rusting metal. This is definitely not an officially designed passage. It is a secret passage. Is it a trap, or the only way out? Outside the door behind me, I could already hear the sound of small robots moving. The automated detectors had arrived. Without further hesitation, Chun Imo bent down and squeezed into the narrow entrance. As soon as he entered, the tube behind him silently closed, cutting off all light and sound. Utter darkness enveloped him, with only a faint, non-artificial, eerie green light flickering in the distance, like some kind of bioluminescent moss. He turned on his phone's flashlight thankfully. He still had the phone, though there was probably no signal, and the faint light illuminated what lay ahead. It was clearly a man-made, long-forgotten maintenance passage or ventilation duct, narrow, low, and covered in cobwebs and dust. Old cables and pipes were visible on the walls, some with faded numbers, the format completely different from those used at the current base. This appears to be the remains of some kind of underground structure that existed earlier than the Prism base, or even before the base was built. He proceeded cautiously along the passage, trying to make as little noise as possible. The passage wasn't straight. It sloped downwards and branched off into numerous paths, like a maze. The air grew increasingly damp and cold, carrying an indescribable, strange smell, a mixture of rust and sulfur. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he arrived at a relatively open area, resembling a small underground cave. The cave walls were covered with moss that emitted a ghostly green light, providing a faint source of illumination. In the center of the cave was an abandoned, rusty pool, its bottom dried up. What truly sent chills down Chinmo's spine was the discovery of some engravings beneath the rust on the pool wall. These weren't naturally formed. They were some kind of writing or symbols. He leaned closer and examined them with his flashlight, his heart clenching in shock. Those symbols bore a striking resemblance to those they had seen on the ancient ruined stone walls. Twisted, bizarre, and filled with an inhuman geometric feel. Could this prism base be built on some ancient site related to the key? Is this sample 0 that Professor Yang mentioned related to this place? He continued his investigation and found an entrance half hidden by rubble on the other side of the cave. Pushing aside the rubble, he discovered what appeared to be an even smaller space. He crawled inside, shone his flashlight, and froze on the spot. In this small space, there were several tattered pieces of clothing, clearly decades old. Nearby, scattered were a few rusty tin cans and an old kettle. Most chillingly, on the wall, were faded, somewhat blurred characters carved with sharp stones. They were in Chinese, but the strokes were distorted and filled with despair. It's awake. They are feeding it. Don't trust Yang. Crimson is the abyss. Escape, while there's still time. The writing abruptly ends here, as if the person who carved it had met with misfortune. The signature is a blurry abbreviation, barely legible as LJG. Li Jiangguo. Chen Imo was struck dumb. Li Jiangguo had been here before? Wasn't he missing outside? Could it be that he was eventually brought back to this base? His warning, "It is watching," referred not only to the existence within the ruins, but also to something deep within this base. Don't trust Yang. Undoubtedly referring to Professor Yang. Crimson is the abyss, the Crimson Protocol. Chen Imo felt a chill run down his spine to the top of his head. The secrets of this base were far darker and more ancient than he had imagined. Chu Xian had been used as an experimental subject, and the ultimate purpose of the experiment might be related to the terrifying being imprisoned deep within this base, known as Sample 0. He must find Chu Xian and stop the Crimson Protocol. But first, he must survive and find a way out of this maze. He carefully memorized all the information and symbols on the wall, then left the small space. Just as he was pondering which direction to go, a faint sound, like something dragging on the ground, came from the depths of the passage, mixed with a low, intermittent moan. Chun Imo immediately turned off his flashlight, hid himself in the shadows of the cave, and held his breath. The sound grew closer, accompanied by an indescribable, foul odor. Under the eerie green bioluminescence, a distorted, indescribable shadow slowly cast itself from around the corner of the passageway. Chapter 25. Something indescribable. The sobbing was intermittent, carrying an inhuman pain and a sticky quality, as if the vocal cords had been torn apart and were barely vibrating. The dragging sound grew closer, accompanied by the faint sound of liquid dripping, amplified infinitely in the deathly silent passage. Chun Mo pressed himself tightly against the cold, damp rock wall, suppressing his breathing to a minimum. In the eerie green light, the shadows cast upon him were distorted and blurred, their edges indistinct, unlike the outlines of any known creature. The stench was so intense it was almost nauseating. He gripped a heavy wrench he'd grabbed from the abandoned maintenance room. It was his only weapon now. His heart pounded in his chest, threatening to shatter his ribs. Finally, the thing appeared at the corner of the passage. The first thing that catches the eye is, or rather, something resembling a human arm, but with an unhealthy grayish-white skin covered in constantly writhing, seemingly sentient dark red vein-like patterns. It drags limply on the ground, its fingers twisted at bizarre angles. Then, a crawling figure slowly emerged. It roughly maintained a human shape, but its posture was extremely distorted, as if its entire skeleton had been shattered and haphazardly pieced back together. Its head drooped, and long hair, or rather, some hair like fibrous material, clung together, obscuring its face. It wore a tattered white uniform, seemingly an early style from the base, but it was soaked in some viscous, dark red substance, from which the stench emanated. Its lower body seemed to have melted, or rather, mutated into a pool of slowly writhing, semi-liquid tissue, which it used to drag itself across the ground. The intermittent sobs came from deep within this person's throat. Chun Mo felt a surge of intense nausea and fear. What was this thing? Was it a failed experiment from the base? Or a staff member corrupted and mutated by some force here? Could the Li Jiangguo warned about refer to this very being? The mutant seemed unaware of Chun Mo's presence. It simply dragged itself slowly through the cave, emitting painful groans. Occasionally, it would raise its still human-like arm and futilely scratch at the rock wall covered in glowing moss, leaving behind several sticky streaks. Chun Mo held his breath and waited, hoping it would leave on its own. However, the mutant stopped by the dried-up pool in the center of the cave. It raised its head, revealing a face half hidden by its hair, a face that had partially melted, its features blurred and displaced, one eye large and cloudy, the other just a hole constantly oozing dark red liquid. With its murky eye, it stared blankly into the void, its sobbing becoming clearer, seemingly mixed with a few indistinct syllables. It hurts so much. The key was wrong. Sample, rejection. Yang lied to us. Chun Mo was deeply shocked. This thing can talk. It seems to retain some human consciousness and memories. It mentioned key, sample, and yang. It knows the inside story. Just then, the mutant seemed to have sensed something, and its turbid eyes suddenly turned towards the shadow where Chun Mo was hiding. Its intact arm suddenly rose, pointing at Chun Mo, and a sharp, no longer whimpering but a threatening roar came from its throat. Live creatures fresh. Its semi-liquid lower body suddenly began to writhe violently, its speed increasing abruptly, and it lunged at Chun Mo with a gust of evil wind. Without a second thought, Chun Mo leaped out of the shadows, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of the viscous substance. A stench assaulted his nostrils, almost suffocating him. He raised a wrench, but staring at the distorted shape, he didn't know where to begin. The mutant, having missed its first attack, turned and pounced again. Its arm stretched out like a rubber band, grabbing for Chun Mo's ankle. Chun Mo dodged to the side and slammed the wrench hard into that arm. A muffled splat sounded like the smashing of a ripe fruit. Dark red, viscous liquid, and broken tissue splattered everywhere. The arm convulsed violently and retracted, but the granulation tissue at the wound writhed wildly, seemingly healing rapidly. Physical attacks have limited effectiveness. Chun Mo's heart sank. He retreated while quickly surveying his surroundings. Apart from the passage he came from and the passage where the mutants appeared, there seemed to be no other obvious exit from this cave. Enraged, the mutant let out an even more frenzied roar. Its entire body began to expand and writhe erratically, and more tentacle-like substances emerged from its lower body, baring their fangs and claws as they reached for Chun Mo. With his escape route blocked, Chen Mo was forced to retreat deeper into the cave, approaching the small opening half hidden by rubble and inscribed with Li Jiangwo's last words. Just as he was almost cornered and his back pressed against the cold rock wall, his ankle seemed to trip over something, an old, rusty pipe joint under the scattered rubble at the small opening. Click! A soft clicking sound rang out. Behind Chen Mo, the seemingly intact rock wall suddenly slid open inward, creating a narrow crack. A stronger current of air, carrying a musty and metallic scent, surged out from within. It's another hidden exit. Without thinking, Chen Mo immediately squeezed in. In the last moment before his figure disappeared into the darkness, he glanced back. The mutant frantically lunged at the cave entrance, but its swollen form seemed to be blocked by some invisible force, and it could only roar in vain and crash against the invisible barrier at the entrance, with dark red slime splattering everywhere. The rock wall quickly closed behind Chen Mo, isolating the mutated creature's roar. Chen Mo slumped in the darkness behind the door, gasping for breath, his heart pounding in his chest. The ordeal that had just lasted only a dozen seconds was far more terrifying than facing the swarms of rats and the collapse in the ruins. It wasn't just a physical threat, but also a devastating blow to his sanity. He paused for a few seconds, then turned on his phone's flashlight. Before him lay an even narrower metal pipe, barely wide enough for one person to pass by while bending over. The pipe walls were covered in thick rust, but traces of meticulous machining were still faintly visible, a stark contrast to the rough, natural cave outside. This appeared to be a ventilation or maintenance duct built in the early days of the base, or even earlier. The marks left by Li Jiangwo and the secret door that opened at just the right time, isn't all of this a coincidence? Was it a way out that Li Jiangwo left for himself, or for those who came after him, many years ago? He struggled to his feet and carefully made his way deeper into the pipe. The pipe wasn't horizontal, it stretched upwards with a steep incline. He had to use both his hands and feet to climb it. After climbing for about 10 minutes, he saw a faint light and heard a regular mechanical humming sound ahead. He turned off his flashlight and peered out from a grid exit at the end of the pipe. Outside was a vast space with a towering dome, filled with thick pipes and cables. In the center of the space was a huge, cylindrical, transparent container emitting a ghostly blue light. The container was surrounded by complex robotic arms and energy conduits, connecting to countless instruments and equipment around it. What nearly froze Chun Mo's blood was that what was suspended in the dark blue liquid inside the cylindrical container was not Chuxian. It was something indescribable. It was roughly oval in shape, its surface covered with a kind of pulsating tissue resembling a mixture of keratin and flesh, covered with twisted, seemingly naturally formed, eerie runes that shimmered with the flickering light of the container. Countless tiny tendrils, like nerve cords or blood vessels, extended from its surface, connecting to the inner wall of the container and the energy conduits. In the center of this egg, a darker, ever-changing shadow core can be vaguely seen, as if life is being conceived and wriggling within it. An indescribable feeling, a mixture of awe, fear, and instinctive repulsion, gripped Chun Mo. Just looking at it made him dizzy, and he seemed to hear those indistinct whispers and roars again, clearer and closer than ever before. This is Sample Zero. Professor Yang and his team were using the key on Chu Xian to try to connect with this terrifying thing through the Crimson Protocol. Chen Mo's gaze moved downwards, and around the base of the massive container, he saw several relatively small, transparent life support pods. Inside one of them, lying quietly, was Chu Xian. His eyes were closed, his face was pale, and he was covered in tubes. On the center of his forehead, a complex mark emitting a faint red light was clearly visible. Was that the key being activated? In another life support pod a little further away, Chun Mo saw Zhang Hao. He was also in a coma, connected to medical equipment, but his condition seemed more stable than Chu Xian's. They're all here. Chun Mo suppressed the urge to rush out immediately. He carefully observed the enormous laboratory. Besides the central container and life support pod, there were several layers of observation platforms and control consoles surrounding it. At this moment, several people dressed in senior researcher uniforms were busy on the platforms, and standing in front of the main control console, with his back to Chun Mo and staring at Sample Zero, was Professor Yang. Professor Yang's voice rang out softly through the laboratory's loudspeaker system, clearly reaching Chun Mo's ears through the pipes. The carrier's resistance to the virus was stronger than expected, but the resonance of the key sequence is strengthening. The activity of Sample Zero increased by 3 percentage points. A researcher reports, "Professor, the first phase of the Crimson Protocol docking is ready. Shall we inject the consciousness catalyst?" Professor Yang paused for a few seconds, then slowly said, "Injection. We need to complete the initial portal stabilization before the carrier's consciousness is completely assimilated." Understood. Inject catalyst type A, dosage 5%. Chun Mo saw that a dark red liquid began to slowly flow into Chu Xian's body through a tube connected to Chu Xian's life support pod. Almost the instant the liquid entered, Chu Xian's body inside the life support pod convulsed violently, and he abruptly opened his eyes. But those eyes held no light, only an empty, blood-red void. He opened his mouth wide, letting out a silent scream, and the mark in the center of his forehead shone brightly with red light. At the same time, the Sample Zero inside the central cylindrical container suddenly began to pulsate at an accelerated rate. The runes on its surface flickered rapidly, and the shadow at its core churned violently. The lights throughout the laboratory flickered erratically, and a piercing alarm blared. Energy readings have risen sharply. The carrier's vital signs are unstable. Sample Zero showed a strong rejection reaction. Chaos erupted in the laboratory. Professor Yang, however, stepped forward, almost pressing his face against the observation window of the main control panel, his eyes behind his glasses gleaming with an almost fanatical excitement. "Very good, that's it. Struggle. Chu Xian, use your consciousness to fight back, to adapt. Only in this way can the key truly bloom." Chun Mo bit his lip, so hard it almost bled. He watched Chu Xian struggle painfully in the life support pod, watched the terrifying Sample Zero become more and more active, and watched Professor Yang's frantic yet calm back. He couldn't wait any longer. His eyes scanned rapidly, searching for any possible opportunity. His gaze finally settled on a dense cluster of large pipes not far below the main structure, seemingly providing energy or cooling to the vast space. Several old-fashioned, manually operated emergency valves adorned those pipes. A dangerous and insane plan instantly formed in his mind. He took a deep breath, gripped the wrench tightly, and, like a lurking cheetah, fixed his gaze on his target. Just as a researcher loudly reported, "The rejection reaction has reached the critical point. We recommend suspending the protocol." And Professor Yang sternly shouted, "No. Continue to increase the pressure." Chun Mo used all his strength to smash open the ventilation duct's grill exit, and like a bolt of lightning, he rushed towards the large set of ducts below. "Who goes there?" "Guards." Screams and alarms blared simultaneously. But Chun Mo was faster. He landed on the thick pipe, staggered for a moment, immediately steadied himself, raised the wrench, and with all his might, smashed it hard against the red valve marked "Emergency Cut-Off Coolant." Clang! A loud bang, sparks flying everywhere. The valve was twisted and deformed by his smashing, and a chilling white blast of air suddenly shot out from the broken joint. At the same time, the light from the several energy conduits connecting the central container and Chu Xian's life support capsule suddenly became extremely unstable, flickering wildly. Cooling system failure. Energy overload. Emergency shutdown. Quickly, chaos reigned in the laboratory. The central Sample Zero emitted a low, angry hum, and the runes on its surface instantly dimmed. The red light inside Chu Xian's life support pod also rapidly diminished. He stopped struggling and fell back into a coma. Professor Yang turned around abruptly, his cold gaze as precise as a scalpel, locking onto the pipe and searching for Chun Mo, his next target for sabotage. For the first time, his scholarly composure vanished, replaced by an extreme anger stemming from a taboo being violated, and a barely perceptible hint of apprehension. "Grab him." Professor Yang's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling intensity that seemed to freeze the air. "Alive." Several fully armed guards rushed into the laboratory from various entrances, all pointing their energy weapons at Shinemo. Shinemo stood on the cold pipe, wrench in hand, his body enveloped in the icy white mist of coolant, like a trapped beast. His sudden attack, while temporarily halting the dangerous experiment, also completely exposed him, plunging him into a true predicament. What he didn't know was that his reckless attack not only angered Professor Yang, but also seemed to have alarmed the terrifying being known as Sample Zero, who was sleeping deep within the dark blue container. The shadow at the core of that thing subtly shifted slightly toward Shinemo. Chapter 26 reveals the truth. The laboratory was filled with a biting white chill and piercing alarms. The energy conduits flickered wildly, the light dancing on Professor Yang's distorted face. His eyes, which were always hidden behind his glasses, now blazed with fury that seemed to materialize. Grab him. Alive. His voice drowned out the alarm, as cold as a scalpel. Several guards simultaneously activated their energy weapons, locking onto Chun-Mo, who was standing on the broken pipe, shrouded in icy mist. Chun-Mo's heart pounded, his adrenaline surged. He had sabotaged the cooling system, interrupting the terrifying Crimson Protocol. But in doing so, he had also completely cut off his own escape route. Faced with encirclement, he gripped his only weapon, the heavy wrench, his eyes scanning rapidly, searching for any possible breakthrough. Just as the guards were about to pull the trigger, boom! A deep, yet extremely penetrating roar came from the center of the laboratory. The entire ground shook violently, as if a giant beast were writhing underground. Everyone lost their footing, and the guard's aim was interrupted. Chun-Mo suddenly looked toward the source of the sound, the huge cylindrical container. The eerie blue liquid inside the container was now churning and bubbling, as if boiling. The strange runes on the surface of Sample Zero were flashing wildly at an unprecedented frequency, and the shadow at its core was expanding and contracting violently, like a heart on the verge of exploding. Several of the energy conduits connected to it had already burst into blinding sparks due to overload. Professor, Sample Zero's activity is out of control. The container pressure is rising sharply. A researcher screamed, his voice trembling, as he looked at the soaring red data on the control panel. Professor Yang's face instantly turned ashen. He stopped looking at Chun-Mo and stared intently at the central container, roaring into the communicator. Activate all containment fields. Highest level energy diversion. We can't let it break through containment. More alarms joined the chorus, and several thick energy barriers descended from the laboratory dome, attempting to envelop the central container. But the raging power within seemed completely out of control, and fine, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on the surface of the entire transparent tank. Crack. The clear cracking sound made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. Chance. Without hesitation, Chun-Mo seized the moment when everyone's attention was drawn to the rampaging Sample Zero, and the guards were thrown into disarray by the tremors. Like a cheetah, he leaped down from the pipes, heading straight for the nearest area where Chu Xian and Zhang Hao were housed in their life support pods. Halt! One of the guards who was closest to the camera reacted and fired his gun. A beam of scorching energy grazed Chun-Mo's shoulder, scorching his clothes. Chun-Mo rolled away, dodging behind a large piece of equipment, and slammed a wrench into its control panel. Crackling and popping. Sparks flew everywhere, and the instrument immediately emitted black smoke, its screen going black. The chaos intensified further. Ignore the equipment. Stop him. Professor Yang's voice was filled with exasperation. But it was too late. Using various devices and pipes as cover, Chun-Mo moved nimbly and quickly approached the life support pod. He rushed to Chu Xian's pod first. Chu Xian's eyes were closed, his face was ashen, and the red mark in the center of his forehead had faded considerably, but it was still there. The electronic lock on the life support pod was lit up red. Chun-Mo raised the wrench, about to smash it down. Chun-Mo, don't touch him. A weak but urgent voice came from the side. Chun-Mo turned his head sharply. It was Zhang Hao. He was actually awake. In the life support pod next to him, Zhang Hao's eyes were half open, his face pale, but his gaze was unusually clear and anxious. One of his hands was weakly pounding on the pod wall. "Howsy? How are you?" Chen Mo was both surprised and delighted. "I won't die for now." Zhang Hao's voice was hoarse. "But Chu Xian can't be forced to open it. His connection with that thing hasn't been completely severed. Forcibly disconnecting it will cause him to suffer brain death." Chen Mo's heart sank instantly. He looked at the lifeless Chu Xian in the cabin, and then at the sample zero in the central container that was frantically trying to break free from its confinement. A sense of powerlessness welled up inside him. Just then, the buzzing sound emanating from the central container suddenly intensified, turning into a sharp, soul-tearing scream. Cracks on the container spread rapidly. Suppression field failure. Container structural integrity is below 30%. Complete collapse is expected within 60 seconds. The researcher's report was laced with despair. For the first time, Professor Yang's face showed an expression of near terror. He roared into the communicator. "Black Falcon, execute the meltdown protocol. Abandon the core research area. Repeat, abandon the core research area. All non-core personnel evacuate immediately." Meltdown protocol. Chen Mo caught the dangerous word. Did this mean the base was going to self-destruct this area? "We can't wait any longer." Chen Mo's gaze swept over the control panel of Zhang Hao's life support pod. It was much simpler than Chu Xian's. He raised a wrench and slammed it hard against the lock. Clang! The lock shattered with a sound. Chen Mo yanked open the hatch. "Quick! Howsy, can you move?" Zhang Hao gritted his teeth and tried with difficulty to sit up, but his injuries were too severe, making movement extremely difficult. "Damn it, I can't get any strength in my legs." Without a word, Chen Mo bent down, put one of Zhang Hao's arms around his neck, and used all his strength to drag him out of the life support pod. Zhang Hao groaned, his forehead instantly covered in cold sweat. "Let's go." Chen Mo supported Zhang Hao, his eyes quickly searching for the exit. Several airtight doors in the laboratory were slowly descending. "Over there, the cargo passage." Zhang Hao weakly pointed to a relatively hidden small gate marked with a cargo icon. It was the passage usually used to transport large equipment and samples, and it wasn't completely closed at the moment. Chen Mo, supporting Zhang Hao, staggered towards that direction. Behind them, the sounds of increasingly intense energy weapon fire, exploding instruments, researchers' screams, and the ever-growing, terrifying shriek from Sample Zero grew louder and louder. Several guards tried to stop them, but an invisible energy shockwave erupted from the central container and spread outwards. Boom! The lights in the entire laboratory went out completely, leaving only the emergency red lights and the flashes of fire from the exploding equipment. The powerful shockwave sent equipment and personnel flying like toys. Chen Mo and Zhang Hao were also pushed forward by the blast wave, crashing heavily less than 5 meters from the closing cargo gate. Chen Mo looked back. In the flickering firelight, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. The central container shattered completely, spilling out a deep blue liquid and raging energy. At the center of that energy vortex, the outline of Sample Zero was rapidly changing and expanding, countless twisted, shadowy tentacles extending from its body, dancing wildly and devouring everything around it. Professor Yang, under the desperate protection of several Black Falcon squad members, was retreating towards an emergency escape route, his face filled with shock, anger, and an indescribable, almost obsessive fanaticism. "The freight gate has been lowered to thigh height." "Quick!" Chen Mo roared, dragging the nearly unconscious Zhang Hao, scrambling and crawling towards the last escape route. Just as the gate was about to close, he forcefully pushed Zhang Hao inside, then rolled in himself. Bang! The heavy metal gate closed completely behind us, isolating most of the hellish scene and terrifying sounds in the laboratory, but the muffled explosions and vibrations continued to reverberate. The passageway was pitch black, with only the faint glow of emergency lights in the distance. Chen Mo slumped to the cold ground, panting heavily, his whole body trembling. Zhang Hao lay beside him, his consciousness fading. They are safe for now. But Chu Xian is still inside. That monster has been released. The core area of the Prism base is in chaos. They, 2 wounded men, one seriously injured and the other unarmed, are trapped in this vast, complex, and crumbling underground labyrinth. The real escape has only just begun. Ahead in the dark passage, unknown dangers and faint hopes coexist. Chun Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes hardening once more. He must survive, and survive with Zhang Hao. Then, he must find a way to rescue Chu Xian and uncover the truth behind it all. He helped Zhang Hao up and walked step by step toward the faint light deep inside the passage. Chapter 27 Log Number. The cargo corridor was deathly silent, save for Chun Mo's heavy breathing and Zhang Hao's painful groans echoing in the enclosed space. Emergency lights cast a ghastly green glow, elongating and distorting their shadows like lurking ghosts. The metal gate behind them isolated them from the chaos of the core laboratory, but the muffled explosions and violent tremors continued to reverberate, reminding them that danger was far from over. Chun Mo leaned against the cold wall. The wound under his ribs had reopened during the frantic running and pulling, and warm blood soaked his clothes, bringing sharp pain. He gritted his teeth, tore off a relatively clean piece of his lining, and haphazardly wrapped it tightly around the wound to temporarily stop the bleeding. Zhang Hao's condition was worse. He had been half dragged, half carried away by Chun Mo, and now he lay sprawled on the ground, his face ashen, his lips cracked, and his breathing weak. Chun Mo checked his carotid artery. The pulse was weak, but still regular. He gently patted Zhang Hao's cheek. How's he? Wake up, you can't sleep. Zhang Hao's eyelids twitched a few times, and he opened them with difficulty, his eyes unfocused. Brother Mo, are we out? We're safe for now, Chun Mo said softly, unscrewing the water bottle cap. Thankfully, he hadn't lost it when they escaped, and carefully feeding Zhang Hao a few sips of water. How are you feeling? Zhang Hao swallowed with difficulty, water dripping from the corner of his mouth. My whole body aches, like it's falling apart. Chu Xian? Where's Chu Xian? He suddenly remembered, his emotions rising, triggering a violent cough. Chun Mo's eyes darkened, and he pressed him down. Chu Xian is still inside. The situation is very complicated. His life support pod has a special lock, and forcibly opening it will kill him. We need to save ourselves first before we can think of a way to save him. Zhang Hao closed his eyes, his face filled with deep pain and helplessness. That damn thing came out. Chun Mo nodded heavily, though Zhang Hao didn't see it. Yeah, the container broke. The lab is probably finished. He recalled Professor Yang's last look of fervent yet terrified eyes, and the horrifying sight of Sample Zero emerging from its cocoon, and felt a lingering fear. After resting for a few minutes, feeling the tremors subside somewhat, Chun Mo struggled to his feet. The passageway stretched endlessly into darkness. We can't stay here. The base's security system, or something worse, could strike at any moment. He helped Zhang Hao up again. This time, Zhang Hao had regained a little strength and could barely move his feet with Chun Mo's help. The two of them struggled along the passage towards the direction where they had seen the emergency lights earlier. The passageway was winding and twisting, covered in dust and abandoned pipes, clearly indicating that this freight corridor had not been used for a long time. The air was filled with the smell of engine oil, rust, and a faint, unsettlingly sweet, fishy odor, somewhat similar to, but milder than, that of the mutant from before. After walking for about 10 minutes, a fork in the road appeared ahead. One road continued forward, with the faint sound of machinery operating in the distance. The other road turned left, ending at a half-open metal door marked Old Archives Abandoned. Let's go over there. Take a look, Zhang Hao suggested weakly. The main passage, there might be guards. The abandoned area, perhaps there's a way out, or a place to hide. Chun Mo agreed with this assessment. They turned into the left passage and pushed open the heavy, rusty iron door. Behind the door was a huge, dusty room. High shelves were piled high with old-fashioned paper file boxes and microfilm. The air was musty and smelled of stale paper. In one corner, several large, long-destroyed servers stood silently, their indicator lights off. This looked like an early information storage area for the base, later abandoned. Chun Mo carefully placed Zhang Hao in a relatively clean corner, using a few discarded cardboard boxes to partially conceal him. He quickly checked the room, confirming there were no other exits, but it was safe for the time being. You rest here. I'll see if I can find anything useful, Chun Mo said in a low voice. Zhang Hao leaned against the wall, nodded wearily, and closed his eyes. Chen Mo began rummaging through the dusty shelves. Most of the file boxes had labels that were faded and illegible, bearing codes and dates he couldn't decipher. He was primarily looking for content related to keys, Sample 0, Crimson Protocol, or early incident records. On the bottom shelf in a corner, he found a metal box of a special material, relatively well preserved. It had no label, but was secured with an old-fashioned physical lock. Chen Mo used a wrench to pry open the lock. Inside were not documents, but a leather-bound notebook and a few blurry black and white photographs. He picked up the notebook and opened it. The paper was yellowed and brittle, and the handwriting was neat and legible. Log ID, Prism EC007 Privilege, Yang Yinzong, highest level. Date, November 7, 1983. The exploration team discovered unusual geological structures and biosignals in the K7 area of the Kunlun Mountains. Preliminary assessment indicates it is the remains of an ancient civilization, with internal energy radiation characteristics inconsistent with any existing theoretical models. It has been named Site 0. Date, March 15, 1984. Deep within the ruins, remnants of a non-carbon-based life form were discovered, existing in a strange dormant state with extremely high and stable energy levels. This has been tentatively named Sample 0. Its structure defies current scientific understanding, seemingly possessing characteristics of matter, energy, and information simultaneously. Upon initial contact, 3 researchers experienced severe mental disturbances, reporting hearing whispers. Date, August 22, 1984. Sample 0 was successfully transferred to the newly constructed deep containment unit of the Prism base. The sample exhibited a certain, periodic activity fluctuation. Under its influence, some sensitive personnel began to experience visual and auditory hallucinations and claimed to have come into contact with an information flow called abyssal echoes. Dr. Li Jianguo proposed the key theory, believing that Sample 0 is a gateway to a higher dimension or an ancient realm, and that a corresponding key exists that can stabilize or unlock it. Date, January 10, 1985. The key theory has been partially verified. Stone carvings found in the side hall of the ruins, after analysis, have been confirmed as a complex energy guiding pattern, possibly related to the key. However, the whereabouts of the key itself remain unknown. Yang Yinzong advocates actively searching for and controlling the key to unlock the ultimate knowledge contained within Sample 0. I feel uneasy. This power is far beyond our control. Date, June 30, 1985. An accident. An attempt to stimulate Sample 0 with a strong energy field to find the key's resonance frequency resulted in a containment breach for 17 seconds. The third layer of Sector K was contaminated, resulting in the deaths or disappearances of 42 people. The survivors all exhibited severe physical and mental abnormalities. Li Jianguo strongly protested, stating that we had awakened something that shouldn't have been awakened. He was transferred from core projects. Date, September 5, 1985. Li Jianguo disappeared. He left a warning message. It is watching. Crimson is the abyss. Yang Yinzong ordered a news blackout and initiated preliminary research on the Crimson Protocol, aiming to establish a controlled connection with Sample 0. I fear we are opening Pandora's box. The log ended abruptly here. The following pages were roughly torn out. Chen Mo's heart pounded. Yang Yinzong, that's the current Professor Yang. This logbook was left by his father or an elder. So the discovery of the Prism base and Sample 0 can be traced back nearly 40 years. Li Jianguo was indeed an early core researcher. He foresaw the danger and tried to stop it, but failed. The Crimson Protocol had been brewing since then. He picked up the black and white photographs. One was a group photo of the young Professor Yang Yinzong, and Li Jianguo, among others, standing in front of a huge excavation pit. Another seemed to be a photo taken from a distance of what Sample 0 looked like when it was first discovered. At that time, it was encased in some kind of crystalline structure and appeared relatively stable. The last one made Chen Mo's pupils shrink sharply. It was a blurry photo, seemingly taken in a panic. The scene was a laboratory, with several figures in white coats lying on the ground in contorted positions. On the background wall, a huge, distorted symbol was drawn with blood, or something similar, a symbol that bore a striking resemblance to the mark on Chu Xian's forehead. The symbol of a key appeared in an accident decades ago. All the clues have come together. Chu Xian's encounter in the ruins was not accidental, but rather because the latent qualities within him perfectly matched the ancient key diagram. Professor Yang's decades-long pursuit has finally yielded its result, and Chu Xian has become his test subject and sacrifice for realizing the Crimson Protocol and connecting with Sample Zero. We must stop him. We must rescue Chu Xian. Just then, the faint sounds of footsteps and conversations could be heard outside the room, growing louder as they approached. The search team discovered signs of trespassing in the cargo route. The target may have escaped to an abandoned area. Focus on investigating old archives and abandoned dormitory areas. Chen Mo's heart tightened. The pursuers were coming. He quickly stuffed the notebook and photos into his pocket, turned off his phone, and silently moved to Zhang Hao's side, covering his mouth and whispering in his ear, "Someone's coming." Zhang Hao suddenly opened his eyes. Although he was weak, his gaze instantly regained its alertness. The footsteps stopped outside the archives room. A flashlight beam shone through the crack in the door. "This door looks like it's been opened before," a cold voice said. The doorknob was turned. Chun Imo gripped the wrench tightly, held his breath, tensed his body, and prepared for a final struggle. At this critical moment, bang, 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 several dull thuds, like heavy objects hitting flesh, came from outside the door, followed by short screams and the sound of a body falling to the ground. The noise outside vanished instantly, replaced by an eerie silence. Chun Imo and Zhang Hao exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise and uncertainty in each other's eyes. Who was it that helped them get rid of the pursuers? A few seconds later, the door to the archives was gently pushed open a crack. A very low voice came in, carrying a familiar hint of timidity and tension. "Chen Imo? Zhang Hao, is that you? Quick, come with me. We can't stay here." Chapter 28. No Choice. Behind the crack in the door was Li Wen's pale, panicked face. He was wearing a dusty researcher's uniform, his eyes behind his glasses wide open with fear, and he was clutching something that looked like a high-powered flashlight. But the other end clearly showed signs of being modified for electric shock. The muffled thuds and screams outside the door were obviously his masterpiece. "Quick! There's no time to explain. The security system's patrol logs show they're coming this way." Li Wen's voice trembled violently, but he still stepped aside to make way. Without hesitation, Chun Imo immediately helped Zhang Hao up and staggered out of the archives room. Outside, 3 security personnel in black combat uniforms lay on the ground, their bodies twitching slightly, clearly stunned by the high-voltage electric shock. Li Wen quickly closed the archive room door, swiped an access card across the lock, and the lock beeped softly, its indicator light turning red to signify that it was locked. This can temporarily fool the system logs, making them think the door is still locked, but it won't last long. "Why are you helping us?" Chun Imo stared at Li Wen, his gaze sharp. In this place, any act of kindness could be a trap. Li Wen shrank back, avoiding Chun Mo's gaze, and said rapidly, I heard part of Professor Yang's instructions for the meltdown protocol. He never intended to evacuate all the non-core personnel in this area, including us junior researchers. We are just expendable chips. I don't want to die here." His fear seemed incredibly real, carrying a sense of despair and a will to survive born of betrayal. Moreover, Li Wen's voice lowered, tinged with guilt. "I participated in Mr. Chu Xian's preliminary data analysis. I know how much damage that anchoring protocol can do to the host's consciousness. I feel uneasy." Chen Imo gave him a deep look. Now was not the time to delve into the matter. "Which way?" "This way. Follow me." Li Wen turned around and led them in the opposite direction from the main passage, into a narrower maintenance tunnel filled with various pipes. He seemed to be extremely familiar with the terrain, weaving through the tunnels and avoiding several obvious surveillance cameras. "During my internship, I was assigned to digitize the pipe drawings for the entire B area, so I know some less commonly used routes. Li Wen explained, panting as he led the way. They stopped at a fork in the road. Li Wen cautiously peered around before signaling that it was safe. Chen Mo seized the opportunity to ask, what exactly is Sample Zero? What is the ultimate goal of the Crimson Protocol? Li Wen's face paled even more in the dim light. My clearance is very low. I only know that Sample Zero was contained at the very beginning of the base's establishment, an abnormal entity, with energy characteristics so ancient they cannot be measured. Professor Yang believes it is not a living organism, but rather a kind of information aggregator or dimensional interface. He swallowed hard. Crimson Protocol is said to be an attempt to establish a stable, two-way connection with it, not a one-way extraction of energy or information, but some form of fusion or guidance. The professor believes that this can grant power beyond current scientific understanding and even open the door to a new world. Use Chu Xian as a bridge? Chen Mo's voice was icy. It is a key carrier. Li Wen lowered his head. Mr. Chu Xian's mental frequency is highly consistent with the key pattern found in the ruins. He is currently the most ideal interface. Madman, Zhang Hao muttered weakly. And now, Sample 0 foot has breached containment. What will happen to the base? Chen Mo pressed. Li Wen's face showed extreme fear. I don't know. But according to the early accident records I secretly read, last time, a brief containment failure of only a dozen seconds caused large-scale contamination and mutation. This time it might. He dared not continue. Just then, the entire passageway shook violently, more violently than ever before. The overhead lights flickered a few times before going out completely, leaving only the faint green light from the emergency indicator lights at the bottom of the wall. In the distance came even deeper, continuous explosions, mixed with some kind of inhuman, collective screaming, growing louder and louder as they approached like a tidal wave. It's those contaminated areas. The suppression field is collapsing. They've escaped. Li Wen was so frightened, he almost collapsed. Chen Mo supported him and said sternly, don't stop. Keep leading the way. Is there a relatively safe place? Or a route out of the base? Li Wen forced himself to calm down and pointed to a narrow, upward-facing shaft filled with ladders. It leads to one of the main ducts of the ventilation system. Climbing up leads to the abandoned weather station on the upper level of the base. Theoretically, there's an emergency exit there, but it hasn't been used in a long time. I don't know if it can still be opened. Let's go. Chen Mo decided immediately. He let Li Wen, who was in slightly better condition, go first, then tied Zhang Hao to his back, secured him with torn strips of cloth, and began to climb the cold metal ladder with difficulty. The shaft seemed endless, the only sounds in the darkness being the heavy breathing of the three men and the increasingly chilling howls from below. The cold metal ladders hurt his hands, and with each effort, Chen Mo felt a tearing pain in the wound under his ribs, but he gritted his teeth and climbed upwards step by step. After climbing for an unknown amount of time, a faint ray of light and the chilly air finally appeared overhead. They emerged from the shaft and arrived at a circular room filled with abandoned equipment and covered in dust. The room's dome was made of a semi-transparent material, allowing them to see the gray sky outside. It was already dawn. On one side of the room was a heavy, rusty metal door with a large manual latch. It's right there. Li Wen pointed to the door, a glimmer of hope on his face. Chen Mo untied Zhang Hao and leaned him against the wall. Then, together with Li Wen, they used all their strength to lift the heavy bolt. The bolt was mostly rusted shut due to years of neglect, and it took them a tremendous amount of effort to slowly lift it amidst the ear-piercing scraping of metal. Just as the latch was about to be fully opened, bang! With a deafening crash, the manhole cover they had just climbed up was violently slammed open from below by a tremendous force. A twisted, enormous shadow, reeking of a foul stench, accompanied by a teeth-grinding scraping sound, slowly emerged from the manhole opening. It was an indescribable monster formed by the fusion and entanglement of multiple mutants. It had no fixed form, but was like a constantly writhing mountain of flesh composed of broken limbs and dark red chunks of meat. Countless eyes of different sizes, filled with pain and madness, were open on its surface, staring intently at the three prey in the room. A terrifying sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire observation station. It's too late. Chun Mo's pupils constricted, and with his last bit of strength, he and Li Wen yanked open the heavy metal door. Outside, the dawn light was dim and grayish, and a howling, icy wind blew. They were on the ridge of a snow-capped mountain. Below them was a bottomless abyss, and clouds swirled around them. The only way out was a narrow, frost-covered walkway carved along the steep rock face, leading to the unknown below. Behind them lies a terrifying monster that devours everything, and ahead lies a perilous cliffside path where only one chance of survival remains. There was no choice. Chun Mo hoisted Zhang Hao onto his back and yelled at the terrified Li Wen, "Let's go." He was the first to step onto the rickety, frozen walkway. Li Wen screamed and scrambled after him. Behind them, from inside the newly opened door, came the monster's unwilling, deafening roar and the loud crash of its massive body slamming against the doorframe. The wind and snow instantly swallowed their figures and temporarily masked the terrifying sounds coming from the underground base. Their escape took them from the confined underground labyrinth to this icy, snow-covered, and unknown wasteland. The secrets deep within the prism base and Chu Xian's fate remained shrouded in mystery, much like the swirling snow. Chapter 29 is definitely not an ordinary rescue team. The frozen plank road was so narrow that only one person could pass at a time, with a bottomless abyss below. A fierce wind whipped snowflakes against their faces, cutting like knives. Chun Mo carried the nearly unconscious Zhang Hao on his back, each step treading on the thick, slippery, icy stone steps, his body pressed against the cold rock face as he struggled forward. Li Wen followed behind, pale with fear, gripping the protruding rocks of the cliff face tightly, practically crawling on his hands and feet. Behind them, the monster's terrifying roars and crashing sounds were muffled by the wind and snow, but they still relentlessly pursued them like a death knell. Even more terrifying was that the walkway itself had been damaged in the violent explosion and tremors deep within the base, with rubble and ice chunks constantly tumbling down from above. Hurry up," Li Wen cried out, his fear causing him to burst forth with unprecedented speed, even surpassing Chun Mo, who was carrying a heavy load. Chun Mo had no time to think of anything else. All his attention was focused on his feet. The wound under his ribs ached terribly from the cold and strenuous exercise, but he could only grit his teeth. Zhang Hao's faint breath on the back of his neck was his only support at that moment. Suddenly, a crisp crack sounded beneath his feet. The ice at the edge of a section of the walkway could no longer bear the weight and shattered abruptly. Chun Mo lost his footing instantly, and his body tilted violently towards the abyss. "Ah!" Li Wen screamed. At the critical moment, Chun Mo braced his other foot against the inside of the wall, his body almost parallel to the ground as he carried Zhang Hao. He barely managed to stay steady by grabbing onto a protruding rock with one hand. Gravel and ice blocks fell down and disappeared into the clouds below. Mo brother. Zhang Hao, who was on his back, was jolted awake by the sudden danger and called out weakly, "It's okay, hold on tight." Chun Mo squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, his arm veins bulging as he slowly pulled his body back onto the plank road. Each effort aggravated his wounds, and cold sweat instantly soaked through his inner shirt, turning icy cold in the low temperature. He dared not linger and continued forward. The plank road rounded a bend ahead, and the view opened up slightly. They saw that the end of the plank road seemed to connect to a wider platform, and on the platform, the vague outlines of buildings. Hope was rekindled. With their last ounce of strength, the three of them moved toward the platform. Just as they were about to step onto the platform, boom! An explosion more powerful than any before came from underground, causing the entire mountain to shake violently. The walkway behind them, under the impact of the explosion and its own structural damage, made a teeth-grinding cracking sound, and large sections began to collapse and fall. "Run!" Chun Mo roared, using his last bit of strength to carry Zhang Hao up the platform. Li Wen scrambled after him, practically collapsing onto the snow at the edge of the platform. Behind them, the walkway, stretching for tens of meters, collapsed completely, plunging into the abyss. The exit of the observation station was also partially buried by the collapsed rocks and snow. The monster's roar was finally completely cut off. Is it safe for now? The three collapsed onto the cold platform, panting heavily, their white breaths quickly dissipating into the air. A wave of exhaustion from surviving the ordeal washed over them. Chen Imo struggled to sit up and checked on Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was still conscious, but extremely weak. Blood loss and the cold were rapidly taking away his body heat. Li Wen was also lying on the ground, his face pale and his lips frozen purple. He looked around. The platform appeared to be a naturally formed depression on the mountainside, which had been artificially modified. Several low buildings, covered with thick snow, stood on the platform. They were old-fashioned and looked abandoned for many years. On a rusty sign half buried in the snow, the words 7th Meteorological Observatory were vaguely discernible. This must be the abandoned station that Li Wen had mentioned. We must find shelter from the cold as soon as possible, or we will freeze to death here, even if the monsters catch up with us. Chen Imo struggled to his feet and staggered towards the nearest building. The door was frozen shut. He kicked it several times before finally managing to open the icy wooden door. Inside was a spacious hall, covered in dust and cobwebs, but at least it had kept out the wind and snow. In the corner were some discarded tables, chairs, and instruments. He dragged Zhang Hao and Li Wen inside, closed the broken door, and finally shut them out of the bitter cold. The temperature inside was still extremely low, but much better than outside. Look for something to start a fire, or some warm clothes, Chen Imo said to Li Wen, who had recovered a little, while he began to check Zhang Hao's injuries. He re-bandaged the wounds, but lacking medicine, the situation was not optimistic. Li Wen began searching the house. Luckily, in a corner of a storage cabinet, he found several old but thick military overcoats, some unopened, expired compressed biscuits, and several bottles of mineral water frozen solid. There was even an old-fashioned portable gasoline heater and half a kettle of fuel. The flame of hope was rekindled. Chen Mo skillfully checked the heater. It was still working. He lit it, and the faint flame brought a precious warmth. He wrapped his coat around Zhang Hao and himself, then tossed another to Li Wen. The three of them huddled around the small fire, their shivering gradually ceasing. After eating some compressed biscuits and drinking some melted ice water, the three of them regained some of their strength. Did we escape? Li Wen hugged his knees, his voice still filled with lingering fear, gazing at the still raging wind and snow outside the window. Chen Imo didn't answer. He walked to the window, wiped the frost off the glass, and looked outside. Everything was a vast expanse of white. Visibility was extremely low. But just now, on the platform, he had vaguely seen faint points of light further down the mountain. Like lights? Could there be human habitation in this desolate wilderness? Just then, Zhang Hao, who had been unconscious, let out a muffled groan and slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was clearer than before. How's he? Chen Imo immediately squatted down next to him. Where is this? Zhang Hao asked weakly. An abandoned weather station, located in the snow-capped mountains above the base, Chen Imo explained briefly. Zhang Hao struggled to recall, a pained expression on his face. Chu Xian, that monster, the base. The depths of the base are probably finished, Chen Imo said in a deep voice. We destroyed the cooling system, Sample Zero breached containment, and Professor Yang activated the meltdown protocol. Zhang Hao closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his gaze sharpened an instinct born from his past as a reconnaissance soldier. No, a top-secret base like Prism couldn't possibly have only one contingency plan, especially against a supreme threat like Sample Zero. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? The meltdown agreement might not just be self-destruction. Zhang Hao struggled to sit up, and Chen Imo supported him. It might be the final isolation and cleanup measure. To stop the spread of contamination, they will spare no expense. As if to confirm Zhang Hao's words, a deep, approaching rumbling sound suddenly came from the distant snow outside the window. That wasn't the sound of wind, nor the sound of an explosion, but the sound of an engine, the roar of a helicopter engine. Chen Imo and Li Wen immediately rushed to the window. In the grayish-white sky, several black dots were seen piercing through the wind and snow, rapidly approaching their direction. They were 3 military transport helicopters with a rugged design, painted in grayish-blue camouflage. "They're from the military?" Li Wen asked, both surprised and delighted. "They've come to rescue us?" Chen Mo's heart sank. He saw the insignia on the side of the helicopter, not an ordinary military symbol, but a simple abstract design consisting of 3 arcs surrounding a dot. He had never seen this insignia before. Moreover, the direction these helicopters were flying from was exactly the direction from which he had seen faint lights below the mountain earlier. Could there be a hidden military outpost there? Was it part of the outer defenses of the Prism base? The helicopter did not fly directly to the weather station, but hovered not far away, its huge searchlight beams sweeping across the ridge and collapsed walkway area below, seemingly searching for something. Immediately afterwards, one of the helicopters descended, the cabin door opened, and several ropes were lowered. A group of fully armed figures, dressed in white snow combat suits similar to those of the Black Falcon squad, but with different markings, swiftly rappelled down and quickly formed a defensive formation on the snow. Their equipment was far superior, and their movements exuded the cold, hardened aura of seasoned veterans. These people are definitely not ordinary rescue teams. Chen Mo immediately signaled Li Wen to hide in the blind spot by the window, and then he also lowered his body. Zhang Hao also moved with difficulty to the wall, observing warily. After landing, the soldiers did not immediately approach the weather station. Instead, they began inspecting the collapsed walkway and scanning the surrounding environment with instruments. One of them, who appeared to be the captain, seemed to be reporting the situation through an earpiece. Confirmed that a large-scale collapse has occurred in the superstructure of Area K7. No signs of large-scale biological contamination were detected, and radiation levels are normal. Signs of recent activity have been found at the abandoned observation station. Requesting instructions on whether to proceed with the search. Chen Mo's heart leaped into his throat. Were these people friend or foe? Were they a cleanup force sent by Professor Yang to silence them, or a higher-level special department responsible for handling such incidents? If it's the latter, will they be rescued as survivors, or like Sample Zero and Chu Xian, be listed as objects that need to be researched or controlled? Amidst the sound of wind and snow, the captain seemed to have received an order. He waved his hand, and a small squad of soldiers immediately formed a tactical formation and surrounded the weather station building. The sound of heavy military boots pounding on the snow grew closer. The 3 people inside held their breath. Chen Mo gripped the wrench he'd brought from the base, his eyes resolute. Li Wen trembled violently, almost collapsing. Zhang Hao struggled to control his breathing, preparing for one last desperate attempt. The footsteps outside the door stopped. Bang, bang, bang. A heavy knock sounded, accompanied by a cold and authoritative voice that came through the door. "Listen up, you inside. We are a special operations force under the Kunlun command. Open the door immediately, put your hands behind your heads, and come out. Repeat, surrender immediately." Chapter 30. The forest is within reach. The heavy knocking struck the 3 men like hammer blows. Surrender? Chen Mo's pupils contracted sharply. This word meant they were considered enemies, or at least threats that needed to be controlled. Li Wen was terrified, almost collapsing to the ground. She looked at Chen Mo with a pleading gaze, her voice trembling with tears. Zhang Hao leaned against the wall, his face deathly pale, but his eyes were unusually calm. He shook his head slightly at Chen Mo, his lips moving silently. "Don't believe him." Chen Mo understood instantly. Going out meant being at the mercy of others. In this isolated snow-capped mountain, facing this well-equipped, mysterious force with unclear objectives, surrender could very well mean a silent disappearance. The secrets of the Prism base were too significant, and they were the unexpected survivors, the potential source of leaks. Bang! Another, even more violent impact, and the frozen wooden door groaned. Cracks had appeared at the lock. There's no time to hesitate. Chen Mo's eyes flashed like lightning as he quickly scanned the room. Besides the main entrance, there was a small, tightly closed door on the side of the hall, possibly leading to an inner room or a back door. The only cover was a pile of discarded tables, chairs, and equipment in the corner. "Don't go out," Chen Mo roared, kicking the still-burning portable heater towards the door. The heater tumbled, gasoline spilled out, and the flames instantly ignited the ash and wood chips on the ground, creating a brief barrier of fire. Although not fatal, it was enough to create chaos and obstruct the view. At the same time, he grabbed the nearly exhausted Zhang Hao and yelled at the terrified Li Wan, "Go over there. Find a way back." Almost simultaneously, with a loud bang, the wooden door was violently kicked open. Two soldiers dressed in full white snow combat uniforms and wearing tactical masks rushed in first, their vision immediately obstructed by the flames and thick smoke at the doorway. "Target resist. Prepare for non-lethal suppression," came the cold command from outside the door. Using those precious few seconds, Chen Mo had already dragged Zhang Hao to the side door. Li Wen scrambled after them. The side door was metal and also frozen shut, but Chen Mo slammed it open with his shoulder, the hinges screeching as they slammed together, creating a crack. "Smoke grenade," a soldier shouted from the doorway. A canister-like object was thrown in, hissing as it released thick, white smoke. "Hold your breath," Chen Mo reminded him, forcefully shoving Zhang Hao into the gap in the side door, and then squeezing in himself. Li Wen followed closely behind. Behind the side door was a narrow, dark corridor filled with the smell of mildew. Several room doors lined both sides of the corridor. Smoke had already begun to seep in through the cracks in the doors. "Find a window, or a ventilation duct," Chen Mo whispered, supporting Zhang Hao as they quickly groped their way forward. His eyes struggled to adjust to the darkness, his heart pounding like a drum. His wound reopened as he ran, warm blood soaking his waist, but he was oblivious. In a panic, Li Wen pushed open a door, which was filled with clutter and had no windows. He then pushed open another door, which led to an old control room filled with instrument panels. There was a small window at the far end of the room, but it was surrounded by welded iron bars. "Dead end. This is a dead end," Li Wen cried out in despair. By this time, the smoke from the main hall had spread into the corridor, and the cautious footsteps of soldiers' tactical boots on the floor and the beeping of scanning equipment could be heard. They were trapped in the corridor. Chen Mo leaned Zhang Hao against the wall, turned around abruptly, and pushed over a heavy metal filing cabinet next to him with a loud bang, temporarily blocking the entrance to the corridor, but this wouldn't last long. "Check the other rooms," Chen Mo yelled at Li Wan, then rushed to the control room, trying to pry open the welded-on windows, but the iron bars were exceptionally sturdy, and his efforts were in vain. Zhang Hao leaned against the wall, coughing violently. The smoke made it even harder for him to breathe. He struggled to lift his head, and, by the faint light of the snow filtering in from the window, noticed that a section of the floor beneath the control panel seemed to be a different color, with barely perceptible gaps along its edges. "Mo, brother, the floor." Zhang Hao pointed in that direction with all his might. Chen Mo immediately rushed over, wiped away the accumulated dust with his hands, and sure enough, found a trapdoor about 1 square meter in size. There were hidden latches on the edges, but they seemed to be rusted shut. He pulled out a wrench from his waistband, inserted it into the gap, and pried it open with force. Target spotted. Control room at the end of the right corridor. Prepare for assault. The filing cabinet blocking the door was violently slammed open from the outside, making a loud noise, and was being pushed aside. "Hurry, brother Mo." Li Wen huddled in the corner, his face pale with fright. A sickening metallic scraping sound rang out as Chen Mo forcefully pried open the trapdoor. A chilling, musty smell of air rushed out from below. Below seemed to be a passage leading to the building's foundation or the interior of the mountain. It was pitch black, and its depth was unknown. "Down." Chen Mo didn't hesitate and carefully lowered Zhang Hao down to a depth of about 2 meters, where the ground seemed to be concrete. "Li Wan, hurry." Li Wan scrambled over, jumped down in a panic, and let out a muffled groan. Just as Chen Mo was about to jump down, a loud bang echoed behind him as the filing cabinet was pushed open. A soldier appeared at the entrance to the smoke-filled corridor, raising his gun and aiming. "Halt, or we'll shoot." Chen Mo turned back and gave the soldier a cold look before leaping into the dark passage without hesitation. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out, seemingly from a tranquilizer dart or a rubber bullet hitting the edge of the trapdoor. "Target has entered the underground passage. Requesting backup." "Repeat." Target has entered the underground passage, the soldier reported urgently into his headset. Chun Mo rolled down the passage to dissipate the force, then immediately slammed the heavy trapdoor shut. However, the door had been damaged from the outside and could not be locked from the inside. Find something to block the door, Chun Mo growled, glancing around as he went. It looked like a makeshift underground storage room or equipment room, not very large, piled with rusted pipe parts. At the other end, there was a narrower, seemingly man-made tunnel leading into the darkness, a cold wind blowing in from its other end. Li Wen and Zhang Hao worked together to push a heavy wooden box over, barely managing to hold the trapdoor open. But then came heavy stomping and prying sounds at the door. It wouldn't hold for long. This way, Chun Mo lifted Zhang Hao up and rushed into the dark tunnel. Li Wen didn't dare to fall behind this time and followed closely. The tunnel was unusually cold and slippery, with rough rock walls. It was clearly not a main passage, but rather an exploration tunnel or emergency exit left over from the construction of an observation station. The three of them stumbled and scrambled through the darkness, the faint sound of a trapdoor being kicked open behind them, along with the shouts and footsteps of soldiers. The tunnel wasn't straight. It wound its way downhill with a very steep slope. After running for an unknown amount of time, a faint light appeared ahead, accompanied by an even stronger gust of wind. Exit. Hope ignited in the hearts of the three, and they quickened their pace. The faint light grew closer, and it was indeed the entrance to a cave, but it was half hidden by some withered vines and snow. Chun Mo carefully parted the covering and looked out. The cave entrance was on the other side of the mountain, below which was a steep snow slope that stretched into a distant coniferous forest shrouded in snow. More importantly, he saw the three helicopters. They were circling in the air below the snow slope, their searchlight beams sweeping back and forth across the snow, clearly searching for their trail. This exit is not safe. It leads directly into open ground, completely exposed to helicopters. What do we do? We're surrounded, Li Wen said in despair. Chun Mo frowned, quickly surveying the terrain. There was a large, protruding rock above the cave entrance, which might temporarily block the view from above. But staying inside would only lead to certain death. Just then, Zhang Hao suddenly pointed to the snow slope diagonally below, his voice weak but carrying a hint of discovery. Look, an avalanche trough. Chun Mo looked in the direction he pointed and saw several distinct gullies on the steep snow slope, almost devoid of trees, traces left by frequent avalanches. One of the larger gullies meandered downwards, leading directly to the edge of the coniferous forest in the distance. An extremely dangerous plan, but perhaps the only chance, took shape in Chun Mo's mind. We're going to slide down, Chun Mo said in a deep voice. What? Slide down? You'll fall to your death, Li Wen shouted in protest. Staying here is the same as dying, Chun Mo said firmly. Using the avalanche trough is the fastest way. See that forest over there? Once we're in the forest, it'll be hard to find the helicopter. He pointed to the coniferous forest at the end of the trough. But how's he? Li Wen looked at the extremely weak Zhang Hao. I can. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. It's better than getting caught. The roar of helicopter rotors could be heard overhead, and the spotlight beams were approaching the area where the cave entrance was located. There's no time to hesitate. Chun Mo quickly untied the rope that had been used to secure Zhang Hao to his waist and tied him tightly to his back. Hold on tight, he told Zhang Hao, then yelled at Li Wen. Stay close to me. Don't stop no matter what happens. Slide down. Use your buttocks and feet to control the direction, and try to stay in the center of the ditch. After saying that, he took a deep breath, aimed at the widest avalanche trough, kicked away the snow at the entrance with his feet, leaned back, and slid down with Zhang Hao. Ah! Li Wen screamed in terror, but his survival instinct overwhelmed everything. He closed his eyes and, imitating Chun Mo, jumped down into the snowdrift. Instantly, a strong sense of weightlessness washed over them. It was as if they were on a slide without railings, hurtling down a nearly 60-degree incline. Snow and ice rushed towards them at an astonishing speed. Chun Mo desperately used his feet and elbows to rub against the snow, struggling to control his direction and avoid crashing into the protruding rocks on either side. Zhang Hao clung to him tightly, burying his head in his back. The soldiers on the helicopter immediately spotted the movement on the snow slope, and the beams of their searchlights quickly locked onto the two figures sliding down at high speed. Target spotted. Sliding down along Avalanche Chute 3. Requesting interception. A helicopter immediately lowered its altitude and tried to get closer, but the steep terrain and turbulent airflow prevented it from getting too close to the snow slope. Chun Mo and Liwen slid frantically down the snowdrift, the whistling wind and the scraping of ice and snow filling their ears. In just a few seconds, they had already descended hundreds of meters. The coniferous forest was getting closer and closer, but suddenly, Chun Mo felt an unusual vibration coming from the snow beneath him. Rumble. It was an even louder sound, coming from above them. He risked glancing back and saw that above the avalanche trough they had slid down, a large amount of snow was loosening and breaking due to their disturbance and the airflow from the helicopter, cascading down like a white waterfall. An avalanche has been triggered. A white wave of death surged toward them at an even faster pace. Accelerate. Avalanche. Chun Mo roared hoarsely, minimizing friction as he hurtled down the snow like a rock. Liwen also saw the terrifying scene behind him, letting out a desperate scream, and his speed increased even further. The forest was so close, but the snow waves behind us were even faster. Just before the white giant wave was about to engulf them, Chun Mo and Liwen shot out of the end of the avalanche trough like cannonballs and crashed into the thick snowdrift at the edge of the coniferous forest. Almost simultaneously, a massive wave of snow crashed into the edge of the forest, snapping many small trees and stirring up a cloud of snow dust that completely buried the area around where they landed. The helicopter's searchlights swept back and forth over the avalanche area, but all that could be seen was a white expanse of snow dust and the chaotic edges of the forest. The wind and snow continued, and the forest remained silent. The thrilling chase and descent just moments before seemed to have been completely buried by this sudden avalanche. The soldier's voice on the radio carried a hint of uncertainty. Reporting to command target, disappeared in the avalanche zone. Repeat, target disappeared. Requesting ground forces to conduct snow surface search and rescue. Deep in the snow-covered forest, beneath a snowdrift churned by the aftershocks of an avalanche, Chun Mo laboriously moved his fingers, scraping the snow off his face. He felt Zhang Hao's faint breathing on his back and heard Li Wen's soft groans not far away. They are still alive and have temporarily escaped their pursuers. But new problems arise. In this vast forest, where is the way to survival? And how will the so-called Kunlun command post act? Cold snowflakes fell on his face again. Chapter 31 Tears of Joy. Chun Mo struggled to his feet from the snowdrift, the icy air piercing his lungs and causing him to cough violently. His first instinct was to reach back and grope for Zhang Hao on his back. How's he? Cough, cough, cough. I am not dead yet. Zhang Hao's weak voice came through, trembling with the relief of surviving a close call. The ropes binding him tightened even more during the violent rolling, but they also inadvertently served to secure him. Not far away, another snowdrift began to move. Li Wen emerged like a startled rabbit, his face pale and his eyes unfocused, clearly still recovering from the intense shock. We were still alive. Li Wen's voice was choked with sobs and disbelief. For now, Chun Mo replied briefly, but his actions didn't stop. He quickly untied the ropes, lowered Zhang Hao down, and checked his condition. Zhang Hao's wounds didn't seem to have worsened, but blood loss and the cold had turned his lips an ominous bluish-purple. A proper shelter from the cold must be found as soon as possible. The roar of helicopter engines overhead hadn't faded. In fact, it was clearer. Searchlight beams, like giant white fingers, swept back and forth across the avalanche zone and the woodland, clearly unwilling to give up easily. The avalanche had buried their tracks, but it had also temporarily blurred the search area. The other side would certainly send ground troops down to verify. We can't stay here. They'll be down soon, Chun Mo said in a low voice, cautiously observing his surroundings. The coniferous forest was extremely dense, with tall spruce and fir trees covered in thick snow, forming a natural canopy. However, the snow beneath the trees was knee-deep, making every step exceptionally difficult and leaving clearly visible footprints. Go deeper in and find a place to cover up the traces. Chen Mo helped Zhang Hao up and gestured to Li Wen. Li Wen forced himself to stay alert and followed behind, stumbling along the way. The three trudged through the forest with difficulty. The wind and snow had lessened somewhat, but the temperature seemed to have dropped even further. Chen Mo chose to travel along the lower-lying, denser valleys to minimize his visibility from above. He tried to find places with exposed rocks or fallen trees to step on, reducing the depth and visibility of his footprints in the snow. But carrying an injured person, their pace was extremely slow. After walking for about half an hour, Zhang Hao was clearly exhausted and was almost completely leaning on Chen and Li Wen's teeth also began to chatter uncontrollably. Let's rest for a while. Li Wen pleaded. His physical strength was also nearing its limit. Chen Mo glanced at Zhang Hao's condition and listened intently. The distant helicopter sounds seemed to have dispersed, as if they were conducting a grid-like search. Time was of the essence, but if they continued walking like this, Zhang Hao might not make it to a safe location. His gaze swept across the hillside not far ahead, where several huge rocks leaned against each other, forming a shallow depression just big enough to fit in. Above them was a protruding rock wall that could shield some of the wind and snow. Let's go there and avoid it for a while, Chen Mo decided. The three moved to a hollow in the rock. It was indeed a little warmer here than outside, and at least the wind was much calmer. Chen Mo carefully placed Zhang Hao at the innermost spot, using his own body to shield him from the wind. Li Wen slumped to the side, hugging his knees and shivering. Chen Mo took out the half-frozen bottle of mineral water from his pocket, warmed the bottle opening slightly with his body heat, fed a few sips to Zhang Hao, and then handed it to Li Wen. We must start a fire as soon as possible, or we'll both suffer from hypothermia, Chen Mo said in a deep voice, looking at their bluish-purple faces. In the wild, fire means warmth, light, and hope. It's also a tool for driving away wild animals and sending signals, but now, sending signals is deadly. But they'll find out if we start a fire, Li Wen said in terror. There's a way to start a fire with almost no visible smoke, Zhang Hao said, catching his breath. His voice was weak, but his thoughts were clear. I learned this in the reconnaissance soldier's survival course. You build a small kiln with dense snow blocks, leaving only a small hole for ventilation, allowing the smoke to condense and diffuse within the snow layer. As long as the location is concealed, it's difficult to spot from the air, but you need completely dry ignition material. Chen Mo immediately understood the principle. Dry ignition source, the dead lower branches of these spruce trees, covered by snow in the canopy, some of which may still be dry. He looked at the dense canopy above. I'll go find it. Li Wen stood up as if grasping at a straw, volunteering to help. After the extreme fear subsided, the instinct for survival temporarily overcame his cowardice. Chen Mo nodded. Be careful, don't go too far, just search around here. Listen carefully for any sounds. Li Wen responded and staggered into the nearby woods, carefully feeling for the covered dead branches in the snow under the trees. Chen Mo began using his military dagger to cut away the clean, fresh snow nearby, preparing to build a snow cave. Zhang Hao leaned against the rock wall, trying to stay awake and observe his surroundings. Brother Mo, Zhang Hao suddenly said in a low voice, his voice carrying a hint of solemnity. How? Look over there. Zhang Hao gestured with his eyes to the side of the rock crevice facing downhill. Chen Mo followed his gaze. Through the sparse trees, in the brief respite from the snowstorm, he could vaguely see in the far distance, across the valley, the direction from which he had previously glimpsed lights in the air. Now, the light there seemed clearer, no longer just blurry dots, but rather patches of low, regularly distributed light sources, like the lighting of a large facility. Moreover, above those light sources, there appeared to be several small, moving points of light, like patrolling drones or helicopters. That's not an ordinary village or town. Zhang Hao's voice was icy. The layout and lighting, it's like a forward base, or the outer perimeter of a large research institute. Chen Mo's heart sank. If Zhang Hao's judgment was correct, then the so-called Kunlun command post was likely located there. The Prism base they had escaped from was a secret research institute hidden deep in the mountains, while the opposite side might be its surface support or related facilities. This meant that they hadn't truly escaped the other side's control. They had merely jumped from one cage into a much larger hunting ground. We have to go around there, Chunemo said decisively. It's difficult. Zhang Hao shook his head. Judging from the terrain, if we want to go down the mountain, that direction is almost the only way. Unless we go against the grain and go into the higher and deeper snow-capped mountains. Venturing deeper into the snow-capped mountains? With limited supplies, wounded soldiers, and extreme weather conditions, it would be suicidal. But right now, there seems to be no better option. Just then, Li Wen returned carrying a small bundle of relatively dry, thin branches, a hint of accomplishment on his face. I found these. Is that enough? That's enough, let's try it. Chun Mo took the dry branches and, together with Zhang Hao, quickly built a hemispherical snow cave in the sheltered spot of the rock depression. He carefully placed the dry branches at the bottom, then used a dagger to cut a piece of dry cotton from his underwear. He also found a piece of high-purity alcohol cotton that he had casually stuffed into his pocket at the base for wiping instruments. It was unopened and had been saved by luck. He skillfully scraped the magnesium rod with his dagger, sparks flying onto the alcohol-soaked cotton wool, which poofed and ignited a small flame. He carefully guided the flame into the dry branches at the bottom of the snow kiln. The branches crackled and slowly began to burn. Chun Mo quickly sealed the top of the snow kiln, leaving only a carefully designed small hole. Faint smoke slowly escaped from the small hole, but most of it was absorbed and cooled by the dense snow wall, becoming almost invisible when it diffused into the air. Only by getting very close could one smell a faint scent of burning wood. A weak but real heat emanated from the snow cave. The three of them instinctively brought their frozen hands and feet close to the snow cave, savoring the precious warmth. The small spark rekindled a faint hope in this desperate situation. We need to plan our next step, Chun Mo said in a low voice, telling Li Wen about what he and Zhang Hao had just discovered. Upon hearing that they might have to continue deeper into the snow-capped mountains, Li Wen's face paled again. But we have no food at all, and Brother Hao is injured. How far can we go? Staying here, or trying to get through that base, is a dead end. Chun Mo's tone was calm to the point of being cruel. Going into the mountains, at least there's a glimmer of hope. There might be other abandoned facilities, hunters' huts, or we might find an undiscovered path down the mountain. He paused, looking into Li Wen's eyes. Li Wen, there's no turning back now. Fear won't solve the problem. If you want to live, you have to take a gamble. Looking into Chun Mo's determined eyes, and then at Zhang Hao, who was weak but equally determined, Li Wen finally gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. I understand. I'll listen to you. Just then, Zhang Hao, who had been listening intently, suddenly made a shushing gesture, his expression changing slightly. There's a sound. Chun Mo and Li Wen immediately held their breath. Besides the sound of the wind, a faint buzzing sound, similar to the flapping of wings of a large insect, was growing clearer and clearer as it approached. It's a drone. A small reconnaissance drone. Zhang Hao shouted. Quick! Put out the fire. Take cover. Chun Mo reacted swiftly, kicking down the snow cave and extinguishing the still burning dry branches, burying them in the snow. The three quickly huddled into the deepest part of the rocky depression, using the tattered coats they had found to cover themselves as much as possible, blending into the rocks and shadows. The buzzing sound quickly reached their overhead, seemingly hovering. A faint but focused red light swept across from below the drone, a thermal imaging scan. Chun Mo's heart leaped into his throat. Although their body temperature was low, they would still be conspicuous targets on the thermal imager in the frigid environment. The only hope was that the rock itself might still retain some geothermal heat, or that the residual heat from the fire might not have completely dissipated, interfering with the drone's judgment. The drone hovered for about 10 seconds, which felt like an eternity. Li Wen was so frightened that his whole body stiffened, and he almost stopped breathing. Finally, the buzzing began to fade away, and it flew off in another direction. The three waited a few more minutes to make sure the drone had really left before they finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Li Wen collapsed to the ground, his underwear soaked with cold sweat. They've increased the search density. Chun Mo frowned. The drones are just the vanguard. Ground troops are definitely approaching as well. We can't stay here any longer. We must move out immediately. He looked at Zhang Hao. Haozi, can you still hold on? Zhang Hao tried to sit up straight and nodded. Okay. Find me a sturdy tree branch to use as a walking stick. Chen Mo found a suitable pine branch nearby, trimmed off the forks, and handed it to Zhang Hao. The three of them packed up their few remaining belongings, mainly a few tattered coats and half a pot of water, and stepped back into the snowstorm. This time, their goal was no longer a blind escape, but a clear direction towards the depths of the snow-capped mountains, towards a higher, more treacherous, colder, but perhaps safer direction. Based on the sun, though obscured by clouds, its general direction was still discernible, and the mountain's contours. Chen Mo determined his direction and chose a route leading towards a ridge on the side of the main peak. There, the forest appeared denser, the terrain more complex, and it offered better concealment. The journey became even more difficult. The snow was deeper, and the slopes steeper. With the help of his crutches and Chen Mo, Zhang Hao struggled to take each step. Li Wen gritted his teeth and followed behind, trying his best not to fall behind. The cold and hunger gnawed at their bones like maggots, constantly draining their strength and willpower. Along the way, they were lucky enough to find a small patch of hardy moss growing in a rock crevice, as well as some frozen, unidentified small red berries. Chen Mo examined them and confirmed they were non-toxic. The three of them shared this meager food, which slightly alleviated their hunger. Darkness was falling. The snowstorm seemed to be intensifying again. The temperature was dropping rapidly. If they didn't find suitable shelter, they might not survive the night. Just as despair began to spread, Chen Mo, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped. Look there. He pointed to a shadowy spot on the ridgeline ahead. It was a concrete structure, almost entirely covered by snow and partially embedded in the mountainside, with only a rusty iron gate and a small section of the roof visible. There were no markings on the gate, but it looked older and more sturdier than a weather station. Is it an abandoned military bunker? Or another research site? Li Wen's voice carried a hint of anticipation and fear. I don't know, but it might be our only chance. Chen Mo took a deep breath and gripped the wrench tightly. Be careful, I'll go in and check first. He gestured for Zhang Hao and Li Wen to hide behind a rock some distance away, while he crouched low and cautiously approached the iron door. The door was frozen shut by a thick layer of ice, but the lock seemed to be broken. Chen Mo used a dagger and a wrench together to pry it open, and after much effort, he finally managed to pry a crack in the door. A rush of cold air, mixed with the smell of dust, mold, and a faint engine oil, poured out. Inside, it was pitch black. Chen Mo slipped inside, turning on the tactical flashlight he'd brought from the base, its battery nearly depleted. He'd been using it sparingly. The beam of light swept across, illuminating a small space. It resembled a sentry post or a small warehouse, about 10 square meters, completely empty except for a few rusty metal boxes and a pile of miscellaneous items in one corner. The walls were rough concrete, and the roof was intact, at least providing shelter from the wind and snow. Most surprisingly, in one corner stood an old-fashioned brick stove with a metal chimney. Next to it were some dried firewood. Someone came here a long time ago, but left behind the most basic resource for survival: firewood. Chen Mo carefully inspected the entire small space, confirming that there were no other exits and no danger. He returned to the door and gave a safe signal to the outside. Zhang Hao and Li Wen helped each other in. When Li Wen saw the stove and the pile of firewood, she almost burst into tears of joy. Quickly, close the door and barricade it with something, Chen Mo instructed. Li Wen immediately did as he was told. Chen Mo quickly checked the stove and chimney. Although rusted, they seemed still usable. He gathered some small wood shavings to start a fire, and soon, orange-red flames leaped in the hearth, the warm light and heat quickly dispelling the cold and darkness of the hut. The three sat around the stove, greedily absorbing the heat. Chen Mo heated his coat and wrapped it around Zhang Hao. They then used a broken tin can they had found to melt snow water, which they shared, and their bodies gradually warmed up. The exhaustion of surviving the ordeal washed over him. Li Wen almost fell asleep against the wall the moment he sat down. Zhang Hao was also drowsy, but he forced himself to stay awake. Chen Mo added a few more pieces of firewood, making the fire burn brighter. He walked to the door and cautiously observed the outside through the crack. The wind and snow continued, and the night was deep. In the distance, the lights representing the Kunlun base appeared and disappeared in the wind and snow, like eyes lurking in the darkness. They were temporarily safe, but the crisis was far from over. How long could this abandoned bunker protect them? When would Kunlun's search network cover this area? Zhang Hao needed medicine, and they needed food. And what about Chu Xian, the sample zero, who caused all of this? Where is he now? Did the base's meltdown protocol truly eliminate him completely? Or? Countless questions and pressures weighed on Chun Mo's mind. But he knew he couldn't collapse at this moment. He was the only pillar of this small group. He returned to the fireplace, watching the flickering flames, his eyes gradually hardening. He had to survive, no matter what. Only by surviving could he uncover the truth. Only then could he have a chance to go home. Night deepened, and the wind and snow battered the iron gate, their howling sound like the deep murmur of the silent snow-capped mountain. Inside the warm cabin, the three exhausted survivors finally caught a moment's respite. But they all knew that this brutal struggle against fate and an unknown enemy had only just begun. Chapter 32, Stopping Means Death. The firelight flickered on Chun Mo's face, reflecting the deep sorrow etched on his brow. Zhang Hao and Li Wan, wrapped in their coats, were fast asleep against the wall, their soft snores a testament to their exhaustion. But he couldn't sleep, at least not completely. Keeping watch was his duty, his instinct. He had to remain vigilant amidst this perilous situation. Outside the bunker, the howling of the wind and snow rose and fell, like the breath of the snow-capped mountain. With each pause in the wind, Chen Mo would instinctively hold his breath, straining his ears to listen, afraid that the silence might be broken by the sound of boots crunching in the snow or the unusual noise of a drone's rotor. Time passed slowly in silence and vigilance. The fire gradually died down, and Chen Mo got up and quietly added a few pieces of firewood. The firewood crackled and popped in the stove, sending up a few sparks. In this brief moment of brighter light, his gaze swept across the small space once more. He had been so focused on making a fire for warmth that he hadn't bothered to inspect the place carefully. Now, an inexplicable intuition was prompting him to examine the area more closely. The concrete walls, worn and damp from age, were covered in mottled water stains and peeling plaster. The pile of junk in the corner, mainly rotten wooden crates and empty cans, was of little value. His gaze finally settled on the stove. The stove was roughly constructed, somewhat out of place against the relatively neat concrete walls, as if it had been added later. The bricks on the stove walls were also a slightly different color, not matching the rest of the walls. He crouched down and carefully shone his flashlight on the junction between the stove and the wall. Sure enough, in the gap between the stove and the wall, he seemed to see a reflection that wasn't made of brick or stone. He cautiously reached in and felt around, his fingertips touching a cold, hard object with neat edges. It wasn't stone, more like metal. An idea struck him, and he began to pry at the loose mortar along the edge of the crack. After a few tries, he managed to move a brick. He carefully pulled the brick out, revealing a small, dark space behind it. A hidden niche. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. He reached inside and touched a metal box about the size of a shoebox. It was heavy and cold to the touch. He carefully took the box out. The box was made of military green sheet metal, with rusted edges, but it wasn't locked. He took a deep breath and gently opened the lid. There were no weapons or treasures he had expected, only a few seemingly ordinary items. A folded, yellowed sheet of thick paper, an old-fashioned compass with its pointer constantly trembling, and a half-soaked notebook with blurred handwriting. In addition, there was a kerosene lighter that didn't work. He first unfolded the paper. It was a hand-drawn topographical map, roughly scaled but with clear lines. Their bunker was marked in the center with a simple square. 2 arrows, marked in red, extended from the bunker. An arrow points southwest, winding through an area marked dense forest, and finally points to a symbol with several small houses drawn on it, next to which are handwritten words, abandoned forest, and possibly inhabited. This seems to be a possible path to survival. But another arrow pointed northeast, deep into the heart of the snow-capped mountains, to a location marked with a striking red cross, next to which was written in even more illegible handwriting. Restricted area. Do not approach. There was also a blurry, abstract symbol that looked like 3 feathers or flames. The map was clearly drawn long before the prism base was established, but the restricted area and the symbol it marked gave Chen Mo a strange sense of unease. Could there be some other secret hidden deep within these snow-capped mountains besides prism? He put down the map and picked up the half-finished notebook. The paper was fragile, the handwriting was very messy, and in many places it was blurred by water stains, making some parts difficult to read. He could barely make out some broken sentences. On March 17th, the weather worsened, and supplies were delayed. Old Wang and Little Li went out to scout ahead and never returned. I heard a strange sound, like it was coming from inside the mountain. It wasn't the wind. That mark, what they're looking for, might actually exist. We can't stay here any longer. We have to leave. Heading towards the forest farm. The last page contained only a few large, almost piercing characters. They're coming. Run. The notes abruptly end there. There's no signature or date. But judging from the age of the paper and the handwriting, they're at least 20 or 30 years old. Who owned these notes? Were they soldiers stationed here back then? Or exploration team members? Who were they? Are the strange sounds and markings mentioned in the notes related to the prism base or even sample 0? Countless questions flooded Chun Mo's mind instantly. This map and notebook were like a glimmer of light peeking through the darkness, only to illuminate an even deeper fog. They offered 2 paths, one relatively safe, leading to a potentially inhabited forest, the other pointing directly to an unknown and dangerous forbidden zone. Chen Mo put away the map and compass, carefully placed the notebook back in its box, and hid it away. He needed time to process this information and also needed to discuss it with Zhang Hao. Just then, Zhang Hao, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly let out a suppressed groan and his body began to twist restlessly. Chen Mo immediately went over and found that Zhang Hao's forehead was burning hot, and the skin around his wound was also red, swollen, and hot. The wound became infected, leading to a high fever. In this environment of limited medical resources, this could be fatal. Chen Mo's heart sank. He gently patted Zhang Hao's cheek. Haozi, Haozi, wake up, wake up. Zhang Hao struggled to open his eyes, his gaze unfocused, his voice hoarse. The water is cold. Chen Mo quickly fed him warm water. Li Wen was also awakened and panicked when he saw Zhang Hao's condition. Brother Hao, the wound is infected, and he has a fever, Chen Mo said in a heavy tone. We must get antibiotics as soon as possible, or find something to help bring down his fever. The wind and snow outside seemed to have subsided somewhat, but the sky remained overcast. The abandoned forest farm marked on the map was the nearest hope, but it was far away, and traversing the mountains with Zhang Hao, who had a high fever, made the journey extremely risky. And that mysterious, forbidden zone was completely unpredictable. Just as Chun Mo was weighing the pros and cons and struggling to make a decision, a very faint beep-beep sound, which was definitely not from the natural environment, came from outside the door. Chun Mo froze, immediately signaling Li Wen to be quiet, while he quietly moved to the door and pressed his ear against the cold iron door. Beep, 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 beep. The sound was very soft and intermittent, like the signal tone emitted by some kind of electronic instrument. Moreover, it seemed to be moving, sometimes approaching and sometimes moving away. It's a detector? The people from Kunlun have already located the vicinity. Did they use a life detector or some other kind of equipment? Chun Mo's heart leaped into his throat. He peered through the crack in the door. The wind and snow were swirling, visibility was extremely low, and he couldn't see any figures. But the beeping sound was like the footsteps of death, relentlessly approaching this small shelter. We can't hesitate any longer. He quickly retreated to the stove, soaked a cloth in snow water, and placed it on Zhang Hao's forehead to temporarily lower his temperature. Then, he said quickly and in a low voice to Li Wen, "There's movement outside. It might be a search team. We can't stay here any longer. We must leave immediately." Li Wen turned pale with fright. "But Brother Hao, we'll carry it out, even if we have to," Chen Mo said decisively. He quickly stuffed the map and compass into his pocket. then threw the remaining firewood into the stove to make the fire burn brighter, hoping to interfere with any possible thermal imaging detection. He glanced at the map. Heading towards the forest farm required traversing a relatively open snow slope, making him easily exposed. While the dangers were unknown towards the restricted area, the map showed more rocks and ravines along the way that could provide cover. Let's take a gamble. We'll head northeast. Chen Mo made the decision. He scooped Zhang Hao up on his back and secured him with ropes. Zhang Hao seemed to regain a little consciousness, weakly murmuring, "What happened?" "We're being pursued. We need to change locations," Chen Mo explained briefly, then said to Li Wan, "Stay with me. No matter what you see, don't make a sound, and don't fall behind." The beeping sound outside the door grew clearer and clearer, seemingly reaching within a dozen meters of the bunker. Without further hesitation, Chen Mo flung open the iron gate, letting in a torrent of biting wind and snow. He carried Zhang Hao on his back and plunged into the dim, snowy landscape. Li Wan followed closely behind, quickly closing the gate behind him. Less than a minute after they left, two figures dressed in white snowsuits and wearing night vision goggles, carrying equipment with detection antennas, cautiously approached the cover. The detector's beeping became rapid. Reporting to command center, a suspicious heat source and signs of recent activity have been detected in Area K9. The target may have just left. Carrying Zhang Hao on his back, Chen Mo trudged through knee-deep snow, following the compass's direction northeast. Li Wan struggled to keep up, glancing back frequently in fear, lest he see pursuers. The wind and snow provided them with excellent cover, but also greatly increased the difficulty of their journey. Every step required immense physical exertion. Zhang Hao, suffering from a high fever, alternated between consciousness and unconsciousness, his body growing heavier and heavier. After walking for about an hour, the sky grew even darker, as if dusk were approaching. They entered an area of jagged rocks, where massive glacial erratics lay like silent behemoths in the snow. According to the map, they were nearing the route that led to the Forbidden Zone. Chen Mo found the angle formed by two giant rocks and temporarily put Zhang Hao down to rest. All three of them were panting heavily, their physical strength nearing its limit. "Mo, brother Mo, look over there." Li Wan suddenly pointed to the side front, his voice filled with surprise. Chen looked in the direction he pointed and saw a dark cave entrance vaguely visible beneath a steep rock face, covered in snow. The cave entrance was regularly shaped, unlike a naturally formed one, and seemed more like the entrance to a man-made passage. Moreover, there appeared to be a blurry mark carved on the rock at the edge of the cave entrance. Chen Mo was shocked. The shape of the mark, an abstract pattern of three feathers or flames, was extremely similar to the symbol next to the restricted area on the map. Could the entrance to the restricted area marked on the map be right here? Is it an opportunity or a trap? Just as he was staring at the cave entrance, torn between his inner turmoil and his own thoughts, a dog's bark suddenly came from the distant mountains behind him. It was clear, powerful, and rapidly approaching. They actually released the dogs. Li Wan was terrified. In snowy terrain, hunting dogs are one of the most effective tools for tracking. Once a dog has its sights on them, they have nowhere to escape. Chen Mo glanced at the weak and exhausted Zhang Hao, then at the deep and unfathomable cave entrance, a resolute glint in his eyes. "There's no turning back. Into the cave," he roared, hoisting Zhang Hao onto his back once more, and charged resolutely toward the mysterious cave entrance. The entrance was small, barely enough for one person to bend over and pass through. It was pitch black inside, with gusts of cold wind carrying a musty smell blowing from its depths. Chen Mo crawled inside without hesitation, and Li Wan followed suit, scrambling and stumbling. Less than half a minute after they entered the cave, several burly military dogs, led by soldiers, followed the scent and rushed to the vicinity of the cave entrance, barking wildly at the dark opening. Several Kunlun soldiers quickly arrived and vigilantly surrounded the cave entrance. The beams of flashlights shone in, illuminating a small section of rock passage inside the cave that sloped downwards and showed obvious signs of artificial excavation, resembling the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, its depths unfathomable. A soldier pressed his earpiece. Report to command center. Report to command center. A suspicious man-made passage entrance has been discovered in the K-10 area. The target may have entered. The situation of the passage is unknown. Requesting instructions. A calm command came through the headset. Seal off the entrance. Send a reconnaissance team in. Repeat. The target is highly uncertain and poses a potential risk of contamination. Lethal force is authorized upon encounter. Top priority. Recover or destroy all sensitive items and information leaked from Prismed. Clear. The soldiers exchanged hand signals. 2 men stood guard at the entrance of the cave with their guns, while the other 3 formed a tactical formation, turned on the powerful tactical flashlights on their rifles, and carefully stepped into the dark passage. Inside the passage, Chun Mo carried Zhang Hao on his back, and he and Li Wenxin walked down the path, their steps uneven. The darkness was so thick it was almost tangible, with only Chun Mo's tactical flashlight, whose battery was almost depleted, casting a faint beam of light that illuminated the slippery rock steps beneath their feet. Behind them, the barking of dogs was muffled by the rocks. But a new, more suffocating danger was creeping in with each step they took deeper. Where will this passage leading to the unknown forbidden zone lead them? To a dead end, or the entrance to another truth? Chun Mo didn't know the answer. All he knew was that stopping meant death. Chapter 33. Something is watching us. The passage descended steeply, the steps beneath his feet uneven and covered in slippery moss, eroded by time and moisture. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, a mixture of rock dust, stagnant water, and some indescribable, almost rotten, sweet-smelling odor. Every step required extreme caution, especially while carrying Zhang Hao on his back. Chun Mo gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his arms and back muscles trembling violently from the strain. Sweat soaked his inner garment, which clung to his skin, becoming cold and sticky against the cave's chilly air. Yet, he took each step with unwavering determination, keeping his center of gravity low to ensure he wouldn't slip on the wet, slippery steps. Li Wen followed closely behind, almost touching Chun Mo's back. He kept looking back in terror, as if countless eyes were staring at him in the darkness. The distant barking of dogs was like a death knell, making him feel that the next second, the blinding beam of a flashlight and the fierce roar would break through the darkness and devour them. The only source of light was Chun Mo's tactical flashlight, its battery critically low. The beam cast elongated, distorted, and constantly shifting shadows of the 3 figures on the narrow passage walls, like a swarm of ghostly figures following closely behind. Beyond the light, besides the rough, obviously man-made rock walls, lay endless darkness. The silence here was viscous. Only their heavy breathing, the rustling of their footsteps on the ground, and the cold wind blowing from the depths of the cave, carrying a faint whistling sound, testified to the passage of time and the existence of space. The wind's sound was intermittent, like the breathing of this slumbering snow-capped mountain, or the whispering of some colossal creature in the darkness. Brother Mo, this place is so scary. I feel like something is watching us. Li Wen's voice was trembling and filled with uncontrollable sobs, echoing slightly in the enclosed passage, adding to the eeriness. Shut up, Chun Mo hissed, his voice hoarse, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Conserve your energy, concentrate, and follow my footsteps. His entire being was like a taut bowstring, half focused on perceiving the unknown darkness ahead, the other half firmly tied to Zhang Hao, whose breath was growing increasingly hot on his back. Zhang Hao's rapid, burning breath sprayed onto Chun Mo's neck. Each labored inhale felt like a drain on his life force. Chun Mo knew the infection in his wound was rapidly worsening, and the high fever was continuously draining Zhang Hao's already depleted strength. He had to find a relatively safe place as soon as possible to stop and treat the wound. Otherwise, he dared not think further. The passage seemed endless, stubbornly extending deeper into the Earth's core. The old-fashioned compass in Chun Mo's arms now resembled a frightened living thing. The needle under the glass cover didn't simply point in a direction, but trembled and swirled violently and erratically, as if the magnetic field here was completely chaotic or some powerful source of interference was nearby. This anomaly caused the unease that had lingered in Chun Mo's heart since he saw the map, and the warning to spread rapidly, like ink dripping into clear water, growing increasingly intense. Time flowed slowly in the darkness and oppression, each second feeling like an eternity. After descending for about 10 minutes, perhaps longer, in the absolute darkness and intense tension, the sense of time had become blurred. The terrain finally leveled out, and the passage seemed to widen. More importantly, a choice appeared ahead. One passage continued into deeper darkness, while the other turned to the left, appearing narrower and less noticeable. Chun Mo stopped, lifted Zhang Hao up slightly, and listened intently. Behind him, the barking seemed to be completely blocked by the thick rock, but this brought no relief. Instead, it intensified the feeling of being gripped by an invisible hand. He swept the beam of his flashlight across the two passages. The main passage was covered with a uniform layer of thin ash, showing no signs of recent activity, as if it had been silent for decades. The narrow passage on the left, however, not only seemed to have a more noticeable airflow, bringing a faint, damp breeze, but also, in the instant the flashlight beam swept across the entrance wall, Chun Mo keenly detected some unnatural markings. He gestured for Li Wen to remain vigilant, while he cautiously approached the left-hand entrance to the passage, crouched down, and carefully shone his flashlight along the base of the wall. Sure enough, on the rock near the ground, he saw the symbol again: 3 feathers, or more precisely, 3 clusters of dancing flames, an abstract pattern, the marking shallower and the edges smoother than the one at the entrance, as if frequently rubbed. Below the symbol, there was a clear arrow, its sharp tip pointing resolutely into the depths of the narrow passage. Is it a road sign, guiding people to a safe haven, or a warning, alerting them that this path leads to a deeper nightmare? There was no time for careful consideration. Every moment of hesitation could mean annihilation. Chun Mo glanced at the unconscious Zhang Hao on his back, then at the deathly silent main passage. His intuition led him to trust the path implied by the recurring symbol. He made a firm gesture to Li Wen and whispered, "This way." Then, he took the lead and turned into the narrower passage on the left. This passage was indeed more difficult to traverse. In some places, the rock walls jutted out abruptly, requiring one to turn sideways or even bend over to barely pass. The cold rocks rustled against their clothes. But after walking for a short while, they faintly but clearly heard the sound of dripping water ahead, drip, drip, which sounded particularly pleasant in the deathly silence, even carrying a glimmer of hope. After rounding another sharp bend, the passage suddenly opened up, leading to a small natural cave, about 10 square meters in size. In one corner of the cave, clear water droplets slowly seeped from a crevice in the rock above, accumulating into a small puddle in a rocky depression below. Although the air was still chilly, it seemed much fresher than the stuffy, polluted passageway. Most surprisingly, in the corner of the cave, there were some relatively dry moss and a few scattered, somewhat decaying planks, clearly indicating that someone had briefly stayed here long ago. Right here? Quick! Chun Mo breathed a sigh of relief and immediately found a relatively flat and dry spot on the ground, carefully laying Zhang Hao down. Zhang Hao let out a painful groan, his consciousness still hazy. Li Wen was also almost exhausted, but seeing hope, he mustered his strength and helped spread out the dry moss to make Zhang Hao a little more comfortable. Chun Mo quickly knelt down beside Zhang Hao to examine his injuries. Pulling back the torn trouser leg, the condition of the wound was alarming. The surrounding skin was red, swollen, and shiny, burning hot to the touch. A yellowish-white, murky fluid was oozing from the center of the wound, emitting a foul odor. A high fever had given Zhang Hao an unnatural flush on his face, and his lips were dry, cracked, and peeling. "Water, we need clean water," Chun Mo said hoarsely. Li Wen quickly scrambled to the small puddle and carefully filled his empty water bottle with some water. Chun Mo first lifted Zhang Hao's head and carefully fed him a few sips. Then, he tore off the only relatively clean strip of cloth remaining from his underwear, soaked it in the cold rock water, and applied it again to Zhang Hao's burning forehead to cool him down. Next, he began to very carefully clean the dirt around the wound and the previous makeshift bandages. He had to find antibiotics, or anything with anti-inflammatory properties. Shin-mo was frantic. He remembered the kerosene lighter in the metal box. Although it was unusable, perhaps he could try to start a fire and heat water to disinfect it? He took out the old lighter and turned the gears forcefully, but only a few weak sparks flew out, unable to ignite anything. Hope was dashed again, and he disappointedly threw the lighter aside. His gaze involuntarily fell once more upon the compass and the yellowed map in his arms. The compass needle continued to twitch wildly, like a trapped beast lost and disoriented. He unfolded the map and, by the dim light of his flashlight, tried to determine their approximate location. Judging from the northeast direction indicated by the compass and their approximate travel time and slope, they should have already penetrated deep into the snow-capped mountains, likely located on the edge of the restricted area, marked with a striking red cross on the map. Could this relatively comfortable cave have been a safe haven for the mapmakers of yesteryear? Those dried moss and wooden planks. A thought flashed through Chun-mo's mind like lightning. If this was a temporary shelter chosen by someone before him, could it be hiding other useful things? The instinct for survival drove him to act immediately. He told Li Wen to stay by Zhang Hao's side and listen carefully for any sounds coming from the direction they were coming from, while he picked up a flashlight and began to search the small cave more carefully. The beam of light slowly and carefully swept across every inch of the rock wall and every corner. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual behind a large rock near the puddle. The rock was a slightly darker color than the surrounding cliff face, and there seemed to be a very thin crack where its edge met the cliff, unlike anything naturally formed. A thought struck him, and he stepped forward and gave the rock a push. It actually wriggled slightly. Li Wen, come and help, Chun-mo called out in a low voice. Li Wen rushed over. Together, the two of them, their feet bracing against the slippery ground and their shoulders and hands against the cold rock, painstakingly moved the rock, estimated to weigh over 100 pounds, little by little, revealing a crack about a foot wide. Behind the crack, an even colder air, carrying a heavy smell of rust and old dust, rushed out. Inside was a narrow opening, barely wide enough for one person to crawl through. Chun-mo lay down and shone his flashlight into the cave. In the light, he could vaguely see that it was a larger space than the outer cave, seemingly with signs of artificial alteration. Scattered on the ground were the outlines of some discarded wooden crates and rusted metal frames. Stay here and guard the entrance and passage. Call me immediately if there's any movement. I'm going in to check, Chun-mo instructed Li Wen, who was pale and panting. He bit his dagger, took a deep breath of the cold air, crawled down, and squeezed into the narrow entrance. The cave interior was indeed much larger, resembling a small, abandoned storage room, about half the size of a room. A strong musty smell and the stench of rusting metal filled the air. Several heavily rusted, even broken, tin boxes were haphazardly piled inside, and some scattered wooden crates had long since rotted away, revealing dark, unidentifiable lumps or powdery residue inside. Chun-mo's heart pounded uncontrollably. He prayed he could find even the slightest bit of usefulness, especially medicine. Suppressing his excitement, he began searching. The first tin box crumbled at the slightest touch, containing some moldy, black, muddy fabric likely old military uniforms or blankets. The second box was worse. Opening it revealed only a box of rusted metal parts, unrecognizable. The third box was empty. Hope, like a candle flickering in the wind, quickly faded. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed by despair, his toe accidentally kicked a small metal box in the corner military green, its style and size almost identical to the one they had found behind the stove in the bunker. A spark of hope rekindled. He hurriedly picked up the box. It was heavy in his hands. The lid wasn't locked, and he pried it open with a harsh creak due to the rust. Inside were no maps or notebooks, but several small glass bottles sealed with corks. Most of the paper labels on the bottles had fallen off or were illegible, but on one of the brown glass bottles, the faint but legible words remained sulfanilamide. Next to it was a small roll of relatively clean bandage wrapped in oil paper, and a small brown glass bottle that was still well sealed and had a clear label iodine. Sulfonamide powder. Although it's an old drug from decades ago, in times of medical shortage and life or death situations, It's a life-saving miracle drug that can snatch people from the clutches of death. A surge of indescribable joy welled up within Shunimo. He carefully took out the precious medical supplies, holding them in his hands as if they were priceless treasures. Just as he was about to leave the storage room, the beam of his flashlight inadvertently swept across the innermost wall, and his blood seemed to freeze instantly. On the wall, drawn with some dark, dried, viscous liquid, he strongly suspected it was blood, was a huge, horrifying symbol, the same three-feather or flame mark. But below this grotesque symbol were several lines of writing carved directly into the rock with a sharp object, the strokes hasty, twisted, and deeply embedded in the stone, as if the carver, in extreme fear and despair, had used up their last strength. They've woken up. Don't believe what you hear. Light is a trap. Something is watching us from underground. The writing abruptly ends there, followed by several messy, deep scratches, as if the carver was forcibly dragged away or encountered an unimaginable horror. Shunimo felt a chill run down his spine from his tailbone, sending shivers down his spine and making his scalp tingle. These warnings were more direct and chilling than those in the notebook, filled with visceral despair and fear. What were them? Were they some kind of being beyond the Kunlun pursuers? Why couldn't he trust sound and light? The only things in the cave were darkness and the light from their flashlights. How could light be a trap? Things underground. Could it be that some incomprehensible, living, and malevolent entity truly dwells deep within these snow-capped mountains? This seemed incongruous with the scientific research nature of the Prism base as he knew it, yet it subtly echoed the warnings in the mysterious notebook and map. A tremendous mystery and unknown fear overwhelmed him like a cold tide. He dared not linger for another second, and quickly scrambled back into the cave outside. Found the medicine. Sulfonamide, he said briefly to Li Wan, who was staring at him expectantly, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement and lingering fear. He immediately knelt beside Zhang Hao and began to treat the wound urgently. He unscrewed the iodine bottle, and the pungent smell filled the air. He used a clean cloth to soak up the iodine and carefully clean Zhang Hao's wound. Zhang Hao, who was unconscious, let out a muffled groan from the stimulation, and his body twitched. Shunmo's movements were swift and gentle. After carefully disinfecting the wound, he evenly sprinkled the precious sulfonamide powder on the surface of the red, swollen, and ulcerated wound, and then carefully re-bandaged it with the relatively clean bandage. After doing all this, he gave Zhang Hao some water, praying in his heart that this ancient medicine would take effect in time and suppress the deadly infection. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief and was preparing to consider his next move, Li Wan, who had been guarding the entrance to the passage, suddenly let out an extremely suppressed scream, as if he had been choked. He scrambled back to the center of the cave, his face as pale as snow, his pupils dilated with fear. He pointed in the direction they had come from, the direction leading to the main passage, his lips trembling like leaves in the wind, barely able to form a coherent sentence. "Mo, brother Mo, there are footsteps. Lots of them very chaotic, but not coming from outside, where we came in. It's coming from inside the passage, deeper inside from that unexplored path." Mo froze, as if doused with ice water, instantly entering a state of high alert. He signaled Li Wan to be absolutely silent, while he held his breath, pressing his ear as close as possible to the fork in the road leading to the main passage, listening intently. At first, there was a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of dripping water and Zhang Hao's heavy breathing. But a few seconds later, the sound pierced the thick silence, clearly reaching his eardrums. A faint, chaotic, yet remarkably clear sound of footsteps. It wasn't the synchronized steps of one or a few people, but the sound of many feet moving, heavy and dragging, as if carrying a tremendous weight, or moving with extreme difficulty. What was even more unsettling was that this dragging footsteps were interspersed with a sharp, teeth-grinding metallic scraping sound, sizzle. Each sound like a scraping against one's heart. This eerie combination of sounds, unhurried, yet carrying a suffocating sense of oppression, was emanating from the main passage they had never explored, leading deeper into the forbidden zone, marked on the map. It wasn't rushing towards them, but rather an unconscious, slow movement. Yet its direction was unmistakably pointing towards the fork in the road cave, where they were. Is it another search team from Kunlun? No, that pace is too chaotic, too strange. Could it be an animal from these snow-capped mountains? What kind of animal makes a metallic scraping sound? Could it be them mentioned in the notes and warnings on the walls? Ahead of them were the well-equipped Kunlun pursuers who occupied the cave entrance, and behind them was the thing that had awakened from the abyss and was full of unknown terror. The three of them, along with the seriously injured Zhang Hao, were completely trapped in this narrow cave and were in a real, desperate situation. Chun Mo's heart pounded wildly in his chest, almost shattering his ribs. He grabbed the sharpened dagger, the cold hilt conveying a cruel sense of reality. His other hand gripped the sturdy wooden stick he had used to probe the path, and for support, his knuckles turning white from the force. His eyes were sharp as a hawk's, yet cold as a rock, fixed intently on the dark main passage from which eerie sounds emanated. The heavy, dragging footsteps, mixed with the scraping of metal, grew closer and clearer as if they were already within reach, about to fill the crossroads in the next second. The shadow of death loomed over us from two directions simultaneously. Chapter 34 Agreement, Crimson. The footsteps were heavy and dragging, like lead shackles scraping against rocks. Each step was slow and grating, yet relentlessly approaching their direction. Even more terrifying was the metallic scraping sound mixed in with the footsteps, sharp and piercing, as if a huge, rusty piece of iron was being forcibly dragged along, each sound scraping against the nerve endings of Chun Mo and the other two. These were definitely not human footsteps, at least not those of a normal person. There was no conversation, no beams of tactical flashlight, only this primal, ominous sound of movement. It came from the main passage leading to the deeper, forbidden zone, from the unknown core represented by the scarlet cross on the map. Mo, brother Mo, what is it? Li Wen's voice was already trembling with sobs, her body shaking like a leaf in the autumn wind. She instinctively curled up behind Chun Mo and tightly gripped his clothes. Chun Mo didn't answer. He couldn't answer. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, almost bursting out of his throat. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. He gripped the dagger tightly in one hand, its blade reflecting a cold glint in the dim flashlight beam, while his other hand held the sturdy wooden stick horizontally in front of his chest, adopting a defensive stance. His mind raced, analyzing his desperate situation. Retreat? There are Kunlun's pursuers and hounds at the cave entrance. Going out would be like walking into a trap. According to the orders heard in the earpiece, the other side is authorized to use lethal force, and there is almost no chance of survival. Advance. Faced with this unknown and terrifying thing emerging from the depths of the earth, according to the blood-written warning on the wall, its danger level may be no less than that of a fully armed soldier. Stay where you are. Although this cave provides temporary shelter, the entrance is narrow and almost indefensible. If it is blocked by any party, you will be trapped like a turtle in a jar. The footsteps grew closer, and it became clear that they were not a single individual, but multiple, or rather, a mixed sound emanating from some kind of uncoordinated whole composed of multiple parts. They seemed to have reached a fork in the road, and the dragging and scraping sounds paused briefly. Chun Mo held his breath, not daring to blink, staring intently at the dark entrance connecting to the main passage. Li Wen was even more terrified, covering his mouth tightly with his hand, afraid to make a sound. The silence lasted less than 5 seconds. Then, the eerie sounds returned, and they changed direction. Instead of entering the narrow side path, they continued along the main passage, heading deeper into the cave. The footsteps and scraping sounds gradually faded, growing fainter and fainter until they disappeared completely into the deep silence of the cave, leaving only the faint sounds of wind and dripping water. They are gone. Chun Mo and Li Wen collapsed almost simultaneously, panting heavily as if they had just surfaced from underwater. The exhaustion of surviving a close call instantly overwhelmed them. Li Wen collapsed to the ground, muttering in a tearful voice, "They're gone? They didn't notice us." Chun Mo remained vigilant, gripping his weapon tightly. He listened intently for 2 or 3 minutes, confirming that the eerie sound had indeed faded away and showed no sign of returning, before finally letting out a slight sigh of relief. But a profound question and a deeper fear had been planted within him. What were those things? Where were they going? Why did they show no reaction to them, even though they were so close? Was it because this marked fork in the road was a safe zone? Or were they simply uninterested in living people? Are they written on the wall? Liwen asked, his voice trembling, voicing the question that had been on Chunmo's mind. Chun Imo nodded heavily, his gaze sweeping across the cave wall again. The blood-red warning words were crystal clear in his mind. Don't trust sounds. Light, it's a trap. Was the sound just now a real threat, or part of a warning? He wasn't sure, but this place was definitely not safe to stay any longer. Whether it was to avoid them, who might return, or to escape the Kunlun soldiers who would find this place sooner or later, they had to leave immediately. He quickly checked on Zhang Hao's condition. Perhaps the sulfonamide drugs were starting to take effect, or perhaps the short rest had worked. Zhang Hao's breathing seemed to have stabilized somewhat, and his forehead temperature had dropped slightly, but he was still in a state of high fever and coma. A safer, more secluded place for him to rest must be found as soon as possible. He quickly checked on Zhang Hao's condition. Perhaps the sulfonamide drugs were starting to take effect, or perhaps the short rest had worked. Zhang Hao's breathing seemed to have stabilized somewhat, and his forehead temperature had dropped slightly, but he was still in a state of high fever and coma. A safer, more secluded place for him to rest must be found as soon as possible. We can't stay here any longer, Chun Imo said in a deep voice, and began to quickly pack up the few remaining belongings. The pursuers and those things from before may come back. We have to keep going. Where else can we go? Liwen looked around in despair. There are soldiers outside, and inside. There are those ghostly things inside. Chunmo's gaze fell upon the small storage room entrance he had discovered. The main passage was inaccessible. The way he had come was blocked, and the only unknown path ahead was this entrance hidden behind the boulder. Could that abandoned storage room inside have another exit? Or at least, could it offer a more concealed hiding place? Let's go in and take a look. Chun Imo pointed to the hole. There's more space inside. Maybe there's another way out. It's better than waiting to die here. He carried Zhang Hao on his back again and secured him with ropes. This time, Zhang Hao seemed to groan slightly, but he didn't regain consciousness. Chun Imo said to Li Wan, I'll go in first, you follow. Once inside, try to restore the stones to their original positions to block the entrance. After saying that, he crawled down again without hesitation and squeezed into the narrow opening. Although Li Wan was terrified, he was even more afraid of being left alone, so he gritted his teeth and followed him in. Upon entering the storage room, Chun Imo immediately shone his flashlight around. The space was slightly larger than it had seemed from his hasty glance earlier. Besides the few rusty boxes and dilapidated shelves, there appeared to be an even lower, arched doorway at the far end, half hidden by clutter, dark and its destination unknown. There's a way. Chunmo's heart leaped with joy. The two of them worked together to carefully drag Zhang Hao inside. Then, as instructed, Liwen struggled to move the boulder from the inside. Although it couldn't be completely sealed, it greatly obscured the entrance, making it difficult to spot from the outside without careful observation. It was safe for now. This small storage room had become a temporary refuge. The air was even more polluted, filled with a heavy smell of rust and dust, but at least there were 4 walls to provide shelter. Chun Imo settled Zhang Hao in a relatively dry corner and checked his wounds and temperature again. The fact that his condition hadn't worsened was good news. He took out a water bottle, gave himself and Li Wen some water, and fed Zhang Hao some as well. The extreme tension and exhaustion had left both of them nearly collapsed, but neither dared to truly relax. Brother Imo, what was that sound just now? Li Wen asked, still shaken, as he huddled in another corner. Chun Imo shook his head, his expression grave. I don't know, but it's definitely not good. The map and the warnings on the wall aren't unfounded. There are things in these mountains that we don't understand. He paused, then lowered his voice. Remember what's on the wall. Don't trust sounds, and light might be a trap. From now on, be extra careful of any unusual noises or lights. Li Wen nodded as if he understood, but fear made him believe Chun Mo's words without a doubt. After resting for about 10 minutes, Chun Imo decided to explore the arched doorway. He had Li Wen stand guard beside Zhang Hao with a knife, while he gripped his dagger and flashlight, cautiously approaching the doorway. The doorway was low, requiring him to bend over to enter. He shone his flashlight inside, revealing an even narrower, downward-sloping passageway, seemingly a man-made ventilation duct or maintenance tunnel, only wide enough for one person to crawl through. The duct walls were covered in thick dust and cobwebs, with no end in sight. Is this the way out? Or will it lead to an even more dangerous situation? Just as Chun Imo was hesitating whether to risk going in to investigate, suddenly, from the direction they came from, that is, from the cave entrance that was half hidden by rocks, some new sounds came faintly. This time, it was human voices, and a clear bark from a dog, and the sound of hurried footsteps. The search team. They found us here, Li Wen exclaimed in shock, his face instantly drained of color. Chun Mo's heart sank. His worst fears had come true. The people of Kunlun, following their scent or tracks, had found this side cave. Quick, go in. Chun Imo made a decisive decision, pointing to the narrow pipe. There was no other choice. Staying here meant certain death. Entering the pipe might offer a glimmer of hope. He quickly returned and carried Zhang Hao on his back again. Li Wen also scrambled over to help. The two of them hurriedly stuffed Zhang Hao into the low pipe entrance first. Then Chun Imo gestured for Li Wen to go in first, while he followed last. Just as Chun Imo bent down to crawl into the pipe, a loud shout suddenly came from the cave outside. There are traces here. The entrance is blocked by a rock. Then came the sound of stones being moved and soldiers shouting. Hidden entrance found. It might be inside. Hurry! Chun Imo roared, no longer hesitating, and suddenly darted into the dark and narrow pipe. He used his feet to push back some debris at the entrance, hoping to slightly obstruct the pursuer's view. The pipe was pitch black, filled with the suffocating smell of musty dust. Chun Imo could only rely on his senses and the sounds of Li when crawling ahead to move forward with difficulty. The pipe wasn't long. After crawling for about 7 or 8 meters, the space seemed to open up a bit ahead. Chun Imo struggled forward and finally crawled out of the pipe, arriving in a larger space. He immediately raised his flashlight. This appeared to be part of a larger underground facility, like the base room of some kind of equipment. The floor was covered with metal grills, and all around were the abandoned, rusty wreckage of massive machines. Thick pipes stretched along the walls, disappearing into the darkness. The air was thick with the faint smell of machine oil and ozone, a stark contrast to the earthy stench of the cave he had encountered earlier. Where is this? Li Wen looked around in horror at the environment, which resembled an industrial ruin. Chun Imo didn't answer. He could clearly hear the sounds of pursuers crawling and shouting coming from the pipes behind him. They were catching up. Go! Don't stop! Chun Imo shouted, carrying Zhang Hao on his back, as they cautiously made their way forward along the metal grill passage. This underground facility was intricate and maze-like. They could only rely on instinct to choose their direction and try to stay away from the sounds of their pursuers. The footsteps and shouts behind me grew closer, and the beams of flashlights began to flicker at the pipe opening. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The bullet struck the metal pipe beside me, sending sparks flying. The other side had fired. Stop! Move again, or I'll shoot, came the soldier's stern warning from behind. Chun Imo and Li Wen were terrified and ran forward desperately. After rounding a bend, 3 paths appeared ahead. One extended upwards with a rusty iron ladder. One stretched horizontally forward, its bottom unseen, and one descended, leading into even deeper darkness. There was no time to hesitate. Chun Imo glanced at the barely alive Zhang Hao on his back, gritted his teeth, and chose the downward path. Going upward might lead to the exit, but it could also be blocked. Going downward was more dangerous, but it might be more unexpected and give him a better chance to shake off his pursuers. They sprinted down the steep metal staircase, their footsteps echoing loudly in the open space. The pursuers behind them followed without hesitation, their gunshots and shouts particularly jarring in the confined environment. After descending countless floors, Chun Imo felt like his lungs were about to explode. Finally, the stairs reached the end, revealing a straight, brightly lit corridor. Unlike the previous abandoned and dilapidated environment, this corridor had smooth walls, and the ceiling lights emitted a cold white glow. Although some lights flickered, it was clear that the electrical system here was still partially operational. The corridor was lined with tightly closed metal doors, each bearing a number and faded markings. This seemed to be part of an underground base still in operation. Was it an extension of the Prism base, or the true core of that restricted area on the map? Chinemo didn't have time to think. He carried Zhang Hao and rushed into the corridor. He had to find a room to hide in as quickly as possible. As he ran, he quickly scanned the doors on both sides. Most of the doors were tightly closed, and some required a password or access card. Just as they reached the middle of the corridor, they heard the hurried footsteps of pursuers coming from the stairwell behind them. In the nick of time, Chinemo noticed that a metal door on his right wasn't fully closed, leaving a gap. Without a second thought, he used his last strength to smash the door open, dragging Zhang Hao and Li Wen inside, then quickly closed the door from the inside. Luckily, there was an old-fashioned manual latch on the door, which he immediately secured. Bang! 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 Heavy pounding on the door immediately rang out, accompanied by the soldier's angry roar. "Open the door! We know you're in there. You have nowhere to escape." Chinemo leaned against the cold metal door, panting heavily, his heart pounding in his chest. Li Wen slumped to the ground, his face deathly pale. Zhang Hao lay beside him, still unconscious. They were temporarily safe, but completely trapped in the room. Outside were heavily armed pursuers, and this room, where was it? Chinemo raised his flashlight and scanned the unfamiliar space. The room was small, resembling an old laboratory or storage room. Dust-covered instrument racks and workbenches stood against the walls, and the air smelled strange, a mixture of formaldehyde and dust. In the corner of the room, there was a large object covered by canvas, its shape square. What made Chunmo's pupils shrink the most was that on the opposite wall hung a whiteboard, on which was drawn a huge, incredibly familiar symbol in somewhat faded marker ink. Those 3 feathers, or rather, the mark of 3 clusters of flames. Below the symbol, there are a few lines of text. Abnormal sample activity. The resonance phenomenon cannot be suppressed. They are calling out. Protocol Crimson failed to start. The banging on the door grew louder, and the metal door began to warp. Inside the room, the mysterious symbol and the enigmatic message foreshadowed a deeper mystery and greater danger looming ahead. Chinemo gripped the dagger tightly, his gaze fixed on the rickety door, then glanced at the strange symbols on the wall. The real impasse seems to have only just begun. Chapter 35 Seamless. The metal door groaned painfully under the heavy, continuous impacts. A noticeable bulge appeared in the center of the door panel, and fine cracks spread like a spiderweb. The screws connecting the door frame creaked, and large pieces of plaster and dust fell with each impact, swirling in the dim light. Those deafening bangs were no longer merely physical shocks, but more like the death knell tolling on the brink of collapse. Li Wen had long since lost all courage, cowering like a frightened cub in a cobweb-covered corner, his hands tightly covering his ears as if to shield him from the approaching terror. His face was ashen, his body trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattered, and even his breathing became intermittent. Chinemo leaned against the cold, rough concrete wall. The icy touch penetrated his thin clothing, but it couldn't quell the boiling adrenaline within him. He gripped the sharpened dagger tightly. His knuckles white from the force, the horizontal grip across his chest his last line of defense. His gaze, like that of a lone wolf trapped in a snare, was sharp, wary, and tinged with a desperate madness, rapidly scanning the less than 20-square-meter room, leaving no corner unchecked, searching for any glimmer of hope. The room had clearly been abandoned for a long time. The air was thick with dust, mustiness, and a faint, almost imperceptible, chemical odor reminiscent of a mixture of formaldehyde and machine oil. But unlike the completely forgotten ruins of the outer passageway, this room bore the marks of a hasty, unnatural evacuation. On the control panel against the wall, the instruments, their casings still intact and covered in thick dust, some buttons and knobs even able to turn slightly, though all the indicator lights were dim. Several filing cabinet drawers were half open, empty except for some scraps of paper. A square object covered in heavy canvas stood out starkly in the corner, drawing attention in this environment. What truly unsettled Chun Mo, sending a chill down his spine, was the yellowed, curled-edge whiteboard on the opposite wall. Drawn in black marker was a huge, bold, yet powerful symbol 3 feathers, or rather, an abstract pattern resembling 3 clusters of ghostly blue flames, identical to those on maps and inscriptions on walls. Below the symbol were a few lines of slightly hasty but still legible writing. Sample activity is abnormal, exceeding the threshold. The resonance phenomenon cannot be suppressed, and its scope is expanding. They are calling to penetrate the isolation layer. Protocol Crimson activation failed. The consequences are unpredictable. Sample, resonance. They, Protocol Crimson, these words, combined, reveal information far beyond any conventional scientific research scope Chun Mo knew. This was drastically different from the prism base he had previously understood, which might be researching geological anomalies or advanced energy sources. Instead, it was closer to the supernatural, irrational realm of terror pointed to by the blood-red warning on the cave wall. What was being conducted here appeared to be some kind of research on dangerous samples, and the research had clearly spiraled out of control. Bang! Crash! A deafening roar, far louder than before, suddenly erupted, accompanied by the ear-piercing noise of metal being completely twisted and torn apart. The door lock could no longer withstand the impact. The entire old-fashioned latch, along with the part of the door panel that held it in place, was deformed and blown away by a tremendous force from the outside. The heavy metal door panel violently sprang inward, creating a gap at least half a foot wide. Amidst the flying dust, a large hand wearing a black tactical glove, covered in mud and snow melt, suddenly reached in through the gap, its 5 fingers spread wide, roughly gripping the door frame, attempting to push the door open completely. Target confirmed. In the room, prepare to storm in. A soldier's cold, emotionless shout came from outside the door, accompanied by the clanging of rifles and hurried footsteps. A hair's breadth. The scent of death was already upon them. Chun Mo's gaze was instantly drawn to the object covered by a canvas in the corner, as if by a magnet. It was the only unchecked object in the room, the one that might hold the key to their fate. Intuition, or rather, the instinct for survival, sent out a sharp alarm, telling him that this might be his last chance. Like a cheetah pouncing on its prey, he darted forward in one stride, disregarding the potential danger, and ripped off the heavy canvas. A cloud of dust billowed from the canvas. What was revealed beneath wasn't the weapon cabinet or secret exit Chun Mo subconsciously hoped for, but rather an extremely bulky-looking metal cabinet covered in rust and grease. Its design was very old-fashioned, like a product of the mid-20th century. Its surface was covered with faded and blurred labels, complex knobs, densely packed dials, and a central circular display screen with a spiderweb-like cracked glass surface. Most striking was a clearly recessed device in the very center of the control panel. Its shape and size perfectly matched the 3-winged flame symbol on the whiteboard on the wall and the map in Chun Mo's pocket. It was as if it were a keyhole specifically designed to insert a certain shaped key. A key? Where would they get a key like that? Hope deflated instantly, like a balloon punctured by a needle. Chun Mo's heart sank to the bottom, a chilling despair gripping him. At that moment, the soldiers outside, with the help of their comrades, widened the gaping hole in the door, and half a figure in snow combat gear and a tactical helmet squeezed in. The muzzle of that rifle, radiating an aura of death, moved rapidly in the dim light, searching for its target inside the room, and it looked like it was about to lock onto Chun Mo, who stood at the control panel. Just when all hope seemed lost, a sudden change occurred. The old-fashioned compass that Chun Mo always carried close to his body suddenly began to vibrate violently, without warning. It was no longer the irregular trembling it had been before, but rather like an awakened heart, buzzing with a strong, directional pulse. At the same time, he felt a distinct burning sensation coming from the yellowed map in his breast pocket, as if it were resonating with something. Could it be this compass? In a flash, Chun Mo's thoughts could barely keep up with his instincts. He abruptly pulled the constantly vibrating compass from his pocket. The bronze base of the compass, its rounded edges, and the slightly raised lines in the center, he pressed the compass forcefully against the symbol-shaped groove in the center of the control panel, clinging to the last shred of desperate hope. Size, outline, a perfect fit. Click, a crisp, clear click, like the precise meshing of precision machinery. The patterns on the compass base and the structure within the grooves fit together perfectly. The entire compass was seamlessly embedded into the control panel, as if it were the missing core component of this ancient device. Buzz. A deep, powerful hum, seemingly emanating from the depths of the earth, suddenly erupted. The entire room, the entire underground space trembled violently. Years of accumulated dust on the ceiling fell like snowflakes. The previously dull, cracked circular screen in the center of the control panel flickered a few times, displaying a blinding, chaotic display of static and wildly pulsating, distorted waveforms. At the same time, muffled roars, like giant gears turning or large energy devices being forcibly activated, emanated from within the surrounding walls. Some old pipes hidden in the walls creaked and groaned. This sudden change caused the soldier, who had already squeezed halfway in, to freeze in midair. He was clearly stunned by the incomprehensible sight, instinctively pausing to warily survey the suddenly alive equipment and the deafening roar around him. Outside, other soldiers shouted in alarm. What's going on? The energy readings are skyrocketing, exceeding the limits. Watch out. There's an unusual energy reaction. Is it a trap? The well-trained soldier reacted swiftly. After a brief moment of surprise, the intruder immediately determined that the primary threat was still the people inside the room. He instantly adjusted his gun, aiming it once again at Shonemo, who was closest to him. His finger moved to the trigger without hesitation. Just when life and death hung in the balance, an even greater upheaval swept in like a tsunami. Woo 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 woo. A sharp, piercing alarm, seemingly capable of tearing eardrums, filled with an ancient and desperate tone, suddenly rang out from outside the corridor and even from the deepest part of the entire facility. This alarm was not the sharp sound of modern electronic sounds, but more like the wail of a giant steam whistle from the steam age, carrying a heavy and terrifying tone that heralded the coming of the apocalypse. Almost simultaneously, all the lights inside and outside the room, the cold white glow of the hallway lights, the screens on the control panel that had just lit up, and even the faint indicator lights of some emergency exits began to flicker wildly and erratically. The light flashed erratically, sometimes as bright as day, illuminating everything in a stark white light, and sometimes plunging into near total darkness, leaving only slivers of light on the retina. This rapid alternation of light and darkness caused everyone's shadows to be stretched, twisted, and deformed wildly on the walls and floor, like countless frenzied ghosts dancing. Lewin was completely overwhelmed by this sudden, hellish scene, and let out a shrill scream, curling up even tighter with his hands covering his head. The soldiers outside were clearly stunned by this unexpected turn of events, which was completely beyond their comprehension and training. Their charge came to a complete halt. They stood back to back, tense, their guns pointed in all directions. The beams of their tactical flashlights appeared pale and weak under the frantically flickering light as they tried to pinpoint the source of the threat in the dim light. However, something even more chilling and blood-freezing happened next. The heavy, dragging footsteps and the sickening scraping of metal that had previously emanated from the depths of the earth reappeared, and this time, the sounds were no longer slow, tentative movements, but became incredibly rapid, dense, and violent. It was as if countless beings slumbering in the abyss had been startled by this sudden energy surge and piercing alarm, awakening completely from their long slumber. And with an indescribable hunger and rage, were surging towards this area like a tidal wave from pipes, tunnels, and fissures from all directions. The sounds grew louder and louder as they approached, no longer merely dragging and scraping, but also accompanied by a slippery, wriggling sound, a sharp, screeching sound, and a deep, ancient, malicious, resonant hum. Command center. Command center. A massive, unknown energy eruption has occurred deep within Sector K. All monitoring systems are malfunctioning. The alarm system has been activated by an unknown signal. There is strong, abnormal interference in the environment. Requesting emergency instructions. Repeat, requesting emergency instructions. The soldier captain outside the door pressed his earpiece, shouting the report in an almost distorted voice, but all he heard through the earpiece was a crackling, ear-piercing noise, as if interfered with by a powerful magnetic field. Communication with the command center was completely cut off. Bang! Boom! A tremendous crash and explosion suddenly erupted from the other end of the corridor. The distance didn't seem far. This was followed by the soldiers' terrified screams and hysterical firing. A brief burst of automatic rifle fire rang out, but was quickly drowned out by a far louder, more sickening sound, a sound as if metal were being torn apart and rock crushed. Interspersed among these were brief, piercing screams, almost inhuman, and a nauseating splattering sound, like countless slimy tentacles writhing and coiling. Retreat. Retreat now. They're coming. There are too many. We can't hold them off. The soldiers remaining outside the door let out desperate cries, no longer caring about Chun-mo and the other two inside the room. The remaining footsteps and terrified shouts, accompanied by sporadic gunshots, rushed back towards the stairwell they had come from. However, the sounds of escape were quickly overtaken and drowned out by more and more intense, inhuman noises, tearing sounds, chewing sounds. The sound of bones breaking, the chilling sounds could be clearly heard even through the crack in the door. Inside the door, Chun-mo, Li Wan, and Zhang Hao, who had been forcibly jolted awake from their unconsciousness by this hellish symphony, all froze in place, stunned by the unimaginable horror before them. The lights in the corridor outside were still flickering wildly, and through the crack in the door, one could vaguely see twisted, running figures being instantly swallowed by a massive, writhing, indescribable shadow. Intense gunfire, explosions, inhuman screams and roars, the desperate cries of humans before death. All these sounds blended together, forming an incredibly real, all-encompassing symphony of destruction unfolding right before their eyes. This sudden and massive upheaval, by a twist of fate, and in an incredibly cruel way, temporarily relieved them of the immediate crisis of being captured by the soldiers, but plunged them into an even more terrifying, deeper, and more unknown predicament. It was as if they had inadvertently opened a Pandora's box that should never have been touched. Mo, brother Mo, outside. What's going on outside? Is it the end of the world? Li Wan collapsed to the ground, his face covered in tears and snot, incoherent, clearly on the verge of a mental breakdown. Zhang Hao weakly opened his eyes, his gaze still unfocused, but the drastic change in environment and the terrifying sounds brought back a sliver of clarity. He struggled to move his eyes to look at Chun-mo, a hoarse sound escaping his throat. It's them, being completely awakened. It's over. Chun-mo leaned against the control panel, which was still humming softly and whose screen flickered erratically. He gasped for breath, cold sweat streaming down his forehead and soaking his already drenched back. He stared at the compass, deeply embedded in the grooves, seemingly an integral part of the control panel, then at the flickering lights and terrifying sounds outside the door, which resembled the entrance to purgatory. His heart was filled with indescribable fear, shock, and a chill that seeped into his very bones. This compass, this symbol, it really is a key that can activate some core system of this ancient underground facility. And this system is clearly closely connected to those terrifying things buried deep underground, perhaps even a kind of constraint or seal. The warnings on the wall, light, is a trap, don't trust the sound, could they refer to this activation effect? The light, energy activation, attracted the uncontrollable them, while the sound, alarms and commotion, foreshadowed the coming destruction? Now is not the time to delve into this. We must escape immediately before the chaos reaches this room. This place has become the eye of the storm and could be completely swallowed up at any moment. The terrifying sounds and flickering lights outside seemed to be temporarily blocked by the half-destroyed metal door, but the twisted state of the door and the increasingly close crawling sounds from outside indicated that this barrier was pitifully weak. Chun-mo's gaze quickly swept across the room, finally locking onto the grill of the ventilation duct in the corner. That was the only possible way out. How's he? How are you? Can you still move? We have to leave right away. Chun Mo forced down the turmoil in his heart, squatted down next to Zhang Hao, and spoke urgently, but tried to keep his voice steady. Zhang Hao moved his fingers with difficulty, his lips moved slightly, and he made a weak sound. Go. Go quickly. The high fever and pain made him extremely weak, but his strong will to live sustained him. All right, Li Wen, cheer up. Come help. Chun Mo shouted, trying to rouse the almost limp Li Wen. He used all his strength again to lift Zhang Hao onto his back, securing him as firmly as possible with ropes. Li Wen, driven by his survival instinct, scrambled over, and the two of them worked together, using a dagger and a crowbar, a piece of iron found in the room's clutter, to pry open the ventilation duct grill, which looked equally rusty but still structurally intact. A stream of murky air, carrying years of grease and dust, poured out of the duct. The duct was very small, only wide enough for one person to crawl through. Just as Chun Mo was about to let Li Wen crawl inside, he inexplicably turned back and glanced at the flickering screen on the control panel. In the brief intervals between the snow and distorted waveforms, he seemed to catch a fleeting, extremely blurry image, resembling a cross-section of an underground facility. One area, deep within, surrounded by complex pipelines, was highlighted in a striking, constantly flashing red, next to which was a line of extremely small text, barely legible under his intense concentration. Main control core/suppressor array. The core suppressor. It really exists. Before I could think any further, the chaotic sounds from the hallway outside and that nauseating wriggling noise were already right next to me. It sounded like something was forcefully banging and scraping against the half-destroyed door. Hurry up! Chun Mo roared, almost forcefully shoving the dazed Li Wen into the ventilation duct entrance. Then, carrying Zhang Hao on his back, he followed closely behind, struggling and recklessly climbing into the dark, narrow, and unknown depths of the duct. The pipe walls were cold and greasy, covered with a thick layer of dust and cobwebs. They could only crawl forward, relying on their senses and the faint light that might pierce through a bend in the pipe ahead. Behind them, from the direction of the room, came the terrifying crash of a metal door being smashed open and torn apart with tremendous force, followed by a horrifying sound of wet, dense, writhing motions flooding the room, even mixed with a low, almost satisfied sigh. They dared not look back, and could only desperately climb forward. The pipes were intricate and branched off at multiple points. They could only rely on their intuition to choose directions that led upwards or seemed to be away from the sounds behind them. They climbed for an unknown amount of time. Sweat, dust, and fear nearly suffocated them. Finally, the terrifying sounds behind them gradually weakened and disappeared. Finally, after an upward bend ahead, a faint but steady, bluish-white light, similar to an emergency light, pierced through, revealing a larger exit grill. Chun Mo carefully pushed open the rusty but less sturdy grill, revealing a relatively spacious and quiet small room. The room contained piles of discarded cardboard boxes, mostly rotten, and several empty metal shelves. There were no windows, but the air circulated relatively well, and the chilling, foul smell from deep underground had lessened considerably. They crawled out one by one, collapsing to the ground like fish out of water, their mouths agape, greedily inhaling the relatively fresh air, a wave of exhaustion washing over them. Is it safe for now? Chun Mo listened intently. In the distance, he could still faintly hear the piercing alarm and a low, earth-shaking hum, but it was much weaker and more distant than the hellish scene below. This room seemed to be located on a higher level of the facility or in some more peripheral area. Zhang Hao's injuries were serious. Chun Mo quickly checked him over. The desperate crawl had caused his bandaged wounds to bleed again, staining the gauze red. Fortunately, the sulfonamide seemed to be working. Although Zhang Hao's forehead was still burning hot, it hadn't gotten any worse. They desperately needed water, food, and a completely safe place to rest. Exhausted, Chun Mo began searching the room. Behind a worn-out wooden toolbox in the corner, he found an old, dented, army green aluminum kettle. He shook it. Surprisingly, It was still about half full of water. He cautiously tasted it. The water seemed fine. Next, under an overturned cabinet, he found several compressed biscuits wrapped in waxed paper, the outer metal foil torn. Although they looked old, the seal was still intact. This was undoubtedly a godsend. They carefully shared the biscuits, drank some water, and their parched throats and empty stomachs were somewhat soothed, and their strength was restored a little. Brother Imo, where are we now? This hellhole. Can we ever get out of here? Lewin asked, his voice thick with tears and nasal congestion. Having experienced one terrifying ordeal after another, his mind was on the verge of collapse, his eyes unfocused and filled with despair. Chun Imo sat down against a metal frame, shook his head, his face etched with exhaustion and gravity. I don't know, he answered truthfully. The complexity and danger of this underground facility far exceeded his imagination. He took out the yellowed map again and the compass, which had returned to calm, but whose pointer was still trembling slightly. The restricted areas and red crosses on the map seemed to correspond in some way to the main control core/suppressor array area he had glimpsed earlier. A bold, even insane, idea gradually became clear in his mind. That core suppressor was very likely the key facility used to control or suppress those things underground. And the control console they accidentally activated with the compass may have interfered with or even partially shut down this suppression system, leading to the complete awakening and rampage of them. If we could find that core suppressor and find a way to repair it, or at least figure out the situation, would it be possible to regain control of the situation, or even find a way to escape using this chaos? Although it sounds like a fantasy, sitting and waiting for death would inevitably lead to being swallowed up by the spreading terror, or being discovered by the Kunlun soldiers who might reorganize. We have to keep going. Chun Mo's voice was hoarse, but carried an undeniable firmness. He looked at the weakened Zhang Hao and the terrified Li Wan. We must find a way to locate the area where the core suppressor is. That place may be the key to understanding all of this, and it may also be the key to our survival. The road ahead was destined to be fraught with thorns, each step a potential abyss of no return. Was it a path to ultimate salvation or deeper destruction? Chun Imo didn't know the answer, but he knew that staying here meant certain death. After resting for about 10 minutes and recovering some strength, Chun Imo carried Zhang Hao on his back again. The three of them walked to the relatively sturdy metal door of the room. Chun Imo took a deep breath, signaled Li Wan to be quiet, and then slowly and very carefully turned the doorknob. The door hinges creaked slightly as the door was pushed open a crack. Outside lay an even darker, eerily silent corridor, a world entirely different from the maddening inferno below. Only the incessant, low wailing of the distant alarm reminded them that danger still lingered. A new exploration has begun. This time, their goal is no longer merely to escape, but to actively head towards the darkest, most central source of this terrifying storm, the core suppressor, the heart of the forbidden zone. The gears of fate silently turned slowly toward the unknown. Chapter 36, Log Number 7. The door hinges creaked softly and dryly, a sound that, in the deliberately amplified silence, was like a thunderclap. Chun Mo's every movement was frozen, as if he were on ice. He pushed the door open only a crack, and the cold air, thick with the smell of rust, dust, and some indescribable, stale preservative, seeped in like the breath of a ghost. He held his breath, pressed his right eye to the crack, and his heart pounded heavily in his chest. The scene outside was unlike anything they had ever experienced before. It was an unusually wide corridor with a high ceiling, obscured by the dim light, casting large, unsettling shadows. On either side were mottled concrete walls, etched with winding water stains and peeling plaster by time and moisture. Some signs, faded to a pale yellow, hung crookedly, their lettering mostly illegible, only fragments like B7, and no smoking barely legible. Lighting relied on a few scattered emergency lights mounted high on the walls, emitting a bleak, almost morbid blue glow that not only failed to dispel the thick, inky darkness deep within the corridor, but also made the shadows in the corners appear even more distorted and writhing, as if alive. The most suffocating thing here is the silence. A near absolute, deathly silence. as if even the air itself has stopped flowing. Compared to the insane purgatory below, filled with inhuman screams, scraping, and explosions, this place is eerily quiet, as if all sound has been swallowed up and absorbed by the heavy structure and the invisible oppression. However, this deathly silence brings no peace. Instead, it's like a constantly tightening spiderweb, weaving fear into one's heart, foreshadowing some deeper, more unspeakable danger brewing in the darkness. Only the incessant, low hum of the alarm from the far distance, like perpetual background noise, torments the already taut nerves. "How are you, Brother Emo?" Li Wen's voice trembled uncontrollably, almost squeezed out from between his teeth, each word filled with fear on the verge of collapse. Chun Emo slowly pulled his head back, his face so solemn it could drip water. "It's safe for now." He lowered his voice, replying hoarsely, "We can't see anyone, and we can't hear anything from those things." But he added, his sharp eyes sweeping across the ground outside the crack in the door. "But there are footprints on the ground, very messy. I can't tell if they're human or ghost, or if they're new or old." He squeezed through the crack in the door, like a cheetah disappearing into the shadows, quickly and warily scanning both ends of the corridor. The corridor stretched endlessly to the left and right, ultimately swallowed by the endless darkness. He gestured for Li Wen to follow, then, carrying the barely breathing Zhang Hao on his back, chose to go left. This choice made no sense. It was merely a faint intuition deep within him, or perhaps the old compass in his arms, its pointer beneath the glass cover trembling with an unusually anxious frequency, seemed to faintly point in this direction. They pressed themselves against the cold, rough walls, trying to hide themselves in the shadows where the emergency lights couldn't reach, their steps as slow as cats. Each closed metal door they passed was like a silent tombstone, perhaps concealing a deadly trap or a deeper mystery. Chun Emo dared not be careless in the slightest. After passing each door, he would stop, press his ear close to the cold metal, listen intently for a few seconds, and only proceed when he was sure there was only deathly silence behind the door. Most of the rooms along the corridor were locked, their metal doors rusted, and the lettering on the door plates blurred by time. Occasionally, signs like Storage Room 12, Equipment Maintenance Room, and Archives 07 could be discerned. They passed a room with its door wide open, piled high with discarded computer cases and shattered monitors, resembling the graveyard of some early data center, emanating a burnt smell of charred components. Another room's door was ajar. Chun Emo gently pushed it open a wider gap with the tip of his dagger, the beam of his flashlight illuminating the chaotic scene inside the laboratory. Broken beakers and graduated cylinders were scattered everywhere. Several expensive analytical instruments were overturned, and on the inner wall, a patch of dried, dark brown, radially splattered, suspicious stain was a shocking sight. "Ugh!" Zhang Hao, on Chun Mo's back, let out a suppressed groan. The high fever and blood loss caused him to drift into unconsciousness and regain a sliver of consciousness. "Water, so cold," he mumbled incoherently, his body trembling involuntarily on Chun Mo's back. Chun Emo immediately stopped and carefully set Zhang Hao down in a relatively secluded corner shaded by two load-bearing pillars. He touched Zhang Hao's forehead. It was still frighteningly hot. He took out a water bottle and carefully fed Zhang Hao a few small sips of the little water left, then used the previously soaked cloth strips to try and cool him down. They needed to find a safer place and possible medical supplies as soon as possible. Zhang Hao's condition was rapidly deteriorating. "Brother Emo, look over there." Just then, Li Wen, who had been nervously observing the front, suddenly lowered his voice and pointed to the end of the corridor with a hint of barely perceptible surprise. Chun Emo looked in the direction he pointed. At the end of the corridor, there seemed to be no longer a repetitive room door, but a more open space. Moreover, from that direction, a very faint but continuous, low-pitched, humming sound could be heard. This sound was completely different from the alarm that symbolized chaos in the distance. It was more stable, more regular, and more like the low rumble of some large piece of equipment running continuously. Equipment is operating. This means there might be an independent energy system, or even a section of this massive underground facility that is still barely functioning. A faint glimmer of hope quietly ignited in Chunmo's heart. He immediately perked up, signaling Li Wan to remain absolutely silent, and quickened his pace toward the end of the corridor. The closer he got, the clearer the buzzing sound became, and a faint, ozone-like odor, similar to that after a lightning strike, began to permeate the air, mixed with a barely perceptible, disinfectant smell. At the end of the corridor was a standard T-junction. Directly opposite them was a massive, double-leaf metal door, heavy and a deep, somber gray. A huge red valve wheel, requiring several people to turn, sat on the door, clearly locked. The door panel was painted in striking, though slightly peeling, but still glaring red paint. High energy zone unauthorized entry prohibited. Next to it, in the same red paint, was a huge, bold, and powerful three-winged flame symbol. This door, like a silent giant, blocked all prying eyes. Behind it lay likely the location of the core suppressor mentioned in the map and logbook. The passageway from which the buzzing sound came was located on the right side of the T-junction. This passageway was quite different in style from the main corridor. The walls were made of smooth, silver-gray metal, giving it a modern and professional look. The floor was made of non-slip metal grating, and every so often, a wall lamp emitted a soft, steady blue light, illuminating the path leading deeper into the passage, as if inviting, yet also warning. Chunmo hesitated briefly. Behind that tightly closed, sealed door, the truth and the key to solving the problem were very likely hidden, but it was clearly impossible to force his way through. The passage on the right, with its lights and the sounds of equipment, might provide more clues about the facility or lead to other paths to the core area, but it might also conceal unknown dangers. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to explore the right-hand passage first. At least there was light and the sound of equipment. Perhaps they could find some useful supplies or information. They cautiously stepped into this modern passage. The sound of their footsteps echoed slightly on the metal-grated floor, sounding particularly clear in the relatively enclosed space. On both sides of the passage were observation windows embedded in the walls, but the inside of the window glass was either covered with a thick layer of dust or seemed to be contaminated or obscured from the inside by some dark substance, making it impossible to see what was inside. Only the deep, humming sound, seemingly originating from beneath the walls and floor, was omnipresent, creating a strange sense of oppression. After walking about 20 or 30 meters, an ordinary metal door appeared at the end of the passage, without any obvious lock. Chunmo pushed it gently, and the door opened easily. Inside was a room that resembled a central control room. The room wasn't large, but it felt quite cramped. The most striking feature was the wall-to-wall display of dozens of small monitoring screens. However, at this moment, over 95% of them were completely black, lifeless. Only 2 or 3 screens stubbornly flickered with meaningless static or displayed constantly distorted, unreadable waveforms, emitting an ominous electronic noise. Below the screen wall was a row of complex control panels, covered with various buttons, knobs, and indicator lights, all now covered in a thick layer of dust, many cables detached from their connectors and hanging haphazardly on the floor. In the center of the room was a large, equally dusty sand table, seemingly a miniature model of the entire underground facility, but many key parts were damaged or obscured by the thick layer of dust. The smell of ozone in the air was even stronger here. Chunmo's gaze swept across the room like a searchlight, finally settling on an inconspicuous corner of the control panel. There, half buried beneath a pile of yellowed discarded printer paper and tangled black cables, lay a thick notebook with a severely worn and even cracked leather cover. A sudden premonition compelled him to step forward immediately, carefully pushing aside the clutter to pull out the journal. The cover had no title, only a blurry, gold-embossed number, 7. He quickly and cautiously opened it. The paper was yellowed and brittle, the handwriting old-fashioned blue-black ink penmanship, somewhat hasty due to the writer's haste. He skipped the first few pages filled with complex parameters, data charts, and obscure technical terms, and went straight to the latter half of the log, where the entries seemed to focus more on personal observations and event descriptions. March 28th. The resonant frequency of the Camelot sample once again exhibited abnormal peak fluctuations, far exceeding the safety threshold. The stability reading of the core suppression field has dropped to 67%, a record low. The deep monitoring system captured an astonishingly strong, anomalous acoustic signal. And preliminary pattern analysis indicates its structure is complex and could not have been generated by any known geological activity or equipment interference. What kind of monster is being kept deep within the prism? April 5th. Another incident. 2 Class D personnel responsible for maintaining the lower-level pipelines went missing during a routine inspection. The search team only found protective suits torn to shreds by immense force deep inside the pipeline, and some highly decomposed organic residue that could not be identified using current biological knowledge. The official investigation report hastily concluded a sudden abnormal air pressure incident inside the pipeline. What utter bullshit. We all heard it. What came out of the ventilation ducts that day wasn't the sound of air pressure at all. It was scraping and whispering coming from inside the rock. April 12th. Drive Anderson. He's finished. After working continuously for 36 hours analyzing the latest radiation spectrum data of Camelot, he suddenly had a mental breakdown, smashed the terminal, and kept talking nonsense, repeatedly muttering things like, "The light is lying, the shadows are moving, and don't look into their eyes." He was forcibly injected with sedatives and taken away by security forces. The atmosphere in the laboratory was more tense than ever before, and everyone's face was filled with fear and suspicion. April 20th. The highest directive was finally issued, codenamed Crimson Protocol. Its contents were unbelievable. It required our technical department to reduce the energy output level of the core suppressor in stages and in a controlled manner, under the guise of observing the natural evolutionary behavior of samples under weak constraints and collecting data. This was utterly insane. We couldn't even fully guarantee its stability under strong constraints. This wasn't scientific research. It was self-destruction. April 22nd. The suppressive field strength has dropped below 30%. Communication and monitoring with all areas below have been completely cut off. The signal is blocked by a powerful bioelectric field. Strange scraping sounds, dragging sounds, and what sound like many people whispering at the same time have begun to frequently echo in the ventilation ducts and even inside the walls. The main power system has experienced several unexplained intermittent failures, and emergency lights have become the norm. We have been ordered to stay at our posts, but I know in my heart that we have all been abandoned. From the very beginning, this was a devilish experiment destined to end in utter destruction. In the last few pages of the diary, the handwriting became extremely frantic and distorted, as if the writer was in a state of extreme fear and despair, the force almost tearing through the paper. They're here. They can pass through physical barriers. Walls and doors can't stop them. All the lights are flashing wildly. Don't believe the light you see. It might be a trap. And don't listen to the sounds. They're mimicking us, mimicking our words, trying to lure us out. The core suppressor is about to completely fail. The energy readings are plummeting. Someone must manually restart the core. But the only main passage leading to the core control room is completely blocked by those things. I am the recorder of log number 7, and possibly the last recorder. God, if you still exist, please bless us. Or, please just destroy us completely and cleanly, and stop this hellish torment from continuing. The log entry ends abruptly here, with several dark red fingerprints resembling dried blood on the last page. Chun Mo slowly closed the logbook, feeling a bone-chilling cold instantly surge from his tailbone up his spine to the top of his head, his scalp tingling, and his blood seemingly freezing. This logbook not only confirmed his worst suspicions, but also revealed the appalling truth and unimaginable horror behind the Prism project. The sample, known as Camelot, was simply an incomprehensible and extremely dangerous anomaly. And the monsters underground, referred to as them, were products of this sample's evolution or breeding after the suppressive field weakened. The so-called Crimson Protocol was nothing more than a cold-blooded, ultimate observational experiment that came at the cost of all its personnel. The most crucial and despairing piece of information is that there seems to be a glimmer of hope that the core suppressor can be manually restarted, but the only main passage leading to the core chamber has been completely occupied or destroyed by them. Just as Chun Mo was reeling from the overwhelming amount of terrifying information, Li Wan, who had been nervously keeping watch by the door, suddenly let out an extremely suppressed scream, as if he had been choked. He scrambled back to the center of the room, his face ashen, his pupils dilated to their limit with extreme fear. Pointing towards the door, his lips trembling so much they could barely form a sentence. Mo, brother Mo, outside. There's movement. Lots of green lights. At the other end of the passage. Heading this way. Chun Mo froze, as if doused with ice water, instantly snapping out of his shock. He rushed to the door, hid behind the door frame, and cautiously peered out. Deep within the passageway on the right, in the darkness rendered eerily by the blue wall lamps, pairs of eerie green, will-o'-the-wisps had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. They were densely packed, flickering erratically. At first glance, there appeared to be at least a dozen pairs, perhaps even more. These lights were not stationary. Rather, they were moving steadily towards the control room with a slow, silent, yet patient, hunting-like pace. Almost simultaneously, the previously stable and low-pitched, humming sound of the equipment operating in the tunnel suddenly changed abnormally. The frequency of the sound became unstable, fluctuating between high and low, and a new, extremely subtle but extremely uncomfortable noise was mixed in as if countless hard, tiny claws were constantly scraping the inner wall of the metal pipe. The bloody warning in the log, the eerie and terrifying green light before their eyes, and the strange sounds that suddenly appeared in the environment, all these signs were like cold needles piercing their nerves, clearly declaring that deadly danger was rapidly approaching from the depths of the passage they had just stepped into. We can't stay here any longer. Chun Mo made a decisive decision, his voice hoarse with tension. Go back. Quickly. Find another way. He yanked Li Wan, who was nearly paralyzed with fear, to his feet, and at the same time, quickly hoisted the dazed Zhang Hao onto his back. With all his might, the three of them staggered out of the control room and ran desperately toward the T-junction they had come from. The metal grating floor echoed rapidly and chaotically beneath their feet, each step like a drumbeat against their own heart. However, when they rushed back to the T-junction, panting, they were plunged into even deeper despair. From the depths of the dark, deathly main corridor they had come from, faint yet even more chilling sounds were now faintly emanating a dense rustling sound, like countless arthropods crawling, interspersed with the sticky sound of something wet and slippery rubbing against the ground, slowly spreading closer from afar. With unknown, eerie green lights blocking their path ahead and strange crawling sounds surrounding them from behind, the three of them, along with the severely injured Zhang Hao, were completely trapped at this T-junction, facing a truly hopeless situation with no way to escape. Cold sweat beaded on Chun Mo's forehead, his breathing rapid, his gaze frantically scanning the limited options like a trapped beast. Finally, his eyes, fixed and almost desperately resolute, fixed on the tightly closed metal door directly in front of the T-junction, a symbol of ultimate taboo. The road to the core room is blocked. These are the last messages left by the log keeper with his life. But at this moment, has this door become their only and last choice in their despair? Even if there is an even deeper hell behind the door, it is better than being immediately swallowed up by the terror from both sides. Behind that heavy door, painted with blood-red symbols, will they find the final answer, or an eternal, even darker nightmare? Chun Mo gritted his teeth, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. He put Zhang Hao down and yelled at Li Wan. Help me hold Haozi. Let's try this door. Chapter 37 Life or Death. When Chun Mo's fingertips touched the cold metal surface of the massive, sealed door, an indescribable chill instantly coursed through his body. It wasn't just a physical temperature drop. It was a chill that seemed to emanate from an ancient abyss, carrying the aura of death. The huge red, three-winged flame, symbol on the door, under the eerie blue light of the emergency lamps, seemed to faintly shimmer with a dark red glow, like blood that hadn't yet dried. Help me support Haozi. Chun Mo growled at Li Wan, who was pale and almost unable to stand. Li Wen snapped out of his daze and quickly used all his strength to support the dazed Zhang Hao from the other side. Chun Mo gripped the massive, red-valve wheel with both hands, a wheel that required the combined effort of several people to turn. The wheel was rusty and icy cold. He took a deep breath, pressed all his weight and strength onto it, pushed off the ground with his feet, and twisted it sharply with his waist. Creak squeak. A sickening metallic scraping sound suddenly rang out, unusually jarring in the deathly silent corridor. The roulette wheel was extremely heavy and seemed to be jammed due to years of disrepair. Chun Mo used all his strength, but could only make it turn a tiny bit, the rough edges chafing the skin of his palms until they bled. Damn it, Chun Mo cursed, letting go of the door and panting heavily. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to open the door, let alone turn it much. Brother Mo, the sound behind. The sound behind. Li Wen's voice was choked with sobs as he turned around in terror to look into the depths of the main corridor. The rustling, crawling sounds and the wet, rubbing noises grew clearer and clearer, as if they were right next to him. Meanwhile, in the right-hand passage, the eerie green lights were moving much faster and getting closer. You could even vaguely see blurry, distorted outlines behind them. Life or death hung in the balance. Chun Mo's eyes frantically scanned the area around the door frame, searching for any possible mechanisms or weak points. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on an inconspicuous electronic panel with a numeric keypad and card slots on the right side of the door frame. Although the panel was dusty and the indicator lights were off, this meant that in addition to the mechanical lock, this door had once had an electronic locking system. Electronic locks, if the power is not completely interrupted. A crazy thought flashed through Chun Mo's mind. He suddenly remembered the compass in his arms that could resonate with the ancient equipment. If it could activate the control panel below, what about this electronic lock? Even if there was only a sliver of hope. He quickly pulled out the old-fashioned compass. As soon as it left his chest, the needle began to tremble erratically again. Without thinking, he pressed the bottom of the compass directly into the slot on the electronic panel. No response. Chun Mo's heart sank. Had he guessed wrong? Just when he was almost in despair, the trembling pointer under the glass dome in the center of the compass suddenly stopped and pointed firmly to a certain point on the panel. Immediately afterwards, the compass itself seemed to vibrate slightly, and a faint, almost imperceptible warm current flowed from the compass into Chun Mo's palm. At the same time, on the already dim electronic panel, a tiny green indicator light, representing backup power, flickered faintly. Although it was only for a moment, it was like a firefly in the darkness. There's hope, Chun Mo roared inwardly. He immediately pressed the compass firmly against the area indicated on the panel, while simultaneously gripping the heavy valve wheel again with his other hand. Creak, boom. This time, the roulette wheel was no longer completely still, with Chun Mo twisting it with all his might, accompanied by an even louder roar, as if internal mechanisms were being forcibly activated. The huge roulette wheel began to slowly turn. Although it was still heavy, it was no longer completely jammed. It moved. It moved. Li Wen also saw hope and shouted excitedly. Chun Mo gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat pouring down like a stream. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his hands, he poured all his will and strength into his arms. Click, 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 tap. A series of dull, clicking sounds came from inside the door. Immediately afterward, the huge, sealed door let out a slight hissing sound, and the originally tight rubber seal at the door gap deformed slightly, allowing a colder stream of air, carrying a strong smell of rust and dust, to rush out from the gap. The door opened. Although it was only a narrow gap, it was enough for someone to squeeze in sideways. Quick, get in, Chun Mo roared, squeezing through the crack in the door first. Then he immediately turned around and, together with Li Wen, dragged the almost unconscious Zhang Hao in as well. Just as Zhang Hao's body was dragged into the door, the terror from both sides of the corridor was already closing in. Deep in the main corridor, a dark, surging shadow reached the intersection, a torrent of bizarre, insect-like creatures, each the size of a fist, with shells gleaming with a dark metallic sheen and countless thin legs. They emitted a dense, crackling sound, their compound eyes flashing with a greedy red light. At the entrance to the passage on the right, the eerie green lights finally revealed their true forms, several monsters, the size of large dogs, but with extremely distorted shapes. They had no distinct facial features. Their entire heads seemed to be a constantly writhing, translucent gel emitting a green glow. Their bodies were emaciated, covered with sparse, stiff hair, and their limbs were like withered tree branches, ending in sharp bone claws. They emitted a low, gurgling sound, as if coming from underwater. Two terrifying torrents collided at the T-junction, but instead of attacking each other immediately, they seemed to have reached some strange tacit understanding, simultaneously turning their gaze to the sealed door that had just been cracked open, and behind the crack, to the three vibrant signs of life. Close the door. Chun Mo and Li Wen used all their strength to push the heavy door open together. The monsters outside let out sharp hisses and roars, charging madly towards the crack in the door. Several monstrous insects at the forefront tried to squeeze in, but Chun Mo reacted quickly, smashing them to pieces with his dagger. A green, dotted monster extended tentacle-like limbs and thrust them violently into the crack in the door. Bang! At the critical moment, the heavy metal door was held shut by the two men's shoulders. The monster's tentacle-like limbs were snapped off outside the door, green, viscous liquid spurting from the cut and making a sizzling corrosion sound. Frenzied banging and roars came from outside the door, but the sealed door was far more sturdy than expected, only trembling slightly, firmly keeping all the terror out. The three collapsed onto the floor inside the door, gasping for breath, their hearts pounding in their chests. The chilling sound outside lasted for more than 10 seconds, then gradually faded away, seemingly unable to penetrate the barrier, and was eventually replaced by deathly silence once more. They were safe for the time being, but at the cost, they had entered a completely unknown, absolutely forbidden zone designated as a high-energy area. Chun Mo struggled to his feet and raised his tactical flashlight to illuminate his surroundings. The space inside the door was vast, beyond imagination. They seemed to be standing on the edge of a massive circular platform. The platform was constructed of thick metal, with non-slip mesh underfoot. In the center of the platform was a bottomless, enormous vertical shaft, probably tens of meters in diameter, its walls made of smooth alloy. Looking down, there was only an all-encompassing darkness, as if it led straight to the Earth's core. A strong, cold wind, carrying the heavy smell of engine oil and ozone, blew upwards from the depths of the shaft, making a whooshing sound. On the circular platform surrounding the shaft, there were control consoles, instrument panels, and a massive, now dormant robotic arm. Many pieces of equipment were covered in thick dust, and some showed obvious signs of damage and burning, as if they had survived some violent energy impact. The entire space was lit by powerful searchlights installed very high above the shaft walls, but most of them were broken, with only a few still working, casting lonely, pale beams of light that cut eerie shadows between the endless darkness and the massive shadows of the equipment. The air here was not only icy cold, but also carried a faint but persistent ionizing sensation that sent a slight tingling sensation through the skin. The deep, buzzing sound became even clearer here, its source seemingly emanating from the abyss beneath one's feet. Where is this? Li Wen stammered, looking at the vast space before him that resembled a scene from a science fiction movie, his fear mixed with awe. Chun Mo didn't answer. His gaze was drawn to a series of enormous display screens on the inner wall of the platform. While most screens were black, the largest one flickered intermittently, displaying extremely complex, constantly scrolling data and waveforms, with a striking red title at the top. Core Suppressor Array Status Monitoring. Overall Suppressive Force Field Strength. 8.7%, Critical. Energy Core Output, Unstable. Biosignal Activity Index, Extremely High, Deep Wellbore. System Alert, Multiple nodes have failed. Manual restart of the protocol is required for activation. 8.7%. It's definitely on the verge of collapse. Chun Mo's heart sank. The manual restart protocol mentioned in the log, is this where it's executed? He gripped the wall and carefully explored forward along the circular platform. Zhang Hao's condition was deteriorating, and he needed to find a solution as soon as possible. In front of a relatively intact control panel with a lit screen, he found a plug-in interface that resembled a USB flash drive but had an unusual shape, with a label next to it that read Protocol Key. The key? Where did they get the key? Chun Mo instinctively reached for the compass in his pocket again. Could this compass be not only a key, but also a secret key? He tried bringing the compass close to the interface. Sure enough, the compass produced a faint vibration and warmth again, and the previously gray key detected message on the control panel instantly turned green. Authentication successful. Legacy Protocol 7 permission. Manual restart sequence ready. Warning. This operation carries a high risk and may cause unpredictable consequences. Please ensure that the operator has received the relevant training. Two options appeared on the screen. Cancel and start manual restart sequence. Start or cancel. Activating it might temporarily suppress them below, giving them a chance to survive, but it could also trigger a more violent loss of control, like last time, or directly destroy this fragile system. Canceling it means waiting for the suppressive field to completely disappear, at which point endless monsters will surge out from below, and they will surely die. This is a death question with no right answer. Chun Mo glanced back at the dying Zhang Hao and the terrified Li Wan, then at the bottomless well beneath his feet, which seemed to harbor countless malices. His gaze gradually hardened. There is no turning back. He took a deep breath, extended a trembling but resolute finger, and tapped the red Start Manual Restart Sequence button on the screen. Sequence initiated. Countdown, 10-9. The control panel emitted a cold, electronic tone. The entire platform shuddered violently. A deep, rumbling sound, like a giant engine starting up, echoed from the depths of the shaft. The indicator lights on the platform, which had been off, began to light up one by one, emitting different colors of light. The several enormous searchlights surrounding the shaft walls also hummed, projecting even more dazzling beams of light, illuminating a small portion of the abyss. 8, 7, 6. The low hum deep within the well suddenly intensified, turning into an angry roar. Within the beam of light, countless enormous, twisted shadows could be vaguely seen writhing and climbing frantically on the well walls. It was as if the entire abyss had been disturbed. 5, 4, 3. The platform beneath their feet shook even more violently, as if it might disintegrate at any moment. Chun Mo gripped the control panel tightly, while Li Wan clung to Zhang Hao. 2-1 reboot. As the last electronic warning sound faded, the control panel screen was instantly covered by a blinding red alarm. Warning. Energy overload. Suppression field reverse polarization. Warning. High-intensity bioenergy resonance detected. System crash. System crash. Boom. An indescribable, earth-shattering roar erupted from the deepest part of the shaft. The entire platform shook and tilted violently, as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Chun Mo and the other two were thrown out and crashed heavily onto the cold metal floor. Inside the well, an indescribable, massive beam of energy, a mixture of eerie green, dark red, and deathly white, shot skyward from the bottom of the abyss like a volcanic eruption. Wherever the beam passed, the alloy of the well walls was instantly melted and vaporized. A terrifying energy storm swept across the entire space. Li Wan let out a shrill scream. His eyes were burned by the blinding light, and he covered his face with his hands. Chun Mo was blinded by the intense light, but he clung tightly to a sturdy metal railing to avoid being blown off course by the powerful gust of wind. He felt an indescribable surge of energy, filled with malice and destruction, sweep over his body like a tsunami, as if to tear his very soul apart. The beam of light lasted for about 10 seconds before suddenly disappearing. But what followed was not calm, but deathly silence, and, from the bottom of the abyss, a sigh that was clearer, closer, and filled with an indescribable ancient and majestic sound. It was as if something that had been dormant for billions of years was completely disturbed by this clumsy reboot, and slowly opened its eyes. Chun Mo struggled to lift his head and look at the well shaft that was once again swallowed by darkness. His heart was filled with unprecedented fear and a strange, eerie awe. They seemed to have unleashed something far more terrifying than those monsters. Chapter 38: The Guide to Awakening. That sigh, seemingly from eternity, filled with indescribable majesty and silence, left behind a deathly stillness after its invisible ripples swept across the room. Chun Mo shook his buzzing head, the distorted light from the intense sunlight burning his retina and the piercing ringing in his ears intertwined. But neither could compare to the chill brought by that sigh, which was directly imprinted into the depths of his soul. It was a coldness that touched existence itself, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He struggled, feeling as if his bones had been torn apart and then barely pieced back together, each joint groaning in pain. The cold, rough metal floor sent a chill through his thin clothing. He forced himself to pull his attention back from the extreme physical discomfort, and the immense shock to his mind's survival was the top priority right now. He first looked at his companion. Zhang Hao remained unconscious, his once resolute face now deathly pale, his lips cracked and purple, his weak breathing almost imperceptible, and the rise and fall of his chest so faint it was heartbreaking. The makeshift bandages at his wounds were already soaked with blood and dust, emitting a foul odor. The situation was rapidly deteriorating. Without effective medical assistance soon, the consequences would be unimaginable. A few steps away, Li Wen was in equally dire condition. He was curled up, his hands tightly covering his eyes, tears mixed with possible tissue fluid seeping through his fingers. His body trembled uncontrollably from the excruciating pain and fear, emitting suppressed, intermittent whimpers. The burns from the bright light, in this dark and oppressive environment lacking medical care, were undoubtedly a double blow, practically sealing his fate. Li Wen, listen, hold on, don't rub your eyes. Chen Mo's voice was terribly hoarse. He moved closer and grabbed Li Wen's shoulders tightly, feeling the stiffness in the other's muscles and the coldness through his clothes. It might be temporary. Stay calm and try not to move your eyes. Brother Mo, it's over. I can't see anything. It's all black. Li Wen's voice was filled with utter despair and collapse. Fear had consumed his reason. No, trust me. Chen Mo could only try his best to reassure them, though his own heart was heavy. He quickly checked their location. The circular platform was too open, with a towering dome overhead, hidden in darkness, and a bottomless shaft beneath their feet. All around were cold metal walls and massive, silent machines. The sigh he'd just heard and the intense feeling of being watched made him feel like prey exposed in the wilderness, utterly insecure. His sharp gaze swept across the inner side of the platform. There were several tightly closed metal doors, their indistinct markings barely discernible under the dim blue emergency lights. One door, in particular, looked exceptionally heavy, its material clearly different from the others, and was marked in striking red paint. Core Control Room, highest authority. That's it. Chen Mo made the judgment instantly. The Core Control Room, as the name suggests, should be the central hub of this area, and its structural strength and protection level must be the highest. Moreover, it is very likely that it contains crucial information about this strange place, about Camelot and the suppressor, and might even hold clues to finding a way out or saving Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao and Li Wen needed to be settled first. His gaze swept across the platform, and near the heavy metal door, he spotted a recessed equipment maintenance hatch at the edge. The hatch was ajar, and the space inside was cramped, filled with discarded tools and tangled cables, but enough for two people to hide temporarily. More importantly, it was relatively enclosed, which could, to some extent, isolate them from the tingling aftershocks of the energy and the omnipresent, eerie gaze. Li Wen, help me! Chen Mo shouted, using all his strength to lift the heavy Zhang Hao and half drag, half carry him toward the maintenance cabin. Although blind and terrified, Li Wen's survival instinct kept him going, and he stumbled after Chen Mo. After cramming the two into the cramped maintenance bay, Chen Mo quickly said, "Stay here and absolutely do not make a sound, no matter what noise you hear. I'm going to the control room to find a way out and some medicine." Li Wen nodded blankly, hugging his knees tightly and shrinking into a corner, as if only in this way could he gain a sliver of security. Chen Mo gently closed the hatch, leaving only a crack for ventilation. Having done all this, Chen Mo took a deep breath of the cold air, thick with the smells of rusty metal, ozone, and some indescribable musty odor. He gripped the dagger in his hand and walked towards the heavy metal door that marked the core control room. The door had an electronic lock, but the panel was dull and lifeless, seemingly malfunctioning due to the massive energy impact just moments before. He pushed hard, and the door slid open to one side with a dull thud. The scene inside the door contrasted sharply with the grandeur and ruggedness of the platform outside. The space was relatively small, yet it felt exceptionally precise and oppressive. The air seemed more stagnant, carrying a stronger smell of instrument coolant and static electricity. In the center of the room was a huge hemispherical control panel, its surface covered with countless buttons, knobs, and long extinguished indicator lights, surrounded by multiple displays of varying sizes. At this moment, most of the screens were black, except for the largest one in the very center, which emitted an ominous, eerie blue light. Chen Mo cautiously approached. The glowing screen displayed an extremely complex, slowly rotating three-dimensional structure. It resembled neither any known molecular model nor mechanical blueprints, but rather a topological mapping of an energy field. Countless tiny points of light and flowing lines formed a dizzying, bizarre pattern with a certain non-Euclidean geometric beauty. Beside it, a massive stream of data flowed rapidly like a waterfall, filled with symbols and parameters that Chun Mo completely couldn't understand. His gaze was drawn to the enormous observation window on the wall directly opposite the control panel. The window was made of unusually thick special glass, or some kind of more robust transparent material, and outside was a deep darkness that seemed to absorb all light. His heart raced uncontrollably. Chun Mo held his breath, leaned closer to the observation window, and shone the beam of his tactical flashlight into the glass. A beam of light pierced the darkness, revealing the scene behind the window, a vast, spherical, enclosed space. At the center of this space, instead of the menacing monster or complex high-tech equipment he had anticipated, there was one egg. An egg of staggering size. Estimated to be over 5 meters in diameter, its surface was exceptionally smooth, possessing a texture neither gold nor jade. Inside, intricate, dark golden patterns seemed to flow slowly like liquid. It hovered silently in the center of a spherical space, without any visible support, as if in a state of absolute weightlessness. The shimmering patterns on the eggshell's surface pulsated at an extremely slow, yet ancient rhythm, emanating a faint, awe-inspiring aura, the same one that had accompanied the earlier sigh. This is Sample Camelot. Not a monster, not a physical entity, but an egg? Chen Mo felt a strong wave of dizziness and cognitive shock. What kind of life form would require such a massive underground facility and such a powerful suppressive field to seal off an egg? What exactly is gestating within this egg? Was that sigh from the life within the egg, or something else? His gaze swept over the control panel next to the observation window. Above a particularly conspicuous button, covered by a red protective shield, was the label Emergency Purification Protocol Last Resort. Next to the button was a keyhole that required 2 physical keys to be inserted simultaneously. This was clearly a suicidal, mutually assured destruction procedure. Next to the keyboard on the main console, Chun Mo found a carefully placed logbook with a black leather cover. The gold lettering on the cover was clearly visible. Prism Project Supreme Commander's log, top secret. He took a deep breath, as if gathering enough courage, before opening the journal that might record the origin and end of everything. The handwriting was clear and neat, revealing the writer's consistent calmness and orderliness, but between the lines, there was an increasingly strong sense of anxiety and a kind of resolute determination as the final moment approached. Day 1273 of the project. Camelot's activity cycle has once again shown an abnormally shortened period, with the peak resonant frequency continuously exceeding the safety threshold. The stability reading of the suppression force field has dropped to 67%, a record low. The advisory group has jointly submitted a warning report, pointing out that the risks of continuing the current observation plan have far exceeded acceptable levels, and its potential impact on the surrounding space-time structure is unpredictable. Day 1301. The first attempt at active contact ended in catastrophic failure. After establishing an initial connection, The consciousness of the three top psychopaths was instantly overwhelmed by an incomprehensible flood of information, plunging them into an irreversible deep coma. The last fragmented messages they transmitted, when analyzed, contained the following phrases: ancient, sleep, a pact with the stars, echoes. We began to realize that what we were facing might not be any kind of life form based on carbon or silicon. Day 1350. The Crimson Protocol was formally put on the agenda by the Supreme Council. Serious divisions arose internally. One group, led by the Security Department, advocated initiating the final purification procedure to completely destroy the sample before it fully awakened or underwent uncontrollable mutations, thus preventing future troubles. Another group, including myself, believed that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for human civilization to touch upon the deeper mysteries of the universe. Although the risks were enormous, the knowledge it contained was invaluable. The debate was extremely intense, almost to the point of a complete break. Day 1400. The Supreme Council issued the final directive: execute the first phase of the Crimson Protocol, that is, gradually reduce the energy output level of the core suppressor in a controlled manner, observe the natural evolution behavior of the sample in a weakly constrained environment, and collect all data. I voted against it, but I was outnumbered and powerless to reverse the situation. As a precaution, I secretly ordered the preparation of an independent final purification initiation procedure, with the two physical keys kept separately by me and the security chief. Hopefully, we will never need to use them. On the last page of the log, the handwriting became noticeably hurried and messy, as if the writer was racing against time. The suppressive field strength has fallen below the 40% critical threshold. The lower levels are completely out of contact. Monitoring signals are being interfered with and blocked by a powerful energy field with distinct biological characteristics. Strange scraping sounds, dragging footsteps, and what sound like many people whispering are beginning to frequently echo in the ventilation ducts and even inside the walls. The main power system has experienced multiple unexplained, intermittent, large-scale failures, and emergency lighting has become the norm. We have been strictly ordered to stay at our posts, but I know in my heart that we have all been abandoned. From the very beginning, this has been a mad scientific gamble destined to end in utter destruction. I must leave this final record. If anyone who comes after me is fortunate or unfortunate to find this place, please remember, Camelot itself may not be evil. It is simply entirely different from us. Its mode of existence, its level of consciousness, is far beyond our comprehension. The Crimson Protocol was an act of utter suicide. It shattered the fragile balance. If the core suppressor ultimately fails completely, the only possible, but perhaps futile, option is to activate the final purification. The key, the other one is. The writing abruptly stopped here, leaving the last sentence unfinished and a suffocating suspense. Chun Mo closed the logbook, feeling a heavy chill spread from his feet throughout his body, as if his blood were about to freeze. The cruelty and grandeur of the truth far exceeded his initial imagination. The target of the Prism Project's imprisonment and research was not a biological weapon or energy entity at all, but an incomprehensible ancient being from the depths of space, possibly related to the fundamental laws of the universe. And the Crimson Protocol was a reckless and insane adventure by humanity's high command, and everything they were now experiencing was the catastrophic consequence of that failed adventure. Final purification, those two keys. The log author kept one, the other with the security chief. Where is that security chief now? Has he also become one of those monsters outside? Or has he long since turned to dust? Just as Chun Mo was in a state of utter confusion, the slightly warm, yellowed map in his arms suddenly became scalding hot. He quickly took it out, and saw that next to the cover symbol representing their current location on the map, the previously blank space had slowly revealed a line of delicate and clear handwriting, as if invisible ink had been heated. Searching for the hibernation pod, the girl. Next to the handwriting, there was a simple arrow pointing clearly to the other side of the control room, to a very inconspicuous small gray door that blended almost into the color of the walls. A girl? A hibernation pod? In this hellish core control room? Chun Mo was deeply shocked. The mystery of this map was highlighted once again. It not only guided the way, but also seemed to be directing him to find a specific person or object. Who left these words? Was it a hint from friendly forces, or another carefully laid trap? And who was that girl? Why was she here? There was no time for hesitation or doubt. Zhang Hao's life was slipping away. Li Wen's condition was precarious, and the danger outside could break through that door at any moment. Chun Mo gritted his teeth and, following the map's directions, walked to the small gray door. The door wasn't locked. It opened with a gentle push. Behind the door was a narrow but exceptionally clean room, a stark contrast to the dust-covered control room outside. The air carried a faint smell of disinfectant and the pleasant fragrance of condensate. In the center of the room stood a cylindrical hibernation pod filled with a transparent nutrient solution. Inside the hibernation pod, a girl dressed in a pristine white lab coat floated silently. She appeared to be about 15 or 16 years old, her face as delicate as a doll's, her skin appearing translucent and white under the refraction of the liquid, and her long, jet-black hair swaying gently in the nutrient solution like seaweed. Her eyes were closed, her expression serene, as if she were immersed in the deepest dream. However, Chun Mo inexplicably felt that this face was somewhat familiar, a distant and vague sense of familiarity, as if her shadow had once flickered in the depths of his memory. On the control panel of the hibernation pod, most of the indicator lights were off, with only a few lights representing the life support system still flashing a faint, warning red light, indicating that their energy was about to run out. To save her or not to save her? The girl who appeared in the absolute core area is a mystery, her purpose unknown. Waking her up might bring a new turning point, or it might unleash an even more terrifying danger. But looking at the girl's peaceful sleeping face in the pod, and the seemingly urgent guidance on the map, Chun Mo took a deep breath and made a decision. He quickly checked the control panel of the hibernation pod and found the option to manually release and wake up the device. The complex password verification procedure seemed to have failed due to the system crash. This might be his only chance. He pressed the start button. Laugh! With a soft sound, the liquid inside the hibernation pod began to drain rapidly, the level dropping steadily to reveal more of the girl's body. The hatch slowly slid open, releasing a rush of cold air carrying a distinctive chemical scent. As the last drop of liquid drained away, the girl's long eyelashes trembled violently, as if she were struggling to awaken from a long, slumbering sleep. Slowly, very slowly, she opened her eyes. At that moment, Chun Mo held his breath. Those were eyes, indescribable in any worldly language. The pupils were a nearly transparent light gray, yet in their deepest recesses, they seemed to hold countless tiny starlight, dazzling and profound. Her gaze was crystal clear, devoid of the confusion of someone just awakened or the fear of the unfamiliar surroundings, only a profound, unfathomable calm that seemed to see through everything, and a barely perceptible weariness born of experience. Her gaze fell on Chun Mo, seemingly unsurprised, as if she had anticipated his arrival. Her lips parted slightly, producing a clear, ethereal sound, dry from not speaking for a long time, yet strangely resonating directly in Chun Mo's heart, as if not transmitted through the air, but a direct exchange of consciousness. You finally arrived. Chun Mo was filled with shock and instinctively took a half-step back, holding the dagger horizontally in front of his chest, staring at her warily. Who are you? What are you doing here? What do you mean by finally here? The girl didn't answer immediately, but tried to move her weak body. She used her arms to support herself against the bulkhead and managed to sit up. She looked around the small clean room, her gaze sweeping over the stopped equipment, before finally returning to Chun Mo's face. A complex emotion flickered in her eyes, like nostalgia, deep sorrow, and a sigh of relief. My name is Zero. Her voice was still soft, but every word was crystal clear, reaching straight to the heart. This is the code name they gave me. I am the first and the last contact of the PRISM program. Chapter 39: The Truth About the Contacts. Contact person? Chun Mo frowned, the dagger still held horizontally in front of his chest, watching the girl who had just awakened and called herself Zero warily. This word immediately reminded him of the experts mentioned in the log who had fallen into a coma during contact attempts. What did you contact? Camelot. Ling Wei nodded slightly, her movements somewhat slow, as if she was still adjusting to her body, which hadn't been active for a long time. She held onto the edge of the hibernation pod, trying to stand, but her legs gave way, and she almost fell. Chun Mo instinctively reached out to support her, his touch revealing an unusual coldness and weakness. Thank you. Ling steadied himself, took a few deep breaths, and looked at Chun Mo with eyes that held a starlight-like brilliance, carrying a weariness and solemnity beyond his years. Yes, I came into contact with it, or rather, my family has had some kind of connection with it for generations. Family? Connection? Chun Mo's doubts grew stronger. The appearance of this girl and her words were overturning his previous understanding of the PRISM project. Long ago, long before the PRISM program was launched, Zero's voice was ethereal, as if tracing back to distant memories. My ancestors, during a geological exploration, accidentally discovered Camelot, sleeping deep within the Earth's crust. It was not an intruder, but more like a lost traveler, or an ancient observer that had fallen into a long slumber. Its energy field was incompatible with our world, but initially it was gentle, even filled with curiosity. She paused, her gaze falling on the giant egg behind the observation window, her eyes filled with complex emotions. My family, due to some special constitution, can faintly sense its existence and even engage in extremely limited, non-malicious communication. We have become its guardians and also its buffer zone between it and the outside world. We try to understand it and help it adapt to this world that is too sharp for it. So, the PRISM program was initially spearheaded by your family. Chun Mo caught the key point. A flicker of pain crossed Zero's eyes. Not entirely. Initially, it was a collaboration, a study on how to stabilize its energy field and avoid unpredictable impacts on the surface ecosystem. But later the authorities intervened. They saw the potential of Camelot far beyond the technology of our time and its unparalleled value as a sample. The research gradually veered off course, shifting from protection to control and exploitation. My family lost control, and even many were absorbed, monitored, and became part of the plan. Her voice lowered. I grew up at the PRISM base. They discovered I inherited the strongest resonance constitution, making me the ideal contact subject. They subjected me to rigorous training and experimentation. She raised her hand, gently stroking her temple, where there seemed to be tiny, barely perceptible scars. When the Crimson Protocol was proposed, I vehemently opposed it. I knew it would disrupt the fragile balance, awaken it, and release uncontrollable byproducts to them you've encountered. But nobody listens to you, right? Chun Mo could imagine that feeling of helplessness. Zero smiled bitterly, yes. Power and greed blinded them. Before the suppression field was forcibly weakened to the critical point, I sensed impending disaster. I couldn't stop them, but I couldn't stand by and watch everything perish. I took advantage of a system maintenance opportunity to modify some of the security protocols, leaving that map as a beacon, and then sealed myself in this deepest hibernation pod. I hoped when everything was beyond repair, a variable would appear, someone not controlled by the plan, who might bring a glimmer of a different possibility. She looked at Chun Mo, her gaze clear and honest. And you, with the resonator, that compass, found the map and came here. You are that variable. Chun Mo was processing this astonishing information. Zero's identity and experiences explained the map's anomalies and her awakening. But the immediate crisis was far from over. Even if what you're saying is true, Chun Mo said in a deep voice, the current situation is that the suppression field is down to less than 9%. There are monsters outside, and there's a guardian that we just woke up in the well. My companion is critically injured and on the verge of death, and another is temporarily blind. We're trapped here. Where is the different possibility you mentioned? Zero's expression grew even more serious. Time is indeed running out. The awakening of the Guardian means that the Camelot's main consciousness is becoming increasingly active. The suppression field is about to collapse. Once it completely collapses, not only will this base be utterly destroyed, but its energy radiation could also have incalculable effects on the surface. She struggled to the main console and rapidly tapped her fingers on the dusty keyboard. Although most of the system was down, a secondary screen lit up, displaying a simplified diagram of the underground structure. In the diagram, the area representing the core was being relentlessly eroded by a glaring red glow. "There is an emergency passage." Zero pointed to a thin line on the structural diagram that was almost ignored and marked, "Abandoned maintenance well," that leads directly to a hidden exit near the surface without going through the main platform. It was left over from the early construction, but was sealed off later due to planning changes. But the basic structure is still there. I know the path and the code to open a hidden airtight door. A path to the surface? Chun Mo's heart skipped a beat. This was undoubtedly a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation. But he immediately thought of the practical problems. What about my companions? Zhang Hao is almost immobile, and Li Wen is blind. Is that passage easy to traverse? Zero shook his head. The passage is very narrow, partly a vertical ladder, and partly requires crawling. And there's no guarantee of absolute safety. They may have infiltrated some of the pipe areas. But this is the only way out. She looked at Chun Mo, her eyes resolute. We must set off immediately. Every second we delay increases the danger. The Guardians won't give us much time. Just then, boom! The entire core control room suddenly shook violently. More violently than ever before. The metal panels on the ceiling creaked and twisted, and dust and debris rained down like rain. The last few lit screens on the main control panel shattered instantly, sparks flying everywhere. Outside the observation window, in the endless darkness, the two enormous, eerie green moons lit up again and were slowly approaching. An indescribable mental pressure, a mixture of ancient grandeur, majesty, and a faint sense of unease, swept in like a tangible tsunami. It's here. Run. Zero's face was deathly pale, and his voice was more urgent than ever before. Without further hesitation, Chun Mo rushed to the maintenance bay and flung open the door. Inside, Li Wen was huddled up in fear from the violent tremors, while Zhang Hao remained unconscious. Li Wen, how's he? There's a road. We have to get going. Chun Mo shouted, hoisting Zhang Hao onto his back and quickly securing him with a rope. Then he pulled up the almost limp Li Wen. Follow me. Hold on tight to my clothes. Don't let go. Zero had already arrived at an inconspicuous corner behind the control room and pushed open a heavy instrument cabinet. Sure enough, a rusty, round manhole cover about 1 meter in diameter was revealed behind it. There was a combination lock on the manhole cover. Zero quickly entered a long password. With a soft beep, the lock inside the manhole cover opened. Chun Mo stepped forward, and together with Zero, they managed to lift the heavy manhole cover. A cold draft carrying a strong smell of mildew and rust rushed out from below. Below was a narrow, pitch-black, vertical passage, with rusted iron ladders fixed to the walls. There will be a platform about 20 meters down, then turn into a horizontal pipe. Stay close to me. After saying that, Zero grabbed the cold iron ladder without hesitation and nimbly climbed down. Her weakness was dispelled by her survival instinct at this moment. Chun Mo, carrying Zhang Hao on his back, shouted to Li Wen, get down. Follow Zero. Quickly. Li Wen stared in terror at the bottomless well opening, but under Chun Mo's urging and the increasingly terrifying pressure from behind, he could only grit his teeth, grope for the iron ladder, and clumsily climb down. Chun Mo was the last to enter the shaft, struggling to pull the heavy manhole cover back up and close it. Just as the cover was about to be completely closed, through the crack, he saw that under the gaze of the two eerie green moons, spiderweb-like cracks were beginning to appear on the observation window of the core control room. At the same time, a deep, heart-stopping hum, as if from the depths of the earth, pierced through the thick metal manhole cover and clearly reached his ears. Without further hesitation, he quickly climbed down. The shaft was pitch black, with only occasional glimpses of light from a faint light source on Ling's wrist below. The iron ladder was cold, slippery, and covered in rust. Each grip was terrifying. After climbing vertically for about 20 meters, they reached a narrow platform. The platform connected to an even lower, circular pipe, only 70 or 80 centimeters in diameter. The pipe walls were cold concrete, and the air inside reeked of sewage and decaying matter, but the air was flowing, indicating that the other end might lead to the outside. This way, Zero whispered, bending down and crawling into the horizontal pipe first. Liwen followed closely behind, almost crawling forward. Chun Mo, carrying Zhang Hao on his back, moved with extreme difficulty, only able to squat down, using his shoulder to support Zhang Hao, inching forward little by little. The pipes were dark, damp, and oppressive. Apart from their heavy breathing and the scraping sounds of their crawling, there was only a faint, continuous low hum in the distance, and the occasional eerie dripping and rustling sounds from deep within the pipes, as if something was watching them from the darkness. After crawling for an unknown amount of time, a fork in the road appeared ahead. Without hesitation, Zero chose the left-hand pipe, which looked drier. After crawling for a while longer, the pipe began to slope upwards and gradually widened, allowing her to walk, albeit with some difficulty, while bending over. "We should be quite far from the core area by now," Zero said breathlessly, her strength seemingly nearing its limit. "A little further ahead, we should reach an old ventilation shaft base station, from where there's a ladder that leads directly to a camouflaged exit on the surface." Hope was just ahead, but Chun Mo's heart didn't relax. The ever-present buzzing sound didn't seem to have weakened. On the contrary, it seemed to have become even clearer. Moreover, he always felt that something was following them in the darkness. Suddenly, Zero, who was walking at the front, stopped abruptly and raised her hand to signal everyone to be quiet. She listened intently, her face instantly turning extremely pale. "What's wrong?" Chun Mo asked in a low voice. "The sound is wrong." Zero's voice trembled slightly. "There's an extra echo in the pipe." Chun Mo held his breath and listened intently. Besides their breathing, heartbeats, and the ever-present low hum, in the deep darkness ahead of the pipe, there seemed to be an extremely subtle, slippery friction sound, rapidly approaching from afar. "It's them. They've caught up," Zero whispered. "Run!" Ignoring their exhaustion, the four sped forward. However, they hadn't gone far when, at a bend in the pipe ahead, several eerie green lights suddenly appeared. Immediately afterward, several distorted, elongated humanoid monsters with writhing green lights around their heads crawled out from behind the corner, blocking their path. They hissed and moved with astonishing speed, using all four limbs. Blocked in front and pursued from behind, they were once again driven into a desperate situation. "Run back," Chun Mo decided immediately, but when he looked back, his heart sank. More eerie green lights were appearing deep inside the pipe they had come from. They were surrounded. Zero abruptly pulled a small, homemade Molotov cocktail from her waist, clearly a spare supply she had found in the clean room where the hibernation pod was located, and lit the cloth strip with trembling hands. "I'll hold them off. Chun Mo, you lead them and find a chance to break through." Zero's voice was resolute as she forcefully threw the Molotov cocktail at the monster blocking the way. Boom! Flames exploded inside the narrow pipe, temporarily halting the monster's advance with a piercing shriek. But the monster behind was rapidly closing in. "Over there, there's a branch pipe." Although Li Wen was blind, his hearing seemed to have become more acute. He pointed to a hole in the side wall that was blocked by an iron fence, but the fence was already rusted and broken, and shouted. There was no time to hesitate. Chun Mo used his dagger to pry open the loose fence and squeezed in first, followed by Li Wen. After Zero threw out one last small smoke grenade-like device to block the pursuers, he also staggered in. Chun Mo struggled to drag Zhang Hao in as well. This branch pipe was even narrower, almost like a drainage ditch, with mud and stagnant water beneath their feet. They crawled forward desperately, the sounds of the monster crashing against the fence and its roars behind them chilling. After climbing for who knows how long, a faint light finally appeared ahead. It was moonlight, and the smell of fresh air. They struggled to climb out of the pipe exit and found themselves in a secluded ravine overgrown with weeds and bushes. Above them was the long-lost, yet undeniably real, night sky, though overcast. In the distance, the majestic outline of snow-capped mountains loomed faintly in the darkness. They escaped? The four collapsed onto the cold grass, gasping for breath in the crisp, fresh air, overwhelmed by the exhaustion of surviving the ordeal. Li Wen lay on the ground, retching, while Ling leaned against a rock, his face ashen, almost completely drained. Chun Mo put Zhang Hao down and checked his condition. It was still far from optimistic, but at least they were temporarily out of that hellish underground. However, before they could catch their breath, a violent tremor suddenly struck the ground beneath their feet. It was as if the entire snow-capped mountain was shaking. Immediately afterward, from the depths of the tunnel from which they had escaped, came an extremely muffled roar, as if the earth were collapsing. A strange beam of light, a mixture of eerie green and dark red, shot into the sky from a hidden crack on the mountainside in the distance, piercing the clouds and illuminating the surrounding night sky with an eerie glow. The beam of light lasted for several seconds before slowly dissipating, but the tremors of the earth and the rumbling sounds from afar continued unabated. Zero stared at the direction where the pillar of light dissipated, his eyes filled with despair. It's over. The suppression field has completely collapsed. The Guardian has awakened. Chun Mo's heart sank to the bottom. Although they had escaped the underground base, it seemed they had unleashed something far more terrifying into this world. Their escape was far from over. And how would Zero, carrying the secret of Camelot, and his critically injured companion survive in this world about to undergo a cataclysmic change? A new journey, or rather, a new nightmare, has just begun. Chapter 40. Desperate at the snowline. The eerie pillar of light that pierced the sky gradually dissipated, but what remained for the four was not relief, but a deeper chill. The tremors beneath their feet slowly subsided, replaced by a continuous, muffled rumble from the depths of the distant snow-capped mountains, as if some colossal creature was awakening and stirring underground. The night sky was tinged with an ominous purplish red by the halo of light, a color that lingered for a long time. We must get out of here as soon as possible. Zero struggled to her feet from the rock, her face unusually pale in the dim moonlight. Her voice carried the weakness of someone who had survived a disaster and an undeniable sense of urgency. The suppression field has completely collapsed. Energy radiation will spread, the entire mountain range will become extremely unstable, and their range of activity will no longer be restricted. Looking at Li Wan, who was collapsed on the ground and almost unable to move, and Zhang Hao, who was unconscious and breathing weakly, Chun Mo felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing on his heart. Escaping from underground was only the first step. How to lead the two seriously wounded men across this treacherous, snow-capped mountain was the real test. He quickly checked his dwindling supplies. Half a jug of water, a few crushed compressed biscuits, a dagger, a tactical flashlight with nearly dead battery, and the mysterious map and compass. Apart from the thin lab coat, Zero seemed to have nothing else on him. Can you tell us the direction? Which direction is the fastest to get down the mountain, or to find any signs of human habitation? Chun Mo asked Ling, who was now the only person who might know about this area. Zero looked up at the snow-capped mountain silhouette illuminated by the eerie sunlight, his brow furrowed. According to my memory, we should be on the leeward side of the northeast side of the main peak. Heading east, through that glacial canyon ahead, is the shortest route down the mountain, but the canyon's terrain is complex and is certainly fraught with danger now. Heading north, there's a high-altitude weather station and forestry outpost that's been abandoned for many years. It might be marked on the map, but it's farther away and the road is difficult to travel. However, we might be able to find some remaining supplies there, and it might be relatively well hidden. Chun Mo immediately pulled out the yellowed map. Sure enough, on the northeastern edge of the map, near the perimeter of a red cross, restricted area, there were symbols indicating several small houses, with handwritten notes next to them, abandoned forest farm, and possibly inhabited. This was the very escape route they had initially seen when they found the map in the bunker. Let's go to the forest farm. Chun Mo decided immediately. Although it was far, at least there was a clear destination, and the words "there might be people there" were like a lifeline at this moment. Crossing the unknown canyon was too risky. There was no time to rest. Chun Mo carried Zhang Hao on his back again, securing him as firmly as possible with ropes. Ling helped up Li Wan, who was almost exhausted and blind. The four of them formed a staggering yet tragic group, trudging northward along the shadows of the mountain ridge. On the snow-capped mountain at night, the temperature plummeted, and the biting wind lashed at exposed skin like knives. The snow beneath their feet was uneven, concealing crevasses and loose rocks. Every step was incredibly difficult. Liwen relied entirely on Zero's guidance and voice, each step fraught with fear. Zhang Hao occasionally let out unconscious groans amidst the turbulence, his vital signs extremely weak. Chun Mo and Ling took turns clearing the way and covering the rear, cautiously observing their surroundings. After the energy eruption, the entire snow mountain seemed to have come alive, filled with an eerie atmosphere. In the distance, chilling wolf howls, or howls of similar creatures, could be heard from time to time, and occasionally loose rocks would roll down the snow slopes. In the darkness, there always seemed to be shadowy figures following them. After walking for about 2 or 3 hours, the sky was still dark, but a faint glimmer of pre-dawn gray was beginning to appear in the east. The 4 of them were completely exhausted, especially Zero, whose body had clearly not fully recovered from her long sleep. Her lips were frozen purple, and her breathing was rapid. I have to rest for a bit." Zero gasped for breath, supporting his knees, almost unable to stand. Chen Mo had also reached his limit. Carrying Zhang Hao on his back, he trudged on, his legs feeling like lead. He found a large, sheltered rock and carefully laid Zhang Hao down. Zhang Hao's forehead was still burning hot. His wounds were likely worsening. Liwen slumped in the snow, shivering. Chen Mo gave the last bit of water to the 3 of them, using it only to moisten his own chapped lips. Food was almost gone. An atmosphere of despair permeated the air once more. "We can't stay here too long." Zero wrapped his thin clothes tighter around himself, his voice trembling. The low temperature and the potential for tracking are both deadly. Just then, the map in Chun Mo's arms felt that familiar warmth again. He quickly took it out and saw that new, delicate handwriting slowly appeared on the map near their current location. "Go west 300 meters. There's a cave behind a crevice in the rocks. You can take shelter there for now." There was more guidance. Chun Mo's spirits lifted. Although he didn't know where this guidance came from. Was it the influence of the subconscious? Or the mystery of the map itself? At this moment, any hint was a glimmer of hope. "Follow me. The map has directions." Chun Mo whispered, carrying Zhang Hao on his back again. Ling and Liwen were puzzled, but had no choice but to follow. Following the map, after trekking westward for about 300 meters, Chun Mo indeed discovered a narrow crevice in the rock beneath a seemingly ordinary, steep cliff face, half hidden by snow and withered vines. He forcefully pushed aside the snow, and behind the crevice was a hole just large enough for one person to pass through. It was pitch black inside, but a dry, moss-scented air flowed out, much warmer than outside. "Go in." Chun Mo took the lead, squeezing in sideways. Inside was a small natural cave, about 10 square meters in size. The ground was dry, and there were even some dry grass fluff left by some unknown animals in the corners. This was truly a refuge that came in a snowstorm. The 4 squeezed into the cave. Chun Mo used some stones and snow to cover the entrance as much as possible, temporarily isolating them from the cold wind and danger outside. The cave was pitch black, with only the faint light of a tactical flashlight. But compared to the icy wilderness and unknown fears outside, this was already paradise. Chen Mo immediately checked Zhang Hao's injuries. The situation was dire. The infection seemed to be worsening. He took out the last of his sulfanilamide powder and iodine, and re-cleaned and bandaged the wound, but the effectiveness was left to fate. Liwen huddled in a corner, shivering uncontrollably from the pain of blindness and the cold. Ling leaned against the rock wall, closing her eyes to rest and recover her strength. Her profile appeared exceptionally delicate in the dim light, yet it also exuded a resilient strength. In the silence, only their heavy breathing could be heard. Outside the cave, the howling of the wind and snow seemed to grow louder, mixed with strange, metallic scraping sounds that approached from afar and then gradually faded away, sending chills down one's spine. "Those sounds, are they them?" Liwen asked in a fearful whisper. Zero slowly opened his eyes, a hint of solemnity flashing in them. Not entirely. The energy collapse disrupted the ecological balance of this area, and some things that were originally dormant or mutated may have awakened. What we are hearing now could be anything. Her words made the atmosphere in the cave even more oppressive. What exactly is that guardian? Chun Mo asked, voicing the biggest question in his mind. Zero paused for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. It's difficult to describe accurately in human language. It's not Camelot itself, but more like its shadow, or rather, a concrete projection of its vast consciousness, responsible for guarding its sleeping form. Its existence is closer to a pure collection of information or energy, capable of influencing reality, yet not entirely belonging to it. Its awakening means that Camelot's core consciousness is rapidly activating, and its modification and assimilation of the surrounding environment will intensify. Assimilation? Chun Mo caught the danger in this word. Yes, Zero's voice was filled with deep worry. The energy field of Camelot has a strong formatting property. It unconsciously distorts and transforms the surrounding environment, and even living things, in a direction compatible with its own form of existence. Those byproducts, them, are the result of the early leaked energy assimilating the base's personnel and environment. Now that the force field has disappeared, this assimilation effect will spread without any hindrance. Chun Mo gasped. This meant an incomprehensible ecological catastrophe that could sweep the globe. Isn't there any way to stop it? What about that final purification? Zero shook her head bitterly. Final purification might destroy the physical structure of this area, but whether it can completely eliminate a consciousness at the level of Camelot is unknown. Moreover, activating it requires two keys, the other one. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear, the hope was slim. So, all we can do is run away? Just watch everything happen. Chun Mo felt a sense of powerlessness. Currently, yes. Zero looked at him, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Live on, take the message out, and perhaps we can still find a glimmer of hope. My family may still have some ancient records about how to coexist peacefully with Camelot, or even appease it. But that takes time, and it also takes luck. Survive and bring the message out. This became their only possible goal at that moment. After resting for about an hour, dawn broke. The wind and snow outside the cave seemed to have subsided somewhat. The four ate the last of their food and drank their last sip of water. They had to continue. Emerging from the cave, the dawn light illuminated the snowfield, but also revealed their surroundings. Several enormous, terrifying ravines, as if plowed out, appeared on the distant mountain ridges. Some trees displayed unnatural twists and metallic sheens, and the air was filled with a faint ozone fumes and a pungent, sweet smell of decay. The energy burst of the previous night had clearly caused a visibly bizarre change to this area. They continued their trek north. The journey became increasingly difficult, requiring them not only to contend with the bitter cold and exhaustion, but also to remain constantly vigilant for any unusual occurrences in their surroundings. Around midday, they were fortunate enough to find a small patch of unfrozen snowmelt on a leeward slope, where they replenished their fluids. In the afternoon, the weather suddenly deteriorated, and a blizzard descended without warning. Visibility instantly dropped to less than 10 meters, and the fierce wind whipped snowflakes against their faces like knives. The temperature plummeted. The four huddled together, relying on a compass and their vague memories to struggle through the white chaos. Liwen was almost completely exhausted after slipping and falling, unable to walk any further. Zhang Hao's breathing grew weaker and weaker. Chun Mo and Ling had also reached their physical limits. Despair enveloped them once again. Just when Chun Mo was about to give up, Zero suddenly pointed to a blurry outline in the snow and shouted, "Look! Over there! A house!" Chun Mo strained to see, and through the swirling snow, he could vaguely make out the outlines of several low wooden houses on the hillside ahead. An abandoned forest. They had arrived. Hope gave them their last bit of strength. The four of them scrambled towards the wooden huts. The first hut was half collapsed, but the one next to it looked relatively intact. Chun Mo used his last bit of strength to break open the slightly ajar wooden door. A musty smell and dust rushed out, but at least it was a shelter from the wind and snow. The cabin was empty, containing only some broken furniture and discarded tools. But in a dilapidated wooden box in the corner, they found half a can of solidified lard, a small bag of hardened salt, and several boxes of damp, but still potentially lit matches. Most importantly, in the snow behind the cabin, they discovered an old, almost rusted through tin bucket covered in snow, containing a small amount of frozen rainwater. It's truly a case of when one door closes, another opens. Chun Mo immediately used the broken iron basin he found to melt snow and boil water, feeding Zhang Hao some warm water and carefully wiping his wounds with hot water. Ling then used lard and salt to barely cook a little hot soup. Although the taste was strange, the scalding liquid finally warmed the four people's frozen bodies. Chun Mo also found some dry firewood and carefully lit a small fire in the center of the room, dispelling some of the chill and darkness. They were safe for now, but gazing at the still raging blizzard outside the window and the unknown world behind it, quietly being altered by the energy of Camelot, the four remained heavy-hearted. This was only a temporary haven. Their escape was far from over, and Zhang Hao's life was still a race against time. The abandoned wooden cabin creaked and groaned in the howling wind, as if it might collapse at any moment. But compared to the blizzard outside that could freeze a person instantly and the lurking, invisible terror, these drafty walls were a rare refuge. In the center of the cabin, a small campfire stubbornly burned, the flickering flames dispelling some of the chill and darkness, illuminating for exhausted faces, etched with the marks of survival. Chun Mo carefully fed Zhang Hao warm saline solution into his chapped lips. Zhang Hao remained unconscious, but his swallowing instinct was still intact. After a few sips of warm water, his ashen complexion seemed to show a barely perceptible improvement. Chun Mo didn't dare to be negligent and carefully cleaned the gruesome wound on his calf with boiled and cooled water. The pus and blood were carefully wiped away, revealing a red, swollen, and shiny wound. The infection was still severe. He sprinkled the last bit of sulfanilamide powder evenly on the wound and rebandaged it with a relatively clean piece of rag he found in the corner of the cabin. He had done everything he could. Now he could only pray that this ancient antibiotic would work a miracle and that Zhang Hao's own will to live would be strong enough. Zero huddled on the other side of the fire, cradling a rusty tin cup in her hands, sipping the scalding hot, lard-smelling soup. Her body was still thin, her face pale, but her star-like eyes shone brightly in the firelight, warily peering through the cracks in the wooden planks at the chaotic, snowy world outside. Her senses seemed far more acute than most. No unusual sound or energy fluctuation escaped her notice. Liwen sat quietly in the shade, a little distance from the fire. His blindness made him exceptionally sensitive to sound and temperature. He listened to the howling wind and snow outside the window, felt the slight vibrations of the floor beneath his feet, and his body trembled slightly. But compared to his previous utter collapse, he now possessed a numb calm. The darkness of his blindness and the exhaustion of his body temporarily relieved him from extreme fear, leaving only the instinct for survival. We must find a more effective drug as soon as possible, or contact the outside world. Chun Mo broke the silence, his voice hoarse with exhaustion. Haozi's injury can't be delayed. Besides, it's not safe here. He pointed out the window. Those things, and the changing weather, all indicate that this area is getting out of control. Ling nodded, her gaze still fixed on the view outside the window. Energy radiation is spreading. I can feel it. The rules of this snow mountain are being rewritten. Ordinary plants and animals are either fleeing or being assimilated and mutated. The strange sounds we've heard might be evidence of that. She paused, then turned to Chun Mo. This forest has been abandoned for many years, but perhaps there might be some remaining communication equipment or a more detailed map of the area. We need to find the main house or the warehouse. Chun Mo recalled the map. There were indeed several scattered small house symbols near the forest farm marker. Once the snow lightens a bit, we'll split up and search. You and Liwen stay here to look after Haozi. I'll go out and search. The blizzard raged all night. By dawn the next day, the wind had finally subsided, and the snow had turned into a fine drizzle. The sky remained a leaden gray, oppressively, so that it was hard to breathe. Chun Mo tucked the dagger into his waistband, tightened his tattered clothes, took a deep breath of the icy air, and pushed open the door to step into the snow-covered world. The forest was larger than he had imagined. Several crooked wooden cabins were scattered on the hillside, covered with thick snow, like white graves. Chun Imo searched carefully, the snow under his feet knee-deep, making each step extremely difficult. He first checked the other two smaller cabins, but found nothing inside except for broken furniture and some rusty logging tools. Finally, he walked towards the largest and most intact wooden house at the highest point of the hillside, which must have been the main house or office of the forest farm back then. The door of the wooden house was locked with a rusty padlock. Chun Imo kicked it a few times, and the door made a dull thud, but it didn't open. He went around to the back of the house and found that the glass in one of the windows was broken, but he could barely squeeze through. The room was dimly lit and covered in dust. Against the wall stood a row of dilapidated filing cabinets, most of the drawers empty except for some scraps of paper damaged by insects and moisture. On a large wooden desk sat an old-fashioned, crank-operated telephone, its cord long since broken. In the corner was a rusty metal cabinet, its door ajar. Chun Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he stepped forward to open the metal cabinet. Inside, he made some unexpected discoveries. Half a box of damp but possibly still usable matches, several dry cell batteries of different types, though their charge was unknown, a small roll of relatively clean gauze, and most importantly half a well-sealed, brownish-red glass bottle with the word penicillin faintly printed on the label. Although it was long past its expiration date, in this desperate situation, it was undoubtedly a life-saving miracle drug. In addition, at the bottom of a drawer, he found a more detailed topographical map covering the entire snow-capped mountain area than his own, as well as an old, wind-up radio. With these valuable finds, Chun Imo quickly returned to the cabin where he was temporarily staying. When he handed the penicillin bottle to Zero, Zero carefully examined the bottle and the state of the powder and nodded cautiously. Although it's expired, it's well sealed, so it might still have some effect. We can take the risk and give it a try. Without hesitation, Chun Imo immediately dissolved a small amount of penicillin powder in clean water and carefully fed it to Zhang Hao. Now, they had done all they could. The rest was up to time and Zhang Hao's own willpower. Chun Imo took out the old-fashioned radio again, wound it up, and turned it on. After a piercing electrical noise, some indistinct sound fragments came through intermittently. Abnormal weather continues across the country. Aurora phenomena appear in mid- and low-latitude regions. Communications have been disrupted in many areas. The government is urging the public to remain calm and stay at home. Reports of attacks by unidentified creatures have surged. The military has intervened. Repeat, this is not a drill. Repeat, this is not. The signal was extremely unstable, riddled with massive interference noise. But these fragmented pieces of information were enough to piece together a chilling picture. The impact of the Camelot energy leak was far more than just this snow-capped mountain. It was a global catastrophe. The world was descending into unprecedented chaos. Their hearts sank. They not only had to survive in the treacherous natural environment and amidst the unknown terrors of pursuit, but also faced a crumbling external world. Where could they go after escaping the snow-capped mountains? We must leave here. Zero's voice was unusually calm, yet carried an undeniable determination. But we can't blindly go down this path. We need a target, a relatively safe place, and a place that may hold more information about Camelot. Her gaze fell on the detailed map Chun Imo had brought back. She traced her finger across the map, finally stopping at a marker on the northern edge of the snow-capped mountains, near a small town close to the highway. This is Riverwood. It was a small supply and transit point on the periphery of the PRISM program. Although the program was highly classified, some of the town's elderly doctors, warehouse managers, and even some veterans might know a little about the inside story or have some early, non-classified files. Moreover, it's the closest populated area after descending the mountain. Perhaps we can still find some medical resources that haven't been completely destroyed. Chun Imo looked at the map. Riverwood was at least 2 or 3 days' arduous trek from their current location, even if everything went smoothly. Carrying the seriously injured Zhang Hao and the blindly one, crossing this snow-capped mountain that was undergoing a transformation was extremely risky. This is our best option right now. Zero looked at Chunimo, her eyes clear and resolute. Staying here is tantamount to waiting to die? We have to take a gamble. Chunimo looked at the unconscious Zhang Hao, then at the terrified yet trying to remain calmly one, and finally his gaze met Ling's. He saw wisdom, determination, and a resilience beyond her years, a resilience born of a heavy responsibility. Okay. Chunimo nodded emphatically. We're going to Riverwood. Having made the decision, the next step was intense preparation. Chunimo and Ling used the tools they found to reinforce the doors and windows of the cabin as much as possible, collected all available fuel, mainly old wooden furniture, carefully wrapped lard and salt, and melted enough snow to store in the iron buckets they found. They also used rags and sticks they found to make a simple walking stick for Li Wan. Although Zhang Hao remained unconscious after taking penicillin, his breathing seemed to have stabilized somewhat, and his body temperature showed a slight decrease, which gave everyone a glimmer of hope. On the morning of the third day, the blizzard finally stopped, but the sky remained overcast. The four packed their meager belongings and left the abandoned forest that had briefly offered them shelter, embarking once again on a journey filled with unknowns and dangers. Their destination, Riverwood, nestled at the foot of the northern mountains. The road ahead is destined to be more difficult than the one that led to it. Not only will they face harsh natural environments and elusive mutated creatures, but they will also have to contend with a world on the verge of collapse. And the immense secret of Camelot that the girl Zero carries will gradually be unveiled during this perilous journey. Chapter 41: The Quiet Town. Leaving the shelter of the abandoned forest, the four returned to the eerily silent embrace of the snow-covered mountains after the first snowfall. The air was still icy cold, but the wind had subsided considerably, and the leaden sky hung low, as if it might unleash another torrential snowfall at any moment. The snow beneath their feet was deeper, sinking to their knees with every step, making the trek exceptionally difficult. Chunimo carried Zhang Hao on his back, each step feeling like a struggle through mud. Sweat soaked through his thin clothes, quickly freezing in the biting wind, bringing a chilling cold. Ling supported Li Wan, the two of them trudging behind, Li Wan's walking stick constantly tapping ahead, producing a monotonous and anxious tap-tap sound. Zhang Hao's condition remained dire. Although penicillin seemed to have temporarily halted the rapid deterioration of his infection, he remained in a deep coma, breathing weakly, and his body was burning hot. Every jolt could worsen his injuries. The pressure to survive was like a heavy yoke around everyone's neck. Even more unsettling was the change in their surroundings. The snow-capped mountains seemed to have come alive, filled with an ominous restlessness. More than once, they heard chilling howls from afar, neither wolf nor dog, with a sharp, metallic quality. Some trees had become twisted and grotesque, their bark covered with unnatural, teardrop-like dark red resin. The faint smell of ozone and the sweet, putrid stench in the air grew stronger, and occasionally, large, blurry footprints of unusual animals could be seen flashing across the distant snow. Zero's expression remained grave. She would occasionally stop, close her eyes, and seem to be sensing something. The energy erosion is accelerating, she whispered to Chunimo, her voice filled with suppressed worry. This area is being rapidly formatted. We must leave the core influence zone as soon as possible. Chunimo nodded, gritted his teeth, and quickened his pace. Following the detailed map and Zero's directions, he trudged northward toward Riverwood. Most of the paths marked on the map were covered in snow or interrupted by changes in the terrain, forcing them to frequently detour, climb steep slopes, and cross frozen streams, which greatly depleted their energy. By the evening of the second day, when they were almost exhausted, the terrain finally began to level out. They climbed a ridge and looked down, where they could vaguely see the silhouettes of a cluster of gray buildings emerging from the twilight. That was Riverwood. However, the sight before them sank their hearts. The town was lifeless, without a single light or wisp of smoke. Most of the houses were dilapidated, many windows broken, and walls covered in stains and cracks. Even more unsettling was the faint, aurora-like pale green halo that hung over the town, appearing particularly eerie in the dim light. The trees and telephone poles on the town's edge also exhibited an unnatural twisting, some even covered with a thin layer of strange substance that resembled both ice crystals and metal. Something's not right. Zero narrowed his eyes, his voice low. The intensity of the energy radiation is much higher than expected. This town is probably already. Shinemo also felt a strong sense of unease. This did not seem like a normal town, even one impacted by a disaster. It was more like a ghost realm that had been abandoned for a long time and was being corrupted by some unnatural force. Should we go in? Shinemo looked at Zero, then at Zhang Hao on his back. Going in meant facing unknown and enormous risks. Not going in meant Zhang Hao wouldn't receive effective treatment, and they wouldn't find any supplies, which would also lead to certain death. Zero paused for a moment, his sharp gaze sweeping over the layout of the town. We have to get in. We need medicine, we need information. But we have to be very careful. Follow me. I know a relatively hidden route. She led the three of them around to the side of the town, and quietly approached the town along a ditch that appeared to be an old irrigation canal, almost completely buried by snow and withered grass. The walls of the ditch also showed that abnormal crystallization phenomenon, which felt icy cold to the touch and had a strange, sticky feel. They slipped into the town through a gap in the broken barbed wire fence. The streets were deserted, the snow piled high and untouched. The doors and windows of the houses were tightly shut, some even boarded up. Silence, a deathly silence. Even the wind seemed weak and distorted. Only the crunching sound of their footsteps on the snow was unusually loud and chilling in the stillness. The air was filled with a mixture of musty smells, dust, and that distinctive, increasingly strong, sweet, and fishy odor of ozone. Occasionally, from deep within some houses, extremely faint rustling sounds, as if something were crawling, could be heard, but they would vanish without a trace when you listened intently. Guided by her hazy memories, Zero led them toward the town center. Her destination was the town's only small clinic and the old post office where archives might be stored. The scene along the street grew increasingly bizarre. Irregular, tear-like green crystals condensed on the windows of some shops. An abandoned truck lay half buried in a snowdrift, its body covered with a thick, moss-like substance that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Even on one wall, they saw a large, splattered, dried dark red stain, next to several unidentifiable pieces of bone that appeared to have been corroded by strong acid. Although Li Wen was blind, his sensitivity to sound and smell made him tense, his breathing rapid, and he gripped Zero's arm tightly. Chun Mo's heart was also in his throat, his dagger still in his hand, as he vigilantly observed the darkness behind every corner and every window. Finally, they arrived at a small square in the center of town. In the center of the square was a dried-up fountain, its bottom also covered with those green crystals. Across the square, a two-story building with a faded Red Cross sign hanging at the entrance was the clinic they were looking for. Next to it was an even more dilapidated low building, with the words Riverwood Post Office faintly discernible on its sign. The clinic door was ajar. Chun Mo gestured for Ling and Li Wen to wait in the shadows by the door, then took a deep breath and gently pushed the door open. The door hinges creaked painfully, the sound carrying far in the deathly silence. The clinic was a mess. Chairs in the waiting area were overturned, the glass of the medicine cabinets was shattered, and medicines were scattered all over the floor, most of them spoiled. A thick layer of dust and suspicious stains covered the floor. The air was thick with the pungent stench of disinfectant, rotten medicine, and that distinctive sweet, fishy smell. Shinemo searched carefully. In the examination room, he found a mummified corpse curled up in a corner, wearing a white coat. It had been dead for some time, the body an unnatural grayish white, the skin clinging tightly to the bone, making the cause of death impossible to determine. Suppressing his discomfort, he searched the overturned medicine shelves and drawers for anything usable. Fortunately, in a locked metal cabinet that he had pried open, he found some well-sealed antibiotic injections, analgesics, clean gauze, and suture tools. There were also some unopened saline and glucose injections. This was an incredible find. Chun Mo quickly stuffed these items into a tattered medical kit he had found. Just then, Zero suddenly darted in through the doorway, his face deathly pale, and said in a low, urgent voice, "Quick, let's go. Something's coming." Lots of it. Shinmo's heart skipped a beat. He immediately slung his medical kit over his shoulder and rushed out of the clinic with Zero. In the shadows of the street at the other end of the square, dozens of swaying figures could be vaguely seen. Their movements were stiff and eerie, their bodies seemingly contorted in disharmony. In the dim light, faint, flickering green lights could be seen in their eyes. Are they residents of the town? Or something that has been assimilated? There was no time to think. Shin-mo and Ling hoisted Li Wen onto their backs and sprinted towards the post office. They had to find some information and get out of this hellhole immediately. The post office door was also pried open. The inside was equally chaotic, with documents scattered everywhere. Zero, with a clear objective, rushed straight to a small room labeled Archives. Inside was an old metal filing cabinet. Zero seemed to know the combination or the lock's weakness, quickly opening it and pulling out several thick booklets with covers bearing the title Prism Project Peripheral Log, Unclassified, which he swiftly stuffed into his pocket. This way, Zero pointed to a back door on the other side of the archives that led to an alley. The three rushed out the back door and disappeared into a narrow, garbage-strewn alley. Behind them, the stiff, eerie figures had already surged into the square, emitting low, indistinct roars that sounded like the mutterings of countless people, chasing after them in the direction they had left. The desperate escape begins again. This time, they not only bear the heavy burden of survival, but also carry potentially crucial information about the origins of this catastrophe, heading towards an uncertain future. The ordeal in Riverwood is merely a tiny microcosm of this broken world. Greater terror and the unknown await them ahead. Chapter 42: The Road to Desperation in the Snowstorm. The three stumbled and staggered into the narrow alley behind the Riverwood post office, relentlessly pursued by a chilling, almost delirious roar and stiff, dragging footsteps. The alley was dark and damp, piled high with rotting garbage and discarded debris, and filled with a nauseating stench. Zero, relying on her hazy memories of the town, dragged Shin-mo and Li Wen through the maze like alleys, trying to shake off their pursuers. Shin-mo carried Zhang Hao on his back, his lungs heaving violently like bellows, each breath carrying a burning, bloody taste. He ran frantically while constantly monitoring Zhang Hao's condition, fearing the violent jolting would worsen his injuries. Although blind, Li Wen, driven by his survival instincts and guided by Zero's precise aim, managed to keep up, though his face was etched with extreme fear, and his walking stick was nowhere to be found. This way, go through this yard, Zero shouted, pointing to a half-collapsed wooden gate. They rushed into a deserted courtyard, overgrown with weeds. A few worn-out children's toys lay scattered beside a dry well, adding to the desolate atmosphere. Zero didn't stop, heading straight for a low, dilapidated wooden door on the other side of the courtyard, which seemed to lead to the mountains outside the town. Just as they were about to rush out of the wooden door, Shin-mo caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye that something seemed to move in the shadow of a dilapidated tool shed in the corner of the courtyard. It wasn't a complete human shape, but more like a twisted shadow made of rags and some kind of sticky substance, with a pair of murky, lifeless eyes staring intently at them. Shin-mo felt a chill run down his spine. Not daring to look closely, he slammed open the wooden door and rushed out. Outside was a snow-covered dirt road leading to a hillside outside the town. Zero followed closely behind, slamming the wooden door shut and wedging it with a thick wooden stick. "Quick! Up the mountain! Don't stop!" Zero shouted urgently, her breathing erratic, clearly indicating she was exhausted. The four men desperately climbed up the hillside along the dirt road. Behind them, the shouts of their pursuers and the sounds of them banging on wooden doors grew louder, but seemed to have been temporarily silenced. However, before they could even catch their breath, they discovered an even more terrifying threat coming from the sky. The once leaden sky had inexplicably become thick, churning, purplish-black clouds. The clouds hung low, seemingly within reach, and eerie, vein-like, pale white lightning bolts flashed silently across them, without a sound of thunder. The air was thick with the stench of ozone and a sweet, fishy smell, almost suffocating. Even more unsettling was the rapidly dropping temperature. The biting wind intensified, whipping up the snow and drastically reducing visibility. A blizzard is coming. And it's a storm distorted by energy. Zero looked up at the eerie sky, his face deathly pale. We have to find somewhere to hide. This kind of storm can kill people. Chun Imo looked around. The hillside was covered with only sparse, twisted, and deformed dead trees, offering nowhere to hide. He looked at Zero, his eyes filled with despair. Zero bit her lip, trying hard to remember. Suddenly, she pointed to a blurry black dot higher up the hillside. Over there. There seems to be an abandoned forest ranger station or watchtower marked on the map. It should be in that direction. There was no other choice. Braving the suddenly fierce winds and the stinging ice crystals that began to fall, the four of them trudged towards the black dot. The wind and snow intensified, quickly turning into a full-blown blizzard. The howling wind whipped up snowflakes that pelted their faces like a sandstorm, completely obscuring their vision with a white blanket. The temperature plummeted. The biting cold penetrated their thin clothing, and their limbs quickly became stiff and numb. Chun Imo felt he was nearing his limit. Carrying Zhang Hao, he trudged against the wind through knee-deep snow, each step feeling like a struggle through mud. Li Wen was in even worse shape. He was almost entirely dependent on Zero for support, shivering from the cold, his consciousness seemingly fading. Zero's condition wasn't much better. Her already weak body was now even more precarious, yet she stubbornly guided the way, her starry eyes shining with unwavering determination in the wind and snow. After struggling in the wind and snow for an unknown amount of time, just as Chunmo's consciousness began to fade, a blurry, ghostly outline finally appeared ahead, a two-story watchtower built of rough logs, standing alone on the mountain ridge. The tower was already leaning slightly, but the main structure still appeared to be intact. "We're here. Hurry," Zero shouted with his last bit of strength. They practically crawled to the foot of the tower. The tower's doors were long gone, and the inside was pitch black. Chun Imo rushed in first. The space inside wasn't large, filled with some broken and junk, and the air was thick with the smell of mildew and animal droppings, but it at least kept them out of the raging wind and snow. The four collapsed onto the cold floor, gasping for breath, too weak to even move a finger. Outside the tower, the blizzard roared furiously, as if threatening to devour the entire world. After resting for a long 10 minutes, Chun Imo finally struggled to his feet. He checked Zhang Hao. His condition was still critical, but he seemed to still have a faint pulse. He quickly took out the medical kit he had stolen from the clinic in Riverwood, and, using the faint light filtering through the tower, injected Zhang Hao with antibiotics and glucose, hoping to temporarily stabilize his vital signs. Zero recovered, but without taking a break. She immediately pulled out the booklets she had snatched from the post office archives, booklets with the cover reading, Project Prism Peripheral Log, Unclassified, and eagerly began flipping through them in the dim light. Her brow was furrowed, and she read at lightning speed, seemingly searching for some crucial information. Li Wen huddled in the corner, hugging his knees, his body still trembling uncontrollably. The pain of blindness and extreme cold had plunged him into a semi-comatose state. Chun Imo quickly treated the frostbite on his and Ling's hands and feet, then began searching the tower. In a corner on the first floor, he was lucky enough to find some remaining, damp but still flammable firewood, as well as a dilapidated tin stove. He laboriously moved the stove to a relatively sheltered corner of the stairs, and, using the last few dry matches, finally lit a small, precious campfire. The orange flames leaped up, dispelling some of the darkness and chill inside the tower and bringing a faint sense of security. The four sat around the small fire, feeling the long-lost warmth, their relief at surviving the ordeal intertwined with deep anxiety about the future. "Found it." Zero suddenly looked up, her voice hoarse and heavy. She handed an open journal to Chun Imo, pointing to a page with her finger. "Look here." Chun Imo leaned closer and, by the firelight, saw a passage written in pen on the yellowed paper. Based on the fragmented information provided by contact number 7, codename 0, the sample, tentatively named Camelot, is not isolated. Its energy characteristics show that it resonates weakly with a certain global, dormant deep ley line energy network. The location of Prism is based on an important network node. Even more worrying is the suggestion from contacts that Camelot may be a beacon or a key. Its full awakening would not only unleash its own immense energy, but could also activate the entire energy network, triggering a global and unpredictable chain reaction. The Crimson Protocol's reckless actions are tantamount to lighting the fuse of a powder keg connected to the entire planet. Warnings have been submitted multiple times, but the Supreme Council has been blinded by the potential shown by the sample and has ignored this risk assessment. The tragedy may have been inevitable from the start. After reading it, Chun Imo gasped, a chill running through him. It turned out that the influence of Camelot extended far beyond this snow-capped mountain. It was connected to a global energy network. The so-called Crimson Protocol was playing with fire, potentially dragging the entire human civilization down with it. So what we're experiencing now is just the beginning. Shinmo's voice was dry. Zero nodded heavily, his eyes filled with sorrow. I'm afraid so. The anomaly in Riverwood may only be a localized phenomenon caused by the initial activation of the energy network. As Camelot's consciousness awakens further and the energy radiation spreads, even more terrifying changes may occur all over the world. She paused, turned to another page of the log, and pointed to a hand-drawn, extremely simplified global map marked with several flashing red dots. These are likely the locations of other major nodes in the energy network. The log doesn't have specific coordinates, only general areas. We must find a way to reach one of the relatively safe nodes that might harbor methods of resisting or appeasing this energy. Otherwise, she didn't finish her sentence, but the howling blizzard outside the tower, seemingly intent on destroying everything, said it all. Their escape was no longer merely for personal survival, but also for a slim, yet undeniably real, glimmer of hope to prevent or delay this ultimate catastrophe that could sweep the globe. And this perilous journey to the unknown is destined to be far longer and more desperate than any of the hardships they have already endured. Chapter 43: Special Crystallized Minerals. The firelight flickered on Ling's pale face, her fingertips turning slightly white from the pressure as she pressed them against the rudimentary, global map. Those few scarlet markers, like festering wounds, were branded onto the blurry outlines representing the continents. Otherwise, the awakening of Camelot will not be the end, but rather, the prelude. Zero's voice was low, as if afraid of disturbing something lurking in the snowstorm outside the tower. The full activation of the energy network will completely rewrite the rules of physics, and the existing order of civilization will collapse overnight. What we see in Riverwood may just be a miniature sketch of the future of the world. Chun Imo felt a chill run down his spine, more biting than the wind and snow outside. He instinctively glanced at the unconscious Zhang Hao, then at the curled-up Li Wan, blind but with exceptionally sharp hearing. Their team consisted of one severely injured, one disabled, one mysterious but weak, and only he himself possessed any fighting ability, but he was at his last gasp. To stop a global catastrophe? The very idea was like a candle flickering in the wind. Where is the nearest node? Chun Imo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Despair wouldn't solve anything. Surviving and moving on to the next step was the only thought he could grasp right now. Zero's finger moved across the map, eventually stopping at a point in the East Asia region, where a small circle was roughly drawn with a vague code next to it. Site 17, deep in the Qinling Mountains, suspected link to an ancient sacrificial site. The log contained no further information, only a hastily written note. The Night Watch legend may be related to this place. The Qinling Mountains, thousands of kilometers. Shinmo's heart sank. In normal times, this would be a long journey, let alone in this environment. Traffic was paralyzed, monsters roamed freely, and there was this bizarre energy storm that could distort life and the laws of physics. We must go. Zero's tone left no room for argument. Site 17 is designated an observation outpost, not a radical research site like the Crimson Protocol. It may hold more neutral, or even adversarial, knowledge about the energy network. This is our only hope. Just then, Li Wan, who had been silent all along, suddenly began to tremble violently. His blind eyes stared into the dark corner of the tower, and a gurgling sound came from his throat. There's something crying, he said hoarsely, his face filled with extreme fear. So many So many children are crying, right inside the wall. Chun Mo and Zero immediately became alert. Chun Mo grabbed a rusty iron rod and placed it in front of Zhang Hao and Li Wan. Zero held his breath and listened intently. Apart from the howling wind and snow and the crackling of burning firewood, there seemed to be nothing else. But soon, Chun Mo also sensed it. It wasn't a sound, but a kind of vibration, extremely subtle, emanating from the ancient wooden structure of the tower and the frozen ground beneath his feet, as if something enormous was slowly writhing deep underground. The sweet, fishy smell in the air seemed to intensify as well. "This tower isn't safe either," Zero whispered, quickly tucking the log into her body. The log mentions that energy nodes can affect the surrounding geographical structure and even cause spatial distortions. This tower is built on a ridge, so it's very likely located on some tiny vein. As if to confirm her words, the tower suddenly trembled slightly, and years of accumulated dust fell in a flurry. The shadows in the corners seemed to grow deeper and began to twist unnaturally. "We can't stay any longer." Chun Mo made a decisive decision. "We must leave, find a more secluded place to weather this storm, and then find a way to get transportation and supplies to head east." He quickly packed up the remaining precious medical supplies, while Ling tried his best to extinguish the fire, leaving only a faint ember. Chun Mo carried Zhang Hao on his back again, and Ling helped the almost exhausted Li Wan to his feet. Just as they were about to rush out of the tower's entrance, the tower shook violently again. This time, accompanied by a teeth-grinding cracking sound, a section of the second-floor floor seemed to collapse. Even more terrifying, a thick, dark red liquid, like congealed blood, silently seeped from the corner wall behind them where they had just been sitting, slowly flowing and accompanied by a low, intermittent, whimpering sound, exactly as Li Wan had described. "Go!" Chun Mo's scalp tingled, and he roared, charging into the raging blizzard first. Visibility was less than 5 meters, and the biting wind, carrying icy particles, lashed their faces like knives. They had lost their temporary shelter and were once again exposed to the might of nature and an invisible terror. Behind them, the abandoned watchtower groaned ominously in the wind and snow, its shadows writhing like living creatures in the windows. Zero, guided by memory and a vague sense of direction, said, "Go downwind. Find a sheltered ravine or cave." The four of them resumed their perilous trek through knee-deep snow. Every step was incredibly difficult. Body heat was rapidly escaping, and despair clung to them like a persistent, insidious disease. Chun Mo didn't know how long they could hold out, where their next shelter was, or what awaited them deep in the distant Qinling Mountains. All he knew was that he couldn't stop, because stopping means being completely swallowed up by the wind and snow, the darkness, and this increasingly insane world. Their escape entered a darker, more unpredictable phase. Their goal was no longer merely survival, but carrying a faint flame of hope as they headed towards a potentially more terrifying unknown. Behind them, in the direction of Riverwood, a bolt of unprecedented, ghastly white lightning silently cleaved across the entire sky from the purplish-black clouds, illuminating the heavens and earth with an eerie, bright white light. It was as if some slumbering behemoth was slowly opening its eyes. The pale flash of lightning, like the pupil of a colossal beast, streaked across the snowstorm, leaving a deeper chill in the hearts of the four. It was more than just light. It was a cold, piercing gaze, as if the entire distorted sky was watching their insignificant struggle. "Quick, follow me." Zero's voice was almost torn apart by the howling wind and snow, but her gesture pointing down the hillside was unusually resolute. Chun Mo no longer hesitated, carrying Zhang Hao on his back, and practically tumbled down the slope after Zero. Li Wan was being pulled along by Zero, stumbling along, his blind eyes wide open, as if he could see a scene more terrifying than the wind and snow. The slope was very steep, and loose stones and icicles were hidden under the snow. He almost fell several times. Chun Mo felt like his lungs were about to burst. Zhang Hao on his back was getting heavier and heavier, like a mountain that was cooling down. He didn't dare to think about whether Zhang Hao could hold on. He could only concentrate all his willpower on his feet and follow the swaying figure that was faintly visible in the snow. Just as Chun Mo felt his legs were about to completely lose sensation, Zero suddenly stopped. It was a shallow depression partially surrounded by several huge rocks, barely offering some shelter from the direct wind and snow, but certainly not a safe haven. For now we can only stay here. Ling gasped for breath, leaning against the cold rock, her face paler than snow. She quickly checked on Li Wan, who was already in a semi-conscious state, his lips frozen purple. Chun Mo carefully laid Zhang Hao down, letting him lean against the leeward side of the rock. He touched Zhang Hao's neck. The pulse was so weak it was almost imperceptible, and his breathing was shallow and barely audible. Chun Mo's heart sank to the bottom. He took out the last bit of glucose from his medical kit, pried open Zhang Hao's mouth, and dripped it in little by little, but most of it flowed out from the corners of his mouth. How is he? Zero's voice trembled. Chun Mo shook his head, remaining silent, but the despair in his eyes said it all. He looked up at Zero. That mine, how far is it? What's it like inside? Zero tried to recall the rough map and markings in the logbook. The map only marked a general location, a little further down this hillside, near the valley stream. The logbook mentioned that the early exploration team used it as a temporary camp, but it was abandoned later because of unstable geological structure and workers reporting unusual noises. Inside the situation is unknown. An unusual sound. Chun Mo recalled the eerie wailing and the dark red liquid seeping from the tower, and his stomach churned. But now, they had no choice. If they stayed here, Zhang Hao would surely die, and the three of them would eventually freeze to death or be caught by the invisible terror emanating from the tower. We have to take a gamble. Chun Mo gritted his teeth and began clearing the snow from the hollow, trying to make a small shelter from the wind. Once the snowstorm subsides, we'll go find that mine. For now, let's conserve our energy. He gathered the last few damp pieces of firewood and the embers of charcoal he had brought from the tower, shielded himself from the wind, and carefully blew on them to rekindle the fire. A small, weak flame rose again with difficulty, providing negligible warmth, but it was the only solace in the darkness. Zero leaned against the rock, took out the Prism Project logbook again, and by the dim firelight, carefully read through the few words about the Night Watch and Site 17. Her brows furrowed more and more. What's wrong? Chun Mo noticed her unusual behavior. The records about the Night Watchers are very vague, more like an ancient legend circulating near the node, Zero said softly, his finger tracing the yellowed pages. The log says they are not the controllers of energy, but rather watchers and isolated ones. Legend has it that they possess some kind of method to static or pacify the node's energy, but at a great cost. Moreover, the log's author seems to believe that the Night Watchers may have long since perished, or they themselves have been assimilated by the energy, becoming part of the node, no longer human. Not human. Chun Mo pondered this word. Was the hope they were searching for actually a non-human being? It sounded more like a trap. There's worse. Zero looked up, his eyes filled with unprecedented gravity. The logs suggest that the activation of the energy network is not uniform. As the most active beacon, Camelot's radiation spreads like ripples, prioritizing the activation of nodes with strong energy resonance. Site 17 is one of the main nodes, and it may already be in some kind of active state. If we rush there, we might not find a shelter, but another, even more terrifying river would. Hope seemed to be crumbling in their hands. The road ahead held the possibility of mutated nodes and legendary inhuman beings. Retreating meant certain death, and so did staying. Just then, Zhang Hao, who had been delirious and talking incoherently, suddenly convulsed violently, and a choking sound came from his throat. Chun Mo quickly pressed him down, but found that Zhang Hao's body temperature was frighteningly high, and the skin around the wound showed an ominous, spiderweb-like purplish-black pattern that was slowly spreading upwards. The infection has worsened, and this doesn't seem like a normal infection. Chun Mo was terrified. The pattern reminded him of the skin of the mutants in the post office. Zero also came over to take a look, his expression changing. It's energy contamination. His wounds came into direct contact with contaminated substances, and the energy is eroding his body. Ordinary antibiotics are useless. What should we do? Chun Mo exclaimed anxiously. Zero looked at Zhang Hao's contorted face in pain. then glanced at the blizzard outside that showed no signs of abating, and finally made up his mind. We must find that mine as soon as possible. The log mentions that the early exploration team discovered a special crystalline mineral deep within some veins that can shield or absorb weak energy radiation to some extent. Although it can't cure the problem, it might be able to temporarily slow down the erosion. This is the only thing we can do for him now. Crystallized minerals? Radiation shielding? It sounds like something out of science fiction. But at this moment, they have to grasp at any straw. Chun Mo no longer hesitated. Let's go. Let's go now? We can't wait any longer. He once again carried the feverish, delirious Zhang Hao on his back. Ling helped Li Wan, who could barely stand, to his feet. The four abandoned this insignificant shelter and plunged back into the near-zero visibility of the snowstorm, struggling towards the unknown, potentially dangerous abandoned mine below the valley. Every step felt like a march into a deeper hell, but the instinct to survive and a sense of responsibility to their companions drove them forward, struggling to find even a sliver of light in this snow-white hell ravaged by mad energy. The wind and snow continued, and the silent, pale lightning flashing through the purplish-black clouds seemed like the cold backdrop to their desperate journey, eternally mocking their struggle. Chapter 44 Searching for More Crystallized Ore. The four practically tumbled down the hillside. Chun Mo used all his strength to shield Zhang Hao on his back, his elbows and knees scraping and bleeding from the rocks and icicles. Ling clung tightly to Li Wan, nearly blown over several times by the wind, holding on only through sheer willpower. The wind and snow were like a white wall, not only obscuring their vision but also swallowing their sounds, making even the closest breaths and sobs indistinct. Just as Chun Mo was about to completely lose his way, Ling suddenly pulled him up and pointed downwards. Through the swirling snow, a shadow, darker than the surrounding mountains, almost black, could be vaguely seen a cave entrance, half hidden by snow, crookedly open like an ugly scar on the mountainside. At the edge of the entrance, broken wooden supports and rusted rail remnants could be seen, stretching into the depths of darkness. That's it. Zero's voice was hoarse, tinged with the excitement of escaping a desperate situation. They scrambled into the cave entrance. A stench of mold, rust, and some indescribable smell like ionized ozone mixed with decaying organic matter hit them, but at least the deadly wind and snow were kept out. The cave wasn't completely dark. Faint, eerie phosphorescence flickered in certain corners of the rock walls, like some kind of glowing moss, offering a modicum of visibility. The space near the cave entrance was relatively spacious, with broken minecarts, rusty pickaxes, and some rotten wooden crates scattered on the ground. Chun Mo carefully placed Zhang Hao on a relatively dry and flat surface and immediately checked his condition. Zhang Hao's body temperature was still burning hot, and the purplish-black spiderweb-like lines had spread to his collarbone. His breathing had become extremely weak and rapid, and an ominous, gurgling sound with mucus was constantly emanating from his throat. Quick, find that kind of crystal ore. Chun Mo shouted to Zero, his voice echoing in the empty mine shaft. Without taking a break, Zero immediately began searching the area near the cave entrance, using the faint phosphorescence from the rock walls. She kicked aside several empty wooden crates and examined the scattered fragments of ore. Most were ordinary dark rocks, but soon, in a corner of a pile of rubble, she found several rough crystal-like fragments that shimmered with a faint blue-purple fluorescence. They had a peculiar coolness to the touch, different from the chill of the surrounding environment. It was a pure, almost heat-absorbing cold. Found it. Is this it? Zero showed Chun Mo the several fragments. Chun Mo took a piece. It was cool to the touch. The faint blue-purple glow in the dim light did indeed give the strange feeling of absorbing surrounding energy. Let's try it. What does the log say? It didn't specify how to use it, only that contact might be effective. Zero didn't care about anything else. She picked up a relatively sharp crystalline fragment and carefully placed it on the skin with the densest lines near Zhang Hao's wound. Miraculously, the spreading purplish-black patterns seemed to pause for a moment, even retreating slightly at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Zhang Hao's painful spasms also eased a little. It works. A glimmer of hope flashed in Chunmo's eyes, but it immediately dimmed again. But it's too slow, and it only touches the surface. We need more. Bigger. Or find the main body of the ore vein. Zero stood up, gazing into the bottomless darkness of the mine. There, only faint phosphorescence intertwined with deeper darkness, the railway tracks stretching into the unknown depths, and occasionally a cold wind blew out from the depths, carrying an even stronger stench of decay and sweet savory smells. Liwen huddled near the cave entrance, his body still trembling, but his blind ears perked up. There's a sound, deep inside. He murmured, his voice filled with fear. It's not the wind. It's dripping water, and the sound of metal scraping. It's so far away. Chun Mo and Ling exchanged a glance, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. This mine was definitely not as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. We can't stay here. The entrance isn't safe either. We don't know how long the storm will last, and the things in the tower, or the monsters in the town, might come looking for us. Chun Mo analyzed calmly. We have to go further in, find a safer location, and at the same time, look for more crystal ore. He carried Zhang Hao on his back again, and Ling stuffed the few small crystal minerals she had found into Zhang Hao's clothes, pressing them against his skin in hopes of slowing down the erosion as much as possible. Then, she helped Li Wen up, and the four of them set off again, this time heading deeper into the mine, into that unknown darkness. The mine's interior was more complex than imagined. The main passage was wide, but numerous dark side tunnels and mining faces lined the sides, resembling a monster's lair. The rails were badly rusted, and various debris was scattered on the ground. The phosphorescent moss on the rock walls flickered between light and shadow, causing the light and shadow to constantly distort and sway, as if something was wriggling within the walls. The sound of dripping water was indeed present, with occasional drops of cold water falling from overhead. The metallic scraping sound that Li Wen heard was intermittent, elusive, and difficult to determine direction and distance. They dared not venture into the side alleys, and could only cautiously advance deeper along the main passage. Every so often, Zero would stop to carefully examine the rock walls, searching for the bluish-purple crystalline mineral. They found a few more fragments, but none were very large. Zhang Hao's condition had not deteriorated rapidly for the time being, but it had not improved significantly either. He was still struggling on the brink of life and death. After walking for about 10 minutes, a relatively open space appeared ahead, resembling an old or transfer platform. In the center of the platform, there was even an overturned, rusty mine cart. Here, the phosphorescence on the rock walls seemed brighter. However, just as they relaxed their vigilance slightly and prepared to take a short rest on the platform, a clear and chilling scraping sound suddenly came from behind the overturned minecart. Immediately afterwards, a figure stood up unsteadily. That's not just one person anymore. It wore tattered miner's clothes stained with cold dust and dark red dirt, its body twisted at an extremely unnatural angle, one arm hanging limply at its side, the other dragging a rusty pickaxe. Its skin was the color of dead gray stone, covered with denser, more prominent purplish-black vein, like patterns similar to those on Zhang Hao's body. Most terrifying was its face. Half of its face seemed to have been smashed apart by something, revealing stark white bone and writhing black matter, while on the intact half of its face, the eyes were like two empty holes, flickering with a faint, eerie green light similar to the phosphorescence of the rock walls. It looked at Chun Mo and the other three, and a meaningless hoarse sound, like wind passing through a hole, came from its rotting throat. Then, dragging its pickaxe, it walked towards them step by step. Back off, Chun Mo roared, gently setting Zhang Hao down and gripping the rusty iron rod in his hand. Zero picked up a broken wooden stick from the ground and stood in front of Li Wen. The first encounter deep within the mine was unavoidable, and behind this twisted miner monster, in the profound darkness, more rustling sounds seemed to be awakening them. Their desperate journey had only just begun, stepping into yet another stop shrouded in the shadow of death. Chapter 45 is not the only one. Chun Mo's breath caught in his throat for a moment. The thing wasn't moving fast, but each step was a heavy, teeth-grinding drag, the the rusty pickaxe tip scraping against the rocky ground with a harsh sound, sending sparks flying. Its hollow, greenish eye sockets were fixed on Chun Mo, or more precisely, on Zhang Hao, whose breath was faintly visible behind him. It was a mixture of hatred and thirst for life, or rather, for some kind of specific energy. 0. Take them to the corner. Chun Mo roared, gripping the rusty iron bar tightly in front of him. The wounds on his elbows and knees burned in the cold air, but adrenaline was surging through his body. Without hesitation, Ling forcefully helped the nearly limp Li Wen to his feet, while simultaneously dragging the piece of ground where Zhang Hao had been placed, and retreated with difficulty towards the relatively concave rock wall on the side of the transfer platform. There, at least they could avoid being attacked from both sides. Just as they moved, the minor monster seemed to be provoked, letting out a howl that was not human, and charged forward at full speed. It swung its heavy pickaxe, bringing a gust of evil wind, and chopped straight at Chun Mo's head. Chun Mo dared not take the blow head-on, and dodged to the side. The pickaxe grazed his shoulder and slammed into the ground with a loud clang, sending debris flying. At close range, Chun Mo could smell more clearly the strong stench of decay and that eerie sweet-smelling odor emanating from it. Taking advantage of the monster's momentary lapse in attention after the attack, he swung the iron bar and smashed it hard into the monster's knee joint. A sharp crack, like rotten wood breaking, rang out. The monster's leg bent at an odd angle, but it only staggered and didn't fall. Instead, using the momentum of its forward charge, it used its intact arm to grab at Chun Mo. Its fingernails were black and sharp, whistling through the air. Chun Mo quickly leaned back, his clothes torn in several places at his chest, burning with pain. His heart sank. This monster felt no pain, so physical damage had limited effect. Chun Mo, its head, or crystallization, 0 shouted from afar. She placed Li Wen and Zhang Hao in a relatively safe position, picked up a few stones herself, and nervously watched the battle. Upon hearing this, Chun Mo's gaze locked onto the monster's half-destroyed head. He dodged another sweeping pickaxe attack and tried to get closer. However, the monster's swinging arms were incredibly powerful, and the resulting wind pressure made his cheeks sting, making it difficult to find an opportunity for a fatal blow. Just then, 0 seized the opportunity and hurled a fist-sized piece of, or with all his might, hitting the monster precisely on the back of the head. Although it didn't cause any damage, it successfully attracted its attention. The monster roared, temporarily abandoning Chun Mo and turning towards 0. Roar! An opportunity. Taking advantage of this opening, Chun Mo strode forward, channeling all his strength into the tip of the iron rod, and thrust it fiercely into the monster's eye socket that was flashing green light, like a spear. Thud! A sensation similar to piercing rotten fruit came. The iron rod was deeply embedded in the empty eye socket. The monster let out an extremely shrill scream, its body trembling violently, its arms flailing wildly. Chun Mo quickly released the iron rod and retreated. The green light in the monster's eye sockets flickered rapidly, then went out completely. It stood frozen in place, twitched a few times, and then collapsed to the ground like a piece of rotten wood that had completely lost its support, kicking up a cloud of dust. The purplish-black vein-like patterns also faded at a visible speed. Chun Mo was panting heavily, still shaken. He pulled out the iron rod, which was covered in a sticky, foul-smelling black substance. Is it over? Li Wen asked, trembling. Although he couldn't see, he could hear the terrifying noise subside. For now, 0 strode forward, warily watching the direction where the monster had fallen, then listened intently to the depths of the mine. But the sounds are increasing. Before she could finish speaking, more rustling sounds came from the depths of the main passage connecting the platform and from the several dark side alleys on either side, mixed with dragging footsteps and the scraping of metal. Pale green specks of light, like will-o'-the-wisps, lit up one after another in the distant darkness. More than one. Go quickly. Chun Mo's expression changed drastically, and he picked Zhang Hao up again. Ling also immediately helped Li Wen up. They dared not venture further into the main passage where the green light was strongest. 0, with his keen eyes, spotted a narrower, seemingly downward sloping alleyway to the side, where a concentrated, shimmering blue-purple light appeared to flicker on the rock face. Over there, she pointed to the alleyway. The four had no choice but to rush in. This alley was much lower than the main passage, forcing them to stoop as they moved forward. Behind them, the chilling howls and chaotic footsteps grew closer. Clearly, the alarmed things had caught up with them to the platform and discovered their presence. As the alleyway descended, the air grew more damp and chilly, and the stench of mold and sweet odor intensified. Fortunately, the blue-purple crystals on the rock walls seemed to be increasing, gradually transforming from scattered spots into small, mottled patches, and their icy aura dispelled some of the surrounding cold. However, the road was far from smooth. They hadn't gone far when a landslide appeared ahead, rubble and rotten wood blocking almost half the passage, leaving only a narrow crevice that required crawling to pass. Behind the crevice, a larger space and a more intense blue-purple light shone through. Climb over. Chun Mo made a decisive move, first pushing Zhang Hao into the gap, and then struggling to climb over himself. Ling and Li Wen followed closely behind. Passing through the crevice, a breathtaking view unfolded before me. It was a small chamber, its walls covered in bluish-purple crystals. Unlike the fragments outside, these crystals were deeply embedded in the rock strata like living veins, emitting a soft, steady glow that cast a hazy, mysterious light over the entire cave. The sweet, metallic smell of the air was almost gone, replaced by a pure, icy energy that made even breathing much easier. Most remarkably, once inside, the ominous gurgling sound in Zhang Hao's throat noticeably diminished, and although the purplish-black lines on his skin remained, their spread seemed to have been completely contained. This place is so strange. Li Wen's blind eyes looked around. Although he couldn't see the light, he could feel a calm energy field. Those terrifying sounds seemed to be far away. Zero immediately checked Zhang Hao's condition, and a hint of relief finally appeared on his face. It's effective. The crystal veins here are really effective. His body temperature is dropping. Chun Mo leaned against the crystal-covered rock wall and let out a long sigh, exhaustion washing over him. He listened intently. The noise from the other end of the alley seemed to have truly stopped. The monsters seemed wary of this crystal-filled area and dared not approach. We're safe for now. But just then, bathed in the bright blue-purple light of the room, Chun Mo noticed that in a corner of the mine chamber, besides scattered ore, there was a huddled skeleton, long since reduced to white bones. The skeleton was dressed in similarly tattered miner's clothes, but its posture was strange, as if it were tightly embracing something. Beside the skeletal hand bones lay a relatively intact notebook wrapped in oilcloth. On the rock wall behind the skeleton, a huge, enigmatic symbol was hastily drawn with some dark red substance, perhaps blood, looking like an abstract eye, but with the pupil positioned as a twisted spiral. The secrets of the mine seemed to be far deeper than they imagined, and this brief period of safety may just be the final calm before a far more dangerous prelude begins in the eye of the storm. Chapter 46, the last page of the diary. Chun Mo's gaze was fixed on the skeleton in the corner and the symbols on the wall. The cold blue light in the mining chamber illuminated the eye, and the twisted spiral seemed to have a life of its own, writhing slightly in the flow of light and shadow, as if trying to suck in a person's soul. 0. You keep an eye on Zhang Hao and Li Wan. Chun Mo's voice was hoarse with exhaustion and tension. He dragged his almost broken body and carefully approached the skeleton. The skeleton remained curled up, knees drawn up, as if seeking solace or warmth in its final moments. There were no obvious wounds on the bones, and although the clothing was tattered, it was relatively intact, suggesting death by violent attack. Chun Mo's gaze fell on the notebook wrapped in oilcloth. The oilcloth effectively protected it from moisture, and the notebook was remarkably well preserved. He took a deep breath, suppressing his unease, and gently removed the notebook from beside the skeleton. The oilcloth unfolded, revealing a leather cover with no writing, only signs of wear. Any findings? 0 asked anxiously, wiping Zhang Hao's forehead and the area around his wound with a slightly larger piece of crystalline ore he had found. Zhang Hao's breathing seemed to have calmed down a bit. The purplish-black lines hadn't faded, but they were no longer bulging as menacingly as before. Li Wen sat quietly to the side, his blind face looking in Chun Mo's direction, his ears twitching slightly as he caught the faintest sound in the air. Chun Mo didn't answer immediately. He sat down against the glowing rock wall and opened the notebook to the first page. The handwriting was in pen, somewhat messy, but still legible. Date. Finally found it. This branch deep in the old tunnels. The bluish-purple stardust crystals, just like in the legends, can soothe the whispers and dispel nightmares. The foreman said it's an ominous substance and mining it is forbidden, but the price offered by the research institute is enough for my whole family to leave this hellhole. I'll secretly collect a little, just a little. Chun Mo quickly flipped through the diary. The first few entries were mostly about the mundane mining life, complaining about the hardships of the work, the strict management, and the secret delight about the value of stardust crystals. But between the lines, there was also an unease. The miners circulated strange tales about the mine, footsteps in the tunnels at night, companions who mysteriously disappeared, and those whispers that haunted their minds and drove them mad. Date. Something's wrong. A large patch of moss near the excavation face has died. The dry rations we brought are also spoiling incredibly fast. Last night, while on watch, I thought I heard something crawling in the rock face. Was it my imagination? Rats? Even rats wouldn't want to come to this godforsaken place. Date. The whispers were becoming clearer, not sounds, but something that appeared directly in my head, like countless tiny insects crawling. The foreman's eyes were strange today. He warned me not to go any closer to that branch. He said, "The mountain is watching us." A madman. Date. Something terrible has happened. Old Wong has gone mad. He stabbed several people with a chisel, shouting, "Purify! Return!" before running into the deepest abandoned tunnel. They didn't dare chase after him. I saw black lines appeared on Old Wong's arm, like a spider web. Unlike the crystalline light, it was a filthy black. Chun Mo's heart raced. The black markings were so similar to Zhang Hao's situation. The diary entries that followed became increasingly chaotic and filled with despair. They sealed off the passage to the branch vein, saying it was a landslide. What a joke. They were afraid what was inside would escape. But we were all infected. Everyone was the same. The voice in our heads never stopped. It was calling. My skin is starting to itch. It feels like something is burrowing underneath under the light. I can see faint black lines. No. The diary ends a few pages here, and the handwriting thereafter becomes extremely distorted, as if it was carved with the last of its strength. They are not monsters. They are those chosen by the seed, unable to withstand the gift, and turned into containers. The crystals are not an antidote, but a sedative to slow down the process. The true source is in the deepest part, that heart that fell from the sky. It is beating. It is growing. The foreman was right. The mountain is indeed watching with that eye. The spiral is a door and also a shackle. I'm running out of time. They're coming. I've placed the last few large crystals beside me. They'll clear my head for a few minutes. Writing this down for those who come after. If you see this, never go deep. Never look for the heart, destroy it, or stay away. May darkness eventually bring peace. The diary ends abruptly here. The last few pages are covered with dark brown stains, like dried blood. Chun Mo closed the notebook, feeling a chill run down his spine to the top of his head. The information was immense and utterly despairing. Stardust crystals could only slow the infection, not provide a cure. The true source was the heart from outer space mentioned in the diary, and Zhang Hao had already become an infected seed, transforming into a container. Those mining monsters were examples of failed or successful transformations. What is written on it? Zero noticed Chun Mo's pale face and asked anxiously. Chun Mo took a deep breath and briefly told Ling and Li Wen the key contents of the diary. It can only delay. There's no antidote. Zero's face turned pale instantly. She looked at Zhang Hao, whose breathing was weak, her eyes filled with pain. The source, heart, Li Wen murmured, fear making him shrink back. That beating sound. I think I've been able to faintly hear it, coming from a very, very deep place. It wasn't just my imagination after all. Just then, the entire mind chamber trembled slightly. The blue-purple crystalline light on the rock walls flickered, its brightness shifting. Tiny pebbles and dust fell from above. What happened? A landslide. Ling looked around in alarm. Shen Imo held his breath and listened intently. It wasn't the roar of a collapse, but a dull, rhythmic pulsation coming from the deepest depths of the mine, as if the earth itself had a heartbeat. Thump, thump. The pulsating sound carried an indescribable sense of oppression, creating a strange resonance with the cold energy field emanating from the surrounding stardust crystals. The air itself seemed to tremble in response. Even more chilling was that Zhang Hao, who had been unconscious, suddenly uttered a muffled murmur, as if from another world, amidst the throbbing sound. The purplish-black lines on his collarbone also throbbed slightly. Almost simultaneously, from outside the narrow crevice at the entrance to the mine chamber, which they had crawled through, came a dense, chilling scraping sound and howls. The monsters, blocked by the crystalline light, seemed to be stimulated by this sudden heartbeat, becoming incredibly frenzied, and began to frantically attack the gap. "They're coming in," Zero cried out, grabbing a wooden stick from the ground and holding it in front of the gap. The brief period of safety vanished. Ahead lay rampaging monsters. Behind lay the unknown horrors of the deep mines, and their only hope, stardust crystals, was merely a sedative with limited effect. Chun Imo gripped the rusty iron rod and the heavy diary tightly, his gaze sweeping over the dying Zhang Hao, the terrified Ling, and the trembling Li Wan. The last sentence of the diary echoed in his mind. Destroy it or get away from it. Do they have any other choice? Chapter 47, There is no way out. Block the gap. Chun Imo roared, and together with Zero, they struggled to push several larger pieces of or towards the narrow entrance. Gravel and dirt fell down, but the monsters crashing and scratching outside grew even more frantic, and the rocks at the edge of the gap began to loosen. Thump, thump. The heartbeat emanating from deep within continued, each beat causing the mine chamber to tremble slightly, and the blue-purple crystals on the rock walls to flicker with light and shadow, as if resonating with that distant heartbeat. Zhang Hao's unconscious twitching became more and more pronounced, the purplish-black lines wriggling slightly beneath his skin like living things. "We can't hold out like this for long," Zero shouted anxiously, bracing himself against a rickety rock. Through the crack, several pale green eye sockets and waving claws covered in grime and dark spots could already be seen. Li Wen huddled in the innermost part of the mine chamber, his hands tightly covering his ears, his face contorted in pain. "Sounds, so many sounds, they're calling, crying, that heartbeat, it's talking," he stammered, his blind eyes wide with terror. Chun Mo's gaze swept across the entire mine chamber. Aside from the gap they had entered through, there seemed to be no other exit. But the diary mentioned that this was a branch deep within the old tunnels, meaning there must have been a path leading deeper, or at least a path that once existed. His gaze finally settled on the rock wall painted with a strange eye symbol. The rock beneath the symbol appeared slightly different in color from the surrounding area, and there was less accumulated rubble. "There." Chun Imo pointed to the wall. "It might be sealed off, but it could be the only way out." He rushed to the wall and touched the rock. It felt cold, solid rock, but as he got closer to the eye symbol, he could feel a faint, rhythmic current of air brushing against his fingers. A crevice. There was nothing behind it. "Help!" Chun Imo picked up the half-rusted pickaxe from the ground and began to vigorously chisel at the rock wall below the symbol. Zero immediately came over and helped pry and dig with an iron chisel they found. The crashing sounds outside grew louder and louder. A stone broke off from above the crack, revealing a larger opening. A withered, rotting arm suddenly reached in and began scratching wildly. "Hurry!" Although Li Wen couldn't see, he could hear the danger approaching, and his voice was trembling with tears. Chun Imo and Ling exerted all their strength, sweat mixed with blood streaming down their foreheads. The pickaxe struck the rock, sparks flying. Finally, a rock the size of a wash basin was pried loose, rolled down, and revealed a dark, gaping hole. A colder wind, carrying a heavy, musty, and sweet-smelling stench, rushed out of the hole. The entrance to the cave was small, only wide enough for one person to crawl through. Inside, it was pitch black and bottomless. "Go!" Chun Imo made a decisive move, first pushing the immobile Zhang Hao into the cave entrance, and then the almost collapsing Li Wan. "Zero, hurry!" Zero glanced one last time at the entrance that was about to be breached, gritted his teeth, and squeezed in. Chun Mo followed closely behind. Before entering, he looked back at the room full of blue-purple crystals, gritted his teeth, stuffed the largest crystals into his backpack, and then struggled to push the rock that had been pried off back into place to block the entrance. Almost the instant he finished, a deafening roar came from behind him, followed by the frenzied howls of monsters surging into the mine chamber. Darkness, utter darkness, engulfed them. Only a few crystal ores in their backpacks emitted a faint blue-purple glow, barely illuminating the small area around them. It was a narrow, rough, downward-sloping passage, as if it had been artificially carved out and then naturally collapsed, requiring them to crawl forward. Behind them, the sounds of the monsters scratching and crashing were muffled by the rocks, but they didn't stop. They clearly hadn't given up. The four dared not stop, crawling laboriously through the narrow passage. Their knees and elbows were already blistered, each movement bringing excruciating pain. The passage varied in width, sometimes requiring them to squeeze sideways, the cold rocks rubbing against their bodies. The sweet, fishy smell grew even stronger here, almost nauseating. Thump, thump. The heartbeat became clearer. It seemed to be right nearby. It was no longer just a sound, but more like a tangible pressure, squeezing his chest, interfering with his breathing and thoughts. Chun Mo felt waves of dizziness, and Ling and Li Wen's breathing became heavier and more painful. After crawling for an unknown amount of time, the space ahead seemed to open up. Chun Mo was the first to crawl out of the passage, finding himself standing on the edge of an even larger underground space. Ling and Li Wen followed suit, all three speechless with awe at the sight before them. This was a colossal natural cave, far more magnificent than the previous transfer platform and crystallization chamber. The cave's dome hung high, its top invisible, shrouded in darkness. And at the center of the cave was not solid ground, but a bottomless, pitch-black abyss. The only thing spanning the abyss was a rickety-looking suspension bridge made of rusted iron frames, broken planks, and thick hemp ropes, leading to a faintly lit opening on the other side. The suspension bridge swayed gently in the air currents from who knows where, making a teeth-grinding, creaking sound. But what's most chilling is what lies beneath the abyss. That powerful, heart-pounding sound came from the bottom of this abyss. With each beat, a faint, pale green halo, like breathing, would rise from the darkness of the abyss, briefly illuminating the steep, slimy, glowing rock walls, as well as the dense, honeycomb-like openings on the walls. The moment the green light appeared, Chun Mo seemed to see countless blurry, twisted figures writhing in the shadows of those cave entrances. "Bridge, can we cross?" Zero's voice trembled uncontrollably. The suspension bridge looked like it could fall apart at any moment. Chun Mo didn't answer. His gaze crossed the suspension bridge, looking at the glowing opening on the opposite bank. That light wasn't the bluish-purple crystalline mineral, nor the ghastly green phosphorescence, but a warm, almost orange-yellow glow, like firelight. Beside this hellish abyss, the faint light of human civilization appears so abrupt, yet so alluring. However, in the narrow passage behind them, scratching and howling sounds were rapidly approaching. The monsters were closing in. Ahead lies an unknown abyss and a bizarre suspension bridge. Behind, relentless pursuers await. And that faint light on the other side, is it hope, or another meticulously laid trap? Chun Mo took a deep breath. The air was filled with the sweet, metallic scent of the abyss and the faint smell of distant firelight. He adjusted Zhang Hao's position on his back and said in a deep voice, "There's no turning back. Cross the bridge." Chapter 48. It's too late. The suspension bridge groaned beneath their feet, each sway sending shivers down their spines. Chun Mo led the way, each step taken with extreme caution. The rotting planks creaked and groaned under his weight. Ling supported Li Wen closely behind. Though blind, Li Wen could feel the hollow suction of the abyss below and the suffocating, sweet, metallic smell. His face was deathly pale. Zhang Hao, on Chun Mo's back, seemed to sense the extreme danger as well. Even unconscious, his body tensed slightly. The throbbing sound from the abyss reached its peak here, thump thump like a giant hammer striking everyone's soul. With each flash of green light, One could see more shadowy things wriggling in the honeycomb like caves on the rock wall below, and even hear faint, chilling crawling sounds. As they reached the middle of the bridge, their worst fears came true. A plank Chinemo had just stepped on suddenly snapped, and his right foot sank into the abyss. In a split second, he grabbed onto a rusty iron chain, his body dangling in midair, Zhang Hao on his back. The broken plank plunged into the abyss, leaving not a sound. Chinemo. Ling was horrified and wanted to rush forward to help, but Liwen held her back tightly. The bridge was swaying wildly due to the violent shaking, almost throwing them all off. Chun Mo gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his arms, and with his survival instinct and sheer grit, he pulled himself up and regained his footing. Panting heavily, he glanced at the bottomless darkness below and continued forward. Every step felt like dancing on a knife's edge. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the four staggered onto the solid rocky ground on the opposite bank. Almost the instant the last person left the suspension bridge, the main iron cables connecting to the other side snapped under the strain, and the entire suspension bridge collapsed completely into the abyss with a piercing metallic twisting sound. Our escape route is completely cut off. They collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the exhaustion of surviving the ordeal. Chinemo, disregarding his own rest, immediately checked on Zhang Hao. Somewhat comfortingly, the warm, fire-like light from the cave on the opposite bank seemed to be suppressing the corrosive effects on Zhang Hao's body. The purplish-black patterns, though still clear, were no longer as restless as before. The stardust crystals in his backpack also emitted a steady, faint glow. "Is it safe here?" Zero asked breathlessly, her eyes scanning the new cave warily. The cave wasn't large. It resembled the end of a huge crevice in the rock. The rock walls were rough, while the floor was relatively flat, and the source of the light was deep within the cave, a small, burning campfire. Beside the campfire lay a few empty cans, a worn-out canvas backpack, and even a makeshift bed made of dried moss. Most shockingly, above the fire, a small aluminum can hung from a branch, bubbling away at something, emitting an indescribable odor that was a mixture of herbs and some kind of meat. "There are people here. People live here." "Who's there?" Chun Mo gripped the iron rod tightly, shielding Ling and Li Wen behind him, and shouted in a low voice towards the campfire. A shadowy patch beside the campfire shifted, and a hunched figure slowly rose. It was an old man, or rather, someone who had once been old. He wore miner's clothes that were slightly better than those of the monsters, but still equally tattered. His face was covered in deep wrinkles and grime, and his hair and beard were matted and tangled like withered grass. But his eyes, illuminated by the flickering firelight, were unusually clear and sharp, carrying a sense of vicissitude and vigilance born of hardship. He held a sharpened steel chisel in his hand, warily eyeing the four uninvited guests, his gaze lingering for a moment, especially on the unconscious Zhang Hao in the backpack that emitted a faint blue-purple light. From outside, the old man's voice was terribly hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing. "You can still speak, and you haven't completely turned into those echoes, so you're lucky you're alive." "Echo." Chun Mo caught this unfamiliar word. The old man didn't answer directly, but pointed at Zhang Hao with his steel rod. "He's infected with corruption, and it's quite severe. Stardust crystallization can slow down the process, but it can't save him." His tone was calm, as if he were stating a perfectly ordinary fact. "Do you know how to save him?" Zero stepped forward anxiously. The old man glanced at her with his cloudy eyes, then looked towards the abyss, where the heartbeat still lingered. "Save?" He scoffed, his voice thick with mockery and despair. "No one can save you. Once you come here, there are only two paths: become an echo, or find the source and destroy it." His gaze returned to Chun Mo's face, carrying a scrutinizing tone. "You managed to find this place, pass through the echo's lair, and cross that deadly bridge. You're not entirely useless. Perhaps you were the variable she foretold." "She? A prophecy?" Chun Mo frowned, feeling that the mystery had not only not been solved, but had become even deeper. The old man didn't explain, but simply bent down, scooped some murky broth from the boiling aluminum pot, and took a sip. "Rest for a bit. It's safe here for now. Echo doesn't dare approach this fire, nor cross the bridge, at least not now." He pointed to the campfire. As for the future, wait until you have the strength to hear the whole story. Then decide whether to continue on to find the heart, or stay here, like me, and wait for the final moment. Inside the cave, the campfire crackled, its warm light dispelling some of the chill, but unable to dispel the heaviness and uncertainty that lingered in everyone's hearts. The threat from the other side was temporarily gone, but the heartbeats echoing from the abyss below, and the many more mysteries brought by the enigmatic old man, suggested that the real challenge might have only just begun. The firelight danced on the old man's deeply lined face, reflecting the unfathomable weariness and a certain obsessive sharpness in his eyes. The soup in the aluminum can emit a strange smell, but in this desperate situation, it also stirred a primal appetite. Chun Mo remained vigilant, still protecting Zhang Hao behind him, his rusty iron rod resting across his lap. "Who is this she you're talking about? And what is the prophecy?" Chun Mo asked in a deep voice, his gaze fixed on the old man. The old man slowly finished the last sip of soup, wiped his mouth with his dirty sleeve, and gazed at the endless dark abyss outside the cave, as if he could see through the rock walls to the pulsating source. She was the last conscious researcher, and the first to realize the truth of corruption. His voice was low, hoarse with recollection. Before the disaster, she tried to warn everyone, but no one believed her. She left records, safe points scattered throughout the mine, and temporary shelters like these. He pointed to the tattered canvas backpack by the campfire. "I found some," she said. "Corruption isn't a disease, it's a kind of energy, or rather, a kind of living information, that thing from the abyss. It infects everything, twists life, and turns the dead into echoes, those minor monsters you encountered. They are the remnants of bodies and obsessions left after being completely devoured by corruption, only repeating fragments of their lives, attacking any life that hasn't been infected." "Where are the stardust crystals?" Zero asked anxiously, her hand unconsciously pressing on the crystals on Zhang Hao's forehead. "Crystallization?" The old man chuckled bitterly. "It's a byproduct of corruption, or rather, a strange balance point created by the energy of corruption and the unique geological processes of this mountain range. It can temporarily neutralize the energy of corruption and slow down the process, just like ice can temporarily cool down a high fever, but it can't cure the root cause. Long-term contact with crystals, or even dependence on them, will make you more easily perceived by the core in the abyss, like a lighthouse in the darkness." These words sank Chen Mo and Ling's hearts. The hope they had searched for so desperately turned out to be a double-edged sword. "What about the prophecy?" Chen Mo pressed. The old man withdrew his gaze from the abyss, scrutinizing Chen Mo for the first time with genuine seriousness, then Ling, and finally the unconscious Zhang Hao and the trembling Li Wan. She mentioned in the records that when corruption accumulates to a certain degree, the core will pulsate more intensely, attempting to completely assimilate this area. At that time, variables might intrude from the outside. They might carry different marks, or they might have a stronger will to resist. They are the only possible chance to approach the core and end all of this. He paused, a hint of barely perceptible sarcasm in his tone. She said that variables often come with deeper despair. Whether it's the final spark or the ignition point of an explosion remains to be seen. A brief silence fell over the cave, broken only by the crackling of the campfire and the unchanging thud from the abyss. The old man's words, far from bringing hope, only painted a picture of their despair and fatalism. "How long have you been here?" Zero asked softly, looking at the old man's hunched figure, which seemed to blend into the rock. "How long?" The old man blinked blankly, as if calculating, or perhaps he had already given up. "I can't remember. Storm seasons, calm periods, again and again I hid here, surviving by hunting blind cave creatures on the edge of the abyss that hadn't fully mutated, collecting the occasional condensation dripping from the vents, and scavenging for supplies left behind by other survivors." His tone was calm, but the content of his words was chilling. To survive alone in this hellish place for so long, one can only imagine the hardships he had endured. "Why don't you try to destroy it?" Chen Mo asked the most crucial question. Upon hearing this, The old man's face showed a clear emotional fluctuation for the first time, a bitter smile mixed with extreme fear and a trace of lingering madness. Try? Young man, do you think I haven't tried? He rolled up his tattered sleeve, revealing his arm. His thin arm was covered with purplish-black lines similar to those on Zhang Hao's body, but darker in color, like scabbed over and shriveled skin. These lines were abruptly cut off by rough wounds stitched together with crystalline fragments and unknown plant fibers. I almost died, or rather, I almost became one of them. The closer you get to the core, the stronger the corruption power becomes. It's not something physical force can resist. It directly erodes your will, distorts your perception, and drives you into madness, making you a part of it. He lowered his sleeves, his eyes becoming vacant again. I'm old, I've lost that madness. Now, I just want to live a few more days by this pitiful flame, or wait for a less painful end. Just then, Li Wan, who had been quietly curled up, suddenly raised his head, his blind face turned towards the cave entrance, his expression filled with extreme fear. Something is coming, not from the bridge, but from above. Many very small, very fast. His voice was shrill and distorted. Almost simultaneously, Chen Mo and Ling also heard it. A dense, chilling rustling sound, like countless feet crawling, was rapidly approaching from the rock wall above them. The sound came from cracks and ventilation openings in the cave's dome. The old man's face changed drastically. He stood up abruptly, grabbed the steel rod, and his numbness in his eyes was replaced by intense vigilance. It's bone-eating worms. They've been attracted by the smell of fresh flesh and blood. Quick, get the fire going. They're afraid of strong light and high temperatures. Chen Mo immediately threw several pieces of dry moss and rotten wood into the fire, and Ling hurriedly helped as well. The flames suddenly leaped up, illuminating the cave even brighter. However, it was too late. From several cracks in the cave ceiling, countless fist-sized creatures, resembling a hybrid of centipedes and spiders, surged forth like a black tide. Their carapaces were jet black, gleaming with a greasy sheen, covered in densely packed segments, and their compound eyes gleamed with a greedy red light in the firelight. They emitted sharp hissing sounds and cascaded down from the sky like a waterfall, rushing straight towards Chen Mo and Zhang Hao, who were closest to the cave entrance. The brief peace was shattered, and a new, more bizarre and intense threat has arrived. Chapter 49: Anomalous Energy Field Detector. The flames suddenly flared, the leaping light illuminating the approaching swarm of insects with even greater clarity and horror. It wasn't a tide, but a death net descending from above, composed of countless frantically flailing limbs and greedy mandibles. Get back to the fire, the old man roared, his sharpened steel rod flashing out like lightning, pinning a bone-eating worm that was about to fall on Chun Mo's head to the rock wall. The worm's corpse exploded, splattering out a foul-smelling green liquid. Before Chun Mo could even thank them, he swung his rusty iron rod backhand, as if it were a fire poker, and fiercely swept away several bone-eating insects that swarmed towards him. The sound of their carapaces shattering was sickening, but there were too many of these insects, and they were extremely agile. After being knocked away, they immediately flipped over and pounced again. Many even bypassed them and rushed directly towards the unconscious Zhang Hao and the terrified Li Wan on the ground. Get away! Zero screamed, picking up a burning branch from the ground and waving it wildly. The flames were indeed an effective deterrent. The bone-eating worms retreated in fear, but immediately swarmed in from other dark corners. One worm seized an opening and crawled onto her trouser leg, its sharp mandibles biting down hard. Zero cried out in pain. Fortunately, her thick clothing cushioned some of the damage. She forcefully swatted the insect away and crushed it under her foot. But more insects were swarming in from all directions, and the glow of the campfire teetered precariously under the onslaught of the swarm. Although Li Wan was blind, his hearing and senses were exceptionally sharp. He huddled next to Zhang Hao, waving his hands wildly, trying to drive away the approaching insects, and making meaningless, fearful whimpers. This won't do. The fire won't last long, the old man shouted anxiously, precisely stabbing away at the approaching insects with a steel rod. His movements were swift and skillful, Clearly not the first time he'd dealt with such a crisis. There's a way out of this cave. Follow me. A way out? Chunmo's spirits lifted. The old man suddenly kicked over the burning campfire, sending flaming firewood flying, temporarily repelling the swarm of insects and creating chaos. He bent down, grabbed his tattered backpack, and pointed to a seemingly solid rock face deep within the cave. There's a crack. Quick! Without hesitation, Chun-mo carried Zhang Hao on his back again. Ling struggled to help the almost limp Li Wen up. The old man took the lead, rushing to the rock wall and forcefully pushing aside a seemingly heavy, but actually cleverly balanced flat rock, revealing a narrow crevice behind it, barely wide enough for one person to pass sideways. A cold wind blew out from the crevice, carrying an even stronger musty smell and a faint, almost imperceptible, icy scent similar to stardust crystals. Get in. Hurry, the old man shouted, making way for him. Chun-mo squeezed into the crevice first, followed closely by Ling pushing Li Wen. The old man was the last to enter, struggling to pull the flat rock back into place, barely blocking the entrance. Almost the instant the rocks closed, a series of impacts and scrapes came from outside, along with the sharp hissing of the bone-eating worms. The crevice was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The four of them were crammed into the narrow space, and could clearly hear each other's rapid heartbeats and heavy breathing. The noise of the insect swarm outside was muffled by the rocks, but it hadn't gone away. They were clearly trying to get in. It's safe for now. The old man gasped for breath, his voice echoing in the narrow space. But this road is not easy to walk on. Chun-mo lit a small emergency candle. He had brought with him one he had found among the supplies he had previously scavenged. The faint candlelight dispelled some of the darkness, illuminating the rough, damp natural rock crevice that stretched downwards. The rock walls were wet and covered with slippery moss, and the ground beneath his feet was uneven stone. Where does this road lead? Zero asked, still shaken, as she examined her leg where she had been bitten by insects. The old man shook his head, his face showing deep weariness and uncertainty. I don't know. I've only explored a small section. Down there the atmosphere is strange, sometimes cold, sometimes restless. But it's the only way to avoid those insects up there. And, he paused, his nose twitching as if he were trying to discern the scent in the air. I think I smelled a stronger crystalline scent coming from down there. Crystallization. This word rekindled a glimmer of hope for Chun-mo and Ling. If crystallization could slow down Zhang Hao's infection, then perhaps a more concentrated vein of crystallized or would be even more effective, or even hold a hidden turning point. Let's go, Chun-mo said succinctly. They had no choice. So the four of them embarked on their journey once more, trudging down this unknown, narrow crevice leading deeper into the earth's core. The flickering candlelight cast their shadows, twisted and elongated, on the slippery rock face, like haunting ghosts. The heartbeat of the abyss seemed to be muffled by the rock strata, but another sound gradually became clearer, the gurgling of underground water, sometimes distant, sometimes close at hand. The crevice was sometimes wide, sometimes requiring them to crawl. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they came to a slightly more open area. The ground here was relatively dry, and more self-illuminating moss appeared on the rock walls, providing some light. It was here that they made an amazing discovery. Below the rock face lay several skeletons. These skeletons differed from those found in the previous mine chambers. They wore some kind of grayish-white uniform of a peculiar material, severely weathered, but still vaguely discernible as not being miners' clothing. Beside the skeletons lay fragments of rusted metal tools, strangely shaped, unlike mining implements, but more like some kind of scientific or exploration equipment. On one broken helmet, a symbol resembling an arrow piercing a nebula could be vaguely discerned. This is, Zero crouched down, picked up a piece of metal fragment with burn and twisting marks on it. They are not miners. The old man's expression turned grave. He carefully examined the skeletons and equipment, his cloudy eyes flashing with a mixture of shock and uncertainty. The people from the research institute the exploration team sent down after the disaster, so they also ended up here. His voice held a hint of understanding, yet also a deeper fear. Even they died here. Chun-Mo found a relatively intact metal box next to the skeleton. Although it was rusted, the lock seemed to still work. He pried it open with force. Inside, instead of a diary, were several rolls of film protected by a special plastic film and a palm-sized electronic device with a shattered screen, which looked like some kind of environmental monitoring instrument. He picked up the detector and was surprised to find a faint power indicator light flashing on the side of the instrument. He tried pressing a few buttons, and the shattered LCD screen suddenly lit up, flashed a snowy display, and then intermittently displayed some distorted data and waveforms. At the top was a blurry English label, Anomalous Energy Field Detector. The readings on the screen jumped wildly. One bar representing energy intensity nearly exploding, the pointer sharply pointing in a certain direction deeper into the crevice they were about to advance into. In the energy properties identification area, two words flashed indistinctly, alternating between two. Vita, life, / necros, death. Life and death. Such contradictory energy properties appearing simultaneously at such an extremely high intensity? Chun-Mo's heart sank. What exactly lies below? What unsettled him even more was that when he picked up the detector, Zhang Hao, who had been unconscious, suddenly let out an extremely faint groan, as if from the depths of his soul. The purplish-black lines on his collarbone throbbed uncontrollably once again, subtly synchronizing with the frantically jumping energy readings on the detector. Chapter 50: The Astounding Underground World. The frantically flashing Vita / Necros logo on the monitor screen, like some blasphemous proverb, deeply stung Chun-Mo's nerves. Zhang Hao's synchronized, unconscious groans were like a heavy hammer blow to his already taut heartstrings. What lay beneath was far more than just a mineral vein. This thing, it's still working? Zero leaned closer, staring at the flickering screen, his face drained of color. Even the old man wore an expression of disbelief, muttering, "A research institute's gadget. All these years." Chun-Mo carefully put away the detector and checked the rolls of film again, but unfortunately, without a projection device, he couldn't analyze them. No matter what's down there, there's no turning back. He carried Zhang Hao on his back, feeling the eerie pulsation that emanated from through their clothes, a faint resonance with the abnormal energy. "Keep going." The old man nodded silently and led the way again. The crevice continued downwards, the air becoming increasingly damp and cold. The musty, sweet-smelling odor faded, replaced by a strange, indescribable smell, a mixture of metallic ionization and some kind of decaying floral fragrance. The sound of flowing groundwater grew louder, and they could even feel the subtle vibrations emanating from the rock beneath their feet. After walking for about half an hour, the view ahead suddenly opened up. They emerged from the narrow crevice and entered a breathtaking underground world. This is a vast underground cavity, far exceeding the size of the previous abyssal cave. A dome hangs high, with countless enormous, strange crystal pillars, resembling a combination of stalactites and stalagmites, cascading down from the top and connecting with similar pillars growing upwards from the ground, forming massive columns supporting the entire space. These pillars are not ordinary rock, but rather possess a translucent, deep blue-purple hue, with a liquid-like energy flowing slowly within them, emitting a light more intense and stable than stardust crystals, illuminating the entire underground world like a dreamlike fairyland. However, this fairyland is shrouded in a deadly eeriness. The ground was no longer rock, but covered with a thick, fungal-like, dark purple substance that felt soft and yielding underfoot. Countless tiny spores, emitting a soft white light, floated in the air like eternal snowflakes. Between the enormous crystal pillars grew all sorts of bizarre, luminous plants. Some resembled giant mushrooms with pulsating blue veins. Others were like swaying, translucent tentacles, and still others bore fruits that emitted an alluring sweet fragrance, yet were strangely bright in color. A wide underground river meanders through this strange, subterranean forest. The water is not clear, but rather a viscous, shimmering, eerie blue. Scattered along the riverbank are more skeletons dressed in bizarre uniforms, some even entwined and wrapped by glowing fungi and vines, as if they have become part of this eerie ecosystem. The detector vibrated wildly in Chun-Mo's hand, and the energy reading on the screen broke through the upper limit. The Vita and Necros logos alternated wildly, almost overlapping each other. Where is this? Zero was so shocked by the sight before him that he was almost speechless. Even the well-traveled old man opened his mouth wide, his cloudy eyes filled with horror and bewilderment. Life and death exist simultaneously. Li Wen's blind face looked at this space where light flowed, his body trembling violently. I can hear them, growing, breathing, and also rotting. All the sounds are mixed together. It's too noisy. It's too terrifying. Zhang Hao, on Shenmo's back, reacted most violently. He convulsed violently, his throat emitting no longer groans, but a deep, beast-like roar. The purplish-black patterns on his body spread and swelled at an unprecedented speed, the blood vessels beneath his skin bulging as if something was about to burst forth. Upon contact with the dense energy field of this space, the corruption within him seemed to have been completely activated. Oh no, his condition has worsened. Zero exclaimed in panic, trying to suppress it with the remaining crystal ore in his backpack, but with little effect. Chen Mo quickly placed Zhang Hao on a relatively flat surface with a thin layer of fungal carpet. Zhang Hao's eyes were tightly closed, his jaw clenched, and his face displayed a distorted expression that intertwined pain and a strange, intoxicating allure. The purplish-black patterns even began to emit a faint, eerie light that resonated with the surrounding environment. We must find a way to suppress it, or find the source. Chen Mo was extremely anxious, his gaze sweeping over this beautiful, yet deadly underground world. The energy here was so concentrated, it must have a core. The old man seemed to recover some composure from his shock. He pointed to the direction of the underground river's flow. The flow of energy has a direction. The strongest reaction should be downstream. But his face showed extreme fear. That is probably where the core is located. Are we really going to walk right into their trap? Just then, a strange sound, crisp like a wind chime, yet carrying a cold quality, came from the depths of the forest. It was neither the rustling of the bone-eating insects nor the howling of echo, but a sound that was more intelligent and rhythmic. Immediately afterwards, they saw several slender figures, emitting a soft white light, appearing and disappearing behind the enormous crystal pillar in the distance. Their forms were blurry, as if composed of light and energy, and their movements were elegant yet eerie, unlike solid objects. New residents have emerged. Are they friend or foe? Are they the guardians of this twisted life, or the embodiment of corruption itself? Ahead lay unknown intelligent life forms. Behind him were companions whose transformations had been triggered and were on the verge of complete metamorphosis. Chen Mo gripped the detector and iron rod in his hands and made his decision. Follow the river. We have no time to hesitate. Chapter 51, The Real Horror. The figures radiating soft white light moved silently among the crystal pillars, their movements so elegant they seemed otherworldly, yet they carried an inhuman, chilling sense of detachment. They seemed to notice the intruders, but did not approach immediately, merely observing from afar, like watching insects in a glass box. Chen Mo forced himself to look away from the luminous creatures. Zhang Hao was the most pressing issue right now. The purplish-black patterns beneath his skin writhed like living snakes, emitting a ghostly light that resonated with the energy field of the entire crystal cave, causing the air around him to distort slightly. Ling futilely pressed the last few pieces of stardust crystal against his skin, but the crystal's light quickly dimmed, as if the energy was being absorbed even faster. We have to do something. Zero's voice trembled with tears as she looked up at the old man. Do you know how to save him? Anyway, the old man stared intently at Zhang Hao's condition, a complex light flashing in his cloudy eyes, fear, pity, and a hint of a near-mad, long-suppressed curiosity. Suppress, there might be a way, but it's extremely dangerous, and it might be more painful than death. What method? Chen Mo immediately asked. The old man pointed to the viscous river flowing with a ghostly blue starlight. That river, its water contains an extremely powerful, contradictory force of purification and erosion. The Research Institute's records mention that some researchers speculate that in the early stages of corruption, Forcibly flushing it with highly concentrated life-side energy might be able to cover up or neutralize the corruption, but it could also directly lead to genetic disintegration or trigger even more terrifying mutations. Using this strange river? Chun Imo looked at the beautiful yet dangerous river water, shimmering with starlight. The frantic fluctuations of Vita/Necros on the monitoring device indicated that the river water itself was an extremely unstable mixture of energy. Is there no other choice? Ling asked in a trembling voice. The old man slowly shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the luminous creatures still watching from afar. If we wait any longer, he'll either become a monster completely, or be taken away by those things who knows what will happen. Just then, Zhang Hao suddenly opened his eyes, but his pupils were no longer human-shaped. Instead, they had become two constantly rotating, tiny, pale green spirals, exactly like the symbols on the walls of the mine. He made a strange hoarse sound in his throat, and his body began to convulse uncontrollably with astonishing strength, almost breaking free from Chun Mo's suppression. He can't hold on much longer. Chun Imo roared, making a decision. Test the river. Zero, hold him down. Together, the two dragged the violently struggling Zhang Hao towards the riverbank. Li Wen curled up in place, clutching his head, groaning in pain. The chaotic sounds of this space almost tore his consciousness apart. The old man, meanwhile, nervously guarded against the luminous creatures in the distance and the eerie plant communities around him. As we approached the riverbank, the strange, mixed odors became even stronger. The fungal carpet along the riverbank grew thicker, feeling as if we were stepping on the entrails of some living creature. The deep blue river water, upon closer inspection, was not transparent, but rather resembled a viscous liquid composed of countless tiny specks of light, slowly flowing and emitting a bizarre tactile sensation that intertwined icy coldness and warmth. Chun Imo gritted his teeth and scooped up half a can of river water with an empty tin can. The water felt heavy in his hand, and starlight seemed to flow within it, as if it were alive. Hold him down. Chun Imo shouted to Zero, then pinched Zhang Hao's chin, ignoring his struggles, and forced some river water into his mouth, while splashing the rest of the river water on the area with the densest lines on his chest. Laugh. A sound like a red-hot iron being plunged into ice water rang out. Zhang Hao let out a shrill scream that was inhuman, his body arched, and he convulsed violently. Where his skin touched the river water, puffs of white smoke instantly rose, and the purplish-black patterns twisted wildly, sometimes fading and sometimes deepening in color, as if engaged in a fierce tug of war. His eyes rolled back, and foam mixed with black blood gushed from his mouth. Zhang Hao. Ling held him tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. This process lasted for nearly a minute before Zhang Hao's struggles gradually weakened. His body went limp, and he fell unconscious again. The skin on his chest was a mess, as if it had been corroded by strong acid, and then rapidly healed, leaving behind hideous scars. And those purplish-black lines had actually faded considerably, their color lightened, and their spread was abruptly halted. It worked. Zero stared in disbelief at the horrific result. Chun Imo checked Zhang Hao's breathing. Although weak, it was more stable than before. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly noticed that the edges of Zhang Hao's fading lines were faintly tinged with an extremely faint, eerie blue light, the same as that of river water. It was as if the energy of stardust crystals had seeped into his body, achieving a strange balance with the remaining corruption. Is this a cure, or another form of symbiosis or mutation? Before they could think it through, a sudden change occurred. Perhaps it was Zhang Hao's scream and the violent fluctuations in the river's energy that finally piqued the interest of those luminous creatures. Several white figures that had been observing from afar began to slowly and silently drift towards them. Their outlines gradually became clearer, revealing them to be roughly humanoid, but their bodies were composed of flowing halos of light. Their faces lacked specific features, consisting only of a soft ball of light, yet emanating an invisible, mind-freezing sense of oppression. At the same time, the strange, glowing plants around them seemed to be activated. The giant, pulsating mushrooms increased the frequency of their contractions and expansions, Their swaying tentacles stretched towards them, and the glowing spores floating in the air became denser. "They've been alerted." The old man's voice tightened as he gripped the steel rod. "Back up! Back up!" But the only way to retreat was through that narrow crevice in the rock, and no one knew whether the bone-eating worms were still guarding outside. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, Lewin suddenly raised his head, his blind face looking towards the downstream direction of the river, his face filled with extreme fear, even more so than when he was facing the creature of light and shadow. Something down there has awakened." His voice shrill and distorted, his whole body trembling like a leaf. "Not those lights, it's something deeper, something ancient, it's yawning, it smells something fresh." As if to confirm his words, the entire underground crystal cave suddenly trembled violently. This tremor was far greater than the previous abyss heartbeat. It was as if the very foundation of the entire mountain range was shaking. The massive crystal pillar groaned under the strain, and rubble and crystal fragments fell from its top. In the darkness downstream, an indescribable, immense will, a mixture of primordial ferocity, hunger, and endless, chilling malice, swept across the entire space like a tidal wave. The light and shadow creatures that had been slowly approaching seemed to be greatly frightened. Their bodies, composed of halos, rippled violently, and then, like a school of startled fish, they scattered instantly and disappeared into the depths of the crystal pillar forest. The screen of the abnormal energy detector in Chun Mo's hand flickered wildly a few times before it exploded with a crack, emitting a wisp of blue smoke. Dead silence. Only the gurgling sound of the underground river and the chilling, soul-shaking friction of some colossal creature slowly awakening from the deepest depths remained. The real horror has only just begun to unfold. Chapter 52: The Real Hunt begins. The tremors from underground were not continuous, but rather like the aftershocks of some colossal creature turning over dull and intermittent, each one causing the massive crystal pillars at the top of the cave to rustle, as if the entire space were swaying on a fragile line of equilibrium. The soul-chilling friction sound came and went, as if something was slowly adjusting its posture within the rock strata beneath the abyss. Fear, like an icy tide, engulfed everyone. Even the most experienced elders were pale, clinging desperately to a smaller crystal pillar for support, their cloudy eyes filled with a despair akin to facing a natural disaster. It really has awakened, more intensely than any active period mentioned in the records. Ling supported the nearly exhaustedly one, who was completely limp, his blind eyes wide open, only meaningless sobs of fear remaining. The perception beyond hearing was frantically tearing at his reason. Chun Mo knelt beside the unconscious Zhang Hao, his hands gripping the rusty iron rod at his waist, his knuckles white from the pressure. He forced himself to calm down, his sharp gaze scanning the changes in his surroundings. The luminous creatures emitting soft white light had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. But an even more unsettling change was taking place. The blue-purple crystal pillars and clusters on the rock walls and ground were visibly dimming and becoming unstable, as if some invisible force was rapidly draining their energy away. Meanwhile, the dark purple fungal carpet covering the ground seemed to come alive, visibly writhing and thickening, its surface bulging with nauseating bubbles that burst and released an even stronger, sweet, putrid odor. The luminous spores floating in the air were thinning, replaced by a faint, metallic-smelling gray mist that slowly seeped from the ground and surrounding cracks. The entire beautiful yet eerie fairyland is rapidly losing its luster, revealing a more primal and grotesque underworld beneath. The aspect of life, Vita, is fading, while the essence of death, Necros, is gaining the upper hand. The energy balance has been disrupted. Chun Mo recalled the alarming data from the detector and the contradictory indicators. That awakened thing, is it absorbing the energy here? Not absorption, it's feeding, the old man corrected, his voice trembling, pointing to the dimming crystal pillars. These crystals, this area, are its nursery or breeding ground. Now, the gardener is hungry. This metaphor sent chills down Zero's spine. Just then, Zhang Hao, who had been unconscious, suddenly reacted again. He no longer struggled or roared violently. but instead uttered a series of extremely low, indistinct syllables. The sound didn't seem to come from his throat. Rather, it was more like some kind of vibration resonating directly from his chest. The tone was strange, with an inhuman rhythm, completely unlike any known language, yet it possessed a strange synchronization with the friction and pulsation sounds coming from underground. What is he saying? Zero looked at Zhang Hao in horror. Chun Mo and the old man exchanged a glance, both seeing a deeper horror in each other's eyes. The old man spoke with difficulty. Corruption language, or rather, whispers that only beings close to the core can understand. He was too deeply infected. Although the river water suppressed the overt erosion, it may have allowed him to establish some deeper connection with what lies below. This is definitely not good news. Zhang Hao is unconsciously communicating with that awakened, terrifying being. We can't stay here. Chun Mo made a decisive decision. No matter what's down there, we have to get out of this crystal cave. Find a way. He once again carried the delirious Zhang Hao, who occasionally uttered blasphemous whispers. Ling also struggled to help Li Wen up. The old man took a deep breath, trying to suppress his fear and discern the direction. The vibrations and the flow of energy both seemed to be pointing downstream. The old man pointed to the dark direction where the dark blue river disappeared. But that's definitely where it is, a dead end. We can only try to go upstream, or look for other forks in the road to leave this main river. They began their arduous trek upstream against the flow of the river, along the riverbank. The fungal carpet beneath their feet writhed more violently, as if countless tiny tentacles were trying to entwine their ankles. The light from the surrounding crystal pillars grew dimmer, making the environment increasingly gloomy, with only the eerie glow of the dark blue river itself, the fungal carpet, and a few strange plants providing meager illumination. The tremors and friction sounds from underground continued unabated, and they began to clearly hear a new sound, a slow, heavy sound, like a wet, massive object being dragged across rocks, coming steadily from the darkness downstream, toward their location. That being has not only awakened, but is also moving. Despair was like a noose tightening evermore. The road ahead was unknown, and an incomprehensible and terrifying hunt lurked behind them. Their only hope, Zhang Hao, was more like a bomb that could explode at any moment. In the dim, writhing underground forest, the four fled for their lives, each step feeling like treading on the skin of a sleeping behemoth. And the behemoth had already opened its cold eyes. The true hunt had begun. Chapter 53. Despair and Fear That Strike at the Soul. The journey upstream felt like traversing the chambers of some living behemoth with every step. The creeping fungus writhed more noticeably, and one could even feel a subtle, suction-like sensation beneath their feet. The light from the surrounding crystal pillars had dimmed to barely outline their shapes. Only the eerie glow of the deep blue river beneath their feet and the increasingly sinister light emanating from the mutated plants painted bizarre patches of light within the thick gray mist. The dragging sound from underground was heavy and persistent, unhurried, yet carrying a cat and mouse game of stalking a mouse, an undeniable sense of oppression, always trailing behind, as if the sole pleasure of that being was watching its prey flee in despair. Zhang Hao lay on Chun Mo's back, no longer uttering those inhuman whispers, but falling into an even more unsettling silence, with only faint breathing proving he was still alive. The dark blue lines beneath his skin pulsated slightly in the dim light, subtly echoing the shimmering light of the river. There's a fork in the road ahead. Zero, with his sharp eyes, pointed to the rock face to the left. There, a narrower tributary branched off from the main river, its current much faster and its color much darker, almost inky blue. Above the tributary's entrance, the rock face showed an unnatural collapse, revealing a dark, seemingly man-carved opening, only large enough for one person to pass through while bending over. At the edge of the opening, half a rusted railway track and a few supporting wooden beams remained, covered with a thick layer of blackened moss. "It's an abandoned tunnel," the old man gasped, a faint glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. "It might be an early branch line, perhaps one that can bypass the main river." The wet, dragging sound behind them seemed to be getting closer, carrying a teeth-grinding sound of rocks. "Go in." Chen Mo didn't hesitate and was the first to crawl into the tunnel. The tunnel was filled with an even stronger smell of dust and rusting metal. The air was stagnant and cold. Underfoot were uneven gravel and rotten sleepers. They turned on their last emergency light source, a nearly burnt-out candle and a headlamp with almost no battery left in the old man's bag. The light was weak, only illuminating a few steps ahead. The tunnel wound downwards, its slope steep. The rock walls on either side were no longer glowing crystals, but ordinary, dark rock bearing the marks of mining, covered with a thick layer of strange fungus resembling black cotton. Occasionally, one could see scattered, almost unrecognizable, rusted remains of mining tools, as well as some lusterless fragments of stardust crystals deeply embedded in the rock walls. After walking for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a relatively spacious cavern appeared ahead. In the center of the cavern, an old mine cart sat crookedly, its wheels deeply embedded in the mud. Even more astonishingly, several shallow niches had been carved into the rock wall on one side of the cavern, containing several small, roughly carved, and indistinct statues of deities from black stone. The statues were neither human nor animal, exuding a primal and unsettling eeriness. Scattered before the statues were fragments of weathered bones and seashells. This is a miner's ritual. Zero felt a chill run down his spine. So deep underground, would miners extracting this strange crystal worship something? The old man carefully shone his headlamp on the statues and the surrounding traces, his face so solemn it seemed to drip with tears. No, this isn't a ritual to pray for peace. This is appeasement. They're offering sacrifices to something, asking it to continue its slumber. He pointed to the bone fragments. Judging by the age and type of these bones, they don't look like animals. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Just then, Liwen suddenly broke free from Ling's support, staggered to a rock wall, and tremblingly touched the rough rock surface with his hands. His blind face was filled with extreme horror. The wall, there are things inside the wall. Many they are crying, pleading, being eaten, their souls being crushed, melting into the stone. Chen Mo stepped forward and shone his headlamp on the rock face Liwen was touching. Under the light, he suddenly realized that it wasn't ordinary rock texture. Beneath the thick layer of dust and moss, the rock face seemed to be carved with countless twisted, tormented human figures in relief. They were densely intertwined, their faces contorted, mouths agape, as if enduring eternal torture. The carving style was ancient and crude, yet it carried a despair and fear that struck straight to the soul. At the center of these painful reliefs is a huge, crudely carved spiral symbol, identical to the one on the wall in the previous mine chamber, but larger and more oppressive. This isn't a mine. Zero's voice trembled with tears. This is a grave, an altar. Boom. A tremor far more violent than any before came from beneath their feet. The entire tunnel shook violently, and rubble and dust fell from the ceiling. The wet, dragging sound became incredibly clear at that moment, as if it were coming right from the corner of the tunnel they had just passed. At the same time, Zhang Hao, who was on Chun Mo's back, suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils had completely transformed into two constantly rotating spirals emitting a faint blue light. He raised his head, gazing into the endless darkness deep within the tunnel, and a strange, almost smiling arc appeared on his lips. In a cold, emotionless tone, he uttered a few clear syllables. It is here. Chapter 54, one of the true sources. Zhang Hao's chilling, it's here, tolled like a death knell in the narrow tunnel. Almost instantly, from around the corner behind him, the wet, dragging sound amplified, accompanied by the roar of rocks being crushed. An indescribable wave of stench, a mixture of millennia-old decaying soil, corroded metal, and something even more ancient and profane, surged forth as if it were a tangible force. Run! Chen Mo's roar was almost hoarse. He grabbed the strangely behaving Zhang Hao from his back, half dragging, half carrying him, and together with Zero, pulled the almost limp Li Wen, rushing desperately into the depths of the tunnel. The old man followed closely behind, his face drained of all color, filled only with the despair of facing ultimate terror. The headlamp beams swayed wildly amidst the violent jolts, sweeping across the distorted, tormented reliefs on the rock walls, as if the trapped souls were screaming. The tunnel beneath our feet began to twist and writhe unnaturally, and the black fungi on the rock walls on either side seemed to come alive, extending fine hyphae that tried to entwine our ankles. Ahead, there's light, Zero screamed, her voice distorted by extreme fear. At the end of the tunnel, instead of an exit, lay a much larger underground space. In the center of this space was a massive, crater-like depression, likely tens of meters in diameter. Within this depression, instead of magma, surged and boiled a dark blue river. This was the source of the underground river they had previously witnessed, or rather, a more concentrated, more essential form. The intense energy fluctuations distorted the air itself. If the detectors were still operational, they would have instantly overloaded and exploded. Around this enormous lake, and on the rock walls near the exit of their tunnel, were massive, thick, dark purple veins, resembling blood vessels or tree roots. These veins were deeply embedded in the rock, pulsating slightly, their surfaces covered with a viscous secretion that emitted a sweet, fishy odor. They all eventually flowed into that deep blue energy lake, as if drawing nourishment from it, or perhaps transferring something into it. This is one of the true sources of corruption. It is that awakened heart, or stomach. There's no way out. Zero looked at the hellish scene before him and collapsed to the ground in despair. Chun Mo placed Zhang Hao on a relatively stable rock, turned around, gripped the rusty iron rod tightly, and faced the tunnel they had come from. He knew there was no escape. That it had blocked their only way out. The shadows in the tunnel began to expand and distort. First appeared several thick, python-like tentacles, their surfaces covered in slime and pale flesh with constantly opening and closing suckers. They slowly extended, groping the ground, corroding deep marks into the rock wherever they went. Then, an even larger, indescribable outline gradually emerged in the darkness. It has no fixed form, more like a constantly writhing, shifting aggregate of countless tormented souls, rotting flesh, and twisted energy. Fragments resembling miners' helmets, rusted rails, and countless distorted, wailing faces appear and disappear on its surface. Its main body is a gigantic, ghastly green spiral, a constantly rotating passage to endless nothingness, emanating a suction force that devours everything in a maddening whisper. This is it, the source of corruption, the entity of miners' fear, the ancient terror that slumbered in the mountains, now awakened. Li Wen let out a scream that sounded inhuman, covered her ears tightly with both hands, and curled up into a ball, clearly on the verge of a mental breakdown. The old man stood frozen in place, his eyes vacant, as if he had lost all will to resist. The enormous, spinning spiral looked at Chun Mo, or rather, at the unconscious Zhang Hao behind Chun Mo. A cold, greedy will, as heavy as the entire universe, instantly pressed down on Chun Mo's soul, attempting to crush and assimilate him. Chun Mo bit his tongue, the excruciating pain barely keeping him conscious. He roared and hurled the rusty iron rod like a javelin at the spiral. The rod sank into the writhing mass of matter, swallowed whole without even a ripple. In vain. More tentacles shot out from the darkness, not to attack Chun Mo, but directly to Zhang Hao on the ground. They seemed to regard him as some kind of sacrifice or vessel. Zero screamed and lunged forward, using her body to shield Zhang Hao, but was easily swept away by a tentacle and crashed heavily into the rock wall, spitting out blood. Just as the tentacles were about to engulf Zhang Hao, a sudden change occurred at the critical moment. Zhang Hao, who had been unconscious, suddenly levitated on his own. The dark blue patterns on his body shone with unprecedented brightness, resonating intensely with the light of the energy lake. He abruptly opened his eyes, and his spiral-shaped pupils were no longer empty, but filled with a cold and human will. He raised his hand, pointing to the surging tentacles. Step back. 2 words, cold, authoritative, carrying an unquestionable, seemingly lawful decree originating from the very rules themselves. An unbelievable thing happened. Those terrifying tentacles, as if encountering their nemesis, suddenly froze in mid-air, then fearfully, and slowly retreated into the darkness. Even the huge, spinning spiral seemed to freeze for a moment, its malice and whispers diminishing somewhat. Zhang Hao, or rather, some being occupying his body, hovered in midair, enveloped in a ghostly blue light. He slowly turned around, his inhuman pupils sweeping over Chun Mo, Ling, Li Wan, and the old man, finally settling on the boiling energy lake and the enormous, terrifying presence. Hungry remnants. It uttered a cold assessment of that ancient horror. You dare to covet the seed? The situation reversed dramatically in an instant. However, Chun Mo's heart sank even deeper into an icy abyss. The wolves were driven away, but what came next was a tiger? Was Zhang Hao still the Zhang Hao they knew? And what exactly was this being that had awakened in his body? Chapter 55. Did he survive? Suspended, Zhang Hao was enveloped in a swirling, eerie blue light. His twin spiral pupils coldly surveyed the terrifying, writhing form below. Its words carried an ancient authority, as if rebuking an unruly servant. The enormous residue, a composite of pain and decay, seemed genuinely stunned. Its spinning spirals faltered slightly, and the whispers and malice it emitted receded like a tide, leaving only an instinctive, restless resentment. Chun Mo, Ling, and the old man stared in disbelief at this incomprehensible scene. Although Li Wen couldn't see, he could feel the confrontation between the two immense wills, and he huddled up in fear, unable to even whimper. The Watcher, a deep, resonant mental wave, laced with countless fragmented sounds, emanated from the massive spiral, echoing directly in everyone's minds, carrying intense resentment and a hint of fear. You dare borrow such a fragile vessel? Container. Zhang Hao, suspended in midair, curled his lips into a cold smile, an expression that was definitely not his own. This is the coordinate, the key. And you are nothing but abandoned, out of control waste, long ago destined to fade into oblivion. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Hao, the guard, gently waved his raised hand. In an instant, the thick, dark purple veins covering the cave walls suddenly lit up with a dazzling, eerie blue light. The veins that had been supplying energy to the residue now seemed to have turned into scorching hot irons, frantically injecting a pure, icy energy into the enormous aggregate. Roar! An indescribable roar of pain erupted from within the residue, its massive body twisting and tumbling violently, countless faces on its surface emitting shrieks simultaneously, and the matter that made up its body began to collapse and vaporize. It tried to struggle, several huge tentacles frantically pounding against the surrounding rock walls, causing violent tremors, but those glowing veins were like shackles, binding it tightly. Chun Mo and the others were thrown about by the impact of this force, clinging tightly to the rocks around them to avoid falling into the boiling energy lake beside them. Looking at the arrogant, ancient, and terrifying creature, which seemed like a wax figure being roasted over a fire with every move of its guardian, they were filled with indescribable shock and chill. What level of existence is this guardian? And what price will Zhang Hao, as the coordinate and key, pay? The battle, if it could be called a battle, didn't last long. Under the continued burning of the azure veins, the residue shrank at a visible rate, and the roars grew weaker and weaker. Finally, with a piercing scream filled with extreme resentment and venom that reverberated through the soul, the enormous spiral completely collapsed, along with the entire aggregate turning into wisps of black smoke, which were rapidly absorbed and purified by the surrounding glowing veins and the central energy lake, disappearing without a trace. The tremors from underground ceased. The suffocating oppression and frantic whispers dissipated. Only the energy lake continued to ripple gently, and the gradually calming, eerie blue light emanating from the veins on the rock walls remained. An eerie calm returned to the cave. Zhang Hao, who had been hovering, slowly descended to the ground. The eerie blue light surrounding him quickly dimmed, and the spiral pupils in his eyes gradually disappeared, returning to normal, closed eyes. His body went limp, and he fell forward. Chun Mo rushed forward and supported him. Zhang Hao's face was as pale as paper, and his breathing was weak. but his body temperature seemed to have returned to normal. Although the purplish-black lines on his skin were still there, their color had faded considerably, and a faint blue light was embedded at the edges, as if they had been forcibly sealed by some force. "How is he?" Zero struggled to get up, blood still trickling from the corner of her mouth, and asked anxiously. Chen Imo checked Zhang Hao's breathing and pulse, still alive but very weak. "That guardian is gone." Just then, an extremely faint yet crystal-clear voice rang directly in Chun Mo's mind, filled with deep weariness. "Mortals, the residue has been temporarily purified, but the root of corruption has not been completely eradicated. The energy imbalance here has lasted too long. It will take a long time to calm down." Chen Imo looked up abruptly, but there was no one around. It was the guardian. Was it still there? Or had it left behind a trace of its will? "The container is severely damaged. My power can only maintain its life and temporarily suppress the corruption. Whether it can awaken depends on its own will. And your fate." The sound grew fainter and fainter, as if it might disappear at any moment. "What exactly are you? What will happen to Zhang Hao?" Chun Imo asked anxiously in his mind. "I am a remnant of this world, a former guardian. The key has been marked, the threads of fate intertwine once more. Beware of the other remnants and those searching for the key." The sound ceased completely. No matter how Chun Imo called out in his heart, there was no further response. The cave was deathly silent. The old man staggered over, checked Zhang Hao's condition, and his cloudy eyes were filled with lingering fear and disbelief. We survived? That thing was destroyed." Zero gazed at the energy lake, now calm but still eerily still, and the surrounding veins gradually fading away. His voice trembled as he asked, "What does it mean by other residue? Is there something else searching for the key?" Chen Imo silently shook his head. The crisis seemed to have passed, but the information left behind by the Guardians brought with it more and larger mysteries and potential threats. Zhang Hao's life was temporarily spared, but what had he become? A marked key? And how would the threads of fate intertwine for those involved? He looked at the tunnel they had come from, which was now empty, and then looked across the energy lake, wondering if there was another way out in the darkness. "Let's get out of here first." Chun Imo carried the unconscious Zhang Hao on his back, his voice hoarse but firm. "No matter what the future holds, let's get him back to the surface first." Zero and the old man helped the dazed Li Wan to his feet. The four of them, dragging their wounded and exhausted bodies, embarked on a journey home, equally fraught with uncertainty. The terror underground might have subsided temporarily, but had the snowstorm on the surface stopped? The secrets hidden in Black Mountain Town, and the broader threat revealed in the guard's words, all indicated that their ordeal was far from over. Chapter 56. The threads of fate intertwine once again. The dark tunnel seemed endless, with only the gradually shrinking, eerie blue light behind them providing a sliver of illumination. Chen Imo carried Zhang Hao on his back, each step heavy and cautious. Ling supported the nearly exhausted old man, who in turn half-dragged, half-carried Li Wan, whose mind had completely collapsed and who could only mutter to himself. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, dust, and an indescribable odor, similar to ionized ozone, the residue of a violent clash of high-concentration energy. The path beneath their feet was uneven, littered with gravel and cracks left from the previous battle. In the silence, only the heavy breathing and footsteps of a few people could be heard, along with Li Wen's occasional meaningless murmurs. This deathly silence was even more unsettling than the monster's roars earlier, as if the entire underground space was trembling and lying in wait because of the unequal purification that had just occurred. "Can we still find our way back?" Zero's voice was filled with suppressed pain. The injury to her ribs had clearly worsened during the journey. Chen Imo didn't answer immediately. He adjusted Zhang Hao's position on his back to make sure he wouldn't slip. Zhang Hao's breathing was still weak, but relatively steady. The faded purplish-black lines on his skin occasionally flashed a barely perceptible blue light in the darkness, like dormant circuits, reminding Chun Imo that he was carrying not just a companion, but also a huge mystery and potential danger. "The main mine tunnel should be just ahead," the old man said, panting, pointing the way with his vague memory of the underground structure. But, with that huge commotion just now, a collapse is inevitable. I just hope it's not completely blocked. Sure enough, after traveling for a short while, the entrance to the main mine tunnel they had come from was completely blocked by a large number of fallen rocks and twisted metal supports, leaving only some narrow gaps that made it impossible to pass through. It's over. Li Wen, seeing this scene, seemed to have been further traumatized. He collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. We can't get out, we're all going to die here, just like those people. Ignoring Li Wen's breakdown, Chen Mo carefully placed Zhang Hao against a relatively stable rock and approached the collapsed area to examine it closely. He shone his flashlight deep into the crevice, the light forming a beam in the dust. There's a breeze, Chen Mo suddenly said, feeling a very faint breeze carrying the cold air of the ground blowing out from the cracks in the rocks. The wind means it's not a dead end. Hope rekindled in the old man's eyes. But with just the few of us, it's impossible to dig this open. Zero looked at the huge rock with despair on his face. Chen Mo silently swept the beam of his flashlight across the surrounding rock walls. The light from the energy veins had almost completely died down, and the cave had returned to darkness. But his gaze lingered on the opposite side of the energy lake. There, in the darkness stretching beyond the lake shore, there seemed to be the outline of another passage, which had been overlooked earlier because his attention was focused on the residue and the guardian. Over there, Chen Mo pointed to the opposite bank. There might be other ways out. This underground space obviously has more than one entrance. Those things and the beings that built this place couldn't have left only one way out. This judgment is reasonable, but it means they must bypass the energy lake. Although the residue has been purified, the still faintly rippling blue lake water still emits unsettling energy fluctuations, and no one knows what is hidden at the bottom of the lake. There was no other choice. The four of them, including the unconscious Zhang Hao, could only cautiously grope their way along the lakeshore into the darkness on the opposite bank. The ground by the lake was slippery and sticky, with an ominous feel to it. The closer they got to the water, the stronger the strange ozone smell in the air became, even mixed with a faint, sweet, putrid odor, as if the purification process was incomplete. Ling watched the lake intently, fearing something else might emerge. The old man kept whispering prayers, asking his ancestors for protection. Li Wen was completely numb, being dragged along by the old man, his eyes vacant. Finally, they reached the other side. Sure enough, there was a tunnel here that was wider and more clearly man-made than the one they had come through. The tunnel sloped upwards, and the depths were pitch black, but the faint airflow seemed more pronounced, carrying the fresh scent of ice and snow, which was like a life-giving spring to them after struggling underground for who knows how long. Let's go this way. Chen Mo took a deep breath, picked up Zhang Hao again, and stepped into the upward tunnel first. The tunnel interior was relatively flat, and on the walls one could even see some old wall lamp holders that had long since failed, as well as some blurry, non-human-shaped engravings, which seemed to tell the story of the builders of this place who were very likely the remnants of this world to whom the guardians belonged, but no one had time to interpret them at the moment. They struggled uphill through the tunnel, the slope quite steep, each step consuming immense physical strength. After what seemed like an eternity, perhaps hours, or perhaps just a hallucination born of extreme exhaustion, a faint, grayish-white light finally appeared ahead, unlike the beam of a flashlight. Light! It's the way out! Zero shouted excitedly, which aggravated her wounds, causing her to gasp in pain, but a smile of relief appeared on her face. The old man was also in tears and quickened his pace. Even Li Wen seemed to have regained a bit of his senses, staring blankly at the light. Chen Mo's heart wasn't completely at ease. He remembered that when he descended, Black Mountain Town was shrouded in a blizzard, the world shrouded in darkness. This light seemed a bit too bright. Moreover, the Guardian's last words still echoed in his ears, other remnants. Search for the existence of the key. Was the surface truly safe? They quickened their pace, running towards the light. The exit was half hidden by thick snow and withered vines. Pushing aside the obstacles, blinding light rushed in, making it difficult for the group, accustomed to darkness, to open their eyes for a moment. The snowstorm has stopped. What came into view was no longer a pitch-black, snowy night, but a vast, white world after the snowfall. The sky was leaden gray, but bright sunlight shone through gaps in the clouds, making the snow dazzling. The place they emerged from seemed to be behind an abandoned temple or viewing platform halfway up the mountain, very well hidden. Looking down, the outline of Black Mountain Town, covered in snow, was faintly visible, silent, and still. However, this silence was not peaceful. Thick smoke billowed from several places in the town, as if a fire or explosion had occurred. Further away, on the road leading out of town, there seemed to be vehicles and figures moving, but they were too far away to see clearly. Something seems to have happened in the town. Zero covered her mouth, staring in astonishment at the scene below. Chen Mo placed Zhang Hao under a large, sheltered rock, his brow furrowed. He took out his phone, still no signal. But the anomaly in Black Mountain Town was obvious. The underground terror might have subsided temporarily, but its effects had clearly spread to the surface. Was that thick smoke an accident, or related to the residue or the key seekers? Let's go down the mountain first and find a place to settle down. Zhang Hao needs treatment, and we also need food and medicine, Chen Mo decided. He looked at the unconscious Zhang Hao, then gazed at the eerily silent Black Mountain Town. The guard's words, "The threads of fate have intertwined once more," perhaps foreshadowed their inescapable fate from the moment they stepped into Black Mountain Town. Zhang Hao, the marked key, will become the eye of the storm. Their journey is far from over. They have merely stepped from a claustrophobic underground nightmare into a wider, more complex, and equally perilous icy prison. Survival became the most pressing issue, while the truth lay hidden behind the thick smoke in the town, and further away, in the dark world filled with residue and seekers, hinted at in the words of the watchman. Chapter 57: A Huge Threat. The biting wind whipped up snowflakes, stinging their faces like knives. Having suddenly returned from the dark, damp underground to this blindingly white, icy world, Chen Mo and the others felt a strong sense of unreality. The exhaustion and pain from their injuries washed over them as their adrenaline subsided, making each step incredibly difficult. On their way down the mountain, they saw more ominous signs. Besides a few obvious plumes of black smoke in the town, some houses near the edge of town had broken windows and crooked doors. There were messy tire tracks and footprints on the snow, as well as some dark stains that were not completely covered, indistinguishable as mud or something else. "It looks like you've been robbed." Zero wrapped his tattered coat tighter around himself, his voice trembling, not just from the cold. The old man shook his head, his face grave. "It doesn't seem like it. A robbery wouldn't produce such a large amount of smoke. It's more like a riot." Chen Mo remained silent, his sharp gaze sweeping across his surroundings. It was too quiet. Even after a blizzard and potential unrest, such a large town shouldn't be this deathly still. Not even a dog could be heard barking. Besides the chill of the snow, the air seemed to carry a faint, diluted version of the putrid smell of the subterranean earth, which sent alarm bells ringing in his mind. The guardian's words echoed in his ears like a curse. Other remnants. Search for the existence of the key. The remnants underground had been purified, but had their influence, or rather, the existence of their kind, already seeped into the surface? Was the anomaly in Black Mountain Town a manifestation of some kind of corruption? They struggled through abandoned vehicles and debris outside the town, approaching the first small hotel at the town entrance that looked relatively intact. The sign, "For Ping and Inn," was crooked, and the snow in front of the door was trampled into a mess. "Go in and take a look. Be careful," Chen Mo whispered, lifting Zhang Hao up a little, while gripping a thick iron rod he had picked up from the ground with his other hand. Zero and the old man supported each other, following cautiously behind. Li Wan, on the other hand, was like a frightened bird, trembling at the slightest sound. The inn's door was ajar. Chen Mo gently pushed it open with an iron bar, and a smell mixed with dust, mildew, and a faint stench of blood wafted out. The lobby was a mess. The reception desk was smashed, tables and chairs were overturned, and broken glass and debris were scattered on the floor. On the walls, there were several clear, charred marks that looked like they had been corroded by some acidic substance, or perhaps huge claw marks. "Is anyone there?" Zero called out, mustering his courage. Only an empty echo answered her. Chun Mo gestured for everyone to remain quiet as he carefully examined the hall. There were no bodies, but in a corner lay a pool of dried, blackened blood. He walked to the top of the stairs and looked up. It was equally silent. It seems the people in town have either fled or... The old man didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Let's find a room to settle down first. Chun Mo decided immediately. We need food, water, and medicine. Most importantly, Zhang Hao needs to stay warm and rest. They found a relatively clean double room at the end of the first-floor corridor with the door lock intact. After settling the unconscious Zhang Hao on the bed and covering him with all the blankets they could find, Chun Mo and Ling began searching the inn separately. Ling found some bottled water, compressed biscuits, and a few expired cans in the first-floor storage room. While not ideal, it was enough for an emergency. She was also lucky enough to find a makeshift first aid kit in the staff break room, which contained disinfectant, gauze, and some basic painkillers. Chun Mo then more cautiously inspected the rest of the inn. The kitchen was completely ransacked, the back door was wide open, and an old van with punctured tires was parked in the garage leading to the backyard. In a bedside table in a second-floor guest room, he found a radio with a sliver of battery. Back in the room, Zero had already given Zhang Hao some water and wiped his forehead with cold water. Zhang Hao was still unconscious, but his breathing seemed to have stabilized a bit, and the blue inlaid patterns on his skin were faintly visible in the dim light. Chun Mo turned on the radio and tuned it to a familiar news channel. At first, there was only a crackling electrical noise, and just as he was about to give up, a broken, heavily interfered broadcast came through. Repeated, Heishan Town and surrounding areas, signal outage, cause still under investigation, residents are advised to remain calm, stay indoors, avoid, unknown, phenomena, rescue efforts, hindered, weather and road conditions, repeated, Heishan Town. The broadcast was abruptly cut off by a loud, incessant noise that sounded like countless whispers and roars. The radio then went completely silent, and the battery indicator light went out. Unexplained phenomena. Zero's face grew even paler. Is what they're talking about? Chun Mo nodded heavily. The authorities had clearly noticed the anomaly in Black Mountain Town, but seemed helpless, unable even to arrive in time for rescue. This unexplained phenomenon was most likely related to the leaking, corrupted energy from underground. The Guardians had said that the underground energy imbalance had lasted too long and would require a long period to recover. This imbalance was clearly affecting the surface. We can't stay here any longer. Chun Mo looked out the window at the desolate town. It's not safe here. We have to find a way to leave. But how do we get out? The car is broken down, the road is blocked, and who knows what kind of monsters are out there, the old man said in despair. Chun Mo's gaze fell on the unconscious Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was the key, a marked being. Leaving him here was like a lighthouse in the darkness, which would inevitably attract unwanted attention. But carrying an unconscious person across the perilous snowfield was equally fraught with danger. Just then, Zhang Hao on the bed suddenly let out an extremely faint groan. Several people immediately surrounded him. Zhang Hao's eyelids twitched a few times, as if he wanted to open them, but in the end he only managed to weakly open them a crack. His eyes were unfocused and vacant, and his lips moved, making almost inaudible sounds. Chun Mo leaned down and put his ear close. Light, so many eyes, they are searching. Zhang Hao's voice was broken and filled with fear and confusion. Can't be found, run away. Before he could finish speaking, his body convulsed violently, and he fell into a deep coma again. But these few words of rambling were like ice water poured over someone's head, causing the temperature in the room to drop sharply. Light? Eyes. What are they searching for? Zero's voice trembled with tears. Who is he talking about? Is it those things underground? Or what the Watcher meant by searching for the existence of the key? Chun Mo's heart sank to the bottom. Zhang Hao's subconscious had clearly sensed a tremendous threat. This meant that the danger was not just a potential guess, but an approaching reality. Suddenly, a soft sound, like the sound of snow being trampled, came from outside the hostel. Very close. Chun Mo held his breath instantly, gestured for Zero and the old man to be quiet, and silently moved to the window, peering out through the gap in the curtains. The wind and snow had intensified. In the vast expanse of snow, several indistinct figures were slowly making their way towards the inn with strange and stiff movements. Their steps were uncoordinated, stumbling through the snow, but their goal was clear. What's even more chilling is that the heads of these figures seemed to be shrouded in a very faint, constantly twisting purplish-black halo, exactly the same color as the suppressed patterns on Zhang Hao's body. Corruption has found a vessel. Grab your things and go out the back door. Chun Mo lowered his voice, his tone more urgent than ever before. Hurry! A new escape hastily begins in the dead town, once again ravaged by snowstorms. This time, they not only face the harsh natural environment and unknown threats, but also must protect a key that could trigger an even greater crisis at any moment. The hope of survival flickers like a candle in the wind. Chapter 58. We got out. Chun Mo's words lashed out like a whip in the frozen air. Zero and the old man trembled, acting almost instinctively. Zero grabbed the food and first aid kit they had gathered, while the old man struggled to lift the unconscious Zhang Hao from the bed, attempting to carry him on his not-so-strong back. I'll do it, Chun Mo shouted, quickly inserting the iron rod into the backpack strap, bending down to lift Zhang Hao onto his back, and hastily securing it with a piece of old curtain he had found. Zhang Hao's weight made his already tired body sag slightly, but there was no time to hesitate. Li Wen was already deathly pale. He practically crawled towards the door on all fours, his hands trembling as he tried to open it. Don't go through the front door. Chun Mo stopped him, gesturing for everyone to follow. Go through the back door, through the kitchen, to the garage. He remembered the old van. Its tires were flat, but they might offer temporary shelter, or there might be other tools in the garage. Ling took the lead, clutching the small kitchen knife Chun Mo had given her for self-defense, and cautiously pushed open the door. The corridor was empty, save for their heavy breathing and heartbeats. The stench of decay seemed even stronger than before, mingling with the musty smell of the inn itself, making one want to vomit. They crouched low, quickly making their way through the messy hall and into the kitchen. The back door was indeed ajar, letting in a blast of cold wind mixed with snowflakes. Chun Mo glanced back one last time at the inn's main entrance through the broken window. He saw the figures shrouded in a purplish-black aura stagger to the open space in front of the inn, about 4 or 5 of them. Closer, their movements became more grotesque. Their joints resembled rusty dolls, their heads drooping or tilting unnaturally, the aura around them like a living veil, writhing across their faces. There was no time to look closely. Chun Mo urged everyone to quickly pass through the back door and rush into the knee-deep snow in the backyard. The wind and snow immediately lashed in, almost blinding everyone. The garage, only a dozen meters from the back door, now seemed incredibly far away. The snow crunched underfoot, the sound particularly jarring in the deathly silence. Suddenly, a loud crash of shattering glass came from the direction of the hostel's main entrance, followed by a low, inhuman roar. They're in, Zero whispered in alarm. Hurry, get into the garage. Chun Mo gritted his teeth and struggled through the snow. The old man stumbled and almost fell, but Ling grabbed him. Li Wen had already scrambled to the slightly rusty roller shutter door of the garage, trying to pull it up, but his hands were too weak from fear and cold, and the shutter door got stuck after only being lifted a crack. Help! Li Wen cried out, his voice trembling with tears. Chun Mo carried Zhang Hao to the scene, and together with Ling, they managed to lift the roller shutter door to a height high enough for one person to bend over and enter. Go in. Several people filed in. The garage was dimly lit and filled with the smell of engine oil and dust. The old van lay in the center like a dying beast. Chun Mo quickly scanned his surroundings. A few wrenches and screwdrivers were scattered on the tool rack, and a few empty cardboard boxes and old tires were piled in the corner. Other than that, there was nothing else. Pull the door down. Chun Mo carefully placed Zhang Hao on the carriage floor, then turned around and, together with Zero and the old man, struggled to pull the roller shutter door down and lock it again. Darkness instantly enveloped everything, with only a few slivers of light and snowflakes filtering through the cracks in the door and a few broken ventilation openings. Heavy, Dragging footsteps approached from outside the roller shutter. There was also a series of intermittent, labored breathing sounds, as if someone's throat was blocked. Everyone held their breath, huddled together, staring at the thin metal door. Ling covered her mouth, afraid to make a sound. The old man leaned against the carriage, panting heavily, his face deathly pale. Liwen huddled behind the tire, trembling. The footsteps stopped outside the door. Silence. A suffocating silence. Then, thump. A dull thud slammed against the roller shutter door, and the sheet metal groaned in pain. Thump. Thump. A series of impacts rang out, indicating that there was more than one thing outside the door. The roller shutter door began to shake violently, and the latches creaked under the strain. They're banging on the door. Zero's voice was filled with desperate sobs. Chun Mo gripped the iron rod tightly, his eyes sharp as an eagle's in the dim light. He glanced at Zhang Hao on the ground, then at his trembling companion. They couldn't just sit and wait to die. His gaze swept across the garage again, finally settling on the pile of old tires and the vent in the corner. The vent wasn't big, but perhaps. Listen, Chun Mo said in a low voice, speaking very quickly. The door won't hold for long. We can't be trapped here. See that vent? Pry it open, maybe it can get us outside. He pointed to a square opening sealed with wire mesh high up in the corner of the wall. Zero, you're agile, try to squeeze out. If you can, see what's outside and see if there's a way out. Zero glanced at the narrow opening, gritted his teeth, and nodded vigorously. Just then, with a loud crash, the lock on the roller shutter door was finally smashed open. The door popped open with a gap of more than 20 centimeters, and several hands with bluish-gray skin and strange purplish-black vein-like patterns suddenly reached in, scratching wildly. At the same time, the smell of decay was so strong that it made people dizzy. Block the door, Chun Mo roared, and together with the old man, they used their bodies to hold the roller shutter door shut. The iron bar was wedged under the door, temporarily preventing it from being completely flung open. But the force outside the door was astonishing. Each impact sent Chun Mo and the old man trembling violently. Without further hesitation, Ling quickly moved several empty cardboard boxes over to stand on, and using a pair of pliers found on the tool shelf, desperately cut the wire mesh of the ventilation vent. The wire made a piercing crack sound. When Liwen saw the twisted hands reaching in, he screamed in fright and turned to run deeper into the garage. Liwen, come back and help, the old man shouted anxiously. But Liwen had lost his mind, and in his panic, he crashed into the tool rack, several wrenches clattering to the ground. This commotion seemed to further provoke the thing outside the door, and the crashing became even more frantic. Crack! The iron rod made a twisting sound. Chun Mo's heart sank. Just at this critical moment, Zero finally ripped off the wire mesh covering the ventilation shaft. It's open. It looks like a small alley. Zero shouted. Get out of here. Find a way. Chun Mo struggled against the door, his arm veins bulging. Ling glanced back at Chun Mo and the old man struggling with the monster at the door, then at the unconscious Zhang Hao and the terrified Li Wen, a resolute glint in her eyes. Without further hesitation, she used both hands and feet, nimbly slipping into the dark ventilation shaft like a cat. Just as Zero's figure disappeared through the ventilation shaft. Bang! Carmen's iron bar finally broke. The roller shutter was violently flung upwards by a tremendous force, more than half of it being pulled open. A sudden gust of wind and snow, carrying with it a biting chill and a nauseating stench, rushed in. In the dim light, several twisted figures appeared in the doorway. They might have once been residents of the town, but now, their eyes were nothing but murky white or eerie purplish-black. The lines on their skin writhed like living creatures, drool dripped from their mouths, and they emitted unconscious hoarse sounds. The first person to rush and lunge directly at the elderly person closest to the door. Watch out! Without thinking, Chun Mo swung the broken iron rod in his hand and slammed it hard into the monster's shoulder. A muffled thud, like hitting rotten wood, was heard. The monster only staggered slightly, its movements almost unaffected, and continued to grab at the old man. In horror, the old man grabbed an old tire nearby to shield himself. The monster's fingers gripped the rubber, making a sickeningly loud sound. More monsters are pouring into the cramped garage. Chun Mo carried Zhang Hao on his back, brandishing an iron rod to scare away the approaching monsters, while yelling at the terrified Li Wan. Li Wan, get out of the ventilation shaft. Quickly, Li Wan suddenly realized what was happening and scrambled to the corner of the wall, frantically trying to climb into the ventilation duct. Chun Mo fought and retreated, covering the old man. These corrupted beings possessed incredible strength and seemed impervious to pain, but their movements were stiff and slow. He spotted an opening and swept his staff across the back of the nearest monster's knee, causing it to fall to its knees. He then used the opportunity to pull the old man towards the ventilation shaft. The old man was frail and not very agile, and only managed to squeeze in with Chun Mo's help. Chun Mo pushed Zhang Hao up a bit, and was about to follow closely behind, when suddenly his ankle tightened. A bluish-gray hand gripped his ankle tightly, the force almost crushing his bones. Chun Mo turned around and was met with a twisted, rotting face and lifeless, murky eyes. The monster opened its mouth, revealing blackish-yellow teeth, and tried to bite him. In the critical moment, Zero, who had climbed to the other side of the ventilation duct, seemed to see what was happening inside. She screamed, picked up a brick from somewhere, and smashed it hard against the hand that was grabbing Chun Mo from the outside of the ventilation duct. Bang! The brick shattered. The monster's grip loosened slightly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chun Mo suddenly pulled his foot back, ignoring the sharp pain in his ankle, and with his last bit of strength, carried Zhang Hao into the narrow ventilation shaft. Behind them came the monster's unwilling roars and the sounds of them crashing against the walls. The ventilation duct was very short, only 2 or 3 meters long. Chun Mo dragged his injured leg, carrying the heavy Zhang Hao on his back, and struggled to climb out, collapsing heavily onto the cold ground. It was indeed a back alley, piled high with garbage and snow, relatively secluded. The old man immediately stepped forward to help Zhang Hao up. Li Wen slumped down in the snow, trembling like a leaf. Hurry, they might come around from somewhere else. Chun Mo said breathlessly, a sharp pain shooting through his ankle. He glanced in the direction of the Peace Hotel. At the entrance to the garage, several distorted figures were trying to squeeze into the ventilation shaft, but it was clearly too difficult. Temporary safety came at the cost of exposure to even greater snowstorms and the perilous, dead town. They lost their temporary refuge, and Zhang Hao's coma, along with the corrupted townspeople, foreshadowed even greater dangers ahead. Which way? Ling asked, supporting Chun Mo. Her voice was weak in the wind and snow. Chun Mo looked around. All he saw was a vast expanse of white, a scene of deathly silence and desolation. He recalled Zhang Hao's delirious ramblings and the intermittent warnings from the radio. We can't stay in the town center. Head towards the edge and see if there's a car that can still be started, or a place to hide. His gaze fell on the outskirts of the town, on the mountains and forests that were faintly visible in the wind and snow. Driven by the instinct for survival, they trudged through the snow and ice once more towards the unknown, where there might be a glimmer of hope. The wind and snow intensified, as if to bury all the lives in the town that refused to yield, along with those ominous secrets. Chapter 59. There was no time to hesitate. The wind and snow lashed at Chun Mo and the others' exposed skin like countless icy whips. After escaping from the garage, they trudged along the back streets and alleys, their steps sinking deep into the snow, towards the edge of town. Every step was incredibly difficult. The snow reached their calves, and the icy air felt like knives cutting into their lungs. Chun Mo felt a dull ache in his ankle where the monster had scratched him, but he had to grit his teeth and endure it, for he was the only one still capable of moving and making decisions. Zero and the old man supported the nearly exhausted Li Wen on either side, while Chun Mo carried the unconscious Zhang Hao on his back alone. Zhang Hao's body grew heavier and heavier, as if the abnormal energy within him was consuming his life force, or perhaps attracting something. The town was eerily silent. Apart from the howling wind and snow, the only sounds were their heavy breathing and the crunch of their footsteps on the snow. Occasionally, they would pass houses with their doors and windows wide open, their interiors dark and gaping like gaping maws. On the snow in front of some houses, there were signs of struggle or frozen, blackened stains. They didn't try to enter any more buildings. Their experience at the inn had proven that any place that seemed to offer shelter could be a trap. Chinemo, I can't go on. Li Wen's voice was choked with sobs and utter despair. We can't escape. Those things, they're everywhere. Shut up, Chun Mo growled, his voice hoarse from exhaustion and pressure. If you want to live, save your energy for walking. He had no time to soothe Li Wen's emotions. His entire focus was on observing his surroundings and maintaining his physical functions. Zhang Hao's earlier ramblings, light eyes, their searching, echoed in his mind like a curse. He dared not relax for a moment, his sharp gaze constantly scanning every street corner, every window, every pile of clutter ahead. Their current destination is the westernmost exit of town, where there's a small gas station and a few auto repair shops. Perhaps they can find a vehicle that can still be started there, or at least some decent tools and winter supplies. Just as they were crossing a relatively wide street and about to enter an area that looked like an old residential area, Chinemo suddenly stopped and raised his hand sharply to signal everyone to take cover. Ling and the old man immediately dragged Li Wen behind a dilapidated brick wall. Chinemo, carrying Zhang Hao on his back, pressed himself against the cold wall and cautiously peeked out. At the street intersection ahead, several swaying figures wandered aimlessly. Like those encountered in front of the hostel garage, these people moved stiffly and strangely, their heads shrouded in a faint, distorted purplish-black halo. There were more of them, about 7 or 8. Like lost souls, they wandered in the wind and snow, occasionally stopping to scan their surroundings with their murky eyes or futilely sniffing the air. Go around it, Chinemo decided immediately, lowering his voice. They cautiously backed away, trying to detour through the alleyways beside them. However, they hadn't gone far when they spotted similar figures on another road. These corrupted residents didn't seem to be clustered together, but rather scattered like a sparse net across parts of the town. They seemed to be on patrol. Zero's voice trembled. This discovery filled her with even greater terror. If these monsters still possessed some kind of primal cooperation or territorial awareness, it meant that corruption might be more organized than they had imagined. It's not like a patrol, it's more like a search. Chinmo's expression grew increasingly grave. He recalled the guard's words, that the other remnants were searching for the key. Zhang Hao's presence was like a lighthouse in the darkness. These corrupted individuals were likely drawn here by some unseen force. We must leave the town center as soon as possible. Every second we stay here increases the danger. Forced to change course, they navigated through a maze of alleyways and abandoned courtyards, dodging the wandering figures. This process drained them of much energy and time. The snowstorm seemed endless, their body temperature steadily dropping, especially Zhang Hao, who was unconscious and frighteningly pale. Finally, when they were almost completely exhausted, they saw the low-rise buildings the gas station had arrived. The red roof was covered in snow, and a few gas pumps stood forlornly. The doors and windows of the auto repair shop next door were tightly shut, with obvious dents on the roller shutter door. The glass door of the gas station's small supermarket was shattered, the shelves inside were overturned, and the goods had been looted. It was also a mess. Check it out, be careful. Chinemo put Zhang Hao down and let him lean against the wall, where Zero and the old man would look after him. He and Li Wen, almost forcibly, began searching the area. Li Wen cautiously checked the gas station's offices and restrooms, but they were empty. Chinemo, on the other hand, focused on the auto repair shops and the parking lot. Several cars were parked in the parking lot, but their windows were either smashed or their tires were flat, making them appear unusable. Just when Chinemo was about to give up, he spotted an old pickup truck covered in thick snow behind a locked tool shed in the far corner. The truck looked relatively intact, and importantly, its tires were inflated. A thought struck Chinemo, and he tried to pull the door. It was locked. He peered through the frost-covered window. The keys weren't in the truck. The flame of hope, just ignited, is already facing extinction. I need to find the key, Chinemo murmured, his gaze fixed on the largest auto repair shop. The key was most likely in the owner's office or on one of the mechanics. He returned to the entrance of the gas station convenience store, where Ling and the old man were anxiously looking around. Zhang Hao was still unconscious, his breathing weak. I need to go into that auto repair shop to get my car keys, Chen Mo said succinctly. You guys wait here and stay hidden. If anything happens, shout loudly. I'll go with you. Zero stood up immediately, her eyes resolute. She didn't want to wait passively any longer. Chen Mo glanced at her, seeing the fear in her eyes, but even more so, an unwavering determination. He nodded. Okay, stick close to me. Leaving the old man and Li Wen to take care of Zhang Hao, Chen Mo and Ling crouched low and quickly crossed the open space to the roller shutter door of the auto repair shop. The door was locked, but a small side door for people to enter and exit was ajar. Chen Mo gently pushed open the door with an iron bar, and a strong smell of engine oil, metal, and a faint stench of blood wafted out. The shop was dimly lit, with only the faint light from the snow filtering through the broken windows providing a meager illumination. Tools and parts were scattered on the floor, and the chassis of 2 cars propped up looked like the skeletons of a giant beast. They cautiously made their way inside. The office was at the very back of the shop. As they passed a repair bay, Zero suddenly gasped and grabbed Chen Mo's arm tightly. A corpse lay on the floor next to the workstation. It had been there for some time, frozen stiff, its face contorted with the fear of its dying moments. Even more chilling was the fact that on the exposed skin, one could vaguely see some purplish-black lines about to emerge, but something seemed to be preventing the decomposition from being fully completed. He almost became one of those people outside. Zero's voice trembled violently. Chen Mo nodded silently, signaling Zero to stop looking. His vigilance deepened. This indicated that the spread of corruption might not be 100% successful, or that specific conditions were required. But this offered no reassurance. They continued towards the office. The door was open, and the interior was equally messy. Files were scattered all over the floor, and the computer screen was shattered. Chen Mo quickly rummaged through the drawers and desk. There is no key. His heart sank. Could the car owner have had the keys with them, or had they been lost in the chaos? Just when he was about to give up, Zero exclaimed, Chen Mo, look. She pointed to an inconspicuous little metal box in the corner. Chen Mo went over, picked it up, and shook it. There was a metallic clanging sound inside. He forcefully pried open the somewhat rusted lid. Inside lay several keys, one of which had a pickup truck-shaped tag attached to it. Hope is rekindled. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly came from the direction of the gas station. It was Li Wen's voice. Chen Mo and Ling's expressions changed drastically, and they grabbed their keys and rushed out. As soon as they rushed out of the side door of the auto repair shop, they witnessed a scene that terrified them. Several figures shrouded in a purplish-black aura had appeared in the open space of the gas station without anyone noticing. They were staggering towards the location where the old man and Zhang Hao were hiding. Li Wen, whether out of fear or a desire to escape alone, had actually left his hiding place and was now exposed in the open space, being grabbed by 2 monsters on either side. He struggled and screamed desperately, but the monsters were incredibly strong, their fingernails digging deep into his arms, and blood stained his tattered sleeves. The old man struggled to drag Zhang Hao toward a corner of the gas station shop, trying to use the shelves to shield him, but it was obviously to no avail. More monsters were closing in. Li Wen, Ling exclaimed in shock. Chen Mo's eyes were bloodshot. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward like an enraged leopard, gripping the iron rod. Get out of my way, he roared, and the iron rod whistled through the air as it slammed into the back of the head of a monster that was grabbing Li Wen. Bang! This attack, fueled by rage, possessed astonishing power. The monster's head cracked with a sickening sound, its movements faltering, and its grip on Li Wen loosened slightly. The other monster immediately turned to Chen Mo, roaring, and lunged forward with outstretched arms. Chen Mo dodged to the side, then swung the iron rod, striking the monster's knee joint. The monster staggered and knelt down. Zero, get the car. Chen Mo yelled at the terrified Zero while fending off the monster's attacks. Zero snapped back to reality, looked at Li Wen screaming in the monster's clutches, then glanced at the old man and Zhang Hao in the corner, their lives hanging by a thread. Gritting her teeth, she turned and ran toward the pickup truck behind the tool shed. The keys jingled in her hand. At this moment, the situation in the open space was extremely chaotic. Li Wen seized the opportunity to break free from the injured monster and scrambled towards the shop, but another monster chased after him. The old man used a wooden stick he had picked up to futilely fend off the monsters that approached Zhang Hao, and he was in grave danger. Chen Mo found himself surrounded by two monsters. These corrupted beings felt no pain and possessed immense strength. He could only rely on speed and skill to maneuver around them, and each impact of the iron rod sent shivers down his spine. The intense exertion caused excruciating pain in his ankle wound. Zero finally reached the pickup truck and frantically tried to open the door with the key. The snow was too heavy, and the keyhole was frozen shut. She tried several times before finally managing to insert it. She opened the door, quickly climbed inside, and inserted the key into the ignition. "Please, start it," she prayed frantically in her heart, and twisted the knob with all her might. Buzz, crack, buzz. The engine emitted a dull, weak groan, like the cough of a dying patient, and after a few whirring sounds, it stalled. Zero's heart sank instantly. Was the battery low? Or was it too cold? On the open ground, Chun Mo's situation grew increasingly critical. A monster lunged from the side. Unable to dodge, he was slammed into the refueling machine, a sharp pain shooting through his back, nearly knocking him unconscious. Taking advantage of the moment, another monster opened its mouth and lunged at his neck. At this critical moment, bang! A sudden, loud gunshot pierced the howling wind and snow. The monster that bit Chen Mo suddenly jerked its head back, revealing a bloody hole between its eyebrows. The light in its turbid eyes dimmed rapidly, and it fell straight down. Everyone was stunned by the gunshot. Chun Mo abruptly turned his head, looking in the direction from which the gunshots came. A figure appeared out of nowhere in the snow-covered roof of the gas station. The person was dressed in thick white snow camouflage, almost blending into the background. They held a hunting rifle, wisps of smoke rising from its muzzle. The mysterious man did not pause. He slightly moved the muzzle of his gun. Bang! Another shot. Another monster that was attacking Chun Mo fell to the ground. Clean and efficient, his marksmanship was frighteningly accurate. Immediately afterwards, the gun barrels were pointed at the monster, tearing Li Wen apart in the center of the open space. Bang! A third shot rang out. The monster that had been holding Li Wen released its grip and collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Li Wen collapsed in the snow, looking at his bloodied arm, and let out a howl that sounded like a cry or a laugh, as if he had survived a disaster. The remaining monsters seemed stunned by the gunshot, or rather, disturbed by the instantaneous death of their companion. Their movements paused briefly, and their turbid eyes all stared at the mysterious gunman on the roof. The mysterious figure leaped from the rooftop with agile and light movements. Hiaoshi pulled down the scarf covering her mouth and nose, revealing a face reddened by the cold, but with resolute features. She looked like a man in his 30s or 40s, with sharp, eagle-like eyes that swept across the messy open space before finally settling on Chun Mo, who was barely standing upright. "Can you still move?" His voice was low and hoarse, carrying a calmness born of years of battle. "If you want to live, bring your men and come with me. This gunfire will attract more predators." He used the word forager. Chun Mo's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't have time to think about it. He glanced at the pickup truck that had just started. Zero, stimulated by the gunshot, finally started the engine again, and the engine made a weak but continuous roar, and then at the still shaken Zero, the injured Li Wen, and the old man who was trying his best to protect Zhang Hao. In this desperate situation, the appearance of this mysterious sniper brought a glimmer of hope, but also brought greater unknowns. Who is he? Is he friend or foe? Why is he here? And what does his mention of foraging for food mean? But there was no time to hesitate. Chun Mo took a deep breath of the cold air, suppressing the excruciating pain and surging questions in his body, and shouted to the old man Zero, "Get Zhang Hao and Li Wen in the car." His survival instinct told him that following this mysterious man might be the only option. Their escape seemed to have stumbled into a new and more complex game, and the players were clearly not just the corrupted side. Chapter 60: The Mysterious Gunman. The deafening gunshots still echoed in the snowstorm, and the mysterious gunman's words were like a final ultimatum. Chun Imo had no time to hesitate. The instinct for survival overwhelmed his suspicion of the stranger. "Zero, bring the car over here." Chun Imo shouted towards the pickup truck, while bending down to pick up the unconscious Zhang Hao from the ground again. His movements were somewhat unsteady due to the pain in his back and the injury to his ankle, but he remained determined. Zero was pale with fright from the gunfight, but her will to survive quickly calmed her down. She shifted into gear and slammed on the gas. The pickup truck lurched forward despite the engine's weakness, driving it erratically into the middle of the gas station's open area. The old man also realized what was happening and quickly stepped forward to help. Together with Li Wan, they dragged and pulled the injured and groaning Li Wan into the back seat of the pickup truck. Chun Imo then placed Zhang Hao in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. The mysterious gunman, let's call him Lei Yi, his surname later, didn't urge him, but his wary eyes constantly scanned the surrounding streets and rooftops. He quickly changed the bullets in his shotgun, his movements as practiced and natural as breathing. Clearly, he was already used to this kind of scene. "Which way?" Chun Imo asked Lei Yi briefly. Right now, this suddenly appearing man was the only one who might know the way out. "Follow me," Lei Yi said succinctly, pointing to a small road behind the gas station that was almost invisible, covered in snow. "Your car is still moving thanks to luck. Stay close and don't fall behind." Having said that, he stopped talking nonsense and strode to a half-collapsed shed on the side of the gas station. He lifted the thick snow-covered tarpaulin, revealing a modified snowmobile with wide tires underneath. He straddled it, and the engine roared with a deep, powerful sound, a stark contrast to the pickup truck's weak panting. Ling drove the pickup truck, struggling to keep up with the tracks left by the snowmobile ahead. The vehicle was in poor condition, making driving in the deep snow extremely difficult, constantly slipping. The battery warning light and engine warning light on the dashboard were flashing, as if it might stall at any moment. The truck was filled with the smell of blood, sweat, and fear. Li Wen clutched the wound on his arm, groaning softly. The old man gripped the handrail tightly, his face ashen. Chun Imo, while enduring the pain, cautiously observed the rear and sides. Lei Yi chose a very treacherous route, not the main road of town, but weaving through backyards, the edges of abandoned factory areas, and even the frozen riverbed. He seemed to be deliberately avoiding areas where foragers, his name for those monsters, might roam. The snow continued, and visibility was extremely low. Through the blurry car window, Chun Imo could occasionally see indistinct, swaying figures in the distance, and several ominous plumes of black smoke on the horizon further away. The entire Black Mountain town seemed to have become an abandoned, malevolent lair. After driving for about 20 minutes, they left the town center and arrived at the edge of a relatively sparse woodland near the foot of the mountain. There was a row of low buildings that looked like warehouses or small processing plants. Lei Yi's snowmobile stopped in front of the door of one of the unassuming warehouses with its mottled exterior. He didn't open the door immediately, but instead cautiously circled the warehouse, carefully examining the tracks in the snow. After listening intently for a moment, he took a remote control from the snowmobile's storage compartment and pressed it. The warehouse's massive roller shutter door creaked and slowly opened, revealing a gap just wide enough for a vehicle to pass through. "Drive it in quick." Lei Yi waved to the pickup truck. Zero drove the pickup truck carefully into the warehouse. The interior was spacious, filled with dusty machine parts and timber, but the central area had been cleared out. The roller shutter door closed quickly behind him, plunging the warehouse into darkness, with only a few emergency lights casting a faint glow. The air was filled with the smell of engine oil, dust, and a faint disinfectant. "Get out of the car." Lei Yi jumped off the snowmobile and walked to the pickup truck. His tone was still cold, but he deftly opened the door for the pickup. Chun Imo and the others helped each other out of the car. The warehouse was much warmer than outside, but still cold. Li Wen almost collapsed to the ground, blood still seeping from the wound on his arm, his face pale from blood loss and fear. The old man also slumped wearily against a tire. Ling immediately checked on Zhang Hao in the passenger seat. He was still unconscious, but his breathing seemed a little more stable. Lei Yi walked to the wall and pulled the switch. After a hum, Several high-powered lights on the warehouse ceiling turned on, dispelling the gloom. Then, he activated a device, and a fuel heater in the corner started working, emitting a weak heat. Only then was Chun Mo able to take a closer look at the temporary shelter and the mysterious man in front of him. Lei appeared to be around 40 years old, with a lean build, sharp features, and a bronze complexion from years of outdoor activity. His eyes were sharp and wary, and his lips were habitually pursed, exuding an aloofness and resilience that kept strangers at bay. He removed his snow camouflage clothing, revealing a sturdy outdoor fleece jacket and a multifunctional vest underneath. Besides a hunting rifle, a machete was also hanging on his back. This is a temporary safe point, but it's not absolutely safe, Lei said, his gaze sweeping over the disheveled group before finally settling on Chun Mo, seemingly determining that he was the leader. You need to treat your wounds and replenish your energy. Then, tell me who you are, where you came from, why you were targeted by the foragers, and his gaze shifted to Zhang Hao in the passenger seat. Why that unconscious young man has a feeling that makes me very uncomfortable. His question went straight to the heart of the matter. Clearly, rescuing them did not equate to trust. Chun Mo felt a chill run down his spine. This man was not only exceptionally skilled, but also possessed extremely keen observation skills, and seemed to have some awareness of the foragers and abnormal energy. We came out from underground. Chun Mo decided to be partially honest, as concealing crucial information might be more dangerous in the current situation. The Black Mountain Town coal mine. Down there something terrible happened. Have all the people in the town turned into those monsters? Underground. Lei Yi's brows furrowed, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. No wonder. I was wondering why the foragers have been unusually active lately, and it seems like a new species has appeared. The people in the town are almost all gone. Some died in the initial riots, some escaped, and the rest, most of them, have become what you see here. He walked to a simple workbench, took out a first aid kit, and tossed it to Ling. Stop the bleeding and bandage him first. He was referring to Li Wan. Then, he took out several bottles of water and some high-energy compressed food and distributed them to everyone. Eat something to regain your strength. Time is running out. Lei Yi's tone left no room for argument. What exactly are you referring to as the terrible things underground you're talking about? And what about him? He pointed at Zhang Hao again. What happened? Chun Mo took the water, took a small sip, and the icy water flowing down his throat invigorated him. He briefly recounted his experiences in the mine. The bizarre collapse, the vast underground space, the terrifying entity known as residue, and the mysterious guardian. However, he omitted the specific information that Zhang Hao was the key, only saying that Zhang Hao was corrupted by some kind of energy while fighting against residue and fell into a coma. Lei listened, his expression growing increasingly grave. When he heard the words guardians and remnants, his eyes revealed an unprecedented seriousness. Ancient existence, energy imbalance, corruption. Lei muttered to himself, seemingly digesting this astonishing information. So, the mutations in the town were caused by energy leaking from underground? And those foragers are the corrupted townspeople. That's what the guard said. Chun Mo nodded. He also warned that there are other scum outside looking for the key. He carefully avoided mentioning that the key was Zhang Hao. The key. Lei repeated the word, his gaze falling on Zhang Hao again, this time with deeper scrutiny and apprehension. It seems that Black Mountain Town has become the eye of a storm. The troubles underground have spread to the surface, and you, especially your friend, are very likely at the center of the storm. He remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The only sounds in the warehouse were the hum of the heater and Li Wen's suppressed groans. You can't stay here for too long, Lei finally decided. This safe spot is well hidden, but it's not foolproof. Gunshots and the presence of living people could cause trouble. And if, as you say, something more dangerous is looking for the key, this place will be discovered sooner or later. Where can we go? Zero couldn't help but ask, her voice filled with despair. Outside is all snow and those monsters. Lei walked to an old, dusty map hanging on the warehouse wall and pointed with his finger towards the depths of the mountains west of Black Mountain Town. There's an abandoned weather station here, at a high altitude, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. I used to go there occasionally to take refuge. Most importantly, there are backup radio devices there, with enough power to try to contact people outside the mountains, or at least get information from the outside world. His finger traced a winding route on the map. We can go through the back mountain path. It's difficult, but it avoids the main road of town and most of the foragers' activity area. My snowmobile can carry one person, but your vehicle, he glanced at the dilapidated pickup truck, I'm afraid it won't make it that far. Hope seems to have faded once again. We have to try. Chun Imo looked at the unconscious Zhang Hao and his injured companions, his eyes resolute. Staying here is just waiting to die. That's right. Lei nodded. But taking them with you, he glanced at the weak old Li and the terrified Li Wan, would be a huge burden. And your friend, he was referring to Zhang Hao, is himself a huge source of risk. This is a harsh statement, but it is the truth. We will do our best. Chun Imo did not back down. As long as there is a glimmer of hope. Lei looked at Chun Imo and seemed to see something familiar in his eyes, a tenacity that refused to give up even in dire straits. He nodded slightly. Rest for half an hour. Treat your wounds and replenish your strength. Then we'll set off. He paused, then added, remember, from now on, the changes you see and hear about the world may be far more terrifying than you imagine. Black Mountain Town may just be the tip of the iceberg. His words made the atmosphere in the warehouse even more somber. The brief sense of security and relief at being rescued quickly faded, replaced by a deeper anxiety and fear about the road ahead. They not only had to survive the bitter cold and the pursuit of monsters, but also face a world undergoing unknown upheavals, and one of them might very well be the key to these upheavals. Half an hour later, they will embark on their journey again, heading towards that faint hopeful outpost deep in the snow-capped mountains. This time, however, they have a powerful guide with unclear motives. Whether the road ahead will be auspicious or perilous remains unknown. Chapter 61, I Can't Walk Anymore. The half-hour rest felt like an illusion. In the dim warmth of the fuel-fired heater, the group wolfed down compressed biscuits and drank some cold water. Using the first aid kit provided by Lei, they gave Li Wen's gruesome wound a simple cleaning and bandaging. The disinfectant stung the wound, making Li Wen grimace, but compared to being torn apart by those monsters, this pain was a blessing. Chun Imo checked his ankle. The spot where the monster had scratched him was bruised and swollen, throbbing with dull pain. He silently wrapped a bandage tightly around it several times, trying to immobilize and compress it to alleviate the discomfort when moving. He glanced at Zhang Hao, still unconscious in the passenger seat. In the dim warehouse light, the eerie blue lines beneath Zhang Hao's skin seemed clearer than before, rising and falling slightly like breathing. This was definitely not a good sign. Lei used this time to quickly inspect the snowmobile and the beat-up pickup truck. He shook his head and said to Chun Imo, your vehicles won't last much longer. The batteries are almost dead, and the engines are also having problems. If you force them to go out, they'll likely break down halfway and become easy targets. What should we do then? Zero asked anxiously. Lei Yi's gaze swept over the group, finally settling on Zhang Hao on Chun Mo's back. He then looked at the weakened old Li and the still shaken Li Wan, his brow furrowing. Leading such a team across the perilous snowfield was tantamount to suicide. The snowmobile can carry one person. Lei Yi finally made a difficult decision, along with necessary supplies. The rest must walk. The decision froze the atmosphere instantly. On foot, through knee-deep snow, braving the biting wind, and constantly on guard against attacks from foragers. For the group, already severely exhausted, this was practically an impossible task. I can't walk anymore. Li Wen broke down first, her voice trembling with tears. My arm. I'll die on the road. The old man didn't speak, but sighed deeply, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen even more. Chun Imo remained silent. He knew Lei Yi was telling the truth. It was the only viable solution at the moment, however cruel. He looked at Zero. Though fear was also in her eyes, there was even more resilience. She nodded almost imperceptibly at Chun Imo. I'll carry Zhang Hao. Chun Mo's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable force. Ling, you take care of Uncle Li. Li Wan. He looked at the young man who was almost limp, his tone becoming stern. If you want to live, use all your strength to keep up. Falling behind means death. Liwen was intimidated by Chun Mo's gaze, shrank back, and dared not complain anymore. Lei glanced at Chun Mo with some surprise, seemingly not expecting this equally exhausted young man to volunteer for the heaviest burden. He said nothing more and quickly began distributing supplies. Most of the food, water, and first aid supplies were packed into a huge backpack, which Chun Mo carried. The weight, including Zhang Hao's, was terrifying. Several lighter backpacks were given to Zero, the old man, and Li Wen, containing some high-energy food and a small amount of water. Lei himself carried weapons, tools, and the precious radio he had brought from the inn. After checking it, he thought it might still be reparable or able to retrieve information. Already, after confirming once again that there was nothing unusual outside the warehouse, Lei slowly opened the roller shutter door. The wind and snow immediately howled in, making it almost impossible to stand. The outside world remained a vast expanse of white, deathly silence. Follow my tracks closely. Lei straddled the snowmobile, the engine humming. Try to stay on the edge of the woods and use the terrain for cover. If you encounter any problems, don't panic, just follow my instructions. He glanced at the unconscious Eye of the Storm on Chun Mo's back, his expression complex, and added, hopefully, we won't attract anything more troublesome before we reach the weather station. These words made everyone's heart sink. The escape begins again. Lei led the way on his snowmobile, the heavy tires leaving clear tracks in the snow. Chun Mo, carrying Zhang Hao on his back, followed behind, each step incredibly difficult. The snow was loose and soft, often sinking up to their thighs, requiring immense effort to pull each leg out. Zhang Hao's weight, the pain in his injured ankle, and the heavy backpack on his back almost crushed him. Sweat quickly soaked through his underwear, turning icy cold in the wind. Ling helped the old man, who, though physically weak, was sustained by his will to live and struggled to take steps. Li Wen stumbled along at the back, falling down from time to time due to exhaustion or fear, only to struggle to get up again, looking utterly disheveled. The snowstorm seemed endless, and visibility was extremely low. They followed the route planned by Lei, traversing the woodlands on the edge of town. The bare trees, like rows of stiff skeletons, groaned in the snowstorm. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the howling wind and snow and their heavy, bellows-like breathing. Along the way, they saw several unsettling signs. Messy footprints left in the snow, larger than normal and bearing the characteristics of claw marks. On a distant hillside, several dark figures moved slowly, their outlines distorted, their heads shrouded in a familiar purplish-black halo. Fortunately, they were far enough away, and they were hidden in the woods, so they were not discovered. Lei Yi's route selection was indeed skillful, making the most of the terrain to avoid risks. However, the physical exertion was real. After more than an hour of walking, everyone except Lei Yi had reached their limit. Li Wen was moving almost instinctively, and Zero and the old man were also swaying. Chun Mo felt as if his lungs were about to explode, his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and every breath smelled of blood. Rest for 10 minutes. Lei Yi stopped the snowmobile, checked on the group's condition, and had to give in. He chose a sheltered spot behind a large rock, allowing them to take temporary shelter from the wind and snow. The group collapsed onto the snow, too weak to even speak. Ling took out a water bottle and distributed water to everyone. Chun Mo carefully laid Zhang Hao down against a rock. Zhang Hao remained unconscious, but his brows were furrowed and his lips were cracked, as if he were enduring immense pain. The blue patterns beneath his skin seemed even more vibrant in the dim light. Chun Mo's unease grew stronger. The rest time was short and precious. Just as they were preparing to set off again, Zhang Hao, who had been unconscious, suddenly let out a weak groan. This time, it was clearer than it had been at the inn. Chun Mo immediately bent down. Zhang Hao's eyes were not open, but his lips moved, uttering a few words intermittently. They're getting closer. They can feel it. The light. It's so noisy. His voice was filled with extreme fear, and his body began to tremble slightly. What did he say? Zero asked nervously. Chun Mo's face turned ashen as he looked up at Lei. Lei had also walked over, listening intently to Zhang Hao's ramblings with a grave expression. Light? So noisy. Lei repeated these two words, his sharp eyes scanning the surrounding woodland. What is he sensing? Is it those foragers, or something else? As if to confirm Zhang Hao's words and Lei Yi's guess, the radio that had been quiet, which Lei Yi had hung on the motorcycle, suddenly started emitting a strong electrical noise, mixed with clearer, distorted whispers and roars, as if countless vengeful spirits were howling through the radio waves. The eerie sound echoed through the silent snow forest, sending chills down everyone's spines. This is bad. Lei Yi's expression changed drastically. The signal interference is increasing. We may have been exposed. Let's go. He disregarded everyone's exhaustion and urged them loudly. Chun Mo immediately carried Zhang Hao on his back, and Ling and the old man also struggled to their feet. Li Wen was so frightened that he scrambled to his feet and followed. However, it was too late. They had just left the sheltered boulder when they heard a crunching sound of snow being trampled underfoot and a low, animalistic panting sound coming from the woods to their side. Immediately afterward, several figures staggered out from behind the trees. These weren't the ones that had been wandering in the distance before. They directly blocked their path. The purplish-black aura emanating from these foragers was much denser than that of the ones in town, and their movements seemed less stiff and more bloodthirstily eager. Their gazes, if those murky eyes could even be called gazes, instantly locked onto Zhang Hao on Chun Mo's back. Zhang Hao's body trembled violently on Chun Mo's back. A suppressed whimper escaped his throat, and the blue light beneath his skin suddenly became brighter. The allure of the key, like a lighthouse in the darkness, precisely led these corrupted monsters to their doorstep. A new crisis has arrived suddenly, in the worst possible way. Chapter 62: The Fear of Selfishness. The sudden burst of blue light emanating from Zhang Hao was like a blinding signal flare igniting on a desolate, gray snowfield. The foragers that had emerged from the woods were instantly drawn in. Their murky eyes were fixed on the light source, and they let out even more excited and hungry gurgling sounds. Their previously stiff steps quickened, and they fanned out to surround him. There were 5 or 6 of them, more active than the ones they had encountered at the gas station. The purplish-black halos around their bodies twisted and wriggled, as if they were alive. They've been attracted. It's Zhang Hao, Ling exclaimed in shock, fear gripping her heart instantly. Shut up. Follow me. Lei Yi reacted with lightning speed. Instead of fighting on the spot, he immediately jumped onto his snowmobile, the engine roaring loudly. Chun Mo, take your men and follow me. We're charging. Charge forward. Monsters are blocking our path. But there's no other choice now. Staying means being surrounded and devoured. Chun Mo gritted his teeth, lifted Zhang Hao, who was trembling violently and flashing with blue light, even higher on his back, and yelled at Zero and the old man. Keep up with the motorcycle. Don't fall behind. He glanced at Li Wan, who was almost paralyzed with fear, and said sternly, Li Wan, run if you want to live. Survival instinct overwhelmed fear. Li Wan screamed and scrambled forward, following Zero and the old man. Lei Yi twisted the throttle, and the snowmobile shot off like an arrow, but instead of rushing directly at the monsters, it drew an arc, attempting to cut through the weakest point at the edge of the monster's encirclement. He controlled the handlebars with one hand, while the other hand had already grabbed the hunting rifle hanging on his chest. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the forager that was at the front and closest to them fell to the ground, briefly creating an opening in the ranks. Hurry! Lei Yi roared. Carrying Zhang Hao on his back, Chun Mo unleashed astonishing potential, trudging through the deep snow, desperately following the motorcycle tracks. Each step sent excruciating pain through his injured ankle, but he couldn't care less. Zero and the old man supported each other, struggling to move their leaden legs. Li Wan, driven by a frantic will to survive, stumbled and rushed ahead of the old man. The monster's roar drew closer from behind. They seemed to hesitate briefly at the gunshot, but their desire for the key on Zhang Hao overwhelmed everything, and they quickly caught up again. Bang! Bang! Lei Yi fired 2 more shots, accurately taking down 2 monsters who were trying to flank him from the side. However, His shotgun needed time to reload, so he couldn't maintain sustained firepower. An exceptionally swift forager broke through the barrage of comments and pounced on the slowest-moving old man at the back of the group from the side. "Uncle Lee, watch out!" Ling screamed, trying to turn back and pull him back, but it was too late. At this critical moment, Li Wan, who was running ahead, whether out of instinct or in the midst of the chaos, subconsciously shoved Zero beside him. Caught off guard, Zero screamed and fell forward, landing right between the old man and the monster. Zero. Chen Mo's eyes widened in horror. He wanted to turn around to help, but with Zhang Hao and the heavy backpack on his back, he didn't have time to turn around. The monster opened its drooling mouth and bit down hard on Zero, who had fallen to the ground. Bang! Another shot rang out. It was Lei. He finished reloading at the last second, firing almost at close range. The bullet shattered the monster's head, and the foul-smelling liquid splattered all over Ling's face. Zero was so frightened that he was scared out of his wits and sat frozen on the ground. "Zero, get up!" Chun Mo shouted anxiously, while using all his strength to pull out the thick iron rod stuck in the backpack strap and turn around to force back another approaching monster. The old man also struggled to pull up. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Wan followed the snowmobile's tracks and ran forward desperately without looking back, his face filled with selfish fear. "Damn it!" Lei Yi cursed, clearly having witnessed Li Wan's despicable act, but he had no time to dwell on it. The monster's encirclement was closing in again. "Don't stop. Keep running." He circled the group on his motorcycle, using his shotgun and the motorcycle itself as a shield to protect them. Chun Mo, meanwhile, brandished an iron bar, protecting Zero and the old man as they fought and retreated. The blue light emanating from Zhang Hao flickered under the violent jolting and stimulation, and his groans grew louder, as if he were battling some unseen force. This desperate escape through the snow was brutal and chaotic. Every gunshot, every monster's pounce, teetered on the edge of life and death. Strength was rapidly dwindling, and despair, like the surrounding snowstorm, seeped in relentlessly. Just as Chun Mo felt his strength was about to be exhausted, his lungs were hoarse like bellows, and his steps were becoming increasingly unsteady. "We're here. It's just ahead." Lei Yi's voice was hoarse with a hint of relief. Chun Mo looked up and, through the swirling snow, could vaguely make out the outline of a gray, white building standing on the edge of a cliff on the hillside ahead. It was an old-looking concrete structure with a damaged radar antenna on the roof, the abandoned weather station Lei Yi had mentioned. Hope acted like a stimulant, injecting into the bodies of these people who were on the verge of collapse. "Give it your all," Chun Mo roared, encouraging himself and his teammates. The last few hundred meters felt longer than the entire escape. They were practically moving by willpower. Lei Yi's snowmobile sped back and forth ahead, using his last few bullets to eliminate the relentless monsters in pursuit. Finally, they scrambled and stumbled to the outside of the rusty wire fence of the weather station. There was a hole in the fence, just big enough for a person to pass through. "Get in. Quickly." Lei Yi stopped the car, holding his gun and keeping a watchful eye on the rear. Chun Mo was the first to carry Zhang Hao through the hole, followed closely by Zero and the old man. Li Wan had already scrambled in first, collapsing in the snow at the entrance of the main building of the observation station, panting heavily, his face a mixture of fear and bewilderment at surviving the ordeal. Lei Yi was the last to retreat into the enclosure, quickly using some debris to temporarily block the gap. He glanced at the few foragers still lingering in the distance, seemingly wary of the building and not immediately approaching, and breathed a sigh of relief, but the vigilance in his eyes did not lessen. "We're safe for now, but they're still outside." Lei Yi, panting, put away his hunting rifle. "Let's get into the main building." The main building of the meteorological observation station is a two-story building. Most of the doors and windows are damaged, but the main structure is still relatively intact. Pushing open the half-closed heavy wooden door, a mixture of dust, mildew, and cold air hits you. The hall is littered with overturned furniture and abandoned instruments and equipment, and the instrument panels that have long since stopped working hang on the walls. But compared to the freezing cold and the threat of death outside, this place is already paradise. Chun Imo gently placed Zhang Hao in a relatively clean corner and covered him with a tattered curtain he had found. The blue light on Zhang Hao's body gradually faded after entering the building, and his trembling subsided somewhat. He fell back into a deep coma, but his face was still frighteningly pale. Ling slumped to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably as she recalled Li when pushing her. It wasn't the abandoned station itself, but the wickedness of human nature. The old man leaned against the wall, wearily closing his eyes, as if he no longer had the strength to speak. Li Wen huddled in another corner away from everyone, not daring to look anyone in the eye. Ignoring the undercurrents among the group, Lei quickly checked the doors and windows on the first floor, bolting any that could still be closed tightly, and then moved a heavy cabinet to block the door. He then walked straight to a room on one side of the hall, which appeared to be the former communications room and equipment room. I need to check the radio to see if it works. You guys find a place to rest and keep quiet. Lei said this, and then buried himself in a pile of dusty equipment. Despite his exhaustion, Chun Imo quickly checked the first floor. Besides the lobby, there were several offices and a small kitchen, all empty. Luckily, they found several unopened bottles of mineral water and some expired but well-sealed military rations in a corner of the storage room. This was a godsend. He gave water to everyone, and also fed some to the unconscious Zhang Hao. The group silently ate their cold, hard rations, trying to replenish their almost depleted strength. The hall was deathly silent, save for the howling wind and snow outside the window and the occasional clanging of metal as Lei fiddled with equipment in the communications room. The atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. The brief period of safety did not bring relief. Instead, it made the previous fear, exhaustion, and the sense of alienation caused by Li Wen's despicable actions even clearer. About half an hour later, Lei came out of the communications room, his face unreadable. He was holding the small radio he had brought from the hotel, which appeared to have been repaired. How is it? Chun Imo asked. The weather station's main radio is severely damaged, with core components missing, and cannot be repaired for the time being. Lei's voice was somewhat low. However, I fiddled with this little radio a bit, and it can receive some weak signals now. He turned on the radio and adjusted the knobs. Amidst the harsh static, intermittent human voices could be heard, but they were clearer than before. Repeated nationwide multiple unidentified signal interference communication outages advised the public to remain calm and go to officially established shelters. The military has been blocked. Repeated. The situation is still deteriorating. The broadcast was once again drowned out by a loud noise, like the agonizing cries of countless people. But this time, in the gaps between the noises, they seemed to vaguely hear other words, such as evolution, selection, new era. But they were extremely indistinct and could not be identified. Lei turned off the radio, and the hall fell silent again, but a storm was brewing in everyone's hearts. Nationwide disruptions? Multiple interruptions? Military hampered? Situation worsening? The disaster in Black Mountain Town is not an isolated incident. Rather, it is a far-reaching and unknown upheaval. The so-called unidentified signal interference is very likely related to the corrosive energy leaking from underground. It seems the outside world is worse than we imagined. Lei broke the silence, his sharp gaze sweeping over the horrified crowd before finally settling on the unconscious Zhang Hao. And you, especially him, may very well be more than just survivors of this disaster. He paused, then said, word by word, perhaps it is one of the keys that led to all of this. These words struck like a hammer blow to everyone's hearts. They weren't just fleeing for survival. They might also be carrying a heavy secret about the entire world, unknown to them. How long could this abandoned weather station shelter them? When would the foragers outside and the potentially more terrifying searchers for the key come knocking? After a brief respite comes a deeper, more suffocating unknown and crisis. Chapter 63, A Glimmer of Hope. Lei Yi's words were like a boulder thrown into stagnant water, stirring up a storm in everyone's hearts. The word key was no longer just an abstract concept spoken by the guards, but was directly linked to the unknown disaster affecting the entire country. Zhang Hao's unconscious body seemed to bear an unimaginable weight. A stifling silence hung over the dilapidated weather station hall. Outside the window, the howling wind and snow seemed to have taken on an ominous wailing. Liwen huddled in a corner, afraid to look up. Zero and the old man's faces were filled with shock and bewilderment. Chun Imo stared at Zhang Hao's pale face, his fists clenching involuntarily until his knuckles turned white. He recalled the ancient and weary voice of the underground guardian, the blue light patterns that appeared and disappeared on Zhang Hao's body, and a tremendous, suffocating sense of destiny gripped him. What do you know? Chun Mo's voice was hoarse from dryness. He looked at Lei Yi, this mysterious man who clearly knew more than they did. Lei Yi didn't answer immediately. He walked to the window and cautiously observed the outside through the frost-covered glass cracks. The monsters called foragers hadn't left. They were still lingering in the snow surrounding the observation station, their twisted purplish-black halos standing out starkly against the gray-white background. They seemed wary of the building, not recklessly charging the barbed wire, but their menacing, surrounding posture was unsettling. I don't know many more details than you do. Lei turned around, his back to the window, his face dark and inscrutable in the dim light. But I noticed the anomaly earlier than you did. The chaos in Black Mountain Town didn't happen suddenly. There were various signs beforehand. Abnormal animal migrations, unexplained interference with radio signals, and even ancient tales circulating in some remote places. He walked to the door of the communications room and patted the damaged main radio. I used to be a forest ranger in the nearby mountains, and I also did some field guide work. I'm quite familiar with this area. When the disaster happened, I was in the mountains and luckily escaped the first wave of the most chaotic impact. Later, when I tried to go down the mountain to ask for help, I found that the entire Black Mountain Town and even the area further away had become like this. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on Chun Mo's face. I've met other survivors and pieced together fragmented information from broken broadcast signals. This corruption phenomenon is not limited to Black Mountain Town. Similar reports have emerged in many places, with communications cut off and order collapsing. The official explanation is unexplained phenomena, and people are advised to go to shelters. But as far as I know, many shelters themselves are in dire need of protection. He paused, his tone growing heavier. And at the heart of all the anomalies, it seems to point to some kind of energy imbalance and leakage. The underground debris, the guardian you speak of, and him, he pointed to Zhang Hao. This marked key could very well be the key to unraveling all these mysteries, or even finding a way out. A way out? Zero couldn't help but ask, a faint glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Perhaps, Lei replied pessimistically. It could also be a path to an even deeper abyss. But in any case, sitting idly by and waiting for death is the only way out. We must figure out what this key really means, and how to deal with those things that are attracted by the key. As soon as he finished speaking, as if to confirm his fears, Zhang Hao, who had been unconscious, suddenly convulsed violently again, emitting a choking, extremely painful gurgling sound from his throat. Even more chilling was that the eerie blue lines beneath the skin of his bare neck and arms reappeared, clearer and brighter than ever before, like burning cold flames, even casting an eerie hue on the surrounding skin. He's having another attack, Zero exclaimed. Almost simultaneously, outside the observation station, the lingering foragers seemed to have been greatly provoked, letting out sharp and frantic roars. Without hesitation, they began to frantically attack the barbed wire fence. The rotting wire groaned shrilly and teetered on the brink of collapse. Damn it! His condition is attracting them. And this time the reaction is even stronger. Lei Yi's expression changed drastically, and he grabbed his hunting rifle. Prepare for defense. They're about to break in. Chun Imo immediately moved Zhang Hao to a relatively sturdy corner of the hall, where they hastily erected a makeshift barrier using old tables and chairs. Zero and the old man frantically searched for anything that could serve as a weapon. Li Wen, trembling with fear, hid tightly behind another cabinet. Bang! Bang! Crash! The fragile barbed wire was finally torn open by the combined assault of several foragers. 5 or 6 monsters, shrouded in a dense purplish-black aura, roared and charged into the observation station's courtyard. lunging towards the main building. "Hold the entrance!" Lei Yi roared, his shotgun spitting fire as the first monster to charge fell to the ground. But the monsters behind didn't stop, continuing their charge over the corpses of their fallen comrades. Chun Imo gripped an iron rod, standing guard at the broken doorway, and slammed it down on the first monster that tried to rush in. With a muffled thud, the monster staggered back, but more claws had already reached in through the crack in the door. Zero and the old man used the fire axe and iron pipe they found to frantically pound on the outstretched arms. The scene was chaotic and dangerous. These predators possessed incredible strength and seemed completely oblivious to pain. They were simply desperately trying to break through. Their clear target Zhang Hao, who was shimmering with blue light in the corner. Zhang Hao's convulsions became more and more violent. He seemed to be struggling unconsciously, and the sounds in his throat became intermittent, meaningless syllables, sounding like some kind of ancient and distorted language fragments. What is he saying?" Zero asked in terror during a break in the fight. "I don't know, but it's definitely not good." Chun Imo struggled to hold the door shut, feeling as if the door was about to fall apart under the impact of the enormous force. Lei Yi's shotgun had limited ammunition, the magazine was empty, and he was quickly reloading. At this critical moment, Zhang Hao suddenly opened his eyes. But those were no longer human eyes. His eyes were completely filled with a blazing, emotionless, ghostly blue light. He sat up straight, his mouth opened, and he uttered a series of clear, yet eerie sounds. At the same time, an invisible energy wave spread out from him like ripples. The two foragers at the forefront were struck by this energy, their movements suddenly halting. The purplish-black aura around their bodies flickered and twisted violently, as if they were fighting against the blue energy. They let out painful howls, and their offensive slowed down. But at the same time, outside the observation station, in the distant mountains shrouded in wind and snow, came a long, deep roar that seemed to pierce the soul. This roar was completely different from the howl of the forager, filled with an indescribable ancient, majestic, and hunger. Lei Yi abruptly stopped loading his weapon, his face turning deathly pale. He looked out the window in the direction from which the roar was coming, and for the first time, a look of near despair appeared in his eyes. "It's not just these lowly foragers," his voice trembled slightly. "There are other, more terrifying beings, who have also been alerted." The blue light in Zhang Hao's eyes dimmed rapidly after he uttered that strange syllable. His body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground again, unconscious. The lines on his skin gradually disappeared. But the brief respite was over. Although the foragers outside the door were disturbed by the energy shock just now, they quickly returned to their frenzied state. And the terrifying pressure brought by the distant roar enveloped the entire observation station as if it were a tangible reality. Not only were they trapped, they also lit the beacon that led even more terrifying hunters to them. "We can't stay here," Lei Yi hissed, his voice urgent. "We have to leave immediately. Out the back door. I know a steep path that can temporarily bypass them." Hope, like a candle flickering in the wind, is on the verge of being extinguished once more. This time, their escape will directly confront a deeper level of terror awakened by the key. Whether the uncontrollable power within Zhang Hao is a blessing or a curse remains unknown. The struggle for survival has entered an even more perilous phase. Chapter 64 Land of Death. Lei Yi acted with astonishing speed. Ignoring the predators frantically pounding against the door, he turned and rushed towards the back of the hall. "Zero, old man, come with me. Chun Imo, take Zhang Hao." Without hesitation, Chun Imo hoisted the unconscious Zhang Hao onto his back. Zhang Hao's body felt unusually heavy, as if the eerie blue light had drained all his life force, leaving only a cold shell. Li Wen scrambled out from the corner, his face drained of color, and followed closely behind Chun Imo. The back door led to a narrow corridor, passing through the weather station's logistics area and a small tool shed. Lei Yi kicked open the slightly ajar wooden door of the tool shed, revealing it filled with rusted equipment and discarded junk. He walked straight to the back, forcefully pushing open a heavy metal shelf, behind which lay a narrow doorway, almost completely obscured by dust and cobwebs, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. A gust of wind, carrying the smell of mildew and cold earth, blew in from behind the doorway. This is an emergency passage used for repairing the cable car on the back mountain. It hasn't been used for many years. It's very steep and leads directly to the valley below. Lei spoke quickly, stepping aside to make way. Quick, go down one by one. Watch your step, or you'll die. Zero was the first to squeeze in, followed closely by the old man. Chunmo, carrying Zhang Hao on his back, moved with great difficulty, and Lei gave him a strong push from behind. Liwen squeezed in a panic, almost tripping over the threshold. Just as Chunmo's body was halfway through the doorway, a loud crash of breaking wood came from the front hall, accompanied by the piercing roar of the foragers. They broke through the main entrance and rushed into the hall. Quick, Lei roared, slipping into the passage as the last one to do so, and forcefully locking a rusty latch on the inside. The thin wooden door clearly couldn't stop the monster, but it would at least buy them a few seconds. The passage was pitch black, almost vertically downwards, with slippery, cold metal steps beneath their feet, many of which were loose or missing. Snow and wind blew up from below, making it difficult to open their eyes. Zero and the old man were cautiously groping their way down, their heavy breathing and the sound of loose stones tumbling beneath their feet echoing in the darkness. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden door was immediately struck violently. Wood chips flew everywhere, the door panel was visibly deformed, and the twisted limbs of the forager, radiating a purplish-black aura, could be seen through the cracks. They found their way back. Hurry up, Lei urged Liwen ahead, raising his gun towards the door, but the passage was too narrow to aim and fire effectively. Chunmo gritted his teeth, practically pressing his body against the cold rock wall as he slowly moved downwards. Zhang Hao's weight made his spine ache, but he dared not relax for a moment. Every step had to be taken with extreme caution, for below lay a bottomless abyss of darkness. Crack! The wooden door was finally smashed open. A smaller forager squeezed in first, letting out a greedy hiss, and pounced toward the light at the bottom, perhaps the reflection of the snow in the valley. But it had clearly underestimated the steepness and slipperiness of the passage. Its foot slipped, and it let out a series of terrified roars as it plummeted down, its voice quickly swallowed by the wind and snow. But this did not stop the monsters behind. More predators crowded the entrance, roaring madly into the passage. They seemed hesitant to fall and did not jump down immediately, but began to use their claws to break the edge of the passage entrance, trying to widen the gap. They won't dare to jump directly, but we have to be quick. Lei assessed the situation, retreating downwards while keeping a watchful eye on the sky. Just then, from the distant mountains, that deep and majestic roar resounded once more. This time, the sound was even closer. It was as if that terrifying being was crossing the mountains at an astonishing speed, approaching the weather station. The roar seemed to affect the foragers above the passage as well. Their howls carried a clear hint of fear and restlessness, and their actions of destroying the entrance became even more frantic and chaotic. That thing is getting closer, Zero shouted from below, his voice trembling. Don't look back. Keep going down. Lei's voice was firm and resolute. Chunmo felt Zhang Hao on his back twitch slightly again. His heart tightened, fearing that the deadly blue light would flash again, completely exposing them to the dark passage and making them easy targets from above and below. Fortunately, Zhang Hao only twitched once and then remained still. The fleeing group teetered on the brink of death. Every second felt like an eternity. Above them, the relentless roars and destructive cries of monsters, and the ever-approaching, chilling ancient howls. Below lay the unknown darkness and treacherous canyons. Their fingers were numb with cold, their bodies trembling with chill and terror, their sole belief being to escape this marked land of death. It's unclear how much time passed, perhaps only a few minutes, but it felt like an eternity. Finally, Zero, the leader, cried out in a tearful voice. We've reached the bottom. I can see the ground. Chunmo's spirits lifted, and he struggled downwards. Finally, his feet touched solid, thick snow. He carefully lowered Zhang Hao off his back, leaned against the cold rock wall, and then collapsed to the ground, almost exhausted, panting heavily, his white breath quickly dissipating in the darkness. They landed in a relatively flat valley floor, surrounded by dense, withered trees. The bare branches swayed like ghostly claws in the wind and snow, providing temporary shelter. The cliff where the weather station was located was dozens of meters above their heads. The entrance to the passage looked like a small black dot, and they could vaguely see flickering purplish-black lights and hear indistinct roars coming from it. But are they safe for now? Chinemo looked up at the weather station high above. As far as his eyes could see, a huge, indescribable shadow, seemingly blending into the rolling dark clouds and snow, was slowly enveloping the small mountaintop observation station. The shadow was so enormous that the weather station beneath it looked like a child's toy. A primal, instinctive fear gripped Chunmo's throat, making it hard for him to breathe. Lei saw it too. The muscles on his face tensed, and he lowered his voice, his tone more serious than ever before. Quick, hide deep in the woods. Don't make a sound. Don't leave any obvious traces. The mourners are coming. The mourners, this was the first time Chun-mo had heard this name, but the terror it represented needed no explanation. Their escape had only just begun, and the deepest nightmares of this world were gradually unfolding. Chapter 65, Seemingly Useless Burden. Lei's words were like an icicle, piercing to the bone. No one questioned him, and no one even dared to breathe loudly. Chun-mo scooped up Zhang Hao's limp body, and Ling and the old man helped the nearly paralyzed Li Wan. The group, like frightened lemmings, stumbled and rushed into the depths of the withered forest. The snow beneath their feet swallowed their footsteps, but could not muffle the pounding of their hearts. Dry branches stung their cheeks and arms, but no one paid them any heed. All their senses were captivated by the colossal presence atop the mountain behind them. Chunmo couldn't help but turn around and take a look. The weather station's outline was blurred in the blizzard, but the shadow looming over it grew ever clearer. It wasn't a solid entity, but rather composed of flowing darkness and distorted light, its edges constantly writhing and deforming, like a living, mourning vortex. It had no concrete form, yet it exuded a chilling, deathly stillness and grief. The earlier roars of the ferocious predators had vanished completely, as if silently swallowed and annihilated by that enormous shadow. A deep, resonant hum, seemingly emanating from the depths of the earth, began to replace the sound of wind and snow, becoming the dominant tone of the world. It wasn't just a sound. It was more like a vibration that acted directly on the soul, making one's teeth ache and one's insides churn. Don't look back, Lei said sternly in a low voice, giving Chun-mo a hard shove. If it watches you, you're finished. Chun-ming shivered, turned his head, and struggled to keep up. They trudged through the dense forest, trying to get as far away as possible from the ridge where the weather station was located. Lei was clearly very familiar with the terrain. Even in the low-visibility snowstorm, he could find relatively easy paths and guide the team deeper into the valley, into the denser woods. However, Zhang Hao's condition became unstable again. Held in Chunmo's arms, his body began to spasm slightly, and he let out intermittent, suppressed sobs. Worse still, a disturbing, eerie blue light shone faintly beneath his tightly closed eyelids, and the lines on his skin pulsated slightly, as if alive. He's going to, Ling pointed at Zhang Hao in terror. Cover his mouth. Don't let him make a sound. And don't let any light through. Lei made a decisive decision, his tone resolute, and leaving no room for doubt. Without hesitation, Chun-mo immediately covered Zhang Hao's mouth and nose with his frozen hands, pressing his head tightly against his chest and wrapping him completely in his coat. He could feel the uncontrollable force within Zhang Hao's body struggling, trying to break free. Blue light flickered faintly through the fibers of the clothing, and Zhang Hao's struggles grew increasingly violent. Hold on, brother, hold on. Chun-mo whispered in Zhang Hao's ear, unsure whether he was comforting him or encouraging himself. He knew that once the blue light fully erupted or Zhang Hao screamed, all their efforts to escape would be in vain. The terrifying being known as the mourner would inevitably be drawn to this clear signal. The group trudged forward in the deathly silence, the only sounds being the crunch of snow underfoot and suppressed breathing. The buzzing behind them seemed to lessen somewhat, but the chilling feeling of being watched by something unseen remained. Li Wen finally couldn't hold on any longer and knelt on the ground, retching, but the old man tightly covered his mouth, allowing him only to let out muffled groans of pain. Just as Chun Mo felt his arm about to go numb from Zhang Hao's struggle, the tension in his arms suddenly eased. Zhang Hao's body went limp, and the pulsating blue light receded like a tide, disappearing once more. He returned to a deep coma, but his face was even paler than before, and his breathing was so weak it was almost imperceptible. It's stable for now. Chun Mo breathed a sigh of relief, only then realizing that he was drenched in cold sweat and the cold wind was biting. Lei stopped and gestured for everyone to rest in a natural depression formed by several huge rocks and dense withered trees. He cautiously observed the direction they had come from, listening intently for a long time. The deep hum seemed to gradually fade away, eventually being swallowed up again by the howling wind and snow. Has it left? Zero slumped on the snow, her voice weak. Not necessarily. Lei's expression remained grave. The mourner's actions are unpredictable. It may have lost its clear target and is lingering nearby. We have only temporarily evaded its direct perception. He looked at Zhang Hao and Chun Mo's arms, his eyes filled with complex emotions. But he is like a firefly in the night, who could expose us again at any moment. We must find a way to control that thing on him, Chun Mo said firmly, looking at Zhang Hao's lifeless face, or at least figure out what it is. Otherwise, we won't be safe no matter where we run. Lei remained silent for a moment, then walked to Chun Mo's side, squatted down, and carefully examined Zhang Hao's condition. He opened Zhang Hao's eyelids and touched his cold neck. I've heard some legends. Lei's voice was low, as if afraid of being overheard by something outside the wind and snow. It's about ancient contracts and marks. The guardians protect a certain balance, and the key is what unlocks or closes a crucial lock. Your friend's mark is very likely the mark of such a key, but the mark is usually activated under specific conditions or a huge energy stimulus, like the disaster we've encountered. He raised his head, his gaze sharp as he looked at Chun Mo. What exactly did you encounter underground? What else did the guard say? Chun Mo recalled the grand, weary voice from underground and the fragmented information about cycles, residue, and the end. He was about to speak when suddenly, Li Wen, who had been huddled in the corner seemingly still shaken, suddenly raised his head. A strange light, completely different from his previous fear, flashed in his eyes. He stared at Zhang Hao and murmured in an almost dreamlike tone. The key. There's more than one. These words, like a bolt of lightning, shattered the brief calm. Everyone stared at Li Wen in shock. Li Wen seemed to be jolted awake by his own words, immediately reverting to his terrified and cowardly demeanor. He shrank his neck and stammered, I was just talking nonsense. I was terrified. Lei and Chun Mo exchanged a glance. They both noticed Li Wen's sudden change in expression. This seemingly useless burden appeared to be hiding a secret. The snowstorm continued, the brief respite finally over. New mysteries and potential threats, along with the lingering presence of mourners in the distance, made the path ahead even more shrouded in mist and fraught with danger for this small group of fugitives. Zhang Hao was the key, but Li Wen's words hinted that there might be other keys or other insiders. Their fates seemed tightly bound by an invisible net. The more they struggled, the tighter the constraints became. Li Wen's abrupt remark was like a pebble thrown into a stagnant pond, its ripples spreading through everyone's hearts. The immediate denial and shrinking back of the person involved temporarily suppressed the ripples, but the seeds of doubt had already been sown. Right now, the pressure to survive far outweighed the pursuit of the truth behind a coward's ramblings. More than one, Lei repeated, his gaze locking onto Li Wen like a hawk's. What else do you know? I don't know. I'm talking nonsense. I'm so scared. Li Wen covered his head with his hands, almost curling up in the snow, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. Those monsters, and that thing in the sky just now, my mind is a mess. Lei stared at him for a few seconds, his gaze so sharp it seemed to pierce through his skin to see into his heart. But he ultimately didn't press him further. Now wasn't the time. He turned to Chun Mo, his tone regaining its previous decisiveness. Leave him for now. The most urgent thing is to find a safer place to stay, treat the wounds, and replenish our strength. Zhang Hao's condition is unstable. We need a relatively secluded environment to deal with any possible relapse. Chun Mo nodded. He too felt his strength rapidly waning and the chill penetrating his skin. Zhang Hao, though temporarily still on his back, was like a ticking time bomb. Is there anywhere nearby where we can hide? I remember there was an abandoned cable car transfer station a few kilometers downstream in this valley. It was built when the tourism was developed in the early years, but the project was stopped and it was abandoned. Lei Yi pointed in the direction of the valley. There should be buildings there to block the wind, and maybe we can find something useful. But the road is difficult to walk, and we can't be sure if it's safe. It's better than staying here in this freezing weather, Ling said, rubbing his frozen hands. The old man nodded silently. Let's go then. Stay alert, try to move along the edge of the woods, and avoid open areas. Lei Yi slung his hunting rifle back over his shoulder and led the way. Chun Mo carried Zhang Hao on his back again, and Ling and the old man helped Li Wan, who could barely walk. The group continued their trek through the wind and snow. The snowstorm in the valley seemed less intense than on the ridge, but the chill was far greater, a damp, bone-chilling cold. The bare branches of the withered trees wailed in the wind, a mournful wail. All around was a vast expanse of white, visibility extremely low, as if the entire world had been frozen and forgotten. Apart from the sound of the wind and footsteps in the snow, there was a terrifying stillness. Not even a bird could be seen, as if all life had been annihilated or hidden away in that unknown catastrophe. Walking became exceptionally difficult. Hidden beneath the snow were uneven stones and frozen bushes, causing people to slip and fall frequently. Li Wan, the weakest, was practically being dragged along by Zero and the old man. He groaned and complained incessantly, yet dared not raise his voice for fear of attracting attention. Chun Mo's entire focus was on his feet and Zhang Hao on his back. Each breath was accompanied by white, puffy exhale, and his lungs ached as if being scratched by ice shards. After walking for more than an hour, just as everyone was about to run out of energy, a blurry outline of a building appeared in the distance. It was a small, square hut made of cement and bricks, with a rusty steel frame structure standing next to it, the cable car support tower. One of the hut's windows was broken, and the door was hanging crookedly, indicating that it had indeed been abandoned for a long time. That's it. Lei Yi stopped and gestured for everyone to hide at the edge of the woods and observe. I'll go in and take a look first. You all wait here and keep watch. Chun Mo carefully placed Zhang Hao under a large tree, covering his body slightly with snow to keep him warm. Then, together with Zero and the old man, they nervously watched Lei Yi's figure. Lei Yi, like a nimble leopard, silently approached the transit station hut, using the withered trees and ruins as cover. He listened intently by the door for a moment, then suddenly kicked open the crooked wooden door, raised his gun, and quickly slipped inside. Time ticked by, and the woods were eerily quiet. Chun Mo could hear his own heart pounding. He couldn't help but glance at Zhang Hao again. Thankfully, he was still unconscious and showed no signs of distress. A few minutes later, Lei Yi appeared at the door and gave them a safety signal. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and quickly helped Li Wan, stumbling along the muddy path towards the transfer station. The interior of the cabin appeared even more dilapidated than the exterior. Dust and unidentified debris littered the floor, cobwebs hung in the corners, and a strong smell of mildew and rust filled the air. But at least it sheltered the cabin from the raging wind and snow, providing a relatively enclosed space. The cabin was empty except for a few rotten wooden chairs and a rusty iron table. In the corner was a brick fireplace, dirty but seemingly still functional. Check for any other entrances and block all the doors and windows, Lei Yi instructed. Chun Mo and Ling immediately got to work, nailing the broken window shut with the planks and rotten chairs they found, and propping up the crooked door with an iron table. The old man rummaged around in the fireplace, and luckily found some leftover firewood that wasn't too badly damp. As soon as Li Wan entered the room, he collapsed into the corner, panting heavily, as if he had survived a disaster. After settling down temporarily, the tension eased slightly, but fatigue and cold washed over them like a tide. Zero rummaged through her small bag and pulled out the last few compressed biscuits, sharing them with everyone. The food was pitifully scarce, barely enough to fill their stomachs. Lei walked over to Chun Mo and knelt down to check on Zhang Hao. He touched Zhang Hao's forehead. It was ice cold. His body temperature is too low. We have to find a way to warm him up. Otherwise, even if he doesn't die from that, he'll freeze to death. Chun Mo looked at Zhang Hao's pale face, his heart filled with anxiety. Is there any way to suppress the mark within him? Lei shook his head, his brow furrowed. I don't know. The existence of the Guardian and the Key is just legend and fragmented information to me. I suspect that even the highest levels of the government may not have fully understood the truth before the disaster struck. It's more like a force beyond our current understanding. He paused, then looked at Chun Mo. Now, tell me in detail everything you saw and heard underground. Every detail could be crucial. Chun Mo took a deep breath, trying hard to recall that brief but thrilling underground experience. He described how he had slipped and fallen into the deep rift, and how he had been guided by the soft, yet magnificent blue light. He recounted the ancient consciousness that called itself the Guardian, a being neither human nor object, the weariness and vicissitudes in its voice, and its fragmented yet information-rich words. It mentioned cycle, saying that this is neither a beginning nor an end. It mentioned residue, saying that it is sediment left over from the last cycle that was not purified. It also mentioned end, saying that the balance is tilting and some kind of door is becoming unstable. Chun Mo tried to repeat. It said that Zhang Hao is the key, the opportunity, but also the huge risk. It seemed to hope that we could do something, but then said that time was running out, and its own power was also declining, making it unable to intervene directly. Lei listened intently, his eyes flickering. Cycle, residue, gate. He murmured these words. This is even more grand than I expected. If what the Watcher said is true, then we are facing not just a sudden disaster, but a periodic, cosmic-scale event that spans unimaginable time. This conjecture sent a chill down everyone's spine. If even disaster itself is part of some grander, larger law, then what is the point of individual struggles and escapes? Did it say anything else? About the specific function of the key? Lei pressed. Chun Mo shook his head. No. Its words were vague, as if it was restricted, or it itself was uncertain. Then, the blue light on Zhang Hao's body burst out, and we were sent back to the ground by a force. Then, we encountered those foragers. At this moment, the old man, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse and slow. In ancient legends there is indeed a saying about the cycle of the world. The old people in the mountains have passed it down from generation to generation, saying that the earth has a memory, and disasters will return like the seasons, only the cycle is very long, so long that people forget it. Zero hugged her knees, her voice trembling with tears. So we just happened to be in this season? What are we going to do? Just wait to die? No. Chun Mo clenched his fist, looking at the unconscious Zhang Hao. The guards mentioned opportunity. Zhang Hao is the key, which is itself a variable. Perhaps this cycle will be different from before. Different? Li Wen suddenly raised his head again, his eyes still somewhat unfocused, but his tone carried a strange sarcasm. How is it different? A faster destruction? Or more painful torture? He seemed to realize he had misspoke, and quickly lowered his head again. I talk nonsense again. But this time, Lei didn't let him off easily. He walked up to Li Wen, his tall figure exuding a strong sense of oppression. Li Wen, you keep saying strange things, then immediately denying them. Tell me, what do you know? Are you connected to this disaster, and to the key? No, I really don't know anything. Li Wen shrank back in terror, almost bumping into the wall. I'm just an ordinary middle school teacher. I just occasionally have some strange dreams, fragmented images and sounds in my dreams. I can't tell if it's a dream or... A dream? Chun Mo's heart skipped a beat. What kind of dream? Li Wen's eyes darted around, as if he was trying hard to recall, or perhaps resisting. It was chaotic. There were huge, mountain-like shadows moving. There was blue light flowing like a river, and then people were whispering, speaking a language I couldn't understand, but it felt ancient and sorrowful, and a door, an enormous door, as if it was about to open. A door. It's a door again. It matches the word chun mo heard from the guard. Lei grabbed Li Wen by the collar and lifted him up. What else did you dream about? The dream about the key? Let me go? I really don't know. Li Wen struggled, tears and snot streaming down his face. It's just it seems like there's more than one key. It seems like you need to collect them all, or in a specific order I can't remember. Dreams are always jumbled up. Does it require all the necessary pieces to be gathered? In a specific order? If Li Wen's words are somewhat credible, then Zhang Hao might just be one of the keys, and opening or closing that door might require more conditions. This explains why the guard said Zhang Hao was both an opportunity and a risk, because an incomplete key might not function correctly and could even lead to worse consequences. This information makes the situation even more complicated and dangerous. If there are other keys existing, where are they? Are they also marked like Zhang Hao? Are they also being chased by predators? Or something even more terrifying? Just then, Zhang Hao, who had been placed by the fireplace and barely covered with some rags by Chen Mo, suddenly let out a soft groan. Everyone's heart immediately jumped into their throats. Chen Mo immediately rushed over and saw that Zhang Hao's eyelids were trembling violently, and the dark blue patterns under his skin were beginning to appear and disappear again. This time, the flashing of the blue light seemed to be more rapid than before, as if it was sending some kind of signal or resonating with something else. He's about to have another attack, Zero exclaimed. Cover him up. Don't let any light or sound escape. Lei roared, while nervously peering outside through the cracks in the wooden planks. The wind and snow continued, and there was no unusual activity for the time being. Chen Mo covered Zhang Hao's mouth with one hand again, and pressed down on his struggling body with the other. He could feel the restlessness of the power within Zhang Hao, which was even stronger than the previous 2 times, as if it had been strongly attracted or stimulated. Li Wen stared at the struggling Zhang Hao and the flickering blue light, then suddenly froze as if electrocuted. His eyes widened, and he pointed at Zhang Hao, screaming in utter terror. It's calling out. It sensed it. Another one. There's another one nearby. These words struck like a thunderbolt. Another one? Another key? Right nearby? Almost at the same moment Li Wen screamed, the blue light emanating from Zhang Hao's body suddenly blazed brightly for a moment. Although Chen Mo covered it, a faint blue light still radiated through the gaps in his fingers and the tattered cloth. At the same time, a short, sharp syllable escaped from Zhang Hao's throat, as if he had been choked. Shut up. Lei turned around and punched Li Wen in the stomach, causing him to curl up in pain, unable to make a sound. But it was too late. Outside the cabin, amidst the sound of wind and snow, a faint yet distinct friction sound, different from the howling wind, could be heard. It sounded like something was crawling rapidly on the snow, and there was more than one. Damn it! Lei's face turned ashen. He quickly moved to the window and peered out through the gaps in the wooden planks. Chen Mo's heart sank to the bottom. He pressed Zhang Hao down with all his might. The blue light weakened again after a brief burst, and Zhang Hao stopped struggling, falling back into a deep coma. But the crisis had already arrived. What did you see? Chen Mo asked in a low voice. Lei didn't turn around, his voice tense. Foragers, but not the kind we encountered before. Smaller, faster, and in large numbers. They've been lured here. Smaller, faster foragers? Could they be variants adapted to the valley terrain? Or new types of monsters attracted by the special resonance between the keys? The scraping sound grew closer and more intense, like countless feet scraping against the snow. It seemed to have surrounded the hut. Prepare for battle. Lei shouted, positioning his shotgun against a crack in the wooden planks. They might try to break in. Ling and the old man hurriedly picked up the iron rod and broken chair leg they had found earlier to use as weapons, and nervously faced the door and window. Li Wen, on the other hand, clutched his stomach, curled up in a corner, terrified out of his wits. Chen Mo moved Zhang Hao to the innermost corner of the cabin, shielding him with his body, his hand tightly gripping the iron bar they had brought along. He glanced at the nailed-together windows and the barricaded door. How long could this fragile defense hold out? Hiss. Crackling sound. A sickening sound came from outside as those creatures began gnawing at the wooden planks and doors with their claws and teeth. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the nailed planks began to loosen. Bang! Lei fired, the roar of the shotgun echoing deafeningly in the cabin. A sharp screech came from outside the window, followed by the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. But more gnawing sounds immediately filled the gap. Too many. We can't hold them off, Lei shouted as he quickly loaded his ammunition. Chun-Imo saw that a piece of wood had been gnawed through, and a slender claw covered in purplish-black keratin and shimmering with an eerie aura reached in and scratched frantically. Zero screamed and slammed the claw down with an iron rod, making a dull thud. The door was shaking violently. The iron table supporting the door was knocked out of place, and the gap in the door was getting wider and wider. We must break through, Lei decided immediately. If we get trapped here, we're like turtles in a jar. I'll count to 3, then we'll all rush towards the exit. Once we're out, run towards the cable car frame. The structure there is complex, and we might be able to maneuver there. This was a choice made out of desperation. Outside were dozens, even hundreds, of incredibly fast monsters, while they only had 5 people, 1 unconscious and another barely able to fight. The chances of escaping and surviving were extremely slim. But there was no other way. 1. Lei raised his gun and aimed it at the door. Chun-Imo took a deep breath, picked Zhang Hao up again, and gripped the iron rod tightly. 0 and the old man gritted their teeth, preparing to fight to the death. Li Wenza collapsed to the ground, seemingly having given up. 2. Lei's finger was on the trigger. The sounds of gnawing and impact were like a countdown to death. Just as Lei was about to shout 3. Outside, all the gnawing and hissing sounds suddenly stopped. It didn't fade away gradually, but stopped abruptly, completely, without warning. It was as if a mute button had been pressed, leaving only the howling of the wind and snow. This sudden silence was even more chilling than the previous clamor. What's going on? Ling asked in a trembling voice, the iron rod still held in midair. Lei gestured for everyone to stay still, and he cautiously peered out through the crack in the window again. His body stiffened abruptly, his face contorted with extreme shock and fear. That fear was even greater than when facing the mourners. What's wrong? What did you see? A strong sense of unease welled up in Chun-Mo's heart. Lei slowly turned his head, his face as pale as paper, his voice so dry he could barely speak. They are gone. Gone. They didn't run away, they just vanished. Lei's eyes were filled with disbelief. There's not even a trace on the ground, it's like everything just now was an illusion. But how could that be? The gnawed planks, the claws reaching in, the bullet holes from the shotgun all proved it wasn't an illusion. Then what's outside now? Chun-Imo pressed. Lei looked out the window again, his pupils suddenly contracting. Light. Blue light. Like mist. Blue light. Chun-Imo suddenly remembered Li Wen's scream just now. There's another one nearby. Another key? Could it be that the forgers were not attracted by Zhang Hao, but rather that Zhang Hao resonated with another key nearby, and those monsters were dispelled or destroyed by the power of that other key? A new, more complex and elusive possibility loomed like a ghost in the cold air. The danger had not been averted. It had simply taken on a form they could not comprehend at all. Inside the hut, the survivors held their breath, afraid to make a sound, silently awaiting the unknown next step. Amidst the sound of wind and snow, the eerie blue mist was silently spreading. Their fate seemed to be drawn towards the center of an even deeper and more bizarre mystery. The truth about the keys and their role in this grand cycle became even more enigmatic. Chapter 66: The Watcher's Eye. Dead silence. Outside the cabin, the wind and snow continued to howl, but the chilling sound of countless tiny claws gnawing at the ground had completely vanished. In its place was a more eerie, unsettling silence. It was as if the entire world had been paused, leaving only the sound of nature's wind playing its own mournful dirge. Lei stood frozen by the window, maintaining his spying posture, motionless for a long time. Chun-Imo could clearly see the muscles of his broad back taut, and the knuckles of his fingers gripping the shotgun white from the force. Blue light, like mist, Lei murmured to himself, his voice so low it was almost drowned out by the wind. Chun-Imo gently placed Zhang Hao back in the corner, signaling Ling to look after him. while he himself carefully moved to Lei Yi's side and approached another gap in the wooden planks. The sight outside made him gasp. The valley remained shrouded in snow and wind, with low visibility. But within the limited field of vision, a faint, aurora-like, flowing blue halo permeated the air. This halo wasn't dazzling. Instead, it gave a gentle, even slightly melancholic feeling. It drifted silently, and wherever it passed, the snow seemed to become even purer. Even the bare branches of the trees appeared to be coated with a layer of cold, glassy luster. Even more shockingly, the snow was completely empty. There were no corpses of the foragers, no signs of struggle, and even the marks left by the monsters crawling earlier had vanished without a trace after the blue light swept over them, as if gently erased by an eraser. This isn't dispelling, it's purifying? Or erasing? They are really gone. Chen Mo's voice trembled with disbelief. This power beyond comprehension made him feel even more insignificant and powerless than when facing monsters directly. It's another. In the corner, Liwen raised his head at some point. The fear on his face remained, but deep in his eyes was an indescribable confusion and a kind of resonance, like tremor. He pointed to the blue mist outside the window, his lips trembling. It's it, another key. Is it protecting? Or warning? Protection? Warning. Lei Yi whirled around, his sharp gaze piercing Li Wen. How do you know? What did you sense? I don't know. Li Wen shrank back instinctively again, but this time he didn't completely deny it. Instead, he clutched his head in anguish. There's a voice in my head, very soft, like the wind blowing through a valley, but also very clear. It's watching us. It's confused and sad. Confusion? Sorrow? A thought struck Chen Mo as he recalled the weary and weathered tone of the underground guardian. Could it be that the other holder of the key, like Zhang Hao, was also an ordinary person caught up in this disaster? Perhaps even possessing some degree of consciousness or emotion. Can it communicate? Chen Mo asked Li Wen anxiously. Can you try to communicate with it? If the other key holder is a friend rather than a foe, or even lucid, it would be a huge turning point. Li Wen shook his head blankly, his expression pained. No, it's just a feeling, very vague, like receiving a radio broadcast with a bad signal. Only emotions, no specific words. Just then, the blue mist that permeated the outside began to subtly change. The halo was no longer evenly distributed, but instead, as if drawn by an attraction, slowly converged towards the cable car transfer station cabin. The light became slightly denser, casting dappled, swaying blue spots of light through the gaps in the wooden planks inside the cabin. It's coming. Zero retreated in fear, clinging tightly to Chen Mo's side. Lei Yi immediately raised his gun and aimed it at the door and windows. Although he knew that if the blue light was truly hostile, the shotgun would probably be useless. Chen Mo's heart leaped into his throat, but he suppressed his fear and stared intently at the spots of light that were filtering in. The light, like a living fluid, moved slowly across the dusty ground, skimming over the broken furniture, and finally settled on the unconscious Zhang Hao, and on the trembling Li Wen, who was clutching his head. The light spots falling on Zhang Hao appeared relatively stable, like a gentle caress. The hidden blue lines beneath his skin seemed to subtly resonate with the external light, emitting a softer halo. The light spots falling on Li Wen, however, seemed somewhat hesitant. The light flickered uncertainly, as if examining and confirming something. Li Wen shuddered violently, jerking his head up. A barely perceptible blue light flashed briefly in his eyes, but it vanished in an instant. The pain and confusion on his face reached their peak, and he let out a suppressed groan. It's looking for me, no? It's looking for the mark. There's something in my head. An imprint? Chen Mo and Lei Yi exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Could it be that Li Wen's ability to censor another key, and even dream of related fragments, wasn't due to his heightened sensitivity, but rather because he also possessed some similar, perhaps weaker or more unique, imprint? This discovery instantly made Li Wen's identity shrouded in mystery. He was no longer just a burden, but a person who might carry crucial information and be closely related to the mystery of the key. The blue light lingered on Li Wan for about 10 seconds, then slowly receded like a tide, shrinking and dissipating along with the light mist that filled the air outside the cabin, heading towards a certain direction in the valley. A few seconds later, the snowy scene outside the window returned to normal, as if the eerie blue mist had never appeared. Inside the cabin, darkness returned, with only the faint light of the dying embers in the fireplace. Silence descended once more, but this time it was filled with even more unanswered questions and heavy pressure. Zhang Hao remained unconscious, but his breathing seemed to have stabilized somewhat. Li Wen lay limp on the ground, as if completely exhausted, his eyes vacant, unconsciously muttering some indistinct syllables. "We must keep up with it." Lei Yi suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. His eyes regained their usual decisiveness. Follow that blue light." Zero asked in surprise. "Who knows what that is? What if?" "There's no room for what-ifs," Lei Yi interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Staying here is just waiting to die. The food is running out. Zhang Hao needs a safer environment, and Li Wan. We need answers." He pointed to Li Wan. The other key, or its holder, didn't act like an attack just now. It eliminated the threat and confirmed Zhang Hao and Li Wan. This might be our only chance. Find them, figure out the truth, and maybe we can find a glimmer of hope. Chen Mo was silent for a moment, then nodded. Lei Yi was right. Passively waiting would only worsen the situation. Although the road ahead was unknown, that fleeting blue light at least provided a direction. "I agree, but how do we follow it? The blue light has disappeared." Lei Yi walked to the window and pointed in the direction where the blue light had faded. It went downstream in the valley. "In that direction, I remember that if you go further down, there's an almost abandoned road leading to a more remote old town that has been completely relocated. If the other key holder is there, they might be able to find some supplies or even clues." With the plan set, the team set off again after a short rest. Before leaving, Lei Yi carefully inspected the area around the hut, confirming that there were no traces of any foragers. The feeling of complete erasure made him frown and feel even more apprehensive about the power of the blue light mist. They shared the last of their food, feeding Zhang Hao some melted snow water. Li Wen's condition was strange. He no longer complained and expressed fear incessantly as before, but became taciturn, his eyes often vacant, as if immersed in some kind of inner perception. Occasionally, he would suddenly point in a direction and say in an uncertain tone, "Over there it feels a bit clearer." This seemed to confirm Lei Yi's guess that Li Wen did indeed possess some kind of mark that could resonate with the key. Although this guidance was vague, in the vast, snow-covered valley, it was the only compass they could rely on. The group trekked downstream along the valley. The wind and snow seemed endless, and their strength was rapidly being depleted by the bitter cold and arduous journey. Chen Mo, carrying Zhang Hao on his back, felt his legs were as heavy as lead. Ling and the old man supported each other, gritting their teeth and persevering. Lei Yi always walked at the front, vigilantly observing his surroundings while referring to the occasional, vague directional clues provided by Li Wan. After traveling for about 2 more hours, the sky began to darken further, and night was about to fall. In the snowstorm with extremely low visibility, some unusual outlines finally appeared ahead, not natural mountains or forests, but a group of dilapidated, low-lying buildings. "We're here, in that abandoned old town area." Lei stopped and gestured for everyone to take cover. "Be careful, these kinds of places are the easiest to hide things in." The town before me was deathly still. Most of the houses had collapsed or were half buried in the snow, with only a few relatively sturdy brick and stone buildings stubbornly standing, their windows mostly broken, like pairs of empty eyes. The streets were covered with a thick layer of snow, showing no signs of life. A sense of desolation and death, even more profound than in the valley, washed over me. "The sensation is very strong." Li Wen suddenly spoke, his voice trembling slightly. He pointed to a large building in the center of town that looked like an old auditorium or warehouse. "There. It's very strong, but it's also chaotic. There's a lot of noise." "Noise?" Lei Yi pressed. "It's like a lot of sounds mixed together, painful, crazy, and the smell of residue, very strong." Li Wen's expression twisted, as if he was under tremendous mental pressure. Residue? Could it be that this town is filled with a large amount of underground residue? Or something even more severely corrupted? The risk was extremely high, but the blue light and Li Wen's intuition both pointed in that direction, and they seemed to have no other choice. Approach slowly and keep quiet. Lei lowered his voice and stepped into the abandoned town first. Their footsteps crunched on the soft snow, the sound particularly jarring in the deathly silence of the town. They moved close to the ruins, warily observing every shadow and window. The air was thick with an indescribable stench, a mixture of decay and a pungent, sulfurous smell. This was probably what Li Wen had called the smell of dregs. The closer they got to the large building in the town center, the stronger the smell became, and the more painful Li Wen's reaction became. He could barely stand and needed Zero, an old man, to support him to walk. Finally, they arrived at the building. It was a rather old auditorium, its doors long gone, revealing a deep darkness within. And in the open space in front of the auditorium, they witnessed a chilling scene. Several carcasses of various predators lay scattered across the snow. They were not bleeding, but their bodies exhibited a bizarre state of disintegration, as if destroyed from within by some force. The purplish-black aura had completely dissipated, leaving only twisted and stiff shells. And what killed them was clearly not a gun or a blade. It was that blue mist. It demonstrated its power here once again. It fought here, Chun Emo said in a low voice. Lei examined the body, his expression grave. It wasn't long ago, just recently. Be careful, there might still be residual threats inside, or that being itself. He gestured for Chun Emo and the others to remain hidden outside the door, while he picked up his hunting rifle, took a deep breath, and stepped into the darkness of the auditorium first. Chun Emo handed Zhang Hao over to Ling to look after, gripped his iron rod, and followed closely behind. The auditorium was spacious, but not as dark as it appeared from the outside. At the far end of the auditorium, near the stage, a faint light shone through, not a violent, dark blue, but a soft, steady, moonlit white light. The two held their breath and cautiously approached. In the bright white light, they could see the scene on the stage. A figure knelt in the center of the stage, her back to them. It appeared to be a young woman, dressed in thin, tattered clothing, her long hair disheveled. A faint white halo surrounded her, dispelling the darkness in some areas. On the ground before her, a complex pattern composed of luminous lines was etched, with several crystal-like fragments emitting faint energy fluctuations embedded in its center. The woman seemed oblivious to their approach. Her shoulders trembled slightly, as if she were sobbing softly. Beside her lay a figure, a man with gray hair, wearing an old forest ranger's uniform. His eyes were closed, his face was ashen, and his chest remained still, clearly indicating that he had been dead for some time. Even more shockingly, scattered around the woman were the corpses of more predators, their forms identical to those outside the door, disintegrated by some kind of pure force. Is this woman the holder of another key? Is that white light another form of key power? Is she guarding that corpse? Just then, the kneeling woman seemed to finally sense the presence behind her, and her sobbing stopped. She slowly, very slowly, turned her head. When Chun Emo and Lei saw her face, they were both struck dumb and froze on the spot. Her face was pale, haggard, and streaked with tears, yet her once delicate features were still discernible. What shocked them most were her eyes completely filled with soft white light, without any distinction between pupil and sclera, pure and ethereal, yet carrying an unfathomable sorrow. But that's not the key point. The key point is that Chun Emo and Lei both recognized this face. She was a girl who went missing in Heishan Town years ago. Her name was Bai Xiaoyu, a girl who was rumored to have gone missing in the mountains several years before the disaster, and was thought to be dead. She's still alive? And she's become a key? Bai Xiaoyu looked at the two intruders with her eyes that emitted a white light, her face expressionless, showing neither hostility nor welcome. She simply raised one hand slowly and pointed to the wall on one side of the stage. Chun Emo and Lei looked in the direction she pointed, and saw that the wall was covered with dense, twisted, and eerie symbols and patterns written in a dark red substance that resembled dried blood. At the center of these patterns was the outline of a huge, slowly opening door. Behind the door were countless twisted, writhing, and indescribable shadows. Below these symbols were several lines of more illegible but barely legible text, which appeared to have been left by Xiaoyu. Grandpa is dead, I can't hold on any longer. The doors are getting thinner, they're calling out. The key requires the complete key to lock it again. The Black Mountain is the beginning and also the end. Found the Watcher's Eye. The information, though fragmented, contains astonishing details. By Xiaoyu and her grandfather, clearly the corpse on the ground, seemed to have been trying to seal the door, but her grandfather has died from exhaustion, and she is also nearing her breaking point. Does the key need to be intact? Is the Black Mountain Town, the key? And what is the Watcher's Eye? Just as Chun Mo and Lei Yi were trying to process this information, Zero let out a terrified scream from the entrance of the auditorium. The two turned around abruptly and saw that Zero, the old man, Li Wen, and the unconscious Zhang Hao, who had been guarding outside the door, were suddenly pulled into the darkness of the auditorium by an invisible force. At the same time, the air at the empty door of the auditorium began to distort, as if a transparent, viscous film was rapidly forming, trying to seal off the entire exit. Bai Xiaoyu on the stage suddenly stood up, her body flashing with intense white light. Facing the door, she pushed forward with both hands and let out a clear shout. A white light shield instantly appeared at the doorway, violently colliding with the forming transparent membrane, producing a hissing sound and temporarily preventing the seal from closing. It's the gatekeepers. They've discovered this place. Bai Xiaoyu's voice was ethereal yet urgent, filled with intense anxiety. Quick, lead them through the back. The underground passage. I can't hold out much longer. Gatekeepers? A higher being than foragers and mourners? Are they the ones who have been trying to open that door? Lei Yi reacted quickly, immediately rushing towards the direction where Zero and the others were being dragged into the darkness. Chun Mo glanced at Bai Xiaoyu struggling to stay upright on the stage, the cold corpse on the ground, and the blood-stained words on the wall, gritted his teeth, and turned to follow. Behind the auditorium, they found a basement entrance hidden by clutter. Zero, the old man, and Li Wen, still shaken, gathered there, while Zhang Hao was left aside. Get down, Lei Yi roared. The group hurriedly scrambled into the basement. Below was a narrow space filled with old props and equipment. And at the very back, sure enough, there was a deep, dark tunnel entrance that led downwards, barely wide enough for one person to pass through, from which a cold, damp wind blew. Just as the last person crawled into the tunnel, a sharp sound like shattering glass came from above. This was followed by a painful groan from Bai Xiaoyu, and a low, indescribable, malicious roar. The white light shield shattered. The gatekeeper entered. Hurry up, Lei Yi urged, taking the lead into the tunnel. Chun Mo was the last to go down. As he pulled the heavy cover shut on the tunnel entrance, he glanced one last time in the direction of the auditorium. The white light had dimmed to almost extinguished, and distorted, transparent shadows were gathering on the stage. Bai Xiaoyu's figure had been completely swallowed by the dense darkness. The tunnel sloped downwards, its bottom unseen, fraught with unknown dangers. But they had no way back. The secrets of Black Mountain Town, the truth about the key, the enigma of the cycle, and the chance to escape that Bai Xiaoyu had bought for them with her life, all compelled them to continue their escape into the darker depths of the earth. And the Watcher's Eye and the complete key became the only possible direction in their slim hopes. Chapter 67 Lurking in the Dark. The darkness of the tunnel was so thick it felt almost tangible, carrying the unique chill and dampness of the underground, mixed with the smell of soil and some indescribable staleness, assaulting the senses. The muffled sound of the cover closing behind them was like the tolling of a final death knell to the world above, temporarily isolating them from the possibility of Bai Xiaoyu's sacrifice and the suffocating terror of the gatekeeper. But isolation doesn't equal safety. The tunnel was deathly silent, save for their heavy, suppressed breathing and the occasional crunch of falling earth and rocks. Lei Yi switched on his low-powered flashlight, its beam swaying through the narrow tunnel, barely wide enough for one person to pass through while bending over, illuminating the slippery mud walls and the rotten wooden support frame. Hurry! They might chase after us. Lei Yi's voice echoed in the tunnel, sounding particularly urgent. Holding a gun in one hand and a flashlight in the other, he led the way, scouting ahead. Chun Mo followed closely behind, followed by Zero and the old man supporting the dazed Li Wen. Chun Mo didn't forget to keep the still unconscious Zhang Hao close by his side. The tunnel wasn't straight down. It meandered, sometimes steep, sometimes gentle. The air grew increasingly polluted, and the oxygen seemed to thin out. Every step was fraught with unknown dangers. A slip could happen, a collapse could occur overhead, and even more terrifying, no one knew what lay at the end of the tunnel or whether other things lurked in the darkness. After walking for about 10 minutes, a slightly wider fork in the road appeared ahead. The two dark passages led in different directions, indistinguishable from each other. Which way? Zero asked breathlessly, her voice filled with despair. Getting lost in a place like this was tantamount to suicide. Lei shone his flashlight on both passages, his brow furrowed. The two paths looked exactly the same, both shrouded in unfathomable darkness. Just then, Li Wen, who was being supported by Zero and the old man, suddenly struggled, raised his head, and stared blankly at the passage to the left. His lips moved, emitting a weak whisper. Over there's an echo. Grandpa's map has markings. Grandpa's map? By Xiaoyu's grandfather? Could it be that Li Wen's chaotic consciousness actually received some fragments of information left behind by Xiaoyu's grandfather? Are you sure? Lei stared intently at Li Wen. Li Wen closed his eyes in pain, seemingly trying to concentrate. After a moment, he nodded with difficulty. The markings are very faint, but it's over there leading to the old observation point. An old observation point? Could it be an old, abandoned observation facility that predates the Heishan Town Meteorological Station? It's not surprising that Grandpa by Xiaoyu, as a veteran forest ranger, would know these hidden paths. Without time to hesitate, Lei chose to trust Li Wen's vague directions. Go left. Quickly. The group turned into the left passage. This passage was even more dilapidated than the previous one, with deeper puddles and a stronger smell of rotting wood. After walking about 100 meters further, the passage seemed to end, mostly blocked by a pile of collapsed mud and rocks, leaving only a narrow gap that required crawling to pass through. Damn it, Lei cursed, stepping forward to check the blockage. The landslide looked like an old injury, not something that had just happened. We can get through. Li Wen spoke again, his voice weak. There's the path behind us. Be careful of the sleeper. The sleepers? Another new term. It doesn't sound like a friendly entity. Lei took a deep breath, lay down first, slung his hunting rifle over his back, shone his flashlight behind the gap to confirm there was no immediate danger, and then carefully crawled through. Chun Mo pushed Zhang Hao through first, then struggled to crawl through himself. Zero, the old man, and Li Wen also passed through in turn. Beyond the crevice, the space opened up, revealing a naturally formed, not too large, underground cavern. On one side of the cavern, there were signs of human excavation, and even a heavily rusted iron ladder extending upwards and disappearing into the darkness overhead. On the other side of the cavern, there were some crates covered in thick dust and old instruments, with faint, decades-old markings still visible on them. This is indeed an abandoned facility. But everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the scene in the center of the cave. Under the flashlight beam, a similar, much smaller, and simpler luminous pattern could be seen etched on the floor in the center of the cave. The pattern was very dim, as if it might go out at any moment. Around this pattern, some leaning, some reclining, were 7 or 8 blurry figures. The figures stood motionless, covered in a thick layer of dust, as if they had slept there for countless years. They wore all sorts of outdated clothes, forest ranger uniforms, workers' clothes, and even one in an old-fashioned Zhongshan suit. Their faces were gaunt, their skin clinging to their bones, giving them a wax-like appearance, devoid of any sign of life. Is this what Li Wen called the sleeper? Lei signaled everyone to keep their distance. He held his gun and cautiously approached one of the sleepers. Shining a flashlight on them, he discovered that these people all had extremely faint, almost imperceptible white halos slowly flowing across their chests, like candles flickering in the wind, connecting with the dim pattern on the ground. They're still alive? Zero covered her mouth in horror. Not like being alive. Chinemo felt a chill. More like some form of sealing or hibernation. He recalled the cycle and residue mentioned by the guards. Could these sleepers be people who tried to do something in the last cycle, or even earlier, but failed and were preserved? Lei examined them and shook his head. No vital signs. But the energy within them is very peculiar, completely different from the filthiness of the residue, more like a weaker version of Bai Xiaoyu's pure power. He noticed that one of the sleepers was tightly clutching a leather-covered notebook that was already badly damaged. Lei carefully, almost holding his breath, tried to take the notebook from the dry, stiff hand. The process went smoothly. The sleeper didn't react at all. He opened the notebook. Inside were handwritten words and a fountain pen, some of which had already blurred. Using the light of his flashlight, he quickly flipped through it. Chinemo also leaned over to take a look. The first half of the notebook mainly contained records of daily forestry work and meteorological observation data. But in the second half, the handwriting became messy, and the content became strange. The abnormal energy readings continue to rise, and the source of the interference is deep within the Black Mountain. Strange things started happening in the town. The livestock became restless, and some people claimed to have seen shadows. After discussing with Lao Bai, referring to Bai Xiaoyu's grandfather, we activated the purifying light array to try and stabilize the node, but the effect was minimal. The fluctuations of the gate grew stronger, and the whispers of the gatekeeper began to appear in my dream. We failed. The purifying light array could barely protect this small area. The price was slumber. Those who come after, if they see this note, quickly go to the land of beginning, find the eye of source. Only the key to completeness can restart the cycle. Beware of false light. They mimic, they deceive. The notes end abruptly here, with a simple arrow pointing in some direction of the cave on the last page. The amount of information is enormous. The land of beginnings? The eye of origin. This could very well be the eye of the watcher, left behind by Bai Xiaoyu. And the key to integrity is emphasized again. What is false light? Imitation and deception? Could there be another, more insidious threat besides the remnants and the gatekeeper? It seems that Bai Xiaoyu and her grandfather were not the first to resist. Lei closed his notebook, his expression grave. These sleepers were pioneers from before. They sealed themselves here in some way, preserving information and this little bit of purifying power, waiting for those who came after them. He looked in the direction of the arrow on the last page of the notebook. It was a rock wall on one side of the cave, and it didn't look special at first glance. But Lei walked over and carefully felt around with his hands. Sure enough, under the thick moss and dust, he found an extremely well-hidden metal door that was almost integrated with the rock. There was no keyhole on the door, only a shallow, palm-shaped groove. A key is needed. Chunimo looked at the groove, then at the unconscious Zhang Hao and Li Wan. Did only people like them, who were marked, could open it? Lei tried pushing hard, but the metal door didn't budge. He looked at the sleepers again, his gaze finally settling on the one holding the notebook. He hesitated for a moment, then made a bold decision. He walked back to the sleeper and carefully placed his mud and blood-stained hands gently on the faint white light on the sleeper's chest. In an instant, Lei Yi's body trembled violently, and a look of pain appeared on his face, as if an electric current had passed through him. But the white light on the sleeper's chest seemed to brighten slightly, and then, the dim pattern on the entire cave floor also flickered, as if in a final burst of light. At the same time, the palm-shaped groove on the metal door emitted a faint white light. Quick, try it. Lei withdrew his hand and shouted to Chen Mo, panting. Chen Mo immediately understood. He took Zhang Hao's unconscious hand and pressed it against the glowing groove. The instant Zhang Hao's palm touched the groove, the white light within it suddenly intensified, creating a strange resonance with the faint blue patterns emerging beneath Zhang Hao's skin. A muffled creaking sound of a mechanism turning came from inside the metal door. With a soft click, the metal door slowly opened a crack, and a more ancient and colder air rushed out from behind it. Behind the door, a more meticulously carved stone staircase descends, its depth seemingly bottomless. Inlaid in the stone walls on either side of the staircase are stones resembling luminous pearls, emitting a faint white light, providing some illumination and lending the passage a mysterious and secluded air. Is this the path to the First Land? The brief joy of successfully opening the door was quickly replaced by deeper anxiety. It was confirmed that Zhang Hao and Li Wen were holders of the key, or mark. But what exactly did the key to completeness mean? Did it combine the powers of Zhang Hao and Li Wen? Or did they need to find more keys? And what was the eye of the source? What awaited them, hope or another trap? There was no time to ponder. From the direction of the cave entrance, the faint sounds of loose soil and the dragging of a heavy object could be heard. Was it the gatekeeper catching up? Or something else attracted by the noise of the door opening? Let's go, Lei Yi roared, taking the lead on the stone steps behind the door. Shan Mo carried Zhang Hao on his back, while Ling and the old man helped Li Wen, who seemed to have regained some clarity due to the resonance earlier, and quickly followed. The metal door slowly closed automatically behind them, sealing the cave, the eternal sleepers, and any potential dangers behind them once again. The stone steps spiraled downwards, seemingly without end. The luminous stones on the side walls provided limited light, illuminating only a few steps ahead. The air was cold and dry, carrying an indescribable, timeless stillness. Time seemed to flow differently here than outside. After walking downhill for an unknown amount of time, perhaps only a few minutes, perhaps half an hour, just as the oppression and exhaustion reached their peak, a change finally appeared ahead. The stone steps led to a vast, naturally formed underground space. Even when a flashlight beam shone through it, the edges were invisible. In the center of this space stood a colossal, indescribable object. It was a colossal structure, resembling an altar or pedestal, composed of some substance that was neither metal nor stone, emitting a soft white light. Its shape was extremely complex, filled with flowing curves and peculiar geometric angles, seemingly belonging to no known architectural style. At the top of the pedestal floated a pure, flawless white sphere of light, the size of a basketball, pulsating slowly like a heart. Inside the sphere of light, it seemed as if nebulae were flowing, with countless tiny points of light appearing and disappearing, emanating a vast, ancient, and yet slightly sorrowful aura of majesty. An indescribable sense of awe instantly gripped everyone. Even the dazed Li Wen stared wide-eyed at the sphere of light, murmuring, "The source eye, the Watcher's eye. Is this the source eye they've been searching for? The eye of the Guardian?" Even more astonishingly, beneath the massive pedestal, surrounding it, sat dozens of kneeling figures. These figures, like the sleepers in the cave, were covered in thick dust, motionless, as if they had been guarding this place for millennia. Their clothing was even more ancient, some even resembling fur and fabric from prehistoric times. Without exception, they all faced the source eye on the pedestal, their postures devout and eternal. Is this the land of beginning? Is it the starting point of this cycle? Or is it a final refuge for those trying to defy the cycle? At this moment, Zhang Hao, who was on Chen Mo's back, suddenly let out an extremely faint groan. The blue patterns under his skin reappeared, but this time, the light was no longer violent, but became gentle, and as if attracted by the source eye. It pointed slightly towards the direction of the light sphere. Li Wen also clutched his head, his face showing a complex expression of pain and realization. It's calling. The key needs to come closer. The answer seems to be right before our eyes. But how do we use the key? How do we restart the cycle? And how will this enormous eye of source and the eternal guardians around it react? Hope and immense unknown risks reached an unprecedented tipping point deep within the earth. And this battered and exhausted team, nearing its limits, was about to make a choice that could determine the fate of the world. Chapter 68: The Guardian's Hound. Within the underground space, time seemed to stand still. Only the suspended eye of origin pulsed slowly as if alive, radiating an ancient and sorrowful majesty. The ancient guardians surrounding the base remained silent as stones, their very existence telling a tragic epic buried by the long passage of time. It is calling me. Li Wen's gaze was no longer unfocused. a light mixed with pain, awe, and a strange sense of belonging flickered in his eyes, and he involuntarily took a step towards the base. At the same time, Zhang Hao on Chunmo's back also let out a clearer groan. The blue patterns under his skin shimmered with light, subtly matching the pulsating frequency of the source eye. The key needs to be combined. Li Wen gasped for breath, pointing to the base below, where there was a relatively small groove similar to the one on the metal door in the cave. But this time, the groove was much more complex in shape, like two intertwined and partially merged palm prints. Lei Yi understood instantly. Chinemo, put Zhang Hao down. Ling, help Li Wen. Go to that recess. His voice echoed in the underground space, carrying an unquestionable determination. Chun Imo immediately and carefully placed Zhang Hao in front of the groove, while Zero and the old man helped Li Wen forward. Li Wen looked at the groove, then at the unconscious Zhang Hao, a flash of understanding crossing his face. He knelt down with difficulty, placing his palm lightly on one of the handprints, then looked at Chun Imo. Help him. The other one. Chun Imo grabbed Zhang Hao's wrist and positioned his palm against another entwined palm print. Just before their hands were about to press down, he finally found it. A cold, slippery voice, tinged with an indescribable mockery and greed, suddenly rang out in the deathly silence. The voice didn't originate from the entrance, but from among them. Everyone turned in horror, only to see the previously silent and seemingly frail old man slowly straighten his back. The fearful and weary expression on his face peeled away like a mask, replaced by a deep, chilling, and eerie smile. His eyes, at some point, had turned into pure, jet-black light, without any whites, and wisps of foul black energy emanated from his body like tentacles, completely out of place in this pure land. You're not Uncle Zhao. Ling exclaimed in shock, releasing his hand and backing away. Of course not. The old man, or rather, something that had taken over his body chuckled. That old fellow's soul was turned into residue snacks days ago. I've been waiting for you to bring me here. His gaze greedily fell on the pulsating source eye. False light. That's what you call us, isn't it? We imitate. We hide. We wait. All for this moment. Lei Yi instantly raised his shotgun and aimed it at pseudo-light. Get away from them. The false light paid no heed. With a mere wave of its hand, an invisible force slammed into Lei Yi, slamming him against the nearby rock wall, his shotgun flying from his hand. Bang! Lei Yi groaned, sliding to the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Don't get excited, the watchman's hounds, pseudo-light said slowly, his gaze returning to Li Wen and Zhang Hao. The ritual needs a key, and the harvest needs the fruit to ripen. Let me see if you two lost fragments can ignite this final source fire. It didn't seem to be in a hurry to stop it. Instead, it watched the scene unfold with a playful, cat-and-mouse attitude. Chun Mo's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. He knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. Press it down, he roared at Li Wen, while forcefully pressing Zhang Hao's palm into the groove. A resolute glint flashed in Li Wen's eyes, and almost at the same time, he pressed his palm down firmly. The moment the palms landed, a sudden change occurred. The complex groove suddenly burst forth with unprecedented light. It was no longer a single white or blue light, but a pure white light that had once flickered in Li Wen's eyes, representing the filthy black energy that had contaminated him with false light, and the violent and pure blue energy on Zhang Hao's body. The three of them intertwined, collided, and tried to merge. Li Wen let out a shrill scream, his body trembling violently, as if black earthworms were writhing beneath his skin, fiercely resisting the white light that was trying to purify him. Zhang Hao, though unconscious, also arched his body, his blue patterns shining brightly, as if instinctively rejecting the filth within Li Wen's body. Not enough, not pure enough. Pseudo-light shook its head in disappointment, its tone tinged with impatience. It seems it still needs to be purified. It raised its hand, and more black energy shot towards Li Wen, who was struggling in pain, like tentacles, clearly intending to completely devour the remaining white light within him and thoroughly corrupt the key. At this critical moment, roar, a non-human roar, filled with violence and destruction, suddenly came from the stone steps they had come from. Immediately afterwards, a huge, twisted body composed of countless tormented faces and shadows forced its way through the relatively narrow entrance and crashed into this underground space. It's the gatekeeper. It finally caught up with us. The countless empty eyes of the gatekeeper instantly locked onto the source eye on the pedestal, letting out a howl mixed with endless desire and hatred. Ignoring everyone present, including the false light, its massive shadowy body, like a landslide and tsunami, pounced directly on the source eye. For the first time, false light's expression changed. Fool, you want to destroy everything. It had no choice but to abandon its attempt to corruptly turn to face the gatekeeper, and release a powerful black energy wave in an attempt to stop the advance of this pure destructive incarnation. Two powerful, yet equally malevolent forces clashed violently in this sacred place. Black lightning and twisted shadows shot out in all directions, causing the entire underground space to tremble and rubble to fall in a shower. Chance. Chun Imo saw Li Wan and Zhang Hao struggling painfully on the groove, their two forces clashing and resisting the groove's power, unable to merge smoothly. Meanwhile, the groove itself was flickering violently, extremely unstable. A bridge or a container? Zero murmured suddenly, looking at the chaotic energy turbulence before her. Then at the simple bracelet on her wrist, a common ornament left to her by her mother, said to have calming effects. An absurd yet audacious thought flashed through her mind. Could pure goodwill, selfless dedication, temporarily quell the energy conflict? She didn't know, but she didn't hesitate. Help me, Zero shouted to Lei, who had just struggled to his feet, and rushed towards the groove. Before Lei could react, she had already reached out with both hands, grabbing Li Wen's wrist, which was pressed against the groove, with one hand, and Zhang Hao's wrist with the other. Zero. No, Chen Imo exclaimed. The anticipated energy impact did not tear Zero apart. Instead, the moment her hands touched the two people, the ordinary bracelet on her wrist suddenly emitted a faint, yet unusually warm and peaceful light. This light was not powerful, but like a gentle stream, it briefly intervened in the frenzied conflict between the white light, black energy, and blue light. Without overwhelming either side, this faint light seemed to be a kind of harmony and inclusiveness, causing the violent conflict's energy to stagnate and ease for a moment. It was in that very moment. The palm prints on the groove suddenly lit up with a steady and intense white light. Immediately afterwards, an incomparably pure beam of light shot up from the groove and accurately hit the slowly pulsating source eye at the top of the base. Buzz. A deep hum reverberated throughout the underground space. The light sphere of the source eye suddenly expanded, its light becoming incredibly dazzling, and the nebula flowing inside began to spin at an unprecedented speed. A vast, ancient power, seemingly capable of purifying all filth and soothing all wounds, rippled outwards like water. No, the pseudo-light that was fighting with the gatekeeper let out a desperate and venomous scream. Its body was like a wax figure thrown into a raging fire in the pure light that erupted from the source eye, and began to melt and evaporate rapidly. The gatekeeper also let out a painful roar. Its shadow-formed body twisted and disintegrated violently under the intense light, but it still frantically tried to pounce on the source eye in a final struggle. The light wave swept over Li Wan, and the dark energy within him seemed to have met its nemesis, hissing as it was rapidly forced out and purified. He screamed, but his eyes gradually regained clarity and a sense of relief after the pain. The light wave swept over Zhang Hao, and the blue patterns on his skin no longer raged, but became gentle and restrained, as if they had found their home. The light wave swept over Chun Imo, Lei Yi, and Ling, as if gently stroking their fatigue and pain, and invigorating their spirits. As the two greatest evils within the underground space howled and dissipated in the pure light, the thick dust covering the dozens of ancient sleepers who had knelt around the pedestal for countless years rustled away, revealing their serene faces. The faint, almost extinguished white aura on their chests, as if having completed its final mission, flickered briefly before fading completely. Their bodies slowly transformed into specks of light in the light, like rising starlight, swirling and merging into the enormous source eye. It was as if a long-cherished wish had been fulfilled. After absorbing the fluorescence, the enormous source eye gradually dimmed, and its pulse became slow and powerful. It was no longer so dazzling, but more profound, as if it contained the birth and death of the entire universe. The beam of light on the groove disappeared. Liwen collapsed to the ground, exhausted, breathing heavily, but his eyes were clear. Zhang Hao remained unconscious, but his breathing was steady. The blue patterns had deeply faded, as if they had become a part of his body. Ling loosened her grip, looking thoughtfully at her bracelet, which had lost its luster and developed cracks. At the entrance to the stone steps, both the gatekeeper and the false light have vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The underground space returned to silence, with only the source eye pulsating silently, radiating an eternal and sorrowful light. "Is it over?" Chun Imo asked in a hoarse voice, supporting his knees, sounding somewhat incredulous. Lei walked to the base, picked up his hunting rifle, shook his head, and looked at the huge source eye and the empty ground around it, which only had a few marks left. His voice was low. "The old cycle may have been broken, and the gatekeeper and that false light have been eliminated. But—" He paused, his gaze sweeping over the exhausted crowd before finally settling on Li Wan, who seemed to have established some faint connection with the source eye, and whose expression was complex, and Zhang Hao, who was still unconscious. "The source eye is still there, and the key is still there. The pseudo-light mentioned in the notebook can mimic lurking, indicating that the external threat is far from being eradicated. We have only temporarily closed a door, or rather, repaired a barrier. Where's the true origin land? We may only have glimpsed a fraction of the significance of the key to perfection." He looked up, gazing towards the unfathomable metal door through which they had come. "And how do we get out? And what's it like outside now?" Hope did bring a turning point, dispelling the darkness before them, but a wider darkness, and the heavy secrets carried by the light itself, still shrouded the road ahead. They had opened a corner of Pandora's box, releasing hope, but the box itself was far from closed. Deep underground, the survivors gazed at the eternal eye of Source, their brief sense of victory quickly replaced by a deeper sense of bewilderment and new burdens. Their journey was far from over. Chapter 69, A Glimmer of Hope. The underground space fell into an eerie stillness. The pure light of the source eye stabilized, beating slowly like an ancient heart, casting a gentle yet undeniable radiance over every corner. The evil aura was swept away, and even the air became fresh, carrying a clarity like that after a rainstorm. However, beneath this tranquility lay the bewilderment of surviving a catastrophe and a deeper unknown. "Is it over?" Chun Mo's voice sounded particularly weak in the underground cavern. He looked around and saw that, apart from the few living people around him, there were only faint traces left by the ancient sleepers after they turned into fluorescent light and disappeared, as well as the silent and huge base. For now, Lei's answer was brief and heavy. He walked to Li Wan, who was slumped on the ground, and knelt down to check on him. Li Wan was pale and drenched in cold sweat, but the chaos and darkness in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by a clarity born of extreme exhaustion and a deep, bone-deep sense of trauma. He had witnessed and personally experienced being eroded and purified. These were memories that could not be easily erased. "Uncle Zhao, Li Wen's voice was hoarse and dry, with a sob in it. "That's not Uncle Zhao anymore." Lei patted his shoulder, his tone unusually gentle. "You did very well. At the last moment, it was the light within you that defeated the pollution of false light." He looked at Zero. "And you, Zero, what you did was very brave. If it weren't for Zero's almost instinctive selfless act, using himself as a medium to reconcile the conflicting energies, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Ling shook her head slightly, stroking the broken bracelet on her wrist, her eyes somewhat dazed. "I just felt that I should do it that way." She felt the warmth emanating from the bracelet in its final moments, which was extraordinary, making her question her ordinary background. Chen Mo focused his attention on Zhang Hao, who was still unconscious. Zhang Hao's breathing was steady, and his complexion was rosy, as if he had simply fallen into a deep sleep. The blue lines under his skin had completely disappeared, but Chen Mo could feel a gentle yet powerful energy lurking within him, maintaining a subtle resonance with the source eye in the center. "How is he?" Lei asked as he walked over. "He seems fine, even better than before. But it's hard to say when he'll wake up," Chen Mo said worriedly. Just then, the source eye at the top of the base suddenly underwent a new change. The soft halo began to converge inward, and intricate, ever-flowing runes appeared on the surface of the light sphere. These runes were not any known script on Earth, yet they exuded a flow of information that reached directly to the soul. Immediately afterwards, a condensed beam of light shot out from the source eye, not directed at anyone, but projected onto the smooth rock wall in front of the base, forming a clear holographic image. The image presented a miniature landscape of Black Mountain Town and its surrounding mountains. But unlike modern maps, this map was marked with several glowing points. Among them, their location. This underground space was marked as a white, constantly flashing eye symbol, with ancient characters floating beside it. Liwen subconsciously read out, "Source Eye Foundation of Watchfulness." At the site of the former Black Mountain Town, there is a dim, cracked door marker labeled Damaged Boundary Gate. Even more alarming, scattered across other parts of the map are several points of light and shadow, some marked as secondary nodes, others as unsettling, stain-like shadow areas. One of the larger shadow areas vaguely points into the deeper mountains. "This is a map? A real-time status map?" Chen Mo exclaimed in shock. It seems that the source eye is not only an energy core, but also a monitoring and command center. Lei stared intently at the map, his eyes sharp. "Look, although the damaged boundary gate is dim, it is not completely extinguished. And these other shadow areas are probably the pollution sources mentioned in the pseudo-light notes that have not yet been eliminated, or other threats similar to gatekeepers." Liwen struggled to sit up and pointed to another relatively bright white dot on the map, not too far from them. "That place is marked Initial Shelter. Grandpa mentioned it in his notes. It's one of the early safe houses, and maybe it has supplies and a backup passage to the outside world. The flame of hope has been rekindled. Having a map to guide us and a clear goal is much better than blindly groping around in this endless underground." "But how do we get out?" Zero asked the most crucial question. Although the gatekeeper of the stone steps they had descended from had been purified, the route was long and unknown, and there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be other dangers. As if in response to her question, the source eye changed once more. Beside the projected map, a short stream of information composed of those ancient runes appeared. This time, the information was directly reflected in everyone's minds, transforming into something understandable. Key, resonance confirmed. Circulating barrier locally stable. Temporary passage generated. Duration, limited. Objective, initial shelter. Warning, external environment has changed. With this message, the rock wall on one side of the base, which had appeared to be a single, solid piece, silently slid open, revealing a narrow, upward-sloping passage that could only accommodate one person at a time. The inner walls of the passage emitted a soft white light of the same origin as the source eye, illuminating the path ahead. A temporary passage. Lei took a deep breath. It seems the source eye is helping us, but it also warns that things have changed outside. There was no time to hesitate. Zhang Hao was still unconscious and needed to be carried. Liwen was extremely weak and needed support. Their physical strength and resources were nearing their limit. "Chen Mo, you'll continue to take care of Zhang Hao. Ling, you and I will take care of Li Wan." The old man, Lei, glanced at the empty space beside him. The body that had been possessed by the false light had vanished along with it. His eyes darkened. "Let's go." He stepped into the passage of light first, and after confirming it was safe, signaled for the others to follow. The passage wasn't long, winding upwards. After walking for about a few minutes, faint daylight appeared ahead, along with fresh, long-lost natural air. As the last person stepped out of the passage, the portal of light behind them closed silently, just as it had appeared, and the rock walls returned to their original state, leaving no trace. They found themselves in a secluded mountain hollow, surrounded by dense forests, with distant, rolling black mountains. The sky was an eerie, dusky yellow, like an eternal twilight. A faint smell, like ozone and ash, filled the air. The forest was eerily silent. There were no birdsong or insect chirps, only the rustling of the wind through the leaves, which only added to the deathly stillness. The external environment has changed, Zero murmured, hugging his arms tightly, feeling a chill. This was no longer the world they knew. The anomalies in Black Mountain Town had clearly spread, or rather, the deeper truth of this world was being presented to them in a more direct way after they closed the underground door. Lei took out a compass and found that the needle was spinning wildly and he couldn't get a direction. He looked up and roughly judged the direction based on the blurry position of the sun in the dim sky, and then recalled the map projected by the source eye in his mind. That initial shelter is probably in this direction. He pointed in a direction. It's not far, but the road ahead probably won't be safe. Chun Mo lifted Zhang Hao up a little, feeling the steady heartbeat behind him, a beat that subtly resonated with the source eye. Li Wen leaned against a tree, panting, trying to adjust to the drastically changed outside world. They lost so much, by Xiaoyu, Uncle Zhao, and perhaps even the world they knew. But they also found the source eye, purifying the pollution within them and gaining a glimmer of hope and a vague guide. Let's go. Lei Yi's voice broke the silence, carrying his usual firmness. At least now we know where to go. The team set off again, dragging their weary and wounded bodies into this dim, silent, and unknown new world. Their figures disappeared into the dense forest, while the source eye, buried deep underground, continued to throb silently, guarding the brief peace, waiting for the key to truly mature, perhaps waiting for the start of the next cycle or the final end. The story is far from over. Finding the initial sanctuary is only the next step. The shadowy areas on the map, the hidden dangers of the broken gate, whether the false light has truly been completely eliminated, and the true mission of Zhang Hao and Li Wen as the key, countless mysteries and challenges, like the silent black mountains under the distant, dim horizon, await them. Chapter 70 Sudden Change. The silence in the valley was thick and heavy. The dim light filtered through the twisted branches, casting dappled shadows on the ground, as if some invisible creature were writhing. The faint smell of ozone mixed with ash in the air stung their nostrils, reminding them that the world was no longer what it once was. Hurry up. Lei lowered his voice, breaking the suffocating silence. Based on his memory of the source eye map and the blurry outline of the sun, if it could still be called a sun, under the dim sky, he determined the direction to go. The shelter should be on the other side of that ridge ahead, no more than 3 kilometers away as the crow flies. But this road, he scanned the overly quiet woodland before him, his eyes sharp, will definitely not be easy. Chun Mo lifted the still unconscious Zhang Hao higher on his back. Zhang Hao's body was heavy, but his breathing was unusually steady, as if some kind of energy within him had entered a deep dormancy under the resonance of the source eye. Zero and the slightly better-behaved old man supported the weak Li Wen on either side. Li Wen's face was still pale, but his eyes were no longer unfocused. They were filled only with the shock and exhaustion of surviving a close call. The group moved again, their footsteps rustling on the thick layer of decaying leaves, the sound particularly jarring in the deathly silence. The trees in the forest were strangely shaped, their branches twisted, their bark an unhealthy, dark color, as if they too had been eroded. Less than 100 meters later, Lei Yi, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and raised his hand to signal. He crouched down and shone his flashlight on the ground. On the damp soil, there were some blurry marks, neither human footprints nor the tracks of any known animal, but rather the traces of some multi-legged, sticky creature that had crawled there. The edges of the marks also emitted a faint, unsettling smell of burning. Something passed by recently, Lei said in a very low voice. Watch your step and be aware of your surroundings. The atmosphere instantly tensed. Everyone gripped their makeshift weapons. Tightly Lei's shotgun was almost out of bullets. Chun Mo had found a sturdy tree branch, and Ling clutched the already cracked bracelet tightly. As they continued onward, the eeriness of the surroundings grew stronger. They passed through an area where the trees were completely dead, their trunks riddled with honeycomb-like holes, the edges of which were covered with a black, resin-like substance that emitted a cloying, rotten odor. Zero accidentally kicked a stone half buried under fallen leaves. The stone twitched slightly, its surface revealing a murky, pupilless eye before closing again, returning to its ordinary stone form. Has everything here been contaminated? Zero's voice trembled. It's not all pollution, Liwen said weakly, as if he was trying to recall the fragmented information from Bai Xiaoyu's grandfather in his mind. It's that the boundaries have become blurred. The rules of the two worlds have intertwined here, creating distortion. Two worlds. Chun Mo frowned. The world we perceive, and the source I that protects us from harm. The real world. Liwen explained with difficulty. Now the barrier is weakening, so... His words were interrupted by a sudden, faint sob. The sound was so faint, like that of a lost child, coming from the depths of the dense forest on the left. Someone's there. Zero instinctively looked in that direction. Don't move. Don't listen. Lei hissed, his face grave. The notes mention the imitation and deception of false light. There can't be any living children in this forest. As if to confirm his words, the sobbing suddenly turned into a sharp, twisted laugh, then stopped abruptly. The surrounding air seemed to drop in temperature. They dared not linger, quickening their pace and almost running across the area. A chill ran down their spines, as if countless unseen eyes were watching them from the darkness. After advancing another kilometer or so, what should have been just a small stream on the map had now turned into a wide, swampy expanse of murky foam. The swamp water was dark red and emitted a strong smell of rust and blood. Floating on the surface were unidentifiable animal remains, and even a severed object resembling half a human arm, but it was highly decomposed and deformed. This isn't marked on the map. Chun Mo looked at the endless swamp, his heart sinking. Take a detour? Heaven knows how far that would be. This eerie forest was fraught with danger. Lei carefully observed the swamp and discovered that near their side, there were some seemingly solid mounds of earth scattered about, extending all the way to the opposite bank, like an invisible path. We can only try to jump over these mounds, Lei said in a deep voice. I'll go first, and you can follow after I confirm it's safe. Be very careful not to fall. He took a deep breath, aimed at the first mound, and leaped. The mound was fairly stable. After landing, he carefully shone his flashlight on the next foothold and leaped again. Chun Mo, carrying Zhang Hao on his back, was severely restricted in his movements, making each jump a heart-stopping experience. Zero and the old man, supporting Li Wen, were also struggling to move. The murky red liquid in the swamp churned intermittently, as if something was swimming beneath. Just as the group reached the center of the swamp, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a mound of earth beneath Li Wen's feet crumbled and collapsed. Ah! He cried out in alarm, falling headlong into the swamp. Zero and the old man held on tightly, but the immense momentum carried all three of them into the filthy, bloody water. At the critical moment, Chun Mo landed on a nearby mound. With quick reflexes, he grabbed Ling's arm with his free hand. Lei also turned around in front, extending the barrel of his shotgun for the old man to grab. Several people clung precariously to the edge of the swamp. But just then, a huge bubble suddenly swelled up in the center of the swamp, then burst, revealing a shapeless monster made of mud, severed limbs, and twisted shadows. It emitted a slippery, sticky hiss and headed towards Li Wenwan, who was closest to it. Damn it! Lei couldn't fire. The distance was too close, and it would be easy to accidentally injure someone. At this moment of despair, Zhang Hao, who had been unconscious, suddenly convulsed violently. His eyeballs rolled rapidly beneath his tightly closed eyelids, and the subdued blue patterns under his skin suddenly lit up. It wasn't an aggressive outburst, but rather a soft, purifying blue halo that spread out from him. The halo swept over the swamp monster, which let out a painful shriek. The filth that made up its body seemed to melt and disintegrate as if thrown into a raging fire, sinking back into the swamp. The halo also swept over Li Wen, Zero, and the old man, and a warm power flowed into their bodies, dispelling the chill and nausea brought by the swamp. Using this force, The group struggled to climb back onto the stable mound. The blue light around Zhang Hao quickly faded again. He was still unconscious, but fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, as if the previous exertion had been extremely taxing. He's protecting us? Zero looked at Zhang Hao in disbelief. The power of the key seems to be more controllable after resonating with the source eye. Li Wen gasped, still shaken as he analyzed. Lei Yi gave Zhang Hao a deep look. Let's go? The commotion just now might have attracted something else. The team dared not delay any longer, leaping over the remaining mounds at top speed and stepping onto the solid ground on the opposite bank. Everyone was drenched in sweat, their hearts pounding. Looking up, on the ridgeline not far ahead, you can vaguely see the outline of an inconspicuous cave entrance, which looks like a natural cave entrance. There seem to be traces of human repair at the entrance. That's the initial shelter? Chun Mo wiped away his sweat, hope igniting in his eyes. Hope was within reach, but after the perilous and eerie journey, no one dared to let their guard down. This silent mountain range, shrouded in twilight, concealed far too many unknown dangers. Would the shelter offer them a safe haven or another trap? Lei Yi checked his shotgun. Only 2 bullets remained. Stay alert, let's go. The squad regrouped in defensive formation and cautiously advanced towards the cave entrance on the ridgeline. The dim light cast long shadows across this unfamiliar and dangerous land. Every step they took teetered on the edge of uncertainty and hope. Chapter 71 Grandpa's Final Destination. The cave entrance, located on the ridgeline, is narrower than it appears from a distance, half hidden by dense vines and withered branches. Without the guidance of the source eye map, it would be almost impossible to discover. There are traces of artificial carving on the edge of the cave entrance, and although weathered by wind and rain, the neat outline is still visible. Lei Yi signaled the group to stop, then stepped forward alone, carefully parting the vines. A waft of air, a mixture of dust, old wood, and a faint scent of herbs, wafted out. It wasn't unpleasant. Rather, it carried a long-lost sense of security, a feeling of security that came from something man-made. Inside the cave entrance was a rusty but still sturdy iron gate, with an old-fashioned padlock that had rusted into the lock ring. It's locked, Lei Yi said in a low voice after checking. Let me try. Li Wen stepped forward with the help of Ling and the old man. He reached out and gently touched the rusty lock. This time, instead of triggering a violent energy reaction as when he touched the source eye groove, his fingertips emitted an extremely faint, pure white light. That white light, like a living stream, seeped into the corroded lock cylinder. A few seconds later, with a slight click, the lock spring popped open, and some of the rust fell off along with it. Grandpa's mark seems to have authority here as well. Li Wen withdrew his hand, his face even paler. Clearly this subtle operation had taken a toll. Lei Yi pulled hard, and the iron gate creaked open with a harsh sound. A stronger, but not foul, stale smell wafted out. The beam of the flashlight pierced the darkness, illuminating a downward-sloping, man-made passage. The passage was much more orderly than the previous tunnels, with rough stone walls on either side and carved steps beneath its feet. The faint scent of herbs in the air was now clearer. I'll go first. Lei Yi picked up his hunting rifle and stepped in first. Chun Mo followed closely behind, carrying Zhang Hao on his back, while Ling and the old man helped Li Wen to bring up the rear. The passage wasn't long. After walking down about 10 meters, one arrived at a relatively open space. A flashlight beam swept across the area, revealing a stone chamber roughly 30 square meters in size. In one corner were several wooden crates covered with canvas, while in another corner stood a makeshift stove built of stones and a rough stone table with several dusty earthenware jars on it. Hanging on the walls were several heavily rusted tools: an axe, a pickaxe, and a relatively well-maintained, age-marked double-barreled shotgun, quite similar to the one Bai Xiaoyu had used before. Most strikingly, inside the stone chamber, against the wall, was a simple bed made of dried moss and animal hides. And sitting upright on that bed was a skeleton. The skeleton remained seated, its clothes long since decayed into tattered strips, but still vaguely recognizable as the uniform of a forest ranger. The skeleton's hands rested clasped together on its knees, its fingers tightly clutching a palm-sized object wrapped in oilcloth. On the ground in front of the skeleton, a yellowed, brittle piece of paper was pressed down by a stone. A solemn and melancholic atmosphere permeated the stone chamber. Lewin broke free from the support, staggered to the remains, and slowly knelt down, his shoulders trembling slightly. Although there was no clear evidence, it was almost certain that this was by Xiaoyu's grandfather, the old forest ranger who was the first to notice the abnormality and fought for it until the last moment of his life. Lei Yi stepped forward, not touching the skeleton, but carefully moving the stones and picking up the piece of paper. The paper was extremely fragile, so he gently unfolded it. The above is handwritten in pen, and although it is old, it is still clear. Latercomers, if you see this letter, I will have already departed. This frail body of mine could not take the final step. What a regret. The strangeness of Black Mountain is not limited to its weather. The Earth's veins have eyes that guard the boundary between reality and illusion. However, the boundary wall is thinning day by day, filth is growing, the gatekeeper beasts are becoming increasingly frenzied, and there are also false lights lurking around, deceiving people's minds. I and several like-minded people built this shelter in an attempt to find a solution. However, the power of the Source Eye is beyond human control, and the key has been scattered and has vanished without a trace. Several attempts have failed, and my fellow practitioners have either passed away or are now resting deep within the Earth's veins. I spent the rest of my life drawing maps, marking key points in dangerous areas, and hiding them inside the butt of my shotgun. Fearing the maps might be lost, I left this mark the shadow of a lighthouse to guide my way home. The lighthouse is the site of an old observation station, located at the summit of the main peak of Black Mountain, the highest point, offering a panoramic view. I suspect that the initial anomaly may have originated there. However, the high mountains and treacherous roads, along with invisible barriers, prevented me from personally verifying it. Those who come later, if you arrive with the key, there may be a glimmer of hope. Remember, the key is not a tool, but a person. You must be guided with a pure heart and protected with a fearless will in order to touch the source of the eye of the source, and perhaps restart the cycle and mend the rift. My strength is exhausted. With this crippled body, I can only guard this gate and keep out the filth. The road ahead is treacherous. I hope you will be careful and take it seriously. By Qing Shan, his final words. The letter ends here. There are no impassioned shouts, only a heavy sense of responsibility and regret for not being able to complete the task. By Qing Shan. Lewin murmured the name, tears silently streaming down his face. He had finally found his grandfather's final resting place, but under such circumstances. Lei Yi silently handed the letter to Chun Mo and Ling for them to read, then walked to the skeleton and solemnly saluted this senior whom he had never met, but who commanded his utmost respect. Then, he carefully took down the double-barreled shotgun hanging on the wall. The gun was well preserved, the wooden stock bearing the marks of time. He felt around carefully and, sure enough, found a very well-hidden latch at the bottom of the stock. Pressing the latch, a small wooden board slid open, revealing a hollow compartment. Inside lay a roll of paper carefully wrapped in oilcloth. Lei Yi took it out and carefully unfolded it on the stone table. It was a hand-drawn topographic map, much more detailed than the miniature map projected by the Source Eye. It not only marked the Source Eye, damaged boundary gate, secondary node, and shadow area, but also meticulously depicted mountains, rivers, forests, paths, and several locations marked with special symbols that appeared to be other safe houses or resource points. In one corner of the map, atop the main peak of Black Mountain, a lighthouse was clearly drawn, with the label Old Observation Station, Lighthouse. Initial anomaly point? Unconfirmed. This map corroborates the information about the Source Eye and adds a lot of details, especially about the lighthouse, that may be the source of everything. We need supplies here, and then we need to figure out the next steps as soon as possible. Lei Yi carefully put away the map and began to examine the wooden crates piled up in the corner. Prying open the wooden crate revealed a surprising amount of supplies, several boxes of rifle bullets, old but well sealed. They didn't match the caliber of Lei Yi's hunting rifle, but could be used with his double-barreled shotgun. Some compressed rations and dried meat wrapped in oiled paper, still edible, several military water bottles. A first aid kit. Most of the medicines inside were expired, but the gauze, tourniquet, etc. were still usable, and even a small can of sealed kerosene and several kerosene lamps. These supplies were a godsend for them, who were out of ammunition and food and exhausted. Let's rest here for a bit, Lei decided. Treat our wounds and replenish our strength. Then, he looked at the main peak of Black Mountain marked with a lighthouse on the map. We have to go there and take a look. Chen Mo carefully placed Zhang Hao beside the moss bed so he could lie down more comfortably. Zhang Hao remained asleep, but his complexion was rosy, as if the energy within him had entered a deep state of balance and adjustment after the resonance with the source eye and the burst of energy just now. Using the clean gauze and the remaining drinking water they found, Ling helped Li Wen clean the burns on his hands caused by the previous energy conflict. Under Lei Yi's guidance, the old man tried to light a kerosene lamp, the dim light dispelling some of the darkness in the stone chamber and bringing a little warmth. They sat around the stone table, silently munching on dry, hard but energizing jerky and compressed rations with water. The stone room was quiet, save for the soft sounds of chewing and the occasional crackling of the lamplight. Hope seemed to become more concrete. There was a map, a target, the lighthouse, temporary safety, and a small amount of supplies. But the shadows ahead remained heavy. The main peak of Black Mountain, one of the shadowed areas marked on the map, an invisible barrier, a possible initial mutation point. Every step was still fraught with deadly danger. Li Wen looked at his grandfather's remains, then at the sleeping Zhang Hao, a resolute glint in his eyes. Ling rubbed the shattered bracelet on her wrist, lost in thought. Chen Mo examined the double-barreled shotgun he had taken from the wall, loaded it with bullets, and handed it to Lei Yi. Lei Yi took the gun, feeling its heavy weight. His gaze swept over his tired but determined companion, finally settling on the map marked Lighthouse. The brief rest was for the sake of a longer journey. They found a signpost, but the road to their destination remained hidden behind the dim light of day and thick fog. Outside the shelter, the world under the eternal twilight still waits silently. Chapter 72: A Fork in the Road Through the Fog. Lei Yi slung the double-barreled shotgun across his shoulder, his fingertips tracing the cool stock. The lighthouse, circled in red on the map, now felt like a red-hot branding iron, searing into his eyes. Grandpa's remains, we can't just leave them like this. Li Wen's voice trembled slightly as he clutched the cloth bag containing the remains tightly to his chest, the bag still covered in dust from the shelter. Ling Ma finally raised his head, the shattered bracelet on his wrist gleaming faintly in the dim light. I know a place, not far from here, a cave where my companions and I used to hide things. We can put the remains there first, and when we return from Black Mountain, we can take him away from this damned wasteland. Chen Mo checked the compressed biscuits and water purification tablets in his backpack, his brow furrowed. Our supplies can only last for 3 days at most. The shadowy area of the main peak of Black Mountain is not marked in detail on the map, and we don't even know if there is a water source there. There is no choice. Lei Yi's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable power. The shelter's diary says that the lighthouse is the only place that can send out a signal. Only when we get there can we contact the outside world and find out what this anomaly is. Zhang Hao slowly opened his eyes. His face was still pale, but his eyes had regained some clarity. I can still walk. He struggled to stand up, but Li Wen pressed down on his shoulder. You rest first. We'll take turns carrying you. Li Wen's tone left no room for refusal. Ling Ma pulled a crumpled animal hide from his backpack, on which a simple route map was drawn in charcoal. Go northwest from here, cross 2 mountain ridges, and you'll see the cave. The cave is hidden behind a stone forest. I haven't been back since the incident, but there's still hope. Lei Yi nodded, folded the map neatly, and stuffed it into his pocket. Let's not delay. Let's set off now. The wooden door of the shelter was slowly pushed open, and a cold wind mixed with rust and decaying leaves rushed in. The light of the eternal twilight was still dim, and the main peak of Black Mountain in the distance, like a lurking beast, appeared and disappeared in the thick fog. Ling Mo led the way, intimately familiar with the terrain of this wasteland. His light steps avoiding traps hidden in the grass and the nests of mutated creatures. Lei Yi carried Zhang Hao in the middle, Li Wen followed behind with a cloth bag, and Chun Mo brought up the rear, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. They walked very slowly, each step taken with extreme caution. The fog on the wasteland grew thicker and thicker, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. The only sounds they could hear were their own breathing and the crisp cracking of dry branches under their feet. Wait! Zero suddenly stopped. He squatted down and gently ran his fingers across the soil. There are footprints here, very fresh. They must have been left yesterday. Lei Yi put Zhang Hao down and squatted down to examine the footprints closely. The footprints in the soil were large, with distinct toe bones, unlike human footprints, but more like the footprints of some kind of large mutated creature. It's a sandwalker beast, Chun Mo said in a low voice. These creatures have a keen sense of smell and are extremely aggressive. We'd better take a detour. Zero shook his head and pointed in the direction the footprints led. Their nest is in the stone forest ahead. If we take a detour, it will take at least another day of travel, and our supplies won't last. Lei Yi gripped the shotgun on his shoulder. We'll go through the edge of the stone forest, trying not to make any noise. Chun Mo, you go first. Ling Mo, you keep watch on both sides. Li Wen, watch over Zhang Hao and Bu Bao. The group nodded, rearranged their equipment, and cautiously headed towards the stone forest. The stone forest was even larger than they had imagined, with enormous stone pillars rising from the ground and piercing into the thick fog. The surfaces of the pillars were covered with a thick layer of moss, and there were still traces of mutated creatures climbing on them. Just as they reached the center of the stone forest, a deep roar suddenly came from the thick fog. Immediately afterwards, several huge black shadows sprang out from behind the stone pillars. Their skin was grayish-brown, covered with hard scales, and their eyes glowed with an eerie green light in the dim light. It's a sand-walking beast. Watch out! Lei Yi shouted, quickly took out his hunting rifle, aimed at the sand beast in the front, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Gunshots echoed through the narrow stone forest. The sand beast let out a shrill scream as its massive body crashed to the ground. But the other sand beasts were completely enraged. They roared and charged at the group. Chun Mo drew his short sword from his waist and charged forward. His movements were lightning fast. The sword pierced precisely into the eye of a sand beast, blood gushing out. Ling Mo then pulled several homemade Molotov cocktails from his backpack and threw them towards the horde of sand beasts. Boom! The flames instantly engulfed several sand beasts, who writhed in agony, emitting chilling howls. Li Wen clutched the cloth bundle tightly, shielding Zhang Hao behind him, his eyes filled with fear, yet he showed no sign of backing down. Lei Yi quickly reloaded and pulled the trigger again. Another sand beast fell, but even more sand beasts surged out of the thick fog, their numbers far exceeding everyone's expectations. This can't go on, Zero shouted. There's a narrow passage behind the stone forest. We can break through from there. Lei Yi nodded and shouted to Chun Mo. Cover us. Chun Mo understood, brandishing his short sword and charging towards the sand beast horde, using his own body to buy time for everyone. Lei Yi carried Zhang Hao on his back, and Li Wen held the cloth bag, following behind Ling Mo as they ran towards the passage deep within the stone forest. The passage was narrow and damp, with cold water droplets constantly dripping from the stone walls on both sides. The roars of the sand beasts and Chun Mo's shouts grew fainter and fainter behind them until they disappeared completely into the thick fog. When everyone finally ran out of the passage and arrived at an open valley, they realized that Chun Mo had not followed. Chun Mo, Lei Yi shouted, his voice echoing through the empty valley, but he received no response. Li Wen's face turned deathly pale instantly. He looked at Lei Yi, his lips trembling. He'll be all right? Lei Yi remained silent. He slowly put Zhang Hao down, gripped the hunting rifle again, and stared intently at the direction of the stone forest. The thick fog remained heavy, like a gigantic monster, utterly engulfing Chun Mo. Ling Mo walked over to Lei Yi and gently patted his shoulder. Going back now will only be a pointless death. Let's go to the cave to settle the remains first, and then come back to find him. Lei took a deep breath, suppressing the grief and anger in his heart. He knew Ling Mo was right. Now was not the time to act impulsively. "Let's go," he said in a hoarse voice. "We'll go to the cave first." The group set off again, but this time, one person was missing from their team. The wind in the valley grew stronger, whipping up dust that blew towards the main peak of Black Mountain. And beyond the thick fog of that eternal twilight, something seems to be quietly awakening. Chapter 73: The Lingering Warmth of the Bone Cave. The cave was even more secluded than Zeromo had described, nestled in the folds of a reddish-brown rock wall. The entrance was half hidden by dense vines and withered branches. If he hadn't known the place well, no one would have noticed this hiding place. "This is it." Zeromo pushed aside the vines, and a smell mixed with earth and old animal hides wafted towards him. He was the first to crawl inside, took out a flint from his backpack, and lit a resin torch hanging on the cave wall. The dim firelight dispelled the darkness, allowing everyone to see the scene inside the cave. The space wasn't spacious, but it was quite tidy. Dry animal hides were laid on the ground, and several wooden boxes were piled in the corner, along with some rusty tools and a half-empty pot of clean water. "This used to be our temporary base." Zeromo's voice was low. After the incident, they never came back. Lewin carefully placed the cloth bundle containing his grandfather's remains on the animal hide, then took a clean piece of linen from his backpack and gently covered it. "Grandpa, we'll be back for you soon," he murmured, as if talking to the old man. Lei settled Zhang Hao on the animal hide and gave him some water. The boy's body temperature was still high and his breathing was a little rapid, but it was much more stable than when he was in the shelter. "We need to rest here for the night." Lei looked at Ling Mo. "Tomorrow morning, we'll go back to Shilin to find Chun Mo." Zero nodded, walked to the wooden crates in the corner, and opened one of them. Inside were some compressed biscuits and dried meat, a few rolls of bandages, and a bottle of disinfectant liquor. "These were things we had hidden away before. I never thought they'd come in handy." Lewin squatted beside the cloth bag, his fingers gently brushing the burlap, his eyes filled with sorrow. Grandpa, he actually knew long ago that he couldn't hold on any longer. He suddenly spoke, his voice very soft. In the shelter, he kept talking about the lighthouse, saying that there was hope there, and that he wanted me to live. Lei walked over to him and patted him on the shoulder. "He will see it. We will carry his hope to the lighthouse." Just then, a slight noise came from outside the cave, as if someone was tugging at the vines. "Who?" Lei gripped his shotgun tightly and looked warily toward the cave entrance. Zero also picked up his short sword and stood in front of Li Wen and Zhang Hao. The torchlight flickered, casting long shadows of the group onto the cold rock wall. The vines at the cave entrance were slowly parted, and a blood-covered figure staggered in it was Chun Mo. His left arm hung limply at his side, his sleeves soaked in blood, his face covered in scratches and dust, his breathing rapid, each step as if he had used up all his strength. "Chun Mo!" Lewin exclaimed and rushed over. Upon seeing the crowd, Chun Mo's tense body finally relaxed, his vision blurred, and he nearly fell. Lei quickly stepped forward to support him and settled him on the animal hide. I lured them away." Chun Mo gasped for breath, his voice weak. "They chased me for a while. They shouldn't be coming back." Ling Ma quickly took out bandages and strong liquor and began to treat Chun Mo's wound. His left arm had been torn open by the sand beast's claws, leaving a deep wound that exposed the bone. The muscle was turned outwards, and blood was still seeping out. "Bear with it." Ling Ma poured strong liquor onto the wound, and Chun Mo's body trembled violently. Fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, but he managed not to utter a single groan. Lei looked at Chun Mo's pale face, his heart filled with mixed emotions. "Thank you," he said softly. Chun Mo shook his head and forced a smile. "We're companions, aren't we?" Outside the cave, the sky remained gloomy, the eternal twilight filtering through the gaps in the vines, casting dappled shadows inside. The group sat around the animal hides, eating dried meat. No one spoke. Only the crackling of the torches and Chun Mo's steady breathing could be heard. "We'll head to the main peak of Black Mountain tomorrow." Lei broke the silence, his gaze sweeping over everyone. "Chun Mo's injuries need treatment, and our supplies won't last much longer. The lighthouse is our only hope. Zero nodded. It will take at least 2 days to get from here to the main peak of Black Mountain. We will pass through a swamp on the way, where the fog is even thicker and there are swamp ghosts. We must be careful. A swamp demon? A hint of doubt appeared on Li Wen's face. It's a mutated amphibian that hides in the mud of swamps. It uses its tentacles to entangle passing prey and drag them into the mud. Zeromo's voice was low. I've seen them before. They're terrifying. Lei gripped his hunting rifle tightly. No matter what it is, we have to get through it. As night deepened, the group took turns keeping watch. Lei stood guard at the cave entrance, gazing at the thick fog outside, his mind replaying the diary from the shelter and the patterns on his grandfather's skeleton. He had a feeling that the truth behind this strange event lay hidden in the shadows of Black Mountain's main peak, within the legendary lighthouse. After an unknown amount of time, a faint glimmer of dawn finally appeared on the horizon. The light of the eternal twilight seemed to have changed slightly, as if foreshadowing something. It's time to set off. Lei stood up, dusted himself off, and said, We're heading to the main peak of Black Mountain. After everyone packed up their equipment, Chunmo's left arm was firmly strapped to his chest. Although he was still weak, his eyes were incredibly determined. Li Wen took one last look at the cloth bag covered with burlap, bowed deeply, and turned to follow the others. The vines at the cave entrance were parted once more, and a new day slowly began under the light of the eternal twilight. Their path ahead, however, remained shrouded in thick fog and the unknown. Every step felt like walking on a knife's edge. Chapter 74 Horrifying Experience at the Bottom of the Swamp. The swamp was far more vast than anyone had anticipated. Its grayish-green surface resembled a gigantic, rotting corpse, gleaming ominously in the eternal twilight. A thick, fishy stench filled the air, mingled with the stench of decaying plants. Each breath felt like swallowing icy mud. Follow me, and be careful not to step on the wrong spot. Zero Mo walked in front, holding a long wooden stick in his hand, testing the ground with the stick before each step. The mud here looks solid, but it's full of traps underneath. Once you fall in, you'll never get out. Lei carried Zhang Hao in the middle, while Chunmo's left arm was in a sling across his chest. His face was still pale, but his steps were unusually steady. Li Wen followed at the back, clutching a short axe he had found in the shelter tightly in his hand, warily scanning his surroundings. The fog in the swamp was thicker than on the wasteland, reducing visibility to less than 3 meters. A constant bubbling sound filled the air, as if something was breathing underwater. Occasionally, a few dark shadows would flash past beneath the surface, too fast to make out. Is that the swamp demon? Li Wen's voice trembled slightly. Zero shook his head. They won't show themselves so easily. They're waiting for us to make a mistake, waiting for us to be exhausted. The words had barely left his mouth when Zero, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped. The wooden stick in his hand sank sharply downwards, as if it had touched something soft. Watch out, he shouted. There's something down there. Almost simultaneously, several jet-black tentacles suddenly shot out from underwater, coiling towards the group like venomous snakes. The tentacles were covered with tiny barbs, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. It's a swamp-bottom demon. Zero quickly retreated, his short sword slashing precisely at the oncoming tentacles. Bang! Without hesitation, Lei pulled the trigger. The shotgun bullet struck one of the tentacles, and dark green sap gushed out. The tentacle seemed to have been severely injured and abruptly retreated underwater, but more tentacles sprang out from all directions, surrounding the group. Despite his injured left arm, Chun Mo reacted swiftly. He drew his short sword with his right hand, shielding Li Wen, and the sword flashed like a silver light, severing the incoming tentacles one by one. Protect Zhang Hao, he shouted. Li Wen gritted his teeth, holding the short axe protectively to his chest, staring intently at the approaching tentacles. He remembered his grandfather's dying gaze, and the people who had died in the shelter. The fear in his heart was gradually replaced by a resolute determination. Their true forms are underwater. Zero shouted. Use fire. They're afraid of fire. Lei immediately took out several Molotov cocktails from his backpack, uncorked them, lit them with a lighter, and threw them hard at the area with the densest tentacles. Boom! The flames instantly spread across the water's surface, and the tentacles, as if encountering their nemesis, retreated back underwater. The fishy smell in the air was replaced by a pungent, acrid smell of burning flesh, making one want to vomit. Hurry! Now! Zero Mo rushed out first, his wooden stick splashing water. Lei carried Zhang Hao on his back, closely following behind Ling. Chun Mo brought up the rear, occasionally turning back to throw out a few Molotov cocktails to block the tentacles that were trying to attack again. In the center of the swamp, a narrow earthen embankment stretched across the water like a dying python. Zero led the group up the embankment, finally escaping the swamp demon's pursuit for the time being. Everyone slumped onto the earthen embankment, panting heavily. Lei put Zhang Hao down and noticed that the boy's body temperature had risen again. His lips were chapped, and his breathing had become rapid. He won't last much longer, Chun Mo said in a low voice. We must get to the main peak of Black Mountain as soon as possible. Zeromo pulled a crumpled animal hide map from his backpack and spread it out on the embankment. We've already crossed half of the swamp. If we keep going for another half a day, we'll reach the foot of Black Mountain's main peak. He pointed to a place circled in red on the map. This is the entrance to the shadow barrier, and also the initial mutation point mentioned in the diary. Lei leaned closer, his gaze falling on the map. The area marked as the shaded zone resembled a giant black patch, swallowing everything around it. How do we get in? He asked. Zero shook his head. I don't know. The diary only says that only the chosen ones can pass through the barrier. But we have no choice but to try. Just then, Liwen suddenly pointed to the water ahead, his face ashen. Look, what's that? Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw a black object floating on the water in the distance, rising and falling slowly with the waves. The thing looked like a small boat, but it was much larger, and its outline was indistinct. Is it a ship? Lei's voice carried a hint of doubt. Zero squinted, scrutinizing the object. No, that's not a ship. His voice suddenly turned serious. It's a floating island, and there's something on it. The group stood up and cautiously approached the object. As they drew closer, they finally saw what it truly looked like. It was indeed a floating island, formed from countless decaying plants and silt, covered with a thick layer of moss. In the center of the floating island stood a broken stone tablet, with blurred characters carved on it, like some kind of ancient inscription. This is... Lei walked to the stone tablet and reached out to brush away the dust on it. This is the mark of the initial mutation point. Although the inscription on the stone tablet is blurred, several key words can still be vaguely discerned. Shadow, barrier, lighthouse, and redemption. It seems we've found the right place. Zero's voice carried a hint of excitement. If we cross this swamp, we'll reach the main peak of Black Mountain and find the lighthouse. Just then, the floating island suddenly began to shake violently, as if something was hitting it from below. Immediately afterwards, a huge black shadow burst out from underwater, opened its blood-red maw, and lunged at the group. It was a gigantic swamp monster, its body resembling a giant toad, its skin grayish-brown and covered in hard scales, its eyes glowing an eerie green in the dim light. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, each one like a dagger. It's the Swamp King. Zero's face turned deathly pale instantly. We have to get out of here. Lei swiftly raised his shotgun, aimed at the Swamp King's eyes, and pulled the trigger. The bullet struck its eye, and dark green fluid gushed out. The Swamp King let out a shrill scream, its massive body crashing heavily onto the floating island, causing the island to shake violently once more. Run! Chun Mo shouted, helping Li Wan, who had collapsed to the ground, to her feet. It's not dead yet. No one dared to linger. They turned and ran towards the other end of the earthen embankment. Behind them, the roars and crashing sounds of the Swamp King grew closer, like the footsteps of death, relentlessly pursuing them. When they finally broke through the earthen embankment and stepped onto solid ground, the swamp behind them finally calmed down. The Swamp Demon King did not pursue them, but only let out unwilling roars on the distant water. The group collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. They looked back and saw the gray-green swamp, bathed in the eternal twilight, resemble a gigantic mouth, ready to devour them at any moment. We succeeded. Li Wen's voice carried a hint of relief at surviving a disaster. Lei stood up, dusted himself off, and looked toward the distant main peak of Black Mountain. The mountain peak appeared and disappeared in the thick fog, like a huge tombstone standing at the end of eternal twilight. Not yet. His voice was calm, but firm. We still have a long way to go. Chapter 75: The Gate of Shadows. The outline of Black Mountain's main peak finally became clear in the thick fog, like a silent giant, cutting the eternal twilight into fragmented light and shadow. At the foot of the mountain, the land was barren, and the exposed rocks had an eerie dark purple color, covered with fine cracks, as if something was frantically crashing and struggling beneath. This is the edge of the shadow barrier. Zero stopped and pulled out the diary he had found in the shelter from his backpack, turning to the last page. The handwriting in the diary had become messy and frantic, repeatedly writing, "Don't come closer. It's watching us, and the barrier is alive." Lei gently placed Zhang Hao on a relatively flat rock. The boy's breathing was so weak it was almost imperceptible, but his body temperature was alarmingly high. "We must get through the barrier as soon as possible," he said, his voice carrying an undeniable resolve. "The lighthouse is on the other side of the mountain." Chun Imo checked the bullets in his shotgun and stuffed the last few Molotov cocktails into his backpack. "What exactly is this barrier?" he asked, his gaze sweeping over the dark purple rocks. "Is it some kind of energy field, or something else?" Zero shook his head, his eyes filled with awe. "All I know is that anyone who has tried to cross the barrier has never returned. The village elders say that the barrier is the watchdog of the initial mutation point, and it devours any life that comes near it." Li Wen knelt beside Zhang Hao, holding the boy's hand tightly, tears welling in his eyes. "Grandpa said that the lighthouse is hope," he murmured softly. "We will definitely get there." Just then, the dark purple rocks suddenly began to tremble violently, and a viscous, almost black liquid seeped from the cracks, emitting a nauseatingly sweet and fishy smell. Immediately afterwards, an invisible ripple spread out from the mountain, and everyone felt a sharp pain in their brains, as if countless needles were piercing their nerves. "It's sensing us," Zero shouted, quickly pulling a bone fragment with strange patterns from his backpack and clutching it tightly in his hand. "I found this on a dead explorer. It's said to be able to withstand mental attacks from barriers." Lei immediately shoved the bone fragment into Li Wen's hand, instructing him to protect Zhang Hao. "Chun Imo, come with me." He gripped his hunting rifle and led the way towards the trembling rocks. "We must find the entrance." Chun Imo nodded and followed behind Lei. The two carefully avoided the black liquid, each step incredibly difficult. The invisible ripples grew denser, their vision blurred, and countless whispers filled their ears, like numerous voices speaking simultaneously, yet their meaning was indistinct. "The entrance is over there." Lei suddenly pointed to a recessed rock wall in front of him. The rock wall was a darker color than the surrounding area, and black liquid was constantly gushing out from the cracks, forming a strange vortex. Just as they approached the whirlpool, the whispers suddenly became clear. Lei abruptly stopped, his face ashen. The voices were those of his fallen comrades and loved ones, crying and pleading for him to turn back. "Don't listen." Chun Imo grabbed him. "It's an illusion created by the barrier. It's using our memories to attack us." Lei took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He raised his shotgun, aimed at the black vortex, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the vortex, but it sank without a ripple. Instead, the black liquid seemed to be stimulated, surging wildly and forming a gigantic face that lunged at the two men. "It's its true form." Zeromo's voice came from behind. He shielded Li Wen and Zhang Hao behind him, and the bone fragment in his hand emitted a faint light. "Burn it. It's afraid of fire." Lei immediately pulled out the last Molotov cocktail, uncorked it, lit it with a lighter, and threw it hard at the black face. Boom! The flames instantly engulfed the face, the black liquid screaming shrilly in the fire, like a soul being scorched. The invisible ripples and whispers vanished, and everyone felt a sense of relief wash over them, their vision clearing once more. The black vortex shrank continuously within the flames, eventually transforming into a narrow portal radiating an eerie blue light, embedded in the rock wall. The edges of the portal twisted and rippled, like an entrance to another world. The entrance is open. Li Wen's voice was filled with excitement. Lei walked to the entrance and examined it carefully. In the dim blue light, he could vaguely see a passage leading into the interior of the mountain, and at the end of the passage, there seemed to be a faint light flickering. "Is that the light from the lighthouse?" Chinemo asked. Lei didn't answer. He carried Zhang Hao on his back and walked through the portal first. A cold, abyss-like aura rushed towards them, and the surrounding light instantly dimmed. Only the passage beneath their feet, illuminated by a ghostly blue light, stretched into endless darkness. Ling Mo, Li Wen, and Chun Mo followed closely behind. As soon as the last person entered the portal, the eerie blue light vanished instantly, and the rock wall returned to its original dark purple, as if nothing had happened. The passageway was unusually narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time. The walls were covered in a thick layer of moss, etched with countless eerie symbols, resembling some ancient sacrificial inscriptions. A strong, sweet, fishy stench filled the air, exactly the same as the smell of the black liquid from before. These symbols, Zoromo stopped and gently ran his fingers over the inscriptions on the wall. "I've seen similar ones in previous expeditions. They're used to seal something." Lei Yi's gaze swept over the inscriptions, and a strange sense of familiarity suddenly arose in his heart. He remembered the patterns on his grandfather's bones and the illustrations in the shelter diary. Those patterns and symbols bore a striking resemblance to the inscriptions before him. "Grandpa, did he already know we were coming here?" Li Wen's voice trembled slightly. "Did he already know we would end up here?" Lei Yi didn't speak. He quickened his pace. The end of the passage drew closer, and the faint light grew brighter. Finally, they emerged from the passage and entered a vast, empty cavern. In the center of the cave stood a towering, cloud-piercing structure, its body crafted from an unknown metal that gleamed with a cold, eerie light in the dimness. At the top of the tower, a bright light shone, like an ever-burning beacon, illuminating the entire cave. "It's a lighthouse," Li Wen exclaimed, his eyes filled with tears. Just as the group headed towards the lighthouse, a muffled roar suddenly echoed from the top of the cave, and countless rocks rained down from above. Immediately afterward, a gigantic black shadow slowly emerged from the darkness. Its body was composed of countless black liquids and twisted limbs, and its eyes were two burning, eerie green flames, staring intently at the group. "Welcome to the initial mutation point." Its voice sounded like countless voices ringing out simultaneously, filled with endless malice and mockery. "You've finally arrived, sacrifices." Chapter 76 Lighthouse Embers. The shadowy figure slowly unfurled in the cave, its twisted limbs like countless venomous snakes crawling and coiling across the ground, completely sealing off their escape route. Its voice seemed to come from the depths of the abyss, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression. "You think this lighthouse is hope? You're wrong. It's a cage, my sleeping coffin." Lei Yi shielded Zhang Hao behind him, his shotgun barrel fixed on the core of the dark figure, the two eerie green flames. "What exactly are you?" His voice was terrifyingly calm. "Was this anomaly you're doing?" The shadowy figure let out a chilling laugh. "Me? I am the primordial mutation itself. Your world is nothing but a long dream of mine, and you are nothing but dust in my dream." Its gaze swept over the cloth bag in Li Wen's arms, its tone becoming playful. "Oh? You still have that old man's bones with you." He was a clever man, knowing to use his own flesh and blood to open a path to survival for you. Li Wen looked up abruptly, his eyes filled with shock. "You know my grandfather?" "I know him." The shadowy voice carried a hint of mockery. "He was the first person to find this place, and the first to try to defy me. Unfortunately, he was too weak, and could only use his own life to carve the seal's patterns on his bones." Its gaze shifted to the shattered bracelet on Zero's wrist. "And you, the child with the bone fragments. Your ancestors were also my sacrifices." Zero's face turned deathly pale. He gripped the bone fragment in his hand tightly. The patterns on it were now faintly resonating with the inscriptions on the cave walls. "What do you want to do?" "I want your lives, your pain, your despair." The shadowy figure's limbs suddenly swelled, lunging at the crowd. Only in this way can I fully awaken and turn this world into my playground. Bang! Without hesitation, Lei pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the core of the shadowy figure, but it seemed to sink without a trace, causing no ripples. The shadowy figure was unharmed, but was instead enraged, and countless twisted limbs lunged at the group. Chun Mo drew his dagger and charged forward. His movements were lightning fast. The dagger precisely severed an incoming limb, and dark green fluid gushed out. "Protect the lighthouse," he shouted. "As long as the lighthouse shines, it cannot fully awaken." Lingma suddenly remembered something. He took out the diary from his backpack and turned to the last page. Although the handwriting on the diary was messy, it clearly read, "The core of the lighthouse was forged from fragments of the initial mutation. Only a bone artifact bearing the bloodline mark can activate it and completely seal it." He glanced at the cloth bag in Li Wen's arms, then at the bracelet on his wrist, a resolute glint in his eyes. "Li Wen, give me your grandfather's remains." Li Wen was stunned for a moment, then understood what Ling Mo meant. He hugged the cloth bag tightly and shook his head. "No, that's my grandfather. This is the only way." Zero's voice held a hint of pleading. "Only your grandfather's remains and my bracelet can activate the core of the lighthouse. We must seal it, or everyone will die." Just then, a limb from the shadowy figure struck Chun Mo in the chest, sending the boy flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily into the rock wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Chun Mo," Lei shouted, trying to rush over, but his ankle was wrapped by another limb and he was thrown hard to the ground. Looking at Chun Mo and Lei lying on the ground, and then at the cloth bag in his arms, Li Wen finally couldn't hold back his tears. He slowly released his grip and handed the cloth bag to Ling Mo. "You must succeed." Zero took the cloth bag and placed the skeleton and bracelet together. The moment they touched, a dazzling light burst forth, and the patterns and symbols intertwined to form a complex magic circle. "No!" the shadowy figure screamed shrilly, its body contorting and contracting violently, the eerie green flames dimming and losing their luster. "You can't do this." Lingma, clutching the skeleton and bracelet, walked step by step toward the lighthouse. His steps were unusually firm, each one like a step toward his destiny. "We are not sacrifices, we are guardians," he whispered. "This world will not be devoured by you." When he reached the foot of the lighthouse, the light had become incredibly dazzling. He slammed the skeleton and bracelet into the core of the lighthouse, and after a deafening roar, the light at the top of the lighthouse instantly surged, like a star, illuminating the entire cave. The shadowy figure let out a final, desperate wail, its body dissolving and crumbling in the light until it turned into a pool of black liquid that seeped into the ground. The cave began to shake violently, with rubble falling from the ceiling as if the entire world were collapsing. "Let's go." Lei helped Chun Mo up, carried Zhang Hao on his back, and pulled Li Wen along, running towards the passage. As they burst out of the passage, the shadow of Black Mountain's main peak had vanished, and the eternal twilight was finally replaced by a ray of true sunlight. In the distance, the mist was slowly dissipating over the wasteland, revealing the long-awaited blue sky. Looking back, they saw the main peak of Black Mountain gradually crumbling under the sunlight, turning into ruins. But the lighthouse still stood in the cave, emitting a soft light, like an eternal monument. Li Wen gazed at the distant ruins, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He knew that his grandfather and Zero Mo had protected this world in their own way. Lei put Zhang Hao down. The boy's body temperature had returned to normal, and his breathing had become steady. He slowly opened his eyes, looked at the blue sky above, and revealed a long-lost smile. "We succeeded." The sunlight bathed them, warm and real. Standing on the wasteland, watching the horizon gradually become clearer in the distance, they knew that a new world was opening up to them. Beneath those ruins, the remains of Lingma and Grandpa Li Wen merged with the core of the lighthouse, forever guarding this land and protecting those hard-won hopes. Chapter 77: New Life Under the Light. The wind above the ruins finally became gentle, no longer carrying the stench and chill, but instead the scent of newly sprouted grass in the wasteland. The rubble from the collapse of the main peak of Black Mountain still lay scattered around, but the chill had vanished. For the first time in years, sunlight pierced through the eternal twilight and truly fell upon this land. The azure sky stretched out, the clouds were as thin as gauze, and even the wind carried a long-lost vitality. Lei helped the still somewhat weak Chinemo sit down. The wound on the boy's chest still throbbed faintly, but the gloom in his eyes had long since dissipated, replaced by a bright light of relief after surviving a catastrophe. It really disappeared? Chinemo asked softly, as if he still couldn't believe it. Gone. Lei gazed at the horizon where the fog was gradually dissipating, his voice low but steady. There are no more shadows, no more mutations, no more man-eating monsters. Liwen squatted down in front of a clean pile of rubble, carefully burying the only small piece of bone his grandfather had left. He then pulled up a few newly sprouted grasses and gently placed them on the mound of earth. He didn't cry, but quietly gazed in the direction of the lighthouse that was still emitting a faint light underground, and whispered, "Grandpa, look, it's dawn." As soon as he finished speaking, a soft sound came from behind him. Lingma slowly emerged from the crevice in the collapsed rocks, his clothes torn and his face pale, yet he still stood ramrod straight. The bone chain on his wrist was long since shattered, but in his palm he held a warm, glowing bone talisman, the only thing left after Grandpa Liwen's remains merged with the power of the lighthouse. You're still alive." Liwen suddenly stood up, rushed over to support him, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Lingma smiled, a faint yet pure smile. "The power of the lighthouse protected me. It didn't take my life, it just sent me out." He gently placed the bone talisman in Liwen's hand. "This is what your grandfather left you, and it is also the last guardian of this land." The bone talisman was slightly cool, yet it carried a comforting warmth. Zhang Hao woke up sometime earlier, leaning against the rock, gazing at the real sunlight overhead, his eyes curving into a shallow arc. "I've never seen such a bright sky," he whispered, his voice full of childlike joy. The four stood side by side before the ruins, gazing at this revitalized wasteland. In the distance, the swamp had dried up, sprouting tender green water plants. Birdsong echoed from the once desolate woodland. Even tiny buds were sprouting from the cracks in the rocks beneath their feet. All that darkness, fear, escape, and slaughter were buried in the past with the fall of the eternal twilight. Lei looked up into the distance. The horizon was now clearly visible, and the outline of an abandoned town could be vaguely seen. "Let's go home," he said. This time, home is no longer a cramped and dark shelter, no longer a dangerous cave, but a place where one can truly settle down safely under the sun. Chun Imo gripped the short knife at his waist, but no longer for fighting, but for protecting. "I will tell the survivors everything that happened here," he said softly. "Tell them that someone once gave their life for this day's dawn." Lingma gazed at the land gradually regaining its vitality, his eyes distant. "I will travel throughout this wasteland, record the truth of the anomaly, and pass on the story of the lighthouse. No one will forget what this land has gone through." Liwen gripped the bone talisman in his palm. The wind ruffled his clothes, and for the first time, the boy's eyes were so resolute. "I will stay here, guard this place, guard Grandpa, guard the lighthouse. In the future, this place will become a village, people will farm, build houses, and children will grow up here." Lei looked at the three people beside him, and the tension in his shoulders and back that had been building up all the way finally relaxed completely. He stretched out his hands, and 4 hands covered in dust and scars were tightly folded together in the sunlight. The wind swept across the ruins, across the newly sprouted grass and trees, and across their young and resilient faces. There were no shadows to haunt, no whispered seductions, no life or death escapes. There was only sunshine, only wind, only the long and warm dawn that finally arrived. The end. Chapter 78 Extra Chapter. The Long Sun Shines. 3 years later. The ruins of Black Mountain are now covered by layers of grass and wildflowers. The once sharp-edged pebbles have been smoothed by wind and rain, gently enveloped by soft greenery. A low wooden fence stands among the pebbles, and inside, a small wooden house is built against the rocks. In front of the house, a half-acre plot of land has been cultivated, planted with vegetables, radishes, and a few clumps of wildflowers planted by Li Wen himself, swaying gently in the wind. At dawn and dusk, wisps of smoke always rise from the chimney of the wooden house, mingling with the aroma of grass, wood, and food, creating the warmest and most comforting scene in this wasteland. Li Wen guarded this land and truly fulfilled his promise from back then. From the day dawn broke, surviving refugees began to arrive, drawn by the sunlight and the sound of the wind. They dragged their weary bodies, carrying the trepidation of surviving a catastrophe, and stopped on this newly reborn land. Li Wen didn't refuse anyone. He led everyone in clearing the wasteland, building houses, and constructing fences, using the most clumsy yet resolute methods to slowly transform a desolate wasteland into a place of human activity and life. Before the mound of earth beside the wooden house, fresh flowers and plants were always placed a spot he had reserved for his grandfather. Rain or shine, he always remembered to add a freshly picked bouquet. The bone talisman left by his grandfather was carefully tied to his waist, nurtured day and night, its faint light never extinguished, becoming the most stable and reassuring guardian of the entire village. Chun Mo became the most respected person in the village. He was no longer the wounded boy struggling in the shadows. The scars on his chest had long since healed, leaving only a faint mark, like a quiet past. He would always sit under the old tree at the village entrance, slowly sprouting new branches, telling the children who gathered around him stories of the past. He would tell them of the endless escape in the eternal twilight, of the heart-stopping battles on the Black Mountain, of those he had never met but who risked their lives to bring light. The children listened with wide eyes, their little hands tightly gripping the hem of their clothes. But the fear of the past was gone, replaced only by a genuine appreciation for the light. The short knife at his waist had long been polished to a shine, the hilt warmed by his palms, but it had never been drawn again, silently guarding the peace of the entire village in every quiet night. Zero Mo traversed the entire wasteland. He followed the former boundary of the mutation, crossing dried-up swamps, revitalized forests, and abandoned old towns, meticulously recording the beginning and end of the mutation, the power of the lighthouse, and the secrets of Black Mountain on thick parchment scrolls. The shackles and obsessions that had once bound him throughout his life had long since vanished with the falling of the eternal twilight. His eyes were no longer cold and sharp, only filled with the calm and tranquility that came with experience. After traversing the entire wasteland, he finally returned to this small village, carefully hiding the parchment scroll filled with writing in the wooden cabinet of the cabin, as if guarding a piece of history that should not be forgotten. Occasionally, he would stand atop the old lighthouse, gazing at the verdant hillsides and sighing softly. The wind brushed against his clothes, carrying away the last trace of the heaviness of the past. Lei Yi, leading a group of strong young men, retraced the steps of the former town. They painstakingly cleared the ruins, paved the road, and reopened the long isolated passage between the wasteland and the outside world. Every few days, wagons carrying grain and cloth would slowly arrive, unloading their hopes for survival and carrying away the crops grown on the wasteland. The days when they could only barely survive by scavenging and fleeing were now a thing of the past. He often stood at the village entrance, watching the passers-by and wagons, seeing the faces no longer filled with fear. His brows, which had been tense for years, finally relaxed, and his eyes held an unprecedented gentleness and relief. He no longer needed to constantly grip a weapon, nor did he need to lead his people in a life or death struggle. Now, he was simply an ordinary person guarding his home and protecting his fellow villagers. Zhang Hao had grown up. He was no longer the timid boy who would hide in the shadows and speak in hushed tones. He followed Lei Yi around, helping with village affairs and looking after the young children. His laughter was clear and cheerful, like the unrestrained wind of freedom on the wilderness. He loved to lie on the grass in front of Li Wen's house, gazing up at the clear blue sky, watching the clouds drift by and the birds fly across the horizon. He would always sigh softly. The sky is brightest and most beautiful now. Those nights when he shivered in the darkness had long since become blurry shadows, no longer disturbing his peaceful years. On a warm, sunny afternoon, with a gentle breeze and the fragrance of grass and trees, the four of them stood side by side once again before the ruins of the former Black Mountain. Behind them were villages with wisps of smoke rising from their chimneys, children running and laughing, and neat rows of houses and fields. Before them stretched lush green hills, wildflowers swaying in the wind, and endless new life. 3 years was enough time for the ruins to sprout new life, for pain to grow tenderness, and for the wanderers to finally have a place to return to. The wind was still gentle, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees, and the sunlight fell on my shoulders, warm and lingering, like a layer of soft light that would never dissipate. Lewin gently touched the warm bone talisman at his waist, his eyebrows curved into a smile, and he chuckled softly. "Grandpa, look, the village has been built, and everyone is doing well." Shanimo looked at the children chasing and playing not far away, his eyes filled with tenderness. They all remembered. They remembered how hard won the daylight was. Lingma looked at the clear and expansive horizon in the distance, his tone gentle yet firm. Stories will be heard, history will be remembered, and the same mistakes will never be repeated. Lei slowly raised his hand, his broad palm resting firmly on the shoulders of the three people. His voice was steady and warm, like a promise for a lifetime. From now on, all will be good days. The wind swept through the village, across the fields, through the tender shoots sprouting between the stones, and across every peaceful and serene face. The fears and battles of the past were buried deep beneath the passage of time, and the shadows and cold of the past were completely dispelled by the sunlight. Above the ruins, the sun shines eternally, year after year, and there is no more darkness.